Welcome back to my channel. Today I'll be bringing you the second part of Poor Young Man Travels Back 500 Years, but the government demands he marry 10 beautiful wives. But before we begin, let's briefly review the plot summary of the first video. A modern-day senior engineer is transported to ancient times due to an accident. When the man regains consciousness, he finds himself in the body of a poor scholar in the Great Qian Dynasty. His family was destitute, and despite years of hard study, he failed to pass any examinations and became the laughingstock of the village. Upon arriving in this world, Yang Lin discovered that this era lacked gunpowder, glass, and soap, presenting an excellent opportunity to make money. He originally wanted to make money through inventions using modern knowledge, but the village chief forced him to choose a wife from among the refugees sent by the government. Faced with a displaced girl who didn't want a dowry, he directly married one wife and 9 concubines, totaling 10 wives. Among them, his proud and aloof principal wife, Liu Yao, was actually the reigning empress who had been forced into becoming a displaced person after the Prince of Yan's rebellion. To fulfill his promise to his wives and concubines, Yang Lin used his modern scientific knowledge to achieve it step by step. He started with something simple, tofu, and then used the gypsum from the back mountain to make stone water. Then he led his wives and concubines to grind soybeans and make tofu. With the novel taste and clever marketing, they made a fortune on the first day and easily paid off the debts owed to the Yamen runners. Subsequently, Yang Lin embarked on his path to success. First, he improved the tools by creating a water mill to increase the efficiency of grinding soybeans. Then, he launched new soybean products such as tofu skin to broaden his profit channels. They then publicly revealed the tofu making technique, but firmly controlled the core stone water recipe, earning huge profits by selling the recipe. He also recruited villagers to work, set reasonable wages and benefits, established a mutual aid fund, repaired roads and built houses, giving the entire Kaoshan village a brand new look. As Yang Lin's power grew, he also recruited talented individuals such as his cousin Du Jing, who had ingenious ideas, and carpenter Wang Gui, and established an iron smelting workshop, produced cement and coke, and gradually unlocked technologies such as steelmaking and papermaking. During his development, he encountered suppression from the landlord Lu Yukai, difficulties from the Zhao family, county magistrate, and the Zhou family, head of the criminal investigation department, and even attacks from bandits. But with the help of advanced crossbows and the villagers, Yang Lin escaped danger time and time again, and even subdued the Black Wind Mountain bandits' lair. During this period, Liu Yao was gradually moved by Yang Lin's ability and sense of responsibility. She took the initiative to confess her identity as the empress to Yang Lin and begged him to help her restore her country. After careful consideration, Yang Lin agreed and began preparing for the construction of giant cannons and ironclad warships. He accumulated wealth and strength while expanding his forces and training his guards. He also distributed Lu Yotsai's land to the villagers, and through large-scale housing construction and industrial development, he transformed Kaoshan village into a prosperous place that everyone aspires to live in. Along the way, Yang Lin went from a poor scholar to a wealthy leader, from being all alone to having 10 beautiful wives and concubines, a group of loyal subordinates, and the support of the entire village. But his story is not over yet. Next, Yang Lin will embark on a new challenge with his many wives and subordinates. Chapter 201 Settling Down in Kaoshan Village. Yang Lin was no longer the poor scholar he once was. Now, looking at Chun Dio, he was full of confidence. He said, "Village Chief Chun, you can't calculate how much Chunjia village is worth in a short time, and I don't want to take advantage of you. How about this? I'll exchange your Chunjia village for brick houses." Upon hearing this, everyone in Chunjia village was stunned, some even finding it hard to believe their ears. Brick and tile houses for the entire village. Chun Dio couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? How will this be done?" Yang Lin smiled and said, "It's very simple, one for another. You are familiar with our Kaoshan New Village project. We have reserved a piece of vacant land next to that plot of land, and we will build a new residential area there as well. The houses are just like those in Kaoshan New Village, all spacious brick and tile houses. When the time comes, your entire Qinjia village can move in. One household for another, we won't shortchange you by a single penny. I assure you, the size of each new house will be no smaller than the old house you are living in now. With this exchange, you will not suffer any loss. I will be at ease, and everyone will be able to live a better life." Chun Dio was completely stunned after hearing this. He never dreamed that there would be such good terms. Exchanging his dilapidated mud house for a new one wasn't a loss. It was a huge profit. The villagers of Qinjia village were also stunned, their mouths agape. their faces filled with excitement and shock. They had long heard of the houses in Kaoshan New Village. They were clean, impressive, and the envy of everyone. But they also knew that such a house would cost at least 10 taels of silver, and they couldn't possibly afford it even if they worked themselves to the bone. They never dared to dream that they could live in such a house in their lifetime. Now that Yang Lin had said one thing and the whole village was going to move in, who wouldn't be tempted? Village chief, hurry up and agree. A villager couldn't help but shout. Yeah, we can live in brick houses now. What a great thing. The atmosphere was electric. The villagers were all on edge, and they were all watching Chundio closely, afraid that any further hesitation would lead to something bad. But Chundio was older and more cautious. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted, but he was still wary of Yang Lin's background. He asked cautiously, Mr. Yang, are you sure we don't need to pay for the new house? Yang Lin looked up and smiled. Of course. You've all heard of my reputation in Kaoshan Village. Since I promised, I will definitely do it. Upon hearing this, Chundio frowned slightly and was about to speak when Yang Lin interrupted. Village Chief Chun, you may not know this, but becoming a resident of Kaoshan Village has many benefits. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Shuang interrupted with a grin. We get discounts when we buy things in Kaoshan Village. Tofu costs 4 coins elsewhere, but only 2 coins in our village. Paper is 2 sheets for 1 coin, while others only buy 1 sheet. Upon hearing this, the villagers behind Qin Shuang straightened their backs, their faces filled with pride. It wasn't just about saving money. It was a symbol of status, a sense of superiority brought about by privilege. The villagers of Qinjia village were stunned, their hearts already beginning to waver. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Qin Shuang continued excitedly. The biggest difference is the wages. Working outside, you can earn at most 10 coins a day, but we villagers in Kaoshan village earn at least 11 coins. 1 more coin is a difference. In addition, there is a pork feast once a month, where the whole village can eat as much meat as they want. It's delicious. Qin Shuang's words were like a bombshell. The room fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by a collective gasp. To be honest, cheap goods were tolerable, but high wages were truly enviable. But this monthly pork feast was an enjoyment he had never even dared to dream of. After hearing this, Chundio couldn't hold back any longer. He understood that with these conditions, even if he knelt down and begged, no one would be willing to stay, let alone refuse. Since Mr. Yang has offered such good conditions, I'll go back to the village and discuss it with the elders. They shouldn't have any objections. Okay. Yang Lin nodded. You can discuss the details with our village chief Qin. From now on, Qinjia village and Kaoshan village will be one family. We are of the same blood and inseparable. After speaking, Yang Lin didn't linger. He had already seen Li Yuyao walking towards him. At that moment, he no longer cared about the cooperative village affairs. He simply told Zhong Tao to arrange the troops and quickly went to meet her. My lady, Yang Lin called out and rushed over. Li Yuyao stood among a group of women, dressed in a plain white silk dress, her figure elegant, with a faint smile on her face. Although her expression remained calm, her heart was in turmoil, her pulse quickening, and she wore an unnatural shyness. She maintained a cool demeanor in front of others, but her inner world was already churning. Yang Lin didn't care about anything else and ran over to hug her tightly. My wife, I missed you so much. Yang Lin's voice was full of emotion and tenderness. During this month of wandering, the only thing he couldn't let go of was his family and the woman. She was his deepest concern, his safe haven after the storm. Li Yuyao didn't push him away. Although her face flushed red, she silently leaned against him. She could feel the changes in Yang Lin. He was stronger, more stable, and more responsible. She wanted to say, I miss you too, but her pride prevented her from uttering the words. She simply whispered in his ear, let's go home, back to our new home. Chapter 202 tonight, I'll leave it to him. The new house was finally finished, which filled Yang Lin with joy. He stared wide-eyed at Li Yuyao and asked, It's already completed? Li Yuyao nodded, her face slightly flushed. We just moved in a few days ago. Yang Lin was even more excited upon hearing this. He had been looking forward to this new home that he had designed himself, and now he could finally see it with his own eyes. He quickly led the women across Kaoshan village and arrived at a large open space outside the village. In the distance, Yang Lin could see a magnificent house. It was tall and imposing, much like a castle. A wide canal surrounded it, like a moat, encircling the entire house. As they walked to the gate, the drawbridge slowly lowered, and the gate opened. Although he had designed it himself, Yang Lin was still stunned by the sight before him. The courtyard walls were thick and towering, with 2 arrow towers standing at the entrance and a tall watchtower in the middle. The entire structure exuded a sense of security and defense. This was no ordinary family home. It was more like a military fortress. And that was exactly the effect Yang Lin wanted, a sense of security, a complete sense of security. The house had 3 floors, with walls made of poured concrete. Its exterior was slightly dark, with minimal decoration, giving it a rather austere look. Although the exterior wasn't particularly refined, in this era, this style possessed a unique ruggedness and power, making it extremely intimidating. Xiaojiao, tugging at Yang Lin's arm, grinned and said, "Brother, don't just look at the outside. The inside is the real highlight. We put a lot of thought into decorating it." Upon entering, Yang Lin discovered that the main gate was made of a single piece of steel and had 2 heavy iron gates, making it virtually impregnable. Stepping inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge living room with a long mahogany table and a dozen chairs, but it appeared completely empty. Although the living room was large, the cement floor and unfinished walls made it look a bit cold and lacking in the warmth of home. But when Yang Lin stepped into the inner room, the bedroom's furnishings completely put him at ease, and a sense of warmth washed over him. Beneath his feet was a warm, smooth wooden floor. The ceiling was painted a grayish-white. Soft curtains hung over the large bed, and there were antique furniture and a few calligraphy and paintings. This finally felt like a place where one could rest peacefully. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his hard work and planning had not been in vain. Liao Hongying smiled and introduced, "This is my eldest sister's room. We prepared a total of 12 bedrooms, and everyone decorated them according to their own preferences." Sure enough, when we arrived at Liao Hongying's own room, the style had completely changed. There were no curtains or dressing table, but the atmosphere was imposing. 2 swords hung on her wall, and a weapon rack was on the floor. She exuded the aura of a female warrior, making it seem like a combination of a martial arts training ground and a bedroom. Yang Lin then visited the remaining rooms one by one. Each room was unique and had its own special features, demonstrating the care and attention they had put into them. They had even specially reserved one for Lu Qiaoyun and hadn't forgotten her second sister's room either. But strangely enough, she couldn't find a room that belonged to her. Just as he was wondering, his 4th sister suddenly spoke up jokingly, "Your sister's room is upstairs." Yang Lin was taken aback. "Then where will I sleep?" His 4th sister chuckled, "Shouldn't my husband spend every night with us sisters? Why would he need a separate room?" Yang Lin then realized that he was no longer the poor scholar living in the woodshed. He subconsciously looked at Li Yuyao, who was also blushing and secretly looking at him. Their eyes met, as if they understood each other perfectly. The other women couldn't help but laugh and teased. "Sister, aren't you going to take your husband to see your boudoir?" Li Yuyao glared at them, then said softly to Yang Lin, "Want to see?" Yang Lin smiled and nodded, "Of course." The 2 slowly went upstairs, and the others tactfully didn't follow, giving them space. As soon as the bedroom door opened, Yang Lin's eyes lit up. This room was more exquisite and sophisticated than any he had seen before. Behind the door was a sheer curtain, lending the entire room a soft and dreamlike feel. Stepping inside, one finds a thick carpet and exquisite mahogany furniture. The carved chaise lounge, high-backed bed, dressing table, and even the candlesticks and sheer curtains are all perfectly placed, creating an overall elegant yet tasteful ambience. The room was not only luxuriously furnished, but also exuded a subtle, gentle atmosphere. Just looking at it brought a sense of peace and tranquility. Yang Lin's heart warmed, and he gently embraced Li Yuyao's slender waist, his smile deepening. "My wife." He was about to kiss her when Li Yuyao pushed him away, which annoyed Yang Lin. Just as he was about to get angry, Li Yuyao glared at him angrily. "You're covered in dust. You want to kiss me without taking a shower first?" Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't refusing him. She was just waiting for him to finish washing. He immediately turned and walked towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower now." Li Yuyao pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Her face slightly flushed and whispered, "It's over there. Go quickly." Watching Yang Lin excitedly rush into the bathroom, Li Yuyao's fingers curled slightly, her heart pounding like a deer. She gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of shyness, silently thinking, "Tonight, it's all up to him." Chapter 203: Sincere and Unreserved Treatment. Yang Lin never expected that his new home's bathroom would be so elaborate. In addition to the wooden tub, there was even a shower made of iron pipe. Although the construction was rather crude, just a pipe and a wooden stopper. You could pull out the stopper and the water would gush out, and put it back in and the water would turn off. It was practically high-tech for this era. Even without a shower head or a water heater, the weather wasn't cold, so taking a cold shower was quite comfortable and pleasant. The only drawback was that the bathroom window was too small, and since it got dark quickly and there were no lights on inside, only a dim candlelight. Yang Lin barely finished washing up, and when he came out, he found a set of clean clothes already prepared and neatly placed beside him, which was both thoughtful and a pleasant surprise. After changing her clothes and stepping out of the bathroom, she saw that the bedroom curtains were already drawn, and 2 red candles flickered gently in the room, casting a warm shadow. Beside the bed, Li Yuyao sat, her hands clutching the hem of her dress, her face flushed. She tried to appear calm, but couldn't hide her shyness. Seeing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but swallow hard, and tentatively asked with a smile, "Wife, how about we?" Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuyao jumped up like a lit firecracker and said nervously, "I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me." She bit her lip, her eyes gleaming. This was something she had to face sooner or later. Rather than being passive, she might as well take the initiative. Knowing her personality, once she made a decision, she never dragged it out. Even if she was shy, she wouldn't run away. Now it was Yang Lin's turn to sit on the edge of the bed and wait. Leaning against the soft bed, inhaling the faint fragrance beside him, his mind was already far away. But just as he was lost in thought, preparing for a perfect night, a scream suddenly came from the bathroom. "Ah!" The voice was clearly Li Yuyao's. Yang Lin's expression changed instantly, and he rushed to the bathroom door. "What's wrong? What happened?" He knocked on the door hurriedly, his expression anxious. A flustered reply came from inside. "Nothing. I just twisted my ankle." Yang Lin wouldn't listen, and without thinking, said, "I'll come in and help you." "Don't come in." Li Yuyao cried out urgently, but before she could finish, the door was pushed open. A faint candlelight shone in, barely enough to make out the appearance of the bathroom. In the corner, Li Yuyao frantically covered herself with 2 thin garments. Her long, wet hair hung down her back, her face flushed, her eyes filled with both shame and anger. "Don't come any closer." Yang Lin stood at the door, stunned. Before he could speak, she grabbed the clothes in her hand and threw them at his face. In her panic, her eyes reddened, filled with grievance and shame, and tears streamed down her face, making Yang Lin's heart tighten instantly. He then realized his rashness and rushed in, pulling Li Yuyao into his arms, coaxing her softly. "Silly girl, I'm not a stranger to you. Don't cry. Does your foot still hurt?" Yang Lin gently patted her back, his movements careful and tender, his tone less agitated and more tender. Li Yuyao gasped, seemingly calming down a bit, but suddenly bit Yang Lin's arm hard. "Ouch!" Yang Lin gasped in pain, looking at his wife in his arms with disbelief. Li Yuyao raised her head, her eyes unusually serious, and said, word by word, "Promise me, you will never abandon me in this life." Yang Lin was both amused and exasperated. He reached out and gently pinched her nose. "How stupid would I have to be to abandon such a wonderful wife like you?" With that, he picked Li Yuyao up and strode towards the room. Li Yuyao immediately cried out in surprise and struggled to get down. "Stop fooling around. The whole house is full of our people. Who are the outsiders?" Yang Lin tried to persuade her seriously, but a smug smile crept onto his lips. Li Yuyao's face turned as red as a ripe apple, feeling extremely embarrassed. Being carried into the room was just too humiliating. "Don't be shy. Tonight, you just need to be my woman. Leave the rest to me," Yang Lin said domineeringly. Li Yuyao stopped struggling and closed her eyes, letting him gently place her on the bed. She knew that she couldn't avoid this test tonight. However, to her surprise, Yang Lin did not rush over immediately. Instead, he grabbed her ankle and asked cautiously, "Did you sprain this ankle? Let me rub it for you." His movements were gentle and meticulous, his warm palms carrying a calming power that slowed her heartbeat. "Could you blow out the lights first?" "Of course," Yang Lin replied, blowing out the 2 red candles in the room, plunging the entire room into gentle darkness. In the darkness, Yang Lin's hands continued to gently massage her ankles. He was neither impatient nor forceful, only offering silent care and tenderness. Li Yuyao felt the warmth of his palms and his unhurried movements, and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of peace and happiness. Chapter 204 Husband, I have a secret to tell you. Li Yuyao closed her eyes quietly, savoring that moment of tenderness, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Husband, actually, I have a secret to tell you. My real name is not Li Yao, but Li Yuyao." Now that she had decided to become Yang Lin's woman completely, it was time to let go of the things hidden in her heart. At the very least, she had to tell him her name. She even hesitated, wondering if she should reveal her true identity as well. Tell him that she was none other than the Empress. Yang Lin paused in his movements, then looked up and gazed deeply into her eyes. Li Yuyao, that's a beautiful name. It has more charm than the name Li Yao. He smiled gently, seemingly earnest. Just as Li Yuyao was about to speak again, Yang Lin raised his finger and gently touched her lips. Don't say anything, I understand. Yang Lin's eyes were gentle, as if he understood her predicament. A woman with a complicated background, far from home, using a false name, was understandable. He didn't find it strange. Understand. Hearing his response, the expectation on Li Yuyao's face slowly faded, and she finally sighed. Men, they only ever understand what they choose to understand. She lowered her head, pulled the blanket over herself, and wrapped herself tightly. A corner of her heart felt empty. Yang Lin was oblivious to Li Yuyao's disappointment. His hand continued to gently stroke her ankle, slowly sliding upwards. Li Yuyao's long hair was draped over the pillow, with a few stray strands falling beside her face. In the dim, soft light, she appeared more alluring and less aloof than usual. Yang Lin was moved and was about to lean in to kiss her when she suddenly spoke. Husband, have you thought about the future? Yang Lin was taken aback, his movements halting, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. You mean the future? He asked. Yes, Li Yuyao said softly. What do you plan to do in the future? What else could I do? Yang Lin smiled. Of course, I'll lead you all to a good life, peaceful and stable, with our family all together. You don't really think I'm going to rebel and become emperor, do you? He adopted a lazy demeanor, seemingly uninterested in the idea of becoming emperor. Li Yuyao's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she stared at him, asking, You really have never thought about becoming emperor? Emperor? What's so great about being emperor? Yang Lin shrugged, saying nonchalantly. But then he noticed that Li Yuyao's expression was a little off, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he teased, My wife, it's not that you want to be emperor, is it? Li Yuyao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively retorted, What if I really do? Oh my! Yang Lin's eyes widened, feigning surprise. Don't forget, this era isn't very friendly to women. He thought of that short-lived female emperor in history, who was overthrown by the court officials just 3 days after ascending the throne. And she was a true member of the royal family. You're not a princess. Becoming emperor is too difficult. But then he changed the subject and laughed. But if you really want to be emperor, then I'll help you. A hint of doubt appeared in Li Yuyao's eyes. You'll help me? What? You don't want to be emperor yourself, but you'd rather I be emperor? Yang Lin grinned mischievously and beckoned with his finger, as if he was about to tell her a huge secret. Li Yuyao sat up in confusion, clutching the blanket to cover her chest, and crept closer. Because that's what makes it fun. Yang Lin laughed like a mischievous child. There have been a lot of emperors in history, but have you ever heard of anyone marrying an emperor? He became more and more proud as he spoke. If you were the emperor, you would be the empress during the day and my obedient little wife at night. You would listen to my orders as soon as night falls. In the darkness, Yang Lin was filled with excitement. He completely failed to notice that Li Yuyao's expression had changed. Her face was pale, her lips trembled slightly, and her eyes held a complex mix of emotions, as if 1,000 words were hidden within them, yet she ultimately uttered not a single word. Chapter 205, I'll give you a vast empire. Li Yuyao's hands clenched into fists, her knuckles turning slightly white, her expression a complex mix of anger and frustration. She glared at Yang Lin, gritting her teeth as she uttered, You're utterly shameless. He said he'd help her ascend the throne, but after all that, his real purpose was to sleep with the empress? She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she finished reviewing memorials in court and then returned home to face this guy's flippant slap. What kind of decorum was that? Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed red, and she was so embarrassed and angry that she was about to explode. She found this man increasingly unfathomable. Sometimes he was calm and collected, with exceptional strategic acumen, but the next moment, he was like a smooth-talking lecher, carefree, lustful, and frivolous. This man dared to dream of helping her ascend the throne? What a pipe dream. Yang Lin looked completely bewildered, as if he'd been struck on the head with a blunt object. Hey, my wife, why are you suddenly angry? He asked Li Yuyao with a wronged expression. I was just joking. You're not the emperor. Besides, even if you were the emperor, I'd still be your man. Yang Lin stiffened his neck, looking as if to say, I did nothing wrong. A man. Li Yuyao sneered, her eyes sharp as knives. The man I like has ambition and aspirations, not someone like you whose mind is only on the bed. Her words were sharp and aggressive, but just as she stood tall and argued her case, the blanket slipped gently down, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and the air suddenly went silent. Yang Lin's eyes narrowed instantly. My wife, you're right. a man should have ambition. He swallowed, but his tone still carried a hint of stubbornness. But I'm also a human being. My wife is a beauty of unparalleled grace. Should I be blamed for wanting to be close to you? He spoke earnestly. Our old house was small. Where was the space? Now we have a new house, with a separate room. You just took a shower, and if I don't get attracted to you, am I even a man? He patted his chest at the end, looking like he was in the right. Li Yuyao looked at him, her eyes welling up with tears. She felt wronged, so wronged she wanted to cry. But what he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. Was she really being too harsh? She steeled herself, closed her eyes, and lay heavily on the bed. Then, she abruptly threw off the covers, gritting her teeth and growling. Come on. Didn't you want my body? Here you go. She clutched the sheet, like a lamb to the slaughter, yet also like a small flower stubbornly standing tall in the wind and rain. Tears silently streamed down her face, wetting her pillow. She never felt there was anything wrong with her proud personality. This was just who she was, always been this way. Even if she were to give herself to a man today, she would still choose to face it in her own way, openly and proudly. Yang Lin was stunned. Before him, Li Yuyao, though clearly wronged, refused to bow her head. Though injured, she refused to back down. Her pride was like a sword, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. Beautiful as she was, no one dared to defile her. Yang Lin's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly whispered, My wife, do you believe I can make this hypothetical situation come true? Li Yuyao frowned slightly, looking disbelieving. But Yang Lin's next words stunned her. I will put you on the throne. At that moment, Li Yuyao opened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief. She even thought she had misheard. What did you say? I said, I will put you on the throne, let you rule the world, and make you the true empress of the Great Qian Dynasty. In the darkness, Yang Lin's eyes shone with light, as if burning with some kind of flame. Li Yuyao was stunned for a moment. She seemed to see the shadow of her ambitious grandfather in Yang Lin. But then, she sneered. You? What makes you think you can have the throne? Do you think it's child's play? She closed her eyes and said nothing more. Yang Lin said softly, Whether you believe it or not, in just 1 year, I can send you to the palace and help you ascend the throne. You can take me as bragging, but time will prove everything. At most 1 year, I will give you a vast empire. Yang Lin's voice was powerful and resonant, as if piercing through the night and reaching straight to the heart. He had never been so resolute before. This was the first time he had truly made up his mind to do something significant. Li Yuyao's heart wavered slightly, but she still didn't understand. Didn't you say you didn't want to be emperor? Then why are you doing so much for me? Yang Lin slowly leaned down and whispered in her ear, Because I want to see you wearing a dragon robe, sitting on my bed, and being my woman. His tone was ambiguous yet playful, like a child showing off his precious treasure. Li Yuyao was taken aback, then couldn't help rolling her eyes. Fine. Since you have such lofty ambitions, you should at least have a plan, right? She looked at Yang Lin sarcastically. You don't really think you can get me to the throne and become emperor just by saying a few nice words, do you? Yang Lin chuckled, not answering, and directly pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? Li Yuyao was both embarrassed and angry. Just as she was about to struggle, she heard Yang Lin whisper in her ear. In the end, it's still about building high walls, storing up grain, and delaying the proclamation of kingship. Although we have some foundation now, it's far from enough. Compared to those warlords, we have fewer soldiers, weaker generals, and a thinner foundation. But don't forget, the hearts of the people are the most important. As long as we win the hearts of the people, the country will be ours sooner or later. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming firm. And to win the hearts of the people, all it takes is 6 words. Destroy the landlords, distribute the land. These 6 words struck Li Yuyao like a thunderbolt. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she froze. But she suddenly realized that her trembling wasn't due to the shock of those words. It was because this man's hand hadn't stopped. Her cheeks flushed red, a mixture of shame and anger welling up inside her. She had been moved for a moment by those words, but the next instant, she was furious with this lecherous man. Chapter 206 Today, I will impersonate the emperor. Yang Lin's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of some brilliant idea, and his tone was filled with excitement. I've got it. Li Yuyao was stunned. She was still immersed in a mix of shyness and embarrassment when he interrupted her with these words. She squinted at the man in front of her, thinking, is this bastard up to something again? But Yang Lin was surprisingly serious this time, and his words were quite earnest. My wife, I suddenly realized that it's not enough to just conquer the world. The hardest thing is how to gain the people's approval and acceptance of you sitting on the throne. If we send troops without a legitimate reason, even if we win, we won't be able to hold our ground. If we don't have a proper title, we will be criticized and condemned, and in the end, it will be the people who suffer. These words were spoken clearly and logically, which was quite unlike Yang Lin's usual carefree attitude. Li Yuyao couldn't help but become serious and asked curiously, "So what do you plan to do?" Yang Lin looked at her, suddenly smiled, and said in a relaxed tone that sent a chill down her spine, "Do you remember the empress who was said to have been killed by the Prince of Yin in a rebellion? I plan to have you impersonate her." Li Yuyao's breath hitched, and her eyes changed. He knew? He actually guessed her true identity? She subconsciously held her breath, and her heart beat faster. But Yang Lin, looking clever, continued to say to himself, "Look, everyone says she's dead, but how many people actually saw her? Let's just say you're her, that you escaped death and went into hiding in Kaoshan village. And I, Yang Lin, am a loyal subject of the Great Qian Dynasty, dedicated to protecting you and restoring the dynasty's legitimacy. I have sworn to raise an army to defend the emperor, to overthrow the Prince of Yin, and to help you reclaim your throne." He clapped his hands, a smug smile on his face. Perfect. Absolutely flawless. Li Yuyao was completely stunned. She had never imagined that one day someone would suggest she pretend to be her. But this man's suggestion actually made a lot of sense. She couldn't help but chuckle, smiling slightly. Not bad. Quite a brilliant idea. This time, she was genuinely amused. The heaviness and emotions that had been weighing on her heart suddenly felt much lighter. This man, though sometimes frivolous with his words, is truly brilliant. Then it's settled. Yang Lin grasped Li Yuyao's hand, his eyes filled with seriousness. "My wife, don't worry. I'll give you a prosperous and powerful Qianlong dynasty, let you sit on that throne, and become the empress of the entire world. Although you won't be the first empress, we can be the most successful one." He spoke with an expectant look on his face, emphasizing earnestly, "You must let the world know that women are no less capable than men." At that moment, Li Yuyao was deeply shaken by the determination in his eyes. He wasn't joking, he was serious. Her heart trembled. In that instant, she suddenly felt that perhaps she could trust him this once. "Okay." Li Yuyao gripped his hand tightly, her eyes bright. "I'll go crazy with you this once. From now on, I'll pretend to be the empress." As soon as she finished speaking, a sly smile appeared on her lips, her gaze cool and teasing. "But, in the end, weren't you after all plotting to get the emperor? You made me pretend to be the empress so you could fulfill your dream, to sleep with the emperor, right?" Yang Lin was caught off guard and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. It's not all about that. But Li Yuyao's next move completely stunned him. She gently closed her eyes, slightly opened her arms, and said in a soft, orchid-like voice, "I'll satisfy you. Tonight, I'll be the emperor for once. I'll let you sleep with me." Chapter 207. The Arrogant Queen Falls to Earth. Even though Yang Lin had witnessed Li Yuyao's cold beauty countless times, he still felt that the scene before him was simply unbearable. The woman bit her lip lightly, her body trembling slightly, as if she was trying her best to suppress her shame, yet also carrying an indescribable stubbornness. And her words, "I'll let you sleep with me." Good heavens! How could a woman say that? It practically took half his life. He swallowed hard, feeling his blood surging, his heart burning with passion. The woman before him, with her domineering aura, her aloof and noble demeanor, and those captivating peach blossom eyes, she didn't seem to be playing an empress at all. She was an empress. Yang Lin murmured, "Your Majesty, I'm here." With a wicked grin, he pounced on her, teasing her as he spoke. "Tonight, I'll serve you." Li Yuyao glared at him fiercely, but did not resist. Instead, she leaned gently against him, her half-hearted resistance making Yang Lin's eyes widen. She leaned against the bed, her head slightly raised. Her large eyes, like lake water under the moonlight, shimmered with a soft glow, hiding shyness and a hint of anticipation. Her long, slender fingers, soft and boneless, rested on the pillow like porcelain carvings. Her long, crossed legs were faintly visible beneath her gauze dress, as if a beauty from a painting had stepped out of the paper and fallen into his arms. "My lady, it's getting late. Let's rest." She responded softly, slowly closing her eyes. That night, insects chirped and the wind rustled outside the window, while candlelight shone gently inside. The bed creaked softly, and a warm fragrance filled his arms. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes. He saw that Li Yuyao had already gotten up, wearing a light gauze dress, standing by the window, gazing into the distance. The morning light bathed her, making her fair skin appear and disappear. Her shapely figure was like a dream. She didn't turn around, but simply said softly, "You're awake." Her tone remained as aloof as ever. Even after last night's passionate encounter, her pride and composure hadn't diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, they seemed even more serene. Yang Lin sat up, glancing at her barely visible figure. He smiled, about to tease her, when he saw Li Yuyao turn around, her expression now solemn. Let's put last night aside and get down to business. She leaned down, her sharp eyes fixed on Yang Lin, her tone extremely serious. You brought back those 30,000 men. What are your plans for them? Yang Lin was taken aback, but then smiled calmly. Oh, you mean that matter? Simple. I'll go out for a bit, and it'll all be settled in an hour at most. Li Yuyao's brows immediately furrowed. Yang Lin, don't talk such big talk. That's 30,000 people, not 30 villagers. Do you know that when the imperial court mobilizes troops, it takes layers of reports and 3 days of travel? And you solved it in an hour. Have you considered any of the following? Provisions, garrison, training, generals, appeasement, and prevention of mutiny. I'm not doubting you, but you must understand that this is not child's play. The more people there are, the bigger the trouble will be. She spoke these words with absolute certainty, even with a hint of reproach. But Yang Lin was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled. My wife, your worries are not without reason, he thought to himself. However, I have already considered these things you are afraid of. He threw off the covers, got up and dressed, turning back as he walked away, saying, I know you don't believe me, but rest assured, I, Yang Lin, always only care about the results. In 1 hour, I not only need to settle 30,000 people, but also make them willingly submit to my orders. Wait until I get back, then see how you praise me. With that, he dressed neatly and rushed out the door. Li Yuyao watched his departing figure, her expression complex. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe Yang Lin, but she had heard far too many of these boastful claims. Last night he said he'd help her ascend the throne and become empress, which she took as just a romantic remark. But those 30,000 men were real. In a world where the victor is king and the loser is villain, morale, the people's hearts, provisions, and discipline are all indispensable. Even an emperor leading the army wouldn't dare claim he could subdue 30,000 men in an hour. She sighed. You men, you're such a braggart. Chapter 208 Addicted to pretending, right? Let alone Yang Lin. Even if the military genius of the Great Qian Dynasty were here, he probably wouldn't dare to confidently say he could manage 30,000 people in a short time. Li Yuyao stood by the window, all the excitement and fantasies she had felt last night completely dissipated. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, somewhat regretting that she had actually believed Yang Lin's nonsense. The idea of sending her to the throne and ruling the world made her feel a little ashamed, yet she had actually fantasized about that scene. Looking back now, Yang Lin was only good at managing this small village of Kaoshan. Just as she was about to despair, Yang Lin said something slowly that made her eyes light up slightly. 30,000 men are too many, and half of them are old and weak. They're useless in a real war. Li Yuyao paused, her tone softening slightly. So, what do you plan to do? Of course, I'll downsize the army and keep only the elite. Yang Lin's tone was calm, yet quite composed. Li Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this guy wasn't entirely clueless and knew what was important. Not bad at all. How much are you planning to cut? She had thought Yang Lin would say keeping 10,000 or 15,000 would be reasonable. But Yang Lin blurted out, only 1,000. What did you say? Li Yuyao instantly exploded, staring at Yang Lin in shock. 30,000 men, 29,000 laid off. That's hardly elite troops. It's practically wiped out. She even wondered if this guy had lost his mind. What about the remaining tens of thousands? Just as she was filled with disbelief, Yang Lin pulled her to sit down on the bedside. Slap. Li Yuyao reacted quickly, slapping his hand away and glaring angrily. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Yang Lin rubbed his arm, muttering innocently. You're not the real emperor, yet you're acting so convincingly. But seeing her serious expression, he knew he should stop joking, his face turning serious as he spoke. 1,000, that's actually quite a lot. Wife, have you thought about what we need so many soldiers for? If we only need to defend Kaoshan village, 500 is enough. Keeping an extra 500 is for emergency defense of Jianghe County. As for future rebellion and conquering the world, that's a goal for the coming year. But we have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Right now, the territory of Kaoshan village can only support a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. Any more would be a burden. These words were spoken clearly and logically, showing a real air of a great general. After listening, Li Yuyao nodded, her initial disappointment slowly turning into relief. This guy might be a bit of a chatterbox, but he wasn't confused in a crucial moment. But she pressed on. What do you plan to do with the rest of them? You can't send them all back, can you? Yang Lin's lips curled into a smile, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Of course they'll be useful. Used for construction. Li Yuyao's lips twitched, thinking that this was just another boast. Kaoshan village only had a few hundred households. They couldn't possibly build a construction project involving tens of thousands of people, could they? But before she could ask, Yang Lin laid out the entire plan. Select those who are physically strong, mentally sharp, and have special skills to be assigned to the security team, with a daily wage of 10 coins. The rest will be discharged from the army and assigned to the construction team, with a daily wage of 5 coins. Hearing this, Li Yuyao frowned again. You want them all to build houses? 30,000 people to work on construction sites. Are you kidding me? Yang Lin smiled mysteriously, his eyes narrowed. Hey, wife, don't be in such a hurry. This construction team has a big plan. Chapter 209 30,000 houses. Massive infrastructure development. Yang Lin said with a serious face. I'm planning to develop and build houses. Li Yuyao almost burst out laughing after hearing this, thinking that he was talking nonsense again. Even if you really build houses, you won't need that many people, right? I want to build 30,000 houses. Yang Lin held up 3 fingers, his expression serious, but his tone was very relaxed. 30,000 houses. Li Yuyao's eyes immediately sharpened, her brows furrowing so deeply they could trap a mosquito. You mean, you're going to build a house for each of those 30,000 people? Yang Lin shrugged nonchalantly. They've come all this way to be with me. What's wrong with me building houses for them? You're not planning to build brick houses, are you? Li Yuyao asked sarcastically. Of course, Yang Lin replied earnestly. From now on, Kaoshan village will no longer build mud and straw houses. We'll start with brick and tile houses, and we'll have a unified standard. Li Yuyao laughed in exasperation and couldn't help but snort. Are you sure Kaoshan village can fit 30,000 houses? Do you know what 30,000 means? You must be crazy. So the first step is demolition. Yang Lin said casually, picking up a brush and starting to draw on a piece of paper. The paper had a rough map of Kaoshan village and several nearby villages. Li Yuyao curiously leaned over to take a look, feeling even more uncertain. Yang Lin pointed around and said, tear these down, and these few down too. The workshops are located in Qinjia village, and the residential areas are in Zhaojia village, Zhouzhuang, Shaowang village, and Dawang village. At this stage, there is more than enough space for 30,000 households. As development progresses, we will have to continue demolishing. Li Yuyao's lips twitched. This guy wasn't just building houses, he was building a new city. 30,000 households in Kaoshan village in the future? It sounded outrageous. Even Zhanghe County might not have that many households. He was planning to surpass the county. I've named this project Kaoshan New Village Phase 2, and I've already started drawing up the plans. As Yang Lin spoke, he gestured. The road design will be standardized, with the main roads 10 zhong wide. What? 10 zhong? Li Yuyao's eyes widened, and she almost jumped up. Do you know how wide 10 zhong is? That's not a road, it's a square. The roads in the village are only a little over 1 zhong, and even the main roads in the capital are only 3 or 4 zhong wide. This is too outrageous. Yang Lin calmly finished drawing the circle and added, the main road is 10 zhong, approximately 33 meters wide, and the secondary roads are 5 zhong, approximately 33 meters wide, with two-way traffic and flowers planted in the middle for landscaping. The green belt will have flower beds in the middle and trees on both sides. It will be much more comfortable for children to walk to school and for people to walk to the market. Hearing this, Li Yuyao was speechless. This wasn't planning a village. It was building a capital city according to the standards of Beijing. But what happened next was even more devastating. These roads all need to be paved with cement concrete, and steel bars need to be buried underneath. Only roads like this will be sturdy and last for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Li Yuyao completely lost her temper. Are you crazy? You're using cement to build roads. Do you know how expensive this is? Even the imperial court wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Yang Lin, however, remained unfazed and continued speaking enthusiastically. Don't be fooled by the large investment now. It will drive industry. Just building roads and houses will require so many bricks, steel, stones, and cement. We also need to build kilns, mine coal, quarry, and handle transportation. Everything requires manpower. 29,000 people, just right. In Yang Lin's eyes, this was the beginning of an economic cycle, and in the future, Kaoshan village would become an industrial hub. But when he looked up, he saw Li Yuyao staring coldly at him, her eyes filled with disappointment. Yang Lin, you've disappointed me so much. Li Yuyao took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Can't you be a little more serious? Stop thinking about those unrealistic fantasies of extravagance and waste. I know you want to prove you can succeed, but your current approach is no different from that of a nouveau riche. Have you even considered the point of building this road? Chapter 210 Real Estate is still profitable. Hearing that Yang Lin wanted to pave the road to the county town with cement, Gao Dazhuang became anxious and hurriedly asked tentatively, "This doesn't need to be paved with cement, does it?" After all, it was still more than 30 miles to Jianghe County. How much would it cost to pave it with cement? He didn't dare to think about it. Seeing Gao Dazhuang's nervous expression, Yang Lin smiled, knowing that the uncle had a lot of concerns. "Uncle Dazhuang, don't worry. This road will definitely be paved with cement in the future, but not now. Right now, the focus is on the village's development. So for now, this road will be widened and compacted, and cement will be applied when we have time." Gao Dazhuang breathed a sigh of relief, but was more shocked. His employer was serious. He really planned to pave cement roads. "Employer, cement is very precious. Paving roads is too extravagant." He couldn't help but remind him again. Yang Lin didn't explain further. In this era, no one could understand the concept of roads connecting every village. But he knew very well that in his previous life in China, the total length of highways alone exceeded 10 million miles. In comparison, the project in Kaoshan village is nothing compared to theirs, which is just a small village project. The road outside the village will also be 10 zhang wide, with 8 lanes in both directions, enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages to run side by side on each side. Upon hearing this, Gao Dazhuang was completely stunned. Not stunned by fear, but stunned by the shock. But before he could recover, he suddenly remembered an even more serious problem: money. "Master, this must cost a lot of money, right? Let's not talk about anything else, just the houses we're building now. We've calculated it. A house for a family of 5 will cost at least 7 taels of silver. 30,000 houses, how much silver will that cost?" At this point, he started counting on his fingers, trying hard to do the arithmetic. But after struggling for a while, he still couldn't come up with a result. It wasn't that he wasn't serious. He genuinely didn't know how to multiply. "Stop calculating," Yang Lin said calmly. 30,000 seats, 7 taels each. That's a total of 201,000 taels of silver. Hearing this number, Gao Dazhuang's mouth almost dropped open. 201,000 taels. He was a little stunned. That's 201,000 taels. Having lived for so many years, he had only ever seen a few hundred taels of silver. How could he imagine hundreds of thousands suddenly? He realized this wasn't just building a house. It was building a new city. "Master, can we really afford it?" Gao Dazhuang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Yang Lin nodded, smiling easily. "Don't worry, I've already calculated it." In his mind, he had already gone through all the math. 7 taels per house was indeed correct, but don't forget, all the bricks, wood, earth, stone, and even the steel and cement were produced in his own workshop. The only real expense was labor. He was currently paying the construction team 5 copper coins a day, which amounted to 150 copper coins a month. After half a year, that's only 900 cash, plus miscellaneous expenses and benefits. It's just 1 tael of silver. 30,000 people, 1 tael each. That's 30,000 taels. He still has over 200,000 taels of silver, so a mere 30,000 taels is nothing. But Yang Lin won't reveal all this. Sometimes, leaders need to maintain a certain mystery. On the other side, Gao Dazhuang was still moved. All he could think about was, the boss really gave everything for Kaoshan village. 200,000 taels of silver was spent so easily. Where else could you find such a good person? The two chatted and discussed the house specifications, street width, vegetable garden location, and yard size. They drew one blueprint after another, completing 6 in total, working late into the night, before the final overall plan for the second phase of Kaoshan New Village was finally finalized. After seeing Gao Dazhuang off, Yang Lin didn't rest. He knew that this second phase of the project was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire plan. He hadn't mentioned it today for fear of scaring Gao Dazhuang. What he really wanted to do was a comprehensive upgrade of the entire Hujiang town. Several villages in the east were designated as new residential areas, forming the second phase of Kaoshan New Village. The 4 villages to the west will be relocated and transformed into a workshop area to focus on manufacturing. The villages to the north, including the mining area, smelting area, brick kiln, and cement plant, will all be centrally developed and subject to unified pollution management. Other areas will be further divided into forestry, agriculture, animal husbandry, and water resource areas. A modern, small-scale industrial cluster is slowly taking shape. This isn't just a Kaoshan village renovation. It's a true Kaoshan new district. But Yang Lin understands this isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. One must take things one step at a time. Just then, he was planning to visit the design workshop the next day to see if there were any new technologies, when suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door. It was Z who arrived. Miss says it's late and requests that you return to your room to rest, young master. Z's voice was cold, but her face was slightly flushed. Yang Lin casually responded and was about to go upstairs when he heard Z whisper a reminder. Young master, it's this way. She gently pointed to her room. Yang Lin was stunned, staring blankly at the cold, aloof girl's face, a hint of shyness she couldn't hide. He suddenly remembered what Li Yuyao had said that morning. Tonight, Z would come to serve him. Chapter 211 Changes in the Smelting Workshop. Young master, please wash your feet. The woman in purple brought over a basin of warm water, knelt before the couch, and bent down to remove Yang Lin's shoes and socks. Hey, I can do it myself. Yang Lin quickly stopped her, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He had never treated the women in purple and green as servants before, and now being waited on made him feel uneasy. The woman in purple didn't insist. After removing his shoes and socks, she silently sat beside him, her face cold, saying nothing. The atmosphere became unusually quiet. Yang Lin, soaking his feet, hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Young master, are you saying you don't want to share a room with me yet? Z suddenly spoke calmly, her voice still composed. I won't force you. Young master, please go find another lady after you've washed your feet. After saying that, she got up and went to wash up on her own. Yang Lin sat there, sinking into deeper embarrassment. Z had indeed hit the nail on the head. He truly wasn't ready. Although Z was stunningly beautiful, with a cool and aloof demeanor, the kind of woman every man dreamed of, love wasn't a task, something that could be done on a whim. Even a system task couldn't treat someone as a mere tool to complete. I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet. If my wife asks, just say we're done. Yang Lin said softly, put on his shoes, and hurriedly left. The door closed, leaving only Z in the room. Her once icy face now showed a look of blankness and confusion, her eyes already reddening. Idiot, she muttered, tears welling in her eyes. Her small fists clenched so tightly they cracked. After escaping from Z's room, Yang Lin breathed a long sigh of relief. He glanced up at the upstairs, but then stopped. He couldn't go back there. After thinking for a moment, he turned his gaze and crept into Xiao Jiu's room. The little girl was fast asleep, sprawled out on the bed like a little fish. Yang Lin quietly approached and looked at her pure, sleeping face. He quickly shook his head, not daring to look any longer, and laid down to spend the night. He couldn't touch Z, and he definitely couldn't touch Xiao Jiu. The next morning, the three sat at the table, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Z was expressionless. Xiao Jiu secretly glanced at Yang Lin before quickly lowering her head, while Yang Lin, like a guilty student, silently ate his rice. After the meal, Yang Lin used the excuse of going out to inspect the area to immediately escape the battlefield and head straight for the smelting workshop. The projects were piling up, and the iron and steel smelting needed to be accelerated. But just as he stepped out of the village, a servant came to report. Master, County Magistrate Zhao Kong has arrived. Zhao Kong. Yang Lin was taken aback. This was currently the highest-ranking official in Jianghe County. It was quite unusual for him to arrive so suddenly. But the other party was, after all, a local official, and could not be neglected. He immediately ordered, please invite Lord Zhao over. A short while later, Zhao Kong arrived quickly, without even a secretary by his side. My lord, Zhao Kong greeted him from afar, bowing with a gentle smile. The address, my lord, alone indicated that the visitor was not friendly, but his words were not harsh, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Lord Zhao, you've come from afar. What brings you here? Yang Lin cut to the chase. Zhao Kong smiled and shook his head. I do have some difficult questions I'd like to ask your excellency. However, before that, I've always been curious about your village. Would it be possible to take a look around? Of course, Yang Lin smiled. I'm just about to go to the smelting workshop. Would Lord Zhao like to accompany me? It would be my honor. The two walked and talked, and soon arrived at the old smelting workshop. But as soon as Yang Lin stepped into the courtyard, he was stunned. The courtyard was full of strangers, and he didn't see Zhao Shunzi. Where is Zhao Shunzi? He asked casually. A craftsman in his 30s immediately came forward and excitedly shouted, Master, Manager Zhao has gone to the new workshop. We're just doing some small experiments here now. A new workshop? Yang Lin was surprised. He had indeed mentioned last month that he wanted to build a new smelting base in the workshop area, but he didn't expect it to be moved there so quickly. It's in the workshop area. If you don't know the way, I can lead you there. Yang Lin smiled and waved his hand. No need. How could I get lost in such a small place? Turning to Zhao Kong, he explained, Lord Zhao, you flatter me. I haven't been home for a month, and my house has changed so much. Zhao Kong stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the strange furnace in the courtyard, his eyes gleaming. He then noticed the gleaming silver ironware on the ground. Wasn't this the material for the precious swords that Yang's trading company sold for 10 taels of silver each? What are these? Steel, a metal even stronger than iron, Yang Lin casually explained. This wasn't a secret. He planned to openly sell steel tools in the future. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. With that, he and Zhao Kong left, heading towards the new workshop. As soon as they approached the workshop area, Zhao Kong saw billowing smoke in the distance, half the hillside shrouded in gray-white haze. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had heard that Yang Lin was involved in construction projects and recruiting workers, he never imagined the scale would be this large. Chapter 2:12 The genius has struck again. The moment they stepped into the workshop area, not only Zhao Kong, but even Yang Lin was stunned. He knew that this area originally only had about a dozen buildings, such as cement kilns, brick kilns, tofu workshops, paper mills, and a few warehouses. Overall, it was quite spacious and clean. But now, looking around, where is the word spacious? A dense array of buildings have sprung up from the ground, including those already built, under construction, and those with materials piled up ready to be built. There are at least 100 of them in total. Moreover, each one is quite large, neatly arranged in a row, with each chimney taller than the last, and white and black smoke billowing and swirling, making it look just like a small industrial city. I've only been gone for a month, haven't I? Yang Lin blinked, looking shocked. Without a second thought, he quickly realized it was his wife who did it. If we just follow the established path, how could we have made such a big splash all at once? No wonder the people from Qinjia village rushed over so urgently. The expansion of this workshop area is almost pushing Qinjia village into a corner. As Yang Lin ventured deeper into the workshop area, he began to regret not having someone lead the way. They can hardly find their own business anymore. Fortunately, quite a few people here recognized Yang Lin, and as soon as the news spread, the managers of various workshops rushed to greet him. A short while later, Zhao Shunzi finally appeared, so excited that he seemed to see his own father, and grabbed Yang Lin's hand and wouldn't let go. Master, you're finally back. Quickly, let me show you the new smelting workshop. Without waiting for a reply, they dragged Yang Lin along. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Lin was once again stunned and his mouth dropped open. On the open space, more than a dozen blast furnaces are neatly arranged, each one tall and majestic. The one in the middle is more than 20 meters high. Together with several small auxiliary buildings, they form the most eye-catching industrial landmark in the entire workshop area. Just as Zhao Shunzi was about to make an introduction, he noticed Zhao Kong standing next to him and then glanced at Yang Lin. The workshop area now has confidentiality regulations, and visitors cannot disclose core information casually. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Uncle Shunzi, please speak freely. Yes. Zhao Shunzi immediately got to work. Currently, the new workshop has 8 iron smelting furnaces and 3 steelmaking furnaces, with 3 more under construction. Our largest furnace can now produce 5,000 caddies of steel every day. And that one, which is still under construction, will have a daily production capacity of over 10,000 jin if all goes well. As they walked and talked, Zhao Shunzi showed steel samples and explained the production process. Currently, all furnaces produce a total of 28,000 caddies of iron and 13,000 caddies of steel per day. Even Zhao Shunzi himself was startled by the number. As the old manager of the smelting workshop, he watched the rapid development over the past month and personally promoted all of this, but he still felt like he was dreaming. Yang Lin appeared calm, but there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes. These achievements, which seem earth-shattering to others, are far from enough in Yang Lin's eyes. After all, in his memories from his previous life, even a small, ordinary steel mill could easily produce over 100,000 tons of steel annually. This place, however, only produced around 20 tons per day, with an annual output of at most 10,000 tons. The technological gap was enormous. Your vision determines your level of achievement, and your level of achievement determines your success. Therefore, he knew that the progress of the smelting workshop was just the beginning. At this point, Zhao Shunzi continued. During this period, in addition to steelmaking, our new workshop has also produced quite a few finished products. For example, we've also produced over 500 fine steel swords, 500 sets of crossbow parts, 1,000 steel spears, and the steel wire you mentioned earlier, weighing over 5,000 jin. What? Steel wire? Yang Lin's eyes lit up, and he almost jumped up in excitement. Quick, take me to see this. A moment later, the group arrived at the warehouse. As soon as they entered, Yang Lin's eyes lit up when he saw the rolls of gleaming, thin steel wire, as fine as chopsticks. Yes, that's it. He was as excited as if he had found a treasure. Although small, steel wire plays a vital role. It can be used to make rivets and screws, and can also be woven into steel mesh and mixed into cement to significantly increase the strength of concrete. In Yang Lin's mind, the value of this thing is no less than that of papermaking. Zhao Kong, standing to the side, was also completely stunned. Such fine steel is something traditional blacksmith shops simply cannot produce, and the sheer quantity is enough to leave the entire county government office speechless. Looking at the other ironware in the warehouse, the styles were all strange, and the luster was dazzling. None of them were the type he recognized. He couldn't understand what they were used for at all. Who came up with this? They deserve a bonus. Yang Lin declared on the spot. Zhao Shunzi laughed heartily. It was my little nephew Zhao Tian who did it. The bonus has already been given. Madam even set up a reward and punishment system, and now everyone is highly motivated. Zhao Tian. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin immediately recalled that unkempt, messy-haired boy. Last time they made a grenade casing, and this time they made steel wire. What a technical genius. Just as Yang Lin was pondering whether he should give Zhao Tian some extra tutoring and help him study some steel deep processing projects, Zhao Shunzi chuckled. Boss, Xiao Tian has been tinkering with more than just steel wire lately. Chapter 213, give me a tenfold boost. Oh, there's something new? Hearing Zhao Shunzi's mysterious words, Yang Lin immediately became interested. Zhao Shunzi waved his hand, and someone went to the warehouse to bring over a large basket of things. Before long, a basket of shiny, strange things was placed in front of Yang Lin. Yang Lin looked down and almost jumped up. Pulleys, gears, steel balls, and several shiny but slightly black metal blocks were all neatly piled together. Was all of this done by Zhao Tian? Yang Lin found it hard to believe. Yes. Zhao Shunzi smiled like a proud father showing off his child. After that kid joined the Design Institute, he's been tinkering with these things every day, saying it's related to smelting. He's produced this pile of scrap metal. Boss, do you think it's any good? It works? Yang Lin almost burst out laughing. Uncle Shunzi, you probably have no idea how much this thing can fetch. He grabbed two small gears. Their structure was intricate and they're meshing tight, and then looked at the pile of steel balls, which were almost identical in size and frighteningly smooth. Ball bearings. He instantly understood Zhao Tian's intention. If gears and pulleys are the foundation of mechanization, then ball bearings are the magic weapon for improving mechanical efficiency. They can greatly reduce friction, extend lifespan, and increase efficiency. This one technology alone can upgrade all the machines in Kaoshan village by one level. This steel ball is absolutely amazing, Yang Lin exclaimed excitedly. As for the few slightly blackened metal pieces, Yang Lin picked one up, squinted his eyes, and asked, "Is this titanium?" "Boss, you remember so clearly." Zhao Shunzi nodded. "It's made from those black stones. You said it was called titanium back then, so we figured out how to refine it, and Xiao Tian actually managed to make it." Yang Lin. "Titanium? You kid can even make titanium? This thing isn't something you can just casually refine." He had only mentioned it a few times before, and Zhao Tian actually managed to refine a prototype. Although the titanium in front of us still has impurities and the color is not so pure, it is already a huge breakthrough. Steel wire, gears, balls, titanium. If Zhao Tian were in modern times, he'd probably be a chief researcher at a research institute. Your nephew is a genius. Yang Lin gave him a thumbs up. He deserves a big reward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shunzi quickly shook his head. Master, no way. Madam has already established the rules, and now that there's a reward and punishment system, we have to follow the rules. You may not know this, but Xiao Tian has already earned over 100 taels of silver in bonuses this month. When Zhao Shunzi said this, his face was full of pride, as if his own child had passed the imperial examination with top honors. Zhao Kong, who was standing to the side, turned green with rage. More than 100 taels of silver. Are you kidding me? A mere craftsman, tinkering with iron gadgets, earns this much in a month? Zhao Kong, a dignified county magistrate, was neither greedy nor corrupt, and his annual salary was only a little over 100 taels of silver. That's not enough. Yang Lin scoffed, dissatisfied. With the results he had produced, he deserved at least 100 taels, or even 1,000 taels. Hey, boss, I really can't give any more. Xiao Tian's practically walking on air now. Zhao Shunzi quickly advised, afraid that this big spender would give out several hundred more taels. directly exceeding the smelting workshop's budget. Fearing that Yang Lin would again bring up the prize money, Zhao Shunzi quickly changed the subject. Master, Zhong Tao sent over 1,000 new craftsmen yesterday, and I'm having trouble figuring out how to arrange them. There are just too many people. Simply, expand production capacity, Yang Lin said calmly. Huh. Zhao Shunzi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Expanding further? Boss, right now we're making 28,000 tons of iron and 13,000 tons of steel a day. Isn't that already outrageous enough? That's far from enough. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes. He wasn't joking. The second phase of Kaoshan New Village alone, with its 30,000 houses, requires an astronomical amount of steel bars, cement, and iron components, which this production capacity simply cannot meet. Production capacity will increase tenfold. Yang Lin made the final decision. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Shunzi and Zhao Kong were stunned. 10 times. That's 400,000 jin of steel produced per day. Zhao Shunzi's lips trembled as he was about to say that this was a bit of an exaggeration when Yang Lin laid out the construction plan. We need to build 30,000 housing units, pave 30 miles of cement roads, and even reinforce the cement with steel wire and iron mesh. If we don't expand, it really won't be enough. So it's settled then. Yang Lin gave the final approval. Zhao Kang's legs were weak at this moment. He really didn't expect that Kaoshan Village would actually do it for real and dare to carry out industrialization on this scale. Even after leaving the smelter, he was still in a state of near collapse. As soon as they reached the village entrance, Yang Lin casually asked, Lord Zhao, can you tell me what brings you here now? Suppressing his shock, Zhao Kangxiang took a deep breath, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and then lowered his voice. My lord, let's not beat around the bush. Are you planning to rebel? As soon as the sound landed, the surroundings fell silent. Zhao Kong stared at Yang Lin cautiously, afraid that he would be pinned to the ground at any moment. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, and instead of answering, asked, If I really rebel, what does Lord Zhao plan to do? Go back and lead troops to quell the rebellion. Chapter 214 Domestic Affairs Talents. Submit. Yang Lin's words immediately made Zhao Kong break out in a cold sweat. Zhao Kong hurriedly waved his hand. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Your Excellency, please don't misunderstand. I had no such intention. 2 days ago, Yang Lin led 30,000 troops through Jianghe County, causing astonishment throughout the county. Zhao Kong realized then that he had to do something. If you do nothing, the final result will probably be terrible. Zhao Kong hurriedly said, My lord, to be honest, after Wu Yang's death, the higher authorities would have definitely come to thoroughly investigate this matter and would have also sent a new magistrate. However, due to the sudden death of Prefect Zheng Rong and the rebellion in the south, the higher authorities have not been able to attend to this matter for the time being. But you can hide for a while, but not forever. It won't be long before the higher-ups make their move. Your Excellency, the commotion you've caused is far too great. What if a new magistrate is sent? What if they order your arrest again? Therefore, after much deliberation, I have decided to come to Your Excellency and tell you the truth. If Your Excellency is determined to establish yourself independently, then I will certainly follow Your Excellency's lead. If Your Excellency has no such intention, I dare not get involved in this mess. I only wish to resign as soon as possible and go home to stay away from this place of trouble. After saying this, Zhao Kong respectfully bowed and clasped his hands in greeting to Yang Lin. Yang Lin's eyes lit up. Zhao Kong is truly a clever man. To put it bluntly, he came here to check the political climate. He knew very well that the whole world was going through a turbulent time, and he, as a county magistrate, was like a rootless duckweed. It would be fine if he were an official in other places, but this is Jianghe County. Yang Lin's current power is not that great, but the entire Jianghe County is already in his hands. If a rebellion were to break out in the future, Jianghe County would naturally be the first to be affected. Therefore, he had to state his position in advance. Otherwise, if he continues to play dumb, he might one day be killed without even realizing it when Yang Lin leads his men to storm the county government office. At that time, others were busy rebelling, so how could one possibly explain or submit? Therefore, rather than waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative to submit. If Yang Lin Ruo is determined to rebel, then his only option is to submit. If Yang Lin really doesn't want to do anything, then he must stay away from this place of trouble. Otherwise, whether the court sends him to arrest Yang Lin or to quell the rebellion, it will be sending him to his death. Offending the imperial court will lead to your death, and offending Yang Lin will also lead to your death. Therefore, he was left with only 2 options, either leave or submit. Lord Zhao, please rest assured. If you work for me, I, Yang Lin, will naturally ensure your safety. Now that Zhenghe County is under your jurisdiction, it is not impossible that the entire Pingyuan Prefecture and even the entire Jiangzhou will fall under your rule in the future. Yang Lin came up and immediately started by making empty promises. Zhao Kang's sincere surrender was also a good thing for Yang Lin, who was lacking in domestic affairs talent, and from then on, things in the county were much easier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yang Lin did not explicitly state that he would rebel, how could a smart person not understand the meaning behind his words? Boss. At this moment, Qin Shuang came looking for them. Brother Zhong requests your presence. He's unsure what to do and would appreciate your advice. Oh, let's go take a look. The three of them immediately left the village and headed to the garrison of 30,000 people outside the village. Although more than 28,000 of them had been transferred to various workshops, the workshops were unprepared and could not accommodate so many people at once. Therefore, most of these people were still stationed in their original locations, with only 1,000 elites being selected to join the guard team. Upon arriving at the camp, Zhao Kang was surprised once again. He had never seen an army of 30,000 before. Now, standing among them, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. The sheer size of the crowd made him feel incredibly small, as if he could be swallowed up by the sea of people at any moment. Finally arriving at the guard team's camp, Zhong Tao hurriedly came to greet them. "You've finally arrived." As soon as Yang Lin arrived, he was immediately pulled into the camp by the excited Zhong Tao. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yang Lin was puzzled. Everything seemed normal as he walked along. "Boss, I really am powerless to help." Zhong Tao glanced at Zhao Kang beside him, and seeing that Yang Lin did not stop him, he sighed deeply and began to speak. It turns out that the problem he encountered was nothing serious, just some trivial matters. 30,000 people were stationed here, and there were issues with food, drink, and sanitation. These included unfair distribution of resources, cliques formed by people from different regions, and some prone to violence who would fight in groups of 3 or 5. In short, nothing major happened, but there were countless minor issues that he couldn't possibly handle, even though he was constantly on the go. Although Zhong Tao had served in the army for many years and had made meritorious contributions, he had only ever served as a squad leader. 5 people form a squad, and the squad leader only manages 4 people. Later, when the security team was established, he was in charge of 10 people, which was not a problem. Later, the security team expanded to 3 squads, and he was in charge of 30 men. Each squad had its own squad leader, so managing them was not a problem for him. After that, he was sent to the county town for training and learning. When he returned, he managed hundreds of security team members without much trouble. Then, when the landlord suddenly assembled a security force of 500 men, he found it somewhat difficult. Now, these 30,000 people have finally made him realize that his abilities are not enough to manage such a large team. Let alone 30,000 people, even the 1,000 newly incorporated into the security team are giving him a huge headache. After hearing Zhong Tao's helplessness, Yang Lin simply smiled faintly. "That's it. Easy." Zhong Tao was stunned, and Zhao Kang next to him was also taken aback. Managing 30,000 scattered soldiers is no easy task, nor could it possibly be simple. Brother Tao, on the way back, it was the same 30,000 people, but these problems didn't occur. So do you know where the root of the problem lies? Zhong Tao was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. Yes, on the way back, there were also 30,000 people, so why didn't we have so many problems? Yang Lin smiled and said, "There's an idiom called making trouble out of nothing. They're just too idle. Therefore, the solution is simple, with only 2 points. First, give them something to do. Second, the security force also needs its own regulations. Previously, there were only a few dozen people, and they could be managed like servants and guards. But now, with a guard force of 1,500 men, how can things not fall into chaos if there are no military regulations? As for military regulations, Brother Tao, you should draft one yourself first and send it to me later so I can take a look. As for finding them work, that's easy. Those 20,000 plus people will be taken away by various workshops in the next few days, and then they'll have something to do. As for the security team, since there's nothing else to do, let them start training. Aren't they prone to fighting and causing trouble? Let them channel their energy into training. Get me some paper and pen. I'll make up a training outline for you." Yang Lin already knew what the training would entail. After a day of running, push-ups, forced marches, crawling, and cross-country running with weights, I don't believe they'll still have the energy to cause trouble. Chapter 215, Developing Cavalry, Getting Them Trained. Seeing Yang Lin casually write a full training outline, filling these young men's days to the brim, Zhong Tao felt a pang of sympathy for these young men. Yes, These are the daily training exercises, which are essential training subjects for every member of the security team. The training frequency cannot be too high, once every 2 days, interspersed with daily patrols, guarding the camp, and carrying out missions outside. Besides daily training, there is also professional training. I'll teach you 2 formations, one called the Mandarin Duck Formation and the other the Macedonian Square Formation. These 2 formations have similarities. As Yang Lin spoke, he also drew and explained on the paper. Zhong Tao was familiar with the Macedonian phalanx, which he had used before to deal with bandits at Wu Yang's manor in Jianghe County. As for the Mandarin Duck Formation, Zhong Tao and Zhao Kong found it even more amazing after hearing about it. From now on, our troops will mainly be divided into 3 types: spearmen, shield bearers, and archers. These 3 types of troops can be combined to form both the Macedonian phalanx and the Mandarin Duck Formation, complementing each other to deal with enemies in different situations. The Mandarin Duck Formation is suitable for small-scale battles or guerrilla warfare, while the Macedonian phalanx is suitable for large-scale wars. Although their applications are different, they can be easily combined and adapted to each other, complement each other, and can even be combined to deal with complex situations. In addition to these 3 main types of troops, some smaller types of troops are also needed. Scouts, messengers, and agents. These need no further explanation. They must be arranged as soon as possible. In addition, cooks and logistics support teams will also be incorporated into the formal security force. In addition, light cavalry, heavy infantry, medics, ballistic operators, and throwers are also needed. Different military branches have similar daily training, but each branch must also have its own specialized training. For example, shield bearers must be selected because they are strong enough to lift a giant shield. For example, archers need to be quick to react and accurate in their shooting. Then we can select different people based on these specializations and provide them with different professional training. Yang Lin's words enlightened Zhong Tao and Zhao Kong, as if the clouds had parted and the sun had shone through. Although they didn't quite understand what some of the minor soldier types mentioned, such as throwers, meant, it didn't affect their understanding of daily and professional training. Simply put, it means that everyone has their own expertise and that different people do different things. After writing down everything Yang Lin had told him, Zhong Tao was already bursting with excitement and couldn't wait to get started. Seeing Zhong Tao's eagerness, Yang Lin smiled and said, "Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. There's another very important point, and that's cavalry." In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was characterized by high mobility and high lethality, making them almost a symbol of invincibility. They don't need many cavalrymen. Just a few hundred are enough to defeat thousands of infantrymen with a single charge. Therefore, even though the guards possessed crossbows and ballistae that were ahead of their time, and had Macedonian phalanxes and Mandarin Duck formations, they still could not abandon cavalry. "How many horses do we have now?" Yang Lin asked. Zhong Tao replied, "There are more than 60 horses in total, but only more than 40 of them can be used as war horses. Most of these horses were captured from bandits. More than half of them were quite good and could be used directly as war horses, but some were too thin or too old to be war horses and could only be used to pull carts." Yang Lin nodded. "So, we still need to buy horses. We'll start by preparing 100 cavalrymen, but we can buy more horses. In addition to war horses, we need to raise as many horses as possible, hire horse-raising experts, and build a horse farm. In short, the more horses the better." Since it was impossible to develop a steam engine in a short period of time, the role of the horse was irreplaceable. Others may not know, but Li Yuyao is very clear that Yang Lin's vision has now expanded beyond the overall situation of the world. He has also set his sights on the northern barbarians. The northern barbarians were a nomadic people. Every family raised horses, and everyone was skilled at riding. At their peak, they were said to have 1,000,000 cavalrymen. If it weren't for the numerous tribes among the barbarians, who were constantly at odds with each other and frequently engaged in internal strife, the Great Qian would have had no chance of winning against the barbarians. In the past, when the Great Qian Dynasty was still in its prime, barbarian tribes frequently invaded its borders, harassing and plundering the people of the Great Qian Dynasty. The Great Qian Dynasty is now like a leaky, dilapidated ship. Although it appears safe on the surface, it could sink at any moment, and the barbarians will never let this opportunity slip by. Therefore, in Yang Lin's mind, the threats within the Great Qian Dynasty were nothing. The real enemy was in the north. Therefore, cavalry not only needs to be developed, but also needs to be forged into an elite iron cavalry. Subsequently, Yang Lin made a series of arrangements for the development of heavy cavalry and heavily armored infantry. In the next phase, the smelting workshop can start forging armor. We'll forge 100 sets, 50 for the heavy cavalry and 50 for the heavy infantry. As for the style, craftsmanship, and weight of the armor, you can discuss those with Uncle Shunzi. In many dynasties throughout history, commoners were not allowed to privately possess armor, and even officials and gentry who privately possessed armor would be punished as treason. However, the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty were incomplete. Not to mention armor, there were no restrictions on even bows and arrows, iron, ore, and salt. But because of the backward technology, bows and arrows and armor did not pose much of a threat. In addition, the government valued literature and suppressed martial arts. So even without official restrictions, not many people in the common people liked these things. As the group was discussing things, Qin Shuang suddenly came over again. The old village chief of Qinjiao village sent someone to deliver a message, saying that some people in their village were unwilling to relocate and were even assaulting others, and they hoped that we could step in to resolve the issue. Yang Lin was taken aback. Is someone unwilling? That shouldn't be happening. The day before yesterday, the villagers of Qinjiao village learned that they could exchange their mud houses for brick and tile houses, and that after being merged into Kaoshan village, they would receive the same preferential treatment as Kaoshan village. The villagers were very excited. How come some people are already unhappy after less than 2 days? Qin Shuang whispered. It seems that the landlord in their village is causing trouble. Yang Lin slapped his forehead. Oh, I see. Upon hearing that it was a landlord causing trouble, Yang Lin immediately understood. When ordinary people joined Kaoshan village, they were heading towards a brighter future and embracing a better life. But for the landlords, it was tantamount to severing their foundation. The people have all left and gone off to live a better life. Who will work for them now? Therefore, just as much as Lu the landlord hated Yang Lin back then, these landlords now hate him just as much. Brother Tao, bring some men. Let's head to Qinjiao village now. For Yang Lin, these landlords are practically asking for death. I just got back and haven't even had a chance to take care of them yet, and they've already shown up. Chapter 216. The common people are most easily fooled. However, when Yang Lin went outside and saw the assembled team, he was speechless. Brother Tao, I said to bring some men, and you only brought this many? Yang Lin looked at Zhong Tao with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. There are at least 200 men assembled ahead. There were archers, shield bearers, and even a ballista was brought along. Is this a mission to deal with a landlord? This firepower is enough to take down a county town. Zhong Tao was momentarily stunned, scratching his head. Boss, did you say too much or too little? Yang Lin was speechless again. 200 people. How could that be too few? However, Yang Lin also understood Zhong Tao's current state. He had previously led 30,000 troops, but now he was asked to lead a small force of 200 men. So in his eyes, 200 men were indeed only a small number. That's all for now, let's go. Yang Lin didn't dwell on these details. Since he had already brought the team out, he decided to make the battle quick and decisive. At this moment, in Qinjiao village, Chen Rui, the landlord of Qinjiao village, led a group of people to surround the old village chief's house, banging on the door and shouting loudly. Among them were Chen Rui's relatives and servants, but most were ordinary people who were unaware of the truth and had been instigated by him. Everyone, listen to me. Standing on high ground, Chen Rui shouted loudly to the surrounding villagers, don't be fooled. Yang Lin said he'd exchange our mud houses for brick houses. Do you think that's even possible? You'll suffer a great loss if you try to get something for nothing. A brick house costs at least 14 or 15 taels of silver. With over 200 households in our village, that's more than 3,000 taels. That's over 3,000 taels of silver. Even if Yang Lin is a great philanthropist, does he really have that much silver? So folks, he's playing you. When the time comes, his people will demolish all the houses in our village, and then he'll go back on his word and refuse to give us brick houses. Who will we turn to for justice? After Chen Rui finished speaking, the people around him started to cheer. Master Chen is right. I don't believe Yang Lin could be so kind. Exactly. If they really demolish our Qinjiao village, where will we put our face? We will fight to the end. We will never allow our homes to be demolished. Chen Rui's relatives shouted in unison. As expected, some villagers who were unaware of the truth were incited by Chen Rui. I told you, there's no such thing as a free lunch, but my wife didn't believe me and insisted on going to Kaoshan village. They live well in the mountain village, and it's good enough if they don't bully us. How could they possibly help us make money? Master Chen is right. We can't let Kaoshan village get away with this. Even if we smash, burn, and sell the house, we will never let Kaoshan village cheat us out of it. The villagers were filled with righteous indignation, and their clamor grew louder and louder. However, some more rational villagers subconsciously said, but yesterday our village chief and Yang Lin made an agreement in front of so many people. And I've also heard that Yang Lin is a very trustworthy person who never goes back on his word. The people of Kaoshan village all respect him. Pooh. The moment this rational voice left his mouth, Chen Rui glared at him and said fiercely, "You guys are still too young. You haven't experienced the dangers of this society. What do you mean by never breaking a promise? What do you mean by being exceptionally trustworthy? That's all nonsense. I have a relative in Kaoshan village, and I've heard that although Yang Lin speaks nicely, he's two-faced. He never honors his promises of wages and keeps defaulting on payments. Although Kaoshan village looks prosperous now, it's all just a facade. Just wait and see. Before long, Yang Lin will run away with the money after he's finished swindling people. As for our old village chief, he is a traitor to our Qinjia village. Qindio took money from Yang Lin and helped Yang Lin deceive our own people in Qinjia village. Everyone should think about it carefully, otherwise why would Qindio agree to Yang Lin's plan to demolish our village? Fellow villagers, I, Chen Rui, have a large and prosperous family. I don't care about anything else, but I really can't bear to see you being deceived by Yang Lin. These are my heartfelt words, fellow villagers. We must fight to the end and absolutely refuse to move." The villagers, who were initially skeptical, all agreed with Chen Rui after hearing his words. "Qindio, get out here." "Yes. Tell us, did you accept Yang Lin's money or not?" "Old village chief, you can't let our own people down." "Humph. I actually believed your nonsense. Turns out you're all in cahoots." The villagers' shouts grew louder and louder. Inside the courtyard, Qindio, who was over 60 years old, was leaning on a cane, his eyes wide with anger, ready to rush out. "Grandpa, don't act impulsively." An 18 or 19-year-old girl in a green dress quickly grabbed Qindio. Qindio flew into a rage. "These people are blind. I've worked so hard for Qinjia village, and they're framing me. When did I ever take any money from Yang Lin?" Qindio was so angry that he smashed his cane on the ground. The girl quickly comforted him again. "Grandpa, please don't be angry. The common people are ignorant and easily swayed. They only believe what they want to believe. Even if you go out and explain now, you won't be able to explain yourself no matter what you say. They won't believe you no matter what you say now." Qindio stared wide-eyed. "Xiaoya, your grandfather can't stand being wronged the most in his life. Now so many people are throwing mud at your grandfather. Are you just going to put up with it?" Chen Xinyue is Qindio's granddaughter. She was exceptionally intelligent from a young age and had received an education. Although women could not take the imperial examinations, she was very knowledgeable and had a delicate mind. Chen Xinyue comforted him, saying, "It's easy to throw mud at people, but how will you prove your innocence, Grandpa? All we need to do now is wait. Didn't I send someone to Kaoshan village for help? Once people from Kaoshan village arrive, everything will be clear." Chen Xinyue subconsciously looked in the direction of Kaoshan village, her eyes seemingly filled with anticipation. Will he come? Something had been on her mind, and Chen Xinyue's face turned red without her realizing it. Qindio frowned. But what if Kaoshan village doesn't do anything? As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it hard to settle family disputes. Even if they come, they might not be able to persuade the people in our village. And then there's Chen Rui. He's clearly trying to stir up trouble. Chen Xinyue frowned, still gazing in that direction, seemingly talking to herself. If he comes, he can definitely solve this. If they don't come, we really misjudge them. Chen Xinyue looked somewhat sad. Just then, they suddenly heard someone shouting outside. "If that old bastard Qindio doesn't come out soon, we'll set his house on fire." The next instant, someone actually lit a torch and threw it in. Chen Xinyue immediately understood. This was premeditated. Chapter 217. Today, I will demolish this Chun family village. "Grandpa, let's go quickly." Chen Xinyue pulled Qindio and ran to the back. She was very worried that the other party really wanted to kill her family. "I'm not leaving." Qindio, however, did not back down an inch. "I'm standing right here. I refuse to believe they'd actually dare to set me on fire and burn me to death." He was a stubborn man. Thinking of all he had sacrificed for Qinjia village and how those outsiders treated him now, he was filled with resentment. If he ran away again, people would say he was guilty, and he would be even more unable to explain himself. "Oh dear, Grandpa, how could you be so confused?" Chen Xinyue was ultimately just a weak woman. When Qindio got stubborn, no one could persuade him. Even if he was burned to death, he would not back down an inch. "Xiaoya, you should go. Grandpa knows you have feelings for Yang Lin. Our family has lost its male heir. If Grandpa isn't here, you'll definitely be bullied. Go find Yang Lin. That guy is someone important. At least he'll protect you." Chen Xinyue shook her head desperately. She would never abandon her grandfather and leave on her own. Just then, with a loud crash, the courtyard gate was smashed open. A large group of people rushed into the yard. "Qindio, why don't you come out? Tell me honestly, did you accept money from Yang Lin or not? We trusted you so much, and you betrayed us. The villagers clamored and pressed forward, but Chen Rui, who had stirred up trouble, hid in the crowd and remained silent. As the villagers drew closer, Chen Xinyue suddenly noticed that Chen Rui's relatives, who were standing outside the courtyard, had taken out torches again. Meanwhile, Chen Rui was quietly retreating from the crowd to the outside of the courtyard. She immediately realized that something was wrong. Run, everyone, Chen Xinyue shouted. Landlord Chen is going to set us on fire and burn us to death. Chen Xinyue knew very well why Chen Rui set the fire. The other party wanted to escalate the situation and burn his grandfather and the villagers alive. Once his grandfather dies, it will be even more unclear whether his grandfather accepted money from Yang Lin or swindled Qinjia village. If a few more villagers die, everyone will be resentful. If he stirs things up a bit more, naturally no one will be willing to move anymore. This scheme wasn't particularly clever, but it was certainly ruthless. The villagers aren't bad people, but they're short-sighted and can't see these things. Even if you try to explain it to them, you can't get it out of them. Chen Xinyue's most pressing concern was to get her grandfather away from this troublesome place. We can't let them leave. Someone shouted, and the villagers, ignoring everything else, surged forward again, blocking the two's path. However, at that moment, the door was suddenly closed. Only then did the villagers in the courtyard realize that something was wrong. But the torches had already ignited the haystacks, and with the help of the wind, the fire quickly spread throughout the yard. Chen Xinyue shouted, "They want to burn us alive. Everyone, get out of here." The villagers panicked and rushed towards the gate without thinking. However, it seemed as if something was blocking the door from the outside. No matter how hard they pushed, the door wouldn't budge. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a flurry of shouts. While the villagers were still frantically pushing open the door, it suddenly opened from the outside. "Hurry up." Outside the door stood a man in a blue robe, shouting loudly. To the man's left stood a tall man, and to his right stood a woman in purple. Behind them stood a large group of elite soldiers, each wielding swords and wielding knives, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. At this moment, the fire had spread inside the courtyard, and waves of heat rolled in. The villagers rushed out frantically. Chen Xinyue was somewhat dazed as she looked at the handsome man outside the door. Is it him? She never expected that he would appear in front of her like this, so unexpectedly, catching her completely off guard. It all felt like a dream. He appeared suddenly, like a heavenly general, to save me from dire straits. "Girl, girl," Yang Lin shouted. Everyone else was running outside, but the girl was still standing there, lost in thought. Such an elegant and beautiful girl, could she be stupid? Chen Xinyue suddenly realized what was happening and immediately pulled her grandfather outside. Before long, the houses behind them were completely engulfed in flames, illuminating the sky and the earth. The villagers watched all this with lingering fear, then suddenly remembered something and angrily went to find Chen Rui. "If you still don't understand what's going on now, then you're really stupid." Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Yang Lin from Kaoshan village had come in person. Behind Yang Lin was a dark mass of people, with swords and spears standing in the air, creating an immense sense of oppression just by standing there. Chen Rui and his relatives who set the fire have been captured by the villagers of Kaoshan village and are pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Chen Rui, you bastard, are you trying to kill us? We trusted you, and we came with you to seek justice from the old village chief, yet you betrayed us. Landlord Chen, I have no grudge against you. Why are you trying to harm me?" The villagers were enraged and glared fiercely at Chen Rui. If it weren't for the villagers from Kaoshan village who rescued them today, they would have perished in this small courtyard. "Village Chief Chen, are you all right?" Yang Lin went forward to help Chen Dio. "This is a sign of respect for elders." "It's all right." Chen Dio's face was dark as he waved his hand and said, "Little Yang, take this opportunity to make it clear to them whether I accepted your money or not." "Well?" Yang Lin was taken aback and looked at his assistant, Alan, who was following behind him. "Did we give Village Chief Chen some money? Such trivial matters are not for him to worry about." Alan shook his head. "Go back to the landlord." "No, the demolition and replacement with brick houses is a good thing for Qinjia village. Why should we give them money?" "Yes." Yang Lin nodded. He thought so too. When the people of Qinjia village learned that they were to be merged into Kaoshan village, they all cheered with joy. How could they possibly give money when something could be done without giving money? Even if he has a lot of money, he wouldn't spend it like this. But why did Village Chief Chen ask that question? Chen Dio, his face ashen, pointed at the villagers who were now hanging their heads in shame, and shouted angrily. "They say I took your money. They say I conspired with you to cheat them. Chindio became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes widening and his breathing becoming rapid. Young Lin suddenly realized. Needless to say, these villagers were all instigated by others, unaware of the truth, yet willing to believe those unfounded rumors. Having understood all this, Yang Lin sighed, feeling quite helpless. Village Chief Chen, don't be angry, I'll talk to them. With that, Yang Lin turned around and faced the villagers who had just been rescued, speaking coldly. I remember that I made myself very clear at the entrance of Kaoshan village that day. If you don't want to believe me now, then don't believe me. I, Yang Lin, have no need for others to believe what I have done. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Men, go back and bring 5,000 men. Today I will tear down this Qinjia village. Chapter 2:18 Both Light and Darkness. Everyone was shocked by these words. You didn't trust me, did you? Now that we no longer trust each other, I'll just do what I'm doing and see what you can do to me. No one expected that the seemingly amiable young man would be so arrogant and domineering when he opened his mouth. The villagers were all in a panic and didn't know what to do. 5,000 people. Their village was demolished. What can they do about it? Only then did they finally understand this principle. If Yang Lin doesn't want to reason with them, there's nothing they can do. Back then, Yang Lin spoke to them in a friendly manner and made promises, but they refused to believe him and even caused trouble. Now that people no longer need their trust, they realize that they are completely helpless. Therefore, everyone could only look to Chundio for help. Old village chief, please put in a good word for us. Yes, village chief, please beg Mr. Yang. If they demolish our houses, where will we live? The villagers pleaded desperately. Chundio was also shocked when he heard Yang Lin's words. The villagers' suspicion of him deeply saddened him. But now that Qinjia village is about to be razed to the ground, the old village chief, who has protected Qinjia village all his life, can no longer bear to see everyone displaced. Yang Lin, I beg you, please give them another chance. They've been deceived. On behalf of the people of Qinjia village, I plead with you. As Chundio spoke, he made a gesture as if to kneel down before Yang Lin. Hey, village chief Chen, what are you doing? Yang Lin quickly stepped forward to help Chundio up, pretending to be in a difficult position, and sighed. Village chief Chen, we are all doing this for the benefit of everyone, to let everyone live a better life, but they just don't believe us. So why should we be polite to them? I want to do what I want to do, and I want to see who can stop me. His words once again exuded an air of dominance. Chundio hurriedly pleaded, Mr. Yang, I, old Chun, assure you that everyone was truly deceived by treacherous people. Now everyone understands. If anyone causes trouble again, I, old Chun, will no longer try to persuade them. We will leave everything to the young master's discretion. Yang Lin then feigned difficulty once again. Well then, all right, I'll give village chief Chen face, but this is a one-time thing, and it can't happen again. With that, Yang Lin turned around and faced the villagers of Qinjia village and said loudly, I, Yang Lin, always keep my word. I said I would demolish Qinjia village and exchange it for brick houses from you, and merge you into Kaoshan village, and I will definitely do what I said. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Your brains are in your own heads. Whether you believe the landlord's nonsense or believe me, Yang Lin, is not important to me. This time, your village chief pleaded for you, and considering his advanced age and his continued dedication to helping you, I'll give you another chance. I won't demolish Qinjia village until the new houses are built. The villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Chundio, as if relieved, sat down on the ground. Chen Xinyue, who was standing next to Chundio, had brighter eyes and looked at Yang Lin with even more fervor. She realized that Yang Lin's anger was actually a ploy to get her grandfather to plead for him, while he took the opportunity to give her grandfather face, demonstrate his strength, and make the people of Qinjia village owe her grandfather a favor. Her grandfather, on the other hand, owed Yang Lin a favor. In this way, the demolition work in Qinjia village will proceed smoothly in the future. Such cunning not only resolved the incident, but also eased tensions, achieving two goals at once. Compared to Chen Rue, who only knew how to be ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, this approach was both righteous and brilliant. Unbeknownst to others, Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. Yang Lin knew very well that resolving conflicts among villagers was actually very difficult. If the other party is a bandit or a corrupt official, just kill them. But these villagers are just confused. Even if they cause trouble, it's impossible to kill them all. If we were to actually start killing people, although it might serve as a warning to others, it would also sow discord in the hearts of the people. Not only would it lose their support, but if we did that, How would we be any different from those tyrannical bandits and robbers? The beginning is always the hardest. This first relocation work not only needs to be done well, but there can be no flaws. There will be many more places to be demolished in the future, and it is impossible to do everything myself every time. Therefore, this time we must handle it properly and leave no future troubles. Yang Lin turned his head, pointed at Chen Rui, the landlord of Qinjia village, and asked the villagers, "Was it him who instigated you?" The villagers nodded quickly. Yang Lin said calmly, "Take him away and kill him." Yes. The security team immediately dragged Chen Rui away. Everyone was stunned again. He killed him like that. That's incredibly decisive. However, the person to be killed at this moment was the landlord. Recalling Chen Rui's usual behavior in the village, and the fact that they had almost been killed by Chen Rui before, no matter how surprised the villagers were, no one wanted to plead for Chen Rui. Even Chen Rui's relatives dared not breathe too loudly at this moment, for fear of getting burned. Chen Rui was completely stunned. He never expected Yang Lin to be so ruthless. He was willing to kill someone at the slightest disagreement. "Let me go? What right do you have to kill me? You can't be so unreasonable." Chen Rui screamed and cried, completely terrified. Reasoning. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "How much farmland does your family own?" Chen Rui was taken aback, but still answered honestly, 2,800 mu. "How much of this land was obtained through trickery and coercion? I refuse to believe that your land was all given away voluntarily by the people. When you seized this land, did you ever reason with the people? Since you can be unreasonable with others, why should I reason with you?" Yang Lin's words left Chen Rui speechless. When the villagers and tenants thought about how Chen Rui bought their land, they all felt that Yang Lin's unreasonable words actually made a lot of sense. No. Chen Rui shook his head frantically. "Even if I am guilty, the government should judge me. By what right do you have to do this? This is an abuse of power. I'm going to report this to the authorities. If you dare to kill me, my family will definitely file a complaint." "I don't believe you. Yang Lin can cover up everything." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin smiled. "Report to the authorities, is that right?" "Perfect." Yang Lin patted the middle-aged man next to him on the shoulder. "Do you know who this is?" "Let me tell you. This is Magistrate Zhao, the county magistrate. Now that I have killed the county magistrate, Magistrate Zhao is acting on behalf of the county magistrate. You want to report to the authorities, right? Go ahead and report." Chen Rui felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision. The villagers of Qinjia village nearby were even more shocked. County magistrate. That's something ordinary people can only look up to. Unexpectedly, he had been standing quietly beside Yang Lin all along, like a follower. Chapter 219 Kaoshan Village. There will be no more landlords. Everyone was stunned. Chen Rui, in particular, had never imagined that the world could be so dark. If someone stood before the county magistrate, brazenly declaring that he had killed the county magistrate, and asked you to report it to the authorities, would you dare to? And would reporting it actually do any good? As expected, after being patted on the shoulder by Yang Lin, Zhao Kong, the county magistrate, spoke decisively. "I am the magistrate of Jianghe County. Today I witnessed with my own eyes your treachery against the villagers of Qinjia village and your order for your servants to set fire to the village. What excuses do you have? Everything will be done according to Lord Yang's arrangements." With that, Zhao Kong waved his hand and stopped looking at Chen Rui. The people of Qinjia village were shocked once again. They had long heard that Yang Lin was a nobleman with a title, but it was all hearsay, and most people didn't believe it. But now, the word Lord coming out of the county magistrate's mouth is tantamount to adding a certification to this identity. No, please let me go." As Chen Rui was being dragged away, he was still desperately begging for mercy. Yang Lin ignored him and began arranging the raid on the house. "Send a team to confiscate the property of landlord Chen and bring all the confiscated money and land deeds here. Remember, do not kill innocent people indiscriminately. We must enforce the law in a civilized manner. Even if the landlord's family members are guilty, they should be arrested first and then interrogated. Do not make things difficult for the elderly, women, and children, and ensure their safety. Also, always remember that we are here to punish evildoers, not to exterminate entire families. When confiscating property, leave 1% of the money and land as the livelihood of the landlord's family. In the future, if any landlords cooperate with our civilized law enforcement and voluntarily hand over the land they have plundered from the people, we will only accept the land and half of the landlord's wealth in silver. But if resistance is encountered, anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." Yang Lin's expression turned cold. This time, the raid was different from the previous ones. He planned to distribute all the confiscated silver and land to the local villagers. In this way, Although he would lose several thousand taels of silver in income, he would inevitably accelerate the process of winning over the hearts and minds of the people. Since it has been decided that when we start an uprising, we will target the landlords and distribute the land to the people, we might as well start now and try it out in our own sphere of influence to see how the people react and make improvements based on the feedback. These words stunned everyone around them. Zhao Kong, in particular, immediately understood that the reason for targeting the landlords this time was not simply because Chun Rui had just set that fire. Even without that fire, Yang Lin would still have taken action against these landlords. Targeting landlords to win over the hearts and minds of the people? This is completely different from what rebels or those in power have done in the past. When others start a rebellion or want to stabilize the country, they all try to win the support of local gentry. But Yang Lin did the exact opposite. He actually wanted to wipe out all these landlords and gentry. Zhao Kong couldn't believe it. It was too shocking and too audacious. But upon careful reflection, what Yang Lin had done, exterminating powerful clans and killing landlords, wasn't that precisely an attempt to completely eliminate local gentry? Did he want to eliminate all landlords and gentry under his rule? But how could that be? By the way, Yang Lin seized the landlord's land and wealth. Did he want to become the biggest landlord in the world and the only powerful gentry in his faction? Zhao Kong became more and more frightened as he thought about it. Doing this is tantamount to making an enemy of the entire world. That's incredibly arrogant and audacious. Can he really succeed? Before long, the team that went to confiscate the property returned. Zheng Tao personally reported 2,800 mu of land and 3,000 taels of gold and silver jewelry were confiscated from Chun Rui's family. Chun Rui's entire family of 12 and 18 servants were killed, 3 of whom resisted. The rest of the family members and servants no longer resisted. The family members and servants have been properly settled. In accordance with the master's instructions, 28 mu of land and 30 taels of silver were left for the Qin family. All the other confiscated materials were brought here. Zheng Tao waved his hand, and immediately people carried over boxes of silver. Very good. Yang Lin nodded. From now on, take half of any spoils and use them as military supplies for our guard team, and leave the rest to the local people. These words caused the scene to boil over once again. Yang Lin said to Qindio, "Old village chief, please call everyone from Qinjia village here. Today, the landlord of Qinjia village has been eliminated, and the guard team is going to distribute land and money to everyone." The villagers of Qinjia village stared in disbelief, some even thinking they had misheard. Qindio's eyes were red-rimmed as he stared intently at Yang Lin, his hands trembling as he grabbed Yang Lin's arm and asked excitedly, "Mr. Yang, is this really true?" Yang Lin smiled. "Old village chief, you still don't understand me. I, Yang Lin, always keep my word. We will take half of this silver as military supplies for the guard team and distribute the remaining 1,500 taels to the people of Qinjia village. As for the farmland, our security team doesn't want a single acre. I, Yang Lin, have said long ago that I will never be a landlord in this life. All the land should be returned to the people." Thump. Qindio immediately knelt down in front of Yang Lin, bowed his head and bowed, tears streaming down his face. "On behalf of the 218 households of Qinjia village, I, Qindio, express my deepest gratitude to Mr. Yang for his immense kindness and virtue." As he spoke, he began to kowtow repeatedly, and those around him couldn't stop him. The villagers of Qinjia village around them also knelt down and kowtowed, with many people in tears. Yang Lin helped Qindio up and, supporting the old village chief, said, word by word, "Kaoshan village will no longer have landlords." As he spoke, he raised his head, faced all the people, and said loudly, "From now on, you are all people of my Kaoshan village. There will be no poverty, no hunger, and no injustice in my Kaoshan village. In my mountain village, as long as you work hard, you can live a good life." The loud sound echoed throughout the entire mountain village. Zhao Kong was completely stunned. He was deeply moved by the sight of the people kneeling before Yang Lin and spontaneously bowing in worship. As the county magistrate, he naturally had people who worshipped him, but he knew very well that the people's eyes were completely different when they worshipped him and when they worshipped Yang Lin. It was a feeling of gratitude and reverence from the bottom of my heart. Is this what the people's will is? Could it be that I have really overlooked the power of these ordinary people? Before long, all the villagers of Qinjia village came upon hearing the news, and Yang Lin handed over the task of distributing land and money to Qindio. At first, many people couldn't believe it, until they actually got the land deed and received several taels of silver. The people were all excited. "Zhuzi, this is your family's land, 12 mu. This is the silver your family was allocated, 3 taels, and 6 qian. How much? 3 ounces? The boy called Juzi couldn't believe it. His hands, which were holding the silver, were trembling. Overjoyed, he quickly kowtowed to Chindio. Thank you, old village chief. Chindio, with a stern face, pointed at Yang Lin beside him. Mr. Yang was the one who distributed the land and silver to everyone. I was just doing things for Mr. Yang. If you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Yang. Chapter 2:20. A girl shouldn't be shameless. Without saying a word, Juzi turned around and kowtowed to Yang Lin. With tears streaming down his face, Juzi said, Mr. Yang, you are such a kind man. My elderly mother is bedridden and we have no money to buy medicine. Without this money, I could only watch helplessly. Thank you so much, Mr. Yang, for your immense kindness. I will go and get the medicine for my mother right now. I will repay your kindness in the future. From this day forward, I, Juzi, will listen to Mr. Yang for the rest of my life. After saying this, Juzi kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face, and then turned and left. Yang Lin smiled knowingly as he watched the lean young man leave. If he can see the light again in the previously lifeless eyes of the other person and give them more hope, then everything he has done has been meaningful. People have always lived a hard life, unable to afford to live or get sick, and their children cannot afford to attend private schools. For a long time, their lives were just about surviving, but everything Yang Lin did not only gave them hope for life, but also a glimpse of a brighter future. While Qinjia village was distributing land and silver to the villagers, Yang Lin was also busy distributing rewards to the members of the security team. Of the 1,500 taels of silver we have today, 200 taels will be taken out as a bonus, and we will split it equally among everyone. These words caused another uproar within the security team. 200 people sharing 200 taels of silver. That's 1 tael of silver. And what did they do? Most of them simply followed the crowd from Kaoshan village to Qinjia village, stood there, and did nothing yet, but they received a reward, and such a large sum of money at that. From now on, every mission will be rewarded. Of course, we'll split it equally for now. In the future, we'll reward people based on their contributions. Those who do more and do better will receive more rewards, and those who do less and do worse will receive less. At that moment, Zhao Kong finally understood. Seeing the smiles on the faces of everyone in the guard team and the joy on the faces of everyone in Qinjia village, he finally realized how powerful it was to eliminate the landlords and win over the people. At the same time, he admired Yang Lin's courage more and more. More than 2,000 acres of land and more than 1,000 taels of silver were divided up just like that. Even if an ordinary person could think of a way to eliminate landlords and win over the people, it would be difficult to have such courage. My lord, isn't the amount of silver distributed this time a bit too much? There's so much land left, it's such a waste to give it all away. Zhao Kong finally couldn't help but speak up. In his view, even if Yang Lin left behind more land or more money, the effect would be the same. Yang Lin slowly shook his head. First of all, I don't say I'm not a landlord. I really won't be a landlord. So naturally, I won't arbitrarily seize the people's land. As for silver, I am not short of it. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be used for the people. Keeping more silver for myself will not make much difference, but for the people, silver is very important. Only when people have more money in their hands will they dare to spend and consume, allowing their money to circulate and enabling the economy to develop faster and better. Yang Lin didn't explain much about economic theory either. What he is doing today is not only unprecedented in history, but also of profound significance. The incident in Qinjia village served as a model to show other villages how wonderful life is without the monopoly of landlords. Although the people understood this, they were powerless to resist the landlord's power. They could only hope for the arrival of the protection team and for joining Kaoshan village. In this way, no matter where Kaoshan village develops, the people there will definitely actively support Kaoshan village, help Kaoshan village solve all the problems of landlords, and actively join Kaoshan village. The reason why the task of distributing silver and land was given to Chundio was twofold. Firstly, he was more familiar with Qinjia village and knew how to distribute it appropriately. Secondly, it was also to enhance his prestige in the village. Although Qinjia village will eventually be merged into Kaoshan village, as more and more villages and even towns join, Kaoshan village will inevitably become a behemoth, and such a village cannot be managed by only one village chief. The people of Qinjia village know Qinjia village best, and it is most appropriate for them to manage Qinjia village. The problem in Qinjia village was resolved, which not only won back the hearts of the villagers, but also brought back 1,300 taels of silver. Before leaving, Chindio called out to Yang Lin. Mr. Yang, as you can see, my house has burned down. I'm an old man with nowhere to go, so I'll just find a place in the village to squeeze in and wait for the new house to be built. But my granddaughter. Chindio quickly pulled Chen Xinyue over. Xiaoye is only 16 years old and still a virgin. It's inconvenient for me to stay with my husband. Could you please trouble Mr. Yang to take in my granddaughter? Chen Xinyue stood shyly beside her grandfather, her face flushed. Usually so rational, she dared not look up at this moment. Yang Lin was taken aback. Me take her in? He looked at Chen Xinyue with a wry smile. He noticed Chen Xinyue when he first arrived. After all, it's hard not to notice a girl who is so beautiful and has such a great presence. Oh, Xiaoye has been educated since she was a child. She can read and write and can do arithmetic. She has heard about Mr. Yang's deeds and has always admired him. If Mr. Yang doesn't mind, let her stay and work for him. Mr. Yang can just pay her some wages. Yang Lin's eyes lit up when he heard that he had read books. In the Great Qian Dynasty, very few ordinary people had received any education, and even fewer women did. However, just as Yang Lin was about to agree to let this girl named Xiaoye stay by his side and, like Alan, become his errand-running assistant. But Chen Xinyue suddenly raised her head and shook her head, saying, "No." She resolutely raised her head, looked directly into Yang Lin's eyes, and stared intently at him, saying with burning passion, "I love you. I want to be your woman." Chen Xinyue mustered her courage and revealed the secret she had kept buried deep in her heart in front of so many people. After she finished speaking, her face flushed red, and she stared at Yang Lin with her heart pounding. She knew that now was not the best time to express her feelings, but if she didn't say it now and did what her grandfather said and made her do things for him, then even if they became familiar with each other later, in his heart, she would only be a woman who could do things. She doesn't want that. She not only wanted to be with him, but also wanted his affection and love. Before Yang Lin could even speak, everyone around him was already horrified. How could a woman confess her love to a man in front of so many people? This is unprecedented. Many people felt that this girl was shameless, indecent, and immoral. How could a young woman be so shameless? Even Chundio was surprised that his granddaughter was so bold. Chapter 221 You, Be My 12th Wife. Chundio quickly pulled his granddaughter back. Xiaoye, don't talk nonsense. In this era, a woman's reputation is of utmost importance. Chundio was very worried that his granddaughter would not be able to bear the blow of being rejected after publicly professing her love. Chen Xinyue, on the contrary, seemed to have made up her mind. Instead of backing down, she raised her head and faced Yang Lin. "Young master, I am serious." As she spoke, she held up 2 fingers and pointed to the sky. "I, Chen Xinyue, hereby swear that I will marry no one but Yang Lin in this life. If young master Yang does not marry me, I will live out my days alone." Yang Lin was both amused and exasperated. "Miss Xiaoye, I'm curious, what do you like about me? If I remember correctly, we haven't even met before." Chen Xinyue nodded. "Although we have not met, I have long admired you, because young master Yang has a strong sense of righteousness. You are a good person and the great hero of my dreams." Yang Lin was speechless. He had been given the friend zone card. However, he also understands that the phrase, "you are a good person," still carries its original meaning here. "A good person?" Yang Lin shook his head. "Miss Xiaoye must have misunderstood. I don't even consider myself a good person." Chen Xinyue did not back down. She raised her head, pointed to a villager from Qinjia village, and asked, "Young Master Yang, do you know him?" I don't recognize him." Yang Lin shook his head. "How could I possibly recognize the people from Qinjia village?" For a moment, everyone around was confused about what Chen Xinyue was up to. Chen Xinyue's eyes softened as she nodded, saying, "That's it. Although young Master Yang doesn't know him, he just gave him 4 taels and 3 mace of silver and 14 mu of land. Tell me, who but a good person would have such a kind heart? Even the legendary Bodhisattva, who saves people from suffering, couldn't be more compassionate." His words left everyone around speechless. The villagers, who had just received their silver and land, nodded in agreement. "Miss Chen is right. Mr. Yang is the best person in the world. The Chen family's daughter is indeed clever. In this area, or even in the whole world, you probably can't find anyone better than Mr. Yang. So it's perfectly normal for the woman to like Mr. Yang. It shows that the Chen family girl has good taste. Yes, whoever marries Mr. Yang will be very lucky." Before they knew it, the villagers who had just thought Chen Xinyue's actions were inappropriate now felt that Chen Xinyue had done the right thing. It's shameless to casually express your love to a man. But if the other party is Mr. Yang, then this woman has good judgment and courage. Yang Lin was shocked by the attitude of the villagers who were watching. She realized that Chen Xinyue was not only bold and meticulous, but also extremely intelligent. and that she had unknowingly turned from being passive to being proactive. Chen Xinyue continued. Who would complain about having too much fertile land? Who would complain about having too much silver? Young Master Yang could have easily kept all this silver and fertile land for himself, but you didn't. Instead, you shared the land and silver with us. This shows that young Master Yang is a man of great righteousness. You are different from others. You genuinely hope that our lives will become better. You built Kaoshan Village, making it better and better, so that everyone has something to do, money to earn, and the ability to support themselves. Your achievements are unparalleled throughout history. Cough, cough. Yang Lin blushed and quickly coughed. Miss Xiaoya, you flatter me. It's strange to hear someone praise you to your face, but it's also strangely pleasant. Actually, I have many flaws too. Yang Lin quickly changed the subject. For example, I'm not faithful in relationships. I fall in love with everyone I meet. I might like you today, but tomorrow I might like someone else. So, are you sure you can really find happiness with me? Chen Xinyue is indeed quite beautiful, and compared to the wives and concubines at home, she has a unique charm. I wouldn't say I like them. We've only exchanged a few words and aren't close at all. But it's not that I don't like her. After all, everyone loves beautiful women, not to mention that Chen Xinyue is bold, intelligent, and very rational, qualities rarely seen in women of this era. But it would be inappropriate to take the person home after just meeting them for the first time. However, refusing outright would put the girl in an awkward position. Therefore, Yang Lin planned to expose his own shortcomings to give Chen Xinyue a way out and make her back down on her own. Really, I already have 10 wives and concubines at home, and I'm about to marry an 11th. I'm so lustful, do you really like me? So, Miss Xiaoya, please think it over again. Chen Xinyue shook her head decisively. Young Master Yang, you are too modest. With young Master Yang's abilities and achievements, let alone marrying 11, even if you married 100 or 1,000, so what? Any woman who can marry young Master Yang is blessed. As for the 10 wives and concubines in young Master Yang's household, I know them. They were all refugees who had nowhere to go and nowhere to go. It was young Master Yang who couldn't bear to see them suffer, so he kept them all and married them all. Therefore, although young Master Yang had many beautiful wives and concubines, it was not because he was lustful, but because he had a strong sense of righteousness. If young Master Yang wants to remarry, then so be it. This humble woman is willing to be young Master Yang's 12th wife or concubine. As she spoke, Chen Xinyue gave Yang Lin a deep bow, awaiting his reply. Chen Xinyue's heart was beating very fast. She knew that she was now going all in. He might like himself because of his unconventionality, or they might hate themselves because of their assertiveness. In short, she understood that she had no way out. Just then, a messenger from the guard team rushed over from not far away. Reporting to the master, a female guest has arrived from the village looking for you. She heard you are not here, so she has brought her entourage. As the messenger spoke, he quickly pointed to the road behind him. As everyone looked over, they saw a magnificent carriage drawn by 4 horses, escorted by a long guard, hurrying toward them, and it looked like it was about to arrive. A female customer? Yang Lin frowned. Did the other party say who she was? Yang Lin recalled that he didn't seem to have gotten involved with any women outside. She said so. The messenger hurriedly replied. She said she was Ma Ruyun's daughter, Ma Yu, and she had come to find a business partner. It's her. Yang Lin's eyes lit up. She remembered that Ma Ruyun had initially wanted her to marry into his family. He had even left her a letter saying that his daughter was coming to Kaoshan Village to handle business matters between the two families, and asked her to take good care of his daughter. The implication of this, taking care, is quite obvious. Looking at the magnificent procession, and considering Ma Ruyun's status as the richest man in Jiangnan, it was natural to assume that his daughter would most likely be a spoiled and willful young lady. Thinking of this, Yang Lin suddenly turned around and said to Chen Xinyue, "Okay, I promise you, I will marry you and make you my 12th wife." Chapter 222. Compared to other scumbags, I even sleep with my own bodyguard. Everyone was astonished. Even Chen Xinyue didn't expect that Yang Lin would actually agree. For a moment, her heart was filled with a mixture of joy and surprise. However, the clever Chen Xinyue immediately realized that Yang Lin's sudden agreement was probably related to the woman who had come looking for him. As expected, Yang Lin then spoke up. "As my 12th wife, whom I am not yet married into the family, please come with me to receive the guests who have come from afar." Good. Chen Xinyue nodded, her heart pounding. The villagers of Qinjia village were all dumbfounded. Chen Dio was also dumbfounded. Your own granddaughter, just like that, ended up with Yang Lin? This is too fast. It all feels like a dream. Everyone, let's disperse. Yang Lin waved to the villagers of Qinjia village. We're leaving. Old village chief, I will take good care of Xiaoya. With that, Yang Lin mounted his horse and reached out his hand to Chen Xinyue. Chen Xinyue's face flushed red, but she still reached out her slender little hand, without hesitation, and grabbed that strong hand. With a pull from the other person, she was also put on the horse and was sitting in the other person's arms. Little you, if you regret it now, it's not too late. Yang Lin put one arm around Chen Xinyue's slender waist, pressed his face against her cheek, and whispered in her ear. The voice, carrying a warm breath, entered her ears, and Chen Xinyue felt a tingling sensation spread from her ears throughout her body, making her feel weak and powerless in an instant. Although she was bold, it was only to seize an opportunity and take a desperate gamble. In fact, she was no different from ordinary women. Not to mention she had never been so close to a man, she had never even touched him. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Xinyue, who was usually rational, was in a state of utter confusion. I have no regrets, Chen Xinyue said through gritted teeth. Good. Yang Lin chuckled, spurred his horse forward, and led his security team to meet the other party's luxurious convoy. The two sides met face to face, and both stopped. May I ask if the person in the car is Miss Mayu? Yang Lin shouted. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a young girl dressed in a white gauze dress, without any makeup but exceptionally beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven, untouched by the mortal world, stepped down from the carriage with the help of her maid. Yang Lin was immediately stunned. So beautiful. She was simply the most beautiful woman he had ever seen besides Li Yuyao. At the age of 17 or 18, she had a very slender figure, yet she was also very well endowed, especially her full breasts, which were plump and exceptionally voluptuous. Among his 10 wives and concubines, only Xiao Jiao could be compared to her. With such a beautiful face and such a hot body, she had a different kind of feeling compared to all the women he had ever seen. Even Chen Xinyue, who was in Yang Lin's arms, was somewhat stunned. Even at this moment, she felt a little ashamed of herself. It's me. Ma Yu shook off the maid, jumped off the carriage, pointed at Yang Lin in front of her, and shouted, You are Yang Lin? I've been curious about how you make your paper all the way here. Come on, let's go to your paper mill. With that, Ma Yu swaggered toward Yang Lin. Well, Yang Lin was taken aback. Although this young lady is much prettier than I imagined, her fiery personality and slightly rough voice are quite different from her appearance. Her demeanor and slightly rough voice would be perfectly suited to a short-haired, androgynous beauty dressed in men's clothing. But she was incredibly beautiful, possessed an ethereal charm, and had an unparalleled figure. This feels very out of place. As they were talking, Mayu had already come over to Yang Lin and reached out to pull Yang Lin off his horse. Ahem, I'll get down myself. Yang Lin first helped Chen Xinyue down from her horse before dismounting himself. Her servants, maids, and guards were about to step forward to protect her, but Mayu waved her hand and said, Get out of the way. This is none of your business. Now that I'm here with young Master Yang, he will naturally protect me. I have confidential business to discuss with him, so stay away. Upon hearing this, the servants dared not approach. The next moment, Mayu laughed and patted Yang Lin on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. He's good-looking, handsome, and knows how to make paper. No wonder my dad sent me here in person. It turns out he's looking for a son-in-law for him. However, Yang Lin, I have very high standards. Based on these things alone, I would never fall for you. If you want me to like you, you'd better perform well. As she spoke, the young lady patted Yang Lin on the shoulder again, just like an elder encouraging a junior. Yang Lin was completely dumbfounded. This young lady is so beautiful, yet so bold. She speaks without any restraint, and is more assertive and confident than Chen Xinyue, which makes him very uncomfortable. However, facing such a fierce young lady, Yang Lin was not to be outdone. He immediately pulled Chen Xinyue over and introduced her, saying, This is my 12th wife before we are married. If Miss Ma marries me, she will only be the 13th. At this moment, the woman in purple coughed softly. Oh, 14. Yang Lin changed his tune and turned to Zi with a grin. This is my bodyguard. I slept with her last night. Although I'm a lecherous man and want to possess any beautiful woman I see, I'm also a responsible person and will give her a proper status. When it comes to being tough, who's afraid of who? Purple Robe's face turned bright red, and she gritted her teeth. They didn't do anything right last night. And was she coughing to remind him of this? She wanted to remind Yang Lin that the Ma family was wealthy and powerful, and that he shouldn't neglect this young lady of the Ma family. Ma Yu was indeed stunned, but then laughed heartily. You're quite interesting. I like you. As he spoke, he gave Yang Lin a big hug, just like good brothers meeting. Yang Lin immediately felt a large, soft mass pressing against his chest, which was quite ample. At this moment, Yang Lin felt a little regretful. Before meeting Ma Yu, he had no interest in this young lady and had no desire to develop any feelings for her. The Ma family has money and connections, making them the most suitable partners. But if you get involved in relationships, then making money becomes less pure. That's why Yang Lin planned to act a bit lecherous and bring Chen Xinyue along, hoping that this young lady would keep her distance from him and that they would only talk about cooperation, not feelings. But at this moment, angelic face, devilish figure, voluptuous curves, who wouldn't love her? Marrying this young lady wouldn't be bad. Yang Lin admitted that he was a superficial person. Zhao Kong, who had been following behind Yang Lin, suddenly felt a bit superfluous and took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. After Zhao Kong left, Yang Lin also dismissed his attendants, leaving only Zi and Chen Xinyue behind. Ma Yu left only a maid behind, and the group of 5 headed straight for the workshop area. As soon as they entered the workshop area, Ma Yu and Chen Xinyue were both stunned. Chapter 223, You Must Follow My Rules. Those tall buildings, those chimneys belching white smoke, those strangely styled workshops. Being there felt like stepping into a secluded paradise. Are these all your workshops? Aren't you in the paper industry? These aren't paper mills, are they? Ma Yu stared at Yang Lin in surprise. Yang Lin still felt strange being stared at by this big-eyed, big-breasted young lady. I never said I only do paper manufacturing, Yang Lin said. Ma Yu became interested and pointed to the tall chimneys emitting white smoke, asking, What kind of workshops are these? This has nothing to do with our business. Come on, I'll take you to see the paper mill. While the smelting process doesn't need to be kept secret, it shouldn't be made public too early either. Soon, the group arrived at the paper mill. Zhao Guang, the manager of the paper mill, had been waiting at the door since he learned that his boss was coming. Boss, you finally arrived. Our entire paper mill has been waiting for you. Zhao Guang was overjoyed to see Yang Lin. On his return trip, Yang Lin only visited the smelting workshop and the military camp. He did not come to Yang Lin's paper mill. Thinking about the achievements of the paper mill over the past month, Zhao Guang couldn't wait any longer. Upon seeing Ma Yu accompanying Yang Lin, as well as the unfamiliar Chen Xinyue, Zhao Guang immediately became wary. No problem. This is Miss Ma, who may be our future business partner, and this is the 12th madam who is not yet married into the family. Yang Lin specifically emphasized Chen Xinyue's identity. Zhao Guang was greatly surprised and quickly paid his respects. I have met the 12th lady. Partners are not important. The future 12th lady cannot be neglected. Chen Xinyue's face turned bright red. Yang Lin waved his hand. We're all on the same side. No need for formalities. How's the paper mill's output these days? Zhao Guang excitedly said. Back to the company. After a month of development, our paper production has increased several times compared to a month ago. All kinds of paper combined. The daily output exceeds 40,000 sheets. 40,000? Yang Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Not bad, not bad. He recalled that the paper mill originally produced 10,000 sheets per day, and his goal was to double that each month. Now, a month later, the output has unexpectedly increased fourfold. Upon hearing about 40,000 tickets, Ma Yu, standing to the side, was unimpressed and arrogantly raised her head. 40,000 tickets? It's just a business deal worth 32 taels. Yang Lin, if this is all you can do, I really don't have time to waste with you. Zhao Guang was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He was about to speak in his defense when Yang Lin nodded. Miss Ma is right. A business of 40,000 tickets is indeed not big enough, and it is certainly not enough for the eldest daughter of the extremely wealthy Ma family to make a personal trip. At this point, Yang Lin changed the subject, staring at Ma Yu with a cold tone. But what if it's 400,000 sheets? What? How much did you say? Ma Yu's eyes widened in surprise, her beautiful peach blossom eyes bulging out, making her look exceptionally adorable. I said, for 100,000 copies. Yang Lin repeated the same sentence. Chen Xinyue, standing behind Yang Lin, was dumbfounded. She knew the price of paper. It was 1 coin per sheet. 400,000 sheets, which is 400 taels of silver. Over the course of a year, more than 10,000 taels of silver could be considered a big business. However, Ma Yu, who was well-versed in business, immediately realized after a moment's thought that Yang Lin was just bragging. To produce 400,000 sheets per day, we would have to increase production tenfold. Even if he could actually do it, could he really sell all the hundreds of thousands of sheets of paper he produced every day? There's no way the whole world could use that much paper. Yang Lin, when it comes to boasting, you're even better than my father. But in business, we need to be realistic. Tell me, how can we possibly sell 400,000 sheets of paper every day? Ma Yu snorted coldly. Yang Lin smiled. Since Miss knows that hundreds of thousands of sheets of paper are hard to sell, Why did you travel all this way to do business with me? Could it be that doing business is just a pretense, and Miss has taken a liking to me and wants to tie the knot between us? Knowing that this young lady had a carefree and generous personality, I didn't need to be as polite as I would with ordinary women. I could make jokes and talk to her in a very relaxed manner. How dare you? Don't be so disrespectful to our young lady. Before Ma Yu could do anything, the maid behind her drew a sword from her waist. Clang! Almost instantly, the woman in purple also drew her soft sword from her waist and blocked the sword in the maid's hand. How dare you? You mustn't be disrespectful to our young master. The man in purple shouted loudly, his momentum even stronger. Amidst the tense standoff, Ma Yu glared at her maid. Quickly put away your sword. Why make such a fuss when I'm talking to young Master Yang? The maid then sheathed her sword. The woman in purple also put away her soft sword, but her gaze remained fixed on her opponent. Ma Yu put her arm around Yang Lin's shoulder as if they were brothers and laughed. The servants are making a fuss. Don't worry about it. I really like your personality, unlike those so-called noble young masters from Suzhou and Hangzhou, who don't even dare to breathe loudly in front of me. How boring. As for your mention of a predestined marriage. Bah. Ma Yu shook Yang Lin's arm around his neck. This young lady is good at making money. She can turn a small business into a big one. What nonsense about marriage. This young lady doesn't believe in that stuff. Yang Lin, without any politeness, grabbed Ma Yu's shoulder, put his arm around her shoulder, and sneered. The so-called way to make money is nothing more than raising prices. Paper that originally cost 1 coin is now being sold for 5, 10, or even more coins. Am I right? Ma Yu was taken aback. Clearly, Yang Lin was right. This was originally Ma Yu's plan. Although she seemed carefree, she was actually quite meticulous and knew beforehand that selling paper was not very profitable. With a daily business volume of 32 taels and a profit margin of 20%, although the daily net profit was as high as 5 or 6 taels of silver, Ma Yu, as the eldest daughter of the Ma family, really looked down on this meager profit. Such good paper, selling for only 1 penny, is incredibly cheap. She wants to drive up the price of paper. If the price of paper increases tenfold, the daily net profit can increase from the original 5 or 6 taels of silver to 300 taels. Annual profits are no less than 10,000 taels. This is a big business opportunity. She feigned arrogance and deliberately looked down on the business, only to take the opportunity to lower the price. I never expected that the other party would see through all of this. Yang Lin put his arm around the young lady's neck and said seriously, Miss Ma, I understand your desire to earn more money, but when doing business with me, you must follow my rules. The paper here can only be sold for 1 coin per sheet, and the price cannot be raised. What did you say? Ma Yu's face showed anger. Which supplier sets a price limit on the goods they sell? Chapter 2:24 A real big deal. I made it very clear. I want all the paper in the world, and I'll sell it for only 1 penny a sheet. Yang Lin held up one finger in front of Ma Yu. What if I don't? Ma Yu shook off Yang Lin's arm and kept her distance. Yang Lin shrugged, looking indifferent. If you don't follow my rules, then the business won't be done. Aren't you afraid? A cold glint flashed in Ma Yu's eyes. The Ma family's business extends far and wide. Anyone who can do business with them is guaranteed to make money. When it comes to business, no one can refuse the Ma family. Fear? Yang Lin laughed. My dear young lady, haven't you grasped the situation yet? Don't you understand that in the future, there will only be one type of paper on the market? That will be the paper produced in my paper mill. When it came to serious matters, Yang Lin's tone became exceptionally earnest. Ma Yu frowned again. She naturally understood what Yang Lin was saying. Because this paper is just so good. It is thin, smooth, and more flexible, with many advantages over traditional paper. Given the same price, who wouldn't want to buy better paper? Therefore, no matter where this paper is sold, as long as it still costs 1 penny, it will soon be able to monopolize the paper market. Thinking of this, Ma Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked in shock, do you want to monopolize the market first, and then raise prices when no one can compete with it? Puff dash. Yang Lin almost spat out his drink. Could this young lady also be from another time? She's really adept at using these modern internet price increase tactics. Yang Lin quickly shook his head. Of course not. Whether you believe it or not, my goal is to make good and cheap paper affordable for everyone in the world. Of course, if Miss thinks that a 20% profit margin is too low, I do have a solution. Oh, Ma Yu immediately became interested. It's actually quite simple. We just need to produce a higher quality, more special type of paper, exclusively for the wealthy. We don't set a price limit for this special paper. Whether you sell it for 10 coins a sheet or 100 coins a sheet, that's up to your ability. Ma Yu's eyes lit up. Can you really make even better quality paper? Yang Lin did not answer, but looked at Zhao Guang, who was in charge of the paper mill next to him. Zhao Guang nodded quickly. Of course. Master, I haven't had a chance to report this yet, but recently, following your ideas, we have developed some special paper. Would you like to take a look? Okay, sure. Yang Lin nodded. Soon, the group arrived at a warehouse, and Zhao Guang immediately took out several kinds of paper. Yang Lin was also taken aback when he saw these different types of paper. You guys actually managed to do this. Yang Lin was astonished to find a piece of paper in his hand that looked unremarkable on the outside, but when the sunlight shone through it, a large watermark of the character Yang could be seen on it. This was exactly the kind of watermark paper he had mentioned to Du Jing, and it had actually been made. Zhao Guang smiled and nodded quickly. Yes, the Design Institute developed it half a month ago, and after 2 improvements, this watermark paper can now be mass-produced, but the cost is about 4 times that of ordinary paper. Yang Lin nodded. The cost of ordinary paper is very low. 1 penny can make 25 sheets of paper. If it is 4 times that, 1 penny can still make 5 sheets. You can make a profit even if you sell it for 1 penny. When Ma Yu saw this watermark paper, her eyes were initially filled with surprise, but soon they lit up, and she quickly asked, "How much does this paper cost?" "Not for sale." Yang Lin answered decisively. Ma Yu refused to give up. "Your manager just said that this kind of paper only costs 4 times as much as ordinary paper. Ordinary paper costs 1 copper coin, but I'll buy this paper for 10 copper coins. How about it?" Upon hearing that it cost 10 coins, Zhao Guang was startled and almost nodded in agreement for Yang Lin. As the manager of the paper mill, he naturally knew that ordinary paper could yield 20 times the profit. If watermark paper could be sold for 10 coins a sheet, that would be an astonishing 50-fold profit. However, not for sale. Yang Lin still uttered those 2 words lightly. Ma Yu gritted his teeth. 11 coins. Yang Lin is smiling. 12 coins. 13 coins. Yang Lin, don't go too far. 13 coins, aren't you satisfied? Ma Yu glared, her eyes blazing with anger. Yang Lin, however, continued to shake his head with a smile, uttering the same 2 words. Not for sale. Yang Lin could also see that Ma Yu, who usually seemed carefree, was incredibly shrewd when it came to business, with all sorts of tricks and schemes. In terms of business talent, she was definitely the strongest woman he had ever met. In that short time, she had already figured out what this watermark paper was used for. Ma Yu gritted her teeth, her face solemn, her tone devoid of emotion. Name a number. Yang Lin shook his head again. I said, I'm not selling. Miss, you're such a smart person. You know what this paper is for. So why are you still clinging to such unrealistic fantasies? Ma Yu was stunned, staring intently at Yang Lin for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Alas, I underestimated you after all. I never imagined your ambitions were so great. Yang Lin smiled. Likewise, miss, you have quite a broad mind too. Snort. Ma Yu snorted coldly. She remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was in turmoil. Miss, don't worry. Although I don't sell this watermark paper, I do have a few new products. Yang Lin pointed to several other types of paper. Without Zhao Guang's introduction, Yang Lin recognized these papers because he had retrieved them from his memories of his previous life. This is craft paper, which is sturdy and waterproof and can be used to wrap important items. This is oil paper, which can be used to wrap food, such as flatbread or cooked food. This is window paper. It not only blocks wind and rain, but also lets in light well, allowing you to see people's shadows outside. Yang Lin introduced these new types of paper to Ma Yu. Upon hearing about the ingenious uses of these papers, Ma Yu was greatly astonished. Forgetting her earlier dissatisfaction with the watermarked paper, she immediately engaged in a heated debate with Yang Lin, haggling over the price. When it came to business, both Yang Lin and Ma Yu seemed like completely different people. They argued back and forth, neither willing to back down, and after arguing for most of the day, they finally settled on the terms for these new types of paper. Master, there's another kind of paper here. Zhao Guang brought over a large stack of yellow paper. Even though Ma Yu was very knowledgeable, he couldn't see any special use for this rough, yellowed paper. What can this yellow paper be used for? Ma Yu asked. Burn it, Zhao Guang said with a chuckle. What? Ma Yu was taken aback. Even though this paper is of poor quality, what's the point of burning it? Zhao Guang immediately recounted the story that Yang Lin had once told him. Zhao Guang said smugly, Miss, you may not know this, but burning paper money has become popular in our Jianghe County these days. After a moment of surprise, Ma Yu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yang Lin, you're a genius. We need to really discuss this yellow paper business. This is a truly big deal. Chapter 225 Printing is the real killer weapon. Yang Lin smiled. He knew that this young lady from the Ma family had good taste. The price of yellow paper is 6 coins for 10 sheets. How many do you want? Yang Lin immediately quoted a price. Upon hearing Yang Lin's offer, Zhao Guang, who was standing to the side, thought to himself, that's really ruthless. In Kaoshan village, villagers can buy 10 sheets of this yellow paper for just 1 coin. Even so, they can still make a profit. As a result, when his own boss negotiated a business deal with someone, he asked for 6 coins for 10 pieces, not only without any discount, but also with a price increase. No way. This yellow paper is only worth 4 coins for 10 sheets at most. Ma Yu said. Through that story, Ma Yu saw a huge business that could be done all over the world, that everyone would want to buy from, and that had no upper limit. Yang Lin remained unmoved. 10 sheets for 6 coins. If you don't buy, I'll do business with someone else. Ma Yu gritted his teeth. I can only give you 1 more coin at most, 5 coins for 10 bills. If you don't accept, I won't do this business with you. Yang Lin was secretly delighted, but his face was full of sorrow. All right, for the sake of my sworn brother, I'll give you 10 for 5 coins. Sworn brother? Ma Yu had a bad feeling. Your father. Yang Lin chuckled. We've always called each other brothers, and you're my niece. Ma Yu was not to be outdone and retorted fiercely. If you're my uncle, how dare you take advantage of my niece? Tell me, how much of this yellow paper is produced? Zhao Guang quickly seized the opportunity, reporting to Miss, the production of yellow paper is 1,000 sheets per day. What? That's all? No way. Ma Yu was very dissatisfied. This is enough to handle business all over the world. 1,000 orders a day is hardly enough. This time, Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Yes, that's really too little. Let's increase the production of yellow paper 100-fold. Even Ma Yu was surprised when she heard the number. Ma Yu sneered. Hey, uncle, how come you can brag even more than my dad? Zhao Guang quickly added. Master, this is probably not easy. Nowadays, yellow paper is simply the result of mistakes made during the production of normal paper. A defect rate of 1,000 sheets is already quite high. As a result, the employer wants to increase the price 100-fold? That's 100,000 copies. Are you suggesting we deliberately make the paper defective? Yang Lin said without room for doubt. If I say I can do it, I definitely can. There are still more than 10,000 people idle outside the village. The paper mill will go there to recruit people later. Starting today, we will expand the paper mill, and within 6 months, the production capacity of high-quality paper will reach 400,000 sheets per day, and the production capacity of yellow paper will reach 100,000 sheets per day. Other types of paper are also being produced at an accelerated pace, according to the quantities we just discussed. Before Zhao Guang could speak, Ma Yu interrupted Yang Lin, saying, Wait a minute. I haven't agreed to the deal for 400,000 sheets of paper yet. Yang Lin, business is business. I really don't understand why you insist on limiting it to 1 coin. This is the issue that Ma Yu is most concerned about. She was willing to do business with other specialty papers and yellow mounting paper because she could see the potential in these papers. But he really doubted whether this most ordinary paper could really sell out in 400,000 sheets a day. Even if they could sell them all, the mere 20% gross profit would be negligible for the Ma family. If Yang Lin wasn't planning to raise prices after monopolizing the entire paper market, then she really couldn't figure out what he was up to. Your Excellency possesses profound wisdom and a vision for the world, bringing blessings to the people. You, someone who only sees profit, would never understand this. To everyone's surprise, Qin Xinyue, who had been following behind the group without ever speaking, suddenly spoke up. Ma Yu was taken aback, then said sarcastically, Oh, I say, 12th madam, you're not even married yet, and you're already speaking up for your husband's family? In Ma Yu's opinion, most girls are shy and will definitely stop talking if she teases them a bit. However, Qin Xinyue remained neither humble nor arrogant. What I said is the truth. Young master is acting out of righteousness for the world and for the benefit of the people. Selling it at a lower price is simply to benefit the people, to make their lives better, and to ensure that all scholars in the world can afford paper. This one achievement alone is a contribution that will last for generations. Qin Xinyue raised her chin high, ignoring Ma Yu, and was only proud of her husband beside her. Yang Lin was embarrassed by Qin Xinyue's praise. Ahem, young lady, let me do the math for you. Yang Lin said, In my Great Qian Dynasty, there are 18 prefectures, 96 counties, and 420 counties. There are 400,000 sheets of paper, but each county only has 1,000 sheets. Each county has a population of around 100,000, which means that 100 people would need 1 sheet of paper. Are you still worried about not being able to sell them? Ma Yu was stunned. According to Yang Lin's calculation, 400,000 sheets of paper are really nothing. Moreover, I have an important invention that has not yet been published. Once it is published, the demand for paper will surely increase dramatically, and it will not be a problem to increase it tenfold. Mayu rolled her eyes subconsciously. Yang Lin is bragging again. You don't believe me? Yang Lin chuckled and said, since you're my niece, I won't hide it from you. My invention is called woodblock printing. It only takes a few dozen people to print and bind thousands of books a day. With your intelligence, you should understand what this means. Sure enough, Mayu was stunned for a long time before finally uttering two words. Oh my God. Books were extremely precious during the Great Qian Dynasty. Firstly, paper was expensive and not sturdy enough, and secondly, there was no printing technology, so every book had to be copied by hand. Even just copying a classic text requires hiring a scholar and taking 3 or 4 days to do it. Scholars were often paid very little. They only needed 7 or 8 coins to copy for a whole day. But after 3 or 4 days, it would cost 20 or 30 coins. Add to that the cost of paper, ink, binding, and proofreading and revisions after hand copying, and the cost of a book would often reach around 40 coins. The selling price would start at 50 coins. If this were truly possible, a few dozen people could bind thousands of books a day, and the cost would be incredibly low. Before Mayu could even calculate, Yang Lin had already given the answer. 10 coins. From now on, you can buy a book for just 10 coins. Students all over the world should be able to afford books and study. Miss, think about it. How many people would buy a book that costs 10 coins? Even if you print 100,000 copies of any one book, that's not many, is it? There are at least dozens of classics and historical texts in the world. So, would 400,000 sheets of paper be enough? At this moment, Mayu was completely shocked. She actually began to believe what Qin Xinhua said, that Yang Lin was doing good for the people. The printing technology you mentioned. As soon as Ma Yugong opened his mouth, Yang Lin immediately shook his head. Not for sale. Miss, don't worry. Although we don't sell printing technology, we can still cooperate. We'll be responsible for printing the books, and you can sell them all over the world. Chapter 226, Capturing Nanyang City. Yang Lin's words made Ma Yu realize once again the ambition of the young man in front of him. Just as the two were about to discuss the tofu medicine business, Qin Shuang arrived in a hurry. Master, Madam requests your immediate return. She says there is urgent business. Qin Shuang leaned in and lowered her voice. Okay, I understand. Yang Lin's eyes darted around, and he became puzzled. Unless it's something serious, Li Yuyao wouldn't specifically send someone to find her. But now the village is peaceful and quiet. What major event could have happened? Could it be? Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately cupped his hands in apology to Ma Yu. I'm sorry, Miss Ma. I have some urgent business to attend to and must leave for a while. Old Qin, find a spacious and clean house to properly settle Miss Ma in. Yes. Qin Shuang quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Without saying a word, Yang Lin left with Zi Yi and Qin Xinhua. Upon returning home, he found Li Yuyao and Qing Yi waiting anxiously in the living room. Upon seeing Yang Lin return, Li Yuyao quickly stood up, then glanced at Qin Xinhua beside Yang Lin and couldn't help but frown slightly. Oh, this is the 12th lady I just picked up today. This is my wife. Yang Lin introduced himself somewhat awkwardly. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Li Yuyao's expression. To his surprise, Li Yuyao wasn't angry. Her expression remained anxious. Greetings, elder sister. Qin Xinhua quickly stepped forward and bowed. Although she was not a young lady from a wealthy family, she knew etiquette and understood the proper order of respect, especially when she saw Li Yuyao's expression and felt the cold and intimidating aura emanating from her. How could she dare to be the slightest bit negligent? Li Yuyao nodded. I have some urgent matters to discuss with my husband today. You should rest for a while, and we sisters can talk again another day. Yes. Qin Xinhua quickly bowed again. She couldn't tell whether the lady was genuinely in a hurry or was deliberately ignoring her. Regardless, at least I've entered this home. After Qing Yi left with Qin Xinhua, Yang Lin was about to explain Qin Xinhua's background when Li Yuyao pulled Yang Lin closer and unfolded a map on the table. Lord, Prince Yong has rebelled. Li Yuyao pointed her slender finger at Yongzhou on the map. Prince Yong? Yang Lin was taken aback. He looked at Yongzhou on the map and was immediately shocked. He also realized why Li Yuyao was in such a hurry. Because Yongzhou is too close to Jiangzhou, where they live. Although there is a distance of more than 300 li, the Yellow River runs through the two prefectures, and Yongzhou is located upstream of Jiangzhou. If you take a boat and go downstream, you can reach Jiangzhou in 1 day and Pingyuan County in 2 days. Look here. Li Yuyao pointed to a location on the map again. Yang Lin looked and was shocked to see that it was Nanyang City. Li Yuyao said. Nanyang City has been a strategically important military location since ancient times, with both waterways and passes. As long as we take Nanyang City, we can advance to Jiangzhou, attack the capital, or retreat to defend Nanyang, using the Yellow River as a natural barrier. The latest news is that Prince Yong, with an army of 80,000, claiming to be 300,000, has captured Yongchuan County, La'a County, Gushi County, and Luoqing Prefecture within 2 days. As Li Yuyao spoke, she pointed out the locations of these counties on the map. At this moment, even Yang Lin, who had absolutely no experience in commanding troops, was certain that Prince Yong's next target would definitely be Nanyang City. Nanyang City's Xiao Jiu's father. Yang Lin looked at Li Yuyao in surprise. Li Yuyao nodded yes. I was afraid she would worry, so I haven't told her the news yet. Nanyang City is strategically located. If it falls into the hands of Prince Yong, the entire Jiangzhou will be indefensible and will eventually fall into his hands. Once Nanyang falls, it's only a matter of time before the flames of war reach us. Therefore, I believe that we cannot stand idly by regarding the matter of Nanyang, both for public and private reasons. Li Yuyao frowned, and after speaking, she looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded. He also thought Li Yuyao's words made a lot of sense. So, does Madam mean we should take men to reinforce Nanyang City? Yang Lin asked. No. Li Yuyao shook her head. Yang Lin was taken aback. Li Yuyao narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly. The garrison in Nanyang City is less than 10,000, and the fighting strength of the county and prefectural troops is very low. The garrison in Nanyang City cannot be relied upon. So, wife, what are you planning to do? Yang Lin was very surprised. He had already guessed what Li Yuyao meant. Li Yuyao picked up a cup from the table, placed it on the map at the location of Nanyang City, narrowed her cold eyes, and said calmly, what I mean is, before Prince Yong breaches Nanyang, we should take Nanyang first. Nanyang City is too dangerous. I can only feel at ease if it is in our own hands. At this point, Li Yuyao changed the subject. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You should listen to your husband and everything. Yang Lin gasped. Just as I expected. My wife has an extraordinary appetite. Just 2 days ago, we set the goal of developing for a year and then pacifying the world. So, only 2 days have passed, and they're already going to fight for the world? Looking at the map on the table in front of him, Yang Lin frowned slightly. He was well aware of the benefits of taking Nanyang City. After Prince Yong takes the city, he can hold Nanyang firmly, allowing him to advance or retreat at will. If they can capture Nanyang City, they can also control this important strategic choke point, preventing the flames of war from reaching their main camp in the short term. Everyone knows how important Nanyang City is, but taking it is no easy task. Especially now, their defense force only has 1,500 men, and 1,000 of them are untrained. Although they have powerful weapons of war such as crossbows, ballistae, and even hand grenades, they are not afraid of anyone if they meet on flat ground. However, to capture Nanyang City, a siege must be fought. The casualties in siege battles are not insignificant. Moreover, even after capturing Nanyang City, there would be a siege battle to defend against the attack of Prince Yong's 80,000 troops. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, seizing Nanyang City at this moment is not a good decision. I know my husband's concerns. Li Yuyao's voice came from beside me. My husband is worried that Nanyang City will be difficult to capture and difficult to defend, isn't he? Yang Lin nodded. Yes, if we want to capture Nanyang City, we will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Under these circumstances, we will soon face the attack of Prince Yong, and we may not be able to hold it. Yang Lin expressed his concerns. Li Yuyao's expression relaxed. Actually, taking Nanyang City is not difficult. Oh, Yang Lin's eyes lit up. Has the head of the household forgotten his current status? Yang Lin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. That's right. Besides being Baron Cao Shan, I'm also a vanguard captain in the Yang army. We can use the pretext of reinforcements to enter the city openly and legitimately. Li Yuyao nodded. Besides these two identities, you have another identity, which is very important. Oh. Chapter 227 Forging Arrows, 100,000. Li Yuyao chuckled. The prefect of Nanyang is also your father-in-law. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh again. He had completely forgotten about that. If Xiao Jiu and Han Mengzhu are his own wives and concubines, then Xiao Jiu's father, Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang, is naturally his father-in-law. With Han Feng's support, it is indeed possible to take Nanyang City without bloodshed. Yang Lin said, if we want this matter to be accomplished, we'll need Xiao Jiu to step in. Li Yuyao nodded. This is easy to handle. Xiao Jiu doesn't want her father to be our enemy. Based on this calculation, taking Nanyang City shouldn't be a problem. But how could we possibly defend Nanyang City? Yang Lin looked at Li Yuyao again. Li Yuyao shook her head with a wry smile. I have no choice but to defend Nanyang. If Prince Yang's 80,000 troops were to launch a direct attack on Nanyang, well, Li Yuyao shook her head again. Yang Lin frowned in thought. If we ignore Nanyang City. Before Li Yuyao could speak, he shook his head. No, we have to do something about it. Thinking about the consequences of abandoning Nanyang City, Yang Lin realized that Li Yuyao was indeed much better than him in terms of strategic vision. It will be difficult to govern Nanyang City. But if we ignore Nanyang City, things will get even more difficult in the future. If Prince Yong were to capture Nanyang, he might not dare to launch an attack on the capital in the short term, and would most likely continue to attack Jiangzhou. In this way, all of their development plans were ruined. Most importantly, missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity means that if we want to take Nanyang City again in the future, we will have to pay a much higher price. Therefore, now is the best time to seize Nanyang City. As for how to defend, Yang Lin frowned and pondered for a long time before nodding heavily and saying with bright eyes, All right, leave the defense of Nanyang City to me. He didn't say how to do it, because he only had a rough plan in mind. My lady, how much time do we have left to prepare? Yang Lin asked. How much time is left? That's the most important thing. If given 10 years to develop, he will definitely be able to build cannons. At that time, no matter how many men Prince Yong has, he can be blown to pieces. However, Yang Lin knew very well that, let alone 10 years, it might not even be possible in a month. Sure enough, Li Yuyao said with a solemn expression, 10 days. At most 10 days. The information I received is that Prince Yong's army has just captured Luocheng County and will definitely rest there for a while, but the rest time will not be too long, at least 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days, before they march on Nanyang City. 3 to 5 days. Yang Lin closed his eyes, silently recited the number, and began to calculate in his mind again. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. I am certain that Prince Yong will be defeated. Oh, Li Yuyao asked quickly, why? Yang Lin laughed and said, because his name is very unlucky. Li Yuyao didn't understand the joke about Yang Lin, and Yang Lin didn't explain it either. They only have 3 to 5 days to set off, so they must make the most of every second. Yang Lin said, Wife, you tell Xiao Jiu that I'll go out and make the arrangements now. Good. Li Yuyao nodded. Watching Yang Lin's departing figure, a look of relief appeared on her face. There's something Li Yuyao hasn't mentioned yet, that's why they're in such a hurry to take Nanyang City. That's Yang Lin's personality. He's just too steady. She remembered what Yang Lin often said, something like, develop your strength stealthily. While playing it safe and developing your strength cautiously is a safe approach, it ultimately lacks a certain edge for those vying for supremacy. She knew that Yang Lin's talents were not limited to what he had just achieved. Faced with poverty, he invented tofu, which improved his life. When faced with threats from the landlord, he invented the crossbow to protect everyone. When he needed to make money, he ventured into real estate and paper mills. To protect the village, he produced explosives and grenades. When he needed to travel far away, he devised a powerful crossbow. Therefore, Li Yuyao concluded that Yang Lin must have many more eye-catching inventions. Life in the village is too stable and too comfortable. Although they develop their skills in a low-key manner, they lack ambition. Only by putting pressure on him can he create miracles again. After leaving the house, Yang Lin asked his assistant, Alan, to call the heads of each workshop to the Design Institute for a meeting. When Yang Lin arrived at the Design Institute, the managers of each workshop had already arrived as well. The employer, boss, everyone stood up to greet them. Yang Lin lowered his hands, gesturing for everyone to sit down. He has always been easygoing and doesn't like to call people together for no reason, so he hasn't called everyone together since he came back. Time is limited, so I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you all for your hard work during my absence. I'll calculate the bonuses for everyone at the end of the year. Now, let's get down to business. As he spoke, Yang Lin first looked at Zhong Tao. Brother Tao, how many weapons does the security team have now? Zhong Tao quickly replied, we have enough spears. There are 1,500 men, and we have 500 swords, 100 shields, and 300 bows and crossbows. After Zhong Tao finished speaking, Zhao Shunzi quickly added, there are also some knives and guns in the warehouse. Yang Lin nodded and said, we have enough swords and spears, but we don't have enough bows and crossbows. Start immediately and do everything you can to make bows and crossbows, and increase the number of bows and crossbows to 500. Zhao Shunzi nodded immediately. With 300 already, creating another 200 sets wouldn't be too difficult for the current smelting workshop. How many crossbow bolts do you have? Yang Lin asked again. For 1,000, Zhong Tao replied. Yang Lin frowned. Too few, too few. 10,000 is not enough. Make another 100,000 crossbows. This time, everyone was stunned. Zhao Shunzi's eyes widened. Master, are you really going to fire 100,000 crossbow bolts? Although crossbow bolts are simple, with the current technology in the smelting workshop, making crossbow bolts is extremely easy. But to produce 100,000 units would be an absolutely huge project. Zhong Tao realized something and asked in surprise. Master, is there a major battle? Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Yang Lin nodded. Yes, a major battle is imminent, and it is of utmost importance. Uncle Shunzi, I didn't expect you to forge 100,000 arrows in a single day. You should calculate how long it would take to forge 100,000 crossbow bolts. Regarding preparations for the competition, Yang Lin neither concealed nor explained anything. Hearing that a major battle was imminent, no one dared to be negligent. Zhao Shunzi started counting on his fingers. After a moment, he said uncertainly, if we focus on training arrows, it will take at least half a month. About half a month. Yang Lin nodded. During this period, the smelting workshop will focus on refining arrows. Prince Yong has 80,000 men. If he doesn't even have 80,000 arrows, how can he fight this battle? It doesn't matter if we can't refine it in a short time, as long as the workshops at the rear can continuously send supplies to the front lines. That's enough about the crossbow bolts for now. Next up is the ballista. Yang Lin's eyes lit up again when the ballista was mentioned. This is the most important part of his plan to defend Nanyang City. Make 100 ballistae. Chapter 228. An army marches on its stomach. Yang Lin then added a sentence. Within a month. These words stunned everyone once again. 100 ballistae? Within a month? When they went to Suizhou last time, they rushed to make only 3 crossbow carts before leaving, which was already quite an achievement. The manufacturing process of the crossbow cart is extremely complex, requiring the combined efforts of 3 departments: the carpentry workshop, the smelting workshop, and the design institute. It took 2 days to make 3 carts. They had already witnessed the power of the ballista in their experiments. The ballista could fire 20 arrows at once, creating a devastating barrage that filled the sky with countless blossoms, resulting in immense destructive power. With just 3 ballistae, their combat power was already quite strong. This time, they actually won 100 vehicles. Is it difficult? Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, he asked. Everyone nodded quickly. Okay, since there's no difficulty, let's go with this. Yang Lin made the decision immediately. Everyone stared in disbelief. They were just nodding, indicating that it's difficult. At the previous rate, they could build 3 aircraft every 2 days, and at most 50 aircraft per month. Reaching 100 aircraft is no easy feat. Not to mention that the smelting workshop also had to work at full speed to produce crossbows. Wang Gui was in charge of the carpentry workshop. He was one of the earliest members of the team, so he dared to speak the truth. Boss, it's probably very difficult to make 100 crossbow carts a month. Yang Lin waved his hand. Don't worry, it's an assembly line operation. I believe you can do it. Moreover, if even this cannot be done, wouldn't the tasks to come be even more impossible? Everyone was stunned once again. 100,000 crossbow bolts, 100 ballistae, and this isn't over yet? What are the next tasks? Just as Wang Gui was somewhat dumbfounded, Yang Lin patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Wang Gui, the woodworking workshop still has a very tough task ahead. As he spoke, Yang Lin's expression turned serious again, and he asked, how many hydraulic saws are there in the woodworking workshop now? Wang Gui quickly replied, 2 units. Wang Gui couldn't help but feel a little proud when he mentioned the water conservancy saw. If it weren't for the water-powered saw table, which increased the work efficiency of the carpentry workshop by more than 10 times, how could he, as the manager of both the transportation team and the purchasing team, possibly manage the carpentry workshop at the same time? Not enough, not enough. Yang Lin waved his hand. 2 units are too few. Increase it to 20. He also went to see the hydraulic saw table when he passed by today. Although the speed is more than 10 times faster than before, it is still far inferior to a real table saw. Everyone was dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui immediately became anxious. Master, this hydraulic sawing stand is not easy to build. It requires the joint participation of the smelting workshop and the design institute to be made. For example, the high-quality steel saw blade is also very difficult to grind. As the manager of the carpentry workshop, he naturally hoped to have as many water-powered saws as possible. But he also knew that building a water-powered sawing platform was extremely difficult, even more so than building a crossbow. The client then asked for 20 sets, which was unrealistic. Yang Lin waved his hand. Making the request is my business. How to do it is your business. The managers of all the workshops are here now, and we have all the materials and manpower we need. I know it's difficult, but I believe we can definitely do it. Moreover, I'm only giving you 2 days. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and said. Everyone was dumbfounded. 2 days? We need to build 20 hydraulic sawing platforms. How is that possible? Wang Gui wanted to persuade him further, but Du Jing suddenly spoke up. This matter is difficult, but it's not impossible. Oh, everyone looked expectantly at Du Jing. Du Jing quickly replied. To improve work efficiency, all we need is more people, and we don't lack manpower right now, do we? As long as we can make good use of all the manpower we've assigned these past 2 days, our efficiency can increase several times, or even more than 10 times. If we work overtime tonight, or even work through the night, we can make 2 days' worth of work into 4 days' worth. In these 2 days, we might even be able to accomplish a month's worth of work. Du Jing looked at the managers present. Everyone stared in disbelief, but subconsciously nodded. They have more than enough manpower. In fact, they don't know how to allocate the staff in their various workshops. Of the 30,000 people brought back from Suizhou, 29,000 were laid off. Although more than 20,000 of them were given to construction teams, the remaining 7,000 or 8,000 people, though seemingly few when distributed among various workshops, were actually too many to accommodate in a short time, and many of them had nothing to do. Upon hearing Du Jing's words, Yang Lin nodded approvingly. That's right, we have enough manpower. What we need now is to make good use of it. I only mentioned the hydraulic sawing table. The reason I gave you 2 days to build 20 hydraulic sawing tables is because the woodworking workshop has an even more important task. Uncle Wang Gui, you can start building the hydraulic saw first. I will give you a new blueprint tonight. Starting tomorrow, in addition to the hydraulic saw, the woodworking workshop will need to build some new things. Wang Gui nodded blankly. He has stopped resisting. There was also a smelting workshop. Yang Lin then turned to look at Zhao Shunzi. Besides bows and crossbows, and working with the carpentry workshop to build water-powered saw tables and crossbow carts, the smelting workshop has another important task, which is to make some of the pig iron cups that Zhao Tian has researched. Let's take 1,000, Yang Lin said. Zhao Shunzi stopped resisting and nodded hesitantly. The carpentry workshop will work together to make the wooden handle. The thickness of the wooden handle must be exactly the same as the inner rim of the cast iron cup. The wooden handle can be hammered into the cup without leaving any gaps. The quantity is also 1,000. Yang Lin then looked at Wang Gui. Wang Gui nodded blankly and wrote down Yang Lin's request in his notebook. He has so many tasks, and he still doesn't know how to complete them. But he knew that no matter how he tried to accomplish it, he had to complete the mission. Then comes the task of the purchasing team. Yang Lin's gaze remained fixed on Wang Gui. Wang Gui's lips twitched involuntarily. Immediately, 3,000 shur of grain will be transported to Nanyang City. As the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach. Having sufficient food supplies is always the most important thing, no matter what. Good. Wang Gui nodded. Compared to the previous tasks, transporting grain is nothing. And what about the armor I mentioned yesterday? Has the design been completed? Yang Lin looked at Zhong Tao and Zhao Shunzi. Yes. Zhong Tao nodded. Yesterday I went to the Design Institute and, together with the craftsmen there, modified the armor from the military's armor to create a leaf-shaped armor. This leaf-shaped armor is lighter and easier to make than the military's armor. We've already ordered 100 sets from the smelting workshop. Yang Lin then looked at Zhao Shunzi. Zhao Shunzi's lips twitched, and he gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. No problem. I guarantee it will be done. Yang Lin could also tell that the tasks of each department were not easy, so after explaining these matters, he let everyone leave. Only Du Jing remained. Du Jing immediately understood that his mission had begun. He had just assigned so many tasks to the smelting workshop and the carpentry workshop, but his design institute had hardly anything to do. Now it seems. Brother Jing, your mission is the most important. Yang Lin said. Chapter 229, This is an Explosion. Du Jing nodded excitedly and patted his chest. Brother Lin, just give me any task you need. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Compared to the pressure on others, Du Jing, upon learning of the importance of the mission, became energetic and full of anticipation. Okay, the first thing is printing. You said last time you'd already figured it out? How's the result? Can it be used in large quantities? Yang Lin asked. When the topic of printing technology came up, Du Jing was both proud and excited. Brother Lin, you are a genius. Following the ideas you provided, we created the woodblock printing technique in just a few days, and after a few more days of improvements, it is now ready for use. Du Jing thought for a moment and said, As for speed, the woodblock printing takes some time. It will take about 4 or 5 people 3 days to make a woodblock for one book of the classics. Once the woodblocks are made, the printing speed will be very fast. One set of woodblocks can print about a few hundred books a day. As long as there are enough woodblocks, it is not impossible to print tens of thousands of books a day. Yang Lin nodded. He was very satisfied with the result. Okay, I'll take you somewhere, Yang Lin said. Du Jing was taken aback. He thought Yang Lin was going to talk to him about printing, but after only a brief mention, why was he leaving? Yang Lin didn't explain and led the way out the door. After leaving the Design Institute, Yang Lin took Du Jing home, opened the secret room, took out a basket of dark powder and several bamboo tubes, and then went out again, heading towards the mountains and forests not far away. Brother Lin, I'm getting more and more confused. What are you carrying? Where are we going? Du Jing looked completely bewildered. But the woman in purple who was protecting Yang Lin immediately realized something after seeing the bamboo tube, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yang Lin smiled. You'll find out soon enough. Soon, the three arrived in the dense forest. Yang Lin filled the bamboo tube with gunpowder, leaving a fuse exposed, sealed the tube tightly, and then lit the fuse. Du Jing was still confused, but Zi Yi shouted, "Run!" and grabbed Yang Lin and ran out. The scene of Yang Lin killing Zheng Rong, the governor of Pingyuan County, with heavenly lightning that day was deeply etched in Ziyi's mind, and she would never forget it for the rest of her life. The more skilled a martial artist is, the more instinctive they are at sensing danger. At this moment, Ziyi could clearly sense that this bamboo tube was extremely terrifying. Hey, Jingji, don't just stand there, run. Du Jing, still unaware of what had happened, looked at Yang Lin, who had fled, with a puzzled expression. Run? Because of that bamboo tube? But what good is a mere bamboo tube, even if it can be lit? Why run? Seeing this, Yang Lin also became anxious. Brother Jing, hurry, people will die? Yang Lin regretted not explaining to him what an explosion was beforehand. Although the fuse is long, it only lasts for a few seconds at most, while the explosive force can affect a radius of tens of meters. If you don't run now, it will really be too late. Dead? That's it. Du Jing still didn't take it seriously, still staring at the smoking bamboo tube, unimpressed. Instead of leaving, he squatted down to see what was going on with the bamboo tube. He was also eager to see what kind of strange things would happen to it. Upon seeing this, Yang Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Ignorance is bliss. According to calculations, there were only about 3 or 4 seconds left before the explosion. Unable to explain clearly in just a few seconds, Yang Lin turned around and ran back without hesitation. Young master. Purple Robe was also greatly surprised. The distance wasn't far, and Yang Lin rushed back in a few steps, picked up the bamboo tube from the ground, where the fuse had already burned to the edge and was still smoking, and threw it forward with all his might. The bamboo tube traced a parabola before being thrown into the sky. Du Jing still thought Yang Lin's nervousness was an overreaction. However, the instant he threw the bamboo tube, a loud bang rang out from midair. Lie down, Yang Lin shouted and tackled Du Jing to the ground. In an instant, countless pieces of bamboo exploded and flew everywhere, scattering all over the place. Fortunately, the bamboo tube was thrown more than 10 meters away, and the kinetic energy of the flying bamboo fragments weakened considerably. They only hurt when they hit the body, but did not injure the two of them. Yang Lin checked them over and, after confirming they were all right, breathed a sigh of relief. Du Jing was completely terrified at this moment. He stared blankly at the lingering smoke in the air, breathing in the gunpowder smell he had never smelled before, looking at the scattered bamboo fragments, the tree trunk riddled with holes at the epicenter of the explosion, and the branches and leaves scattered all over the ground. He was petrified, his mouth agape, motionless for a long time. Du Jing's reaction was not unexpected by Yang Lin. Not to mention him, even Liu Yao was shocked by the horrific scene when she first witnessed the explosion. As for why he didn't take the bamboo tube seriously before, it wasn't because he was arrogant, but because people in this world had never had the concept of an explosion, so they naturally couldn't imagine what kind of power a small bamboo tube could have. What is this? How did you do it? Du Jing stared intently at Yang Lin, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Yang Lin sighed. This is gunpowder. The reason I called you here is to tell you the formula for gunpowder. The reason for demonstrating it to Du Jing first was that it was too difficult to express something that had never appeared before in words, so it was better to just blow it up and he would understand. Yang Lin never expected that Du Jing would not take the explosion seriously, which almost caused a major disaster. Brother Jing, I believe that through this incident, you will understand that gunpowder is a very dangerous thing, and safety must be ensured when handling gunpowder. Du Jing was a smart man and understood immediately. He excitedly asked, "You mean, you want me to make gunpowder?" Yang Lin shook his head. "I've already figured out the gunpowder formula, and there's not much room for improvement, so we don't need to work on the gunpowder itself. That's why I asked you to come here." Yang Lin shook the bamboo tube in his hand. "Do you remember those pig iron wine cups made in the smelting workshop?" Du Jing suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't help but gasp. "You mean, you want to use those kinds of wine glasses to hold gunpowder? My God, how powerful would that be if it exploded?" As the head of the Design Institute, although it was his first time learning about gunpowder, he was very clear about the characteristics of those cast iron wine cups. When Yang Lin asked the smelter to design the cast iron wine cup, he wanted it to shatter into many small pieces of iron when damaged. Now, he finally understood and was deeply shocked by Yang Lin's bold idea. After thinking for a moment, Yang Lin roughly estimated that it would be more than 10 times that. Du Jing was dumbfounded. Even Ziyi's eyes widened in surprise. They were all completely shocked by its power. Chapter 230: Hand Grenades, Explosive Packs, and Cannons. Let me tell you about the difficulties first. First of all, this gunpowder is very unstable. It ignites upon contact with fire and will explode. It's not just ignition that's required. Even sparks from striking metal can ignite explosives. Therefore, during the construction and installation process, it is crucial to ensure that no sparks are generated. When gunpowder is compressed into a sealed space, its explosive power increases. The better the seal, the stronger the explosive power. My idea is to fill a cast iron goblet with a measured amount of gunpowder, then insert a fuse, gently compress the gunpowder, and finally drive in a wooden stick of the same thickness as the goblet's rim. This stick will hold the gunpowder down and completely seal the opening, leaving only the fuse protruding. Yang Lin briefly explained the manufacturing principle of the wooden-handled grenade. Finally, when Du Jing heard that this incredibly powerful weapon was thrown by holding the wooden handle after it was lit, Du Jing was utterly astonished. "My God, this is simply the most ingenious design in the world. It's so clever," Du Jing exclaimed. "The wooden handle can both seal and compress the medicine, and also make throwing much easier. This is simply the greatest invention ever." The woman in purple beside him was also shocked by Yang Lin's story. She could imagine the shock that would occur when this weapon was first thrown into the enemy army. Even just one can completely destroy the morale of an army. How much of this stuff does Yang Lin want to produce? She was present when the task was assigned, so she naturally knew that Yang Lin had asked the smelting workshop to produce 1,000 of them. 1,000? What would happen if this were used in a war? Ziyi dared not think any further. At that moment, she seemed to see His Majesty sitting back on the throne. Cough, cough. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yang Lin quickly coughed to bring them back to their senses. "I've named this thing the wooden-handled grenade. The manufacturing process isn't too difficult. Brother Jing, I'll give you a day to research and improve it. After that, we'll start production. Make 1,000 of them in 3 days." Yang Lin didn't ask him if it was okay, and Du Jing didn't hesitate either, nodding directly. If this is all the task Yang Lin gave him, it won't be difficult for him at all. Yang Lin had explained the entire design, concept, and even details of the wooden-handled grenade clearly, which was like feeding him food. If he still couldn't swallow it, then his design institute would be truly useless. In addition to the wooden-handled grenade, design another explosive charge. The principle of the explosive charge is also very simple. Use a large amount of explosives and wrap it in special paper produced by a paper mill, so that the quantitative change leads to the qualitative change and causes a more powerful explosion. Unlike wooden-handled grenades, explosive charges do not require lethality, but focus on explosive force. For example, they are used to blast mountains, blast rocks, and blow up city walls. When Yang Lin said those last 3 words, Ziyi's eyes lit up again. She then realized that with the power of explosives, if there were enough of them, it was indeed possible to split mountains and crack rocks. Blowing up the city walls would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Ziyi gasped again, because she had realized that the invention of explosives could create the world's most solid walls. Are there any city walls that cannot be breached by explosives? If so, then send more explosives. There aren't any technical difficulties with the explosive charge, so I won't go into details. Yang Lin then changed the subject. "The third thing I need you to do is create a kind of ignition device." Ignition? Du Jing was stunned and asked in confusion. Like a flint or a tinderbox? Yes, but compared to flint or tinder, this kind of igniter is much more convenient. This is the list. I've named this fire-starting contraption match. Following this recipe, you prepare 2 materials, rub them together, and you can directly ignite a wooden stick. Yang Lin took out a pre-written prescription from his sleeve. If it weren't for Prince Yang's affair, Yang Lin wouldn't have planned to get the matches out so quickly. The large-scale infrastructure construction in Kaoshan village is in full swing, and he doesn't want to come up with too many inventions that would disrupt the normal construction schedule. But now, given the suddenness of the incident and the urgency of the situation, it's only natural that we should bring out something of value. Of course, the configuration ratio I have may not be the optimal one. You can experiment and adjust it based on my list. I'm only giving you 2 days for this match. Matches were another major invention he made after papermaking. Moreover, the matches he designed have skipped more than 100 years of detours in the history of match development, and the matches he made were directly safety matches. Once launched, it will surely generate substantial profits. Now, making money is no longer an option. Everything will serve the war effort. Du Jing held the list tightly, his hands trembling with excitement. He could imagine that this would be yet another invention that could change the world. As for 2 days, Du Jing gritted his teeth. Okay. Following the wooden-handled grenade and the explosive charge, this third mission has already put him under considerable pressure. It is no easy task for the Design Institute to complete so many major projects in just 3 days. However, okay, next up is the 4th task. Yang Lin spoke without hesitation, picked up an empty bamboo tube, and then picked up a pebble from the ground. If this pebble is a hand grenade, and this bamboo tube is made of steel, what would happen if you put the grenade into the bamboo tube, sealed one end of the tube, and then lit the fuse? As Yang Lin spoke, he gestured to Du Jing. This. Du Jing's eyes widened, as if he had realized something, but he hesitated, unsure, and said, "The grenade will fly out from this side?" Yang Lin nodded. "That's right, it will fly out, and it will fly very far." The idea of using a grenade as a metaphor is just that. You can make a pointed metal device, fill it with gunpowder, and call it a cannonball. And this kind of device is called a cannon. I've explained the principles of the cannon to you. The design and improvement are now up to you. Yang Lin patted Du Jing on the shoulder. While Du Jing felt immense pressure, Yang Lin continued, "I have very high requirements for the cannons. First, the shells inside must fly far enough. It must be at least 100 zhang." "What? 100 zhang?" Du Jing and Zi Yi were both greatly alarmed. The two were dumbfounded. This was a distance they could hardly have imagined. What's so special about that?" Yang Lin scoffed. 100 zhang is just the most basic goal I'm giving you. In the future, 200 zhang, 300 zhang, 500 zhang, even 1,000 zhang will be no problem. The two were completely dumbfounded. They even suspected that Yang Lin was exaggerating. Chapter 231. Taking a different approach may not necessarily lead to greater strength. What? You don't believe me? Judging from their expressions, Yang Lin guessed what they were thinking. Du Jing and Zi Yi both nodded at the same time, making no attempt to hide their suspicion. Du Jing said, 100 zhang? That's unlikely. The woman in purple nodded. Yes, flying 100 feet is just too exaggerated. Yang Lin smiled calmly. Exaggerate? No. It's not an exaggeration at all. And when I said at least 100 zhang, it was actually a very, very conservative estimate. 100 zhang is only a little over 300 meters. 1,000 zhang is only a little over 3,000 meters. Not to mention those cannons from the past that could shoot for 10 or 20 miles. Even the red-coated cannons from the Qing Dynasty in the past, which weighed 1,000 caddies, already had a range of 2 or 3,000 meters. Those weighing tens of thousands of kilograms can reach 4 or 5,000 meters, or even nearly 2,000 zhang. His current demand is simply to build cannons with a range of 100 zhang, approximately 33 meters, which is nothing to him. Don't worry, once the cannons are built, you'll know how powerful they are. The saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Before seeing something with their own eyes, no matter how it's described, they find it hard to believe. I'll prepare the blueprints for you when I get back tonight. The principle of the cannon is simple, but the manufacturing process and details are much more difficult than those of hand grenades and ballistae. So there's no need to rush the research on the cannon. It would be best if it could be built sooner, but if not, you can continue to study it slowly for now. Regarding the red-clad cannon, Yang Lin only knew that in order to avoid barrel explosion, a multi-layer casting process was required, which involved casting an inner layer of wrought iron and an outer layer of bronze, or an inner layer of wrought iron and an outer layer of pig iron. Only in this way could the composite cannon be made to ensure its own sturdiness and to be able to fire continuously. It can be said that as long as he can build the red cannon, he can now sweep across this planet with it. Du Jing nodded quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Yang Lin was not urgently needed. The wooden-handled grenades, matches, and explosive charges were already putting him under enough pressure. Even if he were to build cannons at this point, he would be powerless to do anything about it. Have you finished making that kind of kite I told you about last time? Yang Lin asked, changing the subject. Du Jingdu could no longer keep up with Yang Lin's train of thought. Just a moment ago, they were talking about cannons, but now they were talking about kites. However, when the topic of kites came up, Du Jing nodded excitedly again. It's built, and it's incredibly amazing. It can fly up to 100 feet high in the wind. Du Jing exclaimed excitedly. Recalling the moment when he made his first kite using Yang Lin's method and flew it himself, watching the lifelike bird rise with the wind and soar into the sky, Du Jing felt exceptionally excited. Humanity's pursuit of flight is a dream etched into our very being. Although it's just a paper kite being flown, watching it soar through the sky feels like giving wings to my own dreams, allowing me to soar alongside it. Upon hearing Yang Lin's sudden mention, Du Jing immediately realized something and excitedly asked, Brother Lin, could this kite be some kind of powerful weapon? Yang Lin shook his head. It's not a weapon, just a child's toy. Du Jing was immediately somewhat disappointed. However, Yang Lin's next words invigorated him once again. Although kites are not weapons, they are a great idea. Imagine making kites big enough to carry people into the sky. How would that feel? Du Jing was dumbfounded. Seeing that Du Jing was already deep in thought, Yang Lin quickly patted him on the shoulder again. There's no need to rush this one. It's after the big guns. You can figure it out slowly later when you have time. Because of the backwardness of paper-making technology, kites had never existed in this world. Yang Lin had the Design Institute research kites for two reasons. First, he wanted to fill a gap in the world and bring more fun to it. But most importantly, he wanted to use the flight of kites to expand Du Jing's imagination. It's important to know that imagination is the biggest difference between humans and animals. Dare to dream, dare to do, dare to try. Only by getting closer to our dreams through repeated failures can technology innovate and society progress. My own strength is ultimately limited, and all I can offer them is a single idea. Don't be fooled by the technological explosion that followed the Industrial Revolution in our past lives, which propelled us from the Industrial Age to the Information Age, giving rise to the Internet, gene technology, artificial intelligence, and many more grander visions yet to come. It was a wonderful era that our ancestors could never have imagined. But, is that road necessarily the most suitable road for humans? Not necessarily. He wasn't denying the scientific achievements of his previous life, but rather stating that nothing in this world is ever perfect. Perhaps the technology tree in my past life was skewed from the very beginning, or perhaps there was extremely simple and basic theoretical knowledge in that world that had been buried and never discovered. If you simply imitate others and follow the same path as in your previous life, then no matter how well you develop, you can only achieve the same level of success as in that other world. However, if we unleash the imagination and creativity of people around the world, then this world may very well be able to create an even more brilliant and glorious future. With someone as knowledgeable about the history of the previous life around, we can avoid taking many detours. Perhaps in the near future, the Great Qian Dynasty will be able to quickly enter the Industrial Age, and in an even shorter time, enter the Information Age, and even travel through the stars and colonize space. And none of this could have been accomplished by him alone. With today's technology, achieving flight is actually not that difficult. For example, hot air balloons, hydrogen balloons, airships, gliders, and parachutes. These are all things that can be achieved in the short term. The reason he didn't reveal the answer directly was that he hoped the people at the Design Institute could figure it out themselves. Just as Yang Lin was about to tell Du Jing the fifth thing. Suddenly, Zi raised an eyebrow, took a step in front of Yang Lin, blocked Yang Lin with her body, and whispered a warning. Someone's here. The next instant, a figure in white appeared before them. He was a young man in his early 20s, dressed like a scholar, wearing a worn-out white robe, his expression solemn as he stared at what was in front of him. Bai Fei. Yang Lin was puzzled when he saw who it was. The man before him was none other than the stubborn and eccentric scholar he had rescued from human traffickers. When asked to leave, he refused and followed the army to the village. Yang Lin hadn't paid any attention to him during that time, so why did he suddenly appear here now? At this moment, Bai Fei's expression was more solemn than ever before. Looking at the mess at the center of the explosion not far away, he frowned and asked, "What just happened here?" Chapter 232 Utilizing the Ma family caravan. Bai Fei's eyes were fixed on the mess, but his peripheral vision glanced at Yang Lin. He felt that the terrifying noise and the presence of Yang Lin and his group were not coincidental. It was just a clap of thunder. Yang Lin shrugged. Thunder? Bai Fei looked up at the sky. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining warmly. He then looked at the bamboo tubes beside Yang Lin. What are these? Yang Lin had no intention of explaining these things to him, and instead asked, how did you end up here? I work at a tofu shop when I suddenly heard a loud noise, so I rushed over. Nonsense, Yang Lin roared. The tofu shop is more than 3 miles away, and the loud noise hasn't even been half an hour. How could you have gotten here from the tofu shop in such a short time? Yang Lin also noticed something strange. The tofu shop is in the southeast corner of the village, while this grove of trees is in the northwest corner. The two are far apart, so even if someone ran towards this place the moment the sound came, it would be impossible to find it in such a short time. Unless he'd been following me from the start. He'd been hiding outside the woods and rushed in as soon as he heard the noise. Ahem, I'll head back to work now. Oh, if anything happens, remember to call me. Bai Fei coughed awkwardly and turned to leave. The kid came quickly and left quickly, which made Yang Lin wary. This person is indeed strange, but I haven't caused any trouble yet, so it's impossible for someone to plant this seed in advance to target me. So no matter what, it's hard to make sense. At this moment, the woman in purple whispered, this person seems to. The woman in purple hesitated, as if she wanted to speak. What do you mean? Yang Lin quickly asked. Zi shook her head and frowned, saying, I don't know either. I just have a feeling that this person is terrifying. Horrible? Yang Lin was somewhat puzzled. Although Bai Fei has an eccentric personality, he looks gentle and weak. When he was captured by several human traffickers, he looked pitiful, and you couldn't tell that he was scary at all. Just then, Zi suddenly spoke up again. Someone else is coming. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of them. Both sides were somewhat surprised upon meeting. It was Ma Yu and her maid who arrived. What are you doing here? When Ma Yu saw Yang Lin, he was slightly taken aback, but then his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, could the legend be true? Well, this time, Yang Lin was stunned. What legend? You are a descendant of immortals, a celestial master descended to earth, capable of summoning heavenly lightning with your bare hands. Ma Yu said excitedly. Are all of these true? Her eyes were fixed on the explosion site, not far away. She swallowed hard, and when she looked at Yang Lin again, her gaze was filled with a hint of fear. The maid behind her looked terrified. Yang Lin blinked. A celestial master descended to earth? A descendant of immortals? Where did this come from? However, he soon realized what was going on. The last time he used explosives and shouted the command to use thunder was when he killed Zheng Rong. Presumably, this news also originated from that time. Yang Lin neither admitted nor denied Ma Yu's shock, but instead asked, so what? I just came to take a look. Ma Yu felt a little guilty. She has realized that a huge secret is hidden in this mountain village. In an instant, Ma Yu regained her composure, puffed out her chest, and said confidently, you suddenly abandoned me before, and we haven't finished our business yet. Now that you're here, you can't run away again. You have to stay with me. Ma Yu made a gesture that seemed completely unreasonable. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. He nodded and said, all right, let's continue talking business. But I have one condition. For the first batch of goods I sell to you, I want you to sell them in Nanyang City. Yang Lin then instructed Du Jingxian to leave. Everything that needed to be said had already been explained to Du Jing, and anything that hadn't been explained yet wasn't urgent in the short term. It's time to plan for the next stage of our goals. The Ma family's caravan is just what we need to make use of. Nanyang City. Ma Yu immediately grasped the key point and asked in confusion, what is Nanyang City? Yang Lin waved his hand. You don't need to know that. If you want to continue discussing business, you only need to agree to this one condition. Ma Yu could also sense that Yang Lin's purpose might not be pure, but she still nodded without hesitation. Okay, I promise you. Very good. In that case, the goods can be shipped tomorrow. From today onwards, the goods from my Kaoshan village, apart from those for my own use, will be given priority to your Ma family. Yang Lin made the decision without hesitation. Ma Yu's eyes lit up, but she quickly asked, what about the tofu medicine business? That's easy to agree on. The tofu medicine costs 10 taels a barrel, but I'll sell it to you for 8 taels. However, I still have only one condition. The price you sell it for must be limited to 10 taels. This time, Ma Yu didn't haggle and agreed immediately. Although, like with paper, they only leave them a 20% gross profit, the tofu medicine is sold by the barrel, and each barrel sold earns a solid 2 taels of silver. Moreover, unlike paper, tofu medicine is unique in the whole world, with no other branches. She could understand Yang Lin's idea. Limiting the price of the tofu medicine would allow tofu to spread throughout the world as quickly as possible. As more and more people made tofu, the tofu medicine could also be sold at a low profit but high volume. Moreover, a profit of 2 taels of silver is no longer a small profit. If only a few thousand barrels are sold each year, that's a profit of tens of thousands of taels of silver. Once the price was agreed upon, the next step was to determine the quantity. Mayu said, I heard that your potion is made from rare medicinal herbs and takes a lot of time to refine. If the quantity is too small, it will not satisfy the appetite of my Ma family. Don't worry. Yang Lin smiled calmly. I guarantee there will be enough supply. You'll have as much as you need. It's just gypsum solution. This is an entire mountain. Really? Mayu was somewhat skeptical. Yang Lin patted his chest and said, if I can't produce the quantity you need, I won't charge you a single penny for the potion. Mayu was taken aback, but inwardly he was unconvinced. What if I need 10,000 barrels a year? Yang Lin sneered. Don't even mention 10,000 barrels. Even if it's 100,000 barrels, as long as you have the money, I can supply you with that. While Mayu was shocked, it also ignited her competitive spirit. Okay, I want you to sell me 1,000 barrels within 3 days. Can you do that? She looked at Yang Lin defiantly. Of course, Yang Lin said casually. Mayu gritted his teeth. What about 2,000 barrels? Yang Lin shrugged. As long as you give me the money, there's no problem. Mayu was utterly shocked. 2,000 barrels, he can produce them in 3 days. It should be noted that the tofu medicine was previously sold in very limited quantities, with only 10 barrels supplied every 3 days, which led to merchants from the vicinity of Jianghe County scrambling to buy it. After selling like this for more than 2 months, even she no longer suspected that Yang Lin was intentionally controlling the business. But now, Yang Lin is telling her that he can produce 2,000 barrels within 3 days? Tell me honestly, how much can you possibly come up with in 3 days? Chapter 233 Young Master. I'm sorry to offend you. Yang Lin chuckled. Miss, what business is it of yours how much I can afford? I can afford it, but can you even buy it? Yang Lin winked defiantly. Mayu stared wide-eyed, her chest heaving. Provocation. Mayu could easily see that this was clearly a provocation tactic. But she couldn't help but feel competitive. I need 10,000 barrels within 3 days. As Mayu spoke, he pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket, counted out 8 of them, and each one was a 10,000 tael note from Huitong's silver shop. Upon receiving the silver note, Yang Lin couldn't help but gasp. The richest merchant in the Great Qian Dynasty truly lives up to his reputation. This move was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mayu puffed out her chest again, glaring defiantly at Yang Lin. 10,000 barrels of tofu-making medicine. What if you can't make them in 3 days? She did have a spiteful intention in ordering 10,000 barrels at once, but at the same time, she also wanted to see Yang Lin's true colors and how deep his secrets were. However, Yang Lin patted the silver note with a smile and put it into his pocket. Don't worry, you'll be able to pick up the goods in less than 3 days. Even if you take 1 less barrel after 3 days, I won't charge you a single penny for these 10,000 barrels of medicine. What? Mayu was shocked. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. That's 10,000 barrels. Even if he could actually do it, it wouldn't be an easy task. However, she couldn't see any anxiety or worry on Yang Lin's face. All she saw was confidence, and even a hint of mockery. Even if the magical tofu potion isn't as exaggerated as the rumors suggest, its preparation method must be quite complex, right? How did he manage to do that? If Miss Ma has nothing else to do, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Yang Lin cupped his hands in greeting and left with Ziyi. He is not short of money now, and making money is not an important task, so Yang Lin does not take the business with the Ma family too seriously. As long as he can take the initiative in the cooperation between the two parties, that is enough. In the afternoon, Yang Lin went to the brick kiln and cement workshop, chatted with Gao Dazhuang from the construction team for a long time, and finally talked with Zhong Tao, Qin Shuang and others until evening, explaining his arrangements one by one. After returning home, he immediately began drawing blueprints, working late into the night to finish each set and have Alan deliver them to the various workshops. That night, the entire Kaoshan village remained sleepless. Even after work hours, everyone stayed at their posts until dawn broke. Yang Lin hadn't felt this fulfilled in a long time. He was busy until late at night and then drifted off to sleep. When she woke up again, it was still dark. When she opened her eyes, she felt that the surroundings were a little unfamiliar. Through the faint light coming in from the window, she saw that the person lying on the bed was none other than Qingyi. In the dim light, Qingyi was wearing a loose-fitting nightgown. She lay languidly on the bed, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Compared to her usual cool, agent-like demeanor, she resembled a girl next door. Her graceful figure outlined a delicate curve, and lying there, she looked like a lazy kitten, exuding a unique charm. Upon seeing the woman in green, Yang Lin was taken aback. How did I end up in Qingyi's room? He recalled that after finishing the drawings, he prepared to go upstairs to rest. As he was going upstairs, it felt like something bumped into him from behind. When I wake up again, it will be now. Yang Lin suddenly realized that he had been acupunctured. Qingyi is a master of pressure point manipulation. She used pressure point manipulation on herself to bring him to her room. Could it be that they already had sex last night? Qingyi noticed the movement and opened her eyes. In an instant, their eyes met. Both of them looked somewhat embarrassed. Before Yang Lin could speak, Qingyi had already stood up, tossed her flowing hair, casually gathered it up, and then subconsciously looked down at her collar. Her gaze towards Yang Lin held a hint of resentment. She narrowed her eyes, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Young master, you're awake?" Recalling the quiet of the night before, she was ordered to bring the young master to her bed, release his pressure points, and wait nervously and expectantly for the man beside her to take the initiative. But the man simply fell into a deep, sweet sleep, remaining motionless for a long while. She was both ashamed and angry, so she had no choice but to go to sleep alone. At this moment, she was no longer the close attendant and martial arts master who could protect His Majesty the Emperor from the wind and rain, but just a weak woman. She was ready to embrace her first night as a woman, no longer just for the sake of His Majesty's mission, but because she had truly fallen in love with the man beside her. Hearing the snoring gradually rising beside her pillow, she felt both ashamed and angry, wishing she could kick this bastard off the bed. The night passed just like that. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, the bastard looked at her with innocent and pure eyes, as if he didn't remember anything from last night. How shameless. Yang Lin was a little confused. But then I looked at the murderous look in Qingyi's eyes. Yang Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he really did something last night? Ahem, Qingyi, last night we. As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw the woman in green blush, extend 2 fingers, and in a blur, point them at him. Immediately, Yang Lin lost all his strength and collapsed onto the bed. "Young master, I'm sorry to offend you." Thinking of how that bastard gave up halfway last night, Qingyi reached out her small hand in revenge and untied his clothes and belt. Yang Lin was shocked. He then realized what Qingyi was up to. This tigress wants to possess me. Chapter 234. My wife, you've come at the perfect time. Yang Lin was no saint or gentleman. When faced with women, his physical needs came first, as long as they didn't violate morality. He understood that Qingyi's sudden bringing him here must have been on Li Yuyao's orders. But he didn't understand why Li Yuyao insisted on making Qingyi her concubine. She's not a real emperor, so how could she possibly understand the art of maintaining balance in imperial politics? At this moment, his inability to resist gave him a strange kind of excitement. "Don't be afraid, young master, it will be over soon." Yang Linjing was stunned for a moment as he stared at the figure in green, so close to him. She was dressed in a light blue robe, as ethereal as smoke and mist. Her flowing robe was adorned with subtle cloud patterns, and a plain white silk sash tied around her waist accentuated her slender figure. The woman in green had long, black hair, loosely tied up with a jade hairpin, with a few strands brushing against her cheeks, adding to her allure. Her almond-shaped eyes were like water, but they were rippling with shyness, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyes when she lowered them. Her cherry lips, naturally red without any makeup, were slightly pursed, revealing a rare hint of panic. Her usually aloof and frosty face was now flushed with a light blush, which spread from her cheeks all the way to the tips of her ears, like a red plum blossom blooming in the snow. Even the jade-colored skin around her neck was tinged with a faint pink. She subconsciously raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her fingertips as white as jade, and as she turned her wrist, her wide sleeves slipped down. The woman in green had a flushed face, and her trembling little hands gently untied her own sash. Yang Lin's heart raced as he watched the blue robe slowly slip down his face. But at this moment, he couldn't help but shout, Hey, stop messing around, quickly release my pressure points." The woman in green bit her red lips and shook her head, saying, "Young master, please don't struggle. I won't let you leave until it's over. Young master, just give in." As they spoke, Yang Lin felt a fragrant breeze waft towards him. "Hey, it's not what you think. I mean, release my pressure points and I'll do it myself. I like to take the initiative, not be passive." Before we knew it, the sun rose from the horizon. Daylight broke. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yang Lin and Qingyi were both startled and instinctively pulled the blanket over themselves. Then they saw Li Yuyao standing at the door, looking at the two of them with a mocking expression. Li Yuyao stood there with her hands behind her back, her long black robe hanging down like iron, the cloud and thunder patterns embroidered on the hem appearing and disappearing in the light and shadow, exuding a chilling aura. She just stood there, and it was as if she was suffocating people. Wherever his gaze fell, even Yang Lin instinctively avoided eye contact, as if a single glance would pierce him with that invisible sharpness. Men. As they spoke, Li Yuyao had already sat down on the edge of the bed, even stopping Qingyi from getting up, and looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin was extremely embarrassed, unable to tell whether Li Yuyao was happy or angry. She was so calm. It was eerily calm. "My lady, you've come at the perfect time." He yanked off the covers and pulled Li Yuyao onto the bed. Li Yuyao was startled by Yang Lin's sudden action and struggled to break free. "Stop fooling around. I'm here to talk to you about something serious." "Qingyi, go out for a moment," Li Yuyao ordered. The woman in green dared not be negligent. "Yes." Only the two of them remained inside. "We have received the latest news that Prince Yang's army is about to set off and will be at the gates of Nanyang in 2 days, so you must depart today." Chapter 235 Guiyan Hall and Ji Hall. "What?" Yang Lin suddenly sat up in bed. "Why didn't you tell me sooner that this was so important?" Li Yuyao glared at Yang Lin resentfully and pinched his waist lightly, and Yang Lin immediately fell silent. Yang Lin casually grabbed a coat and draped it over himself, pulling Li Yuyao into his arms. His hands instinctively reached for her soft breasts, but his brows were unusually grave. "This is indeed a big deal, and we need to plan it out carefully." Li Yuyao glared, her pretty face flushed. "If you're going to plot something, then so be it. Why are you holding back?" She suddenly remembered that Yang Lin had once said that when he was thinking, he liked to hold something in his hand. Last time I thought he was making it up, but now it seems like it might be true. That bastard is so irresponsible, and he always seems to talk about important things at times like these. Feeling the strength from those large hands, Li Yuyao's face turned even redder, and she subconsciously punched his chest lightly. Yang Lin remained calm, his brow furrowed. "It's too rushed. Nothing is prepared yet. If he were given 2 more days, even with his current 1,500 strong guard, he wouldn't feel too much pressure facing Prince Yang's 80,000 strong army. But now, after only 1 day of preparation, and with some things not even yet built, what use is it to take a mere 1,500 people to Nanyang City?" Li Yuyao nodded, but asked, "What about the explosives? How's the work going?" Her confidence in Yang Lin's victory was entirely based on the explosives. Yang Lin shook his head. "I just handed over the explosive formula to the Design Institute yesterday. I'm afraid the explosive formulation might not even be completed overnight, let alone the hand grenades used in combat." Li Yuyao frowned and calmly said, "In that case, we have no choice but to abandon Nanyang City. We should use this time to reinforce Jianghe County, build fortifications, and wait for the arrival of Prince Yang's army." "No." Yang Lin shook his head. "Let's stick to the original plan. I'll lead the men to Nanyang City. Everything will proceed as planned." Li Yuyao was shocked. "This won't do. Without explosives, we can't possibly be a match for Prince Yang's army with just crossbows." She wanted to put some pressure on Yang Lin, but she didn't want to put him in danger. Yang Lin sighed. "Don't forget, I promised Xiao Jiu that I would bring her mother back. Now Nanyang City is in imminent danger. If Nanyang City falls, you should understand what will happen, my wife." Li Yuyao fell silent. With the fall of Nanyang, Han Feng, the prefect, and his family would naturally be the first to suffer and become victims after the city fell. She understood all of this. If Nanyang City is gone, then Xiao Jiu's parents will also be gone. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to make a choice in such a situation. But Li Yuyao has always been calm and knows what is right, and she would never act impulsively because of romantic feelings. "So, is it for Xiao Jiu's sake, my husband?" Li Yuyao stared blankly at Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded. Although Xiao Jiu's relationship with her father wasn't great, she still cared deeply for her mother. "I don't know if I can do it, but no matter what, I have to try my best. Even if I can't do it, I won't regret it if I try. I am not a god, and I may not be able to save all the people of Nanyang City, but I cannot ignore my own little sister's situation." Li Yuyao opened her mouth, but said nothing. Reason told her that Yang Lin's actions were wrong and too impulsive. But hearing Yang Lin's words, she felt exceptionally relieved. She believed that if one day she were the one trapped, he would never abandon her. "All right, since you've made your decision, I support you." Li Yuyao grasped Yang Lin's hand. "This time, Zi and Qingyi will both go with you." Yang Lin was taken aback. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Li Yuyao rolled her eyes at him, but said with an extremely serious expression, "There's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, Zi and Qingyi both have their own identities. Zi is in charge of the Guiyan Hall, with spies all over the world gathering information. They have a dedicated communication network that allows them to learn important news from all over the world in the shortest possible time. Qingyi was in charge of the Gathering Righteousness Hall, which recruited many martial arts sects and wandering heroes to serve the imperial court. Do you remember when Zi went out for only a day and then came back with news of a rebellion in Suizhou? Actually, before that, they had already contacted Guiyan Hall and Zhiyi Hall. Her trip that time was not to Suizhou, but to find a spy from Guiyan Hall and obtain intelligence. Yang Lin suddenly realized. He had been wondering how Zi could find out about the situation in Suizhou in just one day after leaving home. The lady was among the first to learn of Prince Yang's rebellion, so they have a huge intelligence network. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. Throughout history, emperors have had their own exclusive intelligence agencies, which were controlled only by their most trusted confidants. Although the Prince of Yin rebelled and seized control of the court, he could not control the complex and secretive intelligence network. Although we don't yet know just how powerful the intelligence networks of Guiyan Hall and Zhiyi Hall are, we can see from the events in Suizhou and Yonglong that their power should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. No matter what you do, intelligence is extremely important. Okay, it's settled then. So what about the family? Thinking that he had taken away 2 top experts and that Li Yuyao was left without any guards, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel worried. It's all right. All the workshops are running smoothly now, so there's no need to worry. As long as my sisters and I stay at home and don't leave this house, even if there are thousands of people outside, they won't be able to break in. Li Yuyao said confidently. Yang Lin nodded and immediately got up without further delay. After breakfast, I found Xiao Jiao and told her about Nanyang City. Xiao Jiao, however, remained remarkably calm. After listening to Yang Lin's explanation, Xiao Jiao bit her lip, clenched her little fists, and shook her head. Brother, you can't take that risk. My dad's a bastard, ignore him. As for my mother, Xiao Jiao closed her eyes, her youthful face filled with determination, and shook her head. I feel sorry for her, but I can't let her cause you harm. Brother, you are my husband and my benefactor. Since leaving that family, I only have this one home. I can't lose you too. Xiao Jiao rushed over and hugged Yang Lin tightly, sobbing silently. Yang Lin gently patted Xiao Jiao's back. Silly girl, I'm not stupid. Would I go on something that's obviously a suicide mission? So don't worry. Although this trip to Nanyang is not easy and the outcome is unpredictable, I will protect myself. We haven't even consummated our marriage yet. How could I bear to let you be widows? Chapter 236, An Unexpected Surprise. It was a 2-day journey to Nanyang County, so Yang Lin decided to prepare in the morning and set off in the afternoon. Just as Yang Lin was gathering all the managers to discuss important matters that morning, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the Design Institute. The managers of the various workshops who arrived later gave Yang Lin a big surprise. 1,000 cast iron wine cups have been forged and delivered to the Design Institute last night, Zhao Shunzi said. The 1,000 wooden handles are finished and were sent to the Design Institute yesterday afternoon. Wang Gui said. Du Jing quickly replied. Just now, the wooden-handled grenade has been developed and is now being assembled. It will be fully assembled in a day at most. Yang Lin was overjoyed. He never expected that the wooden-handled grenade would be successfully made overnight. He originally planned to lead the main force ahead of others to Nanyang City. The unfinished equipment and supplies were then continuously transported to Nanyang. Now, with just a morning, you can make hundreds. No, with just a few dozen wooden-handled grenades, the outcome of the battle for Nanyang City will be a foregone conclusion. The power of the grenade was secondary. The main issue was the immense explosive force, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, which was unprecedented in this world. In particular, this will be the first time that firearms have been used on the battlefield, and their deterrent effect will far outweigh their destructive power. Then, each workshop reported on its own progress. Yesterday, the smelting workshop worked at full capacity to refine pig iron wine cups, as well as parts for crossbows and ballistae. They produced more than 100 sets of crossbow parts and parts for 20 ballistae. Therefore, the production of 100,000 crossbow bolts has only just begun, and only a little over 1,000 have been produced so far. At the current rate, if we continue to produce crossbow bolts at full capacity, we can produce a maximum of 5,000 per day. After Yang Lin sent the blueprints for that wooden weapon to the carpentry workshop last night, the workshop joined forces with the Design Institute to urgently research and manufacture it. After one night, one of those machines called a catapult was assembled, and at least 5 more can be assembled every day thereafter. Meanwhile, the assembly of the ballistae was not delayed, and the speed was much faster than originally expected. 8 ballistae were built yesterday afternoon and overnight. Including the original 3 ballistae, the number of ballistae has reached 11. The transport team set off yesterday with 1,000 shur of grain. Because the grain is heavy, the journey will be a little slower, and it will take 3 days for the supplies to reach Nanyang City. The most unexpected one is the Design Institute. After this night, in addition to successfully making a wooden-handled grenade, they also successfully made an explosive pack. Furthermore, according to Du Jing's instructions, with sufficient raw materials, the production speed of explosive packs was particularly fast. They had already completed more than 50 explosive packs. If they were to work at full speed, their Design Institute alone could produce at least 200 explosive packs a day. In addition, the leaflets that I asked the Design Institute to make into engravings last night have been completed by the Design Institute, and more than 5,000 copies have been printed overnight. The leaflet written by Yang Lin contained only 8 simple words. Prince Yong is dead, surrender, and you will be spared. Compared to the grand and powerful proclamations of war in history, which were sharp and incisive, these 8 characters he designed himself were more practical. In an era where most people are illiterate, what's the use of writing something fancy? On the battlefield, which soldier has the time to carefully read a proclamation that is hundreds or thousands of words long? Practicality is key. Disrupting the enemy's morale is enough. Very good. From today onwards, the necessary supplies will be transported to Nanyang City every half day. With enough manpower, we can mobilize not only a 1,500-strong security force, but also an army of 10,000, and the logistics can keep up. Yang Lin originally planned to use the Ma family's caravan to transport some weapons that were inconvenient to bring into the city to Nanyang City. It seems that the Ma family's caravan is no longer needed. According to the latest intelligence, Prince Yong is preparing to send troops to Nanyang City. By the time I arrive, the battle outside Nanyang City will have already begun. At that time, there will be no need to sneak into the city, and their battlefield with Prince Yong's rebel army will remain outside the city. Once the battle is over, as reinforcements, entering the city will naturally no longer arouse suspicion, and at that time, we can even take over Nanyang City with dignity. Brother Tao, this time you'll lead the team again, with 1,000 men, equip them with all the weapons in stock, and come with me to Nanyang City. Qin Shuang, we're entrusting the village to you. Protect the village while we're away. Just as I finished giving instructions, someone came to report that a lot of boats had arrived at the riverbank, and the leader claimed that Yang Lin had sent them. Yang Lin didn't immediately understand when he heard about many ships. Zhong Tao quickly reminded him. Isn't that the little fishing village by the Yellow River? Has the fleet that took us there returned? Zhong Tao's reminder made Yang Lin suddenly realize. That's right. It should be them. But why are they only arriving now? Could it be that they really found a waterway to Huangshui? That would be wonderful if the stream flowed directly into the Yellow River. Thinking of this, Yang Lin quickly got up. Let's go take a look. Initially, he hired dozens of fishing boats to take them to Suizhou. After they had traveled the waterway, he deliberately left 3 small teams behind to lead the fishing boats back ahead and explore the waterways along the way to see if the Yellow River was connected to the small river near Kaoshan village. Almost a month has passed, and he had already led 30,000 people back to Kaoshan village. But unexpectedly, the fleet only returned today. When Yang Lin rushed to the riverbank, he immediately recognized several of the fishermen as the ones he had hired. However, the members of the 3 security teams were nowhere to be seen. Yang Lin frowned. Could something have happened? At this moment, the fishermen on the banks of the Yellow River were all very excited. Small boats were moored on the water's edge. The fishermen were incredibly excited as they looked at the tall watermills and strange water-powered saws along the riverbank, then at the huge chimneys emitting black and white smoke not far away, and at the workshop area that seemed to belong to another era. Although they had just arrived, they could tell at a glance that this was a good place. Upon seeing Yang Lin, the fishermen became even more excited. Owner, boss, dear esteemed guest, we have arrived. Can we really stay here and work? Fishermen who knew Yang Lin all rushed over to greet him warmly. Compared to the fishermen's excitement, Yang Lin, who didn't see the 3 teams, forgot about the pleasantries and hurriedly asked, where are the others? Did something happen? Chapter 237 Crossing the Ocean to Unify the World. Oh, don't worry, everyone is fine. After crossing the Qingxi River, the large boats can't get through the smaller river here, so the rest of us stayed on the larger boat. Hearing that they were all right, Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, then realized, you mean Qingxi River? The Yellow River flows directly into Qingxi River? Yang Lin looked at the fishermen in surprise. Qingxi River is very close to Kaoshan village, only about 10 miles away. Yes, sir, the fisherman said excitedly. We followed your instructions and returned from Huangshui, searching for a waterway. We took many detours and encountered many setbacks along the way, but we finally succeeded in our mission and made it all the way along the Qingxi River. Other fishermen nearby quickly explained. The journey back from Qingxi River was smooth, but we searched for a long time before finally finding this small river. However, the large boats were too deep to enter the river, so they stopped on Qingxi River. We, the small boats, continued to explore and finally found it. After listening to the fishermen recount the whole story, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite some setbacks along the way, the outcome was ultimately good, proving his guess correct. Jiangzhou is indeed well developed in terms of waterways. Even this small river in front of us can connect with the Yellow River, making it even more convenient to transport goods in the future. Just then, someone stumbled off the small boat and ran excitedly toward Yang Lin. Young Master Zhang? Yang Lin was slightly surprised to see who had arrived. The visitor was none other than the down-on-his-luck young Master Zhang, who had sold him 2 large boats on the banks of the Yellow River. Young Master Zhang looked pale and thin and was extremely haggard. He was so excited to see Yang Lin that he cried, "Mr. Yang, I've finally met you." Yang Lin was a little confused. "What's going on? Why are you with them too?" After buying the boat that day, he had the idea of building a larger ship, so he added an extra 100 taels of silver and asked young Master Zhang to send the shipbuilding blueprints to Kaoshan village. He didn't care about the 100 taels of silver. He thought that young Master Zhang had arrived long ago, but now he found out that he was with the fleet. "Mr. Yang, I'm suffering." Young Master Zhang choked up as he recounted his experience. The process was actually quite simple. When young Master Zhang set off, he happened to encounter a fleet returning home. He learned that the fleet was going to Kaoshan village, so he hitched a ride and followed them all the way. Once they set sail, they discovered that while the fleet was indeed heading to Kaoshan village, they didn't know the way. Their journey was to find a waterway to Kaoshan village, and thus, they encountered many twists and turns along the way, causing this down-on-his-luck young master a great deal of hardship. It took almost a month to finally reach Kaoshan village. "Mr. Yang, these are the shipbuilding blueprints for our large ship." Young Master Zhang hurriedly and carefully took out a large roll of paper wrapped in oilcloth from his package and solemnly handed it to Yang Lin. "Great. That's fantastic." Yang Lin was overjoyed. "Young Master Zhang, if you're willing, you can stay in the village and help me build a boat. The wage is 1 tael of silver per month." Upon hearing that it was 1 or 2 taels of silver, young Master Zhang was immediately excited. Although they had made a lot of money from selling ships and blueprints, most of it was used to pay off debts, and the remaining money was barely enough to cover household expenses. He came to Kaoshan village in person to see if he could find a way to make a living there. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang offered him such a high wage. However, Yang Lin had not finished speaking. In addition to the wages of 1 or 2 taels of silver, there would be a bonus of several or even dozens of taels of silver for each large ship built. "I do." Before Yang Lin could finish speaking, young Master Zhang nodded hastily. Having just agreed, young Master Zhang said with some difficulty, "Mr. Yang, to be honest, my family has inherited the technology of building large ships. If it were just building some small ships, Mr. Yang would not need to pay such a high wage." Yang Lin smiled. "Who said I was going to build a small boat?" "Huh." Young Master Zhang was taken aback. "Not building small boats. Then what are we building?" "A big ship. A much bigger ship than your 2 ships." Yang Lin said. Young Master Zhang was taken aback. He glanced at the small river beside him and quickly shook his head, saying, "Mr. Yang, we can't build a large ship here." Yang Lin certainly knew what he meant. The river is too small. Even if a large boat were built, it wouldn't be able to sail out. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Alan, go to the construction team and call Gao Dazhuang over." Alan nodded and quickly left. Soon, Gao Dazhuang arrived with his men. Seeing the small boats on the riverbank and the fishermen around, he was puzzled and quickly asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Yang Lin smiled. This young Master Zhang is a master shipbuilder, skilled in building large ships. But our river is too small, not wide or deep enough, so we need to think of a solution. Young Master Zhang, who was standing to the side, hadn't reacted yet. The river is too narrow for a large boat to navigate. This is obvious and cannot be changed by anyone, nor is it within human power's control. He didn't understand why Yang Lin had specifically asked someone to bring this up. However, Gao Dazhuang, who knew that Yang Lin was always full of amazing plans, immediately understood his boss's meaning when he heard Yang Lin say that the river was neither wide nor deep enough. He was wide-eyed and dumbfounded. "Does the owner mean to widen and deepen this river?" Gao Dazhuang asked. "What?" Young Master Zhang was shocked and looked at Yang Lin in disbelief, blurting out, "How is this possible?" Yang Lin said calmly. As you just said, large ships can sail on the Qingxi River, and this place is only about 10 miles away from the Qingxi River. So as long as we widen and deepen this river and connect it to the Qingxi River, then this waterway will naturally be open. Widening the river channel was not a recent idea of his. When he bought the two large boats, he knew that it would be difficult for them to navigate the small river. As Kaoshan village developed and opened up trade channels to the outside world, relying solely on these small boats for transportation would be too inefficient and too troublesome. The carrying capacity of any large ship would be hundreds of times that of these small ships. Not to mention, in the future, he also has the ambition to build ironclad warships, connect the Yellow River directly to the sea, establish an invincible navy, wipe out Japanese pirates, pacify the surrounding barbarians, cross oceans, land on the new continent of this world, and even establish an unprecedented unified world. All of this is inseparable from large ships. Therefore, Yang Lin was well aware that although widening the river channel would be a huge project in the short term, it would not be profitable. But for future development, this is also essential, as it is part of large-scale infrastructure. Gao Dazhuang said with some difficulty. Boss, this project is probably more difficult than building roads. Digging a river channel in such deep water, and to a depth deep enough for large ships to sail, is not easy. Young Master Zhang nodded quickly. Yes, how do we dig this out? I can't figure it out. Chapter 238 Departure, Nanyang City. Well, Yang Lin was taken aback. Build several dams upstream to block the water, then excavate downstream. Excavate a section, block a section, release water, and repeat this cycle. It's not that difficult, is it? Gao Dazhuang suddenly realized. That's right. We can stop the river first. Yang Lin was speechless. Can't they even think of such a common-sense question? However, upon closer reflection, it seems that there are no recorded water conservancy projects in the history of this world, which is ultimately due to the fact that the engineering technology of this world was too backward. Young Master Zhang was also amazed by Yang Lin's method and kept praising it. Oh my, Mr. Yang is truly a genius. How come I didn't think of such a good idea? But even so, it's still too difficult. The stream was only half a zhang deep and 10 zhang wide. For large ships to sail normally without congestion, the river depth must be increased to at least 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, and the width must be at least 20 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters. The amount of excavation was equivalent to 3 times that of the original riverbed. This is a massive project that makes one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. It's all right. Yang Lin looked at Gao Dazhuang. How many people are still outside the city? Gao Dazhuang quickly replied. There are still more than 8,000 people without work right now. Yang Lin nodded. Perfect. Let's find them something to do. Upon hearing that there were more than 8,000 people, young Master Zhang was shocked once again. Is this really just a village? All right, it's decided then. Starting today, Uncle Dazhuang will gather people to build dikes and dams to widen the river. Young Master Zhang, you will start organizing people to build boats immediately. Build 2 of the large boats your family used to have. Young Master Zhang, surprised, quickly said, building a ship is quite expensive. The cost of a large ship is at least 200 or 300 taels of silver. Mr. Yang is good in every way, except that he's too arrogant. Those ships were so large that it took the Zhang family many years to build just 2 of them back when they were still in dire straits. So now they want to build 2 ships at once? Does he have that much money? Yang Lin was also taken aback, blinking. 200 or 300 taels of silver per ship. Since it's so cheap, let's build more. Let's build 10 first. In Yang Lin's mind, shipbuilding is a huge project, especially a ship of this size, which can be called a giant ship in today's world. The cost was only 200 or 300 taels, which was incredibly cheap. Young Master Zhang was completely stunned. 10 ships at once. Where did he get so much money? Yang Lin instructed Alan to take young Master Zhang to arrange a place to stay, while he rushed to the camp outside the village to prepare for the specific details of this expedition. By noon, the army was ready. When Li Yuyao learned that Yang Lin only planned to take 1,000 men to Nanyang City, she was also shocked. However, upon learning that the wooden-handled grenade had been developed, Li Yuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the power of this weapon all too well. She could imagine that the battlefields of the future would be changed by this explosive weapon. Purple-clad and green-clad, you must protect the young master. No matter what happens, you must bring him back, understand? Li Yuyao said seriously. Yes. The 2 women nodded in unison. Li Yuyao looked at Xiao Jiu again, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke her mind. If your husband can't do it, don't blame him. Xiao Jiu bit her lip and nodded. Don't worry, sister, I won't make things difficult for brother. Xiao Jiu clenched her little fists. Of the women in the family, only Zi, Qingyi, and Xiao Jiao accompanied them on the journey. Finally, Li Yuyao came to Yang Lin's side. Be careful and make sure you come back. She held Yang Lin's hand tightly, her eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of nervousness. Yang Lin smiled, pointed to the huge team transporting supplies, and said, "Would you like me to read out the weapons I brought again?" Although they only had a day and a half to prepare, the army set off now, carrying quite a lot of new equipment. 300 crossbows, 12,000 crossbow bolts, 200 shields, 1,000 spears, 240 wooden-handled grenades, 36 explosive charges, and 10 ballistae. Apart from the shortage of crossbow bolts, the rest of the equipment was absolutely superior to that of the era. Before I left, the Design Institute had already prepared the matches. However, these newly made matches are much larger than the matchboxes that could be held in the palm of your hand in the previous life. Each one is more than a foot long and as thick as a finger. When you strike it, it's practically a small torch. There are 20 matches in a box, and 100 boxes in total. Li Yuyao shook her head and said, "No matter how good the weapon is, it is still used by people. The battlefield is ever-changing. No matter how strong the weapon is, it is only one aspect of the decisive battle. Strategy, command, and morale also play a crucial role. No matter what, we must not be careless or underestimate the enemy. And we must never be soft-hearted." She stared intently at Yang Lin, her brows furrowed in worry. Yang Lin held Li Yuyao's hand. "Don't worry, wait for my good news." Just as the army was preparing to set off, Ma Yu arrived. She wore a bright red silk dress, which made her look even more delicate and charming than yesterday's elegant and gentle appearance. She resembled a cold and aloof queen, and her presence alone overshadowed most people. "Young Master Yang, where are you headed?" Despite his ethereal appearance, the moment he opened his mouth, his rough, hoarse voice startled everyone around him. Ma Yu walked gracefully in with her maid, but her eyes revealed a hint of hostility. Could it be that young Master Yang couldn't make 10,000 buckets of tofu broth, so he stole my money and is trying to run away? Ma Yu's words were laced with mockery. "Miss Ma." Yang Lin cupped his hands in greeting, then looked at his eldest sister. The woman in charge of the tofu shop immediately understood Yang Lin's meaning and quickly stepped forward to say to Ma Yu, "Miss Ma, rest assured, our Yang family has always been honest and trustworthy. 10,000 barrels of tofu-making medicine are ready, and Miss Ma can inspect and pick up the goods at any time." "What?" Ma Yu was greatly surprised. Reason told her that this was impossible. Not only did Yang Lin appear calm and collected, but the other women were also composed and at ease, as if they weren't faking it. Shocked, Ma Yu changed the subject, gazing at the large group of 1,000 people, and asked, "Young Master Yang hasn't said where you're going yet? Bringing so many people doesn't seem like you're going on a business trip, does it?" Ma Yu's eyes revealed resentment, deliberately provoking him. She could naturally tell that Yang Lin's men were dressed in armor, wielding long spears, riding tall horses, and exuding a murderous aura. She knew even better that Yang Lin was no benevolent businessman. Destroy the landlords, kill the bandits, and behead the corrupt officials. Is he going to do something big again by taking people out this time? "Miss, we're going to Nanyang City. Are you going too? Or rather, do you dare to go?" Yang Lin also looked at Ma Yu with a provocative and interested expression. Chapter 239. Rushing to the rescue of Nanyang, rebels massacre the city. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ma Yu gritted his teeth. Knowing that Yang Lin was trying to provoke her, she instinctively puffed out her chest when she saw his provocative look. She would rather abandon her rationality than back down in front of this bastard. As the wealthiest merchant family in the Great Qian Dynasty, the Ma family naturally had its own intelligence network. This morning, Ma Yu also received news from the direction of Nanyang City. Considering Yang Lin's conditions from yesterday, that the first batch of goods be sold in Nanyang City, it wasn't hard for her to guess Yang Lin's goal. She came today intending to use the tofu medicine as leverage and didn't want to get involved in this mess in Nanyang City. Unexpectedly, this bastard actually made 10,000 barrels of potion. "All right," Yang Lin said with a smile. "The first batch of goods is ready. Please let the Ma family's caravan travel with us." "Humph, no need." Ma Yu snorted. "Please, young Master Yang, go first. Our Ma family caravan will arrive shortly." Ma Yu raised her head defiantly and stared at Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. "All right, Miss Ma, we'll be going now." As he spoke, Yang Lin waved to Li Yuyao and the other women. "My ladies, please wait at home. Your husband will be back soon. Take care." Yang Lin waved his hand and then ordered, "Let's go." The women waved and watched the departing figure for a long time until it disappeared at the end of the road. After the army set off, the journey was smooth. Passing through 2 counties, they arrived at the border of Nanyang County on the second day. They were only 70 li away from Nanyang City. If they advanced at full speed, they could reach the city of Nanyang that night. However, as they got closer to Nanyang City, they saw many people who had been displaced, fleeing their homes and becoming refugees. That afternoon, when they were only about 30 miles from Nanyang City, Zi received a message from a secret agent of Guiyan Hall. Prince Yang's army has already besieged Nanyang City. Yang Lin was not too surprised to receive this news. I was ultimately a step too late, but that was to be expected. Yesterday morning, when Li Yuyao received the news, Prince Yong had already set out. Given that they were about the same distance apart, it was natural that the other party would arrive first. Zhong Tao frowned and quickly asked, "What should we do now? Should we still go to Nanyang City?" The entire security team, including Zhong Tao, only learned after they set off that their mission was to rescue Nanyang City. Now, the enemy's 80,000 troops have already surrounded Nanyang City. How can we save it? When Xiao Jiu heard that Nanyang City had been besieged, his face turned pale, but he said nothing. Yang Lin's gaze remained calm. Go. Of course we'll go. It's just that the original plan will have to be changed. Originally, he planned to enter Nanyang City first, and then defend the city together with the Nanyang garrison. Now it seems. Send the order to immediately change course and march at full speed. Go around to the north of Nanyang City and outflank the rebels. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Zhong Tao immediately relayed it. Xiao Jiu asked nervously, "Brother, are we really a match for those rebels?" Yang Lin nodded, "Of course. Little girl, you must remember that in war, no matter the strength of the two sides, the situation, or the circumstances, you must have the belief that you will win." Xiao Jiu was somewhat bewildered. Is that all? By evening, the army, having changed its route, had arrived north of Nanyang City, only about 20 li away. Meanwhile, more and more news about Prince Yang's army was also coming in. The reason why Prince Yang's rebel army was able to launch another attack on Nanyang almost immediately after conquering Luocheng County was because the rebel army massacred every city they went through. They plundered able-bodied men and civilians, forcing them to join their rebel army. Anyone unwilling to join was killed. After killing everyone, they looted the city's food, money, and supplies, leaving no trace behind as if locusts had swarmed through the land. It was precisely because of this ruthless looting that the rebels, after a series of battles, not only did not suffer any damage, but instead grew stronger like a snowball rolling downhill. After conquering Luocheng County and massacring the entire city, Prince Yang's army has now grown from 80,000 to 140,000. And the amount of food and military supplies has even increased 2 or 3 times. The price for this is that Luocheng, a county town that originally had more than 300,000 people, has now become a dead city. Yang Lin was deeply shocked by these messages. After the initial shock, all that remained was anger. He knew war was cruel, but he never imagined that in war, some people would be so unscrupulous in their pursuit of victory. At first, Yang Lin even thought that the news from Guiyantang was somewhat exaggerated. But as they circled around from the north of Nanyang City to the rear of the rebel army that night, the scene they witnessed once again shattered his worldview, causing him to rage so intensely that his veins bulged. The villages we passed through had been completely looted, with corpses strewn everywhere and the air thick with the stench of burning bodies. Most of the village's houses were burned down, and not a single living person could be seen. The still night was deathly silent, and corpses lay scattered along the roadside, men and women, young and old, all sharing one common characteristic, a profound despair in their eyes as they died. What a fucking beast. Yang Lin cursed fiercely. Not only Yang Lin, but everyone in the security team clenched their teeth and instinctively tightened their fists when they saw this scene. Report. 200 men have been spotted ahead, flying the banners of rebels. A scout came to report. Yang Lin's eyes lit up, and he said to Zhong Tao, "Let's get closer and practice first." Zhong Tao nodded heavily. What he had seen along the way also filled him with anger. He had served in the army and fought in battles, and knew how brutal the battlefield was. But Prince Yang's rebel army actually turned to the common people and slaughtered the innocent. Their actions were even more inhuman than those of bandits. Meanwhile, among the rebels not far away, the small group of rebels discovered by the guard scouts had also noticed the movement behind them and sent out scouts. When they learned that a 1,000-man force was coming from behind, with very few surprise troops and mostly infantry, and that the long column was also escorting a large amount of grain and supplies, Wang Yuan, the cavalry captain in charge of the 200 men, revealed a cold smile, and his expression turned sinister. "Ladies and gentlemen, a fat sheep is coming." Facing his elite troops, Wang Yuan said loudly. We who are responsible for patrolling can't get any merit, and those peasants don't have any money to be made. Even if we kill people from several villages, we won't get a penny out of them. Now, a reinforcement from Nanyang City has arrived in our rear. Although there are 1,000 men, they are carrying a lot of food and supplies, so they should be a supply convoy. These are easy targets, guys. What do you say? Are you going to take them or not? Eat. Let's get that bastard. Take it. Wang Yuan's soldiers also let out a series of sinister laughs. Chapter 240 waiting for them to enter firing range. Although they have already plundered several villages today, the people are too poor to get much profit. After the officials take a share, there won't be much left for them. The enemy has 1,000 men, but they are only transporting supplies, so their fighting strength is probably not very strong. Although they numbered only 200, they were all elite soldiers. Each man had a sword and a knife, and everyone wore bamboo armor. The group also had 10 powerful bows that could shoot 20 feet. Since they joined Prince Yong in the rebellion, they have plundered several counties, burning, killing, and looting, winning battle after battle, and no one can stop them. Now is the time when their confidence is at its peak. How can they take a mere 1,000-man team seriously? Wang Yuan ordered the army to spread out in a fan shape and wait there for the enemy to approach. Without any strategy, they should charge straight in and surely rout the 1,000-man squad. Yang Lin's side soon received another message from the scouts. The 200 men opposite were waiting in front of them, seemingly waiting for them. Even with his profound knowledge of both ancient and modern times, Yang Lin was stunned upon hearing this news, unable to understand what the other party was trying to do. Could it be that the other side has laid an ambush? Yang Lin frowned and said, "Send 4 ballistae and 100 crossbowmen forward to fire a volley from a distance first. Shield bearers provide cover, and everyone be on high alert." He genuinely couldn't understand what the other person was trying to do. Even if they didn't know they had secret weapons like crossbows, ballistae, wooden-handled grenades, explosive charges, and catapults, the difference in numbers alone meant that a small team of 200 men couldn't possibly wait there against a force of 1,000. Zhong Tao also made the arrangements with a solemn expression. As the two sides gradually approached, when they were about 30 feet apart, the archers and ballistae of the guard team immediately stopped. Because this is already within range of the ballista's firing range. The other party still did not respond. Zhong Tao frowned. Advance another 10 zhong. If they could advance another 10 zhong, they would be within the range of crossbows. As the archers and ballistae slowly advanced, they quickly moved another 10 zhong, and the 200 men opposite them were all within range. There was still no movement from the other side. The ballistae were ready, and the firing ports were already aimed at the 200 men on the other side. Meanwhile, 100 crossbowmen, under the cover of shield bearers, were positioned among the 4 ballistae as they had practiced, ready to attack at any moment. Zhong Tao looked serious. He was also worried that the other side might have some kind of ambush, so he patiently waited for all the archers to be in position, while also keeping a close eye on the other side's movements. Zhong Tao was on edge. Because this is so abnormal. The enemy not only didn't run away, but also remained unmoved even as their ballistae and archers took their positions. What exactly are they trying to do? Never mind. The formation is already set up, and we're within firing range, so let's fire first. In any case, the range of ordinary bows and arrows is about 10 zhong, while the range of crossbows can reach 20 zhong. Within this distance, it is completely safe for our side. Archers, prepare. Ballistae ready. Upper wind. Shooting. At Zhong Tao's command, for crossbow carts, with a total of 80 crossbow bolts, and 100 crossbows fired 100 bolts each, a total of 180 bolts, instantly swept away, leaving a trail of afterimages in the night. The moment the crossbow bolts were fired, the crossbow cart reversed its arrow magazine and immediately fired a second batch of bolts before quickly reloading. Among the rebels, Wang Yuan looked at the 1,000-man force opposite him, who had only sent out 200 men and 4 strangely shaped chariots, and sneered inwardly. Brothers, these guys are really overestimating themselves. They clearly have 1,000 men, but they only sent this few. They're simply not taking us seriously. Once they're within range, we'll show them the power of our bows and arrows. Wang Yuan ordered. General, rest assured, we brothers will handle it. This small group of people, let us shoot them a few rounds, and we'll scare them to death. 10 archers stepped forward arrogantly, carrying their bows and arrows. They took down their bows, knocked the arrows, drew their bows, aimed forward, and felt smug. Archers have always held a high status in the army, especially in small-scale battles like this. Archers are the most crucial element, often able to stun the enemy with just 1 or 2 volleys. Under the fear of death, the enemy army is easily routed. Result: The 10 archers were all ready and waiting for the enemy to come within their firing range. But those people stopped, seemingly setting up some kind of formation. And in their hands, they seemed to be holding something, like a bow and arrow, but the bow and arrow were not that small. Wang Yuan was completely baffled. What was the other party trying to do? General, if you ask me, let's just charge in. Killing these people is as easy as killing those peasants. Wang Yuan waved his hand. No rush. Let's see what they're up to first. We have archers, so the advantage is on our side. As soon as they get within range, we'll show them the power of our bows and arrows. Just then, Wang Yuan vaguely heard someone shout fire from the other side. Then, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky. Before Wang Yuan could even react to what was happening, he heard screams coming from beside him. Audash! 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 The first to be hit were the 10 archers at the front. With screams of agony, all 10 archers fell to the ground almost instantly. Wang Yuan was terrified. What exactly happened? Before he could be shocked for long, a crossbow bolt shot into his body, piercing through his leather armor and into his chest with a whoosh. He screamed and fell to the ground. The arrow missed its vital point, and the leather armor provided some protection, so it didn't penetrate too deeply. Feeling the pain in his body, Wang Yuan dared not stand up again. Seeing that the other side hadn't come over yet, he immediately realized that they might continue firing in volleys. His choice was indeed correct, but after the first volley, more than half of his 200 men had already been killed or wounded. Immediately afterwards, the second salvo came down almost without any gaps, raining down once again. At this moment, the surviving soldiers were at a loss, and many in the rear did not even know what was happening. They could only watch as people died one after another in front of them, and all they could do was run away. But the arrows, wave after wave, were like the death warrant of the King of Hell, relentlessly raining down upon them. Within a dozen or so breaths, not a single one of the 200 men was still standing. Looking at the battle situation ahead, Yang Lin was also a little confused. He had already prepared for any eventuality, arranging ambushes and grenade throwers, waiting for the enemy to ambush him, and making arrangements for flanking maneuvers and encirclements. But the result? That's it. Chapter 241, a mere 1,000 people can't stir up any trouble. Even though the enemy had been completely wiped out, Yang Lin still didn't dare to be careless. He waited for a while longer, but there was still no movement. The scouts who had been searching the surrounding area had also confirmed that there were no ambushes nearby. Yang Lin was a little confused. So, what is the other party doing? Do they really think they can defeat 1,000 men with only 200? Go finish them off. If there are any survivors, capture a few and ask them for information. Yes. Soon, Wang Yuan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was brought over. Who is your commander? I demand to see your commander. You cannot kill me. My brother is Wang Yong, the most valiant general under Prince Yong. If you dare to harm me, my brother will not let you off. Wang Yuangang, after being thrown in front of Yang Lin, became arrogant and shouted at the top of his lungs. Oh, Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. The younger brother of a fierce general under Prince Yong? That's right. Hearing the other person repeat his identity, Wang Yuan assumed that the other person was wary of his status. He proudly raised his head and said arrogantly, now that Prince Yong is leading an army of 800,000 to attack Nanyang City, it won't be long before the whole world belongs to Prince Yong. At that time, my brother will be the great general of this world. Humph, let me go right now, or my brother will make you pay. Looking up, Wang Yuan saw that the person in the car was just a young man in his early 20s and couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous of him. He sneered, little brat, no matter where your reinforcements came from, a mere 1,000 men think they can save Nanyang City? That's utterly delusional. If you don't want to die, then surrender obediently. For the sake of our past acquaintance, I can introduce you to my brother. As long as Prince Yong gains power, you will be rewarded with wealth and honor. What do you say? If you know what's good for you, let me go right now. I'll take you to find my brother. Wang Yuan believed himself to be resourceful and wise, having not only resolved his own crisis, but also persuaded 1,000 men to surrender, thus achieving a great feat. Result? Dude, you're overdoing it. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and said with a faint, cold laugh, what I want to say is, since you've captured the younger brother of Yongwang's general, it's a good opportunity to cut off your head and send it to your brother. Let's see if he continues to attack Nanyang City, or turns around and seeks revenge for your brother. Wang Yuan was immediately stunned, completely dumbfounded. No, you can't do that. You're asking for it. Wang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Yang Lin, as if he were looking at a madman. Is there anything wrong with what you said? No, there's nothing wrong with it. Any normal person would choose to submit to Prince Yong, conquer the world, and enjoy wealth and glory. Yang Lin was too lazy to pay any more attention to this guy. He waved his hand and said, "Cut him off. Let the others take his head back." Yes. Seeing that the other party was serious, Wang Yuan was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, looking at the young man in blue with despair, trembling and begging for mercy. "Let me go? I have money. I can give you lots and lots of money. Please, please let me go." Wang Yuan cried and wailed with snot and tears streaming down his face, but the guards were unmoved and dragged him outside. "No, no," Wang Yuan shouted, and after a while, a cracking sound came from the darkness, and then there was no more sound. Zheng Tao quickly stepped forward and said, "The few survivors have already confessed, and it matches our intelligence. Prince Yong now has an army of 140,000, of which 70,000 to 80,000 are ordinary people he captured, specifically to be used to attack Nanyang City and die. Their army has already surrounded Nanyang City and is almost ready to attack. What should we do?" Zheng Tao frowned. "Prince Yong's army is simply too large. 140,000. Even if they stood still and let them kill, their mere 1,000 men probably wouldn't be able to finish killing them even after a whole day." Yang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Just like we said before, let those few survivors send over that so-called fierce general's brother's head. We'll follow along the way and see if that so-called fierce general will come to avenge his brother." "Yes." Zheng Tao readily agreed and immediately made the arrangements. Midnight, outside Nanyang City. Inside the Yongwang army camp, Prince Yong, Li Jinglong, was discussing with his generals how to attack Nanyang City. Although they had a large number of soldiers and generals, several times the size of the garrison in Nanyang City was ultimately a strategic fortress, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even though Li Jinglong was bloodthirsty and cruel by nature, he was not a mindless brute and knew very well that the success or failure of attacking Nanyang City was of great importance. Beside Li Jinglong, a burly general with a full beard waved his hand arrogantly and said, "Your Majesty, if you ask me, why bother with all this trouble? We just need to drive those civilians to the 4 city gates in the east, west, south, and north, let them attack the city first, and deplete the city's defensive equipment. Once they've been exhausted, we can then send our army to charge in and take it in one fell swoop." Since Li Jinglong started his rebellion, his generals have changed their titles to please him. Li Jinglong is quite pleased with this. Although he has not donned the dragon robe or performed the grand ceremony of enthronement, he is already full of pride and considers himself the emperor. Ahem, General Wang Chao is right. That's what I was thinking too. But while this plan is good, it's not refined enough. Do any of you generals have any better ideas? Although Li Jinglong said this, he was actually very dissatisfied. This Wang Chao, though brave, is not very bright. He's just a reckless fool. That's called a strategy? Just then, a messenger came from outside the tent to report. "Report. Come in." Prince Yong, Li Jinglong, shouted. The messenger entered the tent, knelt on one knee, and dared not raise his head. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, a 100-man patrol team that was on patrol in the rear was attacked. Only a few of the 200 men escaped back. They claimed that they encountered reinforcements from Nanyang City." "What?" Li Jinglong's eyes widened instantly, and he slammed his fist on the table. "Reinforcements? That's impossible. There are no reinforcements in Nanyang City." He dares to say that he has complete control over the current global situation. These 8 princes each harbored their own ambitions, all desiring to seize power in the court and usurp the throne. Meanwhile, most of the high-ranking officials and generals in various regions also held their own armies and were self-reliant. Although they did not have any intention of rebelling, they were all opportunistic and almost never took the initiative to participate in the conflicts of the world. Now that his army is approaching with overwhelming force, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Nanyang City is definitely not going to hold. The surrounding counties have either already been captured by him, are choosing to protect themselves, or are struggling to survive. He had calculated before sending troops that it was impossible for anyone to come to the rescue of Nanyang City. The messenger hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, according to those who escaped, the army in the rear only numbered 1,000. Upon hearing that there were only 1,000 people, Li Jinglong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his face showed indifference. "Haha, a mere 1,000 people can't cause any trouble." Chapter 242 5,000 against 1,000. The advantage is mine. Wang Chao sneered. "They're only 1,000 men. Even if we gave them 1,000 lives, they wouldn't dare approach our army." The messenger stammered, "Your Majesty." The messenger who returned also brought back a head. It was General Wang's younger brother, Wang Yuan. Wang Chao's eyes immediately turned red. He rushed to the messenger, grabbed the messenger's clothes, and lifted him up. What did you say? My brother? That's impossible. Wang Chao's gaze was icy. His younger brother was not a soldier, but a good-for-nothing playboy who ran rampant in Yongzhou City, relying on his older brother's reputation. Now that Prince Yong has rebelled, he saw an opportunity. So he took the chance to transfer his younger brother Wang Yuan to the army, giving him the rank of colonel of the cavalry. Knowing full well that no one would dare to rescue Nanyang, he arranged for Wang Yuan to patrol the rear, hoping to fish in troubled waters and allow his brother to gain some military merit. When Prince Yong gains power and rewards are distributed, his brother will also be promoted and ennobled. But to his utter surprise, someone actually dared to come and die, and his brother even bumped into him. The messenger trembled, but still had to muster his courage to speak. The messenger who returned said that what was delivered was the head of Wang Yuan, the colonel of the cavalry. They also said they had a message for the general. They said they had killed the general's brother and asked if the general dared to avenge him. After saying this, the messenger quickly buried his head in his chest, waiting to bear the wrath. As expected, Wang Chao let out a loud shout and angrily threw the messenger to the ground. Where are they? I need to see them. Soon, the released rebel soldiers appeared in the main tent, carrying Wang Yuan's head. Wang Chao stared at the severed head, his eyes bloodshot, and roared like a mad bull. Your Majesty, I must lead men to kill them and avenge my brother. Wang Chao's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to go berserk. Li Jinglong frowned, feeling quite displeased. With a major battle imminent, his valiant general is about to abandon the war to avenge his brother. This is war, not child's play. Li Jinglong realized that the other party's method was truly ingenious. Once this head is delivered, regardless of their choice, the morale of the army has already been disrupted. Especially Wang Chao, he's not very bright. If he were to lead his men to the rear, it might really affect important matters. Li Jinglong quickly said, General Wang, please calm down. The enemy only numbers 1,000 men. Why should you personally deal with them? I will send 2,000 men to wipe out these arrogant fools. We will surely cut off the head of their general and avenge your beloved brother. However, just as Li Jinglong had feared, Wang Chao had lost his mind at this moment. Faced with Prince Yong's arrangement, he immediately shook his head. Your Majesty, this humble general must avenge my brother personally. After saying that, without waiting for Li Jinglong's permission, he got up and ran out of the tent. The generals inside the tent all frowned and looked at Li Jinglong. Your Majesty, we can't let him go. Yes, Your Majesty, with a major battle imminent, the loss of a commander will affect the morale of the army. Wang Chao has some nerve. He doesn't even respect His Majesty's words. He deserves to die? I second that. General Wang's actions were truly inappropriate. According to military regulations, he should be executed. The generals spoke one after another, some genuinely concerned about the current battle, while others, who had long disliked Wang Chao, were taking the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Li Jinglong was furious. He wished he could kill Wang Chao, that brainless idiot. But he understood that even though it was wrong for Wang Chao to disobey orders and seek revenge for his brother, he could not simply kill Wang Chao, nor could he even stop him. Who knows what that brute is thinking? If he's stubborn and inflexible at this critical juncture, a conflict could break out and cause a mutiny in the army. Li Jinglong was well aware that the large army under his command was nothing more than a ragtag force cobbled together from various sources. His true confidants number no more than 30,000. The rest are mostly opportunists who joined him because of his power. If anything happens in the army, these guys will probably run away faster than anyone else. So along his way, he slaughtered cities and villages, staining their hands with blood. He let them enjoy the benefits while also making them share the infamy, binding them to the same boat. Li Jinglong, barely suppressing his anger, said, Generals, I understand that General Wang's brother was killed and he wants revenge. As for those 1,000 men in the rear, although they pose no real threat, they are still quite annoying, like flies. It would be better to let General Wang deal with them. However, it would be a waste of a great general's talents to deal with a mere 1,000 men. Send an order to General Wang to dispatch 5,000 troops, instructing him to fight swiftly and eliminate those people, and then return immediately. Li Jinglong was very satisfied with his arrangements. In this way, it was no longer Wang Chao acting recklessly and disobeying military orders, but rather that he sent Wang Chao to wipe out that small group of suicidal guys in the rear, thus both appeasing Wang Chao and dealing with the troops in the rear. Moreover, with 5,000 men against 1,000, they have a huge advantage and can end the battle in no time. After eliminating the 1,000 men, They can then attack Nanyang City without affecting the overall situation here. Under the cover of night, an army of 5,000 men was mobilized and headed towards the rear. The mobilization of 5,000 people is no small matter. The news quickly spread throughout Prince Yang's army, causing a huge uproar. Many soldiers, unaware of the truth, were speculating. Where had these men gone? What had happened? Had they been defeated? Or had they defected? The soldiers were bewildered and at a loss, a deep sense of worry rising in their hearts. What Prince Yang didn't know was that this mobilization caused the already weak army to further demoralize. When the guard team was less than 15 miles from Nanyang City, Yang Lin also received a message from the scouts ahead. Boss, there are a lot of people here, probably 3,000 to 6,000 from the sound of their voices. In the dead of night, even the most professional scouts would find it difficult to determine the exact number of troops when facing a large army. Fortunately, there weren't many people. Prepare for battle. Annihilate them. After Yang Lin gave the order, the guards immediately prepared for battle. Although the guards knew that the enemy outnumbered them several times over, none of them were afraid. They were in high spirits and full of confidence. They quickly formed a battle formation, their killing intent palpable, and waited for the enemy to arrive. This is precisely why Yang Lin implemented the policy of elite troops. His 1,000 men were all elite and skilled fighters, selected from the best of the best, each with a special talent. Some were tall and strong with immense strength, while others were quick-witted and clever. In short, none of them were just there to fill a spot. Chapter 243: The cavalrymen mysteriously disappeared. The battle formation was set up, with 10 ballistae at the front, archers flanking them on both sides, and shield bearers providing cover for the archers and throwers in the rear, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Amidst the chilly wind, each member of the guard team wore a solemn expression, staring ahead, awaiting the enemy's appearance to deliver the most lethal attack. Meanwhile, Wang Chao's 5,000 troops had also discovered the movements ahead. General, the enemy didn't run away, they're right ahead. Upon hearing the scout's report, Wang Chao didn't hesitate for a moment. He spurred his horse and roared, "All of you, charge over there and avenge my brother." His eyes were bloodshot as he took the lead. However, although he had a large number of men, they were mostly infantry, with only 100 cavalrymen. He charged ahead, so fast that the infantry couldn't keep up. For an army of 5,000 men, there must be at least a dozen messengers. When the messengers relayed their orders to the soldiers one by one, the soldiers were all bewildered. Only then did they realize that the reason they had followed General Wang back in the middle of the night was simply to avenge his brother. Many soldiers lost heart, and although they continued to move forward, their pace slowed significantly. Wang Chao, unaware of the danger, charged forward and soon saw strangely shaped chariots under the bright moonlight, and on both sides of the chariots, soldiers with a chilling aura stood ready to attack, blocking their way like an insurmountable chasm. What is that? At that moment, Wang Chao regretted not asking the people who had escaped back before killing them all. But it doesn't matter anymore. A mere 1,000 men, not to mention the 5,000 troops behind him, just the 100 cavalrymen he led could wipe them out in a few charges. That son of a bitch dared to kill my brother, die. Wang Chao swung his spear, gripped his horse's belly, and galloped wildly, closing the distance to only 20 or 30 zhang in the blink of an eye. For cavalry, this distance was practically within arm's reach. Kill them. The cavalrymen behind them also raised their swords and spears, shouting in unison. Unlike the 5,000 infantrymen, these 100 cavalrymen were all Wang Chao's trusted confidants. They had fought alongside Wang Chao and massacred many villages along the way. Now, they were eager to make a name for themselves and rushed forward. Everyone in the security team held their breath. Although the enemy was already within firing range, the first thing they learned upon joining the guard was to obey orders without question. Without orders, even as the enemy continued to close in, no one fired an arrow in advance. Yang Lin was also on tenterhooks. Even as the enemy entered firing range, he still did not give the order. Although 30 zhang is within the range of the crossbow, the distance is still a bit far, and the accuracy is not good enough. He saw that the enemy's cavalry and infantry had been separated, a situation that was very advantageous to them. Therefore, it would be best to wipe out this cavalry force in one fell swoop without using grenades. 300 crossbowmen and 10 crossbow carts. Firepower is absolutely no problem. The problem now is that he wants to wipe out the enemy in one volley. Not a single one will escape. The scout beside Yang Lin looked ahead and reported the distance in low voice. 28 zhang. 25 zhang. 23 zhang. Yang Lin's eyes flashed. A distance of 23 zhang is about 70 meters. That's about right. If they go any further, the horse's momentum will also impact them. Without hesitation, Yang Lin immediately ordered, "Fire the arrows." The sound was like a pebble being dropped into a calm body of water. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds rang out. Immediately afterwards, countless arrows, accompanied by the sound of arrows piercing the air, pierced through the darkness. As everyone did in their usual training, they didn't immediately check the results of this volley of fire. Instead, they quickly cocked their crossbows and reversed the arrow magazines on their ballista. "General, what is that?" Wang Chao's confidants suddenly saw countless dense black dots flying towards them, which were particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. Wang Chao, however, was completely unconcerned. "What's there to be afraid of? We're out of their range. Even if they fire, they won't hit us. Keep charging. Kill them all. I'll cut off all their heads." Wang Chao's face was contorted with rage. However, his voice stopped abruptly the next moment. He felt something pierce his chest, and in an instant he realized that he had been shot with an arrow. Before he could react, there came a second, a third, and a fourth. Several arrows struck him in succession. Before he could even let out a scream, he groaned and fell off his horse, crashing heavily to the ground. Even as his body was trampled by the war horses behind him, and his consciousness faded into absolute darkness, he still didn't know what had happened. In an instant, screams rang out almost simultaneously as cavalrymen fell from their horses. In just a few breaths, the 100-strong cavalry was wiped out. All of this happened so fast that the infantry behind didn't even know what was happening. It was as if in the blink of an eye, all the cavalry in front had vanished into thin air, leaving only 100 or so war horses that had lost their restraint and were at a loss. Under the cover of night, the infantrymen who were still advancing felt a chill run down their spines. Where are they? Disappeared? Oh my God, what happened? Where's the general? What should we do? The strange news quickly spread throughout the army. The soldiers at the back could not see anything, but the news became more and more bizarre as it spread. The 5,000 infantrymen slowed down more and more, and eventually came to a complete stop, staring blankly at the aimless, also stopped war horses in the night ahead, completely at a loss. With no general in the army, even the low-ranking officers like squad leaders, sergeants, and centurions were at a loss for what to do without orders from a general. What lay ahead was too bizarre for them to proceed. But if they just escaped back like this, they might face military law. On Yang Lin's side, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief after wiping out this wave of cavalry. Although they possess powerful crossbows and ballistae, they can resolve battles from a distance. But theory is one thing, and practice is another. Putting aside everything else, the sheer force of the galloping war horses and their unstoppable charge would send chills down many spines and give rise to the urge to flee. Fortunately, the morale of the guard team was very high. In fact, because of the generous compensation of 100 taels of silver, no one was afraid of dying. This turned theory into practice, and without any surprises, the battle ended as planned. But at this moment, he saw the 5,000 troops behind him suddenly stop, standing there blankly, neither advancing nor retreating. Yang Lin was also a little confused. What are they doing? Chapter 244 For the greater good, troops march on Nanyang City. The spearmen advanced, finished off the enemies, and left a few alive. Gather the war horses. Retrieve the crossbow bolts. The main force advanced slowly. First throwing squad, get ready. Yang Lin issued a series of orders. The security team carried out their duties in an orderly manner. Of the more than 100 war horses, more than a dozen died, and more than 20 were wounded in that volley of fire. Dead war horses could be used as military rations, while good war horses were immediately added to the cavalry. Soon, after a series of finishing blows, several survivors were also interrogated. Zhong Tao exclaimed with delight, "Master, among the people we just killed, one of them was a general under Prince Yong, named Wang Chao, who was the brother of the guy we killed earlier. I heard that Prince Yong had already prepared to attack Nanyang City tonight, but after seeing his brother's head, Wang Chao disregarded Prince Yong's orders and led his men to seek revenge on us. Prince Yong gave him 5,000 men, intending to wait for him to finish us off first, and then attack Nanyang City after he returned." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's eyes lit up. I never expected that what was originally intended as just a diversion of the rebel army's morale would unintentionally disrupt the plan to attack Nanyang City. In other words, their general was killed by us, so these soldiers don't know what to do now. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of light flashing within them. Zhong Tao nodded. That's right. It's not common for the general to die before the army even moves on the battlefield. This is an opportunity for us. If we go up now, we will definitely be able to annihilate them in one fell swoop. A murderous glint flashed in Zhong Tao's eyes. Yang Lin waved his hand. Wait. We have a limited number of arrows, so we should conserve them if we can. Besides, most of these soldiers are innocent. It's better to kill as few as possible when there's an opportunity. Let's try persuasion first. Only resort to force if that fails. Yang Lin was not a saint, but he was not a man of indiscriminate killing either. He knew that many of these so-called soldiers in front of him were just ordinary civilians not long ago, and they had been forced into labor without any choice. He would kill without hesitation on the battlefield. Stop war with war, stop killing with killing. This is the greatest mercy on the battlefield. But now, the situation is special, and it might be possible to avoid bleeding. They slowly approached and shouted to persuade the other side to surrender. Be prepared to kill anyone who resists. Throwers, prepare yourselves and obey orders. Once everything was ready, the main force began to advance. As the two sides drew closer, the 5,000 rebels rioted again. Some centurions planned to attack, while others wanted to retreat. Most people, however, still don't know what to do. Just then, a loud voice came from the 1,000-person team in front of them. The heavenly annihilation has destroyed King Yong. The royal nest is dead. You must lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or you will be killed without mercy. Surrender, surrender, surrender. 1,000 people shouted at the same time, and the word surrender was shouted so loudly that it shook the heavens. Many in the rebel army instinctively wanted to give up resistance. But some people seized the opportunity to shout, "Today is the day to make a name for yourself. Charge!" Among the 5,000 people, a small group rushed out. Without hesitation, Yang Lin immediately ordered the guns to fire. Without even using ballistae, a single volley from the archers was enough to bring down those who had charged out. The people behind were all dumbfounded. How could they hit it from such a distance? Doesn't that mean that if the other side wanted to kill someone, they would also be within range? At this moment, the 5,000-strong rebel army was completely thrown into chaos. Some people immediately laid down their weapons and surrendered, lying on the ground. Some were so frightened they trembled and didn't know what to do. Some fled desperately in all directions. In short, in the blink of an eye, this army of 5,000 men had collapsed and was no longer able to put up any resistance. This illustrates the importance of morale in warfare using cold weapons. An army of rebels without military spirit, without generals, and even without knowing why they are fighting, is nothing more than a rabble, no matter how many people it has. The famous Battle of Fei River in history, in which 80,000 troops defeated 800,000, was achieved by launching a decisive battle in one fell swoop. The 800,000 troops were panicked and disorganized, leading to their collapse. The more people involved, the faster the collapse. As the saying goes, it's easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a good general. You should only lead as many soldiers as you are capable of. If you don't have the ability but insist on leading more soldiers, the extra soldiers will only become a burden. It took more than an hour to finally finish counting all the prisoners. In this battle, 1,000 men fought against 5,000, killing 109 enemy cavalrymen, capturing 83 horses, killing 128 infantrymen, capturing 4,360 enemy soldiers alive, and seizing 5,120 weapons. No one on our side was injured or killed. After the battle, it was already dawn, and the sky was gradually brightening. Standing atop the chariot, Yang Lin shouted to the guards below, "Brothers, I know you're all exhausted, but the rebel king is now closing in on Nanyang City. As you all know, wherever the rebel army goes, they kill, burn, and massacre. They commit all sorts of atrocities. There are countless ordinary people in Nanyang City. They may be our neighbors, friends, wives and children, parents. What crime have they committed? They should not be killed. Nanyang City is now isolated and helpless, and we are the reinforcements. I, Yang Lin, will protect Nanyang City. I ask for nothing more than peace of mind. Brothers, let's press on and charge to the walls of Nanyang, annihilating the rebel army." After the battle, in addition to the spoils of war, every brother present will receive an extra 10 taels of silver as a bonus. These words revitalized the previously weary security team. 10 taels of silver. That's more than you can earn in a year. Especially those who had just joined the guard team. They never expected that their employer would be so generous, giving them 10 taels of silver as a bonus alone. The veterans of the security team were overjoyed, and when they looked at the new recruits, they all wore expressions of pride. "Newbies, you're so naive. Our boss is always so generous. Every time we go on a mission, the bonuses are so plentiful you can't even hold your hands. You can't refuse them." Yang Lin's words stirred everyone's blood. This battle was driven by both national righteousness and personal interests, and everyone's eyes shone with longing. They are willing to fight for it. For the greater good, for personal gain. Set off. Yang Lin waved his hand and marched his troops to Nanyang City. Meanwhile, inside Nanyang City, Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang, stood on the city wall with dark circles under his eyes, gazing at the dense army of Prince Yong in the distance. Standing beside him was Su Tsong, the garrison commander of Nanyang. Both of them looked tired, but they also had a strange expression on their faces. 2 hours ago, Prince Yong's army had already surrounded Nanyang City. Han Feng and Su Tsong are both prepared to fight to the death, vowing to live and die with Nanyang. But 2 hours have passed, and there's still no movement. Chapter 245 Your Majesty, we have lost. Damn it, is he going to fight or not? This Prince Yong is so indecisive, such a wimp. Whether he sticks his neck out or not, he'll still get stabbed. I'm already here waiting for him. What is he waiting for? The hot-tempered defender Su Tsong felt a sense of suffocation. Han Feng, dressed in a crimson official robe, also frowned deeply. He was a civil official, and although he held great power in a prefecture and his position was higher than Su Tsong's, he knew nothing about military affairs. Apart from vowing to live and die with Nanyang, he didn't know what else to do. Report. A scout outside the city reports that reinforcements have arrived 10 miles away to rescue Nanyang City and have already engaged in battle with Prince Yong's army. What? Han Feng and Su Tsong, who were at their wits' end, rushed toward the messenger upon hearing the news. What exactly happened? Han Feng's eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked. Even before Prince Yong sent troops to Nanyang, he had already sent dozens of letters requesting assistance, reporting to the imperial court and notifying the surrounding counties. As they had expected, even after Prince Yong's army had completely surrounded Nanyang City, there was still no reply or reinforcements. Although Han Feng was not knowledgeable in military affairs, he had served as an official for many years and had long seen through the current situation in the world, knowing that Nanyang City was probably isolated and helpless. But now, they're saying someone's coming to rescue Nanyang City? Surprised, he was even more curious about which troops they were and how they could come to their rescue under such circumstances. The messenger stammered, Your Excellency, the reinforcements only number 1,000. Prince Yong has already dispatched 5,000 men to deal with them. Once the reinforcements are defeated, they will attack the city. The light that had just lit up in Han Feng and Su Tsong's eyes immediately dimmed again. There were only 1,000 people originally. Alas, it still didn't work out in the end. Han Feng sighed deeply. Su Tsong glared and said, Damn it, what use are 1,000 men? I don't even know which army they are, willing to go and die with me. Sigh, it's just a pity for them. Su Tsong shook his head in disappointment. When they first heard that reinforcements were coming, they briefly felt a glimmer of hope. But when they heard there were only 1,000 people, that glimmer of hope vanished instantly. Prince Yong had an army of 140,000. Even with an army of 10,000 in Nanyang and a city to defend, it would be almost impossible for them to hold Nanyang. What use are those 1,000 people? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. It's just courting death. The little bit of spirit they had just mustered vanished, and they looked at the endless, dark mass of rebels outside the city with worried expressions. At this moment, Su Tsong's deputy general, Zhou Daqian, squinted and leaned forward, whispering, My lord, general, things have come to this. In my humble opinion, why should we seek our own deaths? 1,000 reinforcements are useless. Nanyang City is definitely not going to hold. Rather than waiting here for the city to fall and die in battle, we might as well open the city gates and surrender to Prince Yong. Maybe Prince Yong will give us an official position because we surrendered voluntarily. At this point, Zhou Daqian's sly eyes scanned the expressions on the two men's faces. Han Feng frowned, his expression displeased. The hot-tempered Su Tsong retorted, Damn it, Zhou Daqian, you bastard, what did you say you want me to surrender? We're the defending generals. If we surrender when we're outnumbered, what's the point of defending? Don't mention this again, or you'll be court-martialed. Zhou Daqian quickly bowed and said, General, please calm down. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. It's not that we don't want to defend Nanyang City, but that we simply can't. Shut up. Su Tsong glared at him and cursed. Han Feng frowned and said, Don't mention this matter again. Yes. Zhou Daqian bowed his head in response. In the instant he lowered his head, a venomous glint flashed in his eyes, revealing a sinister glint. Just then, a series of loud rumbling sounds suddenly came from afar outside the city. The sound was like thunder, and it rang out one after another, one after another. In just a short while, more than 100 sounds rang out. Han Feng and Su Tsong immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Holy crap! What happened? Is it thundering? No way. There's no such thing as a lightning bolt. Could it be an omen? On the city wall, countless soldiers who guarded Nanyang City with the courage to die for it all looked in astonishment at the direction from which the loud noises came. That's the rebels' rear. Meanwhile, in the central camp of Prince Yong's army outside the city, Prince Yong Li Jinglong and his generals were surprised to hear the explosions in the distance, wondering what had happened. Before long, the messenger staggered in, his face full of shock. Report. Something terrible has happened. As soon as the messenger rushed into the tent, he prostrated himself at the feet of the generals inside, trembling, clearly terrified. Li Jinglong slammed his hand on the table. How dare you? Such a flustered display. My army is strong and well-equipped. I refuse to believe anything terrible could have happened. Raise your head and tell me honestly what has occurred. Although Li Jinglong said this, he had already guessed what was going on in his heart. Nanyang City is already surrounded. There won't be any problems. The only variable is the sudden appearance of 1,000 reinforcements from Nanyang City. He ordered Wang Chao to lead 5,000 men to annihilate the enemy. After waiting for a long time, news finally came. The messenger rushed in and shouted that things were bad, probably because Wang Chao's battle was going poorly, and he probably didn't even gain an advantage with 5,000 men against 1,000. It's even possible that those 5,000 men have already been defeated. However, Li Jinglong was not flustered at all. He believed that everything was still under control. So what if Wang Chao is defeated? So what if all 5,000 men are wiped out? In the end, the enemy only had 1,000 men, which was like an ant biting an elephant when facing his 140,000 strong army. Li Jinglong had already planned it out. After the messenger finished reporting Wang Chao's great defeat, he would pin the blame on Wang Chao and find some reasons for Wang Chao's failure, thus calming the morale of the army. It's a trivial matter, not a big deal. What haven't I experienced? I don't believe anything major can happen. Speak. Li Jinglong looked confident and dignified. The messenger said tremblingly, Your Majesty, we have been defeated. The messenger's face was ashen. Li Jinglong sneered, completely unconcerned, and waved his hand dismissively. So what if Wang Chao is defeated? Wang Chao, though brave, is too reckless. It's possible that he was ambushed by the enemy during a night march and suffered a defeat. It's not a big deal. Li Jinglong looked completely calm and collected. Just as he finished reciting the prepared lines, Li Jinglong suddenly realized that the messenger had said the wrong thing. What do you mean we lost? This messenger knows nothing. He's talking nonsense and disrupting morale. A murderous glint flashed in Prince Yong Li Jinglong's eyes. He was already planning to turn around and chop up this ignorant messenger. However, the messenger knelt and trembled as he said, Your Majesty, it wasn't General Wang Chao who lost. It was us. The entire army suffered a crushing defeat. Your Majesty, let's escape quickly. Chapter 246 Heavenly Thunder? I refuse to believe it. What? At the same time, all the generals in the tent, including Li Jinglong, were startled and stood up, staring at the messenger with horror and disbelief in their eyes. Nonsense. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Jinglong slammed his fist on the table, pointed at the messenger, and shouted, This fellow must be an enemy spy, here to disrupt our morale. Men, drag him out and execute him. Immediately, soldiers rushed over and arrested the messenger. The messenger shouted urgently, I'm telling the truth. A crushing defeat at the rear. The enemy is attacking. The entire army has begun to rout, and they'll be here soon. Your Majesty, run. It will be too late if you don't run now. The messenger, his voice hoarse and his eyes red, shouted desperately. Li Jinglong waved his hand impatiently. Without hesitation, the sergeant gagged the still shouting messenger and dragged him away. Soon, there was no more noise outside. Although he had executed the messenger, Li Jinglong's expression remained grim. He sat high on the throne, his gaze cold and sinister, sweeping over the generals in the tent. His eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling light as he coldly said, Generals, you wouldn't believe such nonsense, would you? Li Jinglong's gaze swept across the faces of all the generals in turn. The generals all shook their heads. Your Majesty is right. It must be a spy trying to disrupt the morale of our army. Huh. That traitor is utterly foolish and incompetent. He can't even spread rumors properly. Even if he fabricated a story about General Wang Chao's defeat, we would most likely believe it. But to say that our army was defeated is utterly absurd. Indeed, even a young child knows that His Majesty's army is invincible. Their advance is unstoppable. It's difficult for them to even lose a battle, let alone suffer defeat. The generals took turns making sarcastic remarks, and soon began to laugh at them. Li Jinglong breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that such rumors would demoralize the troops. Seeing the generals' calm and indifferent expressions, it was clear that none of them believed that nonsense. However, recalling those strange and inexplicable loud noises from before, a strange sense of unease arose in his heart. The occasional bursts of thunder outside made him increasingly agitated. No more waiting. No matter how Wang Chao's war goes, it won't affect the overall situation. Zhao Xiong and Lu Yu, you two will lead 30,000 men to attack the North Gate. Zhou Ji and Li Shan, you two will lead an army of 40,000 to attack the East Gate. Zhao Dahu and Lu Youji, you two will lead 30,000 troops to attack the South Gate. I will personally command the Western Gate. How about we, ruler and subjects, have a contest? Whoever breaches Nanyang City first will be richly rewarded. Of course, if my team makes it to the top first, then I won't reward them, huh? Let us, ruler and ministers, work together to take this city of Nanyang. Li Jinglong was making a joke that he thought was funny. The generals all laughed along in agreement. Just as the generals received their orders and prepared to attack the city, a messenger suddenly rushed in, shouting in a terrified voice, "Disaster! Our army has suffered a crushing defeat and is in disarray. Your Majesty, run." Just like the previous messenger, this messenger rushed in and knelt on the ground, trembling. The entire central command tent fell into a deathly silence. Li Jinglong's face was extremely grim. Pointing at the messenger on the ground, he roared, "Drag him out and execute him. Military judge, investigate thoroughly. How did so many spies infiltrate our army?" Soon, the messenger was also dragged out. The military judge received the order and hurriedly went to conduct a thorough investigation. But this time, the expressions on the faces of some of the generals inside the tent were far from calm. Because the position of messenger was very important, it was often held by a general's confidant. The messenger who was previously executed was a confidant of one of the generals in the tent, but since this had happened, the general dared not say anything. The one who was just pushed out is known to many generals. He has been in the military for many years. How could he be a spy? If the messenger wasn't a spy, how could the message be true? Thinking of the contents of that message, all the generals shook their heads again. Compared to the unbelievable news of a complete defeat, they were more inclined to believe that their men had been bribed by the enemy. Just as they were all lost in thought and filled with unease, another messenger rushed in, delivering the same message. The entire army suffered a crushing defeat. This time, the messenger brought more detailed information. The messenger, his face filled with terror and deep fear, knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "Your Majesty, we have truly been defeated. At least 70% of the army has collapsed and scattered in all directions. Those 1,000 men are already charging towards us. They're probably only a mile or two away." Li Jinglong flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table. "This is impossible. You're a spy too. You're also forging military orders. Kill them. Kill them all." This time, however, the generals also looked terrified. Even the simple-minded belatedly realized that something was wrong. Even if the enemy is incredibly resourceful, they might be able to bribe one or two messengers, but surely not all of them could be bribed. But if what the messenger said is true, then something still doesn't make sense. Are the reinforcements to Nanyang City only a mere 1,000 men? How could a mere 1,000 men rout their 140,000 strong army? That's right. This guy must be a spy too. The news he's spreading is utterly absurd, designed to sow discord among our troops. Are those 1,000 men some kind of divine intervention? Unkillable? Otherwise, our entire army could drown them with a single spit from each soldier. The messenger knelt down in horror and kowtowed, saying, "General, what I said is true. They really are divine soldiers descending from the heavens. They can even summon heavenly thunder. That's the power of the gods. How could we possibly be their match?" "What?" The general's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Li Jinglong's heart sank. The eerie thunder had given him a bad feeling from the very beginning, and now the messenger was saying that it was the heavenly thunder summoned by the other party. Even though he didn't want to believe it, he realized at that moment that something was very wrong. Humph, heavenly lightning. I refuse to believe it. Even if there are gods, they are on my side. I am the mandate of heaven. Li Jinglong's face was contorted with rage. "Let's go. All generals, follow me out of the camp. I want to see where these rumors and slanders came from, and where they're trying to sow discord among the troops." Just as Li Jinglong led his generals out of the central camp to see what was happening outside, the rumbling thunder grew ever closer. As the sun rises, one can already see clusters of firelight flashing on the distant horizon, along with plumes of smoke rising into the sky. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 247 Prince Yong is dead. Surrender, and you will be spared. The scene before them shocked everyone on the spot. What is that? Li Jinglong stared wide-eyed at the billowing smoke in the distance, hardly believing his eyes. This is impossible. This is impossible. His eyes were filled with terror. The deafening roar, like a thunderclap, struck his heart with each impact, making him tremble with fear. This is a power that no ordinary person could possibly possess. Could it be that the other party is truly a god? No, that's impossible. You are the one destined by heaven. You are the master of the future of the Great Qian Dynasty. Li Jinglong stared blankly at everything, his body trembling involuntarily. The generals beside him were also dumbfounded, staring blankly into the distance. In the distance, shouts of battle, screams of agony, and sounds of panicked fear grew ever closer. The deafening thunderclap was getting closer and closer. Finally, someone realized what was happening. Your Majesty, run. It looks like they're only a little over a mile away. They'll be attacking soon. Your Majesty, as long as we're alive, we can always rebuild. Let's make our escape. The generals spoke in alarm. Most of them were willing to follow Prince Yong in rebellion because they believed that Prince Yong had a high chance of winning. But now, the news that keeps coming in, and the thunder they heard with their own ears, all seem to confirm that there really are gods in the enemy's formation. If a deity were to send down heavenly lightning to strike them, how could Prince Yong possibly win? Even if they had a few times the courage, they wouldn't dare to oppose Prince Yong. The army was already in a rout, and they all knew very well that once the rout began and morale was lost, this army, hastily assembled for the sake of profit, would collapse in an instant. They only have one thought right now. That means escape. No, that's impossible. Prince Yong, Li Jinglong, roared in fury. I have an army of 140,000. How could I possibly be defeated by 1,000 men? Guards! I will personally lead the army into battle. I will kill them. Li Jinglong roared. However, the military camp was now in complete chaos. Regardless of whether they knew what was happening behind them, the soldiers all heard the terrifying thunder and were filled with fear. Rumors that the enemy's ranks contained immortals, or that their 1,000 men were all celestial soldiers and generals, quickly spread throughout the army. The rout was like a lit fuse. Even before the explosion reached the area, the rout had already begun. This rout has spread to the central command tent. After several messengers were executed in succession, the central army was in chaos, and the generals were even more divided, already making plans for their own futures. As a result, Li Jinglong's orders could not be conveyed for a while. However, the central army camp was staffed with Yongwang's trusted confidants, and the rout and mutiny had not yet affected this area. Just as Prince Yong was preparing to lead his trusted army to fight the enemy, several huge spheres suddenly flew down from the sky. The enormous sphere flew through the air and landed directly above the rebels' heads. The rebel soldiers were terrified and scattered in all directions. However, the giant sphere dispersed in midair, turning into pieces of white. It's snowing? Everyone looked up in horror at the strange phenomenon they had never seen before in midair, and became even more convinced of the rumors that there were immortals in the enemy's formation. However, the rebel soldiers soon realized that what was falling from the sky was not snow, but only countless pieces of white paper. Their first impression was, this paper is so white. Paper is generally perceived as expensive, but the paper they were seeing now was completely different from the yellowish paper they had seen before. This paper was too white. It was like a flawless piece of jade. It didn't seem like paper that existed in this world at all. I finally caught the falling papers and saw the words on them. What does this say? I can't read. Good heavens. Is this really a sign from heaven? Even the literate soldiers dared not read the contents of the paper. If someone overheard this, it would be a capital offense. But by this time, the rebels' morale had already collapsed, and there were always a few stubborn ones who read out the contents of the paper without hesitation. Prince Yong is dead. Surrender, and you will be spared. What? Prince Yong is dead? So what are we still doing? We can't beat them. They're gods. Run. Thus, these 8 words quickly spread among Prince Yong's trusted army. The collapse spread completely to those around us. Li Jinglong also picked up a piece of white paper that had fallen to his feet. Looking at the 8 neat and beautiful characters on it, his first impression was not anger, but rather how special the paper was. He had never seen anything like it before, and the characters on it didn't look like they were written on. Oh, this paper. It seems that only Kaoshan village in Jianghe County sells this kind of paper. Oh my God, could it be him? The trusted general beside him muttered to himself. What did you say? Who is it? Li Jinglong frowned, grabbed his confidant by the collar, and roared angrily with wide eyes like an enraged lion. It wasn't that he wasn't angry. Rather, he was so shocked by these scenes that he became numb. Even now, he still doesn't know who his enemy is. The general said tremblingly, "Your Majesty, do you still remember Yang Lin, the tofu maker?" Yang Lin. Li Jinglong couldn't remember for a moment. How could some insignificant people be worthy of his remembrance? Not long ago, there were rumors that Yang Lin, who wielded a thunderbolt, killed Zheng Rong, the governor of Pingyuan County. The trusted general whispered a reminder. Was it him? Li Jinglong frowned this time, glaring fiercely at his confidant, his anger barely contained. You mean, the one who's going against me, is that Yang Lin? I don't know either, but I've heard that only Yang Lin can summon heavenly lightning. He is a disciple of a deity, a celestial master who walks among mortals. That kind of tofu is food for the gods in heaven, which he brought to the mortal world. And today's strange heavenly lightning is exactly the same as the method he used to kill Zheng Rong in the legend. Plus this paper. The general trembled as he stroked the smooth paper in his hand. I have a relative who runs a merchant business. He recently went to Jianghe County in Pingyuan Prefecture to pick up goods and saw this kind of paper. I heard that this paper was also invented by Yang Lin and is only sold in Kaoshan village. Your Majesty, think about it. The heavenly thunder and the paper, they all match up. It matches up. Li Jinglong also believed his trusted general's speculation. But at this moment, he was even more furious. Yang Lin, what gives you the right to oppose me? I am the chosen one. Even if you are a god, I will kill you. Chapter 248. The city gates are open. Anger had completely driven Li Jinglong to lose his mind. Help! Help! I need to kill him. In his memory, Yang Lin was just a villager from the mountains who made tofu. He had only heard of the name out of temporary interest. But he never imagined that a mere villager from the mountains could ruin his big plans. His anger made his face even more ferocious. What puzzled him even more was that he was attacking Nanyang City, which was 200 miles away from Jianghe County, and he had no grudge against Yang Lin. Why would Yang Lin come to ruin his plans? Your Majesty, let's retreat. The situation is hopeless, a trusted general hurriedly advised. Yes, Your Majesty, it's difficult to rally our soldiers. Now that they've lost their morale, we can't win. The few remaining generals, all his original trusted men, pulled Li Jinglong onto his horse, ready to flee. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Report. The gates of Nanyang have opened. Deputy General Zhou Daqian and his men have surrendered and are supplying our army to enter the city. What? But really? Upon hearing the messenger's message, Li Jinglong and the remaining generals were somewhat bewildered. Everything that happened today is so abnormal. The rear guard, for reasons unknown, suffered a defeat. And somehow, they managed to capture Nanyang City. It is absolutely true that the gates of Nanyang have been opened. Zhou Daqian claims to have captured Nanyang Prefect Han Feng and General Su Tsong alive. He and his men are waiting outside the city gates to welcome His Majesty into the city. The messenger hurriedly said, "Let's go into town." Li Jinglong didn't have time to think too much or whether there was a trap involved. The city gates were already open, so what was he afraid of? Once we enter Nanyang City and gather our old troops, we'll deal with Yang Lin. Immediately, he ordered the remaining troops to be gathered and enter Nanyang City. Soon, when he led his men to the city gate, they saw that the gate of Nanyang City was indeed open, and a sturdy middle-aged man in armor was guarding the gate with some other men. At this moment, the army had completely taken control of Nanyang City. Under these circumstances, there was no possibility of a trap, and Li Jinglong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they enter Nanyang City, with its advantages and his large army, even if the enemy has heavenly thunder techniques, they will not be able to break through Nanyang. Li Jinglong looked at the middle-aged man. You are Zhou Daqian? Well done. Get up and come into the city with me. I will remember your great achievement and reward you handsomely later. Zhou Daqian hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, Zhou Daqian felt a mix of emotions. He wasn't inherently rebellious. His willingness to open the city gates and surrender was simply because he didn't want to die alongside Han Feng and Su Tsong. Little did he know that after he had planned everything, his trusted men had captured Han Feng and Su Tsong, and he was happily preparing to open the city gates and betray his master for personal gain. He learned that the rear of Prince Yang's army had suffered a massive rout for some unknown reason. More than half of the 140,000-strong army had fled, and the rest were in complete disarray. They were no longer able to attack Nanyang City, and even defending themselves was difficult. Zhou Daqian regretted it, but regret was useless. He had already committed treason and arrested the prefect and the garrison commander. Once you've betrayed someone halfway through, regret is useless. If he regrets it now and refuses to open the city gates, Han Feng and Su Tsong will not let him go, nor will the imperial court. He will be doomed. Therefore, even knowing that Prince Yong had suffered a major defeat, he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Now that we're all in cahoots with Prince Yong, we might still have a chance to turn things around. If he manages to turn the tide, he will have accomplished a great feat. At this moment, the 1,000-strong guard force is accelerating its charge towards Nanyang City. Along the way, they used grenades to clear a path. They didn't need much lethality. Just the sheer intimidation was enough to allow them to advance unimpeded. Often, all it takes is to throw a wooden-handled grenade, and the moment it explodes, a large number of rebels around them will have already fled desperately. They fought their way through, and no one dared to stop them. They were like a sharp sword, piercing straight through the entire rebel army. The guards had a great time fighting. It was more like a military march than a war, because the rebels in front of them were defeated on their own before they even got close. Saying it was a bloodless victory is an understatement. They are absolutely terrified. Not only the enemy, but even the guards themselves were shocked by this amazing weapon. At first, the rebels were unaware of the power of the wooden-handled grenade. When the grenades, emitting white smoke, were thrown into the midst of the rebels, they did not take it seriously. But as soon as the first explosion rang out, the moment the thunderous power appeared before the rebels, terror, fear, and dread terrified them, and their defeat became inevitable. Qingyi and Xiao Jiao, who had never witnessed the power of an explosion before, were both deeply shocked by this force. Anyone who witnesses such terrifying power will feel a profound sense of powerlessness and insignificance. Especially under Yang Lin's command, the 50 throwers were divided into 10 teams, which carried out the throwing and advancing in an orderly manner. Each explosion was so rhythmic, like a death knell. Amidst the booming thunder, it no longer resembled a war, but rather an art form, a kind of beauty. But this kind of beauty is deadly. As they drew ever closer to Nanyang City, the rebel forces ahead had already collapsed and were about to besiege the city, ending the siege. Then, the rebel army suddenly rushed into Nanyang City. What's going on? Yang Lin couldn't help but raise a question. Zheng Tao was also baffled. They knew very well that Nanyang City had not yet been captured. Now that the rebels had suffered a major defeat, even though they were still a formidable force, it was impossible for them to capture Nanyang City in a short period of time. How could they possibly get into the city at a time like this? I'm completely baffled. But now, Yang Lin has to make a decision. Let's charge straight in with one burst of energy. Yang Lin gave the order. Although the situation is still unknown, the city gate is already in sight. The city gates were not yet closed, and the rebels not far away were rushing into the city. In this situation, the rebels rushed into the city frantically, making it very difficult to close the city gates. If we can enter the city with the rebels, we might be able to seize the opportunity and clean up the mess. But if we can't get into the city, this will be a real problem. At that point, their rescue of Nanyang City will truly turn into an attack on Nanyang City. Despite having fought through most of the night, the entire defense team was still in high spirits. Upon receiving the order, they accelerated their charge. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, the city walls suddenly threw down rolling stones and logs used for guarding the city. Chapter 249. Take him away and execute him. Withdraw. Before any casualties were reported, Yang Lin decisively gave the order. He never expected the other party to be so ruthless. You should know that most of the people down there are actually their own. Because the guards were still in the rear, and the city gates were crowded with rebels rushing into the city, the falling stones and logs not only failed to harm the guards in the slightest, but instead killed and injured many of their own men, and for a time, shouts of "good heavens" echoed continuously. That's not all. Inside the city gate, a team quickly assembled, blocking the gate and preventing the rebels outside who still wanted to rush into the city. They began to slaughter their comrades who had not yet entered the city. In an instant, the city gates were littered with corpses, and blood stained large sections of the city walls. Finally, the two heavy doors closed. Outside the city walls, the rebels, who were being held back, frantically stormed the city gates. But the city gates were already closed, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not open them again. These rebels were utterly desperate. Ahead lay the closed city gates and their own people who had abandoned them. Behind them were enemies with unpredictable and divine abilities, capable of unleashing heavenly lightning at will. They were caught in the middle, with nowhere to escape. Yang Lin sighed deeply. If we can't get into the city now, it won't be easy to get in later. Now, Nanyang City is under the control of Prince Yong. Not only is Xiao Jiao's family in danger, but it is also unknown whether Prince Yong will target Nanyang City and slaughter its inhabitants. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Yang Lin was preparing to retreat a little distance and rest on the spot. But then he saw the remnants of the rebel army caught in the middle, and his heart stirred. There are quite a few of these people. It's a real pity they just scattered like this. They might even cause trouble for the surrounding people. Let's recruit them all. Yang Lin gave the order directly. His concerns were not unfounded. In chaotic times, the line between soldiers and bandits is very thin. In particular, these defeated and surviving soldiers, who were guilty of crimes because they followed Prince Yong in his rebellion, were unable to return home even after leaving the main force and had to make a living. Those with kind hearts often hide their identities, while those without any moral bottom line often become outlaws and bandits. If left unchecked, even if Prince Yong is dealt with, the surrounding people will not have peace. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Surrender, and you'll be spared. At this moment, Yang Lin ordered the surrender of these rebels who were caught in the middle and abandoned by others. This was a godsend. These rebels caught in the middle surrendered without hesitation. Then, Yang Lin immediately ordered a retreat, clean up the battlefield, tally the spoils, set up camp, and allow the entire army to rest. The statistics were compiled in a short time. In this battle, the 1,000-man defense force captured more than 18,000 rebels, seized 5 grain and arms camps, 3,800 share of grain, countless weapons, and killed countless enemies. Including the more than 3,000 people captured earlier, the total number of prisoners reached more than 20,000. As for the exact number of the routed rebels, no one knows. However, a rough calculation suggests that the number of rebels who fled into Nanyang City was no more than 5,000. Compared to the original 10,000 garrison troops in Nanyang City, this outcome is not so bad. But Yang Lin understood very well that no matter how many troops were stationed, it was not the most important thing. The most important thing is the choice of the garrison commander of Nanyang. Why did the city gates open so mysteriously? It must mean that someone in Nanyang City has rebelled. Could it be the city's garrison commander? Or even that Prefect Han Feng betrayed the county and defected to the enemy? These are all unknown. But one thing is certain. If all the garrison commanders in the city surrender to Prince Yong, then the original garrison in the city will probably become the enemy. It will be even more difficult to take Nanyang City and save the people inside then. Sir, what should we do now? After arranging everything, Zhong Tao hurriedly went to find Yang Lin. Because Prince Yong entered Nanyang City, he, who was originally at his wit's end, had a new chance to live. However, their current situation has turned into a passive one. Yang Lin frowned. Since we can't finish this in one go, we can't rush things. Let everyone rest first. After this battle, we'll need to wait for supplies. Yes. Zhong Tao immediately understood. Why is the guard so powerful? It's because they rely on their powerful weapons, such as wooden-handled grenades, crossbows, and ballistae. They fought fiercely from last night until dawn, but their weapons were also being depleted very quickly. The crossbow bolts are doing well. Most of them have been recovered, and there are still over 10,000 left. But there aren't many wooden-handled grenades left. In addition, after arriving in Nanyang, they hadn't had time to rest before they were caught up in battle, one after another. Now everyone was exhausted, and if they didn't rest, they would collapse from exhaustion. The security team began to rest, but Yang Lin could not rest yet. He summoned Xiaojiu, Zi, and Qing Yi to discuss the matter. At this stage, we need to know the situation inside the city. What exactly happened inside? Who opened the city gates? Yang Lin looked at the people in purple and green. Can these be found? He knew it would be difficult, but those in intelligence might have a way. Sure enough, the woman in purple nodded. No problem, but we need to wait. Under these circumstances, it will be difficult to send out the information inside. Okay, then let's wait for the intelligence. Yang Lin then looked at Xiaojiu. Do you have a way to get into the city? Xiaojiu shook his head, looking nervous, and said, That's impossible. The city walls of Nanyang are very intact. Once the city gates are closed, it's completely impossible to get into the city. Yang Lin pressed further. Are there any sections of the city wall that are old, low, and easily destroyed? The three were shocked, and Xiaojiu immediately understood Yang Lin's idea. Brother, you want to blow up the city wall? That's unlikely. All three women were speechless. Although they had witnessed the power of an explosion, compared to the towering city walls, the power of a hand grenade seemed insufficient. Just tell me, is it true or not? Yang Lin didn't explain. Xiaojiu thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. There is indeed such a section in the north of the city. It is said to be an old city wall from more than 100 years ago, and it is very well preserved. So when Nanyang City was rebuilt 30 years ago, that section of the city wall was preserved. That section of the city wall was shorter than the new city wall and was more severely damaged, but if they wanted to blast it open. Xiao Jia shook her head again. She still believes that it's impossible. Yang Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. It would be great to have city walls like these. Even if he didn't, his dozens of unused explosive packs were no joke. Even the city gate right in front of us, it wouldn't be impossible for him to blow it open. Okay, I understand. Everyone, get some rest first. Once you're rested, we'll go and take Nanyang City. Meanwhile, inside Nanyang City, inside the prefectural governor's mansion, which had been occupied by the rebels, Prince Yong, Li Jinglong, looked coldly at Prefect Han Feng, who was being held captive below and was now a prisoner, yet still defiant and unwilling to bow his head. He said, "Since you refuse to serve me, then you have no reason to exist. Take him away and execute him." Chapter 250. You've raised a good son-in-law. Just then, the messenger rushed in. Report. An arrow flew in from outside the city carrying a letter that was addressed to His Majesty for personal opening. The messenger held up an arrow with a piece of paper tied to it with both hands, respectfully. Li Jinglong raised his hand, and someone immediately presented the letter. I'd like to see what Yang Lin has to say to me. Li Jinglong unfolded the paper with disdain. He glanced at the words on it, and was instantly enraged, his eyes blazing with fury. Then his gaze turned strange, thoughtful, before he clenched his fist and slammed it down on the paper. Yang Lin, how dare you threaten me? Li Jinglong gritted his teeth, staring at Han Feng, who was about to be pushed down, his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could devour Han Feng alive right then and there. But after opening his mouth, he managed to squeeze out a sentence that left Han Feng completely baffled. You, Han Feng, you've raised a fine daughter and a fine son-in-law. Guards, lock him up again. Han Feng was taken aback. Good daughter? A good son-in-law? What is this rebel king saying? Han Feng was baffled. He only has 2 sons, he has no daughters. Thinking of this, Han Feng was also taken aback. He then remembered that he did indeed have a daughter. But wasn't that wretched girl already dead? He had no time to think. The guards received the order and immediately pushed him away. Zhou Daqian was also confused and quickly moved closer to Li Jinglong, asking cautiously, Your Majesty, what did the other party say? Because of his merit in surrendering the city, and because most of the generals around Li Jinglong had fled, Zhou Daqian inadvertently became a favorite of Prince Yong. Snort. Li Jinglong snorted coldly and slammed the paper heavily on the table. See for yourself. Zhou Daqian picked it up out of curiosity and was startled. The inscription read, Prince Yong, Han Feng is my father-in-law. If you dare to kill him, I will kill your entire family. This celestial master wields heavenly thunder and commands 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. Taking your dog's head is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. It's only because you still have a trace of dragon energy on you that this celestial master doesn't want to be devoured by the dragon energy for killing you. But don't push your luck too far, or this celestial master will perish with you. Yang Lin. Zhou Daqian swallowed hard. Is Yang Lin really a celestial master? This letter contains an incredible amount of information. Li Jinglong nodded. I finally understand. He had never understood why Yang Lin from Jianghe County would travel all this way to oppose him. Now he finally realized that it was Han Feng. Han Feng is Yang Lin's father-in-law, so it makes sense that the son-in-law came to rescue his father-in-law. As for Yang Lin's claim of being a celestial master and saying that he controlled heavenly thunder and that killing him would be as easy as turning one's hand, Li Jinglong believed it. Firstly, in this battle, 1,000 against 140,000, they were utterly powerless to fight back. Naturally, only extraordinary strength could accomplish this. Secondly, Li Jinglong was also willing to believe in the dragon energy that Yang Lin mentioned in his letter, because he always believed that he was the true son of heaven, the one truly destined by heaven. Yang Lin clearly possessed extraordinary power, yet he didn't use his divine power to kill him because he was burdened with dragon energy and feared being devoured by it. This all makes sense. I have the dragon's aura protecting me. Yang Lin wouldn't dare do anything to me, Li Jinglong said with a hint of smugness. As for Han Feng, let's spare his life for now. By the way, pass down the order. No one in Han Feng's family is to be harmed. We can try to win over Yang Lin. We can write him a letter and tell him that as long as he is willing to assist me, I will appoint him as the Grand Preceptor and grant him eternal honors in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He was now afraid that if he went too far, Yang Lin would fight him to the death, and they would both perish. He didn't know what the price Yang Lin would pay, but he knew he definitely wouldn't survive the heavenly lightning. Yes, Zhou Daqian quickly agreed, while inwardly sweating for himself. Your Majesty, What should we do with the soldiers who were originally in the city? Some of them. Well, some of them are unwilling to surrender to us. Zhou Deqian asked cautiously. Although the garrison in Nanyang City was not very strong in combat, their loyalty was beyond question. Although the city gates are now open, more than 80% of the garrison is unwilling to submit to Prince Yong. The generals whose weapons were confiscated have been imprisoned, while the rest are still resisting inside the city with their soldiers. Humph, I said, what use are people I can't have? Kill them all. Li Jinglong waved his hand impatiently. Ever since he first had the idea of recruiting Yang Lin, this thought had become an unstoppable force in his mind. Thinking of that terrifying heavenly lightning, and then of that formidable fighting power. If we could recruit this person into our ranks, what would we have to worry about in the world? But Zhou Deqian exclaimed in astonishment. Your Majesty, there are quite a few soldiers, and some of the city's residents are also resisting. Li Jinglong was very dissatisfied and glared at Zhou Deqian. I have already said, kill them all. Didn't you hear me clearly? Now his mind is completely focused on Yang Lin, and he has no time to think about anything else. They're just a bunch of troublemakers. He'll kill anyone who dares to resist. Yes. Zhou Deqian was stunned and quickly retreated. Although he surrendered to Prince Yong, it was only to protect himself. He never expected that Prince Yong would be so ruthless. Many of the soldiers who refused to surrender were his own men. Those people who are still resisting are the same people he once protected. His original intention was to have Prince Yong issue an edict to appease the people and persuade the soldiers to surrender. But now, Zhou Deqian, having left the prefectural governor's mansion, felt a sense of bewilderment, and the tightness in his chest made it hard for him to breathe. Although the order was given to him, Zhou Deqian knew that even if he did nothing, Prince Yong would do everything he wanted. If he does nothing, he will surely lose Prince Yong's favor. Since that's the case, let's just go all the way. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Deqian's eyes again. A massive manhunt, arrest, and massacre that swept through the entire city of Nanyang began. The rebels surged into the streets, rampaging and breaking into homes, demanding anything of value. If the people refused, they would either beat or kick them, or even kill them outright. On this day, incessant wailing echoed through every street and alley of Nanyang City. Corpses littered the ground, and countless disheveled women wailed and hanged themselves in their homes. The rebels were like locusts in a swarm, or demons resurrected from hell, greedily devouring everything in their path. As evening fell, the unrestrained raids spread to the Han family mansion. In the Han residence, Madame Shen Shui had her servants bring in various heavy objects to block the main gate, while she herself, surrounded by maids, hid in the inner courtyard, trembling with fear. Suddenly, there was a banging sound at the door. Chapter 251 Heavenly thunder breaks through the city. Surrender, and you'll be spared. There was a loud banging on the door and a series of curses from the rebels. Open the door, you fucking idiot. If you don't open the door, I'll kill you all when I get in. Hand over all the money. Believe me, or I'll burn your house down. Humph, living in such a big house, he must be no good. Brothers, smash open the door, there's plenty of silver inside. The banging on the door grew louder and louder. Inside the room, the first wife, the second wife, and Han Feng's two sons trembled again. Mother, what if they really break in? What should we do? The eldest son, Han Jinha, who was 20 years old, trembled like a leaf and huddled tightly in the arms of the first wife. The first madam also looked at the gate in horror. At this moment, the gate was already secured with thick bolts and blocked by heavy debris, and a dozen servants were leaning against it tightly, but the two gates still looked as if they could be breached at any moment. All of you get out and guard the door. The first madam roared fiercely at the maids around her. The maids also ran out trembling. At this moment, the first madam noticed that there was still one young woman who had not gone out. The young woman was around 30 years old, dressed in simple linen clothes. She was not tall, but she looked about 7 or 8 parts like Han Mengzhu. She had a graceful figure, but her face was pale and she looked malnourished. At this moment, she stood timidly to the side. Yuxiu, didn't you hear me? I told you to get out and go guard the gate. The first wife glared fiercely at the young woman. The young woman was none other than Zhao Yuxiu, Han Mengzhu's mother. Zhao Yuxiu lowered her head and explained, Madam, my arm was broken a few days ago and hasn't fully healed yet, so I can't use it. The young woman lowered her head meekly and shrank back. The first madam raised her foot and kicked the young woman, sending her flying out the door. Get out. I don't care if your arm is healed or not. All the servants are guarding the gate, and you're hiding inside. Who do you think you are? In this Han mansion, once you're a lowly wretch, you'll always be a lowly wretch. Don't think that just because you gave birth to a little wretch for the master you can rise to the top. Dream on. You're destined to be a servant for life. The first madam spat fiercely at the door. Zhao Yuxiu wanted to say something more, but when she caught a glimpse of the madam's fierce gaze and looked at her own hands, tears welled up in her eyes. In the end, she said nothing and walked towards the door with trembling hands. Han Jinha, nestled in the first madam's arms, cursed. Even if she does, who does she think she is? A lowly servant, daring to stay in here with us masters. Mother, you're too kind-hearted. You didn't kick her out of the house back then, and now she's taking advantage of us. If we can't guard the gate later, we'll throw this wretched thing out. With the combined efforts of the servants holding the gate up, the gate of the Han residence was finally secured. Before long, the rebels outside left, cursing and swearing. They probably couldn't find torches to set the house on fire, leaving behind only a few threats, saying they would send men back that night. The Han family, being a prominent and wealthy household, was considered fortunate, as they had high walls and guards. But ordinary families suffered the consequences. 2 miles outside Nanyang City was the guard camp. That evening, after a day of rest, the guard team had fully recovered. Everyone was in high spirits, eager to fight the next battle. The reason they were able to recover so quickly was because the guards had plenty of food and supplies, and the food was excellent. Other troops could only eat 2 meals a day, mostly thin porridge or sorghum rice, and it was almost impossible to get a full meal. But the guards not only had plenty to eat, but their food included not only refined grains like rice and wheat flour, but also vegetables cooked with lard. They could eat as much as they wanted. In addition, with a strong emphasis on hygiene, everyone is required to drink boiled water, making it less likely for people to get sick, and recovery is quite quick after a night of fatigue. The guard camp has come back to life, and Yang Lin has finally received intelligence from Nanyang City. Looking at the contents of the intelligence report, Zi frowned and said, "The situation in the city is not optimistic. The one who betrayed us is Zhou Daqian, the deputy general of Su Tsong, the garrison commander of Nanyang. He arrested Prefect Han and Su Tsong, took control of the city's defenses, and it was he who ordered the city gates to be opened. There are now about 7,000 or 8,000 rebels in the city. They are the same ones who fought alongside Prince Yong. They are not weak in combat and are ruthless. They controlled the prefectural governor's office and took control of most of the city's defenses. Although there was still some resistance within the city, without unified command, the resistance was being suppressed little by little. Moreover, these rebels were used to looting and were currently sweeping through the entire city of Nanyang. Although it was not as serious as a massacre, they were burning, killing, and looting within the city, and many civilians suffered as a result." Yang Lin took the intelligence report, and his brows immediately furrowed. He subconsciously looked at Xiao Jiu. Although Han Mengzhu didn't say anything, her expression revealed her deep worry. "We can't wait any longer. After the sun sets, we'll take action immediately and storm Nanyang City." The group was all greatly surprised. Qingyi asked hesitantly, "Will the explosive pack really work?" "Really? That's the city wall." Zi asked worriedly. "Rest assured." Yang Lin nodded. "I'll make the arrangements now." He then explained his arrangements. Upon hearing this, the group was shocked, and Zi, Qingyi, and Xiao Jiu all shook their heads. No, Zi was the first to refuse. It was too risky. The woman in green also shook her head decisively. "His Majesty sent the 2 of us to protect you. What if something happens to you if we leave?" Xiao Jiu quickly shook his head and said, "Yes, brother, this is too dangerous for you. I'd rather not go to save my mother than let anything happen to you." Xiao Jiu clenched her little fists tightly. Although she was constantly worried about her mother's safety, she also knew that Nanyang City was now easy to defend and difficult to attack, practically a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. She couldn't risk her brother's life for something so unlikely to succeed. Yang Lin laughed and patted each of the 3 women on the head. "Don't worry, I'm confident. The letter sent out this morning can only appease Prince Yong in the short term and prevent him from doing anything too outrageous. But to resolve the crisis in Nanyang City, we must bring the situation under control as soon as possible. Besides, as you all know, once I make a decision, I won't change it. That's settled then. Let's get on with the arrangements. Tonight, we'll blast a hole in Nanyang City." A glint of light flashed in Yang Lin's eyes. Just then, news came from outside that supplies had arrived for Kaoshan village. After counting the supplies, Yang Lin was overjoyed. This time, Kaoshan village delivered 5,000 arrows, 200 wooden-handled grenades, 50 explosive packs, a certain amount of grain and meat, as well as a second batch of printed leaflets that had been ordered before their departure. This batch of leaflets totaled 5,000, and they still had 8 large characters printed on them. "Heavenly thunder breaks the city. Surrender, and you will be spared. Chapter 252 Son-in-Law. Who? Where? This second batch of leaflets was also arranged by Yang Lin long ago. Depending on the stage, he customized leaflets with different content, but most of them were psychological tactics such as Prince Yong is dead, surrender, and you will be spared death, and the city is about to fall, surrender, and you will not be killed. Because of the sudden departure, many leaflets had not yet been printed when the army set off, and now they are being transported here by the supply convoy. The content on the flyer was quite fitting for the occasion. Use catapults to throw these leaflets into the city later, Yang Lin instructed directly. There were no catapults in this world, so the catapults he rushed to build were originally intended to deal with possible siege battles. And now, it has become a tool for throwing leaflets. As Yang Lin issued his orders, the entire security team functioned like a sophisticated machine, with every component rapidly taking action. Now, their boss is like a god to them. Even when faced with those absurd orders, no one has any questions, and everyone carries them out meticulously. However, to everyone's surprise, just as Yang Lin was about to take action, he received news from Nanyang City. This time, the message wasn't sent by a spy within the city, but by Prince Yong. Prince Yong sent a letter with an arrow, claiming he wanted to talk to Yang Lin. When Zhong Tao handed the letter to Yang Lin, he immediately said, "Sir, I'm afraid this is a trap. We can't go." Yang Lin laughed. "He's come at the perfect time. If he hadn't come looking for me, I would have been looking for him. I'll reply and tell him to meet me at the city gate in half an hour." Zhong Tao was shocked and quickly tried to persuade him again. Yang Lin waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Zhong Tao knew Yang Lin's temperament. Although he was worried, he had no choice but to arrange for him to go. Not long after, he received another reply from Prince Yong. Prince Yong agreed to Yang Lin's request, but he dared not leave the city and only agreed to meet Yang Lin on the city wall. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin knew that the other party was also afraid. However, the enemy was on the city wall, and we were outside the city. Neither side was stupid. We had to be on guard and keep a distance that the arrows couldn't reach, which meant at least 30 feet away. At such a distance, even shouting desperately might not get a response, let alone a face. However, Yang Lin still agreed. "Brother Tao, have the ballista ready, set to maximum range, and wait for my command. Remember, you can only launch when I give the order. Once the ballista is fired, regardless of the outcome, immediately use catapults to drop the leaflets." "Yes." Zhong Tao immediately responded. As the commander of the guard team, Zhong Tao knew very well that the range of the ballista was not 30 zhong. In the past, in order to ensure shooting accuracy and avoid wasting arrows, and considering that the range of enemy arrows was often only about 20 zhong, the range of the crossbow was set at 30 zhong, which could maintain accuracy and ensure the advantage of distance. But now, the mastermind is clearly aiming to kill Prince Yong remotely. Then precision becomes unimportant. With a simple adjustment, the maximum range of the ballista can reach an astonishing 100 zhong. Given such a distance, even if Prince Yong was suspicious, he would definitely want an arrow that could shoot that far. 10 crossbow carts could fire 200 arrows in a single volley. Even if the accuracy wasn't quite there, aiming at one person would definitely turn that person into a sieve. With everything arranged, half an hour quickly passed. The two sides agreed to meet at a distance of 40 feet and communicate by arrow. Yang Lin's side, with 1,000 men, arrived at a position 40 feet away from the city gate. The 1,000 men formed a formation, and 10 crossbow carts were also lined up in a row, ready for battle. 40 zhong, or 120 or 30 meters, is a distance where it is difficult to hear a shout clearly, let alone have any effective communication. Therefore, sending a message by arrow is the only way. Before long, Prince Yong and his men also appeared on the city wall of Nanyang. Li Jinglong shaded his eyes with his hand, looked down, and asked, "Which one is Yang Lin?" Zhou Daqian, who was standing next to him, looked closely and replied, "It should be the one standing on the roof of the car." Li Jinglong looked closely and couldn't help but nod. "Not bad. This Yang Lin is handsome and indeed has an extraordinary appearance. Write to him and ask how he has considered the conditions I offered. If he has any requests, let him tell me." In the morning, he wrote a letter to Yang Lin, promising to appoint Yang Lin as the national advisor if Yang Lin would cooperate. Yang Lin never replied to him again. Yes, the waiter agreed, quickly wrote a letter, and shot it out. Ever since he conceived the idea of recruiting Yang Lin, Li Jinglong had been itching to do so. He believed that the defeat was nothing, and as long as Yang Lin could be recruited, the current losses would be insignificant. Zhou Daqian was filled with mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. At such a distance, the other person's face is only vaguely visible. How could you possibly tell that they are handsome or have an extraordinary appearance? That's pure nonsense. But he dared not say more, only advising, Your Majesty, I heard from those who escaped that Yang Lin's chariots can not only fire many crossbow bolts at once, but can also shoot 30 or 40 zhang. Isn't this 40 zhang distance a bit dangerous? Sigh. Li Jinglong waved his hand and sneered. Even if he can shoot 40 zhang, we're on the city wall now. If he shoots from below, the distance is far more than 40 zhang. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Your Majesty is mighty. Zhou Deqian dared not say anything more. He understood this principle, but for some reason, looking at those crossbows made him feel a chill. Before long, arrows came flying back. Li Jinglong eagerly took the reply and unfolded it to read. Upon seeing it, he was so angry he almost lost his temper. On the pristine white paper, several large characters were scrawled crookedly. If you surrender, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Yang Lin, you've gone too far. Li Jinglong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. The greater his hopes for Yang Lin, the greater his disappointment at this moment. Guards, bring Han Feng to me. I want to kill him in front of Yang Lin. Reply to Yang Lin. Tell him that if he refuses to submit, I will kill his father-in-law right now. Then I'll go and kill his father-in-law's entire family. Li Jinglong flew into a rage. Before long, a haggard-looking Han Feng was dragged to the city wall. Although he was confused, he was ready to die. Facing Li Jinglong, Han Feng raised his head high and said coldly, Humph. Kill me or torture me. Give me a quick death. Don't worry, I will kill you. And I will make sure your son-in-law watches you die right in front of him. Li Jinglong roared angrily. Han Feng was stunned again. Son-in-law? Who? Where? Just then, a deafening thunderclap suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled by the loud noise. Because the sound was just too loud. The entire city wall trembled from the loud noise. Chapter 253, a deafening crack echoed as the city exploded. Li Jinglong was shocked. He had never heard such a loud thunderclap. It seemed as if the earth itself trembled with the sound. He instinctively shrank back, and the others on the city wall fared no better, many of them running away with their heads in their hands. However, nothing happened after the sound. Li Jinglong subconsciously looked at Yang Lin below the city. Now, when he hears thunder, the first person he thinks of is Yang Lin. However, below the city wall, Yang Lin and his men were still standing there, and nothing seemed amiss. Was it really just thunder? Zhou Deqian quickly reminded him. Your Majesty, the voice is coming from the north of the city, so it must be very far from here. Very far, Li Jinglong said fiercely. Go and find out what happened. Yes. Han Feng, who had already become a prisoner, was also at a loss. He had heard the mysterious thunder last night, but he still didn't know what it meant. The thunder just now was even louder and more shocking than the thunder I heard last night. Seeing Li Jinglong's reaction, he could guess that the thunder had nothing to do with Li Jinglong. So what exactly is it? At this moment, Yang Lin's reply arrived. Li Jinglong accepted the reply with a cold smile. He simply couldn't believe that Yang Lin would remain unmoved after he used Han Feng as a threat. Upon taking the pristine white letter and unfolding it, Li Jinglong was so angry he almost twisted his nose. The white paper boldly proclaimed, My father-in-law is a despicable man. He treated my woman terribly. If you don't kill him, I will settle the score with him. Kill him if you wish, no further explanation needed. However, Han Feng is still my father-in-law. After you kill him, I will avenge him, skinning you alive, bleeding you dry, stealing your soul, and humiliating your spirit, ensuring you never reincarnate. Prince Yong, I advise you to surrender quickly, or you will face my divine punishment. Li Jinglong was so angry that his hands were shaking. Humph, look at your good son-in-law. He doesn't care whether you live or die. Li Jinglong tossed the letter to Han Feng. Han Feng was puzzled. He took the letter and read it, and was also a little confused. Isn't he a decent human being? He treats his woman badly. Who is this? I don't even know him. However, Han Feng was a smart man. He could tell from the words in the letter that although it said he didn't care about his life or death, it was actually threatening Prince Yong and making him think twice. Such a threat is far too naive. What divine punishment? Would Prince Yong believe it? Han Feng looked at Li Jinglong, puzzled. Li Jinglong's gritted teeth, yet helpless expression, told him that he believed it. Han Feng was even more shocked. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, outside the city, beside Yang Lin, the messenger whispered, Sir, should we fire the arrows? At this distance, if the crossbows fire all at once, Prince Yong will surely die. Yang Lin shook his head decisively. No? My father-in-law is very likely on the city wall too. Forget about the plan to shoot Prince Yong. Let's just send leaflets into the city instead. Although he couldn't see clearly, he had just seen that Prince Yong had brought someone over. Although this distance is enough to kill Prince Yong, if Han Feng is also shot dead, there will be no way to face Xiao Jiao in the future. Before long, leaflets bearing the message, "Heavenly thunder breaks the city, surrender, and you will be spared," were fluttering all over the city walls. On the city wall, the soldiers looked at the words on the leaflet and thought of the strange thunder just now. They felt a chill run down their spines and were filled with fear, losing all will to fight. And just now, in the north of the city, 20 explosive charges, strung together, instantly blew up that section of the old city wall. Hundreds of meters of the wall collapsed to the ground with a roar, and a gaping hole more than 10 meters wide was blasted out at the center of the explosion. Seeing the scene before them, Xiao Jiao, Zi Yi, Qing Yi, Zhong Tao, and the others were all shocked by the terrifying power. Their worldview was once again challenged by the power of the explosives. With such explosives, no city will be invincible from now on. Any city wall would be vulnerable to explosives. At this moment, the most important part of the plan, blowing up the city wall, had been successfully completed. At this moment, the group had no time to be surprised. They looked at each other, said nothing, and then proceeded to carry out the plan arranged by Yang Lin. Zhong Tao led 200 men toward the city gate. The man in purple led 200 men to make contact with members of the Guiyan Hall and the Juyi Hall. The man in green led 200 men to the prison to rescue Han Feng and Su Tsong, and to gather the Nanyang city garrison that was still resisting. Xiao Jiao led 200 men straight to the Han residence. Her purpose for this trip was very simple. He came solely to rescue her mother. For groups of people, totaling 800, acted simultaneously. This was Yang Lin's empty city stratagem. He confronted Prince Yong outside the city. Of the 1,000 men he led, apart from the 200 who controlled the crossbows, bows, and shields, the rest were actually surrendered rebels. They had no weapons, let alone any fighting ability. If Prince Yong had the guts to lead his men out and charge at these 200 men with thousands of troops recklessly, then Yang Lin and his 200 men, despite having crossbows, bows and arrows, and even grenades, would still be doomed at this insignificant distance. However, Yang Lin bet that Prince Yong didn't have the guts, and that the rebels had been terrified by the explosion, so Prince Yong dared not leave the city, much less launch a full-scale attack. The ballistae were prepared for battle, partly to provide an opportunity to kill Prince Yong. Most importantly, it is to guard against even the slightest possibility that the enemy might launch a full-scale attack. Clearly, he made the right bet in this empty city strategy. He sent 800 men into the city, leaving only 200 to protect himself. The 800 men broke up into 4 teams, each carrying crossbows, spears, shields, wooden-handled grenades, and even explosive charges. Although the number of people is small, the 200-strong guard team is highly mobile and flexible. They can not only coordinate the use of the Macedonian phalanx, but also use the Mandarin duck formation in the alley. They are adaptable and flexible, and even if they fail to complete the mission, they will not suffer too much damage. Upon entering the familiar yet unfamiliar city of Nanyang, Xiao Jiao Han Mengzhu, after determining the direction, did not hesitate and, with red eyes, led 200 guards straight to the Han residence. Along the way, there were cries of agony from the people everywhere, and corpses were scattered all over the streets, which made Han Mengzhu even more nervous. "Mom, please wait for me. I'll be right back." Han Mengzhu clenched her small fists, her speed no slower than that of the men in the security team. At that moment, outside the gate of the Han residence, a group of rebel soldiers were banging on the gate again. After a day of commotion, ordinary people are no longer enough to satisfy their appetites. Although these deep mansions are difficult to breach, once breached, the rewards are enormous. Inside the mansion, the first madam slapped Zhao Yuxiu to the ground. "Even if your hand is broken, you still have to hold this position for me. Get out of here." The first madam kicked Zhao Yuxiu again. With tears streaming down her face and her hands trembling, Zhao Yuxiu tried to get up from the ground, but her arms were already red and swollen, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. "Are you still pretending to be dead?" The eldest son, Han Jinha, also kicked Zhao Yuxiu, sending her sprawling to the ground once more. Chapter 254. The boss said, "It's all up to you." With tears in her eyes, Zhao Yuxiu's arms ached so much that she could barely move, and she could only crawl out little by little. "Pooh." Han Jinha spat in dissatisfaction and turned to the first madam, saying, "Mother, you are just too good to her." "Well," the first madam sighed softly, glared at Zhao Yuxiu who was still trying to climb out, and said coldly, "Humph, if it weren't for my kind heart, how could this wretched woman have gotten away with it? A mere servant girl, trying to climb up the social ladder and become a phoenix? Bah." The first madam's eyes were filled with resentment, and she spat fiercely outside. Just then, the rebels outside the gate suddenly shouted something, and then the sound of banging on the door stopped abruptly. For a moment, the silence was almost eerie. Everyone inside the Han residence was stunned, their eyes fixed nervously on the two large doors, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Han Jinha snuggled closer to his mother. Just then, a loud bang was heard, and the door was suddenly kicked open. The servants and guards who were blocking the door were all sent flying in an instant. "Ayah!" A chorus of screams erupted from inside the courtyard. The timid maidservant turned and ran away, while the servants and guards also cowered and stared fearfully at the open gate, none of them daring to step forward. As the gate opened, a squad of soldiers dressed in black, exuding a murderous aura, rushed in. The first madam was so frightened by the sight that she trembled and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, quickly send that wretched woman to them, and give them 10 taels of silver." Immediately, the first madam, trembling, addressed the black-clad soldiers who had stormed in. "Sirs, I am the mistress of this house. My husband is Han Feng, the prefect of Nanyang. My husband is also pragmatic and will soon submit to Prince Yang. At that time, we will all be on the same side. We are willing to offer some silver and this woman. Please be lenient and do us a favor." As the first madam spoke, she pointed to Zhao Yuxiu on the ground. In her view, these rebel soldiers were all ignorant and unsophisticated. Although Yuxiu is over 30, she is still quite beautiful and has a graceful figure. With 10 taels of silver, she can surely satisfy the appetites of these ruffian soldiers. Zhao Yuxiu, who was lying on the ground, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She hurriedly shook her head and said with tears streaming down her face, "Madam, please, please don't. Although I come from a humble background, I am still master's person. You can't treat me like this." Despite her pleading, Zhao Yuxiu was already heartbroken. She knew how ruthless the first madam was and how she had always wanted to get rid of her. If it weren't for the fact that the master was at home and could protect her to some extent, she would have been killed by the first madam long ago. Now that the master is not home, they took the opportunity to dump her with the rebels. She knew what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of these rebels. Therefore, at this moment she was already determined to die. If I really fall into the hands of those thuggish soldiers, then I'll commit suicide. I'll go to another world and find my poor daughter. Zhao Yuxiu was sobbing when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Mother!" The sound grew louder as it approached, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. "Mother! What's wrong? Mother!" Zhao Yuxiu raised her head. The next moment, she froze. The woman standing before him was none other than his daughter, who had died 6 months earlier. "Mengzhu, is that you?" Zhao Yuxiu reached out her hand, trembling, and tried to touch that face. "I must be dreaming." Tears streamed down Zhao Yuxiu's face. However, in the next instant, she clearly felt that warm and smooth touch, so real. It's me. Mother, it's me, Xiaojiu, it's me, Mengzhu. I didn't die, I'm back." Xiaojiu was also in tears, her eyes red, and she hugged her mother tightly. This day, he had been longing for it day and night, and it had haunted his dreams for a long time. She escaped death and met such a good husband. Her only regret is that her mother is still suffering in this family. Now, I've finally returned here and seen my mother in person. At the same time, I feel relieved. But seeing my mother's arms trembling so badly that she collapsed to the ground, and having overheard the words of the first madam, it's not hard to imagine what kind of life my mother has been living in this family. "Mother, I'm back. I'll take you with me. From now on, let's live a good life together." Xiaojiu excitedly helped her mother up. The first madam and Han Jinha were both stunned at this moment. They had just seen Xiaojiu run out from the rebel army, and the rebels made way for her, treating her with great respect. Could it be that this girl is now also a member of the rebels? "Is it you, you little bitch? You're not dead yet?" Han Jinha recognized Han Mengzhu and immediately lost his fear. He swaggered forward and questioned, "Why are you with these rebels and militia? And dressed so well? Not bad. You've made it big. Are all these your people? You brat. You didn't even tell us you were coming back. You scared us to death." As he spoke, Han Jinha slapped Han Mengzhu hard on the head. He was already used to beating this wild sister like this. Han Mengzhu was still in a daze after being bullied by this older brother. "How dare you? To be so disrespectful to the 10th madam. Take her out and behead her." The captain of the security team immediately stepped forward, drew his sword, and pointed it at Han Jinha. Immediately, 2 members of the security team stepped forward, grabbed Han Jinha, and dragged him out without saying a word. Han Jinha was dumbfounded. The first madam was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Are they going to attack someone like this? Han Mengzhu was also a little confused and looked at the captain in surprise. The captain bowed respectfully and said, "Madam, before we left, the master specifically instructed us that if any of these people showed you the slightest disrespect, kill them on sight. Don't be polite. Of course, the master also said that it's entirely up to you. If you want them to live, they will live. If you want them to die, they will die." Hearing this, Han Mengzhu was so moved that she almost burst into tears. "Brother, you're so kind." Xiao Jiu silently said this in her heart. She knew that her husband had made these arrangements entirely for her sake. As expected, upon hearing the captain's words, the first madam hurriedly ran to Xiao Jiu's side, wanting to grab Xiao Jiu's arm, but was glared at by the captain and quickly withdrew her hand. She could only pitifully say to Han Mengzhu, "Girl, quickly talk to them and let your brother go." "My brother?" Han Mengzhu's eyes were icy cold. "From childhood to adulthood, you've always called me a wild girl or a little slut. When have you ever treated me like family or a younger sister?" Seeing that Han Jinhe was about to be dragged out the door, the first madam was so anxious that she almost cried. "Girl, please, I'm begging you. Even if you don't consider him your brother, he's still your father's son. I beg you, if your brother dies, your father won't let you off the hook." Chapter 255. Drag this scoundrel away and behead him. Seeing the first madam weeping bitterly and Han Jinhe trembling like a leaf, Han Mengzhu felt little pleasure in her revenge. "Never mind." Han Mengzhu gave a self-deprecating laugh. "This family has nothing to do with me anymore, and I can't be bothered to argue with you." She waved her hand, and the security team immediately released Han Jinhe. Han Jinhe escaped death by a hair's breadth and was so frightened that he scrambled to his mother's arms. "Mother, that wild girl." He started to complain, but the words "wild girl" just slipped out of his mouth. His mother quickly covered his mouth and looked at Han Mengzhu warily. Han Mengzhu ignored them. "The past is past, and I am now standing in the light. So why should I care about the darkness? Mother, let's go." Xiao Jiu helped Zhao Yuxiu up. Zhao Yuxiu looked at the others in the mansion and said softly, "What will happen to them if we leave? There are many bandits in the city now. If we just leave like this, I'm afraid." Zhao Yuxiu looked at the two broken doors. They could no longer hold back the rebels. Han Mengzhu said coldly, "Mother, let them fend for themselves. Mother, they treated you so badly before, and you still care about them? Now I've married a good husband, and he treats me very well. You no longer need to live in fear, and everything here has nothing to do with us." Looking at everything familiar in the courtyard, Zhao Yuxiu still felt a little reluctant. But upon hearing Han Mengzhu mention her husband, Zhao Yuxiu quickly asked, "You're married? What does your husband do?" Upon hearing this question, both the first madam and Han Jinhe pricked up their ears to listen. They could also see that Han Mengzhu, this wild girl, had climbed up a high branch. Now that Prince Yong had attacked, this wild girl had come along too. Could she be one of Prince Yong's people? "Mother, my husband's name is Yang Lin, and he's a scholar." Han Mengzhu thought it over and over. If Yang Lin was an official, he wasn't. If he was a general, he didn't lead troops properly. If he was a businessman, he rarely participated in buying and selling. So after much thought, it seems that only the identity of a scholar is most fitting. A scholar? Zhao Yuxiu was taken aback. The first madam and Han Jinhe stared at each other in disbelief. Han Mengzhu knew it would be difficult to explain, so she quickly said, "Mother, don't worry. Once we leave the city and you see him, you'll know that my husband is a good man, the best man in the world. He's incredibly capable. He's the most capable man in the world. He's also very good to us. In short, my husband is truly remarkable." Zhao Yuxiu noticed her daughter's mention of us and recalled how the security team leader had previously called her 10th madam. Feeling a chill in her heart, she asked, "Including you, he married 10 wives? The more lustful a man is, the more heartless and ungrateful he is. What kind of good person could a man who marries 10 wives be?" It must be her daughter trying to comfort her, so she wouldn't worry. Zhao Yuxiu became increasingly worried as she thought about it. Han Mengzhu shook her head. "No, I'm not the youngest. My husband has married 11. No, 12 doesn't seem right either. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. With my husband's abilities, he could marry 100 more wives. Mother, don't worry. Anyway, my husband treats me very well. Let's go." Han Mengzhu could also see that her mother probably wouldn't believe her just by explaining. So she simply stopped talking, grabbed her mother's arm, and walked out. As a result of the pull, Zhao Yuxiu felt a sharp pain in her arm, let out a muffled groan, and her arm began to tremble with pain. "Mother, what's wrong?" Han Mengzhu was puzzled, as she hadn't used much force. "No, it's nothing." Zhao Yuxiu quickly shook her head. The observant Han Mengzhu had already noticed something was wrong. Feeling her mother's trembling arm, she quickly rolled up her mother's sleeve. Beneath her sleeve, Her once slender arm was now covered in a large, red, and swollen lump, with one spot bearing a very obvious sign of an external injury. Han Mingzhu's eyes widened suddenly. "Mom, your arm. What happened?" Han Mingzhu's eyes widened as she turned to look at the first madam, her eyes filled with murderous intent. When the first madam and Han Jinhe met that gaze, their bodies trembled involuntarily. Recalling how, a few days ago, the mother and son had broken Zhao Yuxiu's arm under some pretext, they trembled even more knowing they were in the wrong. Zhao Yuxiu lowered her head meekly, tugged at her daughter, and whispered. It was mother who accidentally bumped into it. Careless? Han Mingzhu's eyes blazed with anger and disappointment. Could you accidentally break your own arm? Mother, I'm not a child anymore. Tell me, and I promise I won't kill them. If you don't, I'll start killing Han Jinhe. I'll kill them until they confess. Before her mother could even reply, Han Mingzhu immediately ordered, drag this scoundrel away and behead him. Yes. The guards immediately stepped forward and went to arrest Han Jinhe. Han Jinhe was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and confessed everything before the security team could catch him. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was my mother. It was my mother who did it. It was my mother who ordered someone to break her arm. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Betrayed by her own son, the first madam felt dizzy. Her face turned ashen, and when she met Han Mingzhu's murderous gaze, her body trembled like a leaf. What are you doing? The first madam hurriedly shook her head, trying to explain. Don't do anything reckless. It's your mother who made a mistake. I'm just following the family rules. Yuxiu, quickly control your unruly daughter. Seeing Han Mingzhu's cold expression, the first madam hurriedly looked to Zhao Yuxiu for help. Mingzhu, don't be impulsive. No matter what, she is the mistress of this household and your father's first wife. Zhao Yuxiu grabbed her daughter and shook her head desperately. Han Mingzhu calmed down at this moment. Mother, don't worry, for father's sake, I won't kill her. But she hurt you, and this can't be left like this. Her gaze was deep and unfathomable as she looked at the first madam. Meanwhile, inside Nanyang City, other squads were also carrying out their missions. Great Qian Hall is the imperial court's intelligence agency, with as many as 5,000 intelligence personnel. They are spread throughout the entire Great Qian Dynasty, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Juyatang recruits wandering knights who yearn for the imperial court and are willing to serve it. Their loyalty may not be very high, but their numbers are greater than those of Juyatang. Therefore, after the teams entered Nanyang City, the people in purple quickly made contact with the Great Qian Hall and Jui Hall and obtained a lot of intelligence that had not yet been transmitted out of the city. Using this intelligence, they accurately located the imprisoned commander Su Tsong and successfully rescued Su Tsong and Han Feng, and quickly gathered a large number of Nanyang garrison troops. When no one expected it, the counterattack has begun. Chapter 256. If you want to thank someone, thank our boss. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The enemy has invaded. What? They've attacked? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Prince Yong, Li Jinglong, who had just come down from the city wall of Nanyang, slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his eyes wide with shock, upon hearing the news reported by the messenger. He was just on the city wall when he saw Yang Lin and his 1,000 men outside the city gate. The city gate was still intact, so how could they have attacked? It really is His Majesty. They're inside the city. They're already heading towards the city gates, and our men can't stop them at all. The messenger was extremely anxious. Soon, without Li Jinglong having to verify it, shouts of killing came from afar. In the distance, his soldiers were retreating in disarray. To call it a defeat might not be accurate. It was a crushing defeat. Defeat? How is that possible? Li Jinglong was completely dumbfounded. Where did they come from? Could they really be heavenly soldiers and generals? I thought that once we entered Nanyang City, we would have a city to defend, and even if the enemy had several thousand more men, they wouldn't be able to take Nanyang City. But how did their people end up in the city in just one day? Your Majesty, run. The general beside him was also extremely anxious. Zhou Daqian, go and see what's going on. Li Jinglong shouted loudly. However, Zhou Daqian, who had just surrendered to him that morning and was highly trusted by him, was now fleeing in panic with his own trusted troops. In that instant, two words came to Li Jinglong's mind. It's over. Soon, the enemy troops had rushed close, and he didn't have many personal guards. His generals had either fled or run away, and the morale of his army had collapsed. Even if he shouted and yelled, no one paid any attention to his orders. The tide has turned. Li Jinglong was heartbroken and decided to evacuate Nanyang City. As long as I'm alive, there's still hope. Li Jinglong's eyes were bloodshot. He mounted his horse and looked back at Nanyang City, which he had only occupied for less than a day, gritting his teeth. All of this belongs to me, and no one can take it away. I will take it all back sooner or later. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Li Jinglong suddenly felt a trusted general beside him, casting an unfriendly glance at him. Before he could even process the meaning behind that gaze, the trusted general shouted for action. Immediately, several guards rushed forward, dragged him off his horse, and bound him tightly without a word. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. What are you all doing? Are you rebelling? Li Jinglong was furious. However, his trusted general ignored him completely, smiling obsequiously as he waved frantically at the guards in the distance, shouting, "Prince Yong has been captured by us. We surrender." Li Jinglong felt utterly hopeless. His vision went black, and he fainted. In this battle, Zhong Tao's men joined forces with Qingyi's men, stormed the city gate, and won a decisive victory, capturing Prince Yong alive. The assembled Nanyang garrison took over the city's defenses. Thus, Nanyang City was finally back in the hands of the Nanyang garrison. The prefect Han Feng and the garrison commander Su Tsong, who had just been rescued, were both extremely excited. Su Tsong, with his big beard, grinned from ear to ear. "Ha ha, that's wonderful. We've defended Nanyang City. But I still don't know the name of this general." Su Tsong cupped his hands in a gesture of respect as he looked at Zhong Tao. The team's cohesion and fighting spirit were unlike anything he had ever seen before. Martial artists have always admired the strong. Today, they were very grateful to the other party for saving them and for helping them reclaim Nanyang City. Both publicly and privately, this was a great favor. Therefore, they were very respectful to Zhong Tao. Han Feng also bowed with gratitude and said, "General, I, Han, will always remember your great kindness. I just don't know which garrison you are from." Su Tsong nodded as well. This problem has been troubling them since last night. They had no idea which garrison would come to their rescue, and with such formidable fighting power. Being treated with such respect by a 4th-rank prefect and a 5th-rank general, Zhong Tao scratched his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. Back in the army, he was just a lowly corporal, and it was difficult for him to even meet such important figures. But now, these two important figures were treating him with utmost respect. "Lord Han, General Su," Zhong Tao said, cupping his fists. He was somewhat embarrassed. "I am Zhong Tao. I am not a general. I am just a long-term worker for my master. You two don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank our master. It is all thanks to our master that we were able to rescue you two and retake Nanyang City." Zhong Tao was not blinded by the politeness of the important figures. He knew that he was just following orders. Their respect for him was actually for the boss behind him. What? The two were greatly shocked upon hearing this. Long-term worker? The employer? What's going on? Han Feng bowed in surprise and asked, "May I ask, General, who is your master?" Su Tsung also looked curious. They had absolutely no idea where this army came from. Mentioning his employer, Zhong Tao immediately became proud, raised his head, and said, "Our employer is Mr. Yang Lin from Kaoshan Village." The two of them were taken aback again. From Kaoshan Village? A gentleman from the village? Su Tsung had never heard of Yang Lin's name before, while Han Feng, though he had, was also quite surprised to learn that Yang Lin was a teacher from the village. "You two don't know?" The two men didn't know their master's name, which annoyed Zhong Tao, so he immediately introduced him. "Our master is the Baron Kaoshan, personally bestowed by the late emperor, and is now the vanguard commandant of the Yang army. He invented tofu, improved paper, punished evil and promoted good, benefiting the people of our region. In our Kaoshan village, no? In the entire Jianghe County, no one doesn't speak highly of our master. He is the best person in the world." Oh right. Zhong Tao suddenly remembered that this prefect Han was also the father-in-law of the master, so he quickly said, "Lord Han, our 10th wife. Oh, that is, your daughter, has already led people to your residence to pick up the old lady and leave the city. Now that the situation in Nanyang City has been settled, the 10th wife and the old lady no longer need to leave the city. If Lord Han returns home, you can tell the 10th wife." The original plan was for Han Mengzhu to bring her mother to pick her up and then leave the city. But their operation is going very smoothly now. They have already captured Nanyang City and will soon be able to open the city gates to let friendly forces outside the city in, so they won't have to go through the trouble of leaving the city again. What? Han Feng was stunned when he heard Zhong Tao's words. 10th madam? His daughter? Did you take someone home? To pick up the old lady? He could understand each word individually, but when they were put together, they left Han Feng completely bewildered. However, he had roughly guessed some of it. Her youngest daughter, Han Mengzhu, hadn't died. She had married Yang Lin, the owner of this strange army from Kaoshan Village. Now, Her daughter was leading a large army home to fetch her mother. Upon realizing this, Han Feng was immediately alarmed and cried out in alarm. Broken. Without waiting for an explanation, he grabbed his men and ran home. He knew that if he didn't go back, his home might be gone. Chapter 257, That Girl Will Destroy the House. Lord Han, what is this? Su Tsong exclaimed in surprise. My daughter has gone back. I need to go back and check on her. Han Feng shouted without turning his head. Although he wasn't very good to his youngest daughter when she was young, he still understood her very well. She has been strong-willed since childhood. She would never utter a sound, even if she was beaten or scolded, but she would remember it and would definitely take revenge when she had the chance. Her actions were more decisive and courageous than those of men. He knew that his wife had never treated Han Mingzhu's birth mother well, but he didn't care about the women in his household. Even if there was some bullying or injustice, he turned a blind eye and didn't take it seriously. But now, that girl Mingzhu has actually brought people home. Although she went home to pick up her mother, considering Han Mingzhu's personality and his current ability to take revenge, it was inevitable that he would target the first madam and her son. Faster! Faster! Han Feng, riding on horseback, urged. The horse galloped away, its hooves pounding. Inside the Han residence, Han Mingzhu stood in front of the first madam, holding a wooden stick in her hand. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and she said coldly, Will you do it yourself, or shall I help you? No. The first madam was so frightened that she retreated hastily, shaking her head desperately. You can't treat me like this. Girl, I'm the mistress of the house, after all. If you treat me like this, your father won't let you off when he gets back. Han Mingzhu sneered. If you don't do it yourself, I'll help you. Someone come here. Immediately, members of the security team stepped forward, grabbed the first madam, and pulled her arms apart. Han Mingyao, carrying a wooden stick, walked up to her. Help! Help! Quickly pull this crazy girl away from me. The first madam cried and screamed. The people in the courtyard were already stunned, but none of the servants or guards dared to step forward. My son, Golden Crane, come quickly and save your mother. The first madam looked at her son pleadingly. Han Jina shrank back and shook his head repeatedly. Mother, it was you who broke that bitch's arm. It has nothing to do with me. The first madam's heart sank. That good-for-nothing son of mine. As Han Mingzhu, carrying a wooden stick, drew closer, the first madam turned pale and shook her head frantically, trembling. Girl, what do you want? Tell me. I'll help you with anything. Tell me. What do you want? Even if it's just to let the master marry your mother properly, I'll help you. Really. You can have anything you want. The first madam went mad, shouting and screaming. She knew that Zhao Yuxiu and her daughter's greatest wish in the past was to have a legitimate identity in the Han family. She set these conditions, and she didn't believe they wouldn't accept them. Sure enough, Zhao Yuxiu's eyes lit up when she heard the condition, and she nodded repeatedly. At this moment, the long-cherished wish of many years has finally come true. Mingzhu, how about we? She was originally a maid in the Han family. Her master took advantage of her after drinking and promised to make her his concubine. During that period, the master was indeed very good to her, until she gave birth to Mingzhu. Mingzhu is a girl. Since then, the master has become increasingly indifferent to her, and he has never mentioned taking a concubine again, which he had promised. Since then, her position in the family has become particularly awkward, neither master nor servant. Not only did the first wife bully her, but the servants in the house also ostracized her and her daughter. She believes that all of this is because she doesn't have a legitimate identity. Mingzhu, just agree to her request. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. After all, we're family. Zhao Yuxiu looked at her daughter with great anticipation. The first madam hurriedly nodded. Yes, girl. Your mother and I have been through this before. It's not easy for us women. What's past is past. Please don't hold a grudge. As the legal wife, I can help the master take concubines. From now on, your mother and I are sisters. Girl, please let me go. The more the first madam spoke, the more relaxed she became. She didn't believe Han Mingzhu had any reason to refuse. However, Han Mingzhu sneered, glanced at the first madam with pity, and then, without hesitation, brought the stick down. With a loud bang and a crisp crack, followed by the first madam's miserable screams. Audash! The first madam's arm is broken. The entire courtyard was astonished. The first madam collapsed to the ground in pain, her arms trembling, writhing in agony. Zhao Yuxiu looked at her daughter in disbelief. Mother! Han Mingzhu turned around, looked at her mother, and said earnestly, She was right about one thing just now. It's not easy being a woman, but it's precisely because it's not easy that we can't make ourselves suffer. Haven't you suffered enough over the years? Do you really think that as long as your father gives you a proper marriage and a legal status, everything will be all right? No, status isn't important. What's important is that he's a heartless and ungrateful person. After all these years, you still harbor illusions about them? Mother, wake up. My husband once said, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change a person's nature. Want my father and the others to change their ways and genuinely treat you well? That's harder than conquering the world. My husband also said that women are no less capable than men. We women should not give up on ourselves. Women can also be self-reliant. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Mengzhu swung the wooden stick down again. With a thud, the first madam's other arm also broke. Another scream rang out, and the first madam nearly fainted from the pain. Han Mengzhu dropped the wooden stick and looked at her mother. Mother, do you think she looks pitiful now? That's exactly how they treated you back then. She broke your arm, so I broke hers. That's all. Compared to what they've done to us, I've been very merciful to them today. With her family matters settled, Han Mengzhu turned to leave with her mother. Just then, she saw a figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar standing at the door. The man had a square face, a long beard, and wore a crimson official robe. Who else could he be but her father, Han Feng? At this moment, Han Feng looked at the scene in the courtyard with shock and disbelief. He saw that the first madam's arms were both broken, and she was wailing in pain on the ground. He saw that Zhao Yuxiu looked nervous and at a loss. He also saw his youngest daughter, who should have died, standing in the courtyard, looking at him. When she met his gaze, she did not flinch but instead raised her head and stared intently at him. That look in his eyes was incredibly complex, filled with concern, doubt, hope, disappointment, resentment, and pity. That gaze didn't seem to be looking at his own father, but rather at a stranger he both loved and hated. Faced with that unwavering gaze, even more arrogant than before, Han Feng became even more furious. Han Mengzhu, look what you've done. Chapter 258. From this day forward, there will be no more Han Mengzhu. Han Feng entered the mansion, followed by the government officials and soldiers. Upon hearing Han Feng's voice, everyone in the Han household was immediately energized, as if they had found their pillar of support. Master, 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 you're back. The servants bowed respectfully. When the first madam saw Han Feng, she cried even more miserably. Master, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have been beaten to death. That wretched girl colluded with outsiders to bully my child and me while you were away. If you hadn't come back, you would never have seen us again. The first madam was crying so hard, and the fact that her arm had just been broken made her look even more pitiful. Han Jinhe quickly stepped forward and shouted, Father, that wild girl tried to kill me. You must avenge me and teach that wild girl a lesson. Oh, and that bitch too. Han Jinhe proudly raised his head and quickly ran to Han Feng's side. Han Feng stormed into the courtyard, avoiding his daughter's gaze, and went to the first madam's side, personally helping her up. Madam, are you all right? Master, please look at me, she pleaded, stretching out her arm with trembling lips. Master, you must avenge me. The first madam's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she glanced sideways at Han Mengzhu. Han Feng also looked over and shouted, Han Mengzhu, you scoundrel! How dare you be so vicious at such a young age, daring to lay a hand on the first madam, and so cruel. You have some nerve. Come over here and apologize to the first madam. His feelings were equally complicated when facing this daughter. I felt both guilty and angry. Now that his daughter has married that mysterious young Lin, he doesn't dare to do anything to her. But to maintain the face of the first madam and his own authority in the family, he has to make his daughter bow her head and admit her mistake. He would let the matter drop as long as his daughter apologized. However, Han Mengzhu merely sneered, her face showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, her gaze towards him was filled with even more pity and sympathy. She stared intently at her own father and coldly said, Vicious? Father, you are a scholar. Are you also so unreasonable? The sages said, Those who insult my family, I will repay with blood, tooth and tooth. I will break her arms, and in return, I will instruct her to break my mother's arms. Father, I ask you, if someone breaks your mother's arms, what will you do? Han Feng stood there, stunned, unable to answer for a moment. He was the governor of Nanyang Prefecture. Who would dare to harm his mother? If anyone dared to do that, he would kill their entire family. Answer me. Han Mengzhu stared straight at her own father and roared. Han Feng blushed. He had never known before that his daughter was so eloquent. When his daughter stumped him in front of everyone, Han Feng felt both embarrassed and angry. You brat, don't you understand the difference between elders and juniors? The first madam is my legal wife, while your mother isn't even a concubine. Our statuses are different, so breaking her arm is nothing to me. But you, as her child, dared to break the first madam's arm. What is this if not viciousness and disobedience? Unable to persuade with reason, Han Feng had to find another way, arguing based on the hierarchy of social status. Ha ha ha. Han Mingzhu laughed loudly. She broke my mother's arm. It was a matter of seniority and respect. If I break her arm, is that considered vicious and disobedient? Father, you truly are a scholar. So I'm wicked, aren't I? I'm disobedient, aren't I? Someone come here. Han Mingzhu shouted loudly. Exist. The security team shouted at the same time. The loud shout was so loud it shook the heavens. In an instant, the Han family members in the courtyard shuddered again, only then realizing that this brat was not alone. Hearing this loud shout, even Han Feng instinctively felt a little afraid. Although he brought back quite a few government officials, the officials he brought back were worlds apart from the people on the other side. They were incomparable. Han Mingzhu sneered. Father, you don't know yet, do you? My mother was humiliated. With my temper, how could I let them off so easily? It was only because my mother pleaded that I agreed to spare their lives. I'll let bygones be bygones and only avenge the loss of my mother's arms. And now you call me vicious? Disobedient? Fine. I'll show you how to disobey. Guards, drag that whining woman and that stupid boy who only knows how to hide behind his mother and do bad things out there and chop them up. Yes. The guards rushed forward and dragged the first madam and Han Jinho away. The first madam was stunned. Han Jinho was also stunned. Even Han Feng was stunned at this moment. He couldn't believe that his daughter could be so ruthless. Hey, stop them. Han Feng shouted immediately. He had no doubt about the team's fighting strength and execution capabilities. If no one stops them, the first madam and her eldest son will be beheaded in no time. The government officials and their servants dared not delay and quickly blocked the entrance. Move aside. The security team shouted. The constables, weapons in hand, dared not strike, nor did they dare give way. The two sides remained deadlocked. At this moment, Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that if the situation continued to escalate and the two sides started fighting, his government soldiers would be no match for them. That highly efficient and combat-ready team only listens to their daughter. So if they want to save the eldest wife and eldest son, they must get their daughter to speak up. Mingzhu, why are you doing this to yourself? Han Feng said with a heavy heart. No matter what, you are still my daughter, and we are family. Okay, I promise you, the first madam was also at fault in this matter, so I won't pursue it. Just quickly make them release the first madam and your elder brother. Han Feng's tone was pleading. Han Mingzhu's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and she sneered. Father, when you called me vicious and disobedient just now, that wasn't how you described me. You unfilial and wretched child. What exactly do you want? Han Feng was furious. He raised his hand high, ready to slap his daughter across the face. Han Mingzhu neither dodged nor avoided, but instead raised her head, her eyes indifferent. Go ahead and hit me. You've hit me so many times since we were little, one more time won't make a difference. I remember once when I was a child, your eldest son cut my arm with an iron sword. I bled a lot and came to you seeking justice. But when you saw me, you slapped me without saying a word. As Han Mingzhu rolled up her sleeves, revealing the scars on her arms, she continued. That slap woke me up. Only then did I realize that although they are all your children, I am different from them. Go ahead and hit me. Let me wake up and stop having any illusions about you. Tears welled up in Han Mingzhu's eyes. She also longed for a father who loved her. There is a complete family. But now, the dream is over. From this day forward, there will be no more Han Mingzhu. Only Xiaojiu. Chapter 259 I, Young Lin, pay my respects to my mother-in-law. Han Feng's raised hand trembled. His daughter's words also broke his heart. Did I really do something wrong? No, I can't be wrong. Han Feng gritted his teeth, about to deliver the slap. Just then, the voice of the captain of the security team came from beside him. Lord Han, I advise you not to court death. The captain's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Han Feng instinctively shuddered. The captain continued. No one can harm our master's wife. Although you are her father, if our master finds out, he will be very angry. Please have some self-respect. Han Feng stared wide-eyed, but the raised hand could no longer bring itself down. Thinking of that mysterious Mr. Yang, he felt an instinctive sense of fear. Snort. Han Feng withdrew his hand, snorted coldly, and glared fiercely at Han Mingzhu. You married such a good husband that he can already threaten your father. You really are my good daughter. Fine, now that I'm down on my luck, I'm begging you, please let them go. I'll grant you whatever you want. As he spoke, Han Feng looked at Zhao Yuxiu. Even giving your mother a proper title is no problem. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxiu immediately knelt down, tears welling in her eyes, and excitedly kowtowed to Han Feng. Master, Zhao Yuxiu's voice was already choked with sobs. My long-cherished wish is within reach, as long as my daughter nods in agreement. However, Xiao Jiu shook her head. Immediately, everyone's expression changed drastically. Dad, I'll call you Dad one more time. I'm very disappointed in you, extremely disappointed. You keep calling me your daughter, but have you ever really treated me like one? I was almost killed by them back then, and you didn't say a word. 6 months have passed, and I've returned alive. But the moment we met, you didn't care how I survived, or where I'd been, or how I'd fared during those 6 months. Not a word of comfort, not a single greeting. All they got were harsh insults and abuse. In this family, the only people I cared about were my mother and you. How I longed for a father who would love and care for me. But you have disappointed me time and time again, and broken my heart time and time again. Now I have finally made my decision. From this day forward, I will have absolutely no connection with you or this family. Don't worry, you may be ruthless, but I can't be heartless. To repay the small debt of gratitude you owe me for raising me, I will spare them this time and not kill them. Xiao Jiu waved her hand. The guards immediately released the first madam and Han Jinha. But from this day forward, our ties are severed. I, Xiao Jiu, will no longer have a father, and you will no longer have me as your daughter. After saying this, tears blurred her vision. She wiped them away hard, and then no more tears flowed. Mother, let's go. Xiao Jiu pulled the flustered Zhao Yuxiu and started to walk out. Han Feng felt another pang of sorrow. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly called out. Oh right, before I came back, Zhong Tao asked me to pass on a message to you. He said that the overall situation is now settled, so you don't need to leave the city. Good. Xiao Jiu nodded. I'll go wait for my husband. Even if she didn't leave the city, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Just as she was about to leave with her mother, a series of dense yet orderly footsteps came from outside the door. Before long, that familiar figure appeared at the door. It was Yang Lin who arrived, leading a group of people. They rushed over in a hurry, and when he saw Xiao Jiu, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elder brother. Overjoyed, Xiao Jiu rushed over and immediately embraced Yang Lin, choking back tears as she said, You've finally come. This home felt unfamiliar and cold to her. Only the person she is embracing at this moment can make her feel safe and secure. Yang Lin put his arm around Xiao Jiu, patted him on the back, glanced at the Han family courtyard, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that nothing seemed amiss. He knew Xiao Jiu's personality too well, and was really worried that Xiao Jiu would seek revenge and go on a killing spree. Brother, this is my mother. Mother, this is my husband Yang Lin, the best man in the world. Xiao Jiu pulled Yang Lin over and brought him to Zhao Yuxiu, proudly introducing her. Zhao Yuxiu was a little confused and nervously didn't know how to perform the proper greeting. Yang Lin, however, bowed first, and amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, performed the scholar's salute to Zhao Yuxiu. I, Yang Lin, pay my respects to my mother-in-law. Yang Lin was respectful and humble, and his scholarly attire made him appear polite and harmless, with a friendly personality. Seeing Zhao Yuxiu's appearance clearly now, Yang Lin couldn't help but admire Prefect Han's discerning eye. Her mother-in-law had a face and figure that were 7 or 8 parts similar to Xiao Jiu's. She looked to be only 28 or 29 years old. She had a pitiful appearance and did not look like a young woman who had given birth. Instead, she looked like a gentle and virtuous older sister. After being bowed deeply by Yang Lin, Zhao Yuxiu was immediately flustered and didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. She hurriedly bowed gracefully to Yang Lin, her face turning red as she struggled to say something. In all her years in the Han family, who has ever respected her like this? Seeing her mother's flustered appearance, Xiao Jiu quickly said, Mother, don't be nervous. I've already said that my husband is the best person in the world. From now on, we are family. You don't need to be a stranger. Yang Lin nodded and said with a smile, Yes, mother-in-law, Xiao Jiu and Meng Zhu have mentioned you to me many times. We have wanted to bring you over for a long time, but we have never had the time. This time we came to Nanyang to pick you up. Han Feng was shocked to hear this. They came to Nanyang just to pick up this woman they wouldn't even give a proper title to? And just as they happened to run into Prince Yong attacking the city, they conveniently wiped out Prince Yong's rebel army? Who on earth is this person? Unlike the shock in Han Feng's heart, in the eyes of the first madam and Han Jinha, this Yang Lin was nothing special and seemed to be easy to bully. Yang Lin is easier to bully, but that wild girl is unreasonable and domineering. Otherwise, how could Yang Lin have met Zhao Yuxiu, the least respectable member of the Han family, and even paid her a grand salute? With this in mind, they became even more certain of their guess. Immediately, the first madam stepped forward with a pitiful expression and said to Yang Lin, Mr. Yang, you seem to be a reasonable person. Since this brat is your wife, you must discipline her properly. She actually broke my arm without any respect for her elders. You must give me justice. Who are you? Yang Lin frowned. I am the matriarch of the Han family, the first madam declared proudly. Oh. Yang Lin immediately understood, and then turned to Xiao Jiao and scolded her. Xiao Jiao, how could you do this? Nonsense. Chapter 260. What business is it of yours if I kill them? Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the first madam and Han Jinhe were overjoyed. As expected, that wild girl was just being unreasonable. Yang Lin was a man of good manners. He knew that his master was the prefect of Nanyang and dared not fail to give him an explanation. Mr. Yang, you must punish her properly. The first madam added fuel to the fire. That's right. Han Jinhe gritted his teeth and said, this wild girl is using your power to act arrogantly towards us, and she almost killed me. This matter cannot be left like this. Xiao Jiao felt wronged and quickly explained. She broke my mother's arm first. Before Xiao Jiao could finish explaining, Yang Lin cupped his hands to Han Jinhe and nodded, saying, that's right. This matter really can't be left like this. As he spoke, Yang Lin approached Xiao Jiao, saying with a hint of exasperation, Xiao Jiao, I don't want to hear your explanation. What did I teach you before? Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. I remember you telling me how she bullied you, and now you've only broken both of her arms, and she's already holding a grudge against you. How could you possibly let someone like that get away with it? Whether you let her go or not, she'll hold a grudge against you. So what's the point of letting her go? Just kill her. You're always too soft-hearted. Yang Lin tapped Xiao Jiao on the head. Xiao Jiao finally came to her senses. I'm not blaming myself. I'm just blaming myself for not being decisive enough in my actions. The first madam was stunned. What's going on? This isn't what she expected. Isn't Yang Lin a reasonable person? How? Even more ruthless than that wild girl. Yang Lin pointed at Han Jinhe and continued. What this brother just said is right. This matter can't be left like this. By the way, who is this brother? Yang Lin looked at Xiao Jiao again. Xiao Jiao stuck out her tongue. He's the older brother I mentioned before, the one who almost stabbed me to death with an iron sword when we were kids, leaving this scar on my arm. Oh, Yang Lin suddenly realized. It's him. Then let's go together. Guards, drag these two out and kill them. Yang Lin waved his hand. Yes. This time, the guards were even more motivated. Without saying a word, they dragged the two men out, and the government officials couldn't stop them. At this point, many people realized that although the soldiers were following orders when Han Mengzhu spoke earlier, they did not show any murderous intent. And now, no one doubts that these soldiers will cut off their heads. Stop. Han Feng frowned and quickly stopped him. Mr. Yang, you can't do this. Yang Lin looked at Xiao Jiao. Who is this? Xiao Jiao said calmly. He is Han Feng. I have severed ties with him, and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Oh, so it's Lord Han. My apologies for not recognizing you. Yang Lin casually cupped his hands in greeting, a stark contrast to his previous attitude when he visited Zhao Yuxiu. After saying that, Yang Lin asked in confusion, What's wrong, Lord Han? Han Feng was immediately enraged. You're going to kill my wife and children, and you're asking me if I'm okay? When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Han Feng suppressed his anger and said, Mr. Yang, this is my family matter. Please don't interfere. Family matters? Yang Lin blinked and looked at Xiao Jiao, saying, Xiao Jiao, you just said that you've severed your father-daughter relationship with him, right? Xiao Jiao nodded emphatically. That's right. There's no further connection. Yang Lin shrugged. So Lord Han, although you are Xiao Jiao's biological father, we have severed ties, so you are not my father-in-law. I am a scholar from Kaoshan village, and you are the prefect of Nanyang. We have no relation, right? What I need to do is avenge my woman. Them. Yang Lin pointed to the imprisoned first madam and Han Jinhe, and said, They bullied my woman, so I killed them. This is my family matter. What does it have to do with you? Yang Lin pointed to himself, looking completely bewildered. You. Han Feng was so angry he didn't know what to say. Yang Lin, what exactly are you trying to do? I am the prefect of Nanyang. How can I tolerate your disregard for human life? Do you perhaps intend to rebel? In his haste, Han Feng unconsciously and habitually accused someone of treason. Yang Lin shrugged. Whatever. If you say I'm plotting a rebellion, then I'm plotting a rebellion. I don't like arguing with people. Whatever you say goes. At that moment, a member of the security team came in to report. Master, the great battle has been won. We have captured 1,328 rebel soldiers who were committing atrocities in the city. What should be done with them? Yang Lin waved his hand. They're all scum. Kill them. Yes. The guard's messenger immediately went out. At that moment, the air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. More than 1,000 people. They just killed him like that? His nonchalant demeanor sent chills down everyone's spines. Han Feng immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Yang. Han Feng quickly bowed deeply to Yang Lin and said, "In the past, they were indeed wrong. My son is useless, but he is still my own flesh and blood. I can see that Mr. Yang is a man of great vision. My face is nothing in front of Mr. Yang. Could you please forgive them for the sake of my daughter? Mr. Yang, as long as you spare their lives, I'll accept whatever conditions you offer." Seeing that the first madam and Han Jinhe were about to be dragged out of the door, Han Feng became increasingly anxious, his voice already trembling with sobs, and he almost knelt down before Yang Lin. Yang Lin looked at Xiao Jiao and smiled. "I'll listen to you. If you want them to live, they will live. If you want them to die, they will die." While Xiao Jiao was moved, she was also somewhat conflicted. It's impossible not to hate them. It's conceivable that if he really killed the first madam and Han Jinhe, some people might hate him for the rest of their lives. Never mind. Xiao Jiao shook her head. "Brother, let's not bother with them anymore. They brought me misfortune in the past, but now that I have you, I have happiness. I don't want to deal with them anymore." "Good." Yang Lin waved his hand. Just as Han Feng, his wife, and Han Jinhe breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been granted a pardon, Yang Lin continued, "They may escape the death penalty, but they will not escape punishment. Break their legs. Xiao Jiao, take your men and wander around this mansion again. Grab everyone who has ever bullied you in the past and break their legs." "Okay." Xiao Jiao cheered and went off. The people in the family were secondary. What she hated most were her two cousins who had wrongly accused her of stealing. She wondered if they were still in the mansion. Han Feng wanted to say something more, but Yang Lin stopped him. "Lord Han, let them handle these minor matters. Let's talk about something serious." "Serious business?" Han Feng gritted his teeth. Yang Lin nodded. "For example, does Lord Han still want to be the prefect of Nanyang?" Chapter 261 Han Feng's Choice. Han Feng was taken aback, then sneered. "Humph, what do you mean by that? I am an official appointed by the imperial court. Whether I can still serve as the governor of Nanyang is up to the court and the emperor." Yang Lin chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. "Lord Han, don't you understand? Whether Nanyang is in chaos or not, it's up to me, Yang Lin, to decide. Could it be that you?" Han Feng was immediately shocked. He was just saying that Yang Lin was plotting a rebellion. But now it seems. Yang Lin didn't explain and said directly, "Lord Han now only has two choices. First, become one of my men and continue serving as the prefect. I will help you govern Nanyang City well and enable the people of Nanyang Prefecture to live a good life. As long as Lord Han can demonstrate his abilities, he may be able to take on an even more important position in the future. Secondly, if you sever ties with me, I will spare your life for Xiao Jiao's sake. However, I cannot leave you the important position of prefect of Nanyang." Yang Lin put it bluntly. "I have already given you two options. Now it is Lord Han's turn to make a choice." Yang Lin shrugged and stared at Han Feng with a smile. At this moment, Han Feng's breathing became rapid. He had already seen through Yang Lin's ambition and knew that what the other party said was true. If you don't accept their offer, they have countless ways to make you leave the position of prefect and then install someone else who is willing to listen to them. But he was not willing to give up. Even when faced with Prince Yang's army of tens of thousands, he did not compromise. He was willing to live and die with Nanyang City. "And now, you want me to pledge allegiance based on just a few words from the other party? Lord Han, I know you are loyal to the court. You remained steadfast even when the army besieged the city. You are a rare and loyal minister. But, have you ever heard the term blind loyalty? You are loyal to the court and the emperor, but are the court and the emperor truly worthy of your loyalty? You should know very well how that emperor and the court obtained the throne. Upon the death of his elder brother, he launched a rebellion without hesitation, killing his own niece. He disregarded the chaos that ensued and the fact that his actions would bring death to the common people. All he wanted was his throne and ambition to usurp the throne. Is such an emperor truly worthy of loyalty?" Yang Lin stared intently at Han Feng. The reason he was so earnest was because Yang Lin truly valued him. Han Feng suffered from the common problem of male chauvinism in feudal society. He may not have been a good husband or a good father, but his ability as an official was beyond doubt. Before coming here, he not only learned about Han Feng through Xiao Jiao, but also gained some understanding of Han Feng through Giantang's intelligence network. He wasn't exactly an incorruptible official, but he was definitely a good one. We are desperately short of talent, especially talent capable of managing an entire prefecture. He rushed to the Han residence as soon as he entered the city, partly for Xiao Jiao and partly for Han Feng. The previous assertiveness and the current earnest persuasion towards Han Feng are actually tactics to win over this capable and important minister. Sure enough, Han Feng frowned even more deeply after hearing these words. He seemed to be making a final struggle. Lord Han, have you ever heard of General Jinwei in the northern border? Han Feng nodded with a wry smile and sighed. Mr. Yang, you don't need to say anything more. I understand what you mean. General Chu is loyal to the country, not to the court. This is known to the whole world. I, Han, dare not compare myself to General Chu. But this matter is too big. Please allow me to think about it carefully, Mr. Yang. Han Feng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. He is feeling extremely conflicted right now. His wife and child had their legs broken by the other party, and he is powerless to do anything about it. To say he hated Yang Lin was inaccurate. They saved him and spared the first madam and Han Jina. Their current situation is entirely their own fault. Not to mention his relationship with Han Mengzhu. Even though it's over, no one can change the fact that blood is thicker than water. Lord Han, we're running out of time. You must make a decision immediately. Yang Lin's tone was aggressive. Oh, why? Han Feng was somewhat puzzled. Yang Lin sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and picked up a few pebbles, placing them on the table. Prince Yang's army was defeated, the city was in chaos, and hundreds of thousands of rebels fled. What should be done? What should be done about Yongzhou City, the stronghold of Prince Yong, and the cities of Yongchuan County, Hua County, Gushi County, and Luoqing County that were occupied by Prince Yong? After being looted by the rebels, the city was filled with refugees. What should be done with these refugees? Lord Han, we bear a heavy responsibility. Time waits for no one, and for the sake of the people, you cannot hesitate any longer. Han Feng's blood boiled with excitement. His eyes darted around, and finally, he gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and immediately stood up to give Yang Lin a deep bow. Your subordinate, Han Feng, pays his respects, sir. Han Feng bowed deeply and paid his respects. He has made his decision. Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up to help Han Feng. Hey, Lord Han, don't be so polite. From now on, we're all on the same side. Time is tight and the task is heavy, so let's not stand on ceremony. The most urgent thing is the three things I just mentioned. Lord Han, what do you think we should do? Both of them were intelligent people. They only talked about business and not about personal matters, let alone their unreliable father-in-law/son-in-law relationship. Both of them understood that to achieve great things, they had to get rid of such personal feelings. Han Feng's eyes were bright. He realized that Yang Lin was asking him for advice, as well as testing him. So he hesitated for a moment before answering. Speed is of the essence in war. Prince Yong has just been defeated, and the news may not have spread out of Nanyang City yet. We should hurry to gather Prince Yong's remaining troops for our own use, replenish our manpower, and immediately recover the lost territory. As for Yongzhou City, it's nothing to worry about. Prince Yong has already been captured. Although Yongzhou City is fortified, it's not a threat. If we can persuade it to surrender, we can most likely get Yongzhou City to submit. The refugees in Nanyang City can now open the granaries and distribute food to relieve the disaster victims. After saying that, Han Feng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Yang Lin nodded. What Lord Han said is well said, but it's not enough. Oh, Han Feng was somewhat surprised. What he said, even if it wasn't a perfect plan, took into account all aspects. How could it not be enough? Lord Han, is it difficult to rectify official corruption on a regular basis? Yang Lin asked. Han Feng hesitated. With powerful clans running rampant and mutually restraining each other, it was extremely difficult for the government to govern effectively. Han Feng was immediately shocked. Mr. Yang is planning to. Good. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, saying, the chronic diseases in various places are mostly the same. No matter how you treat them, it's like scraping the bone to remove poison, hurting both the enemy and yourself. But now, Nanyang City is in dire need of reconstruction, and we can take this opportunity to rectify the officialdom and eliminate the powerful clans. Chapter 262 The Secret of Prince Yang. Han Feng was once again dumbfounded. He was surprised by Yang Lin's determination and ruthlessness. But then he was even more shocked. He realized that Yang Lin's actions served another important purpose besides reforming officials and powerful clans. That is to completely bind oneself to him. They targeted officials and powerful clans. This has always been a taboo. Therefore, once I followed him and did these things, I had no way out and could only follow him to the very end. Whether these calculations were merely coincidences or part of a meticulously planned scheme is no longer important, because he had already realized that this person was not simple. Immediately, Han Feng cupped his hands in greeting again. We will do as you say, sir. Ha! Yang Lin laughed heartily. Lord Han is indeed a clever man. Han Feng immediately mobilized his men and began working together with the security team. In this city of Nanyang, the prefect knew perfectly well who the corrupt officials were, which powerful families bullied the weak, who committed crimes, and who killed and robbed. However, these people usually had status or background, making it difficult to take action against them. Today, he no longer needs to worry about those things, so he simply lets go and goes on a killing spree. Before long, squads of government officials and guards returned to report. The warehouse in the south of the city was opened to distribute grain, but members of the Su family went to cause trouble. 8 people were arrested and 3 were killed. Su Guangyi, the clerk of Nanyang, along with his entire family of 48, has been apprehended and their home is being searched. Zhou Kuan, the registrar of Nanyang, along with his entire family of 36, has been apprehended and their home is currently being searched. Salt merchant Zhou Dahai, who had ulterior motives, has been killed, his entire family has been captured, and their property is being searched. This special operation lasted from evening until late at night. Every now and then, someone would rush over to report the news. Yang Lin remained calm and simply drank tea with Han Feng. Upon hearing those names, Han Feng gradually became tense, his initial composure giving way to beads of sweat soaking his forehead. He knew that on this night, most of the officials in Nanyang City, as well as almost all the powerful clans, were arrested. When the rebels entered the city, they only looted the common people. Most wealthy and powerful families had grand mansions and guards, so they managed to escape. And now, what they are purging are these powerful and wealthy families. Boxes of confiscated money and grain were hauled into the Han family's courtyard. By late at night, the Han family's huge courtyard was almost overflowing with money. The next morning, Han Feng woke up early and was deeply shocked to see his yard full of boxes. He roughly estimated that the wealth in his courtyard was worth at least 500,000 to 600,000 taels of silver. Although so much silver was right in front of him, he didn't dare to even think about taking it. Kill the powerful and wealthy and confiscate their property. They enrich themselves while also eliminating harm for the people. But only a crazy person who's willing to risk their life would dare to do such a highly profitable business. When Yang Lin saw the silver when he got up in the morning, he was also greatly shocked. But he quickly came to terms with it. It seems that the whole world is the same everywhere. Although there is a lot of silver, it does not mean that the people are rich. Because probably most of the silver in Nanyang is here. Upon seeing Han Feng, who was also up early, Yang Lin cupped his hands in greeting. Good morning, Lord Han. I'll take all this money with me. Does Lord Han have any objections? No. Han Feng immediately replied. The people's hard-earned money, confiscated by you, is naturally your responsibility to deal with. Yang Lin then said, Then I'll take all the silver from the Nanyang treasury with me. Lord Han won't have any objections, will he? Han Feng's eyes widened immediately. Yang Lin said calmly, From now on, I will pay for all the salaries of officials in Nanyang, as well as all their expenses and costs. Han Feng immediately understood the other party's intention. That's really ruthless. What he did last night made him too many enemies, binding them tightly together. Taking the silver from the Nanyang prefecture treasury made it even harder for him to shake off his dependence on Yang Lin. In this way, the entire Nanyang will truly transform from the imperial court's Nanyang into Yang Lin's Nanyang. He won't be left with any way out. This feeling of having one's lifeline controlled is unpleasant, but Han Feng cannot refute it. He knew that if he didn't agree, the other party would still not trust him, and even if he had done so much before, Yang Lin might still replace him with another prefect. We'll do whatever Mr. Yang says. Han Feng cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Lin smiled and returned the greeting. From now on, official salaries will be tripled, but if anyone is found guilty of embezzlement, they will be severely punished. I want to try this method of using high salaries to encourage integrity. High salaries to encourage integrity? Great. Excellent. Hearing these words, Han Feng was deeply shocked. Having served as a prefect for many years, he naturally knew that most officials were corrupt. The root cause was that these officials' salaries were seriously disproportionate to the power they held. Although official salaries are not low, they are insignificant compared to the benefits they receive for doing favors for others. As an ambitious official, Han Feng also wanted to change all of this, but after trying, he realized that he was powerless. He can punish an official, he can execute an official, but corruption is like weeds that can never be burned out. It cannot be eradicated. The method Yang Lin proposed may not necessarily work, but it is still a means to an end, and it is more decisive than the imperial court's approach. He is willing to give it a try. Lord Han, The matter in Nanyang is settled, so I will not stay any longer. We will set off today to return to Kaoshan village. If you have the opportunity in the future, Lord Han, you are welcome to visit Kaoshan village. Oh, are you leaving so soon? Han Feng was somewhat surprised again. Judging from the other party's actions, Yang Lin did not have enough trust in him. Now that the matter in Nanyang City has just been settled, he is in a hurry to leave, leaving the entire city of Nanyang City to me, which seems to show that he trusts me very much. Han Feng really couldn't see through it. Yang Lin smiled and said, I have already done what I needed to do on this trip. Lord Han and General Su have taken care of the recapture of lost territory and the gathering of the remnants of the rebel army. I don't need to worry about it. There is no point in me staying here any longer. I have some important matters to deal with when I get back. Event. Han Feng wisely refrained from asking any important questions. The important matter that Yang Lin mentioned was a decision he made after a long talk with Han Feng last night. Now that we control Nanyang City, we may need to control other places in the future. Transporting silver back and forth is too much of a hassle. Therefore, he plans to get the paper money working and promote it after he gets back. The benefits of paper money go far beyond simply printing money. At this moment, Zhong Tao arrived. Master, Prince Yong wants to see you. He wants to exchange a secret for his life. Chapter 263, A New Grain, Golden Yellow. Secret? Yang Lin shook his head. I'm not interested. There's nothing to see here. Just kill him. Yes. Zhong Tao didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the order. Han Feng, who was standing to the side, was shocked once again. Is the dignified Prince Yong really going to be killed like this? He was also a formidable figure, both brave and resourceful. Had he not met Yang Lin, he might very well have accomplished something great. And now, in Yang Lin's eyes, this insignificant thing is about to be erased. Lord Han seems to have some feelings about this. Yang Lin said with a smile. Han Feng nodded without hesitation and said, Yes, this Prince Yong is the late emperor's younger brother. He has been in Yongzhou for many years and has a great reputation. The fact that he was able to gather 80,000 troops in such a short time shows that many people actually thought highly of him. But who would have thought that he would be defeated so completely in such a short time? Sir, you are truly a divine being. Han Feng respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. The reason he was willing to follow Yang Lin was precisely because of this. In just one day and one night, they thwarted Prince Yong's 140,000-strong army. They accomplished something that countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of. He genuinely admired Yang Lin. The other party is so young, has goodwill towards the people, and is ruthless and capable of fighting and killing officials. Given time, this young man may very well become a wise and enlightened ruler. The two were chatting when, not long after, Zhong Tao returned. Master, Prince Yong insists on seeing you, and says his secret is related to the dragon vein. At this point, Zhong Tao leaned closer to Yang Lin and lowered his voice. He also said that as long as you know this secret, you can become the true emperor. Zhong Tao's expression revealed excitement. The true son of heaven. That is the emperor. The temptation was so great that he had to disobey Yang Lin's orders and come back to report again. Dragon vein, chosen one. Yang Lin chuckled and subconsciously shook his head. He doesn't believe in fate, much less in dragon veins or emperors. If this secret is really that miraculous, how did Prince Yong suffer a defeat? Just as he was about to retort, Yang Lin immediately realized something when he saw the burning gaze in his subordinate's eyes. I feel like I'm about to be crowned emperor. He didn't care about dragon veins or the chosen one, but his subordinates care a lot. Moreover, since the Great Qian Dynasty was a feudal dynasty, the idea of a dragon vein did have some appeal. Whether it works or not is one thing, whether others believe it or not is another. Okay, then let's go see him. Without hesitation, Yang Lin bid farewell to Han Feng and, led by Zhong Tao, arrived at the prison, where he met Prince Yong, Li Jinglong, who was imprisoned with disheveled hair. This was the first time Yang Lin had seen what the rebel king looked like. He was in his 40s, of medium build, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. Although he was dressed in prison clothes and looked quite disheveled, a hint of nobility could still be seen between his brows. Zhong Tao had already cleared out everyone from the cell and wisely led his men out of the cell, leaving only Prince Yong and Yang Lin in the prison, separated by a cell door. Li Jinglong, whose gaze had been vacant, glanced at Yang Lin outside the cell, then hurriedly ran over and grabbed the iron bars, shaking them frantically. Are you Yang Lin? Li Jinglong's eyes widened. I heard you want to see me to reveal the secret of the dragon vein? Before the other party could reply, Yang Lin waved his hand again and said, Actually, I don't care about the secret of the dragon vein. Even if you tell me the secret of the dragon vein, I still won't agree to let you go. Li Jinglong was stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Lin to say that. He paused for a moment, then hurriedly said, "You don't believe me? Really, I really know where the dragon vein is. Didn't you see the dragon aura on me? That dragon aura must have come from the dragon vein. I just regret not staying there longer. If I had more dragon aura, with the protection of heaven, I definitely wouldn't have failed. If you release me, I can tell you where the dragon vein is. Then you can have as much dragon energy as you want. This world will be yours. Yang Lin, I just want to live. I just want to live." Li Jinglong's eyes shone with fervor and madness. Yang Lin was taken aback. Dragon energy? Isn't that just something you casually say to someone when you're writing a letter to them? Could it be that? Does the dragon vein really exist in this world? Did Li Jinglong really go to the dragon vein? That's right. The world is vast and full of wonders. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If one can be reborn from the 21st century into the Great Qian Dynasty, which doesn't even exist in history, then things like dragon veins seem insignificant. Yang Lin felt a surge of interest in the dragon vein, but he showed nothing on his face. He calmly shook his head and said arrogantly, "This celestial master is blessed by heaven. Even without the dragon vein, it wouldn't be difficult for me to conquer the world. So, the secret of the dragon vein alone is not enough to exchange for your life." Yang Lin didn't give a definitive answer, which gave Li Jinglong hope. He immediately said with gleaming eyes, "I can also tell you a secret. I have hidden 200,000 taels of silver in Yongzhou City. As long as you agree to release me, you can have all of this silver." Yang Lin's heart stirred again. 200,000 taels. This was yet another number that excited him. However, Yang Lin still slowly shook his head. "That's not enough." Li Jinglong was stunned for a moment, then said frantically, "There's more. There's more. I have another iron mine in the mountains. Nobody knows about it. I'll give you this iron mine." "That's not enough." Yang Lin shook his head again, but he was overjoyed. "I still have grain. There are 180,000 share of grain in Yongzhou City. There are 60,000 share of grain in Luo City, and you can have all of that too." "I'm going crazy," Prince Yong said. "That's not enough." Yang Lin repeated those 3 words again. Although he was already satisfied with the conditions offered by Prince Yong, who would complain about having more benefits. It was a lifeline for a dying man. He believed that Prince Yong would be willing to give up everything. Sure enough, Prince Yong nodded hurriedly. "And there's more. I also have an account book that records the misdeeds of many officials in the court. It's hidden in a secret room in my Prince Yong's mansion." Yang Lin's eyes lit up again. This is a good thing. But he still said, "It's not enough." This. Prince Yong was immediately bewildered, seemingly at a loss, and frantically scratched his head. Seeing this, Yang Lin realized that he had probably already exhausted the other party's resources, so he immediately said, "If you add one last condition that can move me, I will not kill you." Li Jinglong's eyes blazed with a renewed, burning desire to survive. He scratched his head and thought for a long time before saying uncertainly, I have something good in my secret room, a kind of grain seed." "Grain seeds?" Yang Lin frowned slightly. "Yes, it's a kind of grain that no one has ever seen before. It's so long and so thick, with countless tiny, golden grains on it. The subordinate who found this grain told me that it's very high yielding. If it's widely cultivated, the people will never go hungry again. For the king, it's a rare treasure." Chapter 264 Dragon Vein. Supernatural Phenomena. Yang Lin was stunned. Because according to what Prince Yong gestured, it was so long and so thick, covered with dense, golden grains, and there was only one kind he could think of. That's corn. In its original history, corn was first discovered in South America and was introduced to China during the Ming and Qing dynasties. And now, Daqian actually is corn? As for the significance of corn, Yang Lin understood it all too well. High yield, good storage life, easy to transport. The straw is thick and can be used as livestock feed or firewood. It's safe to say that every part of the corn plant is a treasure. If the monarch obtains corn seeds and can promote their use throughout the Great Qian Dynasty, it will take only a few years, or at most a dozen years, to truly achieve what Prince Yong said, and the people of the world will never go hungry again. Okay, I promise you. Yang Lin was too lazy to argue with this rebel king any longer, and said directly, "Tell me everything you just promised me." You really mean what you say?" At this moment, Li Jinglong became somewhat worried. Yang Lin shrugged. "Of course. Yang Lin, never lie." Li Jinglong also realized that he had no one to rely on now, and could only choose to trust the other party. So he gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, I will tell you all these secrets." As he spoke, he recounted everything, big and small, in detail. The 200,000 taels of silver are hidden beneath the highest artificial hill in the back garden of my prince's mansion. At the foot of the hill is a dragon-shaped stone carving. Turning the dragon's head will open the door to the secret chamber. The iron mine is located 40 li north of Yongzhou City, in a small mountain called Qingyun Mountain. After crossing Qingyun Mountain, it's about 2 li further on. There are currently over 500 people working there. In my study in the prince's mansion, there's a hidden compartment on the third and fourth row of the bookshelves against the north wall. Simply move the books aside to reveal the compartment's mechanism. Hidden within are silver notes containing over 80,000 taels of silver, as well as an account book recording the secrets of court officials. Finally, Li Jinglong reluctantly revealed the dragon vein. Yang Lin immediately listened attentively, not wanting to miss any details. As for the dragon vein, Li Jinglong's lips trembled. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to continue. The dragon vein is located on Ziwei Mountain, 30 miles east of Yongzhou City. At the summit of Ziwu Mountain stands a dilapidated ancient temple. No one recognizes the deity enshrined within. The entrance to the secret passage leading to the dragon vein is located behind that deity. That secret passage was very, very deep. When I first went down there, I even thought it was a road to hell. It took me a long time to finally reach the bottom, where there was a vast world. It was very spacious and not dark at all. There was a river there, whose origin and destination were unknown. The dragon vein was in that river. Hearing this, Yang Lin frowned slightly. In the river? You're not kidding me, are you? According to Yongwang's description, it should be an underground cave, and the river is just an underground river. Of course not. Prince Yang's eyes burned with fervor once more, for there was something glowing in the river. It glowed red, and could be clearly seen in the water, like a glowing rope stretching from one end of the river to the other. I walked very, very far, but I still couldn't see the end of it. Later, I didn't dare go any further, so I left that place. Yang Lin blinked. So, this guy wasn't actually sure if it was a dragon vein. It was just a guess born from his inner demons after encountering a supernatural phenomenon. However, something that can glow is truly rare. Simply being able to glow is nothing special. Fluorite, luminous pearls, and some radioactive minerals can all emit their own light. But as Prince Yong said, the glowing thing in the river was like a rope, so long and glowing all the way through. Even Yang Lin couldn't figure out what it could be. This really is a supernatural phenomenon. That's all I know. Having revealed all the secrets, Li Jinglong looked at Yang Lin nervously. He has run out of cards to play, and if the other party goes back on their word, there's nothing he can do. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Yang Lin turned and left. Hey, you promised to let me go. Li Jinglong shouted. Yang Lin shouted without turning his head. I only said I wouldn't kill you. I didn't promise to let you go. Li Jinglong stared blankly and plopped down on the ground. After leaving the cell, Yang Lin began to think carefully. Prince Yong revealed quite a lot. Whether it was the silver, grain, account books, or the seeds of a new crop that appeared to be corn that he had stored in Yongzhou City, none of them were of utmost importance. As for the dragon vein that caused the supernatural phenomenon, Yang Lin also wanted to go and see it for himself. These things cannot be delayed, or things may change. However, he did not want these things to disrupt his plans. Yongzhou City has not yet been captured, and the entire Yongzhou and Nanyang prefecture area is still in chaos due to war. Hanfeng will need some time to deal with these situations. And I myself must also accelerate the process of taking control of the generation around me. Sir, did he reveal that secret? On the way back, Zhong Tao looked at Yang Lin expectantly. Yang Lin nodded dismissively. He said the dragon vein was right there. As soon as Yang Lin opened his mouth, Zhong Tao quickly covered it, saying, Master, don't say it. This is your secret. His gaze, too, burned with the same intensity as Prince Yang's, as if he were seeing a future he could hardly believe. Seeing the slightly greedy look in his eyes, Yang Lin felt a little worried, but he didn't say anything. How are the preparations going? Can we leave at noon? Yang Lin asked. In another hour, it should be almost done. This time, they set out with 1,000 men, but they didn't bring much baggage. But on this trip back, the silver seized from the house alone amounted to nearly 1,000,000 taels. The main force can no longer travel light, so it must be well prepared. As soon as they returned to the Han residence, Xiao Jiao came looking for them excitedly. Brother, where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Xiao Jiao excitedly jumped into Yang Lin's arms, and then waved behind him. Immediately, a squad of guards escorted two pretty girls, around 18 or 19 years old and dressed in gorgeous clothes, over. The two girls' pretty faces were filled with fear, and they trembled. As soon as they were brought in front of Yang Lin, they begged for mercy. This is... Yang Lin looked at Xiao Jiao in surprise. They are my cousins, the two who almost killed me back then. Yang Lin asked in confusion. So you're going to kill them? You can handle it yourself, no need to ask me. Xiao Jiao shook her head and said mysteriously, Brother, don't you think my two older sisters are pretty? Well? Yang Lin was taken aback. What do you want to do? Chapter 265 The common people should earn more money. Xiao Jiao blinked and said with a grin, Brother, it would be too easy for them to be killed like this. They wronged me and bullied me back then. Now that they're in my hands, how can I let them go so easily? Although they may have wicked minds, they are very attractive. Let them be your maids, serve you, bathe you, and dress you. You can do whatever you want with them. Xiao Jiao winked and made faces. Nonsense. Yang Lin looked closely. Xiao Jiao's two older sisters are quite good-looking. Although they are trembling in front of him at this moment, you can still see that they have the air of rich heiresses. I don't need maids. Yang Lin waved his hand. Elder brother. Xiao Jiao wanted to say something more, but Yang Lin said earnestly, I know what you're thinking, but this isn't good. All right, I've made up my mind. You don't need to say anything more. All right then. Xiao Jiao pouted, looking a little disappointed. Since you don't want them, then I'll kill them. With a soft hum, Xiao Jiao turned to leave. Yang Lin frowned. This girl has indeed suffered a lot of injustice in the past, and it is right for her to take revenge. However, he does not want to become twisted or even bloodthirsty because of revenge. Xiao Jiao approached her two older cousins and coldly ordered, Hey, it's my husband who doesn't want you. Drag them away and kill them. With a wave of her hand, her two cousins were so frightened that they trembled and knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Mr. Yang, please let us stay. I don't want to die. The two kowtowed repeatedly. Yang Lin finally understood Xiao Jiao's thoughts. You. She poked Xiao Jiao's head hard. Xiao Jiao playfully stuck out her tongue. Brother, with your status, it wouldn't be appropriate for you not to have a maidservant by your side. It would be perfect to have them as your maidservants, hee. Around noon, the main force was ready to depart. Han Feng, Su Tsong, and officials of all ranks in Nanyang County came to see them off. Although the officials did not know Yang Lin, seeing how polite the prefect and General Su were to Yang Lin, they naturally dared not be negligent. In particular, on this day, countless people were killed in Nanyang City, and the city was filled with fear and panic. Many people had not even figured out what had happened before this major reshuffle was over. Lord Han, I entrust Nanyang to you. Yang Lin and Han Feng were talking alone by the roadside. Mr. Yang, rest assured. Han Feng also cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Yang Lin said, Before I leave, there are two things I need to tell Lord Han. Oh, the first thing I want to do is build a road from Nanyang directly to Kaoshan village. Yang Lin said. Han Feng was taken aback and asked curiously, Mr. Yang, is there a road from Nanyang to Kaoshan village? Yang Lin smiled and shook his head. There is indeed a road, but the road condition is too bad. I want to build a wide and smooth road. The entire journey from Kaoshan village to Nanyang City is over 200 li, of which more than 100 li is on the official road. Although it is bumpy and uneven, it is wide and smooth, so it is still passable. But the roads outside the official roads are terrible. Some of those paths were less than 10 feet wide, so desolate that grass grew on them and there were no cart tracks to be seen. Walking was fine, but if a horse-drawn carriage traveled on them for too long, it would be shaken to pieces. Han Feng didn't think much of it and nodded, no problem. But Yang Lin hadn't finished speaking. This road needs to be 5 zhang wide, and a roadbed 1 shi high made of loess and gravel needs to be laid. What? Han Feng was stunned. He stared at Yang Lin with wide eyes, completely bewildered. Ordinary roads are only 1 zhang wide, and official roads are only 2 zhang wide. He actually wants a width of 5 zhang? And such a road, only 5 zhang wide, still needs to be built for more than 200 li? Mr. Yang, this won't do. There's no road this wide in the world. Building such a wide road would be useless. It would be such a waste. Han Feng shook his head repeatedly. Nanyang City is all right. It's an important pass, and the main purpose is to transport grain and deploy troops, so widening the roads is understandable. But what's the point of making the road to Kaoshan village so well-maintained outside of Nanyang City? Yang Lin waved his hand. Lord Han, there is no need to worry. I will cover the cost of road repairs. You only need to arrange the project scheduling. Okay. Even though Han Feng still felt it was unreliable, since Yang Lin had already said so, he had nothing more to say. The second matter is to exempt Nanyang Prefecture from this year's taxes and corvée labor, Yang Lin said. Han Feng's eyes widened again upon hearing this. No, this really won't do. Han Feng shook his head repeatedly in refusal. He glanced to both sides instinctively and said in a low voice, Mr. Yang, this tax is different from others. Only the imperial court can decide whether to exempt it. If we announce the exemption of taxes, it will be tantamount to rebellion. Mr. Yang, I know you can't bear to see the people suffer, but if you want to achieve great things, you must learn to be patient. It's too early to turn against the court now. Han Feng said earnestly. Yang Lin smiled. This is simple. We don't need to announce the exemption of taxes. As long as we don't collect them from the people, isn't that the same as exempting them? Well, Han Feng was taken aback. Is it possible to do it this way? If they don't announce it, it means they won't collect taxes. That's a solution, but doing it that way would be like doing a good deed anonymously. If the imperial court issues a tax exemption decree, it is mostly to appease the people, and the people will be grateful. But if they themselves were exempted from taxes, the people would not be grateful to them. Han Feng frowned and asked, what if the imperial court asks about it? That's easy. Just say you have no money. Tell the court that all the money and grain in Nanyang has been looted by Prince Yang's rebel army, and if they want it, they should go to Prince Yang. Okay. Han Feng admitted that this was indeed a solution. By pinning the blame on Prince Yang, no one knew the truth. But if corvée labor is exempted, how will road construction be carried out? Han Feng then raised a new problem. When the government repaired roads and built city walls, it used corvée labor and conscripted laborers. If taxes are exempted, the government treasury will simply run out of money. If corvée labor is exempted, how can roads still be repaired? That's simple. We can just hire people to repair the road. Spending money? Han Feng was taken aback again, finding it even more unbelievable. In his preconceived notion, why would the government need to pay laborers for road repairs? Yang Lin nodded. Yes, the wages will be 4 copper coins a day for strong laborers and 3 copper coins a day for women. Han Feng glared again and quickly waved his hand, saying, Mr. Yang, you don't know the cost of firewood and rice until you're in charge of the household. Even a landlord's long-term labor only earns 2 coins a day. For a job like road repair, many people would be willing to do it for just 1 coin a day. Yang Lin gazed into the distance along the main road, as if answering Han Feng's question, but more like talking to himself. The common people should earn more money. Chapter 266 The Emperor of Daqian is not good. Han Feng stared blankly in the direction the security team had left. Lord Han, what are you looking at? Su Tsong asked curiously as he walked over. I'm looking at him, he's a weirdo. Watching the departing group, Han Feng said quietly. A weirdo? Oh, you mean that Mr. Yang? Yes, he really is weird. Su Tsong said in a deep voice. In the past 2 days, he's killed so many people in Nanyang City. TSK. I've really seen something amazing. But I, old Su, also truly admire him. Everyone knows about the corruption in officialdom and the drawbacks of powerful families. But no one has ever dared to lay a hand on them or to harm them. But now, someone has done it. The other party is just a teenager in his early 20s. Alas, who knows what kind of person he will become in the future? Su Tsong sighed with emotion. As soon as Han Feng returned home, his wife was carried out by her maids and began to wail and cry at him. My lord, you must stand up for me. We can't let Yang Lin bully us like this. During the day and night that Yang Lin and the security team were there, she dared not say anything. Now that they had just left, she was filled with thoughts of revenge. My lord, Yang Lin is nothing more than a country bumpkin. You are a high-ranking official of the court. How can we let him bully us? My lord, let's mobilize our troops and take down that Yang Lin. Before the first madam could finish speaking, Han Feng couldn't hold back and slapped her across the face. Shut up. He had been holding back that slap for a long time. The first wife was stunned by the blow. After a moment of hesitation, she burst into tears. Humph, you've brought this upon yourselves. I've always said we should be tolerant. Zhao Yuxiu's presence in the manor had nothing to do with you. Yet you and your husband, mother and daughter, went out of your way to cause them trouble. Now that Mengzhu has married a good husband, karma has come back to bite her. Who can you blame now? If it weren't for Yang Lin's consideration for me and Mengzhu, do you think you would have survived? From today onwards, you and that wicked son should stay home and recover from your injuries. Do not leave the manor. Han Feng flicked his sleeves and left. Previously, when Yang Lin asked his daughter to choose between the life or death of the first madam and her son, Han Feng knew that Yang Lin did not really intend to kill them. He wanted his daughter to leave the past behind, and he also wanted to do himself a favor. Such a shrewd and calculating person could hardly be a country bumpkin. Although he still didn't quite understand some of the things Yang Lin wanted him to do, judging from his arrangements to kill powerful clans and empty the treasury, everything he did made sense. Yang Lin has a very promising future. Han Feng couldn't help but think of his youngest daughter again. I really owe her so much. The capital city. The imperial palace. The current Emperor Yongsheng, formerly Prince Yan Li Jingxing, is sitting on the cold dragon throne, looking at the memorials on his desk with a furrowed brow. He rebelled against his own niece and successfully ascended to the throne, but he was not happy at all. When he decided to rebel, he knew that once he took action, other feudal lords who had long harbored disloyal intentions would also become restless and rebel against him under various pretexts. As he expected, things turned out exactly as he predicted. 2 months ago, the Prince of Yong'an and Suizhou plotted a rebellion. Fortunately, he had already arranged for intelligence agents to infiltrate around Prince Yong'an, and before Prince Yong'an could do anything, they surrounded him in Yong'an City. And now, Prince Yong has also rebelled. Moreover, unlike the non-royal prince in Yong'an City, Prince Yong was the late emperor's own son. He had resources and connections, and almost overnight, he raised an army of 80,000 men. Not only was his momentum impressive, but he also won battle after battle. The memorials laid out before Li Jingxing were mostly reports of the fall of various counties and prefectures, which greatly angered him. In just a few days, that Prince Yong has actually reached Nanyang City? Even marching and traveling at this speed is probably no more than this. It's easy to imagine how many traitors were involved. Once Prince Yong captures Nanyang, he can either march north and head straight for the capital, or retreat and establish a foothold in Jiangzhou and Yongzhou while holding on to Nanyang. And that's not the worst of it. The worst thing is that if Prince Yong succeeds, those restless princes and nobles will also take the opportunity to carve out their own territories. At that time, what will he be considered emperor, whom he seized with great difficulty? Li Jingxing was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was determined to defend Nanyang City to the death, but he knew that by the time Prince Yong could send troops from the north to rescue Nanyang, the city would probably have already fallen. A distant solution cannot quench an immediate thirst. The fall of Nanyang is a foregone conclusion. Li Jingxing closed his eyes tightly, leaned back on the dragon throne, and gripped the cold dragon head on the armrest tightly. At that moment, a eunuch rushed in. "Your Majesty, great joy, great joy. A great victory has been achieved at Nanyang. The rebel army of the rebellious king has been defeated." The eunuch almost tripped over the threshold when he entered the room because he was running too fast. "What?" Li Jingxing suddenly stood up from the dragon throne. "What did you say? Say it again." Nanyang City was defended? At this moment, the eunuch presented the memorial to him with both hands and said happily, "Your Majesty, not only have we held our ground, but the rebel army of the rebel king has been defeated. Su Tsong, the garrison commander of Nanyang, is leading his men to recover the lost territory." Li Jingxing snatched the memorial and began to read it. The more he looked, the more shocked and delighted he became. "Excellent, excellent. Su Tsong is truly remarkable, and Han Feng is equally remarkable. I will reward them handsomely." The memorial was jointly submitted by Han Feng and Su Tsong, recounting their defeat of the Yongwang rebels. The memorial stated that the garrison of Nanyang fought a desperate and bloody battle, with the people spontaneously joining in. With the army and civilians united as one, they ultimately defeated the disorganized rebel army, which had collapsed. The whereabouts of Prince Yong were unknown. As he watched, Li Jingxing realized something was amiss. The garrison in Nanyang City is less than 10,000, while Prince Yong's rebel army, judging from his most recent memorial, has already amassed 140,000 troops. With such a vast disparity in strength, it would have been impossible to even hold Nanyang City. So how did they manage to defeat the rebels? The memorial only described the intensity of the battle, but not the specific details. Seeing the emperor frown, the eunuch carefully pulled out another memorial from his sleeve. "Your Majesty, this is a report from the Intelligence Bureau, but it's rather bizarre." The eunuch's expression was somewhat strange. Li Jingxing quickly took it. Upon opening it, Li Jingxing was immediately stunned. The report submitted by the Intelligence Bureau was much more detailed. But the content above is truly unbelievable. 1,000 reinforcements? Heavenly soldiers and generals? The thunder lasted for several hours? Did Deputy General Zhou Daqian betray his post and open the city gates? Did lightning strike the city wall? Li Jingxing watched it from beginning to end, and the more he watched, the more confused he became. However, from this large amount of information, he extracted a key name. Yonglin. Chapter 267. Princess Pingyong is not dead. Yonglin Yonglin. Li Jingxing held the memorial in his hand, frowning as he muttered the name over and over again. According to the secret report submitted by the Intelligence Department, the reason why Nanyang City was able to be defended was entirely due to Yonglin. Why did Han Feng and Su Tsong not mention Yonglin at all in their memorials? Li Jingxing slammed the memorial on the table. The eunuch quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this is not surprising. It is common for subordinates to be greedy for credit and conceal information. Humph. Li Jingxing snorted coldly. Such talent was almost buried. Regardless of whether Yang Lin is a Taoist master or not, he is a talented individual. Issue an imperial decree to summon Yang Lin to the capital, where I will reward him handsomely. He planned to see Yang Lin for himself, and if he was truly capable, he would give him an important position. Yes. The eunuch bowed, but did not leave. Li Jingxing frowned slightly. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, there is one more thing, but I am not sure whether I should say it or not. The eunuch lowered his head. Li Jingxing glared at him fiercely. The eunuch quickly spoke up. This concerns Princess Pingyang. What? Li Jingxing slammed his hand on the table, even more surprised than when he heard about the great victory at Nanyang. The eunuch hurriedly said, I heard that Princess Pingyang did not die. She fled to Jiangzhou. I heard it. Who told you that? Li Jingxing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The eunuch hurriedly replied, It's the intelligence agency. They discovered that the Guiyan Hall and Ji Hall members are active in Jiangzhou. They even spotted the purple-clad woman who was with Princess Pingyang recently. Therefore, I boldly guess that Princess Pingyang faked her death and escaped, and is now in Jiangzhou. Moreover, Lord Yuzhong happened to pass through Jiangzhou some time ago, and it was only after returning from Jiangzhou that he accepted His Majesty's reward. At this point, the eunuch immediately knelt down. Li Jingxing's breathing became rapid, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. After a moment, he sneered. Even if she's not dead, what can she do? Just a woman. As for Yuzhong, go investigate. If you find out he has connections with my niece, A hint of murderous intent flashed in Li Jingxing's eyes. Yes. The eunuch hurriedly kowtowed. Furthermore, they spread the news that Empress Dowager Zhang was seriously ill and her life was in danger. The eunuch's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. This servant understands. Prince Yong suffered a crushing defeat, like a river bursting its banks, collapsing for miles. Su Tsong personally led his men to recover Yongchuan County, Luoha County, Gushi County, and Luoqing County, which had been occupied by the rebels. This news spread throughout the world in a short period of time. Along with this, the name Yang Lin also came to light. However, most of the stories about Yang Lin are related to heavenly thunder, heavenly masters, and heavenly soldiers and generals, making him a mysterious figure in folklore. Yang Lin, who was unaware that he had become an extraordinary person, finally returned to Kaoshan village after a 2-day-long journey. The first thing to do upon returning to the village was to unload the cart and the money. During this trip to Nanyang, the property of dozens of wealthy families and dozens of officials was confiscated, and the amount of silver seized exceeded 1 million taels. More than 100 carriages were used just to transport the silver. This is the largest sum of money ever collected. My husband. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Yuyao led the group of women out in a hurry. They were surprised to see the endless convoy. Are you done playing? Li Yuyao rushed over in surprise. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. Yes, things have calmed down in Nanyang. Here, I brought you some good things. Yang Lin patted the box on the carriage next to him. Li Yuyao was stunned once again. Both Zi and Qing Yi were taken away by Yang Lin, which meant taking away their intelligence network. Therefore, she stayed in the village and was unaware of what was happening outside. And now, it's already over after only a few days? She knew the fighting strength of the guard team and its many trump cards, but she still didn't expect it to end so quickly. Li Yuyao was startled again when she looked at the box that Yang Lin was patting. Is this silver? Li Yuyao looked surprised. Yang Lin nodded. Yes, they confiscated some houses in Nanyang and moved the silver from the Nanyang treasury. Li Yuyao was taken aback and immediately understood Yang Lin's intention. Looking at the endless convoy, she subconsciously asked, how much did you gain this time? More than 1 million taels, I guess. Yang Lin shook his head as he spoke. He didn't know the exact figure. Time was too tight, and he hadn't had time to count it yet. What? Li Yuyao was surprised again. More than 1 million taels? This time she was truly shocked. On previous occasions, Yang Lin brought back tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of taels of silver. Although she was surprised, she was only slightly astonished. But now, faced with this sum of over 1 million taels of silver, she was completely shocked. It should be noted that the entire national treasury of the Great Qian Dynasty only generates tens of millions of taels of silver in tax revenue each year. Yang Lin's move was equivalent to 1/10 of the national treasury's annual income. Li Yuyao was stunned for a long time, and the women behind her were also dumbfounded, staring at the silver in the carriage, dumbfounded. A few months ago, they were still worrying about a little over an ounce of silver. And now, just a few months later, they have millions of taels of silver. Some people couldn't help but recall what Yang Lin had once said. I will definitely earn 1,300 coins within 3 days. In 1 month, we'll build a new house. In just 6 months, he became the richest man in Jianghe County. Give me 3 years, and I will make you the famous Mrs. Yang. He wasn't bragging. He really did it. Just now. There's so much silver. Even their new house's huge warehouse couldn't hold it all. Ma Yu was strolling around the village when he suddenly heard a villager say that the security team had returned. Ma Yu was stunned. Did they suffer a defeat and flee back? Yang Lin could not be. Thinking of this, Ma Yulian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly rushed towards the Yang family. She has been staying in the village for the past few days, waiting for news from Nanyang City. Although she agreed to go to Nanyang City with Yang Lin, she was not stupid at all. How could she do business in Nanyang City, which was in chaos and war? Now, she suddenly felt a pang of regret for not going with him. If the Ma family had helped them, perhaps this battle wouldn't have been lost so quickly and so miserably. However, when Ma Yu rushed to Yang Lin's new home, he saw a convoy of vehicles stretching as far as the eye could see, unloading goods from the trucks, and everyone's face was filled with joy. What's going on? Did they not go to Nanyang City? Upon catching sight of Yang Lin directing everyone to unload the goods, Ma Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. Yang Lin, why are you back so soon? What's in the car? Chapter 268. In my eyes, besides this family, there is also the world. Just some local specialties, nothing to mention. Yang Lin waved his hand. Local specialties? Ma Yu frowned slightly. What local specialties did you buy so much of? Moreover, just by watching the way the box was being lifted, she could feel how heavy it was. Before Ma Yu could ask further, Yang Lin countered with, Miss Ma, I've been waiting for you in Nanyang for a long time. Why didn't you come? Yang Lin looked at Ma Yu with a smile. Ma Yu then changed the subject. What's going on with you? Weren't you supposed to be helping defend Nanyang? Why did you come back early? Could it be that Nanyang has already been occupied by the rebels? It seems so. Knowing they were no match, they came back. Yang Lin asked in confusion. We defeated the rebels, and Nanyang City is now safe, so naturally we'll come back. What? That's impossible. Ma Yu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. With only 1,000 men, their reinforcements to Nanyang City were barely enough to defeat the rebels. Yang Lin shrugged, too lazy to explain. Tell me, what exactly happened? Ma Yu was extremely anxious. Yang Lin smiled bitterly. I've said everything I need to say. If you don't believe me, what can I do? Ma Yu was dumbfounded. Is everything he said true? No, that's absolutely impossible. With only 1,000 men, how could they possibly defeat the rebels? Upon learning that the security team had returned, more and more people arrived. The managers of all the workshops also came. You've come at the perfect time. I have something to tell you all. I'm planning to open a money exchange. Yang Lin summoned the managers of each workshop together and then made an announcement. Everyone was surprised. Money exchange? This really took them by surprise. In the past, people could understand things like making tofu, paper, building houses, and repairing roads. However, most people present knew nothing about this money exchange. The concept of a money exchange was simply too distant for them. In the past, they didn't even have enough money to live on, let alone spare money to deposit in money shops. Now, although they have money, every household has built a new house, and many people still owe Yang Lin their mortgages and don't have extra money to deposit in a money exchange. Therefore, everyone was puzzled as to why the owners suddenly thought of starting a money exchange business. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yang Lin wasn't surprised, but he didn't offer any explanation. Opening a money exchange was just the first step. He was playing a very big game, and he never intended for them to understand. Initially, a total of 4 money shops were opened, one in our village, one in the town, one in Jianghe County, and one in Nanyang City. I plan to buy land and build houses for these 4 money shops ourselves, starting from scratch. I'll leave this to Uncle Dazhuang. I'll give you the design blueprints later. Our money shops need to be high-end, classy, and impressive. Yang Lin looked at Gao Dazhuang. Although Gao Dazhuang didn't understand, he immediately nodded. No problem. Yang Lin then looked at Du Jing and said, the second thing is to separate the printing business and set up a printing workshop. We will entrust Brother Jing to recommend a manager for the printing workshop. Printing technology had only been developed recently, and the design studio had been responsible for it. Now that the printing part has been separated, it has relieved the design studio of a lot of burden. Okay. Du Jing nodded, but asked with a hint of doubt, but what will the printing workshop print after it becomes independent? Last time, tens of thousands of leaflets were printed for the Battle of Nanyang. Now that the war is over, there's no need to print leaflets anymore. Everyone nodded in agreement. Anyone familiar with printing can see its amazing nature. But what can printing technology be used for? Yang Lin smiled and said, there are many things that can be printed. For example, books. I have already discussed with Miss Ma that the Ma family will sell the books we print in the future. In addition, I plan to launch a newspaper, Yang Lin said. Newspaper? Upon hearing those two words, everyone was stunned once again. Before anyone could ask further questions, Yang Lin explained directly. A newspaper is simply a publication that records important, significant, and interesting events for people to read and share. The crowd was still somewhat confused. They all felt, what's the difference between this and a book? Yang Lin didn't offer any further explanation. This is a complicated matter to explain, and as for the dissemination and control of public opinion by newspapers, they understand even less. Furthermore, the printing workshop needs to develop colored pigments to prepare for our future banknotes and banknotes. At the paper mill, the quality of the watermarked paper also needs to be further improved to make the paper more durable and the watermark clearer. Zhao Guang from the printing workshop nodded quickly. The things Yang Lin confessed to today are all related to printing money. The silver taels he has saved now exceed 1 million taels. In this day and age, it would be difficult to spend all that money. With this money, he had the capital to start a money exchange business. He used this huge sum of money to leverage a larger financial market, develop related industries, and monopolize finance. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. On the very night he returned to the village, Yang Lin couldn't wait to go upstairs to Li Yuyao's room. However, as soon as he entered, Li Yuyao blocked the doorway. My lady, what's wrong? Li Yuyao blushed and shook her head. You can't share a room with me tonight. Yang Lin asked, puzzled. I got my period. Li Yuyao's face turned even redder. All right. Yang Lin understood immediately. Women, have those few days every month. No problem. Then I won't do anything. I'll just sleep with my wife. Yang Lin put his arm around Li Yuyao's slender waist. Li Yuyao shook her head again and pointed to the door. Tonight, you should go find Z. Yang Lin's lips twitched. This woman, she still hasn't given up on her plans. Go ahead, go ahead. Li Yuyao pushed Yang Lin away. Yang Lin asked curiously, aren't you jealous? Even though having multiple wives and concubines was normal in this era, women would still compete for favor. How could a wife be like this, always letting him sleep with other women? Li Yuyao's cold eyes narrowed slightly. For ordinary women, their home is everything. But in my eyes, besides their home, there is also the world. Her eyes shone brightly. Puff dash. Yang Lin couldn't help himself. They haven't forgotten about making her impersonate the Empress? And now they're acting it out as they're talking? He's addicted to acting. Yang Lin shook his head with a wry smile. Even if she says something nonsensical in the future, I will be able to understand it. Let's play along. Li Yuyao immediately covered her mouth. I got so excited just now that I let it slip. Go ahead, go ahead. Without hesitation, Li Yuyao closed the door. Yang Lin was still a little confused. Tonight, am I really going to sleep with Z? Standing at the door of the room with purple clothes. Yang Lin hesitated whether to knock on the door, and couldn't help but wonder what the fierce-looking woman in purple would look like in bed. Chapter 269, The Couple's Aphrodisiac Powder. Reap what you sow. Isn't that a bad idea? Inside the eldest sister's room, the eldest sister, Chu Ting, stared blankly at Xiao Jiu holding a silver wine pot. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and hurriedly shook her head. She came from a wealthy family and had received proper upbringing from a young age. What Xiao Jiu told her made her blush and feel unable to accept it. Oh dear, my dear sister, you're just too honest. While forcibly shoving the wine pot into Chu Ting's hand, Xiao Jiu said with exasperation, now that we've moved to a new house, and your husband has already slept with your sister, even if it's a rotation, it'll be your turn next. But you know your husband, he's a hypocrite. If you don't take the initiative, he might be seduced by some slut one day. Besides, my dear sister, even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about us? If you don't consummate your marriage with your husband, when will we ever get to? I'm Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu patted the wine pot earnestly. But this, the eldest sister, Chu Ting, looked at the wine pot, her face turning even redder. Just now, Xiao Jiu came to her with this wine pot and told her that a special elixir for couples had been added to the wine. What is this? Sister, you don't need to think so much. As long as you drink one glass and he drinks one glass, your relationship will naturally fall into place, and all problems will cease to be problems. As they were talking, Xiao Jiu had already poured her a glass. Come on, big sister, you drink first. When you find your husband later, give him another drink, and then you can have him to your heart's content tonight. Xiao Jiu grinned mischievously. Thinking about the embarrassing things Xiao Jiu had said, Chu Ting's heart beat even faster. She was a shy person, and although she had been looking forward to this day for a long time, she still couldn't help but feel nervous when it finally arrived. But looking at the wine glass that was already brought to her lips, and thinking of her sister's good intentions, Chu Ting took a deep breath, took the glass, and drank it all in one gulp. The burning sensation traveled down her throat and into her lower abdomen, instantly making her feel like her stomach was on fire. Although she never drank alcohol, she quickly became slightly drunk after drinking this glass of wine. Xiao Jiu chuckled. Okay, your mission is complete. The next step is to let me have a drink too. Chu Ting's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Hey, looking like this, it's too hard to trick me into drinking this. You just wait in the room, I'll go get you the wine. Xiao Jiu took the wine pot and cups and strode away. Outside the purple-robed gate, just as Yang Lin was hesitating, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Brother, what are you doing here? Xiao Jiu came over carrying a wine jug. I'm just taking a casual stroll. Yang Lin felt somewhat embarrassed, like a cat caught stealing food. Since we're all fine, how about we have a drink? As Xiao Jiu spoke, she had already poured wine for Yang Lin. Drink wine? He glanced at the wine pot that Xiao Jiu was carrying, and his intuition told him that something was amiss. Brother, the night is long. How about we grab a drink? Xiao Jiu held the wine glass to Yang Lin's lips. Just as Yang Lin was hesitating, wondering what this girl was up to, the door in front of him opened. Zi pushed open the door, glanced at Yang Lin, then at Xiao Jiu, and finally her gaze fell on the exquisite and beautiful wine pot. Young master, why didn't you invite me to drink with you? Come in. The woman in purple coldly waved her hand and immediately went inside. Yang Lin didn't hesitate and went inside. Xiao Jiu was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Yang Lin had already urged her. Didn't you want a drink? Come in and join us. As soon as Xiao Jiu entered Ziyi's room, Ziyi casually took the wine pot from his hand. The three sat down, and 3 cups of wine were poured. The woman in purple picked up her cup and drank it all in one gulp. Fine wine. The man in purple had a cold expression as he looked out the window at the night, as if talking to himself. It's been a long time since I've had a drink. This is great. Xiao Jiu was dumbfounded. She tried to stop her, but Ziyi was too fast. Before she could even speak, she had already finished drinking. Xiao Jiu suddenly panicked. Yang Lin also picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and sipped it twice, but didn't feel much of a sensation. Compared to the spicy and fragrant wine of his previous life, Great Qian's wine is more like a low-alcohol rice wine. Anyone with a high alcohol tolerance can drink 2 or 3 bowls without getting drunk. Yang Lin doesn't like this dry drinking. He prefers to have some snacks to go with the wine, such as spiced chicken feet, braised pig's trotters, roast chicken, roast duck, peanuts, and a small glass of wine. That's the life of a god. Didn't you want to drink? Why aren't you drinking? Yang Lin looked at the dazed Xiao Jiu with a puzzled expression and asked. The woman in purple also looked over in surprise. Aye. Xiao Jiu stammered. The woman in purple frowned and glanced at the wine glass. Did you poison the wine? No. Xiao Jiu hurriedly waved her hand. Then why don't you drink it? The woman in purple's eyes already held a murderous intent. To her, everyone in this family except His Majesty and the young master was an outsider, and she couldn't trust any of them. Aye. Xiao Jiu was at a loss. She was completely panicked. Why? Yang Lin quickly waved his hand and advised, Z, don't scare me like that. I believe Xiao Jiu wouldn't hurt me. As he spoke, Yang Lin looked at Xiao Jiu and explained, as you know, Zi is the lady's personal bodyguard. In order to protect the lady's safety, she has to be more vigilant than ordinary people. If you drink the wine, she will naturally not suspect you. I'm fine. Xiao Jiu wanted to cry but had no tears. She knew what would happen after drinking this glass of wine, and she wasn't prepared for it, but it was better than being suspected of plotting to murder her husband. I'll drink. Xiao Jiu trembled as she picked up the wine glass, gulped it down in one go. Well, I've already drunk my drink. I'm leaving now. Xiao Jiu turned the wine glass upside down, showing it to Ziyi. After saying that, he was about to make a hasty escape. She prepared to return to her room and silently endure the backlash from the fire. Oh, right. Your older sister is still waiting for you in her room. Go down and see her. She really needs you. Xiao Jiu's face was flushed. Before leaving, she hadn't forgotten her business. Wait. The woman in purple suddenly shouted. You're not allowed to go anywhere. A sword sheath appeared and blocked Xiao Jiu's path as he spoke. An unusual level of vigilance convinced Ziyi that there was definitely something strange about the wine. Just as the atmosphere in the room was becoming increasingly tense, Ziyi was the first to realize that something was wrong with her body. She felt an inexplicable heat rising within her, a surge of heat engulfing her entire body, especially her lower abdomen, where she felt an unbearable burning sensation. Chapter 270. The medicine was too strong, and Xiaojiu cried. That's not right. Ziyi felt increasingly uneasy about her body. The scabbard was already held against Xiaojiu's neck, and her questioning tone became slightly softer. What did you put in the wine? Ziyi's face flushed, her breathing became heavy, and when she glanced at Yang Lin beside her, her heart began to beat faster. Ziyi had already realized what was in the wine. Xiaojiu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Because she could already feel the changes happening in her body, she felt uncomfortably hot all over, with her blood and energy congesting in certain areas, and she had a strong urge to tear off all her clothes to cool down. At this moment, Yang Lin also noticed that something was wrong and looked at Xiaojiu in surprise. Now that things have come to this, Xiaojiu can no longer hide it, so she might as well just give up and go all out. Oh dear, I was just trying to do what's best for you guys. I put a couple's aphrodisiac in the wine, you know what I mean. Originally, I was planning to set you up with your older sister for tonight, you know. Now that we've all had a drink, bro, what do you suggest we do? As Xiaojiu spoke, she tilted her head back, looking as if she were ready to be picked at will. Upon hearing the name of the couple's harmony powder, Yang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. You, go back to your room. Yang Lin pointed fiercely at Xiaojiu. She was too young, and Yang Lin didn't want to hurt her. Xiaojiu was taken aback. Her eyes, which looked at Yang Lin, were filled with grievance and confusion, and soon became misty and full of tears. Go back when we tell you to. Hurry up. Yang Lin pointed outside the door. In the Great Qian Dynasty, it was normal for girls to get married at the age of 13 or 14. Therefore, Yang Lin knew that even if he explained the reasons, Xiaojiu would not understand. So he simply gave the order directly. Okay, I'll go back. The moment she turned around, the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back and spilled out. The physical discomfort and the grievances in my heart were intertwined, creating an indescribable feeling of distress. Bang! The door closed, leaving only Yang Lin and Ziyi inside. The atmosphere suddenly became enchanting. Yang Lin's mouth went dry as soon as he opened his mouth. Looking at Ziyi again, she was wearing a fitted purple dress that accentuated her tall and slender figure. The hem of the dress fell naturally to her feet, like a flowing curve, and a wide black belt was tied around her waist. Her skin was as white as jade, delicate and smooth, with a slight blush on her cheeks, adding to her charming allure. Her hair wasn't long, but it was jet black and straight, draped over her shoulders, giving her a very elegant look. Her long, slender eyebrows were slightly upturned, her nose was straight, her chin was sharp and strong, and her eyes exuded a heroic spirit. Her legs were long and straight, her waist was slender, and her figure was graceful, making her look even more beautiful and captivating than usual. As he looked at it, Yang Lin swallowed hard and subconsciously walked over. What are you trying to do? Ziyi took a step back, biting her lip, struggling internally. Don't be nervous. I'm just thirsty. I'll have a drink of water. Yang Lin went to the table, poured himself a bowl of water, and gulped it down. After drinking a bowl of water, the coolness washed away the heat in my body, and I felt much more comfortable. You must be feeling really bad right now. Yang Lin looked up at the woman in purple. The woman in purple's face turned even redder. Her body was burning hot, and her limbs felt weak. She had a very strong will, but she could barely control the surging heat within her body. She only glanced at Yang Lin once, but she had an urge to pounce on him and let loose. Yang Lin said, Xiaojiu is just being reckless. Go take a shower, a cold shower, and you'll recover a lot. Real? Ziyi was somewhat skeptical about the idea of taking a bath. It's true, I drank a bowl of cold water and felt much better. Okay, I'll go. Ziyi bit her lip and glanced at Yang Lin. She wanted to say that he could leave, but the words wouldn't come out. Instead, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Her heart raced, and she was so embarrassed that she dared not stay any longer. She quickly walked into the bathroom in the room. In the dim candlelight of the bathroom, Ziyi loosened her wide belt, removed the soft sword and the daggers hidden in her waist, sleeves, and boots, before slowly unbuttoning her long purple dress. The long dress slipped off her body, and the corset around her bust was untied, revealing her perfectly proportioned figure in the dim candlelight. Ziyi gritted her teeth, picked up a basin of cold water, and poured it directly over her head. The moment the cool water washed over me, a wave of coolness washed over me, and the heat subsided considerably. He immediately realized that Yang Lin's method was indeed effective. However, the relief from the cold water is only temporary. In no time, the burning sensation became even more intense than before. Just like drinking poison to quench thirst, even the slightest touch on the skin causes the body to tremble involuntarily. By the time she finished taking the bath, she was panting heavily and her body was so limp that she could only stand up by holding onto the wall. It took me a full 15 minutes to dry myself off and change into a loose set of pajamas. Just then, Yang Lin's voice rang out from outside the door. "Are you all right? Why did it take so long?" "It's okay." Zi bit her lip tightly, trying to suppress her trembling, before pushing open the bathroom door. Outside the door, Yang Lin looked at her with concern. "Are you all right? Why is your face so red? Did that girl Xiaojiu give you too much medicine?" Yang Lin felt that although the effects of that couple's aphrodisiac were powerful, it wasn't completely uncontrollable. But Ziyi's current state is clearly very wrong, as anyone can see. Her face was flushed, and her legs were trembling, as if she were about to collapse at any moment. Yang Lin instinctively reached out to help. "Don't want." The woman in purple cried out in alarm. But it was too late. Yang Lin's hand was already on her waist. Chapter 271. Someone broke in. Feeling the warmth of those large hands, Ziyi's waist felt as soft as water, and she instantly went limp in Yang Lin's arms. Her body trembled slightly, completely limp and powerless. "Hold me." The desire that she had been suppressing finally burst forth like a dam breaking, and she reached out her hands to Yang Lin, hooking them tightly around his back. Although Ziyi is nearly 1.7 meters tall, she is very slender and has no excess fat. Therefore, when you pick her up, you can only feel that her waist is slender and her body is light. The beauty in his arms had a dazed look in her eyes. She had completely succumbed to temptation. Meanwhile, in the eldest sister Chu Ting's room, Chu Ting's slender figure was covered by a thin quilt, her face flushed, her eyes tender and alluring, like a drunken beauty, no longer dignified, her hazy gaze fixed on the door, waiting for that person to arrive. Just as Chu Ting stood up, trembling, casually draped a soft gauze robe over herself, and prepared to go find Yang Lin, there was a knock on the door. At that moment, Chu Ting's heart pounded like a deer's, and she quickly opened the door. However, just as she was about to throw herself into the man's arms, she saw that standing outside the door was none other than Xiaojiu. "Xiaojiu, where is he?" Chu Ting blushed, thinking of her disheveled clothes and embarrassing appearance, and quickly grabbed her clothes before looking at Xiaojiu expectantly again. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Xiaojiu's current situation was also quite unusual. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were burning, and her breathing was heavy as she stared intently at him. Before Chu Ting could speak, Xiaojiu rushed into the house, threw herself into her arms, and started sobbing. "Wah, sis, my brother doesn't want me." Her slightly trembling voice was filled with grievance and sobs. She rushed into Chu Ting's arms and hugged Chu Ting's slender waist. Like a little girl, she buried her head in Chu Ting's arms and rubbed it against her. Although she was well-developed, she was not very tall, only reaching Chu Ting's chest. The eldest woman in the family is gentle and kind, treating everyone like an older sister, taking care of each member, and especially kind to her youngest sister. "Eldest sister, my brother is in the purple room and probably won't be here for a while." Outside the house, under the night sky, the stars shine brightly. The woman in blue, who was on night watch tonight, was wearing her usual simple blue dress. She sat on the roof with her sword beside her and was looking at the stars with nothing to do. Suddenly, she heard a light leaping sound coming from the night sky. The sound was very faint, almost imperceptible in the wind, but she had been trained since childhood and had extremely sharp hearing. She could immediately tell that someone had used their lightness skill to enter the courtyard. The woman in green's expression immediately changed. From the sound of that leaping motion, she could tell that the newcomer was definitely a top-notch master of lightness skills. Otherwise, with just the ditch outside the courtyard and the 3 Zhanghai courtyard wall, ordinary martial artists would not be able to get in at all. However, Qingyi did not make any rash moves. She hid behind the eaves and peered into the front yard. Then a slender figure dressed in black night clothes leaped lightly down from the courtyard wall. The moment it landed on the ground, it rolled on the spot, making only a dull thud. The woman in green watched as the other person entered the courtyard, staring blankly at the uniquely styled small building before her. The man in black seemed momentarily at a loss. Chapter 272. The Not-So-Clever Female Thief. Qingyi sneered inwardly. The reason she was so calm was because she knew very well just how safe this house, which was personally designed by the young master, constructed entirely of brick, stone, cement, and steel, and took hundreds of people more than a month to build, really was. Qingyi wasn't worried at all that the intruder would harm the young master and his majesty inside the house. Watching the thin man in black rush towards the door, he took out his dagger, tried to pry it open a few times, but failed, and stood there stunned at the door. The woman in green slowly approached the rooftop, reaching the position above the man in black, and then leaped down from the sky. Just as the man in black was about to react, the woman in green had already pressed 2 acupoints on the man's back with her 2 fingers. The man in black was immediately unable to move. However, when she pressed the other person's Tanzhong and Tianqi acupoints, she was shocked to find that the other person's chest was actually soft. Woman? The woman in green ripped off the mask covering the man in black, revealing a handsome face. She was 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she gave off a very energetic vibe, especially her big, darting eyes, which were lively and full of spirit. Before the woman in green could interrogate her, she started shouting, "Let me go. Let me go now." "Hell, let you go? Breaking into our house in the middle of the night with a weapon, I advise you to honestly confess." The woman, however, was not afraid at all. She raised her head and shouted, "I admit defeat because I failed to kill you dogs today. Kill me or do whatever you want. Even if you cut off my head, it will only leave a scar the size of a bowl. I, Little Swallow, will be a hero again in 18 years. Qingyi was so angry at the other person's words that she laughed. "Hee hee, judging from your tone, it seems like we've wronged you?" Qingyi could already sense that the female thief in front of her wasn't very bright. Little Swallow held her head high, her face showing no fear. "You haven't offended me, you've offended the common people. I, Little Swallow, am acting on behalf of heaven, and I will kill you bad people who bully the people." The woman in green twitched at the corner of her mouth. They have indeed made quite a few enemies. But to say that they are bullying ordinary people? Those landlords and corrupt officials killed by Yang Lin would never dare to speak out. Countless people who had received kindness from Yang Lin erected longevity tablets for him in their homes to express their gratitude and worshipped him morning and evening. This is the respect that the people hold in their hearts. Just as Yang Lin, carrying Z, arrived at the bedside and tossed the soft, beautiful woman in his arms onto the bed, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, excuse me for interrupting you. Someone has broken into our house." Outside the door, Qingyi said somewhat embarrassedly. She went upstairs to His Majesty's room and found him alone. She then learned that the young master had been arranged by His Majesty to stay in the room with the purple robe that night. So she hurried to the purple-clad woman's door and knocked. Thinking that her best friend was currently enjoying intimate moments with the young master, she felt it was rather inappropriate to disturb them at this time. But business was more important, so she couldn't worry about anything else. Upon hearing that someone had broken in, Yang Lin immediately perked up. Even the woman in purple on the bed regained some composure, quickly dressed, tied her belt, and grabbed her sword before opening the door. "What happened?" Upon opening the door and seeing Qingyi, Z quickly asked. Qingyi noticed that Z's face was flushed and tender, quite different from usual. She quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you sick? Your face is so red." As she spoke, the woman in green reached out to touch the woman in purple's forehead. "No, it's nothing." The woman in purple quickly dodged. "You said someone broke in. What exactly happened?" "The person is in the living room. Young master, why don't you go and see?" the man in green said hurriedly. How to deal with this female thief depends on the young master's decision. Before long, the group arrived in the living room and saw the female thief, Xiao Yanzi, who had been acupunctured and then tied up. What surprised Yang Lin the most was that this female thief named Xiao Yanzi actually looked very similar to Xiao Yanzi from the famous Qian Dynasty drama. Chapter 273. Yang Lin, you dog thief, die. You said your name is Little Swallow? Yang Lin asked. Humph, it's indeed your great aunt. Little Swallow held her head high, showing no fear despite being bound hand and foot. Those bright, clear eyes were full of life. Ever since they came in, they had been curiously scanning them with their round, bright eyes. Are you here to kill someone? Yang Lin pressed for an answer. Yes, kill Yang Lin to save the people. The Little Swallow still held its head high. Upon hearing the words, save the people, Yang Lin almost burst out laughing. Yang Lin asked with great interest, since you said you came to kill Yang Lin, do you know Yang Lin? Well, Little Swallow was stunned, as if she had never thought of this question before. She froze, and her bright eyes also froze. That's right. Yang Lin enslaved the people and killed countless people. He deserved to die, but I don't know him. What should I do? Faced with this girl who didn't seem very bright, Yang Lin was speechless and asked bluntly, you said that Yang Lin enslaves the people and kills people like flies? Where did you hear that? Of course I'll listen. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Yanzi realized something was wrong and immediately stopped herself, giving Yang Lin a smug look. Who are you? Why should I tell you? I am Yang Lin. Yang Lin said calmly. You're Yang Lin. Little Swallow's eyes widened instantly. You scoundrel Yang Lin. Die. Let me go. Let me go now. Let me kill this scoundrel. The people inside the room were utterly bewildered by the gust of wind. Is this girl's brain rusty? Ahem. Yang Lin coughed softly. He knew that he couldn't deal with such a stubborn person by force. He dared to say that even if he were to kill her now, she would never reveal who had bewitched her. Yang Lin said earnestly, Little Swallow, if you're going to kill me, you should at least let me know where I went wrong. In this way, you can confess my crimes. If I am truly a heinous villain, I will end my own life without you having to lift a finger. But if there's a misunderstanding and you kill me, wouldn't you be killing the wrong person? It doesn't matter if Yang Lin dies, but it will damage your reputation as a chivalrous heroine, Little Swallow. If word spreads that you, Little Swallow, not only failed to uphold justice, but also killed a good person, how will you have the face to walk the martial arts world? Little Swallow blinked, realizing Yang Lin's words made sense, and raised her head, saying directly, You bully the common people. Don't you deserve to die? Yang Lin chuckled and said, Tell me in detail how I bullied the people. Little Swallow raised her head. You kidnap people to work for you, but you don't pay them. Puff. Yang Lin didn't want to laugh, but this time he really couldn't help it. Yang Lin pointed at himself, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Me? Yang Lin, not paying the people's wages? That's right. Little Swallow said proudly, head held high. This is your crime. What else do you have to say? Having his good time interrupted, Yang Lin, already annoyed, really wanted to give this silly girl a good beating. But because of the coincidental name and the other person's adorable appearance, he knew she must be being used. He forcibly suppressed the urge to beat her up and scan the people in the room before quickly finding Xiaojiu. With such a commotion outside, all the women rushed over to see what was happening, including the eldest sister Chu Ting and Xiaojiu, whose faces were also flushed. Xiaojiu, bring me the ledger. Okay. Xiaojiu understood Yang Lin's meaning and soon returned with a thick ledger. She still manages the accounts compiled from all the workshops. Opening the ledger of wages, Xiaojiu read aloud. September 19th. Wages paid to the tofu workshop, 360 cash. Wages paid to the paper mill, 2.8 taels of silver. Wages paid to the smelting workshop, 6.6 taels of silver. Wages paid to the construction team, 158.3 taels of silver. Xiaojiu read out the wage expenditures for each workshop. On September 19th, the total wages paid amounted to 183 taels, 5 mace, and 60 cash. As she spoke, Xiaojiu placed the account book in front of Xiao Yanzi. Look for yourself. This is from September 19th, and this is from September 18th. This records the daily wages. Our husband is a very good man. He pays the people 5 coins a day. Even the farmhands in Pingyuan County don't earn that much, let alone in the surrounding villages. We pay the people more than 180 taels of silver every day. How dare you say we don't pay the people? Xiaojiu was very angry. Not only did the female thief frame them, but it was also because of this not-so-bright woman that her plans were ruined. She was having a great time in her older sister's house, having just opened the door to a new world, when this female thief ruined it all. With the evidence laid out before them, Yang Lin and Xiaojiu were eager to see what this foolish girl could say next. However, Little Swallow tilted her head and looked at it from all angles. After a long while, she said blankly, I can't read. How am I supposed to know if this is an account book? Are you trying to trick me? Everyone coughed up blood. Fine. Yang Lin gritted his teeth. Tell me again, what other crimes have I committed? Of course there's more. Besides withholding wages from the people, you've also been a ruthless killer and wanton plunderer. You've killed many people in Jianghe County and Zhou County, am I right? Little Swallow stared with her big eyes, as if to say, Let's see what explanation you have now. Yang Lin was both amused and exasperated. Grandma, I did kill a lot of people in Jianghe County and Zhou County, but do you know who I killed? They were all local tyrants and bullies who oppressed the people, corrupt officials and bureaucrats. Little Swallow was taken aback. Corrupt officials? They certainly deserve to die. Good riddance. Everyone fell silent again. They were absolutely certain that the girl was brainless. So now you can tell me who told you all this, right? Don't worry. I, Yang Lin, guarantee with my integrity that I won't cause him any trouble. I just want to explain things clearly to him so he won't misunderstand. Yang Lin looked very serious. Real? Little Swallow blinked. Yang Lin pointed to his eyes. Look into my eyes. How sincere they are. I, Yang Lin, never lie. All right, Little Swallow said, somewhat annoyed. It was Boss Yuan who told me. Boss Yuan. Yang Lin frowned. Who is that? Yang Lin did not recall ever offending anyone surnamed Yuan. That's Mr. Yuan Dahai, the owner of the Pingyuan paper mill. Mr. Yuan is a very kind-hearted man. Little Swallow raised her head and said with considerable pride. When Yang Lin heard the words, paper mill, he immediately understood. We're in the same industry. The paper we make is white, thin, flat, and of excellent quality, completely unmatched by any other paper on the market, and the price is the same. Paper making is a niche business with a limited market. If your new paper sells well, it will naturally affect your old paper business, which will make your fellow papermakers hate you. There's nothing we can do about it. Technological progress is like a powerful road roller, crushing everything old and outdated under its mighty wheels. Since the other party couldn't make better paper, they thought of getting rid of him, the one who was making technological progress. Such actions are definitely not those of a kind person. Yang Lin didn't believe that Boss Yuan could be some kind of philanthropist. Yang Lin immediately sneered. Little Swallow, I'll let you go back, but please pass on a message to that Boss Yuan for me. Chapter 274. Nothing wrong. If you're alright, come have a drink. Tell him. If you want to learn, come find me. Little Swallow blinked blankly. That's it? Okay, that's it. Yang Lin gestured to Qingyi to untie her and release her acupoints. Little Swallow, I'm warning you. This is the first and only time. If you ever barge into my house like this again, I promise I'll send you to be a hero 18 years from now. With that, Yang Lin turned and left. Before leaving, he secretly tugged at the collar of the woman in purple, who blushed and quickly followed behind Yang Lin. As everyone left, Xiao Yinzi felt a little lost. Was I really wrong? Silly girl, after you leave, just ask someone what kind of person our young master is. If you still have a conscience, apologize to him when you see him again. After speaking coldly, Qingyi turned and left. Just as I turned around, I saw Xiao Jiu running over excitedly, carrying a wine jug. It's too cold, so I'll treat this lady to a drink before she leaves. As Xiao Jiu spoke, a sly glint appeared in her eyes. Qingyi noticed something strange about the girl, but ignored it and let Xiao Jiu do whatever she wanted. Little Swallow took the wine glass from Xiao Jiu and was moved to tears. You're so kind. Hey, we're all just fellow travelers in this world. No need to stand on ceremony. Little Swallow took the wine cup, drank it all in one gulp, then clasped her hands in a fist salute and left. Watching the heroine's departing figure, Xiao Jiu sneered. You ruined my plans, but I'll make you taste what it's like to have good things happen to you. She found this aphrodisiac when her family was raided in Nanyang City. She didn't expect it to be so effective. Even after half a day, her body was still surging with heat. Just as Xiao Jiu was about to return to her eldest sister's room with a cold smile to continue her heart-to-heart talk, she caught a glimpse of two slender figures walking quickly towards her not far away. Wait a moment. A hearty female voice came from not far away. Xiao Jiu frowned. They quickly recognized the newcomer as Ma Yu, the eldest daughter of the Ma family. Ma Yu and her maid were wearing white pajamas, as if they had just gotten out of bed. What? Xiao Jiu glanced at Ma Yu with annoyance. She didn't have much affection for this young lady. It's one thing to be as beautiful as her sister, but her breasts are also unusually large. And now she's come to my house in the middle of the night. What does she want? Ma Yu said seriously. Did someone just break in? That person's lightness skill is amazing. You mean that silly girl? She's already gone. Xiao Jiu pointed in the direction Xiao Yinzi had left. Ma Yu was taken aback. Silly girl? While she was fast asleep, her maid noticed a master of light-footed martial arts passing by, whose destination appeared to be Yang Lin's new home. Upon learning this, she rushed over without stopping. When we arrived, they said the person had already left. Her intuition told her that something was amiss. She was very curious and eager to find out. She then subconsciously glanced towards the high-rise courtyard inside the suspension bridge, a place she had never entered before. Is young Master Yang home? I need to talk to you about something. Ma Yu said it casually, but actually she just wanted to go in and take a look. You're looking for my brother? Come tomorrow, he's busy. Xiao Jiu said irritably, then turned to close the suspension bridge, showing no intention of inviting the other person in. Hey, don't worry. If young Master Yang is busy, I won't look for him. I'll look for your madam to discuss the tofu medicine business. In ordinary families, the first wife is the legal wife, but in the Yang Lin family, there is another wife above the first wife. That one is the legal wife. The business of making tofu medicine has always been handled by the eldest sister, Chu Ting, who has a calm and steady personality. A few days ago, she and Yang Lin discussed a deal for 10,000 barrels of medicine. It was right to contact Chu Ting to make the connection. You're looking for my older sister? I'm afraid she's not very available right now. Xiao Jiu said somewhat uncertainly. She knew all too well that her older sister's body was still very soft. Hearing that Xiao Jio's tone was less forceful, Mayu puffed out her chest. I have a very important business to discuss with your eldest sister, involving tens of thousands of taels of silver. Okay then, but only you can come in. She can't. Xiao Jio pointed to the maid behind Mayu. There aren't many rules in this house, but the biggest rule is to keep danger out of the house. Everyone knows that Mayu's maid is a master. No problem. Mayu nodded quickly, then sent the maid away and excitedly followed Xiao Jio into the courtyard. On the roof, the night watchman in green saw that it was Mayu, but ignored him and continued to look at the stars above. Mayu followed Xiao Jio across the suspension bridge and into the courtyard. Upon seeing the scene inside, she widened her eyes in disbelief, just like Xiao Yanzi had done before. You don't know until you go in. Only now that you're inside do you realize that there's a whole world hidden within these towering walls. At the entrance, there are 2 watchtowers and 2 arrow towers. Directly opposite the entrance, there are 2 crossbow carts, pointed outwards. As for the scenery in the courtyard, it is also very particular. She came from a wealthy family, so upon entering the courtyard, she could immediately tell that the artificial hills and strange rocks there served not only to look good, but more importantly, to act as fortifications to defend against enemies. What surprised her most was the strangely shaped house. The color of the walls was something she had never seen before, and the style of the doors and windows was something he had never seen before either. At first glance, it gives people a cold feeling. After Xiao Jio opened the 2 steel doors, they entered the house. Xiao Jio impatiently led Mayu to her eldest sister's room and knocked on the door. Inside the room, Chu Ting heard a knock on the door. Remembering what Xiao Jio had done to her before, she blushed and her heart started racing. She knew that whether it was Xiao Jio or her husband who came, they were all there to torment her. But for some reason, she still felt a sense of anticipation. When Chu Ting opened the door and saw Mayu outside, she was immediately stunned. Hey, it's someone looking for you. They want to talk about some business. Xiao Jio pouted, looking very unhappy. Huh. Chu Ting was taken aback and looked at the eldest daughter of the Ma family with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Mayu had come in the middle of the night. Although the tofu medicine business is very large, involving tens of thousands of taels of silver, the business is very simple. Both parties have already handed over everything they need to, so why would they need to ask me for anything else? Ahem. Actually, I just wanted to come over for a stroll and see you. It's nothing, don't worry. Having already entered the gate, Mayu stopped hiding anything and told the truth directly. As she spoke, her bright eyes darted around, taking in the rooms and thinking about Yang Lin's dozen or so beautiful wives, who probably lived in these rooms. Bah, you lecherous scoundrel. Mayu thought to himself, this is a bad thing. Xiao Jio, however, gritted her teeth. Nothing, just taking a look? Why did you have to come and ruin my plans? Glancing at the wine jug in his hand, Xiao Jio's eyes lit up, and an idea came to him. Miss Ma, since you're all right, how about we have a drink? Chapter 275 The Secret of the Purple Robe. Mayu didn't take it seriously and immediately nodded. Okay. Chu Ting was startled. Still want some? The previous drink had already given her quite a bit of trouble, and the embarrassing feeling was still lingering inside her, so she dared not drink anymore. Once inside, Mayu curiously examined the layout and furnishings of the room. Xiao Jio casually poured the wine and handed it to Mayu. Standing behind Mayu, Chu Ting desperately tried to signal to Xiao Jio with her eyes, not wanting Xiao Jio to cause any more trouble. She knew the potency of this wine, and that it was fine for family members to make a fuss, since they were family no matter what. Miss Kima is a distinguished guest. How can we give her this kind of wine? Xiao Jio acted as if she hadn't seen it, ignoring her older sister's look, and instead said, Miss Ma, the wine in my house is no ordinary wine. No matter how rich you are, you may not be able to drink it elsewhere. Oh, then I'll have to try it. With his bold and unrestrained personality, Mayu picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Yes, it's really good. She nodded approvingly. Not bad, right? Xiao Jio smirked when he caught sight of Mayu's bulging chest. Miss Ma, are you tired? How about I give you a massage? Xiao Jio volunteered, and, before Mayu could agree, she came up behind Mayu and gently massaged her shoulders with her nimble little hands. Chu Ting's heart was pounding. Even though she knew what Xiao Jio was up to, there was nothing she could do, and no matter how anxious she was, there was nothing she could do. Xiao Jio is not only clever and mischievous, but also daring. She dares to do anything and anything. Mayu was puzzled. Why was this girl, who usually seemed to dislike her, suddenly so enthusiastic today? However, she didn't think much of it. She was used to being taken care of by her maids, so a shoulder massage was a nice way to relax. She's just a little girl, What bad intentions could she possibly have? Thank you for your trouble, young lady. Mayu smiled and nodded. The two chatted casually about Kaoshan village and recent events. Xiao Zhou's massage was also very proper. She only gently kneaded his shoulders. But as they talked, Mayu sensed that something was amiss. She felt very hot and had an urge to take a cold shower. Moreover, feeling the gentle massage on my shoulders, waves of comfort spread throughout my body, making me feel incredibly comfortable. She leaned back instinctively, her posture becoming increasingly languid. Sensing the changes in Mayu's body, Xiao Jiu, who was standing behind Mayu, curled the corners of her mouth. Chu Ting, who was standing to the side at a loss, subconsciously swallowed. She knew that Xiao Jiu was up to no good. When this girl gets naughty, she's like a little devil. But for some reason, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Miss Ma must be very tired lately. Your shoulders are so stiff. If you don't take care of them in time, it will be bad for your health. I'll give you a good massage to improve your blood circulation and relax your muscles and joints. As Xiao Jiu spoke, she subtly increased the pressure of her massage, which now covered her entire shoulder and below her collarbone. Thank you very much. Hee, you're welcome. Xiao Jiu chuckled mischievously. My massage technique is special and will give you a unique feeling. If it feels strange, don't worry about it. It's just my way of circulating qi and blood. Thanks. Mayu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Although the strange sensations in her body were getting stronger, she simply assumed that the massage was working and that her blood and energy were flowing smoothly, which was why she felt such a strange comfort. Big sister, you should come too. Xiao Jiu winked at Chu Ting. Chu Ting subconsciously shrank back, shaking her head repeatedly in embarrassment. Let's give Miss Ma a massage together. Miss Ma is a guest from afar. Shouldn't we treat her well? Xiao Jiu made another series of winks and gestures. But I don't know how. Chu Ting breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head again. She is an honest person and doesn't lie. It's simple. I'll massage Miss Ma's shoulders, and you massage Miss Ma's legs. Working together to promote blood circulation will be twice as effective. Come on, come on. Xiao Jiu raised an eyebrow and glared at Chu Ting. Chu Ting shrank back before slowly coming over. Chu Ting squatted down in front of Mayu, clumsily stretched out her hands, and, imitating Xiao Jiu, grabbed Mayu's calves and began to massage them. Therefore, even though Chu Ting's massage was very unprofessional, for Mayu, it still felt like waves of warmth swept from her calves throughout her body, nourishing every corner of her being. At the same time, inside the room where the woman in purple was dressed, Yang Lin and Ziyi sat on the edge of the bed, their expressions serious. There is something very important I must tell you. After I tell you this, I, Ziyi, will belong to you for the rest of my life. Chapter 276, I'll leave myself to you tonight. Seeing the serious expression on Ziyi's face, Yang Lin nodded silently. Ziyi took a deep breath and slowly said, Actually, our family members are all in the capital now. What? Yang Lin was taken aback. He didn't understand the meaning of the purple robe for a moment. Purple Robe bit her lip and said, For some reason, my family is currently being held hostage in the capital. I hope that in the future, you can help me rescue them. The woman in purple gazed at Yang Lin with deep affection. Actually, besides our family, our young lady's mother is also trapped in the capital, said Ziyi. Yang Lin looked at Ziyi in surprise. Why has my wife never mentioned something so important? She didn't mention it, probably because she didn't want to put herself in a difficult position. Well, Yang Lin sighed. Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll rescue them, Yang Lin said earnestly. It seems some plans really need to be moved up. Hearing Yang Lin's assurance, the usually aloof woman in purple leaned against his shoulder with unusual tenderness, her slender arm resting on his chest. I'm leaving myself to you tonight. Having finally spoken her mind, she felt much relieved, regardless of whether Yang Lin could fulfill her wish. Sensing the change in Ziyi, Yang Lin subconsciously reached for her waist. But what I touched was something hard and solid. Ahem, Purple Robe, can we take off our swords before continuing? With a flushed face, Ziyi gently untied the wide black belt around her waist and placed it under the bed. Young master. The woman in purple slowly closed her eyes. She had been interrupted by that adorable female thief after leaving the bathroom, so the feeling in her body not only didn't ease, but actually intensified. The calm she had just experienced was merely a forced suppression. Now, having let go of her burdens and completely released herself, the usually cold and aloof woman was even more captivating than ordinary women. The effects of the aphrodisiac are so strong that even a light touch can create huge ripples. The intense sensation made her tremble uncontrollably, and she let out a muffled groan as her body, feeling as if boneless, leaned completely into Yang Lin's arms. Meanwhile, in the room of the eldest sister, Chu Ting, enjoying the massage, Mayu was initially dazed, feeling completely weak all over. An unprecedented sense of comfort washed over her, and as she leaned back in the chair, she was almost completely immersed in the gentle embrace, fully enjoying the massage from the two men. Xiao Jiu's wicked scheme succeeded, and he revealed a wicked smile. She glanced at the older sister who was still diligently massaging Mayu's calves, and gestured to Chu Ting with her eyes to also tease this proud young lady. After what happened today, let's see if she dares to be so arrogant in front of me again. Chu Ting blushed and quickly shook her head. She has always been timid and wouldn't dare to be as bold as Xiao Jiu, who even dared to tease Miss Ma. Xiao Jiu shrugged indifferently, giving a look that said, "You don't understand? What a pity," while continuing to massage Mayu's shoulders with a mischievous grin. The massage techniques that had been used on her older sister were now being used on Ms. Ma. However, Mayu, who had not yet completely let go of her rationality, finally realized that something was wrong with her body. If I let that girl continue to push me away, how will I ever have the face to see her again? That's enough. Her face flushed red, and she forced herself to raise her weak hands, grabbed Xiao Jiu's wrists, and forcibly pulled Xiao Jiu's hands out of her collar. Stop fooling around. Chapter 277 Moonlight Before My Bed. 3 people suspected? Nonsense. Xiao Jiu withdrew her hand, blinked her innocent big eyes, and said seriously, "Sister, you must have misunderstood. I was giving you a massage to improve your blood circulation. How did that become nonsense? Does sister think there's something wrong with it?" Xiao Jiu blinked again, looking rather pitiful. He looked like an innocent, naive child. Mayu originally thought so too. What bad intentions could a young girl in the prime of her life possibly have? But after what just happened, she was absolutely certain that this girl was a little devil. I'm not talking to you anymore." With her face flushed, Mayu got up and started to walk out. However, as soon as I stood up, my body swayed uncontrollably. I felt extremely weak. "Sister, watch out." As Xiao Jiu spoke, she quickly and kindly stepped forward to help Mayu. "Don't want." Mayu shouted immediately. She was already afraid of this little devil and was about to push him away. However, Xiao Jiu had already nimbly grabbed her arm with one hand and supported her lower back with the other. "I don't need you." Mayu trembled and hurriedly tried to push him away. Her body was still as soft as water, so even a small arm wrapped around her waist almost made her collapse into Xiao Jiu's arms. No. Feeling the girl's small hand moving down from her waist, Mayu hurriedly shook her head and struggled to walk away. Xiao Jiu chuckled. "Sister Ma must be too tired. It's getting late. Why don't you stay and rest tonight? You can stay in my room. My bed is big and comfortable. It will surely make you rest well tonight." As they were talking, Xiao Jiu grabbed Mayu. Xiao Jiu grinned mischievously. "Sister is already so tired. Let me help her to bed to rest." "Sister, it's getting late. You should rest too." Xiao Jiu winked at Chu Ting. Seeing that Xiao Jiu had already helped Mayu onto the bed, Chu Ting blushed and was at a loss. Soon, the oil lamp in the room went out. The night was enchanting. 1 hour later, inside the room where the woman in purple was dressed, this cool and aloof female bodyguard, after her first experience with love, was more shy than ordinary women. She leaned her head on Yang Lin's shoulder, a happy smile on her lips, savoring the passionate moments they had just shared. Although she was reluctant to part with this happy moment, she still bit her lip and said earnestly to Yang Lin, "Young master, please go to the madam's room." She knew that because it was the first time she had cried out in pain several times during the process, the young master felt sorry for her and stopped and rested with her several times, and she was not able to satisfy him. This isn't good. Although this sexual intercourse with Z was indeed like a coming-of-age ceremony, and I had to explain various related knowledge to Z in the middle, it was almost like taking a physiology class. But abandoning someone halfway through and going to find other women is just too despicable. Even though having multiple wives and concubines was common in feudal society, he couldn't accept running to 2 women's rooms in one night. "Young master, don't forget, the first madam also drank the 9th madam's wine." Oops. Yang Lin suddenly slapped his forehead. Yes. He then realized what was happening. He had completely forgotten about his eldest sister. Not only did he personally experience the effects of that couple's aphrodisiac, but he could also see it from Z's reaction. It transformed a cold, aloof beauty into a charming and alluring woman. I imagine my older sister must be having a very hard time too. If she didn't go, how would she get through the night? Yang Lin looked at Zi with a troubled expression. He wanted to help his older sister, but he also didn't want to neglect the girl beside him. Ultimately, it's all Xiao Jiu's fault. "Young master, You don't need to say anything more. I know you are good to me, but important matters are at hand. Go. Soon, he was pushed out of the room by the woman in purple. Yang Lin sighed deeply. Women in feudal times had it really tough. They were poisoned by the idea of male superiority and female inferiority for thousands of years. Not every woman could be as self-reliant as Li Yuyao, and changing that was not something that could be accomplished overnight. A moment later, when Yang Lin arrived at his elder sister's door and was about to knock, he was taken aback. He heard some strange noises coming from the room. What's going on? The hand that was knocking stopped. Yang Lin leaned against the door and listened intently. A series of sounds that sounded like pain could be heard coming from inside the room. But he recognized that voice all too well. For the past hour, he had been hearing this sound all over his ears. But how could it be in my older sister's room? Yang Lin's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could the house have been burgled? Is there a man in the eldest sister's room? With that thought in mind, I didn't hesitate any longer and pushed open the door. The room was completely dark, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the sheer curtains and falling onto the bed. Yang Lin was instantly enraged. Because of the dim light, he was shocked to see that there was indeed more than one person on the bed. However, looking at that figure, she felt a sense of familiarity. Who is it? Yang Lin shouted. As he spoke, he picked up a large match from the table, preparing to light the oil lamp. With his shout, the sounds in the room stopped abruptly, followed by a flurry of tugging at the blankets. He then struck a match and lit the oil lamp. The moment the light appeared, Yang Lin quickly looked towards the bed. His face turned ashen. He wanted to see which man had come from and had run into his woman's room. The result was that Yang Lin was stunned. There were more than 2 people in the bed. There are 3. But after seeing what the 3 people looked like, Yang Lin's expression became even stranger. What are you doing here? Miss Ma. Yang Lin stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Ma Yu, the eldest daughter of the Ma family, lying between her eldest sister and Xiao Jiao, her hands tightly gripping the blanket, only her small head peeking out. What's going on here? How come she's in her own home? And he's even lying on his older sister's bed like this? Chapter 278. Brother, do you really hate me that much? Yang Lin blinked. He wanted to hear an explanation from Ma Yu. But Ma Yu was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and she was not about to explain anything to him. Chu Ting also seemed at a loss, her face turning red and white in turns, like a child who had done something wrong and was at a loss. Only Xiao Jiu remained calm and composed. Bro, I can explain it to you. Upon seeing that it was Yang Lin who had come, she was no longer shy. She chuckled and threw off the covers, then jumped out of bed in a carefree manner. You. Yang Lin quickly turned his head away. Nonsense. Put your clothes on right now. Yang Lin turned his head away, keeping his gaze away from Xiao Jiu. His upbringing in his previous life led him to treat Xiao Jiu only as a younger sister. But this girl is getting bolder and bolder. When he tried to avoid her, she deliberately moved closer to him. As Xiao Jiu, barefoot, approached him, Yang Lin quickly turned away to avoid eye contact. Elder brother. Xiao Jiu's choked voice came from behind. The girl then pounced on him from behind, wrapping her slender arms around his waist and holding him tightly. Brother, do you really hate me that much? You won't even look at me. The weak voice was already tinged with sobs, and the little head was pressed tightly against her back. From the moment she first entered this home, ate a full meal here, and heard the man with a smile on his face promise them that he would give them a good life in the future, she knew that he was the one for her for the rest of her life. Even if those words were just the man's boasting, even if the other party was just a poor scholar from a small mountain village, she had no regrets. Because on that day, outside Kaoshan village, in their desperate situation, they cried out, I want it all. Tears streamed down her face, and Xiao Jiu burst into tears. She didn't want to lose him, the man who always liked to rub his head. Hey, you silly girl, what are you thinking about? Feeling the dampness on his back, Yang Lin felt terrible. He knew Xiao Jiu's thoughts and understood her feelings. Originally, Yang Lin only planned to wait until Xiao Jiu grew up before making any decisions. But now that things have come to this, we must explain things clearly. Girl, I'll say it again, it's not that I don't like you. It's just that you're too young. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Xiao Jiu cried even louder, her heart filled with grievance. For her, such a perfunctory explanation was worse than no explanation at all. Small? Aside from not being as tall as her older sisters, how am I small? In ordinary families, most girls get married around the age of 16 or 18, and many get married as early as 13 or 14. But why won't my brother accept himself? Don't cry. Yang Lin scolded. Xiao Jiu held back her sobs. Let me explain physiological knowledge to you. Without waiting for a reply, Yang Lin began to talk about the structure of the human body, the differences between men and women, the developmental age of different sexes, and the role of the endocrine system, leaving the three women in the room stunned. Even Ma Yu and Chu Ting, who were tightly covered with blankets on the bed, were no longer as embarrassed as before. They felt that Yang Lin was very knowledgeable. They had never heard of what he was saying before, and it was clear that he had not made it up. They couldn't understand why Yang Lin, a man, understood women better than they did. A woman's development is generally divided into 7 stages: fetal period, neonatal period, childhood, puberty, maturity, menopausal transition, and postmenopause. Generally, one only enters maturity and becomes a woman at the age of 18. You are still just a teenage girl. Do you understand now? Just because your body has grown doesn't mean you've truly grown up. Yang Lin didn't turn around, but reached out and ruffled Xiao Jiu's hair. When this girl first came here, she was just a short-haired tomboy. Now, in just a few months, she has a full head of jet black hair. Brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. So you were doing this for my own good, brother. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. After hearing this scientific explanation, Xiao Jiu finally smiled happily, but then buried her little head and rubbed against Yang Lin's back a few times. After calming down, Xiao Jiu became the lively and adorable Xiao Jiu again. As she dressed, she chattered away, happily recounting how Mayu ended up there. However, in her account, she omitted her mischievous pranks on Miss Ma, only saying that she had taken the wrong wine and that Miss Ma was tired, so she rested. Brother, Sister Ma, and Big Sister aren't bad women. We're just... Before she could finish speaking, Yang Lin waved his hand. I know they aren't bad women. It's just you who's a bad girl. Yang Lin tapped Xiao Jiu's nose. You can't mess around like that again. Ultimately, all this mess tonight is Xiao Jiu's fault. This girl is too bold and too mischievous. Yang Lin was skeptical of what she had just recounted. She knew that the girl had downplayed the important points and was definitely not telling the whole truth. However, looking at his older sister and Mayu, who were still covered up tightly on the bed, Yang Lin gave a wry smile. None of that matters anymore. To avoid embarrassing them, Yang Lin coughed lightly. Ahem, it's getting late. You should rest first. I won't disturb you any longer. But how did this eldest daughter of the Ma family get involved? It's a headache. Yang Lin turned to leave. Elder brother. Xiao Jiu quickly grabbed Yang Lin. Brother, I understand now. You didn't abandon me. You did it for my own good. But tonight, I'll leave, and you can stay. As she spoke, Xiao Jiu pushed Yang Lin inside. Tonight, she has opened the door to a new world, and her little head is filled with some special plans. She is already quite satisfied. Don't let the eldest sister's age fool you. She's gentle and virtuous. And don't let Miss Ma's strong personality fool you. She's a woman of her word. But tonight, by such a coincidence, she, Xiao Jiu, is the queen in bed. Chapter 279, When Ruthless, Even Friends. Xiao Jiu pushed him to the bedside, where the 2 women on the bed were also looking at him. Chu Ting's eyes held a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Ma Yu's face was full of panic and tension. Yang Lin's lips twitched slightly. Nonsense. Miss Ma is still here. He did want to stay. The eldest sister naturally had no problem with it. She was his woman. Miss Koma is not only a business partner, but also a rare female friend with an interesting soul. Even though she was lying in her own bed at that moment. Even though the curvaceous figure outlined under that thin blanket was quite alluring. Even though her fragrant shoulders were faintly visible, her smooth calves exposed outside the blanket, her bright, peach blossom eyes, and her shy, rosy face like a ripe apple, they were enough to make one's blood boil. But you can't be so ruthless as to sleep with your friends, can you? You should go back quickly. I need to go back too. Let Miss Ma get some rest. Yang Lin was about to leave. But Xiao Jiu stopped him again. That's easy. Let Sister Ma come to my room to rest and sleep with me. That way you can stay. Xiao Jiu pushed Yang Lin to the bedside again and took Ma Yu's hand, sweetly saying, Sister Ma, let's go. Yang Lin's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. He nodded and turned away, avoiding looking at Ma Yu. But Ma Yu panicked. Thinking of that little rascal Xiao Jiu, who had done all those things to her before, she now wanted to go to her room? Ma Yu shook her head like a rattle drum, her face turning so red it was almost dripping with water. It's obvious what would happen if I went to that girl's room. She shook her head desperately, but Yang Lin, a gentleman, had already turned his back and refused to look at her. In a moment, Xiao Jiu dragged her out of bed, casually draped a coat over her, and pulled her outside. Xiao Jiu said sweetly, Good sister, let's go. My room is so pretty, and the bed is big and comfortable. As the door closed, Xiao Jiu's laughter and chatter, accompanied by strange slapping sounds, disappeared into the corridor. Yang Lin let out a long breath. The guests finally left. He looked at his eldest sister on the bed. Let's take a rest too. Chu Ting blushed and nodded slightly. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. The oil lamp went out, and darkness enveloped the room. Soon, the sound of the large bed shaking could be heard from inside the room. The night was deep and still. Two orioles sang in the willows outside the window, while the person inside felt as if they were ascending to heaven, experiencing a blissful ecstasy. Under the cover of night, the sky is filled with stars. The new house was surrounded by tranquility. Qingyi, holding a sword, sat on the roof and looked at the stars. By the stream outside the village, a little swallow was scooping up handfuls of icy water and frantically washing its face. She's feeling terrible right now. Despite the cold water being poured over her, she still felt a burning sensation all over her body, her skin turning red. A strange and indescribable feeling spread and washed over her, making her blush. Having traveled the world, she knew that this was because of the wine she had drunk. She just couldn't believe that such a seemingly well-behaved girl would give her such a drug. Who is Xiao Yanzi? She actually got tricked by a mere maid. This revenge must be taken. But at this moment, she felt unbearably hot all over, and even cold water couldn't extinguish the burning passion surging within her. For some reason, the image of Yang Lin's handsome face flashed through her mind, and she imagined that man holding her tightly. Chapter 280 Heroine. I have evidence of Yang Lin's evil deeds. The sky finally brightened. Facing the golden sunrise, Little Swallow gritted her teeth and walked along the wide road leading out of the village. The humiliation is over. The heroine is still the heroine. She was going to Pingyuan County to find Boss Yuan and ask him if there had been a mistake. Yang Lin didn't seem like a bad person. Several days later, Pingyuan County. In a luxurious study in the Yuan family mansion, Yuan Dahai, the head of the family, was drinking tea when manager Zhou of the paper mill suddenly rushed in, knocking on the door in a great hurry. Master, our paper mill hasn't sold a single sheet of paper in 2 days. Now everyone in the county is going to Yang's trading company to buy paper. Furthermore, 3 merchants have stated that they will no longer buy paper from our store. They would rather pay the market price of 1 coin per sheet to buy from Yang's merchants. My lord, if we don't think of a solution soon, our paper mill will have to close down. Manager Zhou was extremely anxious. How could this be? It's the same price of 1 coin per piece, and our Yuan family has been selling them for decades. How could we be squeezed out of business by a small Yang family business? Old Zhou, I asked you to study the paper of Yang's trading company. It's been so many days. How is your research going? Yuan Dahai glared fiercely at manager Zhou. On the very day that Yang's trading company opened its shop in Pingyuan County, manager Zhou bought paper from Yang's trading company and delivered it to him. When he first saw this new paper, which was so light, thin, white, and strong, he was immediately amazed and realized its value. He then instructed manager Zhou to purchase some paper and ordered the craftsman in the paper mill to immediately imitate it. If I could make such good paper myself, would I only sell it for 1 penny? That's a fool. He would sell them for 5 coins each, exclusively to the powerful and wealthy. However, master, manager Zhou immediately lowered his head. Seeing manager Zhou's expression, it was obvious that he hadn't been able to replicate it, and Yuan Dahai immediately snorted coldly. Trash. Go back and tell the craftsman that whoever can make that kind of paper will be rewarded with 1 tael of silver. Shopkeeper Zhou said with difficulty. Sir, this is not the craftsman's fault. I have discussed it with the craftsman, and they said that this new paper, from raw materials to formula and paper-making technology, is a completely new process, and we cannot imitate it. Yuan Dahai gritted his teeth. Although the Yuan family owned several workshops, the paper mill supplied paper to more than 30 counties in 6 prefectures across the southeast, northwest, and southwest, and was one of the Yuan family's main sources of income. Now, seeing that the paper he produces can't be sold, and that he can't even imitate others' work, he's in a very bad mood. Manager Zhou said, the only way forward is to find Yang's trading company to cooperate with, and see if they can sell us the method for making new paper. Snort. Yuan Dahai sneered. Sell? Do you really think people are fools? Who would sell a hen that lays golden eggs? If Yuan Dahai had such paper-making technology, he would definitely not sell it. Can we? Manager Zhou squinted and made a throat-slitting gesture. Yuan Dahai sneered again. You know who's behind Yang's trading company? It's Yang Lin. There are plenty of people who want to kill Yang Lin. If he were so easy to kill, he would have been dead long ago. The foolish female thief I tricked a few days ago is probably already dead at Yang Lin's hands. Dealing with Yang Lin is not that easy. Manager Zhou sighed deeply. Sir, you say this won't work, that won't work. Are we really just going to stand by and watch our paper mill be squeezed out of business? Yuan Dehai said coldly. The new paper of Yang's trading company is a headache not only for our Yuan family. If that's the case, why should our Yuan family bear the burden alone? Old Zhou, go and write a few letters to summon the people from the other 3 paper mills to Ping Yuan. Tell them in the letters that if they don't come this time, and if our Yuan family's paper mill goes bankrupt, they won't have a good life in the future. Your Excellency is wise. The Yuan family, along with the Wang family of Chuzhou, the Li family of Jizhou, and the Bai family of Yanzhou, were the 4 major paper-making families in the entire Qian Dynasty, practically monopolizing the entire paper-making industry. If the 4 of them join forces, no one can stand against them. That night, a female thief broke into the Yuan residence. The female thief, with her exceptional agility, managed to break into Yuan Dehai's study despite being surrounded and pursued by a group of guards. When Xiao Yinzi held a dagger to Yuan Dehai's neck, Yuan Dehai, who was drinking tea, remained completely calm. Mr. Yuan, you told me that Yang Lin is a big villain, but I asked Yang Lin and he said he has never bullied the people. Little Swallow angrily questioned him. Yuan Dehai put down his teacup and sneered. Heroine, what bad person would admit to doing bad things? Well, Little Swallow was taken aback and scratched her head. No, that's not right. I've asked around, and the people who passed by all said Yang Lin is a really good person. How do you explain that? Yuan Dehai sneered. Heroine, I have evidence of Yang Lin's evil deeds here. Put down your knife first, and I will take you to see it. Real? Right here in this room. Yuan Dehai pointed to the room inside. Little Swallow immediately sheathed her dagger. All right, go and get it for me. Good. When Yuan Dehai turned around, a cruel sneer appeared on his face. Chapter 281 Price Wars are our forte. When Xiao Yinzi opened the door to that room and saw that it was completely dark inside, she was about to turn around and ask Yuan Dehai what was going on when she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her head. She turned her head with difficulty and saw that Yuan Dehai was holding a wooden stick in his hand. You. Xiao Yinzi's vision went black, and she struggled to raise her hand and point at Yuan Dehai. So stupid, yet trying to be a thief. Humph. Yuan Dehai sneered and raised his stick to strike again. With her last bit of strength, Xiao Yinzi kicked Yuan Dehai away, enduring the pain, and used her light-footed skills to escape in a sorry state. A few days later, when the Wang, Li, and Bai families gathered in Pingyuan County, the heads of these 4 major paper-making families all looked very unhappy. The Ma family's distribution channels have already sold the new paper from Kaoshan village to most parts of Daqian. The other 3 major paper-making families have also felt unprecedented pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all the way to Pingyuan County. Bai Laoqi of the Bai family was an impatient man. At the dinner table, while everyone was still exchanging pleasantries, Bai Laoqi could no longer contain his temper. Stop your damn whining. We've been fighting for decades. What's with all this hypocritical politeness? If it weren't for this situation, I wouldn't bother wasting my time here. Hurry up and come up with a solution. After Bai Laoqi finished speaking, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Li Chong, from the Li family of Jizhou, stroked his beard and said, there are only 2 options now. The first option is to partner with Yang Lin and buy the new paper-making technology. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Laoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What a joke. How could Yang Lin sell it? The others nodded as well. Li Chongfeng stroked his beard. He definitely won't sell if the price is too low, but what if our price is enough to tempt him? If the 4 of us pool our money, we should be able to come up with a price that Yang Lin can't refuse. The group of people were taken aback. He immediately became thoughtful. Even the impatient Bai Laoqi was seriously considering the feasibility of this method. Snort. Only Yuan Dehai shook his head. Mr. Li, you're wrong. You have no idea how greedy Yang Lin is. I sent someone to him a while ago to inquire about his quote. Do you think he would ask for a certain amount of money if he bought the technology to make that new paper? Everyone looked at Yuan Dehai with curiosity. Yuan Dehai sneered and extended his hand to slap someone. 5,000 taels. Old Bai guessed. Li Chongfeng frowned and asked, does he want 50,000 taels? Humph. Yuan Dehai sneered. They want 500,000 taels. Hiss dash. A collective gasp filled the room. Bang. Old Bai slammed his hand on the table. Damn. 500,000 taels. Why don't you just rob someone? Wang Ji of the Wang family, who had remained silent until now, narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Actually, considering the value of this paper-making technique, 500,000 taels is not unreasonable, but it is not a price we can accept. They all nodded silently. These 4 families have been making paper for generations, so they naturally know how profitable paper-making can be. Although 500,000 taels is an astronomical figure, the profits that this new paper can create over a long period of time will far exceed 500,000 taels. However, this is still an unacceptable price for them. Bai Laoqi asked anxiously, "What's the second method?" Everyone then looked at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng stroked his beard. "That is war." The group was taken aback again. Li Changfeng stroked his beard and said, "Let's wage a price war against him. Why not have a business war with him in the paper-making business?" Yuan Dehai frowned. "You mean, we should lower the price?" Wang Ji pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's right. The paper produced in Kaoshan village is of such high quality, it must be expensive to make. Maybe the cost of making the paper is more than 1 cent. They're only selling it for 1 cent now, just to squeeze us out of the paper-making business. Once he eliminates all of us, he'll raise the price of his paper. Therefore, if we also lower the price, poor people will naturally choose to buy cheaper paper. If he wanted to lower the price, could he afford it given his costs? If he did lower the price, the more he sold, the more he would lose. At that time, the competition will be about who has the most financial resources. Our rich heritage is precisely our advantage as a prestigious family. Can he compare to us?" After Wang Ji finished his analysis, the others' eyes lit up. Yes, when it comes to financial resources, how could Yang Lin possibly compare to them? Chapter 282 Yang Lin, your courage is still lacking. The reason why a wealthy family is a wealthy family is because of its rich heritage and profound history. In their eyes, Yang Lin, though seemingly arrogant, was at best just a nouveau riche. Good, good, good. Bai Laoqi nodded repeatedly. Lower it if you want. I'd rather not make any money than let Yang Lin get crushed. Soon, the 4 companies reached a consensus to lower their prices and engage in a price war with Yang Lin. Li Changfeng stroked his beard and said, "Since we are going to fight, we can't be stingy. Reducing our prices by 20% or 30% may not be enough to completely squeeze out Yang Lin's paper." "Then tell me, how much should it be reduced?" Old Bai asked, his eyes wide. Li Changfeng held out a hand. 50%. Prices must be reduced by at least 50%. Only in this way can we ensure a safe price reduction. Everyone gasped in shock. Damn it. I, Bai Laoqi, have no objection. Bai Laoqi slammed the table and said. Wang Ji frowned. Okay, I have no objection either. Yuan Dehai concluded by saying, since everyone is lowering their prices, my Yuan family will naturally follow suit. However, everyone should think carefully. If we lower our prices by 50%, we'll truly be losing money while gaining publicity. The next day, the price of paper dropped drastically, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire Plain County. A sheet of paper that used to cost 1 coin can now be bought for 2 coins. Many students from underprivileged families spread the news among themselves after hearing it. Have you heard? Yuan's paper is cheap now. You can buy 2 sheets for 1 penny. Is it true or not? Of course it's true. My cousin went to buy it this morning. What are you waiting for? Go now. Stock up while it's cheap. Let's go. At the entrance of Yang's trading company, a scholar-looking man came over and called for people. Hey, what are you still buying paper for? Go to Yuan's. Yuan's paper costs 1 coin for 2 sheets. Upon hearing this news, people were overjoyed. Even though Yuan's paper wasn't as good as Yang's, it was cheaper. For the average person, being cheap and functional is enough. Soon the entrance to Yang's trading company was deserted. A long queue had already formed in front of the Yuan family paper mill. Besides underprivileged students who came to buy paper, various small vendors also took this opportunity to stock up on more paper. Yuan Dehai, seeing his business booming, felt no joy at all. He doesn't make money from this business. Moreover, this is just the beginning. To completely destroy Yang Lin's new paper business, this kind of low-price dumping will need to continue for a long time. The news spread like wildfire to Kaoshan village. When Ma Yu rushed over to see Yang Lin was drawing blueprints in his study. Oh dear, what time is it? You still have the mind to paint? Paper prices have dropped by 50% not only in Pingyuan County, but also in other places. We can't sell our paper. Upon seeing Yang Lin, she was reminded of the awkwardness that night in Chu Ting's room. With Ma Yu blocking his view, her ample bosom almost obscuring his vision, Yang Lin finally put down his calligraphy brush. Ms. Ma, there's no need to worry. This matter is very easy to resolve. Simple. Ma Yu stared wide-eyed. The fact that the other party lowered their prices to that extent clearly shows they want to eliminate them from the market. If we lower our prices, we'll all lose money. In the end, it'll be a contest of who has the deeper foundation. Yang Lin's background is clearly inferior to those of paper-making families. Why don't we just lower our prices too? Yang Lin shrugged. Ma Yu sneered. She thought Yang Lin had some brilliant idea, but in the end it was just about lowering the price. But can you afford to lower yourself? Young Lin, how much are you planning to lower the price? Let me tell you, the 4 major paper manufacturers have joined forces to lower prices, and they've lowered them by 50%. If we lower our prices by only a small amount, it won't make a difference. Ma Yu had also secretly made his own calculations. Our paper quality is good. If we reduce the price by 30%, we can basically compete on par with the other 4 companies. If prices were also reduced by 50%, they would surely be able to regain the entire paper manufacturing market. But how could Yang Lin possibly withstand 50% of that? Although she didn't know the cost of the new paper, she figured that such good paper must have been expensive. She looked at Yang Lin expectantly, wanting to see just how much courage he possessed. Then, Ma Yu saw Yang Lin raise one finger. Only a 10% reduction? Ma Yu frowned immediately, feeling regretful. Yang Lin, oh Yang Lin, you still lack courage. Chapter 283. Since you're courting death, then I won't be polite. Young Master Yang, to tell you the truth, lowering your price by only 10% won't make a difference. Ma Yubing said coldly. Yang Lin smiled. Did I say it would only be reduced by 10%? I meant, reduced to 10% of the current price. Yang Lin shook that finger again. Reduced to 10%? Ma Yu frowned slightly, momentarily stunned. But then, 10 bills for 1 coin. Ma Yu's eyes widened suddenly. Are you kidding me? She hates it when people joke around with her when she's talking about serious matters. Joke? I'm not kidding. Yang Lin said earnestly. Ma Yu looked at Yang Lin's serious expression in disbelief, as if she were looking at a madman. Are you really planning to lower the price that much? Ma Yu frowned. 10 sheets of paper for 1 penny. She still couldn't believe it. If the price really drops to this level, then those 4 major paper-making families will be completely wiped out. But how much will Yang Lin lose? The Ma family was unwilling to share such a massive loss with Yang Lin. No, the Ma family won't go along with your nonsense. He's here to make money, not to lose money. I didn't say I wanted you to pay me back, so don't worry. From today onwards, the purchase price I give you will only be 1/10 of the original price. Ma Yu stared wide-eyed as if she hadn't heard clearly. 1/10 of the original price. That's 8 coins for 100 sheets of paper. No, that's impossible. What exactly is Yang Lin trying to do? How much will he lose by doing this? To engage in such a crazy price war with those 4 major paper manufacturing companies is simply suicidal. Yang Lin, for the sake of our friendship, I'm giving you one last piece of advice. You must calm down. Those 4 major paper-making families have deep-rooted resources. If you engage in a price war with them, and such a fierce one at that, you won't be able to hold out. They will be the ones laughing last. Yang Lin said calmly. Consider it a small benefit for the people of the world. Seeing that Yang Lin showed no intention of changing his mind, Ma Yu was very angry and shook her head in disappointment. You'll regret this one day. If you ever lose everything, I'll take care of you and give you food, just because we've known each other. She wanted to say, I'll take care of you. But when the words reached my lips, my heart inexplicably raced, and I couldn't bring myself to say them. For some reason, she no longer dared to make such jokes with Yang Lin. She was afraid she would start to take it more and more seriously. Ma Yu turned and left with an air of pride. Watching Ma Yu's departing figure, Yang Lin smiled. Woman, you think I'm on the first level? Actually, I'm in the atmosphere. The price of 10 sheets for 1 coin was the original planned price. The thought that the new paper was of good quality and that even selling it for 1 penny a sheet would open up the market made it unnecessary to actively lower prices and dump it. Yang Lin didn't want to go too far and break ties with those traditional paper mills, so he gave them some time to transform and upgrade. But to my surprise, I wanted to give them time so that we could all develop together slowly. But they couldn't tolerate him. Since they're going to wage a price war against him, he naturally won't hold back anymore. Initially, the profit from paper making reached an astonishing 25 times. With the increasing sophistication of modern paper mill production lines and the subsequent upgrades to water-powered mills, the resulting efficiency improvements have led to a 30-fold increase in net profit. Moreover, the profits generated by the paper mill or the tofu mill were actually insignificant to him. Printing money is much more appealing than making paper. Besides promoting paper money, he has an even bigger and more important business that he hasn't yet started to develop. That's real estate. The next day, news of the price reduction of paper from the Kaoshan Village paper mill had spread throughout the entire Jianghe County. The price drop is just too outrageous. Even the people in Kaoshan Village were shocked and incredulous when they heard the news. Many people who confirmed the news and actually bought 10 sheets of paper for 1 coin were shocked and thought they had misheard. This is paper. In the past, poor students would never have been able to afford to use it. Can you buy 10 tickets for 1 coin now? Compared to the public's excitement, the small vendors were even more frenzied. Since the Yang family trading company opened, the queue has remained long, and in less than half a day, all the inventory has been sold out. Countless people flocked to Kaohsian village, hoping to purchase paper products from the village's paper mills. When the news reached Pingyuan County, the members of the 4 major paper-making families, including Yuan de Hazen, were all stunned. 2 sheets of paper for 1 penny. It's no longer profitable. Yang Lin was selling 10 sheets of paper for 1 penny, and the quality was even better. Has Yang Lin gone mad? Chapter 284. Yang Lin lost again. He's gone mad. He's completely lost his mind. Damn it. The hot-tempered Bai Laoqi swore. Yuan Dehai's eyes were ferocious, filled with murderous intent. Wang Ji frowned and remained silent. Li Changfeng kept stroking his beard, but didn't utter a single word for a long time. They had originally anticipated that Yang Lin would most likely concede defeat in the face of their price war. After all, how much money do they have? Where do they get the confidence to wage a price war with them? But now, Yang Lin not only hasn't given up on papermaking, but he's actually engaged in a price war with them. And he's even lowered the price to a level they never dared to imagine. The opponent not only accepted the attack, but also retaliated with a punch. Now it's their turn to face the challenge. After a long silence, Bai Laoqi's eyes widened. Damn it. Let him lower the price. What are we afraid of? If he lowers the price, we'll lower it too. No way. Yuan Dehai glared at him. Why not? Old Bai glared back. Yuan Dehai sneered. They charge 10 sheets of paper for 1 coin. Even if we lower our price to 10 sheets for 1 coin, do you think people will buy from us? Bai Laoqi also realized what was going on. The reason they initiated the price war was that the paper from their 4 major paper-making families was inferior to the new paper from Yang's trading company. If their prices have a significant advantage, people might choose their older paper because it's cheaper. However, if the prices are the same, customers will naturally have no reason to choose the newer, higher quality paper. Then we'll lower the price again. 11 for 1 coin. 12 for 12. Bai Laoqi's eyes widened in surprise. But no one paid any attention to his words. They were already losing money in business by selling 2 bills for 1 coin. What if it really drops to 12 coins for 1 copper coin? How much compensation will be owed? That wouldn't be a price war, it would be suicide. Suddenly, Li Changfeng's eyes lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, if we change our perspective, this matter will not only not be a problem for us, but will actually be an opportunity. Oh. The group quickly looked towards Li Changfeng, eager to see what insightful opinions this wise man among them would have. Gentlemen, think about it. 10 sheets for 1 coin. How much does that cost? And how much do you lose for every coin sold? Even we can't afford such a huge loss. How can Yang Lin afford it? All 3 seemed to be deep in thought and agreed with Li Changfeng's words. Wang Ji frowned and said, but the problem is that right now, all our business has been taken away by them. What should we do now? Once the people get used to that new paper, even if Yang's trading company raises its prices again, as long as the price is the same as ours, the people will only choose their paper. Li Changfeng smiled calmly, stroked his beard, and said, so, we can't just wait here idly. We have to add fuel to the fire. Li Changfeng squinted and said, you also admit that the way Yang's trading company sells things can't last long, and the price will definitely be restored in the future, right? The 3 nodded. That's natural. Price wars are only temporary. Unless Yang Lin is really crazy, how could he possibly maintain such prices indefinitely? So, we can help him out now. Li Changfeng stroked his beard and said with a light laugh, let's go to Yang's trading company and buy all their goods. What? They were all taken aback. Bai Laoqi was about to say, how can you buy the right goods? But in a flash, even he, a hot-tempered man, immediately understood. Oh, I see, brilliant. Ha ha ha. Li Changfeng, you really are the kind of person I am, so ruthless. Bai Laoqi had already understood Li Changfeng's meaning. It's simply a matter of taking advantage of the other party's abnormally low prices to stock up on goods for myself. You're offering 10 sheets for 1 coin, right? That price is much lower than their paper-making cost. Therefore, no matter how much goods the Yang family trading company had, they could buy them all and hoard them. The other party can't keep offering low prices forever. As long as they wait for the other party to raise their prices, they can then take out this batch of paper and sell it at a higher price, making a fortune. In this way, he not only wouldn't have to make paper, but he could also earn a considerable profit, while also increasing Yang Lin's burden. It won't be long before we completely wear him down. Yuan Dehai relaxed his brow. That's right, that Yang Lin is basically working for us for free. He loses money making paper, while we make money, huh? Immediately, the group sent people to Yang's trading company to buy paper. Yuan Dehai even sent Manager Zhou to personally go to Kaohsian village again, so that Manager Zhou could directly obtain the goods from Kaohsian village at a price of 10 pieces for 1 coin. All that's left is to wait. When Yang Lin can't hold on any longer. On that day, the queue outside the gate of the Yang family's business in the county town grew longer and longer, mixed with many servants wearing coarse cloth robes, who asked for thousands upon thousands of sheets of paper. However, they were soon dumbfounded. When it was their turn in line, the shopkeeper inside told them that the paper was 10 sheets for 1 coin, and there was a purchase limit, limited to 10 tickets per person. Sir, everyone knows that selling 10 sheets of paper for 1 coin is definitely a losing proposition. Our business is to make things affordable for the people and to ensure that students from poor families can afford to study. But if people with money can do whatever they want, what if some sir buys all the paper in our shop? What will those poor students who really need paper buy then? Therefore, our boss decided that if you want to buy more at once, the price is 8 pieces for 100 pieces, 6 pieces for 500 pieces, and 4 pieces for 1,000 pieces. If there are more than 1,000, the price is 2 for 1 coin. The servants who had been ordered to buy cheap paper were at a loss and could only hurry back to report the news to their master. The 4 members of the 4 major paper-making families, who were still waiting for their servants to go shopping at the restaurant, did not receive good news, but instead received this news, which immediately made them all wide-eyed. We were careless. We didn't expect Yang Lin to be so prepared. Li Changfeng stroked his beard, his brows furrowed. But he squinted and said, however, even if it's 2 sheets for 1 coin, it's still below the cost of making paper. Even if we buy it at this price, we still won't lose money. The group nodded in agreement. Although it was much more expensive than the expected price of 10 coins per coin, they had no other choice but to continue stockpiling at this price, which was still acceptable to them. That day, all the paper in Yang's trading company was bought up by some mysterious big buyers at a price of 2 sheets for 1 coin. When this news reached Kaoshan village and Ma Yu's ears, Miss Ma became extremely anxious again. She knew who those mysterious big buyers were and what their intentions were. If the other party buys it, I'll be fine. It won't stop me from making money. But wouldn't Yang Lin be working for them for nothing? Chapter 285. The Emperor has issued an edict. Proceed to the capital immediately. Ma Yu couldn't wait to find Yang Lin. When they found Yang Lin, they discovered that he was inside the newly built printing workshop. There weren't many workers in the printing workshop. Some were responsible for laying out the paper, some for pushing the printing rollers, some for arranging the printed paper together, and there was another place specifically for binding. Each part of the work is completely different. The workers are busy with their own tasks, and after completing their tasks, they hand them over to the next person. After more than a dozen processes, the original blank paper is transformed into well-bound books. Watching the blue-covered books being produced at an astonishing speed, stacked higher and higher, Ma Yu momentarily forgot about selling paper. She picked up a bound book and opened it to read. As Ma Yu picked up the book and opened it, she gasped again. This book, it's so exquisite. Touching it, the cover is thick and the inner pages are clean and smooth. The writing on it is not only free of any alterations, but also exceptionally clear. Every character is so beautiful and neat. It is completely different from the handwritten copies of the past. This is a book of scriptures, which used to cost more than 50 coins. And the price of this book. Before Ma Yu could go to Yang Lin to ask, she saw a few clear small words on the last page of the book's cover. Price, 10 coins. Ma Yu's eyes widened immediately. 10 coins. She did remember that Yang Lin had indeed told her that once he published a book, he would sell it for 10 coins a copy. But Ma Yu didn't take Yang Lin's words too seriously. After all, it's unbelievable that a book that originally cost 50 coins is now only selling for 10. But now, are you really planning to sell it for only 10 coins? Holding the book, Ma Yu found Yang Lin in disbelief. If a book sells for 10 coins, it's no different from selling 10 sheets of paper for 1 coin. It's still a price that can change the entire industry. The problem is that the price of paper is being lowered because the 4 major paper manufacturers are going to wage a price war against them. But what about books? They're already in short supply, and nobody's engaging in a price war with them. So why are they lowering their prices so drastically? Are they just throwing money away? Yang Lin then noticed Ma Yu, put away the notebook he was taking notes in, and nodded. Of course, as I said, it's only 10 coins. Yang Lin never lie. But why exactly? Ma Yu didn't understand. Even though I already knew this was the outcome, hearing Yang Lin say it himself still felt unbelievable. Why? Yang Lin smiled. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? What if it's a lie? What if it's the truth? Ma Yu asked hastily. That's a lie. I don't like money, so it doesn't matter to me whether I earn it or not. And the truth? Ma Yu quickly pressed. Yang Lin blinked. The truth is, I'm doing this for the development of society, for the progress of humanity, for all living beings. To bring benefits to the people, so that everyone can afford to read and learn, so that everyone has the opportunity to become the person they want to be. Mayu was speechless for a moment. How come the truth sounds even more fake than a lie? Forget it, whatever you think, at this price you're losing money. Mayu snorted and quickly said, I came to you about selling paper. Just as I expected, the 4 major paper-making families have already made their move. Now that they can't sell their paper, they're buying our paper at rock-bottom prices to hoard it. They plan to sell our paper back to us once the price returns to normal. What do you suggest we do? Mayu rolled her eyes at Yanglin. He seemed to say, I knew it all along, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. I told you long ago that your method wouldn't work. Now let's see what you do. Yanglin blinked. Who said we were going to raise prices? Mayu said anxiously. I mean, when we stop the price war and restore the original price. Yanglin blinked again. Yes, did I say I would restore the original price? Mayu was taken aback. What do you mean? Literal meaning. Yanglin smiled. Mayu was stunned again. Wait a minute. You don't mean the price won't go back to normal? Mayu stared wide-eyed at Yanglin. Yanglin shrugged. Yes, I told you a long time ago that from now on, our paper will be priced at this level. Hiss dash. Mayu gasped. What she saw in Yanglin's eyes was seriousness. Can you afford to pay for it? All those words, in the end, boiled down to this one roar. She was truly disappointed in Yanglin. If handled properly, the paper manufacturing business has a promising future. But now, if he really insists on going his own way, then the 4 major paper-making families will really be completely finished, and even the batch of paper he stockpiled at low prices will eventually be stuck in his hands. But what about himself? To injure the enemy by 1,000, you will lose 10,000 of your own. Can he withstand such a huge loss? Hey, Yanglin was taken aback. Oh, he then realized that, in other people's eyes, he was losing money by selling paper at a low price. It's okay, I can afford to pay for it. Yanglin looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Just then, Qin Shuang rushed over. Sir, someone is looking for you. The person claims to be Zheng Feng, the prefect of Nanyang. What? Yanglin was taken aback. I had only just left Nanyang, and Zheng Feng had already come to Kaoshan village. He must have something important to do. Yanglin was taken aback. Where is he? He immediately asked Qin Shuang to lead the way and hurriedly left. In the residence specially prepared to entertain guests, Yanglin met the weary prefect of Nanyang, who was indeed Han Feng. Lord Han. Mr. Yang. Upon seeing Yanglin, Han Feng hurriedly stepped forward. After glancing at the group of people behind Yanglin immediately understood their meaning. It seemed that something important had indeed come up. Yanglin immediately dismissed everyone else, leaving only Ziyi behind. After the outsiders left, Han Feng hurriedly said, Mr. Yang, something terrible has happened. His Majesty, the very one in the court, has issued a special edict summoning you to the capital for an audience. The edict praises you highly. It seems he intends to keep you in the capital as an official, and may even entrust you with important responsibilities. What? Yanglin's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. The rebel king in the capital wants to see me and entrust me with an important task? Yanglin was both amused and exasperated. Is this what they mean by gold always shines? However, Yanglin immediately understood why Han Feng was in such a hurry. Going to Beijing is a good thing for others. For him, it could just be a beautiful cage. If you go, you might not come back. If you don't go, that would be disobeying the imperial decree. Both are capital offenses. Chapter 286 Production Expansion. Nationwide Stock Ownership Plan. Going to the capital is definitely out of the question. Yanglin frowned and said, just tell him that I recently caught a cold and am currently bedridden at home, unable to travel. That's it. This. Han Feng was both amused and exasperated. What? You can't even fake being sick? Yanglin looked at Han Feng in surprise. Sigh. Han Feng sighed. In principle, when His Majesty issues a summons, one must not disobey without a valid reason. Even if one is ill, one must still go to pay respects. Yanglin waved his hand dismissively. Screw him. Even if he's the emperor, he has no right to interfere with me. Let's ignore him for now. At this stage, we should try our best not to fall out with that person in the capital. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. If the other party really wants to kill him, he will definitely not have an easy time either. Lord Han, you've come all this way. Let me show you around. Yanglin gestured for him to proceed. Thank you for your help. Han Feng nodded slightly. As the prefect of Nanyang, he had come to rely on a village scholar who hadn't even achieved any official rank. He wanted to see for himself what secrets this small village of Kaoshan held. Surrounded by guards, the two first arrived at Kaoshan New Village. This greatly surprised Han Feng. The houses with blue bricks and red tiles are neat and beautiful. The roads are very wide, and drainage ditches are built with bricks and stones on both sides of the roads. Flowers, trees, and shrubs are planted along the ditches. It is clean and tidy. No one would believe that this is a village. When he arrived at the workshop area, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The houses here are more numerous, larger, and taller. The seemingly endless stretch of workshops is filled with a cacophony of sounds as countless workers and horse-drawn carriages move back and forth between the workshops, transporting goods and raw materials in a busy, yet orderly manner. Those towering furnaces, which he had never seen before, were even more awe-inspiring. Thick plumes of blue, white, and black smoke billowed from the chimneys, casting a hazy gray glow over the entire workshop area, adding to its somber and magnificent atmosphere. Afterwards, Yang Lin took him to the second phase of Kaoshan New Village. When I first arrived at the construction site of the second phase of Kaoshan New Village, all I knew was that houses were being built there. When he learned that the second phase of the project would involve building 30,000 houses, and that the main road in the village was so wide that more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages could drive side by side, and that it was paved with cement as solid as stone, he was shocked. He was completely awestruck by Yang Lin's charisma. Everything here made him feel its grandeur and magnificence. Finally, after witnessing the guard team's training, shooting, climbing, weighted cross-country running, and formations he had never seen before, and seeing those bright, piercing eyes and the genuine awe everyone had for Yang Lin, he completely accepted the person he was following. When Han Feng left Kaoshan Village, he had already made up his mind. He's the one for me. He wasn't loyal to Yang Lin. He simply saw unlimited potential in Yang Lin. That evening, in Kaoshan New Village, in the newly built reception hall, Yang Lin summoned all the workshop managers. Ladies and gentlemen, have all the workshops been doing well lately? Yang Lin looked at the crowd. Everyone looked exhausted. Ultimately, they've developed far too fast. No one spoke, so Yang Lin continued. Since everything is going smoothly, let's continue to expand production and increase scale. As soon as he finished speaking, the workshop managers hurriedly shook their heads frantically. Gao Dazhuang hurriedly waved his hand. Boss, I really can't do it anymore. Zhao Guang nodded. Boss, our paper mill is also in trouble. We already have more than a dozen workshops, and I can't manage them all. If we expand production any further, it will definitely cause trouble. Zhao Shunzi said with a sob in his voice. Master, please think it over. It's already a miracle that the smelting workshop has developed to this extent. Further expansion? He really couldn't hold on any longer. Almost every workshop was complaining, but Yang Lin didn't stop them. He listened quietly as everyone expressed their difficulties. After everyone had finished speaking, he smiled and said, I know about everyone's difficulties, but development cannot stop. Please don't rush to object. I have a way to address your concerns. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Chapter 287 Workshop 2nd District. Production increased tenfold. Yang Lin said with a smile. Do you all remember the national stock ownership plan I mentioned before? Although everyone trusts me, they only work for me to get paid, so the workers don't have much of a sense of responsibility. But if every worker becomes a shareholder in the workshop, they can not only enjoy dividends, but also pass these shares down to future generations, becoming a fortune for them. Think about it. Do workers work just to make money? This will be their career. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Working for someone else, no matter how high the pay, is still working for someone else's benefit. But once you become a shareholder, it becomes your own business. Today, let's begin with you all. Yang Lin's words were firm and resounding. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. From now on, everyone here will receive a 1% dividend every year. Yang Lin gave an example. For instance, the tofu workshop and paper mill have already achieved a net profit of 3,300 taels of silver, and the estimated annual profit is 15,000 taels. 1 in 100 will receive a dividend of 150 taels of silver this year. The moment this number was uttered, everyone present gasped in shock. 150 taels a year? This is a number they never even dared to imagine. With their wages and bonuses, they could earn more than 10 taels of silver a year, which was something they never dared to dream of in the past. Now, with this dividend, his annual income has caught up with that of the village landlords in the past. Zhao Shunzi swallowed hard. Boss, how much silver do we need to spend to buy 1% of the shares? Everyone looked at Yang Lin expectantly. Yang Lin smiled. Based on normal values, a 1% share of the tofu workshop and paper mill would be worth at least 3,000 taels of silver. When this number was announced, everyone was shocked again. At the same time, expressions of disappointment, sadness, and regret appeared on everyone's faces. The prospect of receiving 150 taels of silver annually is certainly tempting, but how can they possibly spend 3,000 taels? Where will they get so much money? There's no need to worry, Yang Lin said calmly. As I've said before, I don't like money. Everyone here has worked hard with me all this way and has made great contributions to the development and construction of the workshop. Therefore, I won't accept a single penny from this share distribution. From now on, everyone is an owner of the workshop. Shares worth over 3,000 taels of silver, just given away by the owner? The group, who had previously felt physically and mentally exhausted and overwhelmed, now felt full of energy. Are there still any problems with expanding production? Yang Lin smiled and looked at everyone. Everyone shook their heads. No problem. Boss, just tell me how to do it. I'm risking my life. Now I'm not working for others. I'm working for myself. For every 100 taels of silver the workshop earns, their own income will increase by 1 tael. Then I began to assign tasks, starting with the paper mill. Yang Lin didn't mince words and said directly, the price of new paper has dropped significantly, so we can sell more at a lower profit margin. Market demand has increased dramatically. In addition, printing workshops have started operating, so increasing the production of paper mills is of paramount importance. Zhao Guang nodded confidently and said, Boss, just tell me how much production you need. I, old Zhao, guarantee I can do it. Yang Lin smiled slightly and slowly uttered a number. Tenfold. Tenfold increase in production. What? Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Zhao Guang was dumbfounded. He knows best what a tenfold increase in production means. Before anyone could speak, Yang Lin continued. The workshop area is now almost saturated, so I have decided to open a second workshop area. The second workshop area will be 100 times the size of the current workshop area. Chapter 288, Build a Railway. Everyone was shocked once again. I just heard that the paper mill is going to increase its production capacity tenfold, and now I hear that the new workshop area is going to be 100 times larger than the current workshop area. How big would that be? Those present found it difficult to imagine its scale at first glance. Yang Lin took out a map, laid it flat on the table, and then picked up a pen and drew a circle on the map. This is our new workshop area. As he spoke, Yang Lin marked that spot with his pen. The group gasped in shock upon seeing this. The circle drawn by Yang Lin clearly extends to the area of Liuhe Town. Liuhe Town is also a town under Jianghe County, more than 10 miles away from Hujiang Town. The town has 9 villages and a total population of nearly 10,000. But would the people of Liuhe Town agree to build a new workshop area in Hujiang Town? As if noticing the confusion on everyone's faces, Yang Lin said with a smile. So, the next key task is demolition. Yang Lin turned his head and looked at Gao Dazhuang. Uncle Dazhuang, we've demolished several surrounding villages before, so demolishing Liuhe Town shouldn't be too difficult, right? Gao Dazhuang's lips twitched. Ultimately, this matter fell on his construction team's shoulders. Not difficult. Gao Dazhuang nodded and said, now our Kaoshan village has a good reputation. People from outside are proud to join our Kaoshan village. As long as they can be allocated houses and become people of Kaoshan village, they are very willing to relocate. Very good. Yang Lin nodded. Then let's do it as soon as possible. Demolish the entire area of Liuhe Town, buy up all the idle land, plan it properly, and build a new industrial park. Clear. Gao Dazhuang nodded. He knew his boss's temperament. He was a man of his word. If his boss wanted to build a new workshop area and make a big splash, then he had to make it happen. Yang Lin, as if struck by a sudden thought, tilted his head, glanced at the map again, and slowly said, since Liuhe Town has already been demolished, what about the surrounding area? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. No way. Is the landlord planning to demolish other towns as well? Sure enough, the next instant, Yang Lin said quickly, Uncle Dazhuang, write this down. The area north of Qingxi River and south of Qixin Town in Liuhe Town will be the new workshop area. Qixin Town and Shuanggang Town will be demolished, and the area north of Qixin Town and south of Shuanggang Town will be the livestock area. Chongqing Town and Jiejie Town will be demolished, farmland will be reclaimed, and all this farmland will be connected to build an agricultural area. Beixing Town and Tongyi Town will be demolished and connected to our Hujiang Town. This area will be used as a residential area. Yang Lin rattled off 7 or 8 towns in one breath, and Gao Dazhuang was both amazed and impressed as he memorized them. The landlord is going to demolish the entire Jianghe County and rebuild it. Yang Lin finished speaking in one breath, and then let out a long sigh. Looking at the map and the plan I had envisioned, the more I looked at it, the more pleasing it seemed. Although the demolition work will cost a lot, after this planning, the agricultural area, forestry area, mineral processing area, animal husbandry area, as well as the industrial area and residential area, are all well organized and well arranged, making the most of every inch of land. For example, fertile land near mountains and water is used as an agricultural area, and large tracts of restricted land in the surrounding area are also reclaimed, which makes cultivation easier and increases yields. Areas unsuitable for farming were developed into industrial zones, while areas with abundant water and grass were transformed into pastoral areas, adapting to local conditions and leveraging the unique characteristics of each place. However, although his plan was excellent, it truly surprised everyone at this moment. Everyone thought this meeting was just to increase the burden on the workshops, but they didn't expect it to escalate so much. It's clear that they're now targeting most of Jianghe County. Although everyone believes that the residents of these places are willing to relocate so that they can not only get new brick houses, but also become people of Kaohsiung Village. But if all the people from these 7 or 8 towns were merged into Kaohsiung Village, would Kaohsiung Village really just be a village in the future? Ahem, we must plan carefully during the demolition and construction process. Wherever we build, we must build roads accordingly. Having discussed the plans, let's move on to expanding production. Smelting workshop. Yang Lin turned to look at Zhao Shunzi. Zhao Shunzi immediately straightened his back. Boss, just give the orders. I, old Zhao, guarantee to complete the task. Yang Lin smiled and said, in addition to increasing the production capacity of the paper mill tenfold in the new workshop area, the smelting workshop is also of paramount importance. The production capacity of the smelting workshop must also be increased tenfold. What? It also increased tenfold? Zhao Shunzi's eyes widened. He was still confident, but after hearing the number tenfold, he immediately lost his composure. Boss, this is no joke. He didn't believe the owner didn't know the difference between a smelting workshop and a paper mill. The paper mill is still in its early stages and small in scale, with only a few hundred workers. So even if the increase is tenfold, it will be astonishing, but in the end it's not much. Just build more houses and hire more people. But the smelting workshop is completely different. Today, the smelting workshop has more than a dozen blast furnaces of various sizes and employs more than 1,000 people. They can smelt iron, ore, pig iron, wrought iron, and steel. It can also be used to refine steel bars, iron wire, and steel balls. Its workforce is second only to the construction team, but its technical skills are far superior. If something this huge is to be expanded tenfold, what kind of scale would that be? Yang Lin nodded seriously and said, of course I'm not joking. This time, we'll eliminate those furnaces that are expensive and have low production capacity, and only build giant blast furnaces. Achieving 10 times the capacity is not difficult. I've calculated that we only need to build 30 more of the largest models of blast furnaces. Zhao Shunzi swallowed hard. Build 30 more. The owner makes it sound so easy, but the problem is, they only have one furnace of that size right now. But what's the use of refining so much iron, sir? Zhao Shunzi asked. Everyone else also looked towards Yang Lin. Yes, boss, iron is indeed a good thing, but too much of it is useless. We don't lack iron tools now, and I can't think of anything else to do with iron. This wasn't just Zhao Shunzi's question. In everyone's eyes, they were already producing far too much iron. Whether forging tools or manufacturing weapons, their current output was more than enough. But the employer wants to increase the price tenfold? With so much iron produced, will they be able to use it all? Yang Lin smiled. Will we be able to use it all? With the current production capacity, he wouldn't dare use it. Of course it can be used up. Even if we increase production capacity tenfold, or even 100-fold, it still won't be enough. Didn't you say you didn't know what else iron could be used for? I'm telling you now, iron can also be used to cast railway tracks and to build railways. Chapter 289 Attacking Kaohsiung Village. Railway. Upon hearing these two words, everyone looked completely bewildered. Gao Dazhuang scratched his head. Boss, is this railway paved with iron? That's too extravagant. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, their minds conjuring up images of molten iron paving the entire road, a solid expanse of steel. Even Yang Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips and quickly shook his head, saying, of course not. A railway is, to be precise, a railroad track. As Yang Lin spoke, he drew 2 lines on the paper. 2 steel rails of equal width and distance, 3 inches wide and 3 inches high, with smooth surfaces. This is a railway. Everyone stared at each other, completely bewildered. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you now. Brother Jing, I'm leaving the railway track matter to you. I'll discuss the detailed requirements with you later. By the way, you can entrust this matter to Zhao Tian. That kid is very skilled in metallurgy. Thinking of Zhao Tian, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile knowingly. That's a true genius. Okay, Du Jing nodded. Even if we talk to them about the railway tracks now, they won't understand. Yang Lin envisioned a railway that would not require trains or even steam engines. Instead, it would use horses to pull carts, which would run on the tracks, effectively reducing friction and making transportation faster, more stable, and more efficient. Ahem, let's continue talking about expanding production. Having answered everyone's questions, Yang Lin continued to discuss the issue of expanding production in each workshop. From the smelting workshop to the carpentry workshop, the mining team, and the transportation team, Yang Lin gradually realized during the process of assigning tasks that the structure of many workshops was already quite bloated and needed to be restructured or even reorganized. However, these issues are not urgent and there's no need to rush them. We can deal with them slowly in the future. The meeting lasted for most of the day. When it ended, the heads of each workshop breathed a long sigh of relief. Another great battle awaits them. After arranging all of this, Yang Lin breathed a long sigh of relief. The reason he launched such a large-scale demolition and expansion project was because he had some important things to do in the coming period and would not have time to attend to village affairs. I learned a few days ago that Li Yuyao and Zi's family members are still trapped in the imperial palace in the capital. The treasure left behind by Prince Yong has not yet been retrieved. These things can't be delayed any longer. That day, the news that Yang Lin was going to give away 30% of the shares in the paper mill and tofu workshop as rewards, and that everyone would hold shares, spread throughout the entire Kaoshan village. The workers were ecstatic. The administrators, big and small, were all excited. Because for them, this is not just an opportunity to earn a lot more money every year in the future. It is also an opportunity for them to change their status from long-term workers to shareholders. Although everyone understands that this shareholder is not the real owner, becoming a shareholder allows them to oversee everything in the workshop because it is their common property. Most of the first batch of shareholders were villagers from Kaoshan village. Therefore, at this moment, every household in Kaoshan village was all smiles. That evening, just as the villagers were excited about becoming shareholders, Kong Liang, who had been away from the village for a long time, has returned. Kong Liang returned to the village and hurriedly found Qin Shuang, telling her what had happened. Qin Shuang was also shocked and immediately took Kong Liang to find Yang Lin. As night deepened, Qin Shuang shouted loudly outside the gate of Yang Lin's new home. Open the door. Open the door quickly. I need to speak with you urgently, sir. Kong Liang, who hadn't returned to the village for a long time, was stunned when he saw the house in front of him. Is this our boss's new house? Kong Liang stared wide-eyed. He was ordered to act as a fake bandit. He had only been away from the village for a little over 2 months when, unexpectedly, the village underwent a tremendous change. The gentleman's new house has a ditch and a suspension bridge that ordinary people can't cross at all. Even if they could get in, there are watchtowers and arrow towers inside, and people are guarding it at all times. Do you believe that the people inside have already seen us? If we hadn't been calling for the door, the arrows inside would have been shot out long ago. While waiting for others, Qin Shuang explained to Kong Liang. Kong Liang was even more dumbfounded, but at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the courtyard gate opened shortly afterward, and the suspension bridge was lowered. The two hurried into the courtyard. Kong Liang was once again taken aback by the sight of the arrow tower and crossbow cart in the courtyard, as well as the heavy gate. When the door opened, Yang Lin, dressed in a white robe, came out to greet them. He was slightly surprised to see Kong Liang. Boss. Kong Liang excitedly went to greet him. Quick, let's talk inside. He led the two into the house and into the living room, where Kong Liang quickly recounted his trip back. Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone's after you. Kong Liang was panting heavily, his face showing anxiety. Don't rush, tell me slowly. Yang Lin poured Kong Liang a cup of tea. Yes, that's how it is. It turned out that after he left the village, he used the members of the security team as his base, and with Yang Lin providing him with silver as supplies, he quickly took in a group of poor people who were desperate or homeless, and together they became fake bandits. Furthermore, as the bandits of Black Wind Mountain were wiped out in the Jianghe County area, the security forces grew larger and larger, and no one dared to provoke them. As a result, there was no longer any space for other bandits to survive in Jianghe County. Meanwhile, this group of bandits, who never did bad things but only robbed the rich to help the poor, grew faster and stronger. By now, his gang of fake bandits has grown to over 100 people. However, apart from the few members of their guard team, the others did not know that they were fake bandits, and only thought that they were heroes of the Greenwood, acting on behalf of heaven. Just yesterday, Kong Liang suddenly received a message from his subordinates saying that the leader of Black Tiger Mountain in Zongyang County wanted to meet with him to discuss important matters. Kong Liang didn't want to see him. He knew that his fake bandits were able to thrive in Jianghe County entirely thanks to the protection of the security team. If he went to other places, he wouldn't be able to keep things in order. However, afterwards, several local gentry and wealthy people from nearby towns asked him to come and discuss important matters with him. This aroused Kong Liang's suspicion, and he subsequently agreed to meet with a wealthy man. But what the other person said after they met took him by surprise. Only then did he realize that the gentry and wealthy families of many surrounding towns had contacted several gangs of bandits in the surrounding counties, totaling more than 400 people, and planned to join forces to attack Kaoshan Village, seize everything in Kaoshan Village, and kill Yang Lin. They approached Kong Liang because he had several hundred men under his command, and they hoped he would join them in attacking Kaoshan Village. The boss, they've already infiltrated quite a few people. They're just waiting to kill and burn in the village and create chaos before they make their move tomorrow night. Then they'll take the opportunity to attack our Kaoshan Village. Chapter 290. There is only one objective: kill Yang Lin. Yang Lin frowned. Did they sneak in beforehand? This was something he hadn't anticipated. You've done a really great job this time. Yang Lin took a deep breath. He anticipated that someone would target Kaoshan Village, so he set up sentries, both overt and covert, at various intersections around the village. This way, they could detect any suspicious enemies in advance and eliminate the threat. But now we know that the other side actually sent someone to infiltrate. This is indeed a big problem. He was not afraid of anyone attacking Kaoshan Village, not even if thousands or tens of thousands of people came. I'm afraid someone might cause trouble from within. Although it won't fundamentally harm the population, it will implicate many innocent people. Strong city walls often crumble from within. Please provide details about the other party. Yang Lin said seriously. Yes, Kong Liang quickly said. According to what I have learned in the past 2 days, the person who organized this matter is called Zhu Rue, a landlord in Liuhe town. He first contacted landlords and gentry in several nearby towns, and then through these landlords and gentry, he found 3 gangs of bandits in the surrounding counties, totaling more than 500 people. Adding the people they organized themselves, the total number is close to 1,000. As for sneaking into the village, since I am from Kaoshan Village, they all know about it. So they didn't completely trust me and didn't tell me the details. I only know that more than 20 people sneaked in, all of whom did so within the last 3 days. Yang Lin frowned and looked at Xiao Jiu to the side. Xiao Jiu quickly replied, "It's all recorded. I'll go check it right away." Although she no longer manages the accounts of the various workshops, she still receives daily summaries of the data. Soon, Xiao Jiu ran back carrying a thick ledger. In the past 3 days, we have recruited 432 new people, most of whom were recommended or came by relatives. We have not yet learned the details of the recruitment of more than 100 people. Closing the ledger, Xiao Jiu said seriously, finding more than 20 out of more than 100 people is easy. Yang Lin nodded. Take Z and go find Zhong Tao. Now, take control of all these people and investigate them one by one. Okay. Seeing that Yang Lin actually had a list, Kong Liang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Those bandits won't amount to anything. He also knew how strong the military force of Kaoshan Village was. Without internal threats, relying solely on those bandits is practically suicide. Boss, how about we make our next move and have Brother Tao lead his men to wipe them out? Kong Liang said. Yang Lin shook his head. Going up the mountain to suppress the bandits is very difficult. If the bandits know that we made the first move, they will either run away or hide in the mountains, which will be difficult for us. Even if we succeed, we will pay a heavy price. Since they've come down the mountain to kill me, it's also an opportunity for us to completely eliminate any future troubles. If they dare to come to Kaoshan Village, I guarantee that none of them will be able to leave. I was too lenient with them in the past. I shouldn't have had any illusions about them. Yang Lin was furious not only because of the schemes and plots of those landlords and gentry, but also because he was furious at himself for not recognizing reality and for giving those landlords a chance. After the demolition of Qinjia Village and the elimination of Chun Rue, the landlord of Qinjia Village, he gave the surrounding landlords and gentry a chance. As long as they were willing to cooperate and return the land and property they had seized over the years, he would not make things difficult for them, and they could even continue to live a prosperous life. But in the end, I was too kind. Come on, let's decorate properly. Yang Lin immediately discussed it with Qin Shuang and Kong Liang. The so-called crisis, even without Kong Liang as an inside man, would be nothing to him. However, in that case, many innocent people would inevitably suffer. Now that we have news about Kong Liang, we must not only nip the crisis in the bud, but also make them understand that there are some people they should not mess with. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Kaoshan village was still peaceful, as if nothing had happened. People got up, went to work, and began a simple yet fulfilling day. Few people know what happened last night. Even the security team didn't know why they had been mobilized overnight. Only a few people could sense that something was amiss in the otherwise calm atmosphere, as if something significant was about to happen. Zhu family village, Liuhe town. Inside the courtyard, Zhu Rui and a dozen or so landlords and gentry around him were gritting their teeth and cursing Yang Lin fiercely. Gentlemen, it's not that we want to kill him, but that he's always going against us. Zhu Rui looked at the landlords around him and said fiercely, think about it, everyone. Ever since this Yang Lin appeared, our lives have gotten worse day by day. Now the peasants won't work for us anymore. In the future, those peasants will dare to ride on our heads. I don't know if you can stand this, but I, old Zhu, certainly can't. If Yang Lin doesn't want us to live, then let him die first. As soon as Zhu Rui finished speaking, several people cheered. Old Zhu is right. We were all forced into this situation by Yang Lin. He demolished almost the entire Hujiang town. The peasants moved into brick houses and lived a good life, but the landlords of Hujiang town suffered terribly. I've heard that Yang Lin has big ambitions, and he'll eventually reach out to us. So old Zhu is right. We have no choice but to strike first. Several people cheered, but some landlords, fearing Yang Lin's power, hesitated and wanted to back down. But what if we lose? Yang Lin won't let us off the hook. Yes, I heard that Yang Lin is ruthless. He even beheaded the county magistrate. Is what we're doing appropriate? Just as a few landlords who were about to back down opened their mouths, Zhu Rui glared at them and scanned them. Gentlemen, we're taking action tonight. Are you trying to back out now? Too late. With both inside help and the assistance of outlaws, and with 1,000 troops, crushing Kaoshan village would be a piece of cake. How could we possibly fail? Gentlemen, we are all in the same boat now. We will live together and die together. If anyone regrets it now, don't blame me, old Zhu, for turning my back on you without mercy. Zhu Rui coldly glanced at the few people who were backing down. Meeting that cold gaze, they all instinctively shivered and quickly shook their heads. Remember, we only have one goal. That's Yang Lin. Zhu Rui's gaze was cold and deep as he swept over everyone present. Kaoshan village's power is already considerable, especially their security team, whose strength should not be underestimated. In a head-on confrontation, we are no match for them. Therefore, tonight we must not only finish this battle quickly, but also find Yang Lin as soon as possible and kill him. Once you die, the remaining problems will no longer be problems. Chapter 291 Night Raid on Kaoshan Village. All flags, I am the chess player. That night, the three bandit groups from Black Tiger Mountain, Sanfeng Mountain, and Xiaolong Mountain, totaling more than 500 people, along with the hundreds of servants and guards gathered by the dozen or so landlords and gentry, made up a large force of more than 1,000 people. Under the cover of night, they marched towards Kaoshan Village. The bandits from outside the area felt somewhat aggrieved. In the past, when they entered villages to plunder, they were always in a grand and arrogant manner, and wherever they went, the people would flee at the mere mention of their name or be so frightened that they would wet themselves in fear. But now, they come to rob and plunder, yet they have to sneak around in the middle of the night? When have they ever suffered such humiliation? Brother, do you think the boss is too cowardly? There are so many of us. Why would he come in the middle of the night? Hey brother, you don't know this. We're going to attack Kaoshan Village. You're not from around here, are you? Haven't you heard of Yang Lin from Kaoshan Village? The bandit shook his head dismissively and said with a look of disdain, who cares who he is? He's just a small village. We've robbed so many villages. I don't believe this Kaoshan village can be anything special. Exactly. We're all tough guys who rob people on the road, but going out to rob and plunder in the middle of the night makes us feel like thieves. It's not a pleasant experience. Humph, what a piece of bullshit, Yang Lin. He just hasn't met me yet. If he had met me earlier, I would have cleaved him in two with one stroke. If he runs into me, I can chop him into 3 pieces with one stroke. Huh, what are you bragging about? How can you split something into 3 pieces with one cut? Hee hee, I just chopped off his manhood. Ha ha ha. Several bandits who were equally unconvinced burst into laughter. More and more people are not taking tonight's operation seriously. At this moment, the 3 leaders leading the team were talking about Kong Liang. The bandit leader from Jianghe County, whom they wanted to recruit, disappeared without a trace before the operation. Their operation had been in preparation for a long time. Although Kong Liang's withdrawal meant a loss of several hundred men, which was regrettable, it would not cancel tonight's operation. Humph, I think that Kong Liang is just a coward. Guys, do you think Kong Liang might tell Yang Lin about what happened between us? Hey, impossible. Don't forget he's a bandit too. Even if he doesn't have the guts to do something big with us, he He wouldn't dare to go and tip off Yang Lin. Exactly, what a coward. Humph. As they were about to reach Kaoshan village, Zhu Rui, the organizer of the operation, hurriedly reminded them, "My lords, we are almost there. Yang Lin is very cunning. We must be wary of the hidden sentries along the road." "Humph," the leader of Black Tiger Mountain said disdainfully. "With so many of us, who cares about their hidden or overt sentries? Let's just charge in. What are we afraid of?" The leader of Sanfeng Mountain also said coldly, "Old Zhu, you're just like that Kong Liang, too cowardly. That Yang Lin does have some skills, and he is indeed a figure in your Jianghe County, but that's because he hasn't met me yet." "Humph, if he had met me earlier, even a dragon would have to coil up, and even a tiger would have to lie low." The leader of Xiaolong Mountain was quite rational. He nodded and said, "Brothers, we shouldn't be careless. Yang Lin must have some extraordinary abilities, but we don't need to be afraid of him. We've been planning for so long, and our plan is flawless. As long as we follow the plan, even if there are 100 Yang Lins, we can still kill them." Ha 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 ha. The bandits burst into laughter. Under the moonlight, the outline of Kaoshan village gradually appeared before their eyes. However, as they got closer to Kaoshan village, Zhu Rui and the bandits realized that something seemed amiss. Because everything went too smoothly. "We were almost at Kaoshan village, but there wasn't a single sentry along the way. This doesn't seem like the cunning Yang Lin from the rumors. Could something unexpected happen?" Zhu Rui, with his fat head and big ears, rolled his eyes around, a chill inexplicably creeping into his heart. The leader of Xiaolongshan frowned and said, "Wait a minute, it's almost 9 p.m. Let's see what's going on inside first." The leaders of Sanfeng Mountain and Black Tiger Mountain also frowned, gazing at Kaoshan village not far away. What they were waiting for were the spies who had already infiltrated Kaoshan village. They had arranged in advance that at 9 p.m. tonight, their accomplices would commit murder, arson, and create chaos in the village. In this way, even though Kaoshan village has a formidable defense team, in the chaos the team would certainly not know what was happening, and without a target, they would be unable to defend the village. All they need to do is rush into Yang Lin's house and kill him. This trip is now a great success. Time passed second by second. Soon, it was high hour. Zhu Rui and the bandits stared wide-eyed at the situation in the small mountain village. Suddenly, a small fire appeared in the dark village. Soon the flames grew more numerous and brighter, and in no time, towering flames illuminated the village from all sides, accompanied by indistinct shouts of "Help, put out the fire." The fire quickly lit up half the sky, making the night as bright as day. "It's done. Ha ha ha." As the firelight grew brighter and the shouts from the village grew louder, Zhu Rui was overjoyed. The fact that the inside man has succeeded means their plan is foolproof. They had already scouted out the location of Yang Lin's new house. All they needed to do was rush into the village under the cover of fire, find Yang Lin's new house, and kill Yang Lin. Then their mission would be accomplished. "My lords, the situation is excellent. Let's head into the village now." Zhu Rui was so excited he was at a loss for words. The thought of killing Yang Lin soon, completing that person's mission, and quickly rising to prominence filled Zhu Rui with uncontrollable joy. Zhu Rui felt that he himself was a chess player, and that these bandits, other landlords and gentry, or even Yang Lin were all just pieces on his chessboard. Seeing that his plans were about to succeed, Zhu Rui felt a sense of pride and satisfaction. He didn't care whether the bandits lived or died. He didn't care about the servants and guards he recruited. Even Yang Lin was nothing more than a stepping stone for him to climb higher. As long as you do this well and win that person's favor, you will be able to rise to great heights. However, Zhu Rui's smugness didn't last long before a cold voice reached his ears. The one speaking was the leader of Xiaolongshan. "Hey guys, something's not right. Don't you guys feel like this fire is getting a bit too big?" Upon hearing what the leader of Xiaolongshan said, the group looked at the brightly lit Kaoshan village again, and their hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 292. Who says the chess pieces? Who is the chess player? Instantly, they all realized something was wrong. Something's definitely not right. They only sent about 20 people. Even if all of them succeeded in killing, setting fires, and creating chaos, how many houses could they burn down? But now, it seemed that the entire Kaoshan village was engulfed in a sea of fire. The fire is too big. Even here, they could feel the rolling heat wave from afar. The leaders looked grim, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. "Such a big fire. Should we still go up?" the leader of Black Tiger Mountain asked. "Go in my ass," the leader of Sanfeng Mountain said coldly. "Didn't you see how big the fire is? Rushing in is just asking for death." The leader of Xiaolongshan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "There is indeed something strange about this. But we're already here. we can't be scared by a big fire. What if those little brats we sent went well and really set the whole Kaoshan village on fire, burning Yang Lin to death along with them? Hee hee, we won't even have to lift a finger. Upon hearing this, the group realized that it made sense. Okay, then let's wait and see. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the side, not far away. Haha, you're right. Now that you're here, how can we let you leave so easily? The voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The sudden sound made the bandits' hearts skip a beat, and they all looked towards the mountain forest to the side. Who's playing tricks on me? Show yourself. Then, from the surrounding dark forest came a series of crackling sounds, and then torches lit up, like endless fire dragons, surrounding them. In the darkness, figures dressed in black and wielding strange bows and arrows stared at them with cold, expressionless faces. Every pair of eyes that looked at them was as if they were looking at dead people. The mere sight of those eyes in the darkness sent chills down their spines. A young man dressed in plain white robes, looking like a scholar, emerged from the darkness, followed by two beautiful girls, and stood boldly in front of them. Who are you? For some reason, looking at the man in white in front of her, Zhu Rui had a bad feeling. Hey, you wanted to kill me? How come you don't even recognize me? Your intelligence is clearly inadequate, Zhu Rui. Yang Lin's tone was icy, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. They didn't even know that my Kaoshan village had been emptied out long ago, yet they still want to kill me, Yang Lin? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and unfathomable, and said calmly, I'll give you one last chance. If you reveal who ordered you, I'll consider sparing your life. Zhu Rui's heart trembled violently, and his eyes widened. How do you know someone instructed me? At this moment, the way he looked at Yang Lin was as if he were looking at a monster. He had never told anyone about this, not even the bandit leaders around him knew. How did Yang Lin find out? That's simple. Yang Lin glanced at him coldly. At first, I just thought it was the landlords of Jianghe County who had joined forces to kill me, but I quickly realized that there are many people in Jianghe County who hate me and want to kill me. But those who hate me and want to kill me either want to get money from me or want to take everything I have for themselves. It's quite a coincidence that I learned your goal for this operation wasn't to rob money, but to go to such lengths just to kill me. But who do you think you are, Zhu Rui? We have no deep-seated hatred for each other, and we have no conflict of interest in the short term. You have many choices, so why do you have to put me to death? It took me a long time to figure it out. It's not that you want to kill me, but that someone is using you to kill me. You are just a pawn. Pity was evident in Yang Lin's eyes. No. Zhu Rui shook his head in a panic. How can someone who is clearly a player become a pawn? At this moment, the hot-tempered leader of Black Tiger Mountain shouted, Damn it! Why waste so much breath on him? Just charge at him and kill him. Slow. Zhu Rui shouted immediately, cursing the leader of Black Tiger Mountain 1,000 times over for being a brainless idiot. He still couldn't figure out if the other party dared to stand in front of them because they had something to rely on. They already knew about their plan in advance and burned down an empty village. The surrounding area was already brightly lit. Clearly, they had fallen into the enemy's trap and were surrounded. If they charged in now, it would be suicide. Zhu Rui frowned, cupped his hands in greeting to Yang Lin, and said, Mr. Yang, we have offended you this time. Since you were prepared, we will let it go this time and leave now. From now on, we will keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other. Farewell. Immediately, Zhu Rui gave a wink to the bandit leaders. However, before the leader of Black Tiger Mountain could understand the meaning behind his look, Yang Lin coldly laughed. Zhu Rui, do you think this is a children's game? You think you can come and kill me, Yang Lin, and then just leave when you don't want to? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhu Rui gritted his teeth. He had long anticipated Yang Lin's reaction and immediately retorted forcefully. Mr. Yang, I know your security detail has 1,000 or 800 men, while I have gathered over 1,000 heroes. If a real fight breaks out, who will live and who will die is still uncertain. I, old Zhu, am already past 40, while you, Mr. Yang, are in the prime of your life. Wouldn't it be a pity to perish together with me, therefore? I advise Mr. Yang to leave yourself some way out and not to push things to the extreme. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin suddenly burst into laughter. Oh my, this is the funniest joke I've heard recently. Someone who has been plotting to kill me for days is advising me not to go too far? Yang Lin sneered, then quickly stopped, his face turning cold as he said with narrowed eyes, I told you, if you tell me who instigated you, I will consider sparing your life. My patience is limited. I'll only give you 3 breaths. 3 breaths have passed. I'm not leaving any survivors. Yang Lin squinted and began to count. 3, 2, 1. As Yang Lin counted to 1, Zhu Rui's wildly beating heart still couldn't make a final decision. He knew how formidable the security team was, so his plan was simply to take advantage of the chaos and kill Yang Lin. But now, it's not that he doesn't want to reveal that name to protect himself. Instead, remembering how terrifying that person was, he dared not speak out. If he didn't tell, he might die. But if he tells the truth, his whole family will die. Damn it. Enough talk. Brothers, get him. Whoever kills Yang Lin gets a reward of 1 string of cash. The leader of Black Tiger Mountain shouted and charged forward. Sai, then go die? Take action. In the gentle breeze, the figure in white robes spoke softly. Chapter 293. Do I look like such a ruthless person? As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, thousands of arrows flew in instantly. The leader of Black Tiger Mountain had barely taken 2 steps when, amidst a series of rapid whooshing sounds, his entire body was riddled with arrows. Hold! He only managed to utter this last word before the leader of Black Tiger Mountain collapsed unwillingly, his consciousness fading into darkness. Zhu Rui was dumbfounded. In that instant, he finally understood something. If the enemy had already surrounded the village, why did they still burn it down? That's because it's dark and we need light. The thought had barely formed when an arrow pierced his entire body, and he collapsed to the ground, barely alive. Before the surrounding bandits could react, they were all shot dead. Those bandits who had previously taken Kaoshan village lightly now felt a chill run through them as they watched their companions fall one by one. Their eyes widened in fury, but their hearts were filled with despair. They knew it was over. In just this one volley of fire, more than half of the 1,000+ people in the encirclement were killed. Charge. Their bows are slow to draw. Let's take the opportunity to rush out. Let's fight them. But some bandits had not given up and were determined to make a last-ditch effort, brandishing their broadswords and charging outwards. However, they had no idea that crossbows were already quick to cock, and that many of the crossbows in the guard team were now 3rd-generation improved versions, with added quivers that could automatically cock after firing, making them almost usable as repeating crossbows. Not to mention, in order to completely keep all these bandits here, Yang Lin mobilized all the crossbow carts, including the newly made ones, totaling more than 100. The moment the arrows were fired, it was truly a volley of arrows. And with the second volley, there was almost no gap in between. As a result, these bandits who had just charged out yelling and brandishing their knives didn't get any opening time at all, and were immediately met with a second volley of arrows. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by a rain of arrows and fell to the ground unwillingly. After 2 volleys of fire, very few of the men Zhu Rui had gathered were still alive. Zhong Tao asked, Master, should we capture a few people alive? Yang Lin shook his head. They're all just pawns. What can pawns know? Kill them all. Yes. Zhong Tao nodded, then hesitated, but not all of them are bandits. Some are just servants and guards of landlords and gentry. If we just kill them like this. Before Zhong Tao could finish speaking, Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and said, Are you saying that this is indiscriminate killing of innocent people? I dare not. Zhong Tao quickly lowered his head. Yang Lin sneered. Before today, they might have been innocent, but ever since they came with the bandits, they are no longer innocent. If Kong Liang hadn't tipped us off and caught those bandits who had infiltrated the village beforehand, and if we had made arrangements earlier, how many more innocent people would have died because of this? I, Yang Lin, am hiding at home. They can't break in or hurt me, but the people of Kaoshan village aren't people they can kill as they please. Yes, I understand. Zhong Tao quickly responded. Before he knew it, his back was covered in cold sweat. Zhong Tao immediately gave the order. Kill them all without leaving a single one alive. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed along this 100-meter-long road. Those bandits who were still wounded and alive watched helplessly as the guards, armed with long spears, walked towards them, calmly and skillfully finishing them off with accurate and ruthless blows. Often, a single shot would pierce the heart, and their comrades, still groaning beside them, would die instantly. They were terrified, they were helpless, and they watched as death approached them. At this moment, many bandits couldn't help but recall how they had once watched those poor villagers tremble at their feet. This time, however, it was they who were trembling and begging for mercy. After a short while, the screams and pleas for mercy gradually decreased until they disappeared completely. They were all killed. Not a single person was left alive. Zhong Tao returned to report. Yang Lin let out a long breath and nodded, saying, Dig a big pit by the roadside 3 miles from the village, bury these people, and then find a big stone to weigh down the grave. Carve a sentence on the stone. Those who offend my Kaoshan village shall die. In the late autumn of the Dingyu year, 1,000 bandits were buried here. Okay, let's carve it like this. Yes. Zhong Tao nodded. Besides, Yang Lin hadn't finished speaking. The stone carving isn't urgent. We can do it another day. You have something more important to do tonight. They're all dead now, but their stronghold is still there, and some of the culprits haven't been brought to justice yet. You should take your men there and deal with everyone involved in this matter. You can ask Kong Liang for details. Clear. Zhong Tao nodded immediately. However, Yang Lin hadn't finished speaking. Brother Tao, these landlords hate me, Yang Lin, and there are clearly other people behind Zhu Rui. I'll have to trouble you these next 2 days to clean up all the landlords in Jianghe County. Hiss. Zhong Tao gasped, then asked cautiously, kill them all. Yang Lin rolled his eyes. Kill them all? No, no, no. Do I look like such a ruthless person? We'll stick to the old policy. As long as someone voluntarily distributes their land to the people and gives away all their wealth, we'll give them a chance to reform. But if any landlord dares to resist, then kill them without mercy. Sigh. I was too kind, and they took advantage of my kindness. Zhong Tao's lips twitched involuntarily. Is my husband kind? Thousands of people were killed without hesitation, without even blinking an eye. Isn't that ruthless enough? However, Zhong Tao only dared to think this to himself and didn't dare to say it out loud. Meanwhile, in the woods behind the main road, Kong Liang and his men emerged. It's all right, let's go back. To prevent the bandits from escaping, Yang Lin specifically arranged for Kong Liang to stay on the outskirts with his men. Now that the matter is resolved, they can leave. But the fake bandits around Kong Liang were all completely bewildered at this moment. The fake bandits were unaware of Kong Liang's relationship with Kaoshan village. So many people initially complained about Kong Liang's withdrawal from the operation and didn't understand why he would ambush outside Kaoshan village after withdrawing from the bandits' operation. It wasn't until they, who had been hiding in the shadows, witnessed that horrifying scene with their own eyes that they truly understood how terrifying Kaoshan village was. More than 1,000 people were killed in just a few breaths. The sight of thousands of arrows raining down from the sky had left a deep shadow in their hearts. Kong Liang said smugly, "See that? This is my backer." Chapter 294 Master Confucius is back. The fake bandits immediately realized the truth, and some previously unverifiable guesses were confirmed. In the past, some people wondered why, in Jianghe County, all other bandits were wiped out by the guards, but they alone remained unscathed. Many people thought it was because they hadn't committed any crimes or robbed the village, but now they finally understand that the real reason was that Kaoshan village was their backing. That very night, an unprecedented large-scale purge began quietly in Jianghe County. The first group to be dealt with were the landlords and gentry who were involved in the attack on Kaoshan village by Zhu Rui's organization. Yang Lin demanded that these people be killed on the spot and their homes confiscated, leaving no one alive. Then there were Black Tiger Mountain, Sanfeng Mountain, and Xiaolong Mountain, 3 groups of bandits from outside the area. Yang Lin demanded a complete wipeout, to let those outside bandits know that Kaoshan village is not one they can mess with. After that, there were the landlords and gentry throughout Jianghe County. Yang Lin gave them a chance. As long as they returned the land they had seized to the people and handed over their property, he would let them go and leave them some land and silver to ensure they would have enough to eat and wear. A vigorous land redistribution campaign began. In a short time, the entire Jianghe County underwent tremendous changes. Within just 1 or 2 days, the news spread throughout Jianghe County and the surrounding areas. The people were overjoyed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the security team to uphold justice for them. The landlords reacted in different ways. Some accepted their fate and were willing to return the land and hand over the gold and silver. However, some, upon receiving the news, packed their belongings and fled overnight. Even worse, some, unwilling to part with their land and gold and silver, joined forces with other landlords and gentry, like Zhu Rui, to resist the land redistribution efforts of the guard team. The result was predictable. These landlords and gentry who dared to resist were all crushed into the dust of history under the wheels of reform. 3 days later, when Zhong Tao stood in front of Yang Lin with the results of the land redistribution, Yang Lin never expected that in just 3 days, Jianghe County would be free of landlords. "Sir, this time we wiped out 3 bandit dens, Black Tiger Mountain, Little Dragon Mountain, and Sanfeng Mountain, and seized 12,200 taels of silver in Jianghe County. We also raided the homes of 38 households, seizing a total of 75,300 taels of silver. In addition, 96 people voluntarily surrendered their property. According to the rules you previously established, part of the silver surrendered will be distributed to the local people, and the remaining amount will be 97,000 taels. A total of 184,000 taels of silver were turned over in this operation and have been deposited into the treasury. After Zhong Tao finished speaking, he closed his notebook. Yang Lin slowly exhaled. 18,000 taels of silver. Many. But all of this is the blood and sweat of the people, squeezed from their own pockets. It should belong to all the people of Jianghe County. Adding to the silver he confiscated from the homes of corrupt officials and wealthy families in the county town in the previous 2 months, the total amount has exceeded 300,000 taels. They seem very wealthy, but this money accounts for more than 90% of the county's total wealth. Why are the people living in poverty? Why is the economy not developing? It's because a lot of money is concentrated in the hands of a few people. In today's market, there are too few types of goods. Even for the wealthy, the only places they can spend money are after meeting their basic living needs, such as eating and dressing well and indulging in luxury. But how much money can you spend just on food and clothing? The rich hoard large amounts of gold and silver, but can't spend them. No matter how much money they have at home, it's like stagnant water, becoming dead money. Meanwhile, people had no money to spend, and this cycle continued, resulting in less and less money circulating in the market. Without inflation, it became increasingly difficult for people to earn money. This is precisely the problem that Yang Lin has been trying to solve. Conquer the world and unify the Great Qian Dynasty. Even killing all the wealthy households in the land and distributing the money to the common people would not be difficult for him. Given a few years, he could accomplish it. But this is only a temporary solution. While robbing the rich to help the poor may allow people to live a better life in the short term, as long as productivity does not increase and the total amount of resources is limited, in the end, although the landlord class is eliminated, the result is that everyone becomes poor. Therefore, to completely solve this problem, we must address its root cause. His goal is not to eliminate the rich from the world, but for everyone to become rich. The rich should exist. Social classes cannot be completely eliminated, and all the rich in the world cannot be killed off. Ultimately, the solution lies in addressing the issue of economic circulation. Only by making dead money come alive, utilizing idle resources, developing industry, and getting everyone involved to create useful or even useless things, can we drive the economic operation of the entire society. How to stimulate consumption among the wealthy. How to turn stagnant water into flowing water. And how to give Liu Yao a prosperous Great Qian Dynasty after helping her ascend the throne. Yang Lin had already thought about these questions. However, he has always had far too many things to deal with, and he is simply unable to be in 2 places at once. Now that I am no longer short of money and have the leverage to influence the entire Dacian economy, it is time to do this. Okay, I got it. Don't forget to give the brothers their bonuses, Yang Lin said to Zhong Tao. After Zhong Tao left, Yang Lin immediately closed his eyes and began to formulate his plan. He increased production in the workshops so that people could have more income and provide more resources to the world. But if you want the money of all the world's rich to flow naturally, there is only one way to go. Luxury goods. Developing real estate and large-scale infrastructure projects only affect ordinary people. Only luxury goods can get the wallets of the rich. As a reborn person, making soap is a basic skill for him, and Yang Lin doesn't think that soap can have much influence. The luxury goods he wants to make must have a larger market and greater circulation, and can only affect the rich. For the rich, not buying them is a loss of face. Just as Yang Lin was carefully planning and preparing for the meeting the next day, someone reported that Kong Qiu had returned. Upon hearing that it was the old Mr. Kong who had arrived, Yang Lin immediately went out to greet him. Previously, Ma Ruyun left him a letter saying that their teacher had returned to the mountain and would visit Kaoshan village again in the future, which Yang Lin was really looking forward to. Although he couldn't sense how profound Confucius's knowledge was, the fact that he could teach 3 ordinary people to become pillars of 3 different industries was enough to show that Confucius's talent was extraordinary. Yang Lin didn't care whether Kong Qiu would accept him as his last disciple, nor did he care about the secrets of Kong Qiu's sect. One great talent alone is enough to earn his attention. However, just as Yang Lin was sincerely greeting him, he saw Kong Qiu, who was walking towards him covered in dust, suddenly kneel down in front of Yang Lin. Chapter 295. Being too frugal won't work. Let's speed up disaster relief. Kong Qiu was wearing a dirty white robe, his hair was white, and he seemed to have aged considerably since the last time I saw him. At this moment, he actually knelt down in front of Yang Lin, his face solemn. Yang Lin was shocked and quickly helped the talented old man up. Master Confucius, what are you doing? You're really making me feel terrible. Yang Lin was particularly surprised. Given the status and position of this Mr. Confucius, why would he perform such a grand ceremony for me? Kong Qiu stood up, sighed deeply, and said with a troubled expression, "Mr. Yang, I have a request. Please speak, sir. As long as I, Yang Lin, can help, I will do my utmost." Yang Lin's expression was serious. Although he knew that the matter for which the old man made such a grand request must be a very difficult one, he still decided that he would help if he could. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. All the women in the household followed them out. Li Yuyao, in particular, was very curious about what the old man wanted to ask for when she learned that Kong Qiu had come. Kong Qiu said excitedly, "It's like this. This year, the floods in the south are severe. Every year, the floods recede in late autumn, but this year, the torrential rains have continued. Even now, the floods in many places have not receded. The farmland that has been flooded will inevitably have no harvest. In particular, Yongzhou and Suizhou will suffer from crop failure and war. The people will have no food to get through the winter. I don't know how many people will die this winter." Yang Lin's heart grew heavy, and he immediately said, "What do you need me to do, sir? Please tell me." "Well," Kong Qiu sighed deeply again before saying wearily, "In the past, after major disasters, the imperial court would provide disaster relief. Even though there was bound to be some exploitation by officials, it would still save many lives. But this year..." The old man shook his head in disappointment, glancing casually at Li Yuyao behind Yang Lin, and sighed. "I don't know if the national treasury is really so empty that it can't provide any money or grain for disaster relief, or if the person in the court doesn't care about the lives of the people. So far, no disaster relief funds or grain have been allocated. A few days ago, I wrote a letter to Zhong'er to ask him about this matter." However, at this point, Kong Qiu sighed again and shook his head in disappointment. Zhong'er submitted a memorial to the court, but all he got in return was buck-passing and shirking responsibility. "I must have been senile. I shouldn't have asked Zhong'er to handle this. Although the current ruler is willing to use Zhong'er, he doesn't trust him. If someone else had submitted the memorial, the situation might have been slightly better, but by having Zhong'er raise the issue, it has aroused the ruler's suspicion. That ruler's suspicion is far too strong. Ahem, to my shame, I am a desperate man with no other choice but to come and beg Mr. Yang for help." As he spoke, Kong Qiu, with his aged body, bowed to Yang Lin again and said in a low voice, "I have long heard that you, young sir, are compassionate towards the people and have a knack for making money. I have come here with all my might to ask you for money to help with disaster relief." As he spoke, Kong Qiu bowed again, clasping his hands in greeting. Yang Lin was a little confused. "That's it? Such a generous gift, just for a loan?" He quickly helped the old man up again and readily agreed. "No problem." Kong Qiu smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Yang, I haven't even said how much I'm borrowing yet." Yang Lin smiled and said, "Well, since it's an old gentleman asking me for money, and it's for disaster relief, whether it's to save face for the old gentleman or for the sake of the people, I'll lend you as much as I can." Kong Qiu squinted. "Really?" "It's true," Yang Lin insisted. "Mr. Yang, this is disaster relief, and the amount of money needed is quite substantial." "No problem." Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Ahem." Kong Qiu coughed and continued. "Moreover, although the money was borrowed by this old man, I am already old and have always been poor. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this money." The curious villagers watching nearby couldn't help but frown. They didn't know Kong Qiu, but when they heard that he might not be able to repay the loan, they all wanted to remind Yang Lin. This money should not be lent. However, upon hearing this, Yang Lin burst into laughter. "Old sir, please stop. Money is nothing but an external thing. You can't take it with you when you're born, and you can't take it with you when you die. Even if you have mountains of gold and silver, if you don't spend them, they're just mountains of stones. Spending money should be done wisely and meaningfully. Being able to save lives is the most meaningful thing for me." Upon hearing this, Kong Qiu's expression changed. He immediately took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. "All right, then I'll get straight to the point. For this disaster relief, I need to borrow 200,000 taels of silver." The surrounding people were immediately in an uproar when they heard this number. "My God, 200,000 taels. How could you, an old man, even ask for that?" "Master, we can't lend it to you." "Yes, boss. Even if this old man pays it back, he won't be able to pay it back until he dies. He might be a con man trying to scam money." "Exactly. We absolutely mustn't let him fool us." The villagers all tried to persuade Yang Lin not to act impulsively. Even the women behind Yang Lin couldn't help but frown at this moment. 200,000 taels. Although they already had over 1,000,000 taels of silver in their own treasury, 200,000 taels was still not a small amount. Not to mention that Kong Qiu has already made it very clear that what he calls borrowing money is actually more like begging for alms, and that the money will never be returned. The women looked worried. Li Yuyao was an exception. She looked at Yang Lin with a somewhat anxious expression, but unlike other women. She was worried that Yang Lin wouldn't be willing to lend Kong Qiu the money, because she knew all too well what kind of person this Mr. Confucius was. From the moment Kong Qiu mentioned borrowing money, Li Yuyao realized something was wrong. Others might not know, but how could she forget that this old man's third disciple was one of the wealthiest men in the Great Qian Dynasty? It is said that businessmen are driven by profit, but Li Yuyao was very clear about the feelings that Kong Qiu's three disciples had for their teacher. In the eyes of those three chosen ones, the orders of kings and generals might not be taken seriously, but they absolutely dared not disobey this teacher. Li Yuyao knew very well that if Kong Qiu really wanted to borrow money for disaster relief, he should have gone directly to Ma Ruyun. Why did he have to come to Kaoshan village? Therefore, she concluded that Kong Qiu's request to borrow money from Yang Lin was not just about borrowing money. This is still a test. The test has been presented. Now it remains to be seen whether Yang Lin will lend it. Li Yuyao stared nervously at Yang Lin, afraid that he would make the wrong choice. Looking at the worried eyes of the people around him, Yang Lin smiled faintly and said without hesitation, 200,000 taels. Mr. Kong, this must be the amount you've carefully calculated, right? Disaster relief is no small matter, it concerns lives. So how can we be frugal? Spending more money, even if it's just to save one more life, is worthwhile. I'll lend you 400,000 taels. Let's speed up the disaster relief. Chapter 296 3 Tests, One Huge Secret. Yang Lin's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. The villagers were dumbfounded. Even Li Yuyao, who was worried that Yang Lin would be reluctant to part with the money, never expected that Yang Lin would take the initiative to borrow more money. Moreover, the price was doubled from 200,000 taels to 400,000 taels. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Do you really think money grows on trees? This answer caught even Kong Qiu off guard. He looked at Yang Lin in surprise, momentarily forgetting what to say. Yang Lin smiled and said at the opportune moment, Why are you so surprised, Master Kong? Do I look like a greedy person to you? As I have said before, money is nothing but an external thing. It is most worthwhile if it can be used properly. As he spoke, he looked up at the people around him, and facing their excited or puzzled gazes, Yang Lin said proudly, Providing disaster relief to the people is neither my responsibility nor this old gentleman's responsibility. But now that treacherous officials are in power, the people are suffering and death. If the emperor does not provide disaster relief, then I, Yang Lin, will provide it for him. These words were spoken loudly and carried far. Many people felt their hearts race and their blood boil upon hearing this. Everyone knew that these words were blasphemous, but at this moment no one was afraid. Inexplicably, boundless power arose in everyone's hearts, and they wanted to stand up and save the world. Kong Qiu's old eyes also gleamed with a sharp light, and his expression changed again as he looked at Yang Lin. Okay, great. Kong Qiu stroked his beard, smiled, and nodded. Excellent. Mr. Yang is very righteous. On behalf of the people in the disaster area, I would like to thank Mr. Yang in advance. After speaking, he bowed again, his expression slightly complicated. This time, before Yang Lin could help her up, Kong Qiu stood up on her own initiative and changed the subject. There is another matter I would like to ask Mr. Yang. Please speak freely, sir. Yang Lin nodded. Kong Qiu stroked his beard. Now that we have silver, the people have food, but the floods are still there. I wonder if you, young sir, have any ideas on how to control the floods? Kong Qiu looked intently at Yang Lin. This time, not only Li Yuyao, but also Chu Ting, Zhou Wan, Liao Hongying, Xiao Jiu and others could hear the old gentleman's words implying a test. Flood control. Yang Lin rubbed his chin, wanting to say he knew the answer, but still maintained a serious expression and slowly said, Even you the great, in controlling the floods, knew that dredging is worse than blocking. So, the strategy for controlling floods is simply to block what needs to be blocked and dredge what needs to be dredged. Heavy rain is a natural disaster. What we humans can do, whether it's building dikes and dams or changing river courses, are merely temporary measures. If we truly want to completely solve the flood problem, we must devise a long-term plan that spans hundreds or even thousands of years. One approach is to build a massive dam and dig a reservoir upstream of the main river to create a huge flood storage area. Before the rainy season arrives, the water in the flood storage area should be released. When the rainy season comes, the dam should be closed, allowing the water from the upper reaches of the main river to remain in the flood storage area. In this way, the water flow within the main river will be reduced, thus lowering or minimizing the severity of flooding. There's another one, and that's relocation. In fact, many places near the Yangtze River are frequently flooded and are not suitable for living. However, the people there are reluctant to leave their homeland because they are attached to it. As long as these people are completely relocated from flood-prone areas, then no matter how severe the flooding, nothing will happen. After Yang Lin finished speaking, everyone around him was stunned again. Yang Lin's answer once again surprised Kong Qiu and Li Yuyao. Kong Qiuli's ideal answer was to build a dam, while Li Yuyao's ideal answer was to modify the river channel. Yang Lin's answer. Although it's different from what they thought, upon closer examination, it seems incredibly ingenious. Containment dams? Build flood storage areas? Relocate residents? Each of these points was something they had never thought of before, but upon closer reflection, they became increasingly shocked. Yang Lin's three solutions, each involving an enormous amount of engineering work, are truly solutions that will provide a permanent solution, far better than the annual floods and disaster relief efforts we face now. They can all be considered long-term, even millennia-long plans. Kong Qiu frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "The Yangtze River is hundreds of feet wide. It would be difficult to build a dam across it, wouldn't it?" Yang Lin nodded. Fighting against the heavens and against nature is certainly not easy, but as long as you do it, you will definitely succeed. What about relocation? Where will the relocated people go? How will these people live after leaving their homes? Yang Lin smiled and said, "This is even simpler. Our Great Qian has a vast territory, and there is wasteland everywhere. We just need to encourage reclamation and exempt the taxes for the past few years. Naturally, there will be plenty of people willing to find a safe new home. Even if we take a step back and assume that people are homeless, I can still take them in. As long as they come to me, I can find them a job and they can earn 5 coins a day." Yang Lin patted his chest. Kong Qiu squinted and said with a sneer, "What if tens of thousands of people come to you?" Yang Lin laughed heartily. "Master Kong probably doesn't know that there are now more than 30,000 people working for me." Kong Qiu's eyes widened, slightly taken aback. 30,000. However, the old gentleman had seen a lot and immediately asked, "What if another 30,000 came? Would you still be able to support so many people?" Yang Lin smiled. "Old sir, let alone another 30,000. Even if it were 300,000, I could still afford it." "You." Kong Qiu's eyes widened. His immediate thought was to say, "Don't brag." But looking at Yang Lin's serious eyes, he suddenly felt that what the other party said was probably not just boasting. "Really? Really?" Kong Qiu slowly exhaled, as if he had figured something out, and looked at Yang Lin approvingly, nodding. "Great, that's wonderful. All right." The old man chuckled as if he had made a decision and said, "To tell you the truth, it is true that I came to ask you for money and for your water management strategy. However, these two things are also 2 tests for you, and you have passed them, young man. Zhong'er and Xiao Jie have also gone through similar trials, but they failed to pass my 3rd test. Would you like to give it a try, young master? If you can pass this 3rd test, young master, I will give you a gift and tell you a huge secret." Kong Qiu looked at Yang Lin with a sly smile, like a cunning old fox. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. "It's here. It really does concern the secrets of his sect." "Only." Yang Lin frowned. "It doesn't matter if he's being tested, but the problem is, why does Kong Qiu have to say something so important in front of everyone? Isn't he afraid that things will be leaked? Or is it? He wants the whole world to know about this." Chapter 297, Question 1. What is at the end of the world? As expected, upon hearing about the test, the gift, and the secret, the surrounding villagers quieted down and listened intently. Li Yuyao's heart skipped a beat, and she was extremely excited. She had long heard that Kong Qiu's sect possessed a huge secret. There are even rumors that whoever deciphers that secret will become the ruler of the world. She looked at Yang Lin nervously and expectantly, wishing she could agree on his behalf immediately. Even though she knew that this last test, which Yu Zhong and Chu Jie had failed to pass, would be very difficult, and Yang Lin might not be able to pass it either, how could she not give it a try when such a good opportunity was right in front of her? All eyes were on Yang Lin, filled with tension and anticipation. Yang Lin, however, remained remarkably calm. He did not answer Kong Qiu immediately, but instead glanced around at the people around him, looking at those familiar faces, while pondering Kong Qiu's intentions. "Sir, why don't we go inside and talk in detail?" Yang Lin gestured for him to proceed. "Oh, no need for that. This 3rd test is just 3 questions. As long as you can answer all 3 questions correctly, you will pass the test." Yang Lin slowly exhaled. He was now absolutely certain that, regardless of success or failure, Kong Qiu wanted the whole world to know about this matter. "All right, sir, is there anything else you would like to test me on? I'm very interested." Kong Qiu chuckled and stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly, and said with a hint of smugness, "My first question is for you, young master. What is the end of our world?" Everyone was taken aback when they heard the question. No one expected that the questions posed in this test would not be questions that tested one's learning, but rather such meaningless questions. Immediately, a villager couldn't help but shout, "Boss, I know the answer. The end of the world is the horizon." No sooner had the man finished speaking than a cold voice came from beside him. "Fool, the end of the world is clearly the sea. If we go 800 li east of Jiangzhou, we'll reach the sea." However, someone pondered, "I also know that there is a sea to the east, but this old gentleman is obviously not an ordinary person. Could the question he asked be so simple?" The villagers were taken aback, but they all nodded. Yes, the answer is definitely not that simple. What could it be? Quiet down, and let's see how the gentleman responds. All eyes were on Yang Lin. Yang Lin blinked. This question is easy. But before he could finish speaking, Li Yuyao tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Master Kong, this question is not simple. The world is boundless, and no one knows how big it is. Although our Great Qian is bordered by the sea to the east, the southern, northern, and western ends may not necessarily be the sea. Therefore, answering the sea is definitely wrong." Li Yuyao paused briefly, then lowered her voice and continued, "I believe the answer should be Goetiu. Return to the ruins?" Yang Lin blinked and couldn't help but smile wryly. He naturally knew the meaning of returning to the void. In legend, the end of the world is the ruins of return. Goetiu is a bottomless abyss. It is the end of the earth and the end of the ocean. All the water in the world, even the Milky Way in Tian Shan, will flow into Goetiu. Yes, I once read in an ancient book that the end of the world is called Goetiu. Li Yuyao believes that Mr. Kong's question is a test of Yang Lin's talent and learning. Only those who have read extensively can answer such a tricky question. Yang Lin smiled and shook his head. "No." Li Yuyao immediately frowned. "This is a very important matter, so don't answer carelessly." Her answer came from records in the palace library, something ordinary people would never know, so she believed her answer was correct. But Yang Lin was quite certain that the question raised by Kong Qiu was a scientific one, not a myth. "So, what is the end of the world?" "My answer is, the world has no end." Yang Lin looked confidently at Kong Qiu. Everyone was stunned, somewhat unable to understand this answer. Li Yuyao thought to herself, "Oh no." She believed that the end of the world was the void. The world has no end? What kind of answer is that? Kong Qiu squinted and said with a chuckle, "Oh, no end. What do you mean by that?" Yang Lin smiled calmly. "Because the earth beneath our feet is actually a giant sphere, so no matter which direction we go, as long as we keep walking, we will eventually return to our original position." His words stunned everyone around him once again. Huh. Some villagers doubted that they had misheard. The landlord said that the earth beneath our feet is a sphere. That's impossible. Exactly. The earth is flat. How could it be round? How come the employer doesn't know such simple common sense? Li Yuyao also let out a long breath, clenched her little fists, and her eyes were full of disappointment. Is the ground beneath our feet a sphere? Everyone knows the world is flat, but he insists it's round. She didn't believe Yang Lin genuinely didn't know, so there was only one possibility. This bastard was talking nonsense. He didn't take Kong Qiu's test seriously at all. He had no idea how important Kong Qiu's secret was. All the women sighed. They didn't understand why Yang Lin would deliberately answer incorrectly. However, it was soon noticed that there was a glint in Kong Qiu's eyes when he looked at Yang Lin. The light was filled with excitement and disbelief. Did he answer correctly? But how could that be? Is the world endless? Is the earth beneath our feet round? No. That's absolutely impossible. Congratulations, you answered the first question correctly, Kong Qiu said with admiration in his eyes. The crowd erupted in uproar. The villagers who were watching immediately began to whisper among themselves. What's going on? How did that turn out right? Yeah, I don't understand either. Could it be that the earth is really round? Impossible. We can all see that the ground is flat. Li Yuyao was also greatly shocked. Yang Lin actually got it right. Is the answer really that the world has no end? She just felt like her mind was a complete mess. If the world truly has no end, there is only one possibility, that the world is round. But how could the world possibly be round? Not to mention that the ground is flat and everyone can see it. If it were really round, wouldn't all the water in the ocean spill out? Furthermore, if the world is round, then there can only be people in that small area on this giant sphere. Because if there were people in other places, they would have fallen off long ago. Everyone looked at Yang Lin in confusion. Kong Qiu asked expectantly, "The world has no end. That's certainly true. But what does it mean that the world is round? To be honest, I haven't quite grasped the mystery behind that." Chapter 298 The Secret of This World. Kong Qiu humbly sought to learn. The others also looked at Yang Lin with surprised and puzzled expressions. Everyone has the same question in their mind. The world is obviously flat, so how can it be round? It's very simple. Yang Lin began by saying, the reason we feel the world is flat is because our world is too big. Sir, can you imagine what it would feel like if we stood on a giant sphere that was 10,000 feet long and wide and looked around? You would feel that the place under your feet was the highest, and the surroundings would get lower and lower. But what if this sphere were 100,000 zhang, 1 million zhang, or even 100,000 li or 1 million li? Kong Qiu suddenly realized, his eyes shining even brighter. I understand. As long as this sphere is big enough, we inside it won't be able to perceive the slope. The ground we feel will appear flat. Ah, I see. Ha. Kong Qiu seemed to have finally resolved a long-standing issue, and burst into laughter. Wonderful, wonderful. He stroked his beard, his face filled with melancholy. Li Yuyao was extremely shocked, because she suddenly remembered what Yang Lin had once told her about Earth. At that time, Yang Lin told her that the world was very, very vast. Beyond the Great Qian Dynasty lay a boundless ocean, and beyond that ocean lay continuous continents, where perhaps other countries also existed. At that time, she was filled with the desire to conquer the world, and she ignored Yang Lin's name for the world, Earth. Looking back now, he knew all along that this world was a giant earthen ball, or rather Earth. The next moment, Li Yuyao shook her head, unconvinced, and said, that's still not right. Any ball has an up and a down. We, on top, feel the world is flat, but what about the back of this ball? If there were people there, wouldn't they be upside down? Or rather, they would have fallen off long ago. Yes. Third sister Liao Hongying added, and the ocean. If the world really is a sphere, then the water in the ocean should also be spilled out. After hearing what the two said, people who had just finally believed that the world was a sphere began to have doubts again. Yes, could it be that there's no one on the other side of the ball? Or that there's no sea on the other side? Kong Qiu smiled without saying a word, as if he had already figured out the mystery behind the sphere's enormous size after Yang Lin explained it. Hearing these remarks that even a primary school student in his previous life would never have uttered, Yang Lin was both amused and exasperated. But he also knew very well that changing people's deep-rooted beliefs was a very, very difficult thing. Bruno was burned at the stake for his heliocentric theory. Although he planned to lead several industrial revolutions in this world, he did not want to be the Copernicus of this world. However, a simple explanation is still necessary now. As for whether they can understand it or not, that's none of my business. Yang Lin looked at Li Yuyao. My lady, on the other side of the world, there are not only people, but also oceans. In fact, seawater covers the entire world. The reason they don't fall into the ocean is because everything in the world is bound to it by a force called gravity. It's like when we jump. We quickly fall to the ground because the Earth's gravity pulls us back. The Earth's gravity is stronger than our own, so we can't leave the Earth. Therefore, we can only stay on the ground, not float in the sky. Everything has gravity. The larger the object, the stronger the gravity. At first, Li Yuyao and the others were able to keep up with Yang Lin's train of thought. But soon, the sheer volume of information conveyed in those simple words plunged them into deep thought. Li Yuyao frowned, silently picked up a pebble, and let go of it, causing it to fall to the ground immediately. This was an ordinary thing, but at this moment her eyes were fixed on the pebble, her face filled with astonishment, and her heart was filled with great turmoil. She seemed to have figured out some things, but not quite. Everything falls to the ground. It's such a normal phenomenon, yet it's always been overlooked. Ha. I get it now. This old man understands again. Kong Qiu looked refreshed and radiant, stroking his beard and beaming with joy. I never imagined that such a seemingly ordinary phenomenon would reveal the most fundamental law of this world. Gravity? That's quite an interesting name. Mr. Yang, how did you come to see through the essence of this law? Kong Qiu looked at Yang Lin in surprise, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. When I was little, there was an apple tree behind my house. One day, I was sitting under the apple tree when suddenly a ripe apple fell from the tree. Ahem, let's not talk about that anymore. Please continue with the questions, sir. Although he shamelessly used this classic story to claim it as his own, the more he talked, the more guilty he became, and his face turned red with embarrassment, so he couldn't continue. I see. Kong Qiu nodded slowly, then bowed deeply to Yang Lin and said, Young master, you have resolved my doubts that have troubled me for many years. For this one question alone, you can be my teacher. Yang Lin was surprised. Li Yuyao was shocked. Everyone who knew Kong Qiu's identity watched this scene in horror. The venerable Confucius, whose knowledge was unparalleled in his time, not only worshipped the young boy, but also said that he should be my teacher. If this gets out, the whole world will be shocked. Yang Lin quickly stepped forward to help Kong Qiu up. Mr. Kong, please continue with the questions. He was also greatly shocked. He was shocked not only by Kong Qiu's humble attitude towards learning, but also because he suddenly realized something. He knew the answer to the question Kong Qiu had raised. But that's only the answer. He only knows the answer, not the principle. This demonstrates that the problems encountered in the test were not original to Kong Qiu. His teachers simply passed on the questions and answers to him. So here's the question. How did the school of thought that passed these questions on to him come up with such questions and know the answers? This is terrifying to think about. Yang Lin had already sensed something, so he didn't need to think about it too much for the time being, but instead decisively asked the next question. Okay, the second question. Kong Qiu squinted and said, Young master, do you know what the essence of the sun and moon in the sky is? With a deafening boom, Yang Lin's mind went blank upon hearing the question, and he stared wide-eyed in astonishment. As expected, Kong Qiu's problem was exactly what he had expected. Of course I know the answer. But at this moment, Yang Lin's mind was in complete chaos. Since coming into this world, he had never been so shocked by anything. Now, he can't quite understand this world anymore. Chapter 299. Who is the person who can answer the question? My lord, the old man asks you, what is the essence of the sun and moon in the sky? Seeing Yang Lin standing there in a daze, Liao Hongying, the third sister, thought that Yang Lin had not heard the question clearly, so she repeated the question. Yang Lin looked around at the pairs of eyes that were either expectant or strange. What's wrong with my husband? Li Yuyao also noticed Yang Lin's unusual behavior. It's okay. This is a difficult problem. I need to think about it carefully. Yang Lin lowered his head, appearing deep in thought. Actually, this problem was extremely simple for him. But Yang Lin had already realized that if he answered these 3 questions correctly and passed the third test, the secret he obtained might not be what he wanted. Or rather, that secret might not be something I can bear. The 2 questions raised in succession made him realize a pattern. Who would be the person who can answer all the questions? It's equally terrifying to think about. Why would Kong Qiu's sect leave behind such a test? Who are they looking for? Therefore, at this moment, Yang Lin was not thinking about the answer, but hesitating whether or not to complete Kong Qiu's, or rather, Kong Qiu's sect's test. Just as Yang Lin was pondering this, the surrounding villagers started discussing it. What else can the sun in the sky be but the sun? Yes, the moon is the moon, but such a simple answer is definitely not what the old man wanted. What else could it be in essence? A palace of the gods? Let's stop guessing. Can't you see our boss has been thinking about this for so long and still hasn't figured it out? Don't argue. Don't disturb the employer. The employer definitely knows the answer. The scene gradually quieted down. Everyone stared intently at Yang Lin, as if waiting for some miracle. Although many people didn't understand Yang Lin's explanation about the other side of the earth, they could still sense that it made a lot of sense. Now they also want to know, what exactly are the sun and moon in the sky? Are they celestial palaces? Or divine birds? Kong Qiu also looked at Yang Lin with great interest, wondering if this young man who had brought him so many surprises would bring him another one. Of the 3 questions in his final test, even the smartest person in the world could only answer 2, and even then, the answers were merely guesses, not as thorough as Yang Lin's explanations. He knew the answers. When these questions were passed down from his master, the answers were also passed down. But the answers to these 3 questions were more and more unbelievable than the last. Even though he knew the answers and had pondered them for many years, he could only vaguely glimpse the tip of the iceberg and still could not understand their meaning. Finally, Yang Lin raised his head. He didn't look at Kong Qiu, but instead looked at Li Yuyao. My wife, do you want me to pass the test? Yang Lin knew more about Kong Qiu's sect than he did, so he wanted to consult Li Yuyao for her opinion. Li Yuyao was taken aback and looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Of course. Who wouldn't want to know the secret within Kong Qiu's sect that concerns the entire world? The question is, can you answer these absurd questions? She didn't have much hope. Although Yang Lin answered one question correctly and gave a very reasonable explanation, it was likely just luck. As far as she knew, the test of Kong Qiu's sect had been passed down for at least several hundred years, but it seemed that no one had ever passed it. Good. Yang Lin immediately turned to Kong Qiu and said without hesitation, the essence of the sun and moon in the sky is a planet. Similar to the earth beneath our feet, the moon is a satellite, and the sun is a star. After these words were spoken, silence fell over the surrounding area. All eyes turned to Kong Qiu's face, trying to discern from the old man's expression whether the answer was correct. Kong Qiu, I was completely dumbfounded. His eyes, wide and gleaming with a sharp light, were fixed on Yang Lin, his gaze filled with shock. Xiao Jiao was extremely anxious and urged, "Hey, old man, stop being so mysterious and just tell me whether my brother hit the right person or not." Kong Qiu nodded hurriedly, excitedly saying, That's right again. Young sir, please tell me quickly, what is a satellite? What is a star?" Kong Qiu rushed forward and grabbed Yang Lin's clothes tightly, as if afraid that Yang Lin would run away. His eyes were full of thirst for knowledge. The answer left by the sect was only 2 words, planet. These 2 words were the answer that Kong Qiu pondered for many years, yet he still could not unravel their mystery. When Yang Lin said that the earth beneath his feet was also a sphere and named it Earth, he suddenly realized the answer to the second question and vaguely understood that the word planet meant the same existence as the earth beneath his feet. Is the moon and sun in the sky, just like the earth beneath our feet, the same world? Could this be the world of immortals? Countless questions flooded his mind, and he couldn't wait to find out the answers. Kong Qiu's performance once again confirmed Yang Lin's guess. He only knew the answer, not the underlying principle. Without hesitation, Yang Lin said directly, "Satellites are planets that revolve around our Earth, while stars are the centers of a galaxy. Our Earth revolves around the sun." Yang Lin was well aware that this issue involved geocentrism and heliocentrism, and the world might not be so quick to accept such a truth. Therefore, he stopped there and said no more after saying that one sentence. This short sentence contains a tremendous amount of information. A smart person immediately grasped the key point. Does the moon revolve around the world? And this world revolves around the sun? Although there are many details that are difficult to understand at first glance, just figuring out the most key points is enough to make one's scalp tingle. For example, why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west in a cyclical pattern? Why does the moon have phases of waxing and waning? Sure enough, after Yang Lin gave that simple explanation, the surroundings fell silent again. The villagers couldn't understand why the earth beneath their feet wasn't the center of the world, nor could they comprehend that it wasn't the sun revolving around them, but rather they revolving around the sun. Kong Qiu and Li Yuyao also fell into deep thought. Their expressions ranged from furrowed brows to blank stares to solemn expressions, displaying a wide range of emotions. After a while, "Wow, that's brilliant. I see. Ha ha ha." Kong Qiu burst into laughter, laughing heartily. Li Yuyao frowned and asked, "But there's something I still don't understand. Since the sun, the moon, and even the world beneath our feet are all giant planets, they must be extremely heavy. So why don't they fall down or collide with each other? Why are they still floating in the sky perfectly fine?" Chapter 300. Answering 3 questions correctly guarantees death. Yang Lin gave a wry smile. This matter is also very complicated to explain. Simply put, it's still about gravity. As I just said, huge objects often have very strong gravity. For example, the sun we see has a stronger gravity than the earth beneath our feet. So our earth is bound by its gravity, like it's tied with an invisible rope. Similarly, the moon is also bound by the earth's gravity. Even with just a few simple sentences, the amount of information is still enormous. Li Yuyao found these explanations so absurd, completely shattering her previous understanding, but upon closer reflection, they made perfect sense. "Mr. Confucius, please pose the 3rd question. Now that the decision has been made, let's complete the test as soon as possible, and find out the secret as soon as possible." Good. Kong Qiu did not hesitate. The answers Yang Lin gave were already enough to shock him. He became increasingly confident that Yang Lin could pass these 3 tests. "I believe Mr. Yang can answer this last question." Kong Qiu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "For this last question, what are the stars in the sky?" Yang Lin was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This time, he didn't even give anyone time to think before saying directly, "The stars in the sky are also planets." After saying that, he quickly walked up to Kong Qiu and said with a bright look in his eyes, "Now, old sir, can you come in with me?" Although he didn't know why Kong Qiu insisted on setting up tests outside, he didn't believe that Kong Qiu would reveal such a huge secret in public. While everyone was still in a daze, wondering why such a small star could be a planet, Kong Qiu let out a long sigh and came to Yang Lin's side. "Congratulations, Mr. Yang. You have answered all 3 of my questions correctly. You have passed the 3 tests. From today onwards, you are the leader of the Kunlun sect. This is the token of the leader." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Qiu took out a crystal-clear, round jade pendant in emerald green from his sleeve. He was very quick, as if he had been preparing for this for a long time, and eagerly presented it to Yang Lin. "Kunlun, that legendary sacred mountain? Yang Lin's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he immediately accepted the jade pendant. Mr. Kong, we. However, before Yang Lin could finish speaking, Kong Qiu interrupted him. Mr. Yang's knowledge is unparalleled, and I truly admire him. From now on, please do not address me as Mr. anymore, as I am truly unworthy of such a title. I also have a humble request. I wish to become your student. I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. After saying this, Kong Qiu bowed deeply to Yang Lin once again. Yang Lin was taken aback. Li Yuyao's face showed terror. Kong Qiu actually wants to become her own husband's apprentice? This is incredible. How can this be? Yang Lin immediately shook his head. You are a senior. This is absolutely unacceptable. Although Yang Lin didn't have much of a concept of Kong Qiu's identity, he could imagine that Kong Qiu's status in the Great Qian Dynasty was comparable to that of Confucius and Mencius in the previous life. Even now, Yang Lin suddenly thought of the name Kong Qiu, which sounded the same as the name of Confucius in his previous life, except that Qiu and Qiu were different. Was this just a coincidence? Alas, Kong Qiu shook his head. Sir, please don't be modest. The accomplished are teachers. There are many who have lived to a ripe old age but know nothing of etiquette or the Book of Changes. Does age automatically make someone a teacher? Your knowledge far surpasses mine, and I sincerely wish to learn from you. If you agree to take me as your disciple, I am willing to stay by your side and be at your beck and call. Even if all else fails, I can stay in the village and be a schoolteacher. That would still be of some use. As he spoke, Kong Qiu bowed deeply once again. Yang Lin was very excited. Although he knew that it would be really inappropriate for him to take Kong Qiu as his disciple at such a young age, as it would attract too much hatred. But thinking about it, it would be wonderful if this old gentleman could stay and teach in Kaoshan village. Education is also something he values highly. Now, the village has his uncle Chun Hai and the learned old man he rescued from human traffickers. Although they have set up a school and have enough teachers, they still lack a person who can take on the main responsibility. Therefore, it would be perfect if Kong Qiu could stay and take on this important task. Just as Yang Lin was about to decline Kong Qiu's offer to become his apprentice and planned to have him stay in the village to help with his education work, an elderly man with a hunched back and gray hair walked towards Yang Lin from the crowd. Mr. Yang, the old man has a request for you. The white-haired old man was about 60 or 70 years old. He walked with a swaying gait, making one worry that he might fall at any moment. Yang Lin looked over and saw that the old man's eyes were full of tears, and the tears were almost overflowing. He seems. Are you excited? Sir, please tell me if you have any difficulties. The old man's face was weathered and wrinkled, and his hunched hands were thin and bony. His skin is cracked and parched as dry tree bark. Yang Lin has seen many elderly people like this. But Yang Lin felt something was off about the old man walking towards him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. The villagers all looked this way. The old man had already reached Yang Lin, but he didn't stop. One of his hands reached towards his lower back as he continued to walk towards Yang Lin. The two were about to touch. An old man? A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Yang Lin's heart, and he subconsciously stepped back. At the same time, the people in purple and green behind them shouted, "Watch out." However, it was too late. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the old man had already grasped a gleaming dagger in his hand and was about to stab him. Yang Lin quickly tried to dodge backward, but the two were too close. Even though he was trying to get away, the dagger still pierced his body. Yang Lin felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, and in an instant, cold sweat covered his entire body. He felt dizzy, and the scenery in front of him became blurry. Why? Yang Lin clutched his stomach with one hand, feeling blood gushing out continuously. He staggered back 2 steps, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. A series of screams suddenly erupted from the surrounding area. Some people were calling his name, while others were calling him husband. The azure sky was gradually swallowed by darkness. Before losing consciousness, he saw the people in purple and green rush forward and subdue the old man. His mind was filled with random images from his life, some vividly remembered and others long forgotten. Even long-forgotten memories kept reappearing like a revolving lantern. It seems I'm really going to die. He knew he was bleeding too much when he was injured. Such injuries would be fatal in this era. Chapter 301: The Death of Yang Lin. In his final moments, Yang Lin was still thinking about the old man, wondering why he had tried to kill him. He saw pain, remorse, and guilt on the old man's face. But thinking about these things is pointless now. An endless darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sense of perception. At that moment, a commotion erupted around them. Oh my God! How could this be? That damned old scoundrel. He killed the boss. No, No, this is impossible. Boss. The villagers' eyes were bloodshot. Some rushed towards Yang Lin, who had fallen to the ground, while others pounced on the elderly man in his twilight years. Don't move. The woman in purple held a sword to the old man's neck and roared at the out-of-control villagers. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. The last vestige of clarity in her mind told her that the situation couldn't get out of control. She feared there might be assassins among them. She had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but now she was completely at a loss. Her hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Looking at Yang Lin lying on the ground, her heart ached terribly. Yang Lin, Yang Lin. Li Yuyao was the first to rush to Yang Lin's side. However, even though she lifted Yang Lin's body, held him in her arms, and shook him vigorously, Yang Lin still kept his eyes closed and remained motionless. His face was pale, and blood was still gushing from his abdomen, staining large areas of his clothes red. It was so glaring. My love. My husband. Elder brother. The women rushed over and surrounded Yang Lin, their faces anxious and at a loss. The eldest sister, who was frail, choked up with tears welling up in her eyes. Elder brother. Xiao Jiu grabbed Yang Lin's arm and shook it hard, but Yang Lin didn't react at all. This usually strong girl suddenly burst into tears. Brother, please don't scare me. Little Jiu will listen to you. Little Jiu will do whatever you say. Little Jiu will never misbehave again. Please wake up. Please wake up. Tears streamed down the handsome young man's face, dripping onto Yang Lin's face. As if infected by emotions, the eldest sister, Chu Ting, who was already choking up, suddenly burst into tears, heartbroken. Although she came from a good family, she was gentle and timid from a young age. Later, her family suffered a misfortune, going from heaven to hell overnight. Resigned to her fate, she became a refugee. It was here that she met him. My mind involuntarily drifted back to the first time I met him. From worry, fear, and anxiety to surprise, joy, and happiness, these past few months have been the best time of her life. She was certain that she loved him deeply, even though she had never said it. And now, with his fall, all that is beautiful will be stripped from her world. She has never felt so terrified, so lost. But at this moment, she, who has always lacked her own opinions, had no idea what else she could do but cry. Stop crying, everyone. Li Yuyao roared angrily. Immediately, the proud empress's eyes widened, and she shouted, Quickly, fetch a doctor. Chingy, stop the bleeding. Alan, go back and get the needle and thread. She remembered that when the guards were stabbed, Yang Lin would stitch up their wounds with needle and thread. Li Yuyao issued her orders in a cold and stern tone, decisive and authoritative. But she herself was unaware that her hands were still trembling slightly, and her eyes were already wet without her realizing it. Compared to others, Li Yuyao was much calmer, but this was only because she clenched her fists tightly, letting her nails dig deep into her flesh, using her own pain to force herself to remain calm. Seeing the chaos among the villagers on the outskirts, listening to the noise around her, and watching the women around her crying, Li Yuyao told herself that no matter what, she must not lose her composure. Finding a doctor to stitch up the wound was the best solution she could think of. Just then, a cold voice came from not far away. He's dead. The low, discordant voice, though not loud, resounded like a thunderclap through the crowd. You're talking nonsense. The boss is incredibly lucky. He'll be absolutely fine. You're a bad person. You're in cahoots with them. The villagers' anger was ignited, and they all stared at the source of the sound. They then saw a handsome man dressed in white, with a scholarly appearance, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the crowd. Li Yuyao's eyelids twitched, and she glanced at the man in white, immediately recognizing him. Bai Fei. Li Yuyao vaguely remembered that he was a strange person. I never lie. Try breathing if you don't believe me. Bai Fei added. He ignored the villagers' anger and stood in front of the crowd, his expression the calmest among them all. Li Yuyao's heart skipped a beat, and her hand trembled as she reached towards Yang Lin's nose. In an instant, she felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground, because she couldn't sense even the slightest trace of life. Li Yuyao's hands trembled, and even though she was strong, tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing it. Seeing her like this, the women were even more shocked, and their faces were filled with panic. Xiao Jiu also quickly reached out to check his breath. The next moment, she burst into tears. The women's minds went blank. Is my husband really dead? A profound sense of deathly silence and unease enveloped everyone's hearts. The villagers were filled with fear. They were uneasy and confused, as if they had suddenly lost their way. Why? Why? He was such a good person. Why did you kill him? The woman in purple suddenly raised her sword. her last shred of reason now consumed by rage. I'm going to kill you. A single sword strike. Just then, Ze felt as if her sword was being blocked by something. Killing him now won't do any good, and if this old man dies, how will you investigate the mastermind behind it all? You don't really think the old man wanted to kill him, do you? It was Bai Fei who spoke again. Ze was shocked, and the way she looked at Bai Fei changed. At that moment, the white-haired old man also knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Kill me. Kill me. I'm not human. I've done such a heinous thing. Kill me. The old man burst into tears. The grief on his face was no less than that of the women. Bai Fei said, Hee, if you want to save him, I actually have a way. However, just as Bai Fei spoke, Kong Qiu, who had been silently watching everything, also suddenly spoke up. The young man can still be saved, and I, the old man, can save him too. As he spoke, Kong Qiu stepped forward and took out an exquisite mahogany box from his sleeve. At the same time, Bai Fei also stepped forward and took out a beautiful wooden box from his sleeve. The next moment, the two of them froze, then looked at each other with wariness and a hint of hostility in their eyes. You really have a solution? Tell me quickly. Li Yuyao looked at the two of them eagerly. Chapter 3:022 Pills, 1 Death, 1 Life. Li Yuyao could easily see the strangeness in the two of them. No sooner had Yang Lin gotten into trouble than they immediately claimed they had a solution. What a coincidence. But now that Yang Lin's life is hanging by a thread, and her fate is unknown, she can't care about anything else. Saving Yang Lin's life is of utmost importance. Li Yuyao urged the two. Whatever you do, hurry up. As long as you can save Yang Lin, you can have whatever you want. Kong Qiu immediately opened the wooden box, inside which was a delicate red pill the size of a marble. This is a resurrection pill passed down from my sect. Although it cannot bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, it can save lives in times of crisis. Kong Qiu handed over the red pill. A glint of light flashed in Bai Fei's eyes. He opened the box and sneered. What a coincidence. The pills here are also called rejuvenation pills. They were passed down from my sect and have the miraculous effect of saving lives. Everyone looked at the box in Bai Fei's hand again and were surprised to find that the pill in his box was not red, but blue. At this moment, Kong Qiu and Bai Fei exchanged another glance, their eyes once again flashing with surprise. Li Yuyao was stunned. She first looked at the red pill in Kong Qiu's box, then at the blue pill in Bai Fei's box. Her intuition told her that although both of them said the pill was a resurrection pill, the effects of the two pills were likely to be different. One might work, and the other might not. It's possible that one can save a life, while the other is poisonous. Just then, Kong Qiu seemed to see Li Yuyao's concerns and urged, This pill of mine is indeed passed down from my sect. I am determined to become your disciple, so how could I possibly harm you? Li Yuyao narrowed her eyes and stared intently into Kong Qiu's eyes. To be honest, she didn't really trust Kong Qiu. Ultimately, all of this happened because of Kong Qiu. He had just finished asking those 3 questions when Yang Lin was assassinated. This doesn't seem like a coincidence. Moreover, Li Yuyao had already thought of that crucial question. Why wasn't such an important test conducted in a secluded place? Why did it have to be done in public? Could the assassination have been arranged by Kong Qiu? What exactly was the purpose of his sex test? Born into an imperial family, one must always consider whether any event is a conspiracy. Oh, what are you thinking about? Saving lives is the most important thing. Kong Qiu urged. Wait. Bai Fei stepped forward, handing over the wooden box in his hand. Madam, you must have noticed the old man's strangeness, right? Are you really willing to use the pills he took out? But I am different. Mr. Yang saved me, and I am willing to repay him with such a treasure. My sincerity is as clear as the sun and moon. Bai Fei bowed and respectfully presented the pills from the wooden box. Li Yuyao glanced at the blue pills in Bai Fei's wooden box, but her outstretched hand froze. Does this strange scholar who claims to be a sword immortal of our time have no problems? No, he has a serious problem. Li Yuyao even suspected that when Yang Lin saved him in Pingyuan County, it was all a trap. I would never harm you, sir. Kong Qiu said urgently. I don't know either. Bai Fei said proudly. Li Yuyao had never been so conflicted or had such a difficult decision in her life. She looked at the red pill on the left, then at the blue pill on the right, her outstretched hand freezing over time. She is not an indecisive person. She can make decisions decisively in anything. She suspected that one of the 2 men might be lying. Since Yang Lin's life was at stake, she, who was usually decisive, was at a loss for what to do. Sister, we can't wait any longer. Xiao Jiu rushed forward, grabbed the red pill on the left and the blue pill on the right without saying a word, and ran back quickly. What are you going to do? Li Yuyao was shocked and immediately ran toward Xiaojiao. We can't do anything reckless, Li Yuyao shouted. However, Xiaojiao was too fast. By the time she shouted, both the blue and red pills had been put into Yang Lin's mouth. Sister, if it were brother, what would he choose? Xiaojiao looked up, her large, watery eyes sparkling with hope. Li Yuyao's heart stirred, and she immediately understood. When unable to make the right choice, Yang Lin chose. He wants them all. Li Yuyao let out a long breath and nodded. Yes, you did the right thing. Li Yuyao quickly returned to Yang Lin's side, fed him water, gave him 2 pills, and then quietly waited for a miracle to happen. She realized that she was indeed wrong. She knew nothing about these 2 pills, and it was impossible for her to determine whether there was a problem with them in such a short time. So instead of letting your imagination run wild without getting anywhere, it's better to just make a choice. Choose one of them, or I want them all. Kong Qiu and Bai Fei were also surprised, staring blankly at the box in their hands. They were only hoping that Yang Lin would take their pills, but they overlooked that girl Xiaojiao, who actually took all their pills and gave them all to Yang Lin. What would happen if these 2 pills were taken at the same time? They don't know either. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Lin, and the scene was completely silent. People are hoping for a miracle to happen. Suddenly, Yang Lin's spirits lifted. His body felt as if it had been electrocuted, or as if he had just woken up from a dream and his body twitched. In that instant, consciousness returned. Yang Lin immediately realized that he was not dead. But how is that possible? He was so badly injured. The moment he regained consciousness, Yang Lin instinctively tried to get up. However, he immediately discovered that he was completely unable to move. He didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. A deafening ringing in his ears filled his mind, accompanied by waves of headache. Although the eyes cannot see, there is a faint sense of light, so hazy and dreamlike. It felt like being trapped in a nightmare from which you couldn't wake up, as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. After trying twice without success, he gave up on opening his eyes. Since he couldn't control his body, he tried to control his mind, concentrate his spirit, and gather his chaotic consciousness. Gradually, the tinnitus subsided, and my consciousness became clearer, until he heard a sound. But that sound. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was immediately energized. Haha, please don't come looking for me again. We're just dating, we're not married yet. What does he have to do with me? I've already spent several thousand yuan on him, and he still wants me to give him more money? Hey, stop making baseless accusations. Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. I did ask for an 800,000 yuan dowry, but I didn't make him risk his life. He was willing to work himself to the bone to earn money, and now he's coming to me because of something? Are you all crazy? Chapter 303 The truth must be faced. What does it matter to me if he can't afford to be cured? If he can't afford to be cured, then just pull the plug. He has no parents, and with such a huge, lifeless hole, who can afford to waste time with him? I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm leaving. Consider this 200 yuan a donation to the beggar, and don't come looking for me again. Yang Lin heard footsteps approaching him. Yang Lin was deeply shocked. Because he recognized the voice, it was his fiancée. His fiancée, on her deathbed in his past life, was still cursing him for being a poor wretch. Could it be that I'm back? Yang Lin's consciousness was in turmoil. He used all his strength to try to open his eyes. With his strong will, his eyelids finally opened a crack. He saw it. A woman wearing a fiery red silk halter-neck backless dress and high heels, always with an arrogant demeanor. It really was her. The other party also noticed Yang Lin's unusual behavior, and a look of surprise appeared in their casual glance. Hey, come quick. He looks like he's opened his eyes. The woman's voice was very clear. At the same time, the sounds of hurried footsteps, the nurse's voice outside the door, and the honking of cars outside the window. These long-lost noises mingled together and became increasingly clear to his ears. Yang Lin was extremely excited. I'm really back. However, just as he was thinking about what would happen to Dakian now that he was back, he felt someone tear something off his face. It appears to be an oxygen mask. The suffocating, unbearable feeling immediately made his vision go black again. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if the whole world was collapsing. He heard a voice that was both familiar and strange, saying, "Wake up, it will cost more money." Then, I suddenly heard a series of calls in my ears. Husband, my husband is awake. Come quickly." The sound gradually became clearer. That was fourth sister's voice. For a moment, Yang Lin couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality, but his eyes opened unconsciously. In an instant, he saw a pair of eyes that were red and swollen from crying, and his fourth sister's delicate but haggard face. Aye. Yang Lin opened his mouth. He wanted to ask himself if he was dreaming, but hearing his own hoarse voice immediately made him realize that this was reality. So, what he heard and saw in his previous life were just a dream he had while he was in a coma. But those things were so real. Yang Lin looked at his fourth sister with a puzzled expression. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. My husband, you're finally awake. Fourth sister was so excited that she cried tears of joy. Her tears fell on Yang Lin's face, cool and refreshing, which made him a little more conscious. Just then, the door was violently pushed open, and familiar faces appeared in the doorway, while haggard-looking people rushed in frantically. My husband. My love. Elder brother. As Yang Lin watched his eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, seventh sister, eighth sister, and ninth sister appear one by one at his bedside, some crying and some laughing, their faces filled with uncontrollable joy, he felt a sense of peace. Sure enough, it was just a dream. This is reality. Even at this moment, he had a slight doubt. Could everything from his past life really just be a dream? Was he originally Yang Lin of the Great Qian Dynasty? Big. Yang Lin opened his mouth and said with difficulty, Is everyone all right? Fourth sister quickly shook her head. It's all right. We're all fine. Husband, you really scared us to death. It's good that you're awake. Fourth sister held Yang Lin's face in her hands, her voice still choked with sobs. That's good. Yang Lin forced out an awkward smile. However, he soon noticed that almost all of his women had come, including Lu Qiaoyan, Chen Xinyue, and even Ma Yu. But Li Yuyao was nowhere to be seen. Where's the empress? Yang Lin strained to lift his head, trying to look outside. My elder sister took care of my husband all night and just fell asleep recently, said Zhou Wan, the second elder sister, quickly. One night. Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but looked outside in surprise. It was already bright outside, seemingly in the morning. Yang Lin was somewhat surprised. How long have I been lying here? Has a whole night passed? But for him, it was just a dream after losing consciousness, and when he woke up, he was here. 3 days. Xiao Jiu choked up. Brother, you've been unconscious for 3 whole days. What? Yang Lin was taken aback. Just then, a tired yet familiar voice came from the doorway. I'm here. The choked voice, tinged with sobs, seemed to be suppressing some kind of emotion. Yu Yao. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Lin quickly turned his head to look. The women also made way for them. Standing at the door was Li Yuyao. She leaned against the doorframe, her face haggard, her hair disheveled, her usual dignity gone. Tears streamed silently down her face like broken beads, yet a happy smile lingered on her lips as she looked at him. Their eyes met, and neither of them said anything, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. It took Yang Lin most of the day to finally figure out what happened after he was assassinated. Kong Qiu and Bai Fei each took out a pill that they claimed was a resurrection pill, which Xiao Jiu took and made him swallow them all at once. Shortly after taking the pill, he actually regained his breathing and heartbeat, and his body temperature began to rise, but he developed a high fever. In this era before thermometers, no one knew how high his fever was, but the women said that his body was burning red and hot, his breathing was faint, and he was in a state of semi-death. The women stayed by his side, wiping his body to cool him down and giving him water. With such meticulous care at all times, the abdominal wound healed very quickly. Yesterday, the wound had already healed and sprouted pink granulation tissue. Today, the wound has even scabbed over. He just woke up from his dream. As for the old man who assassinated him, he died that very day. He committed suicide. Therefore, we still don't know why the old man assassinated him, or if there was someone behind it. Because he remained unconscious, no one had the mind to investigate further. As for Kong Qiu and Bai Fei, they remained in the village, just as before, showing no signs of anything unusual. After listening to the woman recount what had happened in the past few days, Yang Lin fell into deep thought again. There are just too many coincidences, flaws, and abnormalities in this matter. Kong Qiu's trial, his own assassination attempt, Bai Fei and Kong Qiu's elixirs. All of these are like beads, and now all that's missing is a thread to string them together. He believed that with careful examination, he would surely find clues. But he had just woken up and was so exhausted that he fell asleep again without realizing it. When I woke up again, it was already evening. After drinking a large bowl of meat porridge, his strength and spirits recovered considerably, and he was able to lean against the headboard with assistance. My lady, summon Kong Qiu. I need to see him. The truth must be faced. Chapter 304 Divine Artifact. Violent Unboxing. Before long, Kong Qiu arrived. It was already late at night, But the elderly man with silver hair rushed over immediately after learning that Yang Lin wanted to see him. Great, you're finally awake. Upon seeing Yang Lin leaning against the headboard, looking relatively well, Kong Qiu was quite excited. Yang Lin nodded slightly. I must also thank the old gentleman for the elixir. His words had a double meaning. Oh, sir, you're too kind. The purpose of elixirs is to save lives. You are the most deserving person in the world to be saved, having served your country and its people. This elixir is being used to save you, making the best use of it. Seeing that the old fox wasn't taking the bait, Yang Lin changed the subject and asked, what do you think of that old man who tried to assassinate me? Kong Qiu sighed and shook his head, saying, that man seemed to have been used. I saw that he looked pained and seemed to have some regret. But no matter what, that is no reason to assassinate you, sir. Therefore, that man truly deserved to die. How hateful. Yang Lin stared intently at Kong Qiu's expression, but couldn't discern any flaws in his demeanor. He immediately sighed and said, it's all in the past. The reason we invited the old gentleman here this time was to put him to the test. When the other party didn't respond, Yang Lin got straight to the point. Kong Qiu nodded immediately, then looked towards Li Yuyao inside the room. Li Yuyao frowned slightly and looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded, and Li Yuyao immediately got up and left the room. Kong Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. After watching the door close, he placed a tattered cloth bag he had brought with him on the bed and slowly opened it. Kong Qiu sighed. Alas, no one has ever been able to pass the sect's test, so this secret of the sect has always been kept in the hands of the Kunlun sect's leader. Now that you have passed the test and become the new leader of the Kunlun sect, these things and secrets should rightfully be entrusted to you for safekeeping. As they spoke, the tattered package was opened, revealing two very old wooden boxes inside. Kong Qiu handed the two boxes to Yang Lin one after the other. This box contains the most precious treasure of our Kunlun sect, a legendary artifact said to be able to communicate with heaven and earth and command yin and yang. But the key to the box is hidden in our sect's forbidden area, in the underground palace. And this, Kong Qiu then handed another box to Yang Lin. This is the map of the underground palace. With this, you can enter the sect's forbidden area and obtain the key. As Yang Lin took the two wooden boxes, his lips twitched involuntarily. Having either one alone is of no use. You need two of them to open the box. However, Yang Lin then asked with a strange look in his eyes, since Mr. Kong is in charge of these two boxes, haven't you thought about opening them and taking a look? Kong Qiu immediately shook his head. Our sect has an order since ancient times that no one, not even the Kunlun sect leader who is in charge of these things, can open this box without authorization, except for those who can pass the 3 tests. Kong Qiu's gaze fell on the black box, her eyes seeming reluctant to part with it. Yang Lin sneered inwardly. I don't believe you. Perhaps Kong Qiu is a virtuous man who obeys his master's orders. But Yang Lin didn't believe that the Kunlun sect, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, had always had a leader who strictly followed the sect's orders. With both a map and a box in hand, how could one not be tempted by the so-called magical artifact inside? Even if you don't want to keep the treasure for yourself, you should still have the curiosity to take a look. Therefore, Yang Lin is certain that there must be some special reason between the map and the box that is the key to why successive Kunlun sect leaders have not opened the box. Or rather, this box has already been opened. At this moment, Yang Lin didn't dwell on these things and immediately opened the box containing the map. He was stunned when he saw what was inside the box. Because inside the box was a stone slab the size of a palm. Where's the map? Oh, the next moment, Yang Lin noticed that the thin stone slab was carved with dense lines and patterns. Clearly, this stone slab is a map. He took the stone slab out of the box and examined it closely. The rectangular stone slab, with sharp edges and corners, is shaped and thick like a mobile phone. Although the patterns on it are small, they are very clear, and there are even several markings with Chinese characters. Forbidden area, underground palace, explored, unexplored, key. Yang Lin exclaimed in amazement. This map is marked in such great detail. He was certain that whoever obtained this map could find the key by using it once they arrived at the forbidden area of Kunlun Gate. Suddenly, Yang Lin's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized something was wrong. He suddenly realized that the markings on the map were actually in simplified Chinese characters. This discovery made Yang Lin gasp, staring blankly at the stone slab engraved with maps. At the same time, he recalled a novel from his previous life called The Three-Body Problem, in which there was a very peculiar line. Carved in stone. If you want to preserve information, you can use paper, parchment, or bamboo slips for a short period of time. However, The best way to preserve information for a long time is the most basic method. Carved in stone. Looking at the map carved on the stone slab, Yang Lin fell into deep thought. He quickly came to his senses and picked up another box containing the so-called divine artifact that could communicate with heaven and earth and command yin and yang. Sure enough, there was a small keyhole on the box. Yang Lin tried it, and the box was sealed very tightly. He used all his strength, but the black box did not have a single crack. If it weren't for the shallow slit in the middle, one would have suspected that the box was a single piece. It's no use, it won't open. Kong Qiu's voice rang out from the side. Yang Lin shook the box again. Not a sound was made. Just like this heavy box, it really is just a single unit. Yang Lin frowned. Even though he had a map, he didn't have the patience to search for a key in the secret realm of Kunlun Gate. Mr. Kong, this box is mine now, isn't it? Can I do whatever I want with it? Yang Lin squinted and looked at Kong Qiu. He wasn't seeking Kong Qiu's opinion. Kong Qiu chuckled and nodded. Of course. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to open this box by brute force, sir? I want to smash it open. Yang Lin made no attempt to hide anything, his expression resolute. Kong Qiu still smiled and shook his head, repeating the same sentence. It's useless, it can't be opened. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He had expected Kong Qiu to say that the box should not be damaged, as it would harm the artifact inside. No, it wasn't. He showed absolutely no intention of stopping me. Could it be? Has anyone ever tried to force open a box in the past? Yes, that must be it. This also confirms his previous guess that the former leader of Kunlun sect was also trying to find a way to open the box. Chapter 305 at the end of the Dragon Vein. Control the world. But these sect leaders clearly had a map in their hands. So why didn't they find the key and use it to open the box? Does this mean that, besides the key, other key factors are needed to open the box? Thinking of this, Yang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized the most crucial point. That is, only those who pass 3 tests can open the box. This is the key. Previously, he thought the map and the box were the key. But that's clearly not the case. The real key is the person who can pass all 3 tests. And who will be able to pass the test? Yang Lin's heart started pounding again. Even though he knew the box might not be easy to open, he still didn't give up the idea of giving it a try. Yang Lin laboriously pulled a steel dagger from under the blanket beside the bed, then inserted the sharp blade into the shallow slit on the box and pried it open with force. Then, Yang Lin felt as if he had pried open a rock. So hard. He was shocked to discover that the box was not made of wood. It is completely black and at first glance looks like some kind of black wood, but its texture, weight, and toughness all indicate that it is obviously some kind of alloy. Yang Lin tapped the box once, and it made a dull sound. He tapped the box again with the handle of the knife, but it remained intact. It's really hard. Yang Lin frowned. Kong Qiu smiled, as if he had expected it. Yang Lin decisively stopped trying, casually tossed the 2 boxes aside, and looked at Kong Qiu, asking, Mr. Kong, let's leave the boxes aside for now and continue talking about the secret of Kunlun sect. Yang Lin's eyes were bright and piercing. Yang Lin's intuition told him that this secret of the Kunlun sect was also very important. Kong Qiu nodded, glanced subconsciously in the direction of the door, and then deliberately moved closer to Yang Lin before slowly saying, Young master, come closer to me. I'll tell you something. Kong Qiu's expression was solemn and his demeanor mysterious. Yang Lin leaned closer to them. Kong Qiu leaned closer, whispering in Yang Lin's ear. The secret is just one sentence. The power to control the world lies at the end of the Dragon Vein. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Dragon Vein. The power to control the world. He couldn't help but think of the Dragon Vein that Prince Yong had mentioned. After saying this, Kong Qiu immediately retreated to the bedside and sighed. To be honest, this secret has been passed down through generations in the Kunlun sect. Every generation of sect leader has the habit of traveling around the world. In fact, we are using the guise of traveling around the world to search for the Dragon Vein. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat again, and at the same time, he suddenly realized. He knew that Kong Qiu often traveled the world. The last time he encountered him was when Kong Qiu was traveling with his 3 disciples. So it turns out that his travels around the world were actually in search of a Dragon Vein. Have you found it yet? Yang Lin looked at Kong Qiu curiously. When he asked that question, he already had the answer in his heart. Sure enough, Kong Qiu shook his head in disappointment and sighed. Alas, in the few hundred years that are recorded, at least a dozen leaders of my Kunlun sect have tried various methods to search for the Dragon Vein, but apart from some scattered clues, they have found nothing. I have spent half my life on this project, but have made no progress. There are still a few bamboo scrolls inside the mountain gate, which records some clues about the dragon vein. If you are interested, you can return to the mountain gate to take a closer look another day. Kong Qiu sighed again. With only these clues, finding the dragon vein was as difficult as ascending to heaven. So, sir, there was no need to have any hope for the dragon vein. Sigh. Yes. Yang Lin nodded, looking regretful, but secretly feeling a little smug. The dragon vein that your sect leaders for over a dozen generations couldn't find. I didn't even have to look for it before it popped up on its own. Although Yang Lin did not believe that there was any power in the world that could control it, after learning these secrets, he also became curious about the end of the dragon vein. Yang Lin was very glad that he hadn't impulsively killed Prince Yong. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this secret. Now that we have the clues about the dragon vein provided by Prince Yong, finding the dragon vein is not difficult. Moved by the idea, Yang Lin immediately decided to go to Yongzhou after recovering from his injuries and arranging things in the village. While we're at it, let's also make a trip to Kong Qiu's forbidden area to see what's so special about the key to this box. Afterwards, the two talked about the Kunlun sect, and Yang Lin gained a clearer understanding of this mysterious sect. The Kunlun sect, which is quite mysterious in the eyes of the world, is not so special if you take off its mysterious cloak. However, there are indeed some rules within the Kunlun sect that are unknown to outsiders. For example, each generation of sect leader must pass on the test from generation to generation, while selecting some exceptionally talented students to receive the sect's knowledge. Each generation of the Kunlun sect cannot have more than 9 disciples combined. As for the most mysterious ability to turn lead into gold in the eyes of outsiders, the idea that whoever the sect leader takes as a disciple will be able to turn the rotten into the miraculous and rise to the top in one step is actually just that each generation of sect leaders has a unique vision and can see the clues of some ordinary people before they have even made a name for themselves. Furthermore, after becoming an apprentice, one learns a great deal of knowledge passed down within the Kunlun sect. With their already considerable talent combined with high-quality educational resources, they can naturally stand out in a short period of time and become elites in the industry. Kong Qiu also told him that the Kunlun sect was not actually located in the distant Kunlun Mountains, but in an ordinary little mountain in Yongzhou. Apart from the countless books and scrolls that have been passed down over hundreds of years, recording all sorts of strange and wonderful knowledge from various professions, in the forbidden area of the sect that ordinary disciples are forbidden to set foot in, there is nothing else special about the sect. Before leaving, Kong Qiu specifically instructed Yang Lin to return to his sect when he had time, to look at the ancient books passed down by the sect, and not to forget to take on disciples so that the Kunlun sect could be passed down. As for the trials, now that he has completed all the trials of Kunlun sect are over. Finally, Kong Qiu agreed to stay in the village and help Yang Lin complete his educational career. Yang Lin refused his request to become his apprentice, but promised him that he could come to him with any questions he didn't understand. No sooner had Kong Qiu left than Li Yuyao eagerly entered the room, went to Yang Lin's side, and asked impatiently, "What are the secrets of his sect?" But halfway through her sentence, Li Yuyao seemed to realize something and quickly said, "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say it." Yang Lin smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. You are the closest person to me in this world. No matter what the secret is, if I can't even tell you, how boring would it be if it were just kept in my heart by myself?" Yang Lin then recounted the story of the end of the dragon vein. Li Yuyao was deeply shocked upon hearing this. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel regretful. Kunlun sect has searched for hundreds of years without finding it. Even if we knew this secret, it would be useless. Alas. Chapter 306. What does crushing him have to do with him? Li Yuyao shook her head and sighed. She felt very sorry. Knowing such a huge secret is meaningless if the dragon vein cannot be found. Ahem. Actually, I know where the dragon vein is. Yang Lin, leaning against the headboard, slowly began to speak. What? Li Yuyao was shocked and stared at Yang Lin in disbelief. Do you really know where the dragon vein is? Li Yuyao stared at Yang Lin in shock. Yang Lin's expression told her that he was not joking. But how could that be? Yang Lin nodded. Yes, it was the dragon vein that Prince Yong found. He immediately recounted the story of Prince Yong and the dragon vein. Li Yuyao was stunned. She never expected that the dragon vein that Kunlun sect had been searching for at least several hundred years would actually be found by Prince Yong. Even more unexpectedly, Prince Yong revealed the location of the dragon vein to Yang Lin in order to save his own life. And now, they know the secret about the dragon vein. Li Yuyao's eyes were filled with fervor as she excitedly grabbed Yang Lin's arms. Husband, you must find the end of the dragon vein. Yang Lin nodded silently. He didn't believe in any power to control the world. Compared to the end of the dragon vein, he was more curious about the so-called dragon vein itself. According to Prince Yong, the dragon vein is located in an underground river, like a glowing rope, stretching across the entire riverbed. Therefore, the dragon vein itself is very mysterious. Yang Lin is a materialist who believes in science and reality. He doesn't believe in abstract concepts like dragon veins and believes that there is a scientific explanation behind everything that seems unscientific. Therefore, he really wanted to figure out what the dragon vein was. In her excitement, Li Yuyao suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Could it be that Kong Qiu was behind the assassination attempt on you?" Yang Lin shook his head. "No, I feel it's just a coincidence. Kong Qiu certainly had his purpose, but based on the information Kong Qiu had just given him, Yang Lin was almost certain that he had no motive to harm him. Therefore, he is more inclined to believe that the assassination attempt was merely a coincidence with Kong Qiu." Li Yuyao asked again, "What about Bai Fei?" Zi said, "This person seems to be no simpleton." Yang Lin shook his head again. The assassination should have nothing to do with him, because if it were, he would have had many opportunities to do so in the past. Yang Lin rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and continued, "I'm more inclined to believe that Kong Qiu and Bai Fei did have other motives, but they weren't trying to harm me. This assassination attempt came suddenly, catching them off guard, which is why they didn't react in time and revealed that their motives weren't pure." Li Yuyao nodded. "What do you plan to do?" Yang Lin smiled wryly. "I've already talked to Mr. Kong. He'll stay in the village and help me with education. As for Bai Fei, we don't need to worry about him. Let him do whatever he wants." Although the other party was eccentric, they had never harmed him before, and their offer of medicine was a gesture of goodwill, so Yang Lin decided not to interfere for the time being. Li Yuyao nodded again, but her expression was solemn as she said, "All right, I'll listen to you. But from now on, you need to pay even more attention to your safety. This assassination attempt has served as a wake-up call for us. We've offended too many people now, and you've affected the interests of too many. There are countless people who want to kill you, so we must be extremely careful. I'll have Zi train a special group of personal guards for you later." "Okay." Yang Lin nodded. When it comes to safety, he doesn't mince words. "I was really too careless before. I never expected that someone would arrange for an old man to assassinate me." Li Yuyao continued, "Although the old man who tried to assassinate you is dead, it's certain that there was a mastermind behind him. But now that the old man is dead, how can we find out who the mastermind is?" She frowned. She had been thinking about this matter constantly while Yang Lin was unconscious these past few days, but she had absolutely no clue what to do. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "This matter may be the same mastermind behind Zhu Rui's contact with other landlords and bandits to launch a night attack on us a few days ago. It's just that Zhu Rui is already dead, and all the clues have been cut off. However, finding the person behind this is not actually difficult." Li Yuyao was taken aback. "How do I find it?" "There are two options. One is to announce to the public that I am dead. In this way, whether it is the mastermind behind the assassination or other enemies, they will take the opportunity to come forward." Li Yuyao's eyes lit up. "That's right. They're harming you because they're afraid of you. As soon as they find out you're gone, they'll come out to cause trouble. That's indeed a good idea. What's the second idea?" Li Yuyao pressed for an answer. Yang Lin smiled. "The second method is even simpler." His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression calm, yet he uttered a startling statement. "We must take over the entire Great Qian Dynasty as soon as possible." Li Yuyao was greatly surprised. "What is this?" She didn't quite understand what the connection was between seizing power and finding the mastermind behind it all. Yang Lin coldly said, his eyes narrowed. "As long as we use swift and decisive measures to eliminate all the enemies blocking our way, then why do we need to care who the mastermind is? No need. We don't need to know who he is, just kill him. Crush him, what does it have to do with him?" Li Yuyao was deeply shocked. Yang Lin's methods truly embody imperial majesty. Who is the enemy? Unimportant. Once you've wiped out all the enemies, the enemy you're looking for will surely be among them. Li Yuyao was moved. At that moment, she suddenly realized what she, as an emperor, lacked. Being decisive, shrewd, calm, and possessing unparalleled cunning and political acumen is not enough. What she lacks, that's domineering. When faced with a wall, some people will choose to go around it. Others, however, choose to simply crash into it, smash it, crush everything in its path. The next day, everyone in Kaoshan village heard the news that their master was in critical condition. The news spread like wildfire, reaching the entire Zhenghe County by the second day, and then Pingyuan and Nanyang prefectures by the third day. The people of Kaoshan village seemed to be shrouded in a huge gloom, and sobs and cries could be heard throughout the village. Many villagers spontaneously gathered in front of the Yang family's gate, standing there silently, as if on a pilgrimage, awaiting news from inside. They burn incense morning and evening, kneel and worship the heavens, and pray to the Bodhisattva to protect Yanglin and keep him safe. In Pingyuan County and Nanyang County, this matter became a topic of conversation among the people on the streets and in the alleys. Have you heard? Mr. Yang from Kaoshan village is dead. What? I heard this morning that he was dying, and he's gone already? Oh dear, what a wonderful person he was. How could he suddenly be gone? You don't know? I heard from a relative who works in Kaoshan village that someone stabbed Mr. Yang. They stabbed him in the stomach, and the blood was everywhere. Chapter 307 The mastermind behind it all has revealed himself. The people discussed it vividly, as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Upon hearing this news, some people were saddened, while others were shocked or regretful. But some people were overjoyed and laughed heartily when they learned that Yang Lin was dead. Pingyuan County. Inside a luxurious mansion, the old butler seemed to have become 20 years younger. He ran wildly through the house, finally stopping in front of a study. Before he could even catch his breath, he excitedly knocked on the door and shouted, "Master, Yang Lin is dead." Bang! The next moment, the study door was suddenly pushed open, and an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in brocade robes, appeared in the doorway. He stared intently at the old butler, his face filled with undisguised surprise as he asked, "Really?" The middle-aged man's surname was Yang, and his given name was Bailey. He was the current head of the Yang family in Pingyuan County and one of the most powerful families in Pingyuan. Yang Bailey has another identity. He is the only elder of the Yang family in Pingyuan County who possesses the Yang family genealogy. At this moment, the elder of the Yang family had eyes full of excitement and anticipation. It should be true. The news came from Kaoshan village, and it's being spread around the area. The old butler quickly replied, "Ha, that's great." Yang Bailey burst into laughter, then quickly stopped, glancing at the old butler with a sinister look, and coldly said, "Now that the matter is settled, the old man's family. Release them?" the old butler asked. "Kill him," Yang Bailey said in a low voice, his face revealing a sinister look. The old butler subconsciously shrank his neck. "Humph, this matter absolutely cannot be leaked out, and we cannot reveal any flaws. Do you understand?" Yang Bailey stared intently at the old butler. I understand. The old butler's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat, and he hurriedly nodded. "Go ahead, and make sure it's done cleanly. Oh, and prepare the sedan chair immediately. I need to go out for a bit." The old steward had a sudden thought. Go to Kaoshan village? He knew his master's plan, but was it too hasty to go to Kaoshan village now? Humph, what do you know? Before going to Kaoshan village, we naturally need to pay our respects to that second young master. The old butler immediately looked enlightened. Remembering the mysterious second young master, the old steward dared not ask any more questions and hurriedly went to make preparations. Half an hour later, Yang Bailey's sedan chair stopped at the gate of a vast but little-known luxurious manor on the outskirts of the county town. After handing over a card to the gatekeeper, the side gate was immediately closed. After waiting for most of the day, the side gate was opened again, and a middle-aged man in his 40s came out. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Yang Bailey dared not be negligent and immediately bowed. Before he could speak, the middle-aged man said coldly, "The second young master already knows what you did. He said you did a good job, and this is your reward." As he spoke, the middle-aged man gave a wink to the servant beside him. The servant immediately stepped forward, lifted the red cloth on the tray, revealing a document and an exquisite seal underneath. Yang Bailey glanced at the words on the document out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes immediately revealed excitement and greed. At the same time, he hurriedly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards the door, saying, "This servant thanks the second young master for the reward." As he spoke, he kowtowed 3 more times. Then, with a look of deep gratitude, he rose with the help of his servants. The middle-aged man said coldly, "The position of prefect of Pingyuan has been vacant for a long time. The second young master bestowed it upon you so that you would do your job well. You understand what you should and shouldn't do." Yes, my lord, I understand." Yang Bailey was thrilled. He knew that this second young master was extraordinary, but he never expected that the other party would reward him with the position of prefect in one fell swoop. "Go down. The appointment from the Ministry of Rights won't be issued for another half-month, but with the second young master here, you can take over as prefect today. Humph. Once you're an official, don't forget your duties. The second young master can take back everything he's given you at any time." The middle-aged man spoke without even glancing at Yang Bailey, then turned and returned to the manor, closing the side gate behind him. Your humble servant understands." Yang Bailey shouted in the direction of the manor. On that very day, Yang Bailey took office as the prefect of Pingyuan County. The fact that the head of this powerful family, who had been in business for generations, suddenly became the governor of Pingyuan County did not surprise others too much. Whether in the government office or among the wealthy gentry, everyone seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and they were all actively cooperating with the new prefect, showing him even more respect than the former prefect, Zheng Rong. The next day, to everyone's surprise, Yang Bailey, who had just taken over the affairs of the prefectural government, couldn't wait to gather 600 third-class Yamen runners, along with a 2,000-strong Pingyuan County garrison, and brought the Yang family genealogy with him. They marched in a grand procession toward Kaoshan village. A day later, Yang Lin, whose injuries had mostly healed, received intelligence from Guiyan Hall. The intelligence was not detailed, only stating that the newly appointed Pingyuan County prefect, Yang Bailey, had left Pingyuan County with 2,000 Pingyuan garrison soldiers and 600 Yamen runners, and his whereabouts were unknown. Shortly after Yang Lin received this intelligence, Yang Bailey and his men appeared outside Kaoshan village. Upon receiving the news, Yang Lin and Li Yuyao exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming. Li Yuyao sincerely admired. The other party really did jump out on their own. Yang Lin frowned slightly. Something still doesn't seem right. Huh. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Did her husband think that Yang Bailey wasn't the one who did it? Yang Lin shook his head no. At this moment, whoever jumps out first is the most suspicious. The mastermind behind instigating Zhu Rui to attack the village and sending that old man to assassinate me is most likely Yang Bailey. Only. Yang Lin frowned in thought. The enemy is a master of intrigue. He must know that our Kaoshan village isn't so easy to take, which is why he's resorted to so many tricks. But now he's openly leading his troops here. Does he really think he's confident? I feel he must have a backup plan. A second move? Li Yuyao frowned again. Faced with absolute power, she didn't believe there could be any backup plans. What should we do? Even though she didn't believe it, she still asked Yang Lin for his opinion. Yang Lin said without hesitation, "Prepare a strong defense. If he wants to fight, then fight him. But if we really start fighting this time, then we can't delay taking Pingyuan County." Yang Lin sighed inwardly. Taking Pingyuan County will be a piece of cake. The biggest problem now is the lack of talent. His guards could level dozens, or even hundreds, of cities in a short time, and their power would snowball, growing larger and larger. The reason why we haven't taken action yet is that our foundation is not solid enough and our resources are not deep enough. More importantly, the biggest weakness lies in the talent pool. At this moment, Yang Lin felt that although the other side had brought troops, it was more like a deterrent. He doubted that the other side would force its way into the village. Really? News came quickly. Yang Bailey has entered the village. Just as Yang Lin had expected, Dejun stayed outside the village, and he only took a few people with him. Chapter 308 Making a Decision That Goes Against the Ancestors. Upon hearing this news, Yang Lin not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but instead frowned. Because that's what he's most worried about. He's not afraid if the other party resorts to force. No matter how tough someone is, can they be tougher than yourself? The fact that the opponent left his main force outside the village and went in himself shows that he still has a trump card up his sleeve. And this kind of soft knife is the most terrifying. The time Zhu Rui joined forces with landlords and bandits to attack Kaoshan village, the losses would have been devastating if Kong Liang hadn't informed them. The last time he was assassinated, he was on the verge of death, and he still feels scared when he thinks about it now. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. The opponent attacked twice, each move potentially fatal. Now that the other party has finally shown up, they must have learned of the news they spread and rushed here in haste. So what will be the opponent's final move? Li Yuyao's expression was cold. Whatever their schemes and tricks, we'll find out once they've arrested them and interrogated them. Yang Lin shook his head slightly. Hey, no rush. Now that he's on our turf, it's not too late for us to arrest him. Let's let him run wild for a bit and see what they're up to. Not long after, another message came. After entering the village, Yang Bailey did not visit the Yang family, but instead sought out some of the village's elderly residents. Upon hearing this news, Yang Lin was even more confused. What exactly does the other party want to do? However, Yang Lin soon received the answer. This answer left Yang Lin both amused and exasperated. The guards reported that Yang Bailey was carrying a family genealogy book and claimed to be the head of the Yang family. He said he had come to visit Yang Lin after hearing that Yang Lin had been assassinated and was in critical condition. The people accompanying him were not high-ranking officials or nobles, but rather members of the Yang clan from the surrounding villages. When they arrived in the village, the elderly people they found were all seniors who were related to the Yang family. Yang Lin immediately understood. Damn, this guy's here to inherit his estate. So that's how it is. What a clever scheme, what a conspiracy. Yang Lin gasped, genuinely impressed by the other party's skill in scheming. Previously, when he learned that Zhu Rui's purpose in contacting the bandits was only to kill him, he thought that the other party's plan was to wait until Kaoshan village was leaderless before slowly taking action. Unexpectedly, the other party pulled this stunt. They've come directly to inherit the family business. The other party knew that he had no parents, no brothers, and no children. In this era when there were no laws related to inheritance, how to inherit the estate was up to the clan elders. Although he had 10 wives, the problem was that in feudal times, women had no status. Without a man in the house, no matter how many women were left, none of the inheritance would be left to his women. All his inheritance will be taken away and divided among the clan elders. Most importantly, no one will think there's anything wrong with seizing family property in such a cunning and forceful way, simply because the person who took the inheritance was an elder in the family. His woman, however, is an outsider. It is only right to leave the property to the clan. In that instant, Yang Lin understood many things and secretly gasped. Yang Lin felt a surge of anger. This was the most ruthless and cunning person he had ever encountered. They not only wanted his life, but also wanted to take everything from him. Li Yuyao's expression was also not good. This is indeed a difficult matter. Li Yuyao frowned deeply. This time, it was Yang Lin who didn't understand. Why? Since we know what the other side is facing, we should just kill them, Yang Lin said. No. Li Yuyao shook her head urgently, her eyes filled with worry. Yang Lin was even more puzzled. Li Yuyao was somewhat surprised. That's the patriarch of the Yang family. He holds the family genealogy. Yang Lin blinked, still not quite understanding, and asked directly. So what? He felt as if he had overlooked something. How? Li Yuyao stared anxiously and said, You really don't know? He has the family genealogy. Every member of the Yang clan has to obey his orders. Don't even mention killing him. Even if you arrest him, the other members of the Yang clan will object. He gathered so many members of the Yang clan and the village elders with this in mind. Yang Lin was slightly taken aback. In the previous society, clan concepts were not strong, and even naming did not need to follow the rules of generational naming. Therefore, he genuinely had no idea that the clan leader had such a great deal of influence. What if I insist on killing him? Realizing that things were not simple, Yang Lin asked. Li Yuyao shook her head and said, If we kill the clan leader, it is tantamount to betraying our master and ancestors. Disowning our ancestors is the worst of the 10 evils. We will be despised by the whole world. Moreover, your name will be removed from the Yang clan, making you a person without a surname. Even after death, your bones will not be allowed to enter the ancestral grave, and you will never be able to hold your head up for generations to come. Li Yuyao looked worried. Yang Lin blinked after hearing this. That's it. He couldn't help but sneer. What does heinous crimes mean? What does despised by all mean? History is written by the victors, and he refused to believe that one day, if he truly ruled the world and became an emperor, the so-called Yang clan would still recognize him as an imperial relative. Moreover, in the end, this kind of thing is just about gaining recognition from others. Why should I need others' approval to do what I do? I almost starved to death in the past. Where was the so-called clan back then? Now that he's doing well in Kaoshan village, these clan elders have come. They also intend to use admitting their own guilt as leverage. But have they ever considered whether they acknowledge them or not? My wife, I won't get involved for now. You handle this. What clan chief? I, Yang Lin, don't know him. Li Yuyao asked worriedly. Do we really have to do this? Under heaven, there is no one who does not respect their own clan. Even within the royal family, the authority of clan elders and clan heads remains significant, and important events such as sacrifices to heaven and ancestors are still presided over by clan elders. In many clan affairs, even the emperor had to compromise with the clan. That's because no one can bear the infamy of betraying their ancestors. Unlike the society Yang Lin lived in his previous life, where decisions that went against the ancestors' wishes were made at the drop of a hat. Yes, go for it. Yang Lin is now eager to know the opinions of the Yang clan members, the villagers, and the managers who hold shares under their wing regarding this matter. This relates to how he will treat them in the future. His plan to fake his death was known only to a few outsiders, including Kong Qiu, and to his own family. That's why he planned to have Li Yuyao step forward and take this opportunity to let everyone show their true colors. Okay, I'll go right away. Li Yuyao turned and left. As soon as I stepped out of the room, I saw that the courtyard was already crowded with people. In addition to the villagers who come to pray every day, there are also some unfamiliar faces. Miss, please be careful. Qingyi quickly stepped forward to remind her. Chapter 309. Please, clan chief, take charge of the overall situation. Standing in the watchtower inside the courtyard, Li Yuyao looked out at a middle-aged man in his 40s who was shouting loudly at the villagers. Fellow villagers, elders of the Yang clan. As the saying goes, a family cannot be without a head for a day, and a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Now that Mr. Yang has been assassinated and is seriously injured, his fate unknown, we, the Yang family members, should unite to manage the family's businesses on his behalf, thereby stabilizing the situation and turning the tide. We cannot stand by and watch our Yang family's assets fall into the hands of outsiders. I, Yang Ao, am unworthy and know that I am young and incompetent. Though I have the will, I lack the power and cannot command respect. Therefore, I recommend my clan leader, Yang Bailey, the newly appointed prefect of Pingyuan County. After Yang Ao finished speaking, many people around him immediately shouted, "Please, clan leader, take charge of the overall situation. Please, clan leader, take charge." In an instant, shouts filled the air. The surrounding villagers initially glared angrily, thinking that they didn't need these outsiders to take charge. But as I listened, I realized that what Yang Ao said made some sense. After all, they are relatives of the Yang family. Now that the owner's fate is unknown, what will happen to this huge family business if something happens to him? It was indeed reasonable for the clan leader to step forward at this point. But will the clan chief really come to help? Just as the villagers were wondering if the Yang clan chief would help them, Yang Bailey stepped forward at just the right moment. He was dressed in magnificent brocade robes, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, with white hair and the appearance of a kind elder. Holding the Yang family genealogy, he walked out from the crowd and stood in front of everyone. Facing the security team maintaining order, the villagers of Kaoshan village, and the elderly and clansmen, Yang Bailey, with a sorrowful expression, slowly unfolded the family genealogy in his hand. I am the current patriarch of the Yang clan. As you can see, according to the family genealogy, Yang Lin is my grandson who is within 5 degrees of kinship. If Yang Lin sees me, he must address me as third master. Yang Bailey slowly scanned the crowd. Before anyone could see what was written on the family genealogy, he calmly put it away. Facing the direction of Yang Lin's new home, he tapped the ground with his cane, his voice slightly choked with emotion. He took a deep breath, looked up, and cried out loudly, "My grandson Yang Lin, I'm too late. The Yang family still needs you. How could you leave this world and abandon us? My good grandson." His expression was sorrowful, and his voice was trembling with sobs, truly resembling a kind elder who cares for his juniors, lamenting the injustice of the world. This scene deeply moved many villagers, who wiped away tears and choked with sobs. Yang Bailey suddenly turned around, facing the crowd again, and said proudly, "Fellow villagers, please rest assured, Yang Lin is my clansman and my grandson. It is only right that I take care of him. So no matter whether my grandson lives or dies, I, Yang Bailey, will not abandon the Yang family." I was worried that someone might take the opportunity to retaliate against Kaoshan village and the Yang family, so I brought 8,000 soldiers with me this time. I left them outside the village to deter any troublemakers. As long as I, Yang Bailey, am here, no one will dare to bully you. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in Kaoshan village while my grandson is seriously injured, and who dares to seize my Yang family's wealth while my grandson is seriously injured. Yang Bailey surveyed the crowd with a stern expression. Yang Ao, who was standing nearby, shouted at just the right moment, "Please, clan leader, take charge of the overall situation. Please, clan leader, take charge of the overall situation." Immediately, his men joined in the shouting. The surrounding villagers, including the Yang clan elders he had invited, were also moved by Yang Bailey's words. His words were truly moving and deeply touching. In the villagers' eyes, he was a good person who stepped forward to take charge in times of crisis. As for those clever people who vaguely sensed that the other party was after Yang Lin's property, they also understood the implication of the other party's claim of bringing 8,000 soldiers and dared not speak. One soft and one hard, one yin and one yang. He quickly gained the approval of everyone around him, and it seemed that no one else could represent the Yang family except him. Standing on the watchtower, Li Yuyao's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing these words, and she gasped. That bastard, without making a sound, turned Yang Lin into his grandson, and even talked about it as if there was a deep bond between grandfather and grandson. It's utterly shameless. She only knew about the emperor's mind and the balance of power in the court, but she had never seen such a conspiracy that manipulated people's hearts and fooled the common people. She knew that this was the routine Yang Lin had once mentioned. The problem is that, after being fooled by him, both the villagers and members of the Yang family are now supporting him. Li Yuyao narrowed her eyes slightly. Then his next move will probably be to reveal his true intentions. Sure enough, Yang Bailey below suddenly said, "Fellow villagers, fellow members of the Yang clan, the current situation is extremely bad for us." Everyone was taken aback, not quite understanding what Yang Bailey meant. As everyone knows, my grandson has no father, no mother, no brothers or children, and no elders in his family. Now, his huge estate is controlled by a group of women from other families. It's outrageous. If my Yang family's assets are not taken over by my clan members soon, those women will surely plunder them. Those are all the savings my grandson worked so hard to accumulate. How can they be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders? As soon as he said that, many people felt that it made a lot of sense. In this era, no matter how long a woman has been married into a family, she is always considered an outsider in the eyes of her clan. Therefore, Yang Bailey's words not only immediately gained the support of the Yang clan, but many villagers who had been fooled also felt that he was right. What should we do? We cannot stand by and watch our Yang family's business be taken away. We beg the clan leader to uphold justice for us. The shouts grew louder and louder, and besides the people he brought, many villagers and members of the Yang clan also stood on his side. Hearing the deafening shouts, a cold smile crept onto Yang Bailey's lips unnoticed. He knew that his plan had succeeded. Although he wasn't sure whether Yang Lin was dead or not, it no longer mattered. He was certain that the old man had succeeded in the assassination attempt that day, and even if Yang Lin hadn't died, he must have been seriously injured. Now, the Yang family has no one left. As long as Yang Lin cannot step forward to take charge, won't these ignorant people be at his mercy? With proper guidance, I can easily force Yang Lin's women to hand over the Yang family's assets. Even if the other side has a powerful security force, what does that matter? This is an open conspiracy. As long as he can rightfully take over everything in Yang Lin's life, even the security team will have to listen to him. Chapter 3:10 Upon seeing this old man, why don't you quickly pay your respects? Yang Bailey was secretly pleased, but his face wore a sorrowful expression. He raised his arms and shouted in the direction of Yang Lin's house. Fellow villagers, members of the Yang clan, we can't wait any longer. We demand those women hand over our Yang family's property now. We won't let the Yang family's property fall into the hands of outsiders. Hand it over. His henchmen shouted in response. Hand it over. The villagers, who had long lost their will, also shouted. Hand it over. In the eyes of the villagers, everything they are doing now is for Yang Lin. For Yang Lin's sake, they would do anything. In an instant, shouts shook the heavens. The women all went outside and were somewhat stunned by the excited shouts from the crowd. They never imagined that these villagers, who usually respected them, would treat them like this. What should I do? The eldest sister, Chu Ting, was the least assertive. Seeing the situation outside, she was so anxious that she almost cried. Third sister Liao Hongying, holding a red-tasseled spear, was about to leave. Humph. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. My husband treated them so well. Now they're taking advantage of his injury to bully us. Let me take a group of men out. I'll kill them all. Stop. Li Yuyao came down from the watchtower. Sai, don't be impulsive. They've all been misled. If you kill them now, the villagers will lose their unity. Moreover, Li Yuyao narrowed her cold eyes and said coldly, besides, given the current situation, do you really think you can still mobilize the security team? What? Liao Hongying was shocked and stared wide-eyed, saying, could it be that Zhong Tao has also betrayed us? Li Yuyao shook her head with a bitter smile and said self-deprecatingly, it's not betrayal, but for them, there is only one master in their hearts, and that is our husband. Now that our husband is not here, someone who claims to be the head of the Yang family has stepped forward to take charge of the overall situation. Therefore, for the people under his command, the affairs of the Yang family can only be decided by the Yang family. They are loyal to their husband, and when their husband is not here, they are loyal to the Yang family. And we are all outsiders. The women were all stunned, their hearts filled with sorrow. Have I become an outsider? The women felt extremely wronged when they thought of being outsiders. They were relieved that their husbands were all right. Otherwise, if their husbands were really gone, wouldn't they really be bullied by these people who appeared out of nowhere? The eldest sister was extremely anxious. Why don't we ask our husbands to come out? Yes, as soon as their husbands come out, they all behave themselves. Liao Hongying said the same thing. Li Yuyao immediately shook her head. Facing the women, she said proudly, my husband has entrusted this matter to me. Although I may not be able to do it, I will give it a try. Both Li Yuyao and Li Yuyao used to bewitch people, but Li Yuyao didn't believe that she was inferior to a small tycoon in the county town. Moreover, my lord has a deeper purpose in doing this. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. The wickedness of people's hearts cannot be seen in ordinary times. Therefore, my lord wants to take this opportunity to see the true nature of each person. As Li Yuyao spoke, she pushed open the door without hesitation. The people in purple and green immediately rushed forward to protect them. The women wanted to follow, but Xiao Jiu quickly said, "Oh dear, we wouldn't be able to help even if we went out. So let's not cause any trouble. The most important thing right now is to protect our sister. We can't trust anyone outside right now, lest someone take advantage of the chaos to rush in. Third sister, fourth sister, you two hurry up to the arrow tower. The arrow tower is high up and you can see far. Keep an eye on the crowd, and if anyone tries to harm our sister, kill them." The third and fourth sisters are both decisive in character, making them the most suitable for this kind of task. Liao Hongying was taken aback, then immediately nodded as if she had just thought of something. "Let's go. Eldest sister, second sister, you two stay here with the ballista." Chu Ting's eyes widened immediately. "We don't need a crossbow yet, do we?" She knew all too well the power of the ballista. Yang Lin had also taught them how to operate this weapon of mass destruction. In Chu Ting's view, the people outside were either Yang Lin's clansmen or villagers from the same village. It was not a good idea to use crossbows against them. "Oh dear, I didn't say I absolutely had to kill them. This is just in case." Xiao Jiu understood her eldest and second sister's personalities. They were both too kind and wouldn't easily resort to violence. But if the other party really dares to break in and threaten Yang Lin's safety, she believes that they will take action without her having to explain herself. As the gate opened and the drawbridge lowered, Li Yuyao appeared at the entrance, accompanied by Zi Yi and Qing Yi. In an instant, the voices that had just been shouting for the surrender fell silent. Everyone looked toward Li Yuyao, who walked in calmly, with a cool expression and an imposing presence. Li Yuyao stood at the door, scanning the crowd with sharp eyes and an imposing aura. Faced with that disdainful gaze, no one dared to meet its eyes. Many villagers immediately lowered their heads, like children who had made a mistake. "What are you doing?" Li Yuyao's voice wasn't loud, but its clear, cold tone carried a powerful aura, each word resonating like a great bell in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Yang Bailey was also shocked by Li Yuyao's imposing presence. He originally only cared about Yang Lin. In his opinion, Yang Lin's women were just ignorant women from the village who didn't know a thing or two and had no experience. They were not worth considering. But now, even the two maids beside Li Yuyao exuded an extraordinary aura. Seeing that the imposing aura he had just built up was about to be overwhelmed by this woman, Yang Bailey immediately stepped forward with his cane, glanced at Li Yuyao, and said coldly, "Are you Yang Lin's wife or concubine? I am the patriarch of the Yang clan, and also Yang Lin's third grandfather. Now that you have married into the Yang family, why don't you pay your respects to this old man?" From the very beginning, he wanted to completely overwhelm his opponent with his momentum. However, Li Yuyao glanced at Yang Bailey with disdain, ignoring him completely, and looked directly at the villagers in front of the door, coldly shouting, "Did you come here to pray for my husband's safety, or to curse him to die sooner?" His cool, aloof eyes swept across the entire room. Immediately, some villagers objected. "Of course we hope our employer recovers soon." "Yes, how could we possibly curse our employer? Is anyone who curses their employer even human?" The villagers all disagreed with Li Yuyao's words. Li Yuyao said coldly, "Hoping my husband recovers soon? If that's the case, why are you colluding with outsiders to seize my husband's property, even though he's not dead? What are your true intentions?" Chapter 3:11 There is a traitor among them. Li Yuyao knew very well that Yang Bailey's goal was to put them on the opposite side from these villagers and the Yang family members. These villagers are not inherently bad. They have simply been misled by Yang Bailey. If we don't make them realize the truth first, we'll just be creating enemies for ourselves. The villagers were taken aback by Li Yuyao's words. They seemed to have some sense of reason, but they were also somewhat unconvinced. Someone immediately retorted, "Madam, you are wrong. They are all members of the Yang clan. How can they be outsiders?" Li Yuyao sneered. "You say they're not outsiders? Then do you know them?" The villager who had just asked the question was taken aback. Only then did he realize that he didn't actually recognize any of these people in the Yang family. Before today, had you seen them? Just because he says he's the head of the Yang clan, does that mean he really is? Have you looked at the family genealogy? Everyone was stunned again. They recalled that they had indeed seen the family genealogy before, but the words on the genealogy, most of them are illiterate. Young Bailey frowned slightly. He realized that this woman was not easy to deal with. Li Yuyao didn't give the villagers time to think and continued. There are countless people in the world with the surname Yang. Are you really sure that they are my husband's relatives? Her cold phoenix eyes swept across the entire room once more, and this time no one dared to speak. The villagers also realized that they seemed to have really made a mistake. And you too. Li Yuyao turned around abruptly, pointed at Young Bailey, and said fiercely, "Where did this old bastard come from, daring to act wildly in front of my Yang family's gate? And you even dare to swindle and deceive, impersonating the Yang family patriarch? I think you're just a con man." Young Bailey's lips twitched. He never expected that Yang Lin's woman would be so decisive, so sharp-tongued, and so clever. Instead of arguing with him about the right to dispose of the property, she directly labeled him a charlatan. Sure enough, after Li Yuyao finished speaking, the villagers, who had just come to their senses, realized that they seemed to have been deceived. Yes, none of us know him. How can we know if he is the patriarch of the Yang family? That's right, I can't read, and I can't understand what's written in that family tree. We've never heard the landlord mention any relatives he had. Oh dear, that was close. I almost fell for their trick. The villagers chimed in with their opinions, and the Yang clan elders, unsure of what to do, all turned to look at Young Bailey. Young Bailey appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was in turmoil. Thank goodness. If I hadn't prepared a backup plan, this woman would have really turned the tables on me. Humph. Young Bailey snorted coldly. This little girl is quite the talker, so sharp-tongued. I admire her. But no matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that you're just an outsider. Gentlemen, let's not be fooled by her. I am the prefect of Pingyuan County, and I have an official title to guarantee that I would not lie. Besides, I not only have the family genealogy, but also all the elders of the Yang clan present here, who can testify for me that I am the head of the Yang clan. As for this woman, I originally intended to give her some face because she is Yang Lin's widow, but she made the first accusation. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Humph. You woman, you bribed your manager to steal silver from my Yang family workshop. I advise you to confess honestly. Young Bailey's words caused an uproar among the villagers present. Li Yuyao's heart sank. As expected, they had a backup plan. However, she wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to see what the other party was really up to. Amid the uproar, many villagers believed that Li Yuyao would not do such a thing. Young Bailey sighed deeply, shaking his head in regret. Alas, everyone is too kind and has been deceived by her. If I didn't have solid evidence, how could I have said it? Please bring the witnesses up. Everyone was surprised. At this moment, a path parted in the crowd. Someone who surprised everyone stepped forward. We'll call him Uncle Zhao. The villagers were dumbfounded. The visitor was Zhao Jingzhu, the manager of the tofu shop. Yang Lin handed over the tofu medicine business to his eldest sister, Chu Ting, and the tofu shop business to his second sister, Zhou Wan. However, the two rarely concerned themselves with the affairs of the workshop on ordinary days, so the specific affairs of the tofu workshop are still handled by the manager, Zhao Jingzhu. Upon seeing that the person who came out was Zhao Jingzhu, Li Yuyao's eyes narrowed slightly, and her fists clenched unconsciously. When he first stepped forward, Zhao Jingzhu looked somewhat timid and hesitant, his eyes darting around. He dared not make eye contact with the villagers he knew, let alone look directly at his wife. Manager Zhao, I believe you don't want your employer's property to be seized by these wicked women, do you? Now, in front of the elders and villagers, tell them the truth you know. Upon hearing Young Bailey's voice, Zhao Jingzhu immediately thought of the 500 taels of silver that the other party had promised him. He gritted his teeth, glared, and puffed out his chest, saying fiercely, I can testify that the ladies have all accused me of stealing silver from the accounts. They even threatened me, telling me not to tell anyone. Now that our master's life is hanging by a thread, we absolutely cannot let these vicious women seize our master's property. These words were all taught to him by Young Bailey. After saying this, Zhao Jingzhu felt completely exhausted and quickly stood to the side. The villagers were in an uproar. Even Zhong Tao, who was maintaining order, couldn't help but frown upon hearing these words. At this moment, Li Yuyao was furious. When Yang Lin was away, she was in charge of managing everything in the workshop. Therefore, she was no stranger to Zhao Jingzhu. But she never expected that such a powerful workshop manager would be bribed to falsely accuse them at such a time. It's all thanks to Yang Lin wanting to see everyone's choices in this situation. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know if someone stabbed us in the back later. Young Bailey suddenly shouted, Where's the guard team? As the patriarch of the Yang clan, I order you to arrest these vile women. The entire security team was completely bewildered. They absolutely did not want to fight with the ladies, but what the clan chief said made a lot of sense. So they were at a loss, and all looked at Zhong Tao. Li Yuyao also looked at Zhong Tao. She was also eager to see if Yang Lin's sharpest knife would turn against him at the last minute. Zhong Tao frowned and said, "Whether it's the master or the lady, they are both part of the main family. Our duty as the guards is to protect the main family. How can servants interfere in the affairs of the main family? Our guards will not be anyone's weapon except for the master. So, clan leader and lady, please forgive my rudeness. But at this moment I am also unable to distinguish right from wrong, and therefore I can only remain neutral." Chapter 312, Isn't It Good to Be Alive? Li Yuyao was quite satisfied with Zhong Tao's reaction. Young Bailey seemed to have anticipated that it wouldn't be so easy to control the security team. But as long as the security team doesn't take sides, his goal has already been achieved. Young Bailey said smugly, "Very good. What this brother said is right. The security team is the Yang family's security team and does not interfere in the affairs of the main family. Therefore, the Yang family's affairs should be resolved by the Yang family members themselves. Clan members, come with me now and find these wicked women to demand justice." Young Bailey raised his arms and shouted. His men also started shouting and yelling, trying to force their way in. Just then, Li Yuyao stood in front of the gate, blocking everyone's way. The Empress's face was extremely pale. Today's events left her truly frustrated and aggrieved. She had a lot of valid points to make, but she just couldn't reason with these people. She was confident and assertive, but the other party was cunning and manipulative, as if every punch she landed was on cotton, leaving her feeling suffocated. I thought that as long as I explained things to them with reason and emotion, I could easily resolve this conspiracy. But now it seems that the other party has prepared far more than she imagined. The two men, dressed in purple and green, stood in front of Li Yuyao, their swords already drawn. As long as His Majesty gives the order, they will not hesitate to kill these despicable villains. However, they also understood that these people claimed to be members of the Yang clan, and with the Yang clan patriarch present, these old guys were the most troublesome. If they were to kill them in front of the Yang family, it would likely implicate their young master and earn him the reputation of betraying his ancestors. This is also why His Majesty has been hesitant to let them take action. "Move aside." Young Bailey, leaning on his cane, came to Li Yuyao's side. However, Li Yuyao remained motionless, her cold eyes fixed on the other person. Faced with that disdainful gaze, young Bailey subconsciously shivered, feeling a chill envelop his entire body, as if an animal had encountered its natural enemy, and his legs went weak and he shrank back. That's really weird. Young Bailey felt a chill run down his spine and dared not meet her gaze. But a surge of malice rose within him, and he snarled, "Humph, a mere venomous woman dares to stop me? Even if Yang Lin were still alive, he wouldn't dare disobey me, the clan leader. I'll beat you to death, you vicious woman." As he spoke, he raised the cane in his hand. The next instant, the soft sword in the purple-clad woman's hand slashed down without hesitation. Brush dash. A flash of cold light appeared, and the rare soft sword, crafted by a master craftsman, easily severed the cane. When the cane broke in two, young Bailey flew into a rage. "This is outrageous. Even a lowly maid dares to disobey her master. I think you've been plotting this for a long time, trying to harm my grandson, trying to seize the Yang family's property. Oh, my poor grandson. Humph, you wicked woman. I'll see if there's any justice left in this world." Young Bailey didn't believe that a woman like her would dare to do anything to him. This is the Yang family's gate, and there are so many people watching outside. Just because he is the patriarch of the Yang clan, no one can do anything to him today. Even if Yang Lin were here, he couldn't do anything to him. The most urgent task is to uphold the authority of the clan leader. Otherwise, things will be really difficult to handle today. Thinking this, young Bailey glared fiercely at Li Yuyao, raised his hand, and slapped Li Yuyao. "You vicious woman. For the sake of the Yang family, for the sake of my grandson, I'll beat you to death." Just then, a weak but extremely authoritative voice came from inside the courtyard. "I'd like to see who dares." The sound wasn't loud, but the moment it rang out, all was silent. All sounds ceased instantly, and people seemed to hear their own heartbeats. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the direction of the courtyard gate, filled with anticipation and surprise. Some of them choked up as they felt excited. "This sound. It's the boss. That's definitely the owner's voice. I can't be mistaken." The villagers all stood on tiptoe, peering inside. Young Bailey's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition welled up in his mind. Could it be that Yang Lin didn't die? All eyes were focused on the main entrance. The next moment, fifth sister, sixth sister, Chen Xinyue, and Alan appeared at the door. For girls struggled to carry a simple sedan chair, and on the chair, half leaning and half lying, lay a familiar yet haggard figure. It was Yang Lin. At that moment, the villagers erupted in cheers. Boss. Gentlemen. Very good. The boss is all right, wah. A series of sobs of joy and tears rang out from the crowd, and everyone's face was beaming with genuine smiles. Apart from Yang Bailey. The moment Yang Lin appeared, Yang Bailey's face fell, and he was filled with terror. He was surprised not only that Yang Lin was still alive. It was seeing the changes in the villagers that made him truly understand just how high Yang Lin's prestige was among them. It was this prestige and this sense of unity that instilled fear in him. Seeing Yang Lin come out, Li Yuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty in resolving this matter was greater than she had imagined. If Yang Lin hadn't intervened, relying solely on his own strength and force, he would never have been able to resolve this situation today. The two exchanged a glance, and Yang Lin saw deep exhaustion and suppressed anger in Li Yuyao's eyes. Yang Lin tenderly took Li Yuyao's small hand and held it tightly. My wife, leave the rest to me. I'll handle it. As the sedan chair descended, Yang Lin leaned against the soft couch, with Li Yuyao standing beside him. Zi and Qing Yi stood guard on either side, their faces as cold as frost, watching for any movement around them. The six sisters, Chen Xinyue and Alan stood behind the sedan chair, all with firm and bright eyes, staring directly at the countless villagers in front of them, as well as Yang Bailey and the elders of the Yang clan. Yang Lin then raised his head and finally looked at Yang Bailey, who was standing at the very front of the group of Yang clan elders. The man was in his 60s, dressed in embroidered brocade robes. He was slightly overweight, a common feature of wealthy people in this era. His hair was gray, and his face was full of wrinkles, but his skin was shiny and smooth. It was clear that he usually had the kind and gentle appearance of a benevolent elder, but at this moment his face was ashen and his expression was ferocious. He was staring at him in astonishment, seemingly trying to force a smile, but the smile was so ugly because it didn't match his true feelings. Ah, that's wonderful. Yang Lin's grandson. It's so good to see you're all right. Yang Bailey gritted his teeth and said things that didn't match his true feelings. From the moment Yang Lin appeared, he knew that his plan was likely to fall through. But that's all right. As long as I retain the title of clan leader, I can devise a clever plan another day and proceed gradually. As Yang Bailey was still pondering what to do next, he heard Yang Lin in front of him sigh softly. Isn't it good to be alive? Chapter 313 Yang Lin, keep my word. Everyone was taken aback. Yang Bailey also looked at Yang Lin in surprise, not understanding what he meant by that. Yang Lin looked up again at Yang Bailey, his cold eyes instilling fear in the latter. I really don't understand. Why would you, a wealthy and powerful patriarch of a powerful family, choose to provoke me instead of living a peaceful and comfortable life? Yang Bailey subconsciously took a step back, looking at Yang Lin in horror. What? What do you want to do? What are you doing? Yang Lin sneered. Before you stepped into Kaoshan village, you should have known what I was going to do. What? Did you think that just because you have the identity of the Yang clan chief, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yang Lin's eyes suddenly sharpened, gleaming coldly and filled with murderous intent. Yang Bailey subconsciously took another step back, and the other elders of the Yang clan also looked at Yang Lin in horror. Everyone present looked on incredulous upon hearing these words. Just as Yang Bailey had predicted, they all believed that even if Yang Lin were still alive, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him, the clan leader. But now, Yang Bailey was truly scared. Those cold eyes made his hair stand on end and his whole body tremble, but he still stubbornly glared at Yang Lin. Yang Bailey understood that he had to overwhelm Yang Lin with his imposing presence at this moment. We have no choice but to strike first. Yang Bailey roared in a low voice. Yang Lin, how dare you? I am the patriarch of the Yang clan. Is this how you speak to your elders? You have no respect for your elders and no manners. I am the patriarch, and I came to see you out of kindness when I learned you were in trouble. And you want to kill me? Do you want the whole world to know your treacherous and infamous reputation? In his words, he first absolved himself of his own sins, and then attacked Yang Lin from a moral high ground. In this way, he did not believe that Yang Lin would dare to defy public opinion. Ha 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 ha. No sooner had Yang Bailey finished speaking than Yang Lin burst into wild laughter. Chieftain. Yang Lin glanced at Yang Bailey, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Then he turned back to Yang Bailey and said in a low, cold voice, My parents gave me life, and heaven and earth raised me. Who do you think you are? What are you anyway? Where were you, the clan chief, when I was nearly starving to death? Where were you, the clan elders, when I was penniless and owed money? Now, hearing that I am seriously injured and on the verge of death, they come to seize my property, and they even have the audacity to call themselves the head of the Yang clan? Humph, My Yang family has no patriarch like you. He said this not only to Yang Bailey, but also to the Yang clan elders who had suddenly appeared in the room. They may not be Yang Bailey's accomplices, or they may simply be being used by Yang Bailey. But I have never received any favors from them. And even when I was poor and suffering, I did not know who these people were. Now he's come here to be an elder of the Yang family? Who do you think you are? However, Yang Lin's words were indeed arrogant and went against the traditional clan concept of this era. Therefore, even the people of Kaoshan village felt that their master's words were very inappropriate. The other party is, after all, the clan leader. No matter what, a junior cannot kill their own clan leader. Yang Bailey's expression was also very complex. Yang Lin's words made him angry, shocked, and afraid. He realized that Yang Lin was not someone who acted according to common sense, nor was he someone who could be understood using common sense. That guy is insane. Even the most powerful person isn't necessarily scary, but a madman is definitely scary. Because nobody knows what a madman might do. Seeing Yang Lin's tough attitude, Yang Bailey dared not confront him anymore, and immediately softened his tone and lowered his voice. Fine, fine. If you don't acknowledge me as the clan leader, then so be it. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Go ahead and do as you please. With that, Yang Bailey turned to leave. Yang Lin was so angry at the other party's words that he laughed. Ha ha, Yang Bailey. Is your brain filled with shit? I already said I was going to kill you, and I will. You still want to leave? Do you really think I, Yang Lin, just take things as empty words? Yang Lin narrowed his cold eyes, and his tone turned gloomy as he said, word by word. I, Yang Lin, always keep my word. His words not only aimed to kill, but also to destroy his spirit. Sure enough, upon hearing Yang Lin belittle his brain, which he had always considered his most superior ability, Yang Bailey was furious. His face contorted with rage, and the anger he had just suppressed surged back up. Yang Lin, you brat, how dare you bully me? Do you really think I'm easily intimidated? My 8,000 troops are right outside the village. With just one command from me, I can wipe out this arrogant and unworthy descendant of the Yang family and expel your entire lineage from the Yang clan. Sensing Yang Lin's murderous intent, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card for survival. Moreover, even now, he hasn't forgotten to reinforce his status as clan leader, and he's shunning Kaoshan village, focusing solely on this unfilial descendant. 8,000. Yang Lin sneered. Old thief, do you think I, Yang Lin, am easily intimidated? You just became the prefect of Pingyuan County the other day, and you've already privately mobilized 2,000 garrison troops and 600 yamen runners out of the city to my Kaoshan village. Not to mention that these 2,000 plus people are nothing to my Kaoshan village. Just the fact that you privately mobilized troops is a capital offense. Yang Bailey was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand how Yang Lin could know so much detail. Could he really be a deity? Certainly. Yang Lin hadn't finished speaking. I will not leave your life to the court to decide. Because you can't possibly leave Kaoshan village. Today is your death day. Yang Lin raised his eyes, his gaze cold and unfathomable. Yang Bailey trembled instinctively, looking at Yang Lin in horror. If you betray your master and ancestors, the world will despise you forever. Do you really want to abandon your lineage and forget your ancestors? Yang Bailey glared fiercely at Yang Lin. Reason told him that no one would dare to kill the clan chief. But the look in his eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man, told him just how strong the other party's desire to kill him was. Yang Bailey took a step back and stood among the Yang clan members. Fellow members of the Yang clan, we came here with good intentions, yet he treats us like this. He even tried to kill us. What sins has my Yang family committed to produce such a descendant who betrays his ancestors? A misfortune for the clan. A misfortune for the clan. Yang Lin clearly didn't say he wanted to kill anyone, but now he can only stick with the other members of the Yang clan, betting that Yang Lin wouldn't dare to be so reckless, betting that Yang Lin wouldn't dare to offend the entire Yang clan. However, Yang Lin's expression was cold. He merely glanced at him indifferently. You're saying I betrayed my master and ancestors? I'm the one who's going to destroy you, Yang Bailey. What does it have to do with my ancestors? I, Yang Lin, respect my ancestors, but you, Yang Bailey, are nothing but a disgrace to your clan. The Yang family refers to all those with the surname Yang in the world, not just Yang Bailey's family. You don't recognize me, Yang Lin? Ha 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 ha. Who do you think you are? I hereby declare that, effective today, your lineage, Yang Bailey, is expelled from the Yang family. Chapter 314. One man exterminates an entire clan. An uproar ensued. To exterminate an entire clan by one person? This has never happened before. It sounds absurd, but coming from Yang Lin, no one would think he was joking. Young Bailey was also stunned, and for a moment he even overlooked the rationality of these words and forgot whether Yang Lin had that right. Guards, seize this scum of the family. Yang Lin shouted loudly. Yes. Zhong Tao immediately responded. He had previously remained neutral, but after Yang Lin came out, his eyes became burning with fervor. This is the only person he's willing to obey orders. Immediately, the security team dressed in black stepped forward and subdued Yang Bailey in an instant. Yang Bailey panicked and struggled, shouting for help. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Is Yang Lin plotting a rebellion? I am the head of the Yang clan. I am also the prefect of Pingyuan County. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Yang Lin sneered. I've already killed one of the governors of Pingyuan County. One more won't make a difference. Thump. Yang Lin's words plunged Yang Bailey's heart into despair. There had been rumors that the previous governor of Pingyuan, Zheng Rong, was killed by lightning struck by Yang Lin. Yang Bailey didn't believe it at first, but now he is truly afraid. No, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He gritted his teeth, trying to bring up the name of the person behind him. However, Yang Lin coldly sneered first. Can't kill you? Yang Bailey, you still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. Killing you like this would be too easy on you. Do you think I'll give you a quick death after what you've done? Yang Bailey was completely dumbfounded. A tremendous chill enveloped my heart. What do you want to do? Looking at Yang Lin and recalling what he had done, Yang Bailey trembled inexplicably. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Yang Lin meant. Wouldn't killing him be the greatest punishment for him? How could killing him be too lenient? Li Yuyao also looked at Yang Lin strangely, somewhat not understanding what Yang Lin meant. Yang Lin sat up straight on the soft couch and looked at the villagers who were all staring at him. You probably don't know what he's done, right? This thief has committed 3 major crimes. Firstly, it was he who instigated Zhu Rue to join forces with bandits to attack my Kaoshan village. If I hadn't been prepared in advance, my Kaoshan village would have been devastated. Boom. These words alone immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. The villagers, of course, have not forgotten the burning of the village a few days ago. Yang Lin told them that bandits were going to launch a night attack on Kaoshan village, and immediately spent money to buy all the houses in the old village, preparing to light the crossbows and ballistae during the operation that night, striving to wipe out the bandits in one fell swoop. Because the villagers had all moved to Kaoshan New Village, no one knew what happened that night. But the huge earthen mound, 3 or 4 meters high, that appeared by the roadside the next day, and the blood that stained the road into the village, all told the story of the battle that night. They cursed the bandits from the bottom of their hearts for ruining the wonderful life they had worked so hard to achieve. Little did they know that the bandit raid at night was actually orchestrated by someone, and the one who instigated it is right in front of us. At that moment, the villagers' eyes turned red, and they glared fiercely at Yang Bailey, their murderous gazes seeming to spit fire. You bastard, how could you be so vicious? I trusted you just now. Anyone who tries to prevent me from living a good life, I'll fight them to the death. Kill him. We absolutely cannot let him go. Shouts erupted everywhere. No one doubted Yang Lin's words. At this moment, all the anger was directed at Yang Bailey. Li Yuyao's heart stirred. She finally understood that Yang Lin not only wanted to kill people, but also wanted to perfectly resolve the matter. Secondly, Yang Lin held up 2 fingers, his face cold, and said, the old man who tried to assassinate me before was also sent by him. He captured the old man's family and forced the old man to kill me. If the old man didn't kill me, his family would all die. Even though that old man stabbed me, this beast still killed the old man's entire family. Not a single one was spared. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone seemed to be shocked by the news. The next moment, an overwhelming surge of anger rushed toward Yang Bailey. He actually murdered Mr. Yang. Aya, you bastard. I'm going to kill him. Nobody stop me. I'm going to kill him right now. You're a fucking beast. You harmed such a good person as Mr. Yang. Do you have no conscience at all? The villagers were furious and roaring, ready to rush over and kill Yang Bailey. However, the angry crowd was stopped by the security team. After Yang Lin's assassination attempt, every member of the security team felt guilty, believing they had failed to protect their employer. Therefore, they would never allow such a thing to happen again. They would never allow their employer to be exposed to danger again. Yang Lin raised his hands, signaling everyone to calm down, and the scene quieted down again. Yang Bailey stared at Yang Lin with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't understand how Yang Lin knew all this. He did all these things in an extremely secretive way, and very few people in the world knew about them. Most of them had already been silenced, leaving only his most trusted old steward. Seeing Yang Bailey's surprised expression, Yang Lin knew that he had guessed correctly. That's right. Regardless of whether Yang Bailey was the mastermind behind the assassination or the old man's reasons for trying to assassinate him, Yang Lin was just guessing. For him, whether the person behind him was Yang Bailey or not was not important. In any case, Yang Bailey is doomed to die. In any case, the filth and darkness of this world will be eradicated sooner or later. I never expected that I would guess right. Yang Bailey was trembling so badly that he was shaking like a leaf. He understood that since Yang Lin already knew he was the mastermind behind it all, he would definitely not let him go. Yang Lin, you can't kill me. Do you know the second young master I'm his man? If you dare touch me, he will never let you get away with it. Yang Bailey stared wide-eyed and shouted frantically. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Second young master. Really? He had previously suspected that there might be more to the story. Just as he expected, Yang Bailey wanted to harm himself for personal gain. Judging from his actions, he is a cunning and treacherous person who is good at scheming. However, the pace at which he takes action against himself is not only too fast and too frequent, but it is also clear that he is in a hurry, as if he is in a hurry to complete a task. Now it seems that there is a so-called second young master behind him. Seeing Yang Lin looking at him, Yang Bailey assumed that the other party was intimidated by the name of the second young master and quickly said, Yang Lin, you are a smart man. Although I was wrong in these matters, you have not suffered any losses. Why don't we just let it go? Chapter 315. Those who bully me deserve to be killed. Those who bully my woman deserve to have their entire family wiped out. Yang Bailey looked up at Yang Lin with hopeful eyes. Seeing Yang Lin's indifferent gaze, he quickly added, You don't know who the second young master is, do you? The second young master's father is the Minister of Personnel. Yang Bailey proudly raised his head and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the north. The son of the Minister of Personnel? Yang Lin frowned again. He doesn't remember when he offended the other party. Yang Lin, you are young and promising, with a limitless future. You must not let a moment of confusion ruin your life. These words come from the bottom of my heart. In that case, let's drop this matter, and I'll give you another 1,000 taels of silver. Yang Bailey saw more and more hope. However, Yang Lin, seemed not to have heard him. His eyes were cold and his expression was stern as he continued. Thirdly, he dared to hit my wife. At this point, Yang Lin suddenly stood up from the sedan chair, his expression agitated, his eyes blazing with anger. Though he staggered, his aura was like that of a wounded tiger, his deathly cold gaze fixed on Yang Bailey. His fifth and sixth sisters quickly helped him up, and Li Yuyao gave him a grateful look. She had assumed that the third charge Yang Lin brought against Yang Bailey was that he was trying to seize his family's property, but she never expected that the last charge would actually be about standing up for her. At that time, with guards in purple and green robes on either side, it was absolutely impossible for this old scoundrel to harm a single hair on their head. Even so, her husband still cared about her and stood up for her. Li Yuyao felt very touched and happy. Marrying such a man, I have no regrets in this life. Yang Bailey trembled again. If he hadn't been escorted by the security team, he probably would have collapsed to the ground. Yang Lin pointed at the other person, looking directly into their eyes, and said slowly and coldly, word by word, These 3 crimes of yours all warrant death. But you only have one life. Killing you directly would be too lenient. After a brief pause, Yang Lin's voice suddenly rose, and he pointed at Yang Bailey, shouting, First crime, cut off his hands. Second crime, cut off his feet. Third crime, behead him. Guards, deal with this immediately. An uproar erupted around them. The villagers watching could all see that the landlord was really enraged and not only wanted to kill someone, but also wanted to cut off their hands and feet. Upon hearing this order, the guards were all taken aback. Zhong Tao immediately shouted, What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what the master said? Take action immediately. He didn't care what the boss's orders were. As long as it was the boss's order, it was the most supreme order, and he just had to carry it out. Yes. Immediately, someone came out and tried to drag Yang Bailey away. Don't go anywhere else. Stay right here. Yang Lin pointed to the ground in front of him. Yes. Yang Bailey was immediately pinned to the ground. At this moment, Yang Bailey's face was already deathly pale, completely devoid of color, and he was trembling like a leaf. Where was the air of confidence that he had when he led the Yang clan elders in their eloquent discussions and pointed out the future of the country? He struggled frantically, screaming desperately, Yang Lin, you can't kill me. I am the patriarch of the Yang clan. If you dare to kill me, you are committing treason and disloyalty. Yang Lin's face was cold, and he sneered disdainfully. And now you're accusing me of betraying my master and ancestors? Does destroying you mean my Yang family will have no ancestors left? You despicable, shameless, and treacherous villain who plots to harm your own kind. Do you deserve to be the clan leader? The Yang family will flourish even more without you. From this day forward, I will be the patriarch of the Yang clan. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Yang Lin's gaze swept over the group of Yang clan elders behind Yang Bailey. The elders looked terrified. None of them dared to utter a single word. Since no one is saying anything, that means they agree, and the matter is settled. Today, I am the patriarch of the Yang family. Tomorrow, the entire Yang family will be proud of me. Just as Yang Lin finished speaking, the machetes in the hands of the security team fell to the ground. With a piercing wail, Yang Bailey's hands were severed from his body, blood splattering everywhere and staining a large area of land red. He only let out a few painful cries before fainting from the pain. The villagers cheered, feeling a sense of relief. The members of the Yang clan all hung their heads, trembling with fear, and dared not look. Yang Lin sat back in the sedan chair, leaning against the soft couch. His voice was not loud, but loud enough for everyone to hear. He said, "Alas, I am too kind-hearted and not ruthless enough, which gave these people the courage to provoke me again and again. Provoking me is one thing, but I'm too soft-hearted. If they only provoke me, I'll just kill them. But he shouldn't have messed with my wife." Yang Lin's tone turned cold, and his gaze suddenly sharpened again. Then, he turned his head, took Li Yuyao's hand, and his gaze softened and warmed again, filled with love. Holding Li Yuyao's hand tightly, their eyes met, and they both saw the true feelings in each other's eyes. This scene thrilled the men and filled the women with envy. Yang Lin turned his head again, his tone low and deliberate, enunciating each word. "Those who bully me deserve to die. Those who bully my women. I'll wipe out his entire family. Brother Tao." Yang Lin looked at Zhong Tao. "Exist." Zhong Tao immediately bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. Yang Lin said weakly, "Later, take some men to Pingyuan County and wipe out his entire family. From this day forward, the Yang Bailey lineage is exterminated." "Yes." Zhong Tao accepted the order and performed it meticulously. Everyone gasped in shock. Not only are they cutting off his hands and feet, but they also want to wipe out his entire family? Some people feel great. If Yang Bailey's 3 evil deeds had succeeded, countless innocent people would have died. He's ended up like this now. It's retribution. But some people felt fear, deeply wary of Yang Lin's gaze, and dared not meet his eyes. At the same time, the second cut was made. Yang Bailey's feet left his body. The excruciating pain jolted him awake. He howled and screamed in agony, begging for mercy like a madman. Now you know to beg for mercy? Haha. I wonder if the families of those elderly people you arrested ever begged for mercy? Did you release them? If the bandits had succeeded in their night raid that day, and I had begged for mercy, would you have let me go? Yang Bailey felt a deep sadness. He understood everything. I only beg you to spare my family." Large beads of sweat dripped from Yang Bailey's forehead. He had lost too much blood and was on the verge of death. Yang Lin shook his head without hesitation. "You shouldn't have messed with me. Although I am a kind person, I would not risk my life to create good karma. If you kill me, I'll kill you. If you touch my woman, I'll wipe out your entire family. It's fair, isn't it? Before you messed with me, didn't you think about what would happen to you?" However, at that moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. "You can't kill him." Chapter 316. It's your honor that the second young master wants to kill you. Yang Lin was actually saying this to others. While the old man's negligence certainly had its reasons for this assassination attempt, more importantly, it was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. And similar assassination attempts will definitely not be the last. Therefore, he must make those who want to provoke him understand whether they have thought about the consequences and price of opposing him. However, no one expected that someone would stand up and speak up for Yang Bailey at this time. Even Yang Bailey was taken aback. Looking in the direction of the voice, one could see that the speaker was a middle-aged man named Yang Ao, who was standing not far behind Yang Bailey. Yang Ao took out a folding fan from his sleeve, opened it with a whoosh, and waved it with an elegant air. He raised his head and said, "I am Yang Ao, a retainer of the second young master. I am here on the second young master's orders to stay by Yang Bailey's side and protect his life in critical moments." As he spoke, Yang Ao glanced at Yang Bailey on the ground. "Yang Lin, let's leave it at that. The second young master won't blame you." Yang Ao waved his fan, acting as if it were a trivial matter. Yang Lin was completely dumbfounded. Before I could even confront that second young master, his men suddenly showed up on their own. They even said they wanted me to release Yang Bailey. These guys must be used to being lawless, thinking the whole world revolves around them. Yang Lin looked at Yang Ao in surprise and asked in confusion, "Didn't you hear what I just said? I said, I'm going to kill him. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, He couldn't stop me. Also, I won't kill you. I'll spare your life. Go back and tell that second young master to wash his neck clean and wait. Yang Lin's eyes were now filled with barely suppressed murderous intent. He genuinely hadn't expected that these guys still hadn't figured out the situation. How dare you? You have the audacity to disrespect the second young master. Yang Ao shouted loudly. If you anger the second young master, not only will I raise Yang Lin to the ground, but I will also raise your entire Kaoshan village to the ground. Ha ha. Yang Lin burst into laughter. I provoked him? If you hadn't mentioned the second young master, I wouldn't even know who he was. He was the one who started the trouble, wasn't he? Does that mean he's allowed to kill me, but I can't kill him? Yang Lin squinted at Yang Ao. The latter actually nodded. Yang Ao sneered. Of course. It's your honor that the second young master wants to kill you. You must die. Hiss dash. Yang Lin gasped. He finally understood. These guys had really made it a habit to trample on others, and it was so natural for them to say such morally reprehensible things. Clearly, he genuinely believes that. Yang Lin felt a wave of sorrow. In some people's eyes, ordinary people are nothing but weeds, and their lives are worthless. This is merely the second son of the Minister of Personnel. What kind of faces do those even more powerful and influential figures have? Yang Lin, too lazy to waste words with him, immediately said, I keep my word. If I say I won't kill you, I won't. But break his arms and legs, and carry him back to Pingyuan County. Yes. Immediately, members of the security team came out and took Yang Ao into custody. Yang Lin, how dare you? I am not like Yang Bailey. Yang Bailey is just a dog kept by the second young master. I am the second young master's retainer. If you lay a finger on a hair on my head, the second young master will not let you off. Yang Ao shouted loudly. Then cut off all his hair. Yang Lin immediately said, yes. Huh, I'd like to see how he won't let me off the hook. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. That second young master won't let me go? It seems I haven't said I'd let him go yet. On Yang Bailey's side, the security team members looked towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin waved his hand. Kill. From now on, ignore everyone else's orders except mine. Yes. The security team immediately took action. Seeing the broadsword fall, Yang Bailey was almost scared out of his wits. The moment Yang Ao stepped forward, he felt a glimmer of hope. But upon hearing Yang Ao's words, Yang Bailey's heart turned ice cold. Yang Bailey knew very well that if Yang Ao lowered himself and pleaded with the second young master, the other party might actually spare his life. But he had such an arrogant attitude. Was Yang Lin an ordinary person? And now, on Yang Lin's turf, he said those things, which was simply adding fuel to the fire. This Yang Ao came from the capital with the second young master. He was very arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. In fact, outside of the capital, in Yang Ao's eyes, everyone else was nothing more than country bumpkins. Therefore, even when dealing with Yang Lin, he didn't take Yang Lin seriously at all. It's too late to think about these things now. It's all over. Yang Bailey closed his eyes unwillingly. In his final moments as consciousness faded, he was filled with immense regret. Yang Bailey's head rolled to the ground, but Yang Ao still hadn't come to terms with reality and was still shouting and yelling desperately. Yang Lin, don't think you can act with impunity just because you have some power in Kaoshan village. Killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken for the second young master. Ah dash. A scream. Before he could finish shouting, Yang Ao's legs and arms were broken, and he was dragged away like a dead dog. Yang Lin looked at Li Yuyao to the side and asked in confusion, this guy named Yang Ao doesn't seem very smart. Li Yuyao's expression was serious, yet tinged with sadness. What's wrong, my wife? I noticed that Li Yuyao's expression seemed a little off. Li Yuyao shook her head. I just lamented that it is precisely these people who don't seem very smart who control the lifeline of the Great Qian Dynasty. My husband, believe me, he's not unintelligent. He's just used to being lawless. There are far too many people like him in the capital. High-ranking officials bully ordinary people like pigs and dogs. They're used to it. They're used to being unreasonable, used to being arrogant, used to everyone having to obey and give in to them. Li Yuyao clenched her fists, her face extremely pale. Yang Lin was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the situation was so serious that he immediately asked, is the capital in such chaos? Right under the emperor's nose. Doesn't the emperor care? Oh, I mean, the late emperor. Sigh. Li Yuyao sighed and shook her head in disappointment. The problem was too deep-seated. No one wanted to care, no one dared to care. Even if there were a righteous stream, it would be powerless in the face of such widespread filth. Yang Lin's mood also became heavy. However, the matter is not over yet. My wife, leave everything to me, and I will restore a bright and clear world for you. Then, Yang Lin turned his head and looked at the elders of the Yang clan. With just one glance, these clan elders trembled like leaves, and some even knelt down in fear. Yang Lin rolled his eyes at them, annoyed. Am I that scary? I don't like killing people. Look at you all. Let's go, let's go. Today's events were all instigated by Yang Bailey, but if you do it again. Yang Lin left them with a knowing look in his eyes. The elders were so frightened that they kowtowed and hurriedly left. Finally, Yang Lin's gaze fell on Zhao Jingzhu. Look at this guy, bribed by Yang Bailey, who spoke up for Yang Bailey at a crucial moment and framed his wife as a traitor. Chapter 3:17 Traitors Must Die. The moment the gaze fell upon Zhao Jingzhu, who was already terrified and pale-faced, immediately knelt down on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, crying and begging. Boss, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The sounds of kowtowing and pleas for mercy echoed continuously. Yang Lin took a deep breath, looked at Zhao Jingzhu, and clenched his fist tightly. Zhao Jingzhu's betrayal is even more hateful than Yang Bailey's. Yang Lin didn't look at Zhao Jingzhu, nor did he listen to his pleas for mercy. Instead, as if telling a story, he slowly said, "Do you still remember when you owed money to landlord Liu and couldn't pay it back on time? You had to sell yourself into slavery? Back then, everyone came to me to borrow money, and you came too. I lent you money and also gave you the opportunity to work at the tofu shop. Oh, I remember you were among the first to go to the tofu shop. Because of your good skills and some management talent, I made you the manager of the tofu shop not long after. You were the earliest manager among my workshops, and also one of the earliest veterans who followed me. Making tofu in the past was not easy. We had to grind the beans ourselves, and we would be covered in sweat and our hands would be blistered. I really miss those days." Recalling the past, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile. How can people change? Yang Lin abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning cold. In the past, during those tough times, everyone worked hard step by step, hand in hand, to get through it all. These days, you all should be flush with cash, right? Yang Lin glared coldly at Zhao Jingzhu. Zhao Jingzhu burst into tears. Listening to Yang Lin's story and recalling everything from the past, he himself didn't know how he had become like this. He has made a lot of money by working for his employer. He now lives in a brick house and can afford to eat meat every day. Not long ago, he also acquired shares in the company, which are meant to be passed down to future generations and ensure that his descendants will have no worries about food and clothing. It's fair to say he's living a life he never dared to dream of before. But, without realizing it, he changed. He began to feel dissatisfied with the money he had earned. Although it's a lot, what does it amount to compared to what the employer earns? Why can't I earn more? Without realizing it, he felt that what he had received was not only what he deserved, but also not enough. I should have received more. That's why when Yang Bailey approached him, he agreed without hesitation or even thinking. That silver is still at home. But now, he suddenly realized, what was the use of earning so much money? It seems that ever since I became dissatisfied, I have never felt happiness again, and I have forgotten the heartfelt happiness I felt when I first ate a pork feast. That tender, fragrant pork smells so good. In a moment of confusion, Zhao Jingzhu cried out in tears, heartbroken and devastated. Boss, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Yang Lin shook his head. I'll lend you money, give you jobs, pay you bonuses, and return your shares so you can live a good life. And you, while I was away, colluded with outsiders to frame my woman? Yang Lin closed his eyes, a tear sliding down his cheek, and waved his hand. Go back. I'll give you some dignity by letting you end your own life. Yang Lin waved his hand again, and Zhao Jingzhu, who was crying, was pulled away by the security team. Li Yuyao held Yang Lin's hand with heartache. She knew that Yang Lin was a sentimental person, and that being betrayed by someone close to him and having to personally order their execution must have been very painful for him. Feeling the warmth in his hands, Yang Lin felt a little better. Looking at his empress wife, Yang Lin clutched his chest. I want to spare his life, but I can't. Li Yuyao nodded. I understand. Traitors must be killed. Both she and Yang Lin understood this principle. If the traitor doesn't die, others will surely follow suit and betray us. This is why emperors throughout history, even if they could tolerate any illegal or disorderly conduct, would never tolerate rebellion. Anyone who rebels will be killed, or their entire family will be wiped out. But Zhao Jingzhu was ultimately from the same village, not only because of the bond between them, but also because this was the first time he had used his knife to cut down someone from Kaoshan village. Therefore, Yang Lin felt very uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to kill. At that moment, nothing more was said. Being understood is enough. He took another deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if clearing the stagnation in his chest. Yang Lin stood up from the soft couch again, looking ahead at the villagers of Kaoshan village. There weren't many villagers here originally, but after so many things happened, most of the villagers, and even the workshop workers, have come. The large open space in front of the gate is almost completely surrounded. Despite the massive crowd, it was eerily quiet, with pairs of burning eyes, filled with excitement and anticipation, looking towards him. For most people, the best news is that the employer is still alive. Nothing else matters anymore. Yang Lin exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up, and slowly said, "The unhappy things are over, so let's talk about something happy now. The first thing to do is disaster relief. From this day forward, I, Yang Lin, will act on behalf of heaven to provide disaster relief. As you all probably know, a few days ago, Master Kong came to me to borrow silver. The floods in the south are severe, and the first batch of 400,000 taels of silver has already been sent to the south to help people who have been displaced by the floods. I lay in bed thinking about these two people. I couldn't just care about the people in the south and ignore our own locals, even though most of our locals were already working for me and making a living." Everyone smiled kindly. But there are still some poor people. Therefore, I have decided to donate another 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief in Jiangzhou. Starting today, I will set up soup kitchens in all the counties of Jiangzhou to provide porridge to the poor. Moreover, every household in our Jianghe region with a disabled person can receive 10 coins and 10 caddies of rice. Please spread this message." The crowd cheered. They donated 100,000 taels of silver to provide porridge and help the disabled. This is fantastic news. However, although it was a great thing, it didn't benefit them personally, so while the people cheered, the atmosphere wasn't particularly enthusiastic. The second thing. I've made my decision. Phase 3 of the Kaoshan New Village project is starting. All units will be 3-room apartments, and the price will be reduced from 12 taels of silver to 10 taels. The down payment will be reduced to 20%, and interest can be paid in installments over a maximum of 30 years. In other words, as long as you have 2 taels of silver, you can move into the latest brick house. This time, the scene completely erupted in excitement. Chapter 318 down payment for a new house is only 20%. They don't care about providing disaster relief to the poor. Having worked here for so long, many people have already saved up some money. Seeing the people of Kaoshan village move into their new homes, and seeing more and more people who had saved money by houses in the second phase of Kaoshan New Village, those who hadn't bought a house, yet were naturally anxious. Who wouldn't want to live in a brick house? Who wouldn't want to be a resident of Kaoshan village? Nowadays, house prices have dropped by 2 taels of silver, and the down payment has been reduced to 20%. For many people, living in a new house for just 2 taels of silver is no longer a dream. The third phase of the Kaoshan New Village project is expected to provide 1,000 housing units. Buy now while supplies last, as there will be no more available for latecomers. Yang Lin continued. At this moment, many people's eyes turned red, and they wished they could go home right now and raise money immediately. Li Yuyao, who was standing next to Yang Lin, twitched at the corner of her mouth. Others may not know, but she does. Yang Lin's third phase of the Kaoshan New Village project involves building at least 10,000 houses. But he insisted on saying 1,000 sets. Sigh, it's true that no merchant is honest. Although she didn't know what other methods Yang Lin might have to reveal the 9,000 sets, she believed that Yang Lin would definitely be able to resolve the issue. The third good thing. As soon as Yang Lin said this, the previously boisterous crowd quickly fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully, afraid of missing even a single word. The third thing is to expand the security team. Similarly, we will prioritize selecting from our own workshop members, and this time there are only 500 slots available. Immediately, the crowd erupted in excitement once again. The benefits enjoyed by the security team are now common knowledge. 10 coins a day, not to mention earning double. Most importantly, their employer is incredibly generous. Bonuses are given out frequently. Sometimes, just by going on a mission, you can get hundreds of coins or even a tael of silver as a bonus. If they go out to fight, each person will receive a bonus of several taels, or even more than 10 taels. Each member of the guard team was worth several dozen taels of silver, so buying a house was no problem at all. Young women from all around were proud to marry a member of the guard team. The selection process for the security team is notoriously rigorous. They rarely expand their quotas, but now that there are suddenly 500 more spots available, all the young, strong, and healthy men are eager to try and can't wait to sign up. Li Yuyao's heart stirred. Is the security force expanding its recruitment? Yang Lin hadn't discussed this with her. It was probably a spur-of-the-moment decision because of what happened today. Could it be? Thinking about the unresolved crisis, Li Yuyao was agitated. He seems to be preparing to act ahead of schedule. The fourth thing, a pork feast. I remember having eaten this once this month, but it doesn't matter. Today we thwarted those villains' plot, and I, Yang Lin, have come back from the dead. It's worth celebrating. However, there are too many people, so we definitely won't have enough time to eat today. Tomorrow, all workshops, all people, a pork feast for everyone. The announcement of the pork feast triggered a roar of cheers that reached its peak. Although life has gotten better day by day since I came here to work, not everyone can achieve the freedom to eat meat. Most people are only at the point of being able to eat their fill. They are still a long way from eating well. Therefore, a pork feast is their most simple and essential expectation. Amidst the commotion, Yang Lin called Zhong Tao over. Let's go, let's leave the village. Zhong Tao was taken aback, then quickly shook his head. No, boss, it's too dangerous. None of them forgot that Yang Bailey had brought 2,600 soldiers outside the village. The main force of the defense team is currently blocking the village from the outside, confronting the more than 2,000 people. Yang Lin shook his head. It's all right. Yang Bailey is dead, and they're no longer under control. If they're not dealt with properly, they could become a hidden danger. Although the county soldiers were shockingly weak, the guards could easily defeat them. But they were, after all, government officials and soldiers. The death of Yang Bailey was no big deal to the government. But if he wipes out the garrison of Pingyuan County, then things will be completely different. Moreover, these unsuspecting soldiers are innocent, and killing them would do more harm than good. Therefore, Yang Lin planned to handle the matter personally. He could only feel at ease after properly dealing with all 2,000 plus people. Oh dear. Zhong Tao sighed and nodded. Boss, you must be careful. We can't let anything else happen. Zhong Tao felt more guilty than anyone else about what happened before. When Yang Lin was unconscious, he knelt outside the door for a long time. Even after learning that Yang Lin was out of danger, he still insisted on staying outside the door. After that incident, he never dared to let his employer admit even the slightest risk again. Now that the employer insists, he can only do his best to protect them. You want to recruit them? Li Yuyao frowned and looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shook his head with a wry smile. Wife, I need elite soldiers, not someone to support a lazy bum. That's good. Li Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief. She studied military strategy from a young age and is knowledgeable about military affairs. Therefore, it is clear that the key is not to have more soldiers, but to have better soldiers. The security team is very well trained now. They are highly capable in combat, have excellent execution skills, and are exceptionally loyal. They are the elite soldiers that any monarch would dream of. And those county soldiers. In terms of fighting ability, they might not be able to beat street thugs, but when it comes to extorting money and favors, one of them is worth two. Those county soldiers, riddled with vices, are like a handful of sand. If you mix them with delicious food, the quantity may increase, but the delicious food will spoil. Therefore, she was very worried that if these people were left behind, they would corrupt the security team that had been painstakingly assembled. Hearing Yang Lin's words, she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Yang Lin also understood this principle. Don't worry, my wife. You two go back and rest first. I know what I'm doing. Immediately, the guard stepped forward, lifted Yang Lin's makeshift sedan chair, leaving only 2 people in purple and blue robes by his side, while at least several dozen guards guarded the area, both openly and secretly. Before long, they arrived outside the village and immediately saw the more than 2,000 soldiers confronting the guards. At a glance, the astonishment on both sides was very obvious. On one hand, it was loose and disorganized, lacking both formation and imposing presence. On the other side, the entire guard team was dressed in black, carrying shields, crossbows, and spears, forming a tight formation that could both attack and defend. Not only were dozens of crossbow carts behind them already loaded with bowstrings, but even 50 throwers had already gripped the improved second-generation hand grenades. Among the officers and soldiers, Jiang Yu, the garrison commander of Pingyuan, who was hiding behind rows of soldiers, was constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, terrified. The reputation of the security team had already spread far and wide. Fight bandits and kill corrupt officials. Especially in the recent Battle of Pingyang City, the defense team's achievements were circulated as almost miraculous. Now, he was actually leading a group to confront the renowned Kaoshan village defense team. Jiang Yu was feeling uneasy. What merit do I possess? If Yang Bailey hadn't promised him silver and assured him that it would only be a standoff and not a real fight, I would never have come. Chapter 319, A Rotten Core Within. The Great Qian Dynasty is in grave danger. Jiang Yu, who was anxiously waiting for news from inside, suddenly saw the guards at the front move. He was immediately startled and shouted, "Everyone, Be careful. The plane's defenders also cowered in fear, brandishing their swords in a show of force while preparing to flee at any moment. Then they saw that the guards' formation had changed. A path had been opened in the middle, and a group of guard soldiers with an even more imposing aura had emerged from it. These guards carried shields, crossbows, and spears, while a makeshift palanquin was carried out behind them. On the plane's garrison's side, everyone stared wide-eyed, wondering what the guards were doing. Jiang Yu also peeked out from among the soldiers in front of him, looking around. He saw a handsome man in his early 20s, dressed in a blue robe, half leaning and half lying on the simple sedan chair. The man, supported by the guards on both sides, weakly stood up from the sedan chair, took a strange-looking object from one of the guards, and then a weak but clear voice came from the ears of everyone present. I am Yang Lin. Yang Bailey tried to kill me. He is already dead. The deep voice suddenly rose, becoming loud and clear. Does anyone want to be thrown into the back mountain to be fed to wild dogs along with Yang Bailey? The slightly authoritative voice made everyone tremble involuntarily, looking at the weak man with vigilance and fear. I believe you were tricked here by Yang Bailey, so I'm giving you a chance. Leave quickly after 3 breaths. Otherwise, do you see that bandit's grave by the roadside when you came here? That is your fate. If you don't want your withered bones to be buried by the roadside one day, then hurry up and go. When I, Yang Lin, personally arrive in Pingyuan County in the future, you can open the city gates to welcome me. 3, 2, 1. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he slowly began to count. However, before he could even count to 2, Jiang Yu, completely bewildered, shouted, "Retreat! Retreat now!" Immediately afterwards, the army of more than 2,000 people turned around and ran away. Without prior preparation, clear command, or any arrangement for the rear guard to become the front guard, and with the commander-in-chief having lost his composure, which soldier dared to be negligent? They all turned and fled for their lives. Thus, chaos ensued from the moment the army turned around. Before the people behind could react, those in front surged forward, and in an instant, people were jostling, bumping into each other, and falling over, with shouts and curses rising everywhere. Yang Lin, who had returned to the soft couch, frowned as he watched. He only knew that these county soldiers had little combat ability, but he never expected that their combat skills would be this low. He believed that even without using powerful weapons like bows, crossbows, ballistae, and grenades, the guards could easily defeat this rabble at minimal cost. Yang Lin shook his head in disappointment. Such a grand scheme has long been nothing but a facade of wealth and beauty, yet rotten inside. Fortunately, there are no external enemies now. Or perhaps, fortunately, a man named Chu Jie emerged who was loyal to the state, but not to the court, leading 300,000 border troops to guard the northern frontier. Otherwise, the Great Qian Dynasty is in grave danger. Yang Lin gave them only 3 breaths to decide on the retreat, but the chaos among the Pingyuan garrison lasted for more than half an hour before they finally retreated in complete disarray and disappeared without a trace. According to the observations of the guard scouts and what Yang Lin saw with his own eyes, the Pingyuan garrison suffered heavy casualties in this retreat alone. Even the soldiers of the guard team frowned and shook their heads, showing no excitement at all about retreating behind enemy lines. Why get excited about an enemy like that? Seeing that the guards were not in high spirits, Yang Lin immediately turned around and shouted to them. You did a good job. You did not disgrace me, Yang Lin. As you have all seen today, they are all trash. But we must remain humble and not be arrogant or complacent. Your fighting strength is now among the best in the entire Great Qian Dynasty. I am very pleased, but do you think that's enough? No, that's far from enough. Yang Lin shouted these words with all his might. Sure enough, Yang Lin's words ignited the emotions of the security team. Everyone stared at Yang Lin with wide eyes, their gazes filled with resentment, doubt, and confusion, but also with a fighting spirit to become stronger. I see the resentment in your eyes, and I understand, because our security team has won every battle and never lost. Is this your reason for pride? No. You must understand that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. You are very strong, but you are far from being the strongest. Each of you still has immense talent waiting to be discovered, and I believe that you will all eventually become the strongest soldiers in history. Seeing the change in his eyes, Yang Lin nodded. I've decided that from today onwards, the entire guard team will be re-equipped. I will spare no expense to forge high-quality steel armor for every single one of them. Every soldier can become a valiant warrior clad in armor and wielding a blade. Boom. These words immediately caused an uproar among all the guards. Armor was originally reserved for generals, ordinary soldiers never even had the chance to touch it. Within the guard unit, the adoption rate of armor was already quite high. From Zhongtao down, all the battalion commanders, company commanders, and platoon leaders, and even ordinary guard unit soldiers who had made meritorious contributions, possessed their own armor. And now, the boss is saying that everyone has to change their uniforms. Everyone has to be armored and armed? Countless people were filled with excitement. Not only does having armor provide an extra layer of protection on the battlefield, it's practically like having an extra life. More importantly, it's because wearing armor is every passionate man's dream. It's also a sign of recognition and importance, a symbol of status. In addition, the entire security team will receive a bonus. 1 tael of silver per person. These words sparked another wave of excitement. Everyone was incredibly excited. That's a tael of silver. Before joining the guard team, they might not be able to save even a tael of silver a year. Besides your own employer, which employer would give out bonuses? Which employer would give out such a large bonus? Amidst the jubilation of the guards, with everyone shouting, "Our master is mighty," and some even yelling, "Long live the master! Long live the gentleman!" Yang Lin leaned against the soft couch of the sedan chair, quietly left, and returned home. Whether it's awarding bonuses to the security team or announcing a series of good things to the villagers and workers, it's all about reassuring people about the recent events, helping them forget the unpleasantness, and giving everyone more hope and passion for life to create and embrace a better future. As soon as Yang Lin returned home, Li Yuyao inquired about what had happened and then began to tell him about the second young master with a furrowed brow. Here's some bad news. That second young master is even more powerful than we thought. Chapter 320 Salt Making? You're not ready yet. Oh, Yang Lin frowned slightly. He also realized that things were not so simple. The lady is a member of the royal family and has been an emperor. If she can sense that someone with great power is not simple. Li Yuyao said. The news that just came from Guiyan Hall is that the second young master is the son of Shi Jun, the Minister of Personnel. Shi Jun is not a special person. He is not particularly capable, but he is smooth and shrewd. He has been in the court for decades before he finally became the Minister of Personnel. But his second son, Li Yuyao shook her head. The intelligence said that Shi Jun's family has 3 sons. The eldest and third sons are just like Shi Jun, nothing special. Only the second son, Shi Wenkai, is a relatively famous genius among the younger generation. Although he was only in his early 20s, he had controlled almost all the canal transport business in Jiangnan and Jiangbei a few years ago, thanks to his father's connections, and monopolized the salt industry in the entire Daqian. Just as Li Yuyao finished speaking, Yang Lin was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise. What? The salt industry is not under the control of the government? Li Yuyao nodded, looking at Yang Lin with a puzzled expression. Yang Lin was taken aback, but he slowly exhaled. I see. Come to think of it, although he hadn't looked into the salt industry before today, he knew that the government of Daqian hadn't interfered with iron smelting. Therefore, the state monopoly on salt and iron, which was commonplace in my previous life, is completely non-existent here. This is not anyone else's fault, but only my own ingrained thinking, assuming that the government could not possibly control such an important business as salt. As the saying goes, of all the resources a nation possesses, none is more beneficial than salt. Salt profits account for half of the nation's tax revenue, and the palace's clothing, military pay, and the salaries of officials all depend on it. Looking back now, I realize I was careless. Such an important channel for making money, yet he tacitly believed it was controlled by the government. Well, Yang Lin sighed deeply. What's wrong, my husband? Li Yuyao was puzzled as to why Yang Lin suddenly sighed. Yang Lin waved his hand. You go ahead and continue. Li Yuyao immediately continued talking about Shi Wenkai, the second son of the Shi family. Yang Lin listened silently to Li Yuyao's story, becoming more and more surprised as he listened. After listening to the whole thing, Yang Lin was completely dumbfounded. He even began to wonder if Shi Wenkai had picked up the wrong script. Damn, his life trajectory was more like that of a time traveler than his own. According to the intelligence we have now, Shi Wenkai not only controlled the canal transport on almost all the important waterways and the salt industry in Daqian, but also the grain price in the entire Daqian. Not only was he skilled in both literature and martial arts, but he also had many talented and skilled retainers around him, including many strategists and masters. In addition, he also had close relationships with people in the martial arts world. Because he monopolized some of the most profitable industries in the world, he had a lot of money to support martial arts sects, and even some powerful bandits. In addition, he also has his own elite private army, which is rumored to be very powerful. Apart from that, there is very little information about him. This Kai was extremely famous in wealthy circles, but at the same time, he was very low-key. So much so that many people who worked for him had never seen him. Often, it was just his retainers who came out to act on his behalf and do things for him, while he himself was rarely seen. To put it bluntly, this person is rich, well-connected, and powerful. Even the Guiyan Hall's intelligence network can't figure out his true strength. He's definitely a tough opponent. What was your husband trying to say? Seeing Yang Lin deep in thought, Li Yuyao asked about what had just happened. Yang Lin smiled wryly. What I mean is, if I had known that the salt industry was in private hands, how could I have missed this business opportunity? What? Li Yuyao was taken aback. Her husband wanted to sell salt? She couldn't help but frown. But the salt industry is now controlled by Kai. We just made enemies with him. So how could he possibly do business with us? Yang Lin shook his head. My wife misunderstands. How could I possibly do business with him? What I mean is, we'll sell salt ourselves. Li Yuyao frowned in confusion. But where does the salt come from? Let's make our own salt. Yang Lin shrugged. In the past 2 months, he has specifically investigated the surrounding terrain and landforms. And based on the terrain and landforms, he has determined the location of Kaoshan village, which is roughly in the area of northern Hunan and southern Shaanxi from his previous life. This area is the Yellow River Basin from the previous life, the ancient Central Plains. Although there are few salt lakes in this area, there are vast reserves of mineral salt and well salt within a radius of 100 miles. And with the availability of gunpowder, mining will not be difficult. Although mineral salt contains many impurities and exceeds the standard for harmful substances, it is still considered a toxic substance in the world. But for him, an engineer who spent his entire life in the laboratory, the filtration process was child's play. With both resources and capabilities, why not make money off of free? But Li Yuyao thought that Yang Lin's idea of making salt was too simplistic. My lord, if we want to produce salt, we need to control suitable beaches for salt production. But now those salt fields are probably all controlled by Kai. So where are we going to find suitable beaches for salt production? Besides, if a salt field were to be built, it would be at least 1,000 miles away from the village. How could we possibly control it from such a distance? The Shi family has already completely controlled the salt industry. Once our salt field is finally built, they could simply send some people to sabotage it, and we would be powerless to stop them. My husband, I know you want to earn more money to strengthen our power, but we are not familiar with the salt industry. It is very expensive and costly. The Shi family can make money because they have monopolized the entire salt industry. Salt prices are so high that they can make huge profits. But our foundation lies in Kaoshan village. Without the protection of our local roots, it's very difficult to succeed if we rashly enter an industry. Besides, this matter is too time-consuming and laborious. Even if it can be accomplished, a trip to the East China Sea and back will take at least a month. We don't have time to waste on this. Li Yuyao spoke earnestly. In his view, his workshop's businesses, whether it's tofu and medicine, paper-making, or steel-making, are now generating substantial profits. Although their profits are still not comparable to those of the salt industry, they don't have the time to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Whether they can do it or not is another matter, but the effort required would be too great, and the returns might not meet expectations. Moreover, what she just mentioned were only some of the factors that prevented them from producing salt. If they actually went through such a long journey and actually did it, there would definitely be even more trouble waiting for them. Therefore, Li Yuyao did not want Yang Lin to act impulsively and rashly enter an unfamiliar field because of Shi Kai. Chapter 321 Assassination of Yang Lin. Little Swallow is back. After patiently listening to Li Yuyao finish speaking, Yang Lin smiled slightly. Who said I was going to dry sea salt? Li Yuyao was taken aback. How else can salt be made if sea salt isn't dried? Oh, I heard that there is lake salt in the west, but the west is too far away and the transportation cost is extremely high. I heard that many years ago, someone tried to make salt, but eventually gave up because of the transportation cost. Yang Lin shook his head again. I wasn't talking about lake salt either. What else could it be? Li Yuyao said, then suddenly exclaimed in shock. You're not going to make mineral salt, are you? No, absolutely not. Mineral salt is poisonous. Although it's not immediately apparent, consuming too much can be fatal. Only unscrupulous merchants would use inferior mineral salt to pass off as high-quality salt. Li Yuyao stared incredulously into Yang Lin's eyes. The next moment, she realized what was happening. Yang Lin is a person who is willing to spend his own money to provide disaster relief. So how could he possibly use poisonous salt to harm the people? However, he couldn't figure out what other way to make salt. Yang Lin smiled, understanding his wife's worries, and immediately said, I have a method to purify mineral salt. It is not only practical and non-toxic, but its quality is also better than the best salt that can be bought on the market today. The salt produced in Daqian is mainly sea salt, which is dark gray, has large particles, and contains many impurities. Although it is not bad in appearance, for Yang Lin, who has seen refined salt, it is only at the level of being edible. Li Yuyao stared wide-eyed at her precious husband in disbelief. He had no doubt what Yang Lin said, because it has been proven time and again that whatever he says, he will definitely do. At this moment, she had roughly calculated how huge the profits would be if the mineral salt could be made into table salt. Li Yuyao looked at Yang Lin in surprise. So our next step is to get into the salt business? Make money while also taking a hit on that Sherwin Kai? Li Yuyao believes that as long as Yang Lin is willing to enter the salt industry, he will definitely be able to become a price-crushing machine once again, just like in the paper industry. Not only did he make money, but the people could also buy cheap salt in the future. At the same time, he could also indirectly strike at Sherwin Kai. It was a win-win-win situation. Salt production? No, that's not urgent. I plan to go to Yongzhou first after I recover from my injury. Yang Lin didn't intentionally want to go against Sherwin Kai when he wanted to make salt. He just thought, why shouldn't he do such a profitable business? As for the feud with Sherwin Kai, he didn't take that prodigy too seriously. Destroying him wouldn't be too much trouble. It was just a matter of time. Yongzhou. Li Yuyao nodded. Of course, she wouldn't forget the secret of the dragon vein, and she really wanted to see that mysterious dragon vein with her own eyes. The next day, Pingyuan County. In the study of that mysterious manor in the suburbs, a young man with an arrogant expression and handsome, yet extremely effeminate face sat at the table, playing with an exquisite porcelain cup in his hand. This teapot is called the blue and white imperial phoenix porcelain teapot. This small teapot alone is worth more than 80 taels of silver, which is an astronomical price for ordinary people. But at this moment, after listening to the person crawling in front finish explaining the whole story, the young man suddenly smashed the small pot in his hand to the ground. The porcelain shattered, and shards grazed the face of the person crawling on the ground, drawing blood. But the person dared not breathe, enduring the pain on their face, and kept their head bowed deeply. Next to the person crawling on the ground lay another man whose limbs had been broken and whose hair had been cut off in large chunks. It was Yang Ao. Second young master, although Yang Ao is foolish, he is still one of your men. After Yang Ao mentioned your name, Yang Lin actually beat him up like this. We can't let this go. The person crawling on the ground cautiously raised his head and glanced at the second young master's expression. The effeminate-looking young man suddenly turned his head, his sharp and sinister eyes fixed on the person on the ground. Are you teaching me how to do things? I wouldn't dare. The person lying prostrate on the ground trembled and quickly lowered their head. Snort. The second young master, Sherwin Kai, snorted coldly and waved his hand. Disgraceful thing. Throw it out to feed the dogs. Yes. Immediately, two burly men dressed in black with expressionless faces emerged from the shadows, dragged Yang Ao off the ground, and walked away. Second young master, spare my life. Second young master, spare my life. Yang Ao cried and screamed, but his voice quickly grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Sherwin Kai picked up another piece of porcelain from the table and began to examine it again. He stroked it lovingly as he said casually, that Yang Lin is yours now. I'll give you 3 days. I want him dead. Yes. The man crawling on the ground knew that it might not be possible to accomplish this within 3 days, but at that moment he agreed without hesitation. Because he knew that if he couldn't kill Yang Lin, he might die in 3 days. But if anyone dares to bargain with the second young master, he will die instantly. Go ahead. Sherwin Kai carefully examined the porcelain, never once glancing at the man. The man hunched over and quickly left. Shortly after he left, another sound of porcelain shattering on the floor came from the study. Yang Lin recovered quickly from his injuries, and by the 5th day after waking up, he was already able to get out of bed and move around on his own. It is expected to recover in another 3 to 5 days. Therefore, he planned to make arrangements in the next 2 days and set off for Yongzhou in 5 days to receive the Yong King's property, investigate the dragon vein, find the source of the dragon vein, and go to the secret realm of Kunlun Gate to find the key to the mysterious box and see what the so-called artifact in the box is. Yang Lin had just asked Alan to invite the managers of each workshop to a meeting, but Alan returned shortly after leaving. Sir, Little Swallow has arrived. She's right outside the door and says she wants to see you. Alan reported. Who? Yang Lin was stunned and didn't react for a moment. That's the female thief who came that night, the one you said was kind of silly and cute. Oh, her. Yang Lin suddenly remembered, but frowned and asked, didn't she say what she wanted to say? Yang Lin was worried because he had been tricked into coming to assassinate him before. He wondered if he had been tricked by someone again this time. That little swallow, apart from resembling the princess in the TV series from his previous life, with her big, round, and very bright eyes, seemed to be a bit slow on the uptake, so Yang Lin didn't want to have too much interaction with her. Alan quickly said, "She said someone wanted to assassinate you, and she came to you to warn you after finding out." Yang Lin was taken aback. "Quick, bring her in." Yang Lin remained vigilant, ordering Qingyi to search him and telling her to take Zi with her before going to see Xiao Yanzi. Yang Lin was taken aback when he first saw Xiao Yanzi. This beautiful female knight-errant, who loved to stand up for the weak, was now in a terrible state, looking like a beggar with disheveled hair and a face covered in mud. Chapter 322, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole and Beheading It. Upon hearing the news that the female thief had returned, all the women in the family rushed over to see what was going on. They were all secretly surprised to see Xiao Yanzi's disheveled appearance. "What happened? How did you end up like this?" The two sat facing each other. Yang Lin looked at Xiao Yanzi in surprise and asked. The moment Xiao Yanzi saw Yang Lin, her big, dark eyes lit up. She reached out to grab him and exclaimed excitedly, "You're alive. That's wonderful." Before she could even touch Yang Lin's clothes, the woman in purple standing beside him slapped her hand away. "Behave yourself." As far as Zi was concerned, although Xiao Yanzi wasn't bad, she was a bit brainless and might do something drastic. When her hand was pushed away, Xiao Yanzi wasn't angry. She quickly let out a long breath and said, "On my way here, I heard that you had been assassinated. I thought I would never see you again." Yang Lin was speechless for a moment. Assassination? What kind of news is this little swallow heroine hearing from back then? Ahem, the assassination you mentioned, is it the one that happened a few days ago? Yang Lin looked at Xiao Yanzi strangely. This girl kindly came to warn me that someone was trying to assassinate me. Could it be a false alarm? Could it be the same incident that happened a few days ago? No. Hearing about the assassination attempt reminded her of the important matter, and her big, dark eyes became even brighter. She quickly shook her head. "It wasn't that time, it was yesterday. Yesterday's news was that someone wanted to assassinate you. Yang Lin, I know you're a good person now. I was wrong last time. I've wanted to come back to you for a long time, but I was betrayed by Boss Yuan. No, that scoundrel Yuan." Listening to Xiao Yanzi's rambling, the topic once again veered off course, and Yang Lin frowned again. The girl's speech was incoherent, and she couldn't grasp the main point. After talking for a long time, she still hadn't gotten to the point. Yang Lin immediately interrupted her. "Don't rush. Think carefully. Let's start from the day you left." Little Swallow was taken aback, realizing that her story was somewhat disorganized. She quickly nodded, sorted out her thoughts, and began to recount her story in a gentle and detailed manner. "That day, I went to Boss Yuan to ask him to explain, but he betrayed me and sold me to human traffickers. Luckily, I woke up in time on the way and escaped from the traffickers. Boss Yuan is a villain, and I want to find evidence of his bad deeds, so I stayed in Pingyuan County to secretly investigate Boss Yuan's crimes. I have already collected some evidence." Speaking of these pieces of evidence, Xiao Yanzi beamed and quickly took out a stack of papers from her dirty clothes. "These are some pieces of evidence of Mr. Yuan's wrongdoings. That Mr. Yuan truly deserved his fate." Yang Lin held his forehead, feeling a terrible headache. This girl has gone astray again. Yang Lin took the evidence, put it aside, and quickly reminded him. "Continue with the story of someone trying to assassinate me." Yes. Little Swallow suddenly slapped her forehead. "This story goes back to yesterday. Yesterday at noon, I suddenly met Lin Dong. He is a chivalrous person who, like me, likes to fight for justice. However, when I saw him, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. He told me that someone was spending money to recruit martial arts masters to assassinate you. But after learning that you were the target, he withdrew because he had heard that you were a good person and chose not to earn the reward. But the people who planned this assassination were worried that he would leak the information, so they wanted to kill him to silence him. Lin Dong was very skilled in martial arts, but although he survived the attack by those people, he was seriously injured. Before he died, he specifically came to me to convey this message to you. Lin Dong said that the person who planned to assassinate you must be very rich and have a powerful background. They have recruited at least a dozen notorious martial arts masters. Lin Dong also said that the assassination attempt might happen in the next 2 days, and told me to come find you quickly to remind you to be careful in the next 2 days. After hearing what Xiao Yanzi had to say, everyone present frowned deeply, and couldn't help but think of that second young master. Yang Lin and Li Yuyao exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. With plenty of money, connections, and the ability to hire many martial arts masters, plus the fact that he recently made a deadly enemy, the only one who should be the second young master of the Shi family is the Shi family. That's all I know. You must take care of yourself. You're such a good person, you can't die? Little Swallow looked at Yang Lin with eyes full of admiration. She is a very simple person. She only believes in one principle. Bad people deserve to die. Good people deserve to live. Bad people deserve to die. Good people shouldn't die. Those bright, piercing eyes suddenly dimmed. Little Swallow rubbed her stomach, pouted, and said, Yang Lin, can you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry. Yang Lin nodded, signaling Alan to take her downstairs first. As soon as Little Swallow left, the house erupted in chaos. Brother, it must be that bastard from the Shi family. He's all about underhanded tactics. What a scoundrel. But what should we do? Everyone knew some of the information brought back by Guiyan Hall, so they all knew that these things were mostly done by the second young master of the Shi family. Third sister Liao Hongying coldly said, didn't the intelligence say that this second young master lives in that manor on the outskirts of Pingyuan County? Let's just lead our troops there and raise his manor to the ground and kill that scoundrel. Li Yuyao ignored Liao Hongying's impulsive suggestion and looked directly at Yang Lin. She believed that all of this should have been within Yang Lin's expectations. The reason they let Yang Ao go back was to stir up trouble and alert the enemy. That second young master is like a venomous snake hiding in the grass. He is ruthless and vicious, and he might suddenly leap out and bite someone at any time. Rather than not knowing when he will bite, it's better to deliberately startle him and make him show his fangs as you expect. Li Yuyao saw a calm face. Yang Lin was indeed not too surprised. Yang Lin sighed. There's not much we can prepare, but we must respond proactively. Releasing Yang Ao back was indeed intended to provoke the second young master, so that he would make a move soon and reveal his true colors. Otherwise, he would have to go to Yongzhou in a few days, and he wouldn't feel at ease leaving his family without him. Only by luring the snake out of its hole and making it show its head could he be at ease. Therefore, some arrangements have already been made in the past few days. He just didn't expect that Xiao Yinzi's appearance would give him a pleasant surprise, pinpointing the exact time Shi Wenkai would take action to these 2 days. Dealing with assassination attempts is actually quite simple. As long as I don't leave our home for the next 2 days, and we deploy elite troops to the watchtowers and arrow towers in the courtyard to guard it day and night, let alone some martial arts masters, even 1,000 elite troops won't be able to break into our home. Chapter 323 Yang Lin in Seclusion, Viper Strikes. The women's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, the walls of their own courtyard were as high as city walls, and only a few masters with exceptional lightness skills, like Little Swallow, could cross them. Moreover, the last time Xiao Yanzi was able to sneak in was because Qingyi was confident that she could capture the female thief and interrogate her alive. Otherwise, with just this courtyard wall and the wide ditch outside the wall, ordinary martial arts practitioners would not be able to get close. If they dared to appear within 20 or 30 feet outside the courtyard, the layout inside the courtyard could easily kill them outside the wall. Xiao Ju nodded happily. Yes, as long as we don't go out, it's fine. Brother, you absolutely can't go out. The women all nodded quickly, patiently persuading Yang Lin that no matter what happened outside these 2 days, he should not go out. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. Don't worry, knowing that someone is trying to kill me, how could I possibly put myself in danger? This arrangement is sufficient for our home. As long as the security team outside the village remains vigilant, maintaining a relaxed exterior but tight interior and conducting timely patrols, nothing will happen. The other party is looking for martial arts practitioners, and they are targeting elites, so their numbers must not be large. We just need to be vigilant against assassination attempts by experts. Yang Lin was not letting his guard down at all, and he didn't even relax his vigilance towards Xiao Yanzi, who seemed harmless at the moment. Yang Lin immediately began to make careful arrangements. The personnel assigned to the compound should be of high quality, not too many. Z, go find Zhong Tao and ask him to arrange 20 or 10 people. These 10 should consist of the oldest members of the security team, preferably from the village. Tell Zhong Tao that they are to be assigned to our home, and he will understand. Let's send 3 or 8 more. Let's send 8 more ballistae, 20 crossbows, and gather more crossbow bolts, 10,000 in total. In fact, he already had a stockpile of crossbows at home. At this moment, 2 crossbow carts were parked in the courtyard, facing the main gate. The women in the family also each had a crossbow, and more than 500 crossbow bolts, enough for a small battle. However, now that they know someone is targeting them, the more firepower they have, the better. In addition, bring 200 hand grenades. Yang Lin said with gleaming eyes. These dangerous weapons are not common in homes, and now, the more the better. The man in purple accepted the order and went to carry it out. After explaining his arrangements, Yang Lin said to the other women, I have some things to attend to and need to go into seclusion for a while. It might take a few hours, or it might take a day or two. Call me if you need anything. Seclusion? Everyone was taken aback. Although they were curious, no one asked. Yang Lin then entered the laboratory that he had specially set up in his home. The door was tightly shut. Time flew by, and it was evening. The night was dark, and on the road outside Kaoshan village, small security teams were patrolling. Although the security team has now expanded to 2,000 people, the area of Kaoshan village now includes residential areas and workshops, and its scope has expanded more than 10 times, covering almost all the villages in Hujiang town. Therefore, even if 200 people are assigned to patrol every night, it is still impossible to cover every corner outside the village. 3 miles from Kaoshan New Village, on a forest path, in the dead of night, there were 2 people, one burly and the other handsome, guarding a simple sand table. Beside them was a cage of fireflies emitting a faint, eerie light that highlighted their cold and unsettling faces. The handsome man sat in front of the sand table, fiddling with several small figures on it, his expression very focused. The burly man stood behind the handsome man, guarding him like a sentinel, watching the slightest movement around them. The handsome man sitting in front of the sand table was none other than Huang Ting, who had groveled at the feet of the second young master, Shi Wenkai, that day. Huang Ting was the most cunning and resourceful of the second young master's retainers. He was adept at scheming against others and manipulating people's hearts. The other retainers were quite afraid of him and respectfully called him Master Huang. Unlike the day he groveled before the second young master, Huang Ting's face was now grim, his focused expression filled with confidence. He was experiencing the thrill of strategizing, the kind of feeling he loved most. The burly man behind him couldn't help but frown and glare, saying, Mr. Huang, Yang Lin hasn't left the room at all. The people we arranged haven't had a chance to make a move. Tomorrow is the deadline given by the second young master. Aren't you worried? Why are you still playing dirty tricks here? Huang Ting did not answer, continuing to focus intently on manipulating the little figure. The burly man was helpless. He knew Mr. Huang's personality and didn't dare to say anything more. He nervously looked in the direction of Kaoshan village. He knew that Mr. Huang had made many arrangements, but there was still no movement, and he was very anxious. Here you can overlook Kaoshan village, but it's not within the patrol range of the security team. But so what? He didn't know how Mr. Huang was strategizing here. Just as the burly man was lost in thought, Huang Ting suddenly spoke, his voice low and menacing. Fire the signal arrow. The burly man was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. He quickly took out a signal arrow that he had prepared beforehand and shot it towards the direction of Kaoshan village. The whistle of the signal arrow pierced the night sky, sounding exceptionally loud in the stillness. But the burly man still didn't understand. Although this signal arrow can give orders to one's own people, doesn't it also alert the enemy at the same time? Young Bailey, that good for nothing. Although he has some intelligence, he underestimated his opponent. His arrangements were far too crude. My plan today is bound to succeed. After Huang Ting finished speaking, he focused intently on continuing to manipulate the little figures on the sand table. The sudden sound of the whistle-blowing arrow threw the entire guard team into a panic. The ordinary guards were unaware of this, but the battalion commander and company commander had received orders during the day that thieves might infiltrate the village in the next 2 days with the intention of assassinating the owner. Therefore, they were taking the night patrol tonight very seriously. The moment they heard the signal arrow, the squad leaders, company commanders, and battalion commanders who hadn't gone to sleep got up and rushed outside, asking about the situation while assembling their teams. The guard team's training was based on the modern military training Yang Lin had learned in his previous life, which included emergency assembly. Therefore, although the security team was slightly flustered when they heard the whistle, they quickly calmed down and, under the orderly command of the team leaders, quickly assembled and took their positions. However, this whistle was not a signal from their guard team, and it was difficult to make corresponding arrangements based on just a sudden whistle. Therefore, after exchanging intelligence with the captains, Zhong Tao only made arrangements to strengthen patrols and vigilance. However, to everyone's surprise, several figures dressed in black, who had been lurking in the darkness of night, began to move. Their target wasn't Yang Lin's family at all. Instead, Chapter 324. What's so special about the security team? In the stillness of the night, in a beautiful new house with green tiles and blue bricks, Old Man Zhang was holding his 5-year-old grandson in his arms, telling him stories of demons that eat people with a smile. Although old Zhang was illiterate, he told stories with great vividness. The little boy listened with a pale face, hugging his grandfather tightly and burrowing into his arms. "Grandpa, are there really monsters?" Old Zhang affectionately stroked his grandson's head. "Don't be afraid. Even if there are monsters, they won't dare to enter our Kaoshan village. Our Kaoshan village is no ordinary village. That kid Yang Lin has made something of himself. He not only supports the entire village, but we also have a security team protecting us." Old Zhang's face was kind. "Good, good. You were born in a good time. Unlike your grandfather when we were so poor we couldn't even afford to eat. Now things are better. There's hope for the future. When you grow up, life in our Kaoshan village will definitely be even better." Old Zhang was talking to himself in words that his little grandson couldn't understand yet. Just then, a loud bang came from outside the window. The sturdy window had been violently kicked open from the outside, and a dark figure jumped in and crawled into the room. "Who?" Old Zhang was startled and instinctively pulled his grandson into his arms. "Haha, the one who'll kill you." The newcomer was dressed in black and masked, carrying a curved knife. He let out a strange, cackling laugh and walked towards Old Man Zhang with the knife in hand. "Don't come any closer. There are security guards patrolling outside. If you dare to do anything bad, you won't get away with it." Old Zhang quickly shielded his grandson behind him and shouted at the masked man in black. "He, the security team? I'd like to see if the security team can save you." As he spoke, the man in black swung his knife at Old Man Zhang. Dash! Old Zhang let out a scream as he felt the pain from the knife wound. He shouted desperately, disregarding everything else. "Help! Help! Murder!" Old Zhang used all his strength to shield his grandson behind him. He knew he was doomed. Now he could only hope that the patrolling security team would arrive soon, and maybe they could save his grandson's life. His 5-year-old grandson was so frightened that he burst into tears behind him. "Oh, there's a little kid too?" The man in black's voice carried a hint of mockery. You don't want it. If you want money, I'll give it to you. All the money in the house is yours. Don't hurt the child, you don't." Old Zhang used all his strength to shield his grandson against the wall, watching in terror as the man in black raised his knife again. As the curved blade fell, Old Zhang let out another scream. Although the 2 blows from the man in black did not hit vital organs, the 2 long cuts were bleeding profusely, and he would bleed to death soon. Old Zhang used his last bit of strength to desperately call for help. It was the only thing he could do now. The man in black seemed completely unconcerned that his cries for help would attract the guards, and unhurriedly slashed Zhang the old man again. Blood had stained the clothes old Zhang had worn for most of his life. Excessive blood loss had blurred his vision and made him lose consciousness, but he still did not give up. With sheer willpower, he desperately shouted. Finally, just as he was about to give up, a series of rapid footsteps sounded outside. "Is anyone inside? We are patrol officers from the 3rd Brigade of the security team. What's wrong? Help!" Old Zhang used all his strength to finally shout out those 2 words. The masked man in black inside the room also sneered and swung his knife again. This time, it hit the nail on the head. Old Zhang, who was already barely breathing, stopped breathing altogether. In his last moments of consciousness, he saw men in black security rushing in. He tightly gripped his grandson's hand. He saw hope. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. I'm going to see what's so special about this damn security team." As they spoke, the masked man in black moved with astonishing speed. The 2 guards who had just entered the room were caught off guard by this man, who slashed off one guard's arm and seriously injured the other guard's chest with a single blow. Although Yang Lin ordered the entire guard team to change into armored armor, it's not so easy to make thousands of suits of armor, so it's not widespread yet. The 2 men screamed in agony, but their daily training had not made them forget the correct reaction in a crisis. The compensation of 100 taels of silver also made them fearless and undaunted in this life-or-death moment. Just like in their daily training, they calmly and decisively took out their weapons to fight back and alerted their teammates behind them. A man, wielding a curved sword, possessing exceptional martial arts skills. Shield bearer. Caught off guard, the 2 fought back desperately and retreated through the gate. At the same time, the shield bearers behind them had already moved in. Shields, crossbows, and spears. These are the standard equipment of the guards. Every night, 2 squads patrol Kaoshan New Village. Each squad consists of 3 shield bearers, 4 crossbowmen, and 2 spearmen. The remaining person is the squad leader, who can give orders, act as a scout, relay messages, finish off the wounded, and treat the injured. After a brief moment of panic, the squad quickly regrouped into their familiar formation. Shield bearers stepped forward, archers followed behind, and spearmen covered the retreat of the 2 wounded soldiers. while the archers pulled their triggers. Whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows shot swiftly and accurately at the man in black. However, with a flick of his curved blade, the man in black deflected 2 of the 3 arrows off target. As the 3rd bullet was fired at him, he dodged it by turning to the side. The man in black was greatly alarmed. He was shocked by the 2 men's reactions when he had just wounded them. They were both quick and steady. Moreover, the quality of the knives the 2 men used when they resisted surprised him. Even with his skill, he couldn't cut their weapons. Those seemingly ordinary knives were actually top-grade treasures. Now, the 3 arrows fired in succession have once again taken him by surprise. That's too fast. Both the speed of the arrows being released and the speed of the arrows themselves are far too fast compared to bows and arrows. It was so fast that he barely managed to dodge it. You've got some skills. In that case, you deserve to die even more. The man in black brandished his knife and stepped forward, ready to show the guards what he was capable of. Suddenly, several spears burst out from the shield. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and retreated back inside, he probably would have already been stabbed. The near miss with the boat enraged the masked man in black. Even so, he remained fearless. With utmost concentration, the masked man in black seized the opportunity when the spear was retracted, leaped into the air, and jumped out. However, at that moment, 3 unexpected arrows shot towards him again. He was terrified. Didn't you just finish ejaculating? How could the wind up so quickly? Chapter 325, a diversionary tactic? No, that's too fast. It's incredibly fast. The masked man in black was terrified. He had spent many years living a life of danger and hardship, and he had rarely been so shocked. Generally, shooting an arrow requires taking an arrow from the quiver, stringing it, drawing the bow, and aiming. The guards' strange bows and arrows could fire only 2 breaths between the first and the second arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad masked man's eyes flashed with even more ferocity, his face hardened, and he quickly dodged to the side. But this time the distance was close, and he was caught off guard. He only managed to dodge one of the arrows, while the remaining 2 struck him. The masked man in black cried out in pain. Although neither arrow hit a vital organ, the 2 crossbow bolts stuck in his body meant he was seriously injured, making it virtually impossible to kill the guards as originally planned. In just 2 short exchanges, he had come to realize that the security team was indeed completely different from the so-called elite soldiers he had encountered before. In the past, he engaged in murder and robbery in the martial arts world. He even assassinated government officials in military camps with hundreds of soldiers. But today, facing 10 guards, he already felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The masked man in black was shocked by the fighting power of the security team, but little did he know that the 10 members of the security team were also shocked by the strength of this man in black. Their squad had participated in the Battle of Nanyang City, where they killed hundreds of enemies and forced the Yonwang army to flee in disarray. But now, their 10-man squad is facing only 1 person, and even after firing 2 rounds of crossbow fire, they still haven't taken him down. At this moment, both sides became extremely cautious. The squad leader of the security team acted decisively, taking out a communication device called a signal flare, which the Research Institute had recently developed from a specially designed waist pocket. The squad leader pulled the ring, and with a hissing sound, the ring activated the ignition device inside, igniting the signal flare. The next instant, with a whoosh of a whistle, a bright red fireball shot straight into the sky, exploding in midair with a bang, forming a dazzling firework. That's right. Yang Lin originally planned to make a batch of fireworks to set off for fun, but Du Jing and Zhong Tao valued the idea. They both said that if this thing were used for communication or requesting reinforcements on the battlefield, it would be a godsend. Different colors can be used to represent different events, and different numbers of fireballs can be used to represent the degree of urgency. Thus, this firework-style signal flare was manufactured and equipped to the guards, with each squad having 9 flares. At this moment, this signal flare represents a distress call, indicating a minor level of urgency. The masked man in black was dumbfounded. What was that just took to the sky? He'd never seen anything like it before. At this moment, he actually regretted coming here. While this small team was sending out a distress signal, similar incidents were happening throughout Kaoshan New Village. Soon, a second team also sent out distress signals with flares, followed by a third and a fourth team, until a total of 5 teams had sent out distress signals. 2 are in Kaoshan New Village, and 3 are in the Gongfang district. These distress signals occurred almost simultaneously, shortly after the strange whistle had sounded earlier. Even Zhong Tao, who was stationed at headquarters, could no longer remain calm. Even a fool could see that this was premeditated, and the whistle earlier was the command. Now, with requests for help coming from all directions. After he had been sending out several small teams to provide assistance in an orderly manner, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. A diversionary tactic. No, this can't go on. Although there were still more than 1,000 guards on standby at the main camp, the frequent mobilizations made Zhong Tao realize that the attacks in the villages and workshops were likely a premeditated diversionary tactic. The opponent's real killer move hasn't been revealed yet. Pass down the order. For each distress signal, no more than 3 squads of reinforcements are to be sent. Just as Zhong Tao gave the order, Qin Shuang rushed over. As Zhong Tao's deputy, Qin Shuang was usually in charge of supplies and logistics. But with such a big incident today, he couldn't sit still and rushed over to inquire about the situation. Brother Tao, how are things now? Is the gentleman all right? Zhong Tao gave a brief account of the information he had gathered. The next moment, Qin Shuang's words made Zhong Tao suddenly realize the truth. What is the purpose of all this? The other party has only one goal, the employer. Therefore, no matter how chaotic the village and workshop area are, or what happens, it's not a big deal. The main focus is still on the employer. The enemy's goal is to distract the defense team. Thinking of this, Zhong Tao quickly said, Qin Shuang, you set off immediately, take 1 or 2 detachments and guard outside the master's house. Go and explain the situation to the master. Tell him not to come out under any circumstances. After the implementation of the elite force plan, 5 squads formed a company, 5 companies formed a battalion, and a battalion consisted of 250 men. This time, Zhong Tao directly mobilized 500 men to guard outside the Yang family's residence. He didn't believe anyone could break through their ranks. For Zhong Tao, neither the village nor the workshop area is the key. The owner's life is the most important thing. Qin Shuang nodded immediately. After transferring those 500 people, Zhong Tao didn't dare to move the remaining people around at will. He also needs to be wary of things outside the village. Who knows if there's a large group of people lying in ambush outside the village. Fortunately, no further distress signals were received from those 5 locations. The situation appears to be under control. But he always felt that this matter was not so simple. Qin Shuang led 2 large teams and hurriedly headed to the Yang family. Even in the darkness of night, a force of 500 men is still a formidable and impressive sight. All the members of the special security team were dressed in black, which made them appear even more ruthless and cold-blooded. Upon reaching the towering walls of the Yang family compound and beyond the 3-zhang-wide ditch, they stopped, forming a long, serpentine line of 500 people, enough to completely surround the entire compound. On the Yang family side, there were originally more than 30 people guarding the various directions outside the courtyard. Now, the 500 soldiers have completely surrounded the courtyard, making it much easier for those sentries, both visible and hidden. Qin Shuang signaled from outside the door to notify the brothers inside. The guards inside then consulted Liao Hongying, who was in charge of the night watch, before opening the gate, lowering the drawbridge, and letting Qin Shuang in. As soon as Qin Shuang entered, the drawbridge was raised again, and the gate was tightly closed. I've come to see you, sir. Something's happened in the village. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Shuang hurriedly said, What exactly happened? As Liao Hongying led Qin Shuang into the house, she asked nervously. He also saw the signals sent by the guards, but for safety reasons, the inside and outside of the courtyard were almost completely isolated, so the people inside did not know what was happening in the village. There were some attacks, targeting villagers and craftsmen in the workshops. We still don't know their motives, but Brother Tao said they were definitely after the master. Brother Tao told me to bring 500 men to protect him, so that we can leave no room for error. And we must make this clear to the master. No matter what happens, we must not let him leave. A moment later, Qin Shuang, Liao Hongying, and the other women who had heard the news arrived nervously at the door of the laboratory in their home. Yang Lin has not come out since he went in. After knocking on the door, Yang Lin walked out of the laboratory looking tired. When he saw that it was Qin Shuang, he quickly asked about the situation outside. After Qin Shuang finished explaining the situation outside, Yang Lin nodded silently. Don't worry, I won't go out. But Yang Lin frowned and pondered. This matter is not so simple. The other party has gone to such great lengths. It's impossible that they came just to cause trouble. Tao Ji's guess that the other side wanted to divide the security team was both right and wrong. Dividing the team was indeed their goal, but this level of division was not enough to shake the foundation of the security team. Therefore, the other party must have other motives. Yang Lin rubbed his chin, deep in thought. There's no doubt that the other party is definitely after me. Judging from their arrangements, they must know exactly what's going on here, if not that they're completely familiar with it, and they certainly know that this compound is difficult to enter. I certainly won't go out, and the other side won't naively think that killing a few villagers will enrage them, cause them to lose their minds, and make them go out to fight them. So, if the other side wants to kill him, then the experts they sent have to break into the courtyard. However, the other side should know that this courtyard is difficult to enter. Moreover, the previous whistle also served as a reminder to the security team, giving them the opportunity to increase manpower to defend this place. This would make it even less likely for the assassins to get close to this place. Unless, thinking of this, a possibility flashed through Yang Lin's mind. He couldn't help but twitch his brow and look at Qin Shuang in surprise. Chapter 326. The Laying Out of Schemes, a Series of Strategies. As night deepened, outside the deep ditch of the Yang family compound wall, 500 guards stood shoulder to shoulder, tightly protecting the quiet courtyard behind them. The courtyard was so large that even 500 people could barely surround it. However, with this human wall in place, it would be impossible for anything to sneak in unnoticed. However, just then, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the distant hillside. It's a signal arrow. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the courtyard wall, a small team of 10 people suddenly moved without any orders. Outside the village, on the path beside the dense forest on the hillside, Huang Ting, after having the burly man fire the second signal arrow, stood up with a smile, dusted himself off, and said with a relaxed and smug expression, "The matter is settled. We can go now." "Is that all?" The burly man stared in disbelief. "Yang Lin is dead?" Huang Ting shook his head. "He's not dead yet, but he'll be soon." The burly man was still completely bewildered, scratching his head as he asked, "Mr. Huang, I still don't understand." Huang Tingyao gazed in the direction of Kaoshan village, his fingers seemingly calculating something. He then nodded and said with a smile, "There's still enough time, so let me tell you. You know we've sent 15 experts this time, right?" The burly man nodded. "Of course I know that. These martial arts practitioners are all arrogant and self-important. Although their martial arts skills are indeed very strong, their prices are really outrageous. Just hiring them cost more than 5,000 taels of silver." At this point, the burly man, gritting his teeth, asked doubtfully, "If there's no one guarding the Yang family compound, our experts would have a chance to rush in and kill Yang Lin. But Mr. Huang, isn't your arrangement just sending a message to Yang Lin, telling him there are assassins and he needs to strengthen his defenses? Moreover, given the tight security of the Yang family compound, even the experts we hired would not be able to get close to the wall before being discovered by the guards. How could they possibly get in to kill Yang Lin?" After patiently listening to the burly man finish explaining all his questions, Huang Ting's expression became even more smug. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of Kaoshan village, saying arrogantly, "It's actually very simple. I'll have those 5 people create chaos in the village to lure the guards to come to the rescue. That way, the guards will inevitably be divided. And guess what they'll find?" The burly man scratched the back of his head and asked, puzzled, "What did you find?" "Hey, the security team isn't as stupid as you. They'll find out that someone is deliberately creating chaos to lure us away." The burly man ignored Huang Ting's criticism of his stupidity and instead asked in a deep voice, "But in doing so, wouldn't they discover our intentions?" "Heh, you really are stupid. Did I ever say that creating chaos was to make them divide their forces? Luring them away from their base is just the tip of the iceberg. My real purpose is to make them realize that we're trying to force them to divide their forces. That they'll then realize our true target is Yang Lin. And once they realize Yang Lin is in danger and his actions are unclear, they'll inevitably send reinforcements to the Yang family compound to ensure their safety. And that's exactly what I want. Our people blending in with the security team is the only chance we can get close to the Yang family compound." The burly man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he realized what was going on. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The burly man couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise. Mr. Huang is indeed a man of unparalleled wisdom and strategy. I admire him. He finally understood completely. The Yang family compound was heavily guarded, with watchtowers and arrow towers inside. If ordinary methods were used, they would definitely be discovered before even getting close to the compound wall. Mr. Huang's plan was to send the security team as reinforcements, while his own men would blend in with the security team. Only in this way could his men approach the Yang family compound undetected. The purpose of creating chaos was to make the guards realize that Yang Lin was in danger and would inevitably send reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived at the Yang family compound, their men would have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. This was the only way for their people to get close to the Yang family compound. They couldn't find a second way. The burly man admired him from the bottom of his heart, but then he thought of something and frowned, saying, "Mr. Huang, are you sure our people can infiltrate the security team? Although the security team has always been very mysterious to the outside world, they have done their homework in order to deal with Yang Lin, knowing that the security team is a disciplined and elite force. Is it really possible to successfully infiltrate their people into the security team? Huang Ting laughed again, as if he had expected the burly man to ask this question, and immediately nodded without hesitation. Of course I'm sure. Look at the sky, and think about what color uniforms the security team is wearing. Black? The burly man's eyes lit up. Huang Ting nodded slightly. That's right. The black color makes it easy to cover up at night, which is an advantage for the security team, but it is also a weakness for them. Do you know that our men were ready yesterday? Why did I wait until today to make my move? It's because there's no moon today, so we can't see faces from 3 zhang away. Blackness is the best cover. In addition, our men are all highly skilled, with greater mobility and stealth. Moreover, I only allowed 10 of them to carry out the final assassination because one squad in the security team had exactly 10 men. The 10 members of their team all knew each other, but it was impossible for all the members of different teams to know each other. So, as long as one could infiltrate an entire team, it would be impossible to be discovered. But these are just advantages, not the most important reason why he was able to infiltrate the security team. After a slight pause, Huang Ting glanced in the direction of Kaoshan village, as if showing off his masterpiece, and continued. The most important reason why we were able to infiltrate the security team is the chaos we created before. Because of the chaos in the village, the security team needs to send people to rescue. Once they send out rescue teams, no matter how many teams they send, our team's expert can swagger into the village and become part of the rescue team. The burly man's eyes widened suddenly. Only then did he finally fully understand the brilliance of Huang Ting's plan. Creating chaos in the village was not just about sending the security team to reinforce the Yang family compound, but also about infiltrating their own people into the security team. The squads were not familiar with each other, so even if they passed by the real guards, they would not be noticed. While one side was carrying out rescue operations, the other side was providing support. The real security team was conducting the rescue, while their people were using the identity of a rescue team to infiltrate the support team heading to the Yang family compound. Oh dear, Mr. Huang. We've wasted so much time. The security team might be able to find us by the signal arrows. Huang Ting smiled again. He said with an inscrutable air and a smug look. Now, you can release the 3rd signal arrow. Chapter 327 Live Well and Avenge Me. The burly man was taken aback. Fire signal arrows? Won't that attract the guards? After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized. Mr. Huang wanted to lure the security team over? Huang Ting snorted. You do have some brains. Don't worry, I've calculated the timing. I told you all that just to hold out a little longer. We'll fire the signal arrow when the guards get closer. This 3rd signal arrow is just to lure the guards here, make them miss their target, and play with them. It will also reduce the pressure on our men, giving us time to retreat at our own pace. The burly man repeatedly praised. Mr. Huang is brilliant. The 3rd whistling arrow was fired. The two then calmly retreated. Inside the study of the Yang family home, having just figured all this out, Yang Lin hurriedly said to Qin Shuang, You must immediately withdraw the people you brought. What? Qin Shuang was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Retreat, sir? What? Sigh. Yang Lin sighed and shook his head, saying, Xiao Shuang, we've all fallen into their trap. They want to kill me, but they can't even get close to the outer wall. The only way to get in here is to blend in with the security team. Qin Shuang was shocked. This can't be. Yang Lin shook his head. I also hope things aren't as bad as they seem. But if that's really how they've planned it, then we're all in danger now. So, immediately take all these people away from here, and then carefully examine each and every one of them. Understood. I'll go right now. Qin Shuang nodded hurriedly, not daring to delay, and left immediately. However, just as Qin Shuang stepped out the door, a series of screams and cries of agony suddenly rang out from outside. Yang Lin's heart sank. It's probably too late. Qin Shuang shouted loudly, What happened? Before anyone could answer, he witnessed a scene that shocked him. In the darkness, a group of men dressed in black, just like the security guards, were using their light-footed skills to leap over the high wall and head towards the courtyard. The screams just now were from several people who were hit by crossbow bolts fired from the arrow tower and fell to the ground screaming. But the remaining men in black had already entered the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a barrage of arrows rained down from behind these people, but they were too fast, and by the time the crossbow bolts arrived, they had already missed. Qin's eyes were filled with terror. The other party actually came in. Only 2 or 3 people had just been hit, but 7 or 8 others had already landed safely in the courtyard and were rushing towards the arrow tower and the guards operating the crossbows. The angle from inside the arrow tower is fine for shooting outside the courtyard, but it's completely insufficient for shooting inside. The ballista was originally facing outwards from the courtyard. It was too heavy, and it was not easy to adjust its direction significantly. At that moment, neither the guards in the arrow tower nor the guards operating the crossbows were able to launch an effective counterattack. No one expected the assassin to appear in the courtyard in this way. It caught everyone completely off guard. "Umph, you dare to shoot an arrow at me? Now let's see how I chop you up. Stop arguing. Hurry up and kill these ants, then go kill Yang Lin." Hee. Wasn't it said that the Yang family compound was an impregnable fortress? Well, I'm already inside, ha ha ha. It's indeed simpler than expected, but everyone should not be careless and should kill these people quickly. The 7 men in black proceeded methodically toward the arrow tower, watchtower, and ballista. There were only 10 soldiers in the guard team inside the compound. They had all joined the guard team a long time ago and had gone through life and death together several times. Yang Lin trusted them completely. Now, facing these vicious thugs dressed in the same clothes as them, their bows and crossbows, which they usually relied on, were almost useless, and the 7 men in black got close to them in no time. In the blink of an eye, one of the guard soldiers who was still trying to control the ballista to aim at the men in black was killed by one of the men in black with a single blow before he was able to turn the ballista around. Lazy. Yang Lin and Qin Shuang called out the name at the same time. At that moment, their hearts ached as if they were being torn apart. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage. Lazy is a big guy from the village, but he is very honest and kind. Since joining the security team, he has been hardworking and not afraid of hardship. When he learned that Yang Lin needed someone to guard the yard, he volunteered. Result: Yang Lin clenched his fists, his hands trembling with anger. His heart was bleeding, because he knew this was just the beginning. "Quick, prepare for battle," Yang Lin shouted. Inside the compound, in addition to a 10-man security team, every woman in the household was also equipped with a weapon. At this moment, all the women, as originally planned, immediately took their bows and crossbows, returned to their respective rooms, hid behind the windows, and began shooting outside. However, those men in black were simply too fast. Although they were only 6 or 7 zhang apart, their crossbow bolts couldn't be aimed at the men in black at all. However, if they shoot blindly, they may accidentally injure their own people. This caused a short delay, and 2 more guards were unable to withstand the attack and died tragically under the blade. After a moment of anger and sorrow, Qin Shuang quickly regained her composure and said urgently to Yang Lin beside her, "Sir, please go back to your room. Leave this to me." He knew the house doors were made of high-quality steel, and as long as he hid inside, the assassins couldn't get in. "Come in too." Yang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Qin Shuang. "No, I'll go help." With bloodshot eyes, Qin Shuang stared intently at the one-sided battle not far away, drew his sword from his waist, and was about to charge forward. He knew that none of the 10 brothers in the courtyard would survive. But he couldn't just stand by and watch his brothers die one by one. Even if it means death, he wants to be with his brothers. "Follow orders," Yang Lin shouted loudly. How could his heart not ache? But enough people have died today. He can't watch Qin Shuang go and die too. However, Qin Shuang broke free from his grasp and rushed out. "Sir, don't worry about me. You live well and avenge us." Qin Shuang rushed off at full speed, without hesitation. Yang Lin shouted anxiously, "Purple-clad and green-clad, hurry and help." However, the 2 women shook their heads. "No, we can't leave. Protecting you is the most important thing." They were heartbroken by the tragic deaths of their brothers in the guard team, but whether it was their own conscience or His Majesty's orders, protecting the young master was their most important mission. "Quickly, listen to my command. We cannot let them control the ballista," Yang Lin shouted. Both the woman in purple and the woman in green were taken aback. That's when they realized this important question. Ballista. If all the guards in the compound are dead, then these ballistae will become the assassin's weapons. Chapter 328. Kill them all. None of them will escape. Looking towards the doorway, Zi suddenly remembered something and said, "I'll rush over and lower the drawbridge to let the brothers outside in." "No." Yang Lin and Li Yuyao spoke in unison. Li Yuyao said, "We don't know if there are any other assassins outside. We can't take any more risks." Seeing Qin Shuang rush towards the assassins, Yang Lin anxiously asked, "How skilled are these assassins? Who is stronger or weaker than you?" The man in purple frowned and shook his head, saying, "Young master, it's difficult to judge the strength of martial arts in a short time, but compared to them, the difference should not be too great. Please, try your best to save people. If all else fails, destroy the ballista. Yang Lin looked directly at the two of them. Qingyi and Qingyi then looked at Li Yuyao. Sigh. Li Yuyao frowned and sighed. I'll listen to my husband. Yes. This time, the two women didn't hesitate and rushed forward immediately. Yang Lin shouted, Be careful. Your safety comes first. If things get out of control, your lives are the most important thing. Although Qin Shuang was brave, he was ultimately just a young man with good physical fitness and agility. He had not learned any martial arts and did not know how to fight on the battlefield. At this moment, he was just charging forward with a surge of passion and a belief that he would die. So much so that after just one encounter with the assassin in black, he barely managed to withstand 3 moves before being overwhelmed and forced to retreat repeatedly. Hee, here comes another one looking for trouble. The black-clad assassin with triangular eyes played like a cat toying with a mouse, not using any special sword techniques, but simply slashing at Qin Shuang one after another at extremely fast speed. If Qin Shuang hadn't relied on her fearless belief, she would have been defeated long ago. But even so, she is now barely holding on, and death is looming closer and closer. Clang. Another crisp sound. Qin's steel sword once again blocked the opponent's whirlwind of left and right slashes, but his hands were in so much pain that he could barely grip the hilt. His hand went limp, and the sword clattered to the ground. It's over. Qin Shuang's heart skipped a beat. Without the sword to defend him, he could no longer withstand even a single blow from his opponent. Feeling the sharp wind of the blade approaching, Qin Shuang had completely lost hope of survival. Just then, another sword came flying in to block the way. Go back now. A voice in green came from beside him. In the blink of an eye, the woman in green was already fighting with the assassin. Qin Shuang was taken aback, picked up the sword, and wanted to go up and help. While fighting the man in black, the woman in green shouted, You don't know martial arts. Staying here will only be a burden. Go back now. Don't interfere with the master's plans. Actually, she had no idea what Yang Lin's plan was, but she believed that the young master must have a way. Good. Qin Shuang gritted her teeth. He didn't leave immediately, but looked in other directions. Upon seeing this, his heart ached once again. In just a short time, most of the 10 brothers in the courtyard have been killed or injured. The few who are still alive are barely holding on. He wanted to go up and help, but he realized that he was powerless to do so. Come back soon. Just then, Yang Lin suddenly shouted. This time, Qin Shuang retreated without hesitation. Gentlemen. Qin Shuang's eyes were filled with tears. Watching his brother die tragically, and being powerless to do anything about it, his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Sir, what should we do? They had never encountered such a setback since the security team was established. Qin Shuang was flustered. He didn't know what to do. The situation in the hospital is very bad right now. He had just seen that Qingyi had only gone up to save him before getting into a fight with the assassin. Meanwhile, the woman in purple was destroying the ballista. He also knew that he didn't want such a powerful weapon as the ballista to fall into the enemy's hands. If the enemy gains control, whether they turn the missile towards the house or open the gate and fire at the guards outside, it will be a disaster. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Hold the door open and fight them. What? The group was greatly surprised. No, Li Yuyao said hurriedly. After Z destroys all the crossbow carts, we'll go back immediately. The house was impregnable, with a steel gate that, once closed, would prevent any assassins from entering. Moreover, even if the other party had a way to break in, there was a secret passage inside their house that led to a grove of trees 100 meters away. Whether it's hiding inside or leaving through the secret passage, it's better than stubbornly guarding the door. Yang Lin's gaze was fixed on the black-clad assassins as he slowly shook his head. We must kill them today? Not a single one can be left alive. If they realize they can't get into the house, they'll leave, and it'll be difficult to find them again. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Was he using himself as bait to give the killer hope? She understood what Yang Lin meant. But doing that is far too dangerous. Yang Lin then said, You guys hold the line, I'll be right back. My wife, I'm leaving this to you. You know what to do. Yang Lin glanced at Li Yuyao, his eyes filled with determination. Yes, I understand. Li Yuyao nodded. Everyone was taken aback. Everyone was in a daze as they watched Yang Lin walk away quickly. They all believed that Yang Lin would not abandon them. But what else could he possibly do at this point? Li Yuyao shouted loudly. Concentrate, everyone. Get your crossbows ready. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, you two are in one group with me. Chen Xinyue and Alan, you two are in one group with Qin Shuang. Listen to my command. Both groups prepare to fire arrows in a crisscross pattern. Both Shi and Yang Lin understood that although the situation was terrible, it was far from hopeless. Because there were still guards in the courtyard, they couldn't use crossbows for covering fire, and naturally, they couldn't use more powerful grenades either. Although she and Yang Lin both knew that the guards in the compound wouldn't last long and their fate was sealed, they absolutely couldn't let their brothers die at the hands of their own people. Therefore, when the assassins rushed towards the door, they can fight back with all their might. Soon, the arrow towers and watchtowers in the courtyard were all occupied by the assassins, and the purple-clad side destroyed all the ballistae. They then retreated calmly with the green-clad companion without lingering in battle. Of the 7 assassins, only one was injured in the fight with Qingyi, the rest were unharmed. Now, having killed all the guards in the courtyard, they charged toward the house with a cold smile. At the same time, the women hiding inside the house, shooting from the windows, and Li Yuyao and others guarding the door, all fired arrows simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh. After a series of sharp whooshing sounds, more than a dozen arrows shot towards the assassins. However, only one of the dozen or so arrows wounded one of the assassins. The rest either missed or were dodged by the assassins. The assassins were already very close to the door. Chapter 329 at his end, Yang Lin's trump card. Seeing that the first wave of arrows had been deflected and the 2 sides had closed the distance, Qin Shuang hurriedly shouted, "Madam, we can't hold on. The enemy is too fast. You must retreat. These experts are far superior to ordinary soldiers. Crossbows can easily suppress ordinary soldiers. However, when facing these experts, bows and crossbows could only pose a slight threat. Their speed and reaction time are both extremely fast." Qin Shuang even just saw one of the assassins catch an arrow with his bare hands. "How can we fight like this?" "No." Li Yuyao immediately shook her head. "My husband says we must defend, and we must defend. Ready, fire the arrows." Li Yuyao's expression was cold and indifferent, showing no intention of backing down even a step. Even when faced with assassins who were bound to come to his side, he firmly believed that his husband would definitely have a way. If they go inside and close the door now, these killers will escape. She didn't know where Yang Lin's confidence came from, but her confidence was simply in her husband. Whoosh 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 dash. The second volley of arrows was fired. This time, the 2 sides were only 4 or 5 zhang apart. At such close range, even if these assassins were all highly skilled, they would have to slow down to dodge the arrows. This time, not a single arrow hit its mark. It merely slowed the assassin's advance. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had narrowed again. Only 3 or 4 zhang remained. At the entrance, everyone's heart was in their throat, but no one flinched or retreated. Everyone was knocking their crossbows as fast as they could, preparing for the next shot. The crossbows used today are 3rd-generation crossbows. Their biggest feature is the addition of an automatic arrow magazine that can store 10 crossbow bolts. Although it cannot yet achieve fully automatic firing, the automatic loading has been increased from 2 bolts to 10. Each firing and reloading takes only 1 or 2 seconds, which is better than the 2nd-generation crossbow bolts at suppressing arrow volleys. There are also drawbacks. The drawback is that the speed of reloading arrows after firing all 10 arrows is much slower than in the 2nd generation. However, this shortcoming can be easily mitigated by crossfire. As long as the coordination is proper on the battlefield, it will not affect the battle. It is just that the Design Institute has only recently improved it, and it has not yet been deployed to the guard units. At this moment, Li Yuyao and a few others guarded the door, while the other women fired from various windows on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 15 women fired from different directions and angles. Even though the assassins were skilled, they had to be constantly on guard against arrows coming from any direction. For Li Yuyao and her group, danger was drawing ever closer. But for these assassins, every step they took to get closer to the house was an extremely difficult task. When the 2 sides were only 2 or 3 zhang apart, almost within arm's reach, 3 of the assassins had already been wounded by crossbow bolts, one of whom was shot in the chest and lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Of the 6 assassins still alive, 4 were wounded, and only 2 were unharmed. But at this moment, all of them had ferocious expressions and were extremely ugly. They hadn't had much trouble dealing with the guards before, but now that they'd taken care of the guards, they were facing a group of women, which made them feel extremely frustrated. Holy crap, what kind of bow is that? It shoots so fast. I almost fell for it. Stop talking nonsense. All of you charge forward. Charge. They're doomed. We heroes can't even kill a few women, can we? Hurry, hurry, do you see that door? If it's closed, we might not be able to get in. Let's rush over there before they close it. Don't let Yang Lin get away. The assassins gritted their teeth. They could all feel the immense threat posed by the crossbows, and they all knew that the closer they got to the almost constant rain of arrows, the harder it would be to dodge. Therefore, they all hope that their companions will rush forward without thinking, so that they can take advantage of the situation. However, no one was stupid. Taking another step forward would make it even harder to dodge the rain of arrows, and so the two sides ended up in a stalemate. They fired arrows while simultaneously defending themselves, keeping the distance between them about 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, but no one dared to approach. However, although the assassins couldn't get any closer, Li Yuyao and the other women were far from at ease, because they had already fired 7 or 6 crossbow bolts in succession. After 3 or 4 more attempts, the crossbow bolts will miss. There simply won't be time to refill the arrow quiver by then. Everyone's heart was heavy. The 8th and 9th times. Li Yuyao silently counted the number of times she fired her arrows. Finally, after the 10th shot, the quiver was empty. Even someone as calm as her couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety at that moment. Use grenades. Third sister Liao Hongying shouted. The crossbow in her hand had already emptied. No. Li Yuyao immediately refused. Although the box containing grenades was right behind them, and the candles had already been lit, they could use the grenades at any time. But Yang Lin had already told her that there is a gap during the explosion of a grenade, so she must be careful when facing an expert. If the timing of the explosion is not calculated properly, the grenade may be caught by a skilled person before it explodes and thrown back in an instant. In this situation, it's better not to use it at all. What should we do then? Fight them. Liao Hongying raised her spear and immediately stood in front of Li Yuyao, the spear trembling as if ready to strike. She had studied marksmanship, specifically the Liao family's marksmanship, and her red-tasseled spear was quite powerful on the battlefield. However, she was also very clear that this was not a battlefield, and she was not facing ordinary enemies, but martial arts masters from the Jianghu. Her marksmanship might not be able to match it. The people in purple and green robes stood guard on either side. Qin Shuang, carrying her sword, also stood in front. Everyone was prepared to fight these killers to the death. Meanwhile, the assassins felt the rain of arrows becoming sparser and less frequent, until only a few arrows remained each time they fired. They were overjoyed. The opportunity to find out about them has arrived. Rush! Someone shouted. The pent-up anger was released all at once. In their eyes, these women who only knew how to shoot arrows were like ants. But they have been blocked by these ants for so long. Now, they can finally go on a killing spree. The distance of 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, was easily covered by these experts without the suppression of arrows. They were right in front of them in the blink of an eye. Li Yuyao, Alan, and Chen Xinyue, who knew no martial arts, quickly filled the quiver with arrows. In the blink of an eye, Zi, Qing Yi, Liao Hongying, and Qin Shuang were already engaged in combat with the assassins. But the result? They couldn't resist even after just a brief moment of contact. In less than 2 rounds, Qin Shuang was wounded. Although Liao Hongying was still resisting, she was unable to pose any threat to the assassins. In reality, only Zi and Qing Yi were struggling to cope with the attack of 6 assassins. The 6 assassins were all quite strong. Although they were injured, their combined efforts put immense pressure on Zi and Qing Yi, and in the blink of an eye, they too were injured. They knew very well that they couldn't hold on for much longer. We'll hold them off. You guys get out of here. The woman in purple shouted. Protecting His Majesty and the young master are the most important things. Li Yuyao also sensed that the situation was getting out of control and prepared to retreat. And just then, Yang Lin is finally out. He was holding something strange in his hand. Chapter 3 30 times have changed. My husband. Young master. My love. Boss. In an instant, everyone shouted. Go back quickly, it's dangerous here. The 2 women, dressed in purple and green, intensified their attack, blocking the assassins while roaring with bloodshot eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Lin's face was cold as he picked up the long, double-barreled object in his hand, which resembled a fire poker, and aimed it at an assassin in front of him. The assassin instinctively froze, his 6th sense alerting him to danger, and he couldn't help but look at Yang Lin. Then he saw the strange-looking thing in Yang Lin's hand, something he had never seen before. What is that? Although he had never seen it before, he instinctively felt that the thing was dangerous. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Yang Lin. Kill Yang Lin, and his backer will reward you with 1,000 taels of silver. Wealth and riches are within your grasp. He was willing to risk his life. Careful. Both women, dressed in purple and green, turned deathly pale at the same time. The 2 sides were too close. At such a close distance, if these assassins forced their way in, they might not be able to stop them. Just when everyone's hearts were in their throats. Go to hell. Yang Lin suddenly shouted and pulled the trigger. A loud bang resounded like thunder in the darkness, echoing in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone was stunned, except for the black-clad assassin that Yang Lin was targeting, because his chest had been punched by something, leaving it a bloody mess. His face turned deathly pale, and he looked down in disbelief at his chest. That's impossible. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open. He realized that what Yang Lin was holding might be some kind of hidden weapon, so in that instant, he used all his strength to dodge it. But there's no way to avoid it. That's too fast. He, who could catch crossbow bolts with his bare hands, couldn't even see what hit him at this moment, not to mention dodging it. Times have changed. Yang Lin said those words coldly, but his hands didn't stop. With lightning speed, he pulled back the bolt, ejected the cartridge, reloaded, and then cocked the gun again, aiming at another assassin. At this moment, there was a deathly silence all around. Not to mention the black-clad assassins who were shocked by the loud noise. Even the women around Yang Lin were stunned by his sudden outburst. But because of their trust in Yang Lin, they reacted even faster than the assassins in black, quickly regaining their senses and looking at the strange thing in Yang Lin's hand. At this moment, the second assassin targeted by Yang Lin was filled with terror. The mysterious death of the expert beside him filled him with immense fear. So when Yang Lin aimed that strange thing at him, he could no longer care about the wealth that was right in front of him, and he turned and ran. Humanity's greatest fear comes from the unknown. The more unknown something is, the more frightening it becomes. The thing in Yang Lin's hand not only killed people silently, but the loud noise it produced also terrified the assassins. Bang! Yang Lin pulled the trigger again. After another loud bang, the black-clad assassin, who hadn't gone far, screamed and staggered to the ground, just like the previous assassin, and never got up again. Yang Lin skillfully ejected the magazine, changed the bullet, loaded it again, and then aimed at the next one. At this moment, the 4 remaining assassins all panicked. They no longer cared about assassinating their target who was right in front of them, and turned to run. Where are you going? Seeing that these people were about to run away, the people in purple and green immediately stopped them. Their martial arts skills were no less than those of these assassins, and now that they were no longer outnumbered, the 2 assassins they had blocked were unable to escape. Liao Hongying and Qin Shuang did their best to stop one of them, while Yang Lin had already loaded the 3rd bullet. That's right, what he's holding is a gun, and a double-barreled shotgun at that. He had commissioned the Design Institute to research cannons a long time ago, but the manufacturing process was quite complex in order to develop a powerful cannon. A few days ago, after learning that the person who had been targeting him was actually the son of a high-ranking official with connections and resources, he immediately ordered the Design Institute to create shotgun parts based on the technology of cannon barrels. With the addition of the grenade development technology he had previously developed, he was able to produce bullets that could be fired. He spent a whole day polishing and assembling the parts, and that's how he created the world's first gun. At that moment, the gun was pointed at the head of the only assassin who was unattended. The assassin, as if he had seen a ghost, used his lightness skill to flee in panic. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped onto the artificial hill and leaped up. It looked like he was about to jump out of the courtyard after using the momentum again. Just then, a 3rd shot rang out. Bang! The assassin, who was about to escape, was shot in the head and fell from midair. Shotguns have a short range but are extremely powerful, capable of hitting large groups of enemies with a single shot, and often require almost no aiming. In the blink of an eye, only 3 assassins remained. All 3 assassins were injured and had no will to fight, except for the one who was entangled by Liao Hongying and Qin Shuang, who was still able to fight and retreat. The other 2, who were entangled by the purple and green-clad assassins, were already in retreat and were about to give up. 3rd sister, Qin Shuang, come back. The 4th bullet is loaded. Without hesitation, the 2 turned and retreated. The assassin, knowing what was about to happen, was terrified. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yang Lin. No. But Yang Lin ignored him, raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Completed in one go. In an instant, the 4th assassin was shot through the chest and fell to the ground. No. The 2 surviving assassins were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that victory, so close yet so far, would take such a dramatic turn. The fate of their comrades and the fear of unknown weapons had already caused their psychological defenses to collapse. This time, before Yang Lin could fire, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was distracted, the soft sword in the purple-clad woman's hand drew a graceful arc and sliced across the assassin's neck. Instantly, a bright red wound appeared on the assassin's neck. 1 sword to the throat. Only 1 is left. On the green-clad side, the purple-clad figure also gained the upper hand. The purple-clad figure turned his sword to help, and in the blink of an eye, the last assassin was cornered and had nowhere to run. Don't kill me. I am a swordsman from the Qianyun sect. The sect leader, Qian Yunzi, is my uncle. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the man quickly dropped the knife in his hand, took out a black token from his waist, and displayed it in front of everyone. The people in purple and green were taken aback and looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin frowned. Qianyun sect? Is it very famous? The woman in purple nodded. Yes, a reputable sect. Chapter 331 Revenge. Can't wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing the words, reputable sect, the assassin in black quickly said, That's right. Our Qianyun sect is a reputable sect. Yang Lin, I've been deceived. I didn't know you were a good person before I came here, but now I know. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I will tell my uncle that the Qianyun sect owes you a favor. If you kill me, neither my uncle nor the Qianyun sect will let you go. Seeing that Yang Lin's eyes remained icy cold, the assassin in black quickly added, Give me a chance. I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. Chance. Yang Lin's gaze was cold and sinister. Looking at the corpses of the dead guards in the courtyard, his narrowed eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'm giving you a chance, but who's giving them a chance? As he spoke, he raised the double-barreled shotgun in his hand. No. The assassin in black stared in horror at the dark muzzle of the gun, his whole body trembling. In that moment of despair, he seemed to see those who had died tragically at his hands waving at him. Looking at the murderous Yang Lin, and at the finger firmly poised to pull the trigger, the assassin in black roared. The Qianyun sect will not let you go. The next instant, a loud bang ripped through the night sky once again. The assassin in black fell to the ground unwillingly. The two men in purple and green stepped forward to finish off the remaining enemies, and only after confirming that those who had been shot by the crossbows earlier had all died did they return. At this point, all 10 assassins who had broken into the courtyard had been dealt with. The crisis was over, but everyone looked grim. Because this battle was too brutal. Are you both all right? Yang Lin carefully examined the two people, one in purple and one in green. They were the main force tonight, giving their all in the battle and sustaining multiple injuries. Both of them shook their heads at the same time. Fine. A minor injury. Yang Lin carefully inspected the area before finally letting out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. Yang Lin then quickly went to Qin Shuang's side. How are you? Qin Shuang, panting heavily, waved her hand. It's all right, boss. I only have minor injuries. Although he had several knife wounds, they all avoided vital organs, but he had lost a lot of blood and was in excruciating pain. Yang Lin took a deep breath and quickly directed everyone to check on the guards in the courtyard and bandage the wounded. After a thorough examination, it was discovered that 7 of the 10 members of the security team had been killed. Of the remaining 3, 1 was seriously injured and unconscious, and the other 2 were still conscious but also seriously injured. After dealing with the situation inside the courtyard, everyone cocked their crossbows before opening the courtyard gate. Qin Shuang went out personally and thoroughly checked the 500 people outside. Only after confirming that there were no more assassins did she feel relieved. When Zhong Tao entered the courtyard and saw the carnage inside, he almost lost his balance, staggered, and immediately knelt down in front of Yang Lin. Boss, it's my fault. Since the establishment of the security team, there has never been such a great loss. Now he has figured out the consequences, and he only regrets that he realized it too late, so he feels guilty. Brother Tao, get up. What happened tonight isn't your fault. And the most important thing right now is to avenge the brothers. Revenge? Yes, we must avenge our brothers. Zhong Tao was helped up by Yang Lin, his eyes red-rimmed. How's the village? Yang Lin asked hurriedly. Zhong Tao immediately reported on the situation outside. The situation is under control. We took down 5 assassins, but we lost 8 of our brothers. And 6 people from our village are gone too. Zhong Tao clenched his fists again, his voice choked with emotion. Yang Lin took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but he still couldn't calm down. This time, the losses were too great. Gather everyone together. Let's go get revenge. Yang Lin said in a deep voice. Huh. Zhong Tao was taken aback. Now? Yes, right now? I can't wait until tomorrow. It has to be now. Yang Lin's tone was icy. However, besides being eager for revenge, setting off immediately was also part of his original plan. Because he knew very well that the second young master was no ordinary person. He was too far from Pingyuan County, and the troop movement would inevitably be detected. Only by counterattacking immediately after the other party made a move could he catch the other party off guard. Yes, Zhong Tao didn't hesitate and immediately gathered his men. Soon, they gathered 1,000 men and arrived in front of the Yang family compound. Today, we lost 16 brothers. Yang Lin stood on a high place and shouted loudly. The one who was seriously injured and unconscious couldn't be saved. Below, the guards silently clenched their fists. I believe everyone feels as bad as I do. I don't want this to happen. I have no intention of making enemies. But some people, for their own benefit, don't want to see us poor people have enough to eat and live a good life. What to do? Yang Lin scanned the crowd. I, Yang Lin, have only one belief. Whoever doesn't want me to have a good life, I will make sure they don't have a good life. Tonight, I will also compensate those villagers who died tragically at the hands of the knife. Moreover, we must avenge them. I want the whole world to know that our security force is not to be trifled with or bullied. Anyone who provokes me will be killed, and anyone who bullies me will also be killed. Not a single one will be spared. Tonight, we're going to kill the mastermind behind all of this. Shi Wenkai, the second son of the Shi family and son of the Minister of Revenue. He's powerful, rich, and influential. Are you afraid? With tears in their eyes, the entire security team shouted in unison, "We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid." Yang Lin gestured with his hands. As for those assassins, although they are all dead, it's not enough. Anyone who dares to kill in my Kaoshan village will have their entire family wiped out. I want the so-called Jianghu, the so-called martial arts world, to know that anyone who provokes Kaoshan village, even the Jianghu, will be punished. Now let's go. Plains County. Yang Lin shouted loudly. Seeing that Yang Lin was about to leave, the women became anxious, and Zhong Tao also became anxious. Boss, what are you doing? Your injury hasn't healed yet, and this is too dangerous. You are the pillar of our Kaoshan village. You absolutely cannot be hurt. If anything happens to you, our Kaoshan village will collapse. Zhong Tao quickly stopped Yang Lin. Yang Lin's face was resolute. Brother Tao, I will personally avenge this blood feud. You don't need to persuade me anymore. You know my temper. Once I've made up my mind, I won't change it. This. Zhong Tao was extremely anxious and quickly looked to Li Yuyao for help. Madam, please persuade the master. Li Yuyao shook her head. I respect my husband's choice. If you are worried, bring more weapons and protect him. She knew that tonight's sacrifice was too great. If he cannot take revenge himself, this feeling of injustice will always remain in his heart. Chapter 332 Fear of Insufficient Firepower. The road from Kaoshan village has now been extended to Jianghe County. Therefore, even when marching through the night, the speed is extremely fast. The next morning, the guards had already arrived outside Pingyuan County. After traveling all night, everyone was exhausted, but the blood feud of last night was still vivid in their minds. No one complained or groaned. Everyone was determined to avenge their comrades. Master, you should take the sedan chair. Your injury has just healed, and riding on horseback is too bumpy. Zhong Tao had been trying to persuade Yang Lin all the way, but Yang Lin wouldn't listen at all. Riding in a sedan chair? Brother Tao, I'm here to fight alongside my brothers, not to act like a tyrant. All right, let's not talk about the sedan chair anymore. We're almost outside the city. Have we made contact with the Guiyan Hall yet? Yang Lin was never a reckless man. Although he came to seek revenge overnight, he knew that his opponent was no ordinary person, so he dared not fail to make thorough preparations. Not yet, but it should be soon. Just then, a scout came to report that someone had delivered intelligence. Soon, a document about Shi Wentsai's manor came into Yang Lin's hands. This intelligence was gathered a few days ago by Yang Lin through Z, on orders from the Guiyan Hall and Zhi Hall. Upon seeing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but frown secretly. Intelligence indicates that Shi Wentsai's manor, named Zilin Manor, is located in the northeast of Pingyuan County. Although it is in the suburbs, it is still within the city and protected by city walls. It covers an area of more than 2,000 acres and has mountains and water, dozens of houses, high walls and large courtyards, and is heavily guarded. Based on the information they've gathered over the past few days, it's certain that there are at least 300 guards in the manor. All of them are elite soldiers. They have swords, armor, and all sorts of weapons. In addition, there were dozens of highly skilled martial artists and dozens of retainers with considerable martial arts skills who stayed by his side year-round. These are only the confirmed information. Whether Shi Wenkai has other experts around him, or more guards, remains unknown. And this is just one of Shi Wentsai's many estates. His trip to Pingyuan County this time seems to be for something very important, and he may be meeting with someone, but Guiyan Hall has not been able to find out who that person is. After reading the intelligence, Zhong Tao also frowned. It's too big. We can't possibly search it all in a short time, Zhong Tao sighed. This is what he considers the biggest problem. Although they brought 1,000 people, the manor covers 3,000 acres, so if the other party hides or runs away, it will be very difficult to find them. Yang Lin nodded, pondered for a moment while stroking his chin, and then suddenly asked, "How many weapons did you bring this time?" "A lot," Zhong Tao said. "This time, for battalions, a total of 600 crossbows, 60,000 crossbow bolts, 500 hand grenades, and 100 explosive packs." Hiss dash. Yang Lin gasped when he heard these numbers. When they went to fight Yongwang's 80,000-strong army, this was nothing special, right? Seeing Yang Lin's reaction, Zhong Tao scratched his head. It was Madame who said to bring more weapons. All right. Yang Lin nodded. Having a slight fear of being underpowered is a good thing. Moreover, it seems that with so many weapons, we can actually wage a crushing modern war. With ample weaponry, we can adjust our combat tactics accordingly. Come on, let's do this. Yang Lin rode up to Zhong Tao and whispered his plan. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tao gasped. That's great. He wanted to say it was too cruel, but thinking about his master's unique fighting style, he felt even more excited. This method is indeed cruel, but it is cruelty towards the enemy. And the enemy deserves to die? The main force set off, getting closer and closer to Pingyuan County. However, the main force was not heading towards the city gates of the prefecture. Instead, it headed straight for the northeast corner. Meanwhile, inside Zilin Mountain Villa, Huang Ting lowered his head and stood in front of the second young master, who had just gotten up and proudly recounted his meticulously planned scheme from the previous night. However, before he could finish speaking, he sensed that the second young master's mood seemed a bit off, and he unconsciously lowered his voice. "Second young master, that's how it happened. I played a trick on them and watched as the guards chased after us. Fearing an ambush, they didn't dare get too close and ultimately couldn't do anything to us. They slunk away, which was truly gratifying." Huang Ting raised his head and secretly glanced at the second young master. Seeing that the second young master's expression was not good, he was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. "So, you don't actually know whether Yang Lin is dead or not, right?" Shi Wenkai squinted, his cold tone full of sarcasm. Knowing the second young master's unpredictable temper, Huang Ting dared not hesitate and hurriedly said excitedly, "Second young master, I dare to guarantee with my life that Yang Lin will surely die. My arrangements are flawless. With the strength of those experts, killing Yang Lin is more than enough." Flawless? You should pray to the gods that Yang Lin is really dead. Otherwise, I'll personally take your head. That scoundrel is certain Yang Lin is dead. Huang Ting's face turned ashen, but his tone remained firm. "Where is the Japanese envoy?" Shi Wenkai suddenly asked. Huang Ting quickly replied, "We should be able to reach Pingyuan County today." "Humph. You've made me wait in this godforsaken place for so long. Once the Japanese arrive, you can teach them a lesson." Huang Ting said with a troubled expression, "Second young master, please reconsider. Master said that everything must be done with the greater good in mind. We can't afford to create unnecessary trouble. Yang Lin's matter wasn't part of the plan to begin with, and if something else goes wrong..." Before Huang Ting could finish speaking, Shi Wenkai gave him a cold look. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" "I wouldn't dare." Huang Ting trembled. "Go down and receive 20 strokes of the cane. Get out of here." Just as Huang Ting was about to leave, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from outside, louder than thunder. Huang Ting was stunned. "Is that thunder?" He looked at the sky outside in disbelief. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was cloudless. Where did the thunder come from? Huang Ting was immediately bewildered. Shi Wenkai also looked outside, his face turning ashen. "You idiot. Haven't you heard how the previous governor of Pingyuan died? Prefect of Pingyuan?" Huang Ting was stunned for a moment, then felt a chill run down his spine. "Second young master, you mean Yang Lin?" "No, that's impossible. Yang Lin is dead." Huang Ting shook his head desperately. He had naturally heard those legends about Yang Lin. What kind of a mortal's disciple? What kind of celestial master walking among mortals? What kind of power to wield heavenly thunder? There are even rumors that the previous governor of Pingyuan County, Zheng Rong, was killed by Yang Lin with lightning. But he still couldn't believe that the deafening, terrifying thunder was caused by Yang Lin. That's simply beyond human capability. Chapter 333. A master? Uncle Guan. Shi Wenkai turned around and called out to a shadowy spot behind him. From the darkness, a thin man immediately emerged. The man was in his 40s, short and stocky, with a cold expression but sharp eyes. Huang Ting was startled. He stayed in the room for so long, without even noticing that there were other people in the second young master's room. "Uncle Guan, go and see what happened," Shi Wenkai said, frowning. The other party did not say anything, and simply went out and left. Huang Ting gasped. This person is so aloof. He had been following Shi Wenkai for a long time and had never seen anyone dare to be so arrogant in front of the second young master. However, seeing that the second young master was not angry, it was clear that this man called Uncle Guan was no ordinary person. Second young master, I shall take my leave now. Huang Ting bowed and stepped back, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Shi Wencai's cold voice came through. Uncle Guan is very fast. Once he returns, we'll know whether Yang Lin is dead or not. Huang Ting shivered. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Pingyuan County, next to the city wall. A large section of the towering city wall had been blown down, and a large contingent of the defense force was pouring in through the breach. Zhong Tao's feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. Even though they had already witnessed the power of the explosive charge during the battle with Prince Yong in Nanyang. But the fact that they used the same old trick again, directly blowing up the city wall and entering the city, still shocked him. This entirely new way of fighting will completely change warfare. This time, only 10 explosive charges were needed to breach the city wall. They were carrying a full 100 explosive packs. With so many explosive charges, even the strongest city wall would be reduced to ashes. Full speed ahead. Target is 300 zhong. Charge there at top speed. Shi Wencai's Zilin Villa is very, very close to here. They were close enough that a single charge would be enough for a cavalryman to reach them. Although the guards had virtually no cavalry, at such a short distance, they could reach their destination in a maximum of 15 minutes by marching at full speed. However, just as the army had advanced about a mile and could see the luxurious manor with its high walls in the distance, a short man in his 40s suddenly blocked the way for the guards. The army is on its way. All bystanders, please make way. The strongest scout on horseback immediately shouted. Scouts are responsible for clearing the way and exploring the area. If they encounter any suspicious individuals, they must also handle them properly for the rest of the army. However, no sooner had the scout finished speaking than the man leaped into the air, a cold glint shooting towards him. The scout was startled and quickly dodged, while not forgetting his duty, shouting, "Enemy!" The opponent's sword light was too fast. The scout had no time to dodge, and the sword tip had already pierced his chest. However, the short, middle-aged man was stunned the moment the sword tip struck him. Because this sword couldn't penetrate? With his strength, even if someone is wearing iron armor, this sword could pierce through them. But now it feels like I've stabbed a wall of copper and iron. The middle-aged man with a cold gaze quickly sheathed his sword and stabbed again. But with that momentary delay, the scout on horseback had already leaped off his horse, grabbed his crossbow, and fired back at the same time, turned tail, and ran back. Although he didn't know martial arts, every scout was agile, quick-witted, and had extremely fast reflexes. But he was still terrified by that sword strike. That sword was just too fast. If it weren't for the fact that they scouts wore steel armor underneath their clothes, he would probably be dead by now. This delay allowed the main force behind to discover the anomaly ahead. The boss has an enemy, and a highly skilled one at that. Zhong Tao quickly reported this. After what happened last night, the entire security team inevitably developed a sense of apprehension towards experts. Is that so? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Perfect timing. Since he's here, let's keep him here. Proceed with the original plan, eliminate him. Yang Lin gave the order directly. This. Zhong Tao was startled when he heard the words, original plan. If he remembered correctly, the original plan was to use it to attack Zilin Manor. But now, is such a terrifying plan necessary just to face a master? Quick, there's no time to lose, we can't let him get away. Yang Lin urged. Although the opponent only has one expert, this is a chance for the defense team to restore their morale. Otherwise, what happened last night will leave many people with psychological trauma, and they will instinctively fear any expert they encounter in the future. Fear can severely impact morale. Yes. Yang Lin's tone was serious, and Zhong Tao didn't dare to be negligent, so he immediately began to give full command. 1st and 2nd Battalions, prepare to engage the enemy. 3rd Battalion, flank from the left. 4th Battalion, flank from the right. On my command, prepare your crossbows. On Zhong Tao's side, orders were relayed out one after another, and all the battalions and companies were immediately alarmed. They all knew there were experts blocking their way, but these orders were just too exaggerated. However, despite their surprise, the guards were disciplined and obeyed orders without question, and never let any problem affect the execution of their orders. In an instant, the formation unfolded, shield bearers and archers took their positions, and almost everyone simultaneously entered combat mode. Ahead, the scout ran for his life, occasionally shooting an arrow behind him to slow down the enemy, and only then did he manage to escape back to the front of the army. The short, middle-aged man neither dodged nor avoided the enemy, as if he regarded the 1,000-strong army as nothing. He stood proudly before the army with only his sword, his eyes still showing disdain. However, when he saw the scouts scrambling back to the formation, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He once took the head of a general amidst an army of thousands. He moved alone through the chaos of battle, as if he were in an empty field. With his strength, these are just minor incidents and nothing to him. The middle-aged man spoke in a low, cold voice. Where did this army come from? Commander, come forward and answer. The answer he received was 2 words from Zhong Tao. Fire the arrows. Whoosh, 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 dash. Suddenly, a series of rapid and dense whooshing sounds came from the air. The middle-aged man disagreed. He knew, of course, that the entire army had bows and arrows. But with his skill, ordinary arrows couldn't hurt him at all. However, just as he was feeling disdainful and wanted to use some tricks to show these mortals what a true strongman was, he felt countless chilling energies sweeping over him. No, that's impossible, because those arrows were moving incredibly fast. Moreover, how could a force of only 1,000 men be equipped with so many bows and arrows? In that instant, he went from arrogant contempt to shock, and then to fear. A barrage of arrows, like a primordial beast, surged toward him, dense and incredibly fast. He had no time to run, no time to dodge, and even though he had a sword in his hand, he was at a loss for what to do. Because there are just too many. Chapter 334. A comprehensive attack, too brutal. The rain of arrows instantly engulfed him. His martial arts skills were truly remarkable. He managed to block most of the hundreds of arrows that came flying at him. With a series of crackling sounds, the arrows fell one after another. Fewer than 100 arrows struck him. In an instant, he turned into a human-shaped hedgehog. Then, with a thud, the middle-aged man fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Shoot! Zhong Tao, however, continued to order the arrows to be fired as originally planned. The guards were a little confused. Aren't the enemies all dead? Still shooting? However, they only had a moment of doubt in their hearts, and it did not stop them from shooting the second arrow without hesitation. The second salvo. A barrage of arrows rained down on the middle-aged man in an instant. This volley was practically a target practice exercise. Hundreds of arrows were fired, and very few missed the target, almost all hitting the middle-aged man. With a series of clanging arrows, the middle-aged man was covered in wounds, with no part of his body unscathed. Zhong Tao couldn't help but grin. That's absolutely brutal. Is he really dead now? Yang Lin asked. Zhong Tao nodded without hesitation. Absolutely dead. Haha, an expert? Yang Lin said calmly. Let me tell you all, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, if anyone dares to stand in front of our guard team, we will annihilate them. Retrieve the arrows, advance. In this battle, more than 1,000 arrows were fired. Although only one enemy was killed, the morale of the guards was greatly boosted, and everyone's face was full of excitement. Because they all realized that so-called experts are not so scary. What's so special about being a master? Killing a master is as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. It's no big deal. The large group of people, full of imposing momentum, continued their march towards the mountain villa ahead. Inside the study of Zillion Villa, Shi Wenkai frowned, already growing impatient. Given Uncle Guan's speed, he should have returned long ago, but a quarter of an hour has passed, and there's still no sign of him. Uncle Guan was a powerful figure hired by my father at great expense. He was a top-notch master of lightness skill in the world, appearing and disappearing without a trace. But now, it's as if it has completely disappeared. Huang Ting, who was hunched over and dared not raise his head, was already aching from back pain and was getting even more anxious. He truly couldn't be certain whether Yang Lin was dead or not. But the boast has already been made. In any case, a quick resolution is better than living in constant fear like this. Just as the two were getting impatient, several loud booming sounds suddenly came from outside, exactly like the terrifying thunder from before. But this time, the deafening explosion was right nearby. The explosions, after the first one, continued unabated, one after another, from all directions. The deafening roar turned Shi Wenkai, who was usually calm and collected, pale. Help! What's going on? What happened? Shi Wenkai roared angrily. His intuition told him that all of this was related to Yang Lin. Last night, Huang Ting went to assassinate Yang Lin, and today his own house was hit by a series of thunderclaps. Could it be that Yang Lin is truly the reincarnation of the thunder god from heaven, who was not killed by Huang Ting, but instead controlled the heavenly thunder to kill him? He glared fiercely at Yang Lin, his angry face revealing a hint of panic. Even though he had experienced many storms, he had never encountered anything so bizarre. Huang Ting was completely dumbfounded. The continuous loud noises outside were like repeated heavy hammer blows striking his heart. He was so shocked that he was dizzy and didn't know what to do. Thunder rumbled from all directions, drawing ever closer. Even the experts sent out have disappeared without a trace. And to this day, they don't even know what happened. At this moment, Huang Ting felt what powerlessness and despair meant. Any conspiracy or trickery is like a paper tiger, a mere illusion, in the face of such terrifying power. After a short while, someone finally returned to report. Reporting to the second young master, the west courtyard wall has been struck by lightning. The extent of the damage is unknown. Before the person giving the report could leave, another servant arrived. Second young master, something terrible has happened. The south wall of the courtyard was struck by lightning and a large section of it collapsed. At the same time, the guards from the manor rushed over, shouting as they ran. Second young master, the north wall has been struck by lightning, and someone has broken in. Just then, a servant from the manor rushed over. Second young master, the east wall has collapsed. Seeing the servants rushing over one after another, Shi Wenkai was completely dumbfounded. The thunderous roar came from all four directions, and it seemed that the walls of the courtyard had collapsed. Most importantly, he still doesn't know what happened. The deafening thunder continued to rumble from all directions, growing ever closer. However, after dozens of thunderclaps, Shi Wenkai calmed down and immediately issued a series of orders. Head nurse Zhou, take some men and go check out the west side. Instructor Huang, take some men to investigate the south side. Lu Zi, take some men to the north and find out exactly what happened. Mr. Ma, take your men to the east wall. If there are any enemies, kill them without mercy. Yes. Everyone readily accepted the order. His manor has experts, guards, and elite soldiers. Therefore, Shi Wenkai was very confident that he could withstand the attack even if the Pingyuan County garrison attacked. His Zilin manor was built inside the city, and if there were a large force, they would have to get past the Pingyuan County garrison first. Therefore, with the city walls in place, it was impossible for a large force to reach his courtyard. But the news that his servant had just brought him gave him a very bad feeling, because their own courtyard walls had all collapsed. What about the outer city walls? If the other side really has such unpredictable and mysterious means, it doesn't seem impossible for them to split the city wall with lightning, does it? At this moment, in addition to the men he sent out, he also left behind 100 elite soldiers, 20 guards, and 10 highly skilled martial artists. Shi Wenkai was angry, bewildered, and fearful. He had never felt so lost before. He was panicked and a little regretful. It seems I shouldn't have provoked Yang Lin. Upon receiving the order, Protector Zhou led 50 men straight to the west side of the manor. Although the estate is very large, it is only a couple 100 feet away from the western wall. The west side is a garden landscape with trees, flowing water, gardens, and artificial hills. And at this moment, the moment he saw the west side, Guard Zhou was dumbfounded. The beautiful, fairyland-like scenery was completely gone. Trees lay fallen in large swaths, their burning, broken branches scattered everywhere. The artificial hills had collapsed, and the ground was littered with rubble. The garden was devoid of flowers, filled only with scorched earth and billowing smoke. Every now and then, thunder would rumble from the ground, and flames would shoot into the sky. The air was filled with a smell he had never encountered before. The scene before us is like the end of the world. Chapter 335 Yang Lin, I will kill you. Before Zhou Huiyuan could even react, the thunderous roars drew ever closer to him. The swirling dirt and splashing pebbles quickly came into view. Amid the deafening roar, he vaguely heard someone shouting something like, "The boss said, don't let any inch of land go. This is called carpet bombing." Zhou, the head nurse, was bewildered. The 50 elite soldiers behind him were also dumbfounded, standing there blankly, at a loss. Someone go in and see what's going on. Zhou, the head of the guard, gave the order. Amidst the deafening roar, thick smoke billowed and swirled, obscuring everything, leaving them completely unaware of what had transpired. However, no one dared to make a move. Zhou, the head nurse, swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Damn it, let's all go together. Going up there might mean death, but if he doesn't figure things out, the second young master will not only not let him off, but will also implicate his family. Immediately, Guard Zhou led 50 elite soldiers and charged into the roaring smoke. The thunderous roar continued, with several ordinary claps followed by a deafeningly loud thunderclap, which continued to sweep forward. Finally, Nurse Zhou saw what had happened. Not far away, a group of soldiers in black were throwing a dark object in their direction. What is that? Before Zhou Huiyuan could even suspect anything, the soldiers opposite them also spotted them. Enemy detected, number 50. 10 feet directly ahead. Grenades in effect. Crossbow fire. Explosive pack. Zhou, the head nurse, only had time to hear those few shouts that sounded like commands, and then a rain of arrows filled the sky, obscuring his vision. Zhou, the head nurse, was startled and ran back without saying a word. Upon seeing this, the 50 elite soldiers behind him turned and ran without waiting for orders. However, no matter how fast they run, how can they outrun a crossbow bolt or a thrown grenade? Instantly, screams of agony rang out around Zhou Huyuan, and people around him fell to the ground in droves. He himself was also hit by 2 arrows. Perhaps it was luck, but neither arrow was fatal, allowing him to see the dark, metallic lump hiss as it landed in front of him. Boom. The massive explosion engulfed him and the surrounding Shi family private army. In his last moments of consciousness, Zhou Huyuan finally understood what had happened. He closed his eyes unwillingly, and his consciousness returned to darkness. Zhou Huyuan and his 50 elite soldiers were completely wiped out. However, the baptism of grenades was not over yet. One grenade after another rained down, a carpet bombardment. Countless crossbow bolts were fired as if they were free, and finally, a simple, lightweight catapult was used to launch a bomb powerful enough to destroy the high wall. The smoke of battle had not yet cleared, but everything around had already returned to calm. The ground was littered with severed limbs and pieces of flesh. It was difficult to find even slightly larger pieces of flesh. The soil looked as if it had been plowed clean, leaving not a single intact object. In this battle, the enemy's corpses were completely wiped out. And this was Yang Lin's plan. Bombardment-style advance, overwhelming strikes. A master? Even the best can't withstand being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Even the strongest will be reduced to ashes in the face of a grenade. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery will have nowhere to hide. And all of this depends on the fact that they carried enough weapons. 100 explosive charges were used, but only 10 were used to destroy the city wall. The explosion range of this thing can reach a radius of tens of feet, and each one can cover an area of 200 to 300 square meters. The range of a hand grenade can cover an area of several dozen feet. Within a tenjong radius, anyone who gets killed or injured will be left behind. On a large scale, explosive charges were used to clear the way, and then grenades were used to fill any gaps. This way, every inch of the entire manor could be covered, allowing the guards to advance safely. Unfamiliar with the environment? That would destroy the environment. Anyone who dares to enter the blast radius will be met with overwhelming fire. Even a master would be doomed. The same thing happened in other places as what happened to Zhou Huyuan. Of those who escaped, only Coach Huang did. Second young master, heavenly soldiers and generals. It's heavenly soldiers and generals coming. Coach Huang stumbled back, his face filled with terror and trembling. If he hadn't stayed hidden in the back and hadn't run away when things got bad, he probably would have been stuck there forever, just like everyone else. Even after they ran back, they were terrified by the horrific scene. Sherwin Sai's eyes widened, and he kicked Coach Huang to the ground. Useless. All of you are useless. He roared angrily. They sent Uncle Guan, a master of light-footed skills, to investigate, but he never returned. They sent another 200 people, many of whom were experts, but the result was still the same. Heavenly soldiers and generals? Sherwin Kai didn't believe it. His intuition told him that Yang Lin was responsible for all of this. Yang Lin, I will kill you. Sherwin Kai pointed ahead and coldly shouted, Go, kill Yang Lin. With that, he waved his sleeve and immediately turned and went back into the house. The group of experts, guards, and elite soldiers were left bewildered and at a loss. Kill Yang Lin. Who is Yang Lin? Where is Yang Lin? Why kill Yang Lin? They believed what Instructor Huang said, that heavenly soldiers and generals were coming. Huang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shouted, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the second young master's order? The second young master ordered you to kill Yang Lin. Go now. With that, he quickly turned around and ran into the house. The servants, maids, and young servants from the manor also rushed over in fear from all directions. A group of people were stuck together in a chaotic mess. The rumbling of thunder came from all directions, growing ever closer. Before their eyes, houses collapsed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, thick smoke had enveloped them. But even now, they still don't know what they are facing. Just then, a loud shout came from not far away. Hands on your heads. Lie face down. I'll count to 3. Anyone who hasn't fallen to the ground will be killed without mercy. 1, 2, 3. As the smoke cleared, the skilled guards finally saw that they were surrounded by a group of soldiers dressed in black. The enemy numbered at least 1,000, closing in from all directions. Everything around them was destroyed, leaving only their small encirclement and the house behind them. After recognizing the people approaching, the experts did not cower and surrender. Instead, they immediately charged forward. Go to hell. The experts roared and charged out. Beforehand, not knowing what I was facing, I dared not make any rash moves. Now that he had seen the true face of the person who came, his anger and frustration were released in an instant. He was no longer afraid and charged straight at him. However, before they could even leap out, a barrage of crossbow bolts was fired. Chapter 336. They are not worthy of being prisoners. In an instant, all of these resisting experts were riddled with arrows, fell to the ground, and were dead beyond any doubt. Our boss said we're here to kill Shi Wenkai. Shi Wenkai killed the people of Kaoshan Village, and Kaoshan Village will make him pay with his blood. We don't want to implicate the innocent, but anyone who crosses us will be killed without mercy. Those who resist will face certain death. Hundreds of crossbows were aimed at these people. At this moment, no one dared to resist anymore. Everyone obediently lay on the ground, hands behind their heads, not daring to move an inch. Instructor Huang, lying on the ground, hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me. I surrender. I want to earn merit. Shi Wenkai is in this house. Huang Ting is here too. He was the one who commanded the attack on Kaoshan Village last night." Upon hearing this, Zhong Tao's eyes widened as he stared at the tightly closed door. "Master, should we capture him alive?" Yang Lin shook his head decisively and said coldly, "They are not worthy of being prisoners." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin raised his hand and waved. Zhong Tao immediately gave the order, "Prepare the explosive charges. Prepare the grenades. Throw." As the door was kicked open, the remaining explosive charges were ignited and thrown out. Dozens of hand grenades were also thrown into the house. Yang Lin squinted, quietly gazing at the house. This action was not simply because he did not want to capture Shi Wenkai, but because he was well aware that there were likely other experts inside the house. Although victory seems within reach, capturing Shi Wenkai alive may not be easy. Although the defense force has a weapon advantage, this advantage will be greatly reduced in complex terrain. If they are facing a highly skilled opponent, even if they manage to capture Shi Wenkai in the end, they may suffer considerable casualties. It's not worth sacrificing the lives of our brothers in the protection squad for a murderous enemy. If the terrain is too complex, then we'll just destroy it completely. There might be a master inside. In that case, we'll completely destroy this house. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions followed. The luxurious house was instantly reduced to ruins, collapsing amidst a deafening roar and billowing smoke. At this moment, all the skilled guards and servants who were prostrate on the ground were completely dumbfounded. They trembled, clutching their heads tightly with their hands, no longer having the will to resist. The thunder roared right behind them, deafening, as if it were right next to them. The immense pressure they felt was something they had never experienced before. That's terrifying. Even though the house collapsed, the guards did not relax their vigilance in the slightest. All their crossbows were still aimed at the collapsed house, and if there was any disturbance, they would not hesitate to deliver 1,000 arrows to the enemy. However, the truth is that they were overthinking it. When the smoke cleared, everything was calm. Nothing had happened. Zhong Tao directed the orderly capture and interrogation of the more than 100 prisoners, distinguishing between experts and ordinary people. Yang Lin, however, continued to look at the house. "What's wrong, boss?" Zhong Tao noticed that Yang Lin's expression was off. Yang Lin frowned and pointed to the ruins in front of him. "Get some people to dig up this house." Zhong Tao was surprised. Yang Lin shook his head. "I have a feeling things aren't that simple. That Shi Wenkai is quite capable. He might not die so easily. This can't be possible." Zhong Tao was somewhat incredulous. With the house collapsed like this, how could Shi Wenkai possibly still be alive? "No matter what, I want to see him alive or dead," Yang Lin said solemnly. Although he also believed that no one could withstand such an explosion and the collapse of the building. But he couldn't rest easy until he saw Shi Wenkai's body. Yes, although Zhong Tao did not believe that Shi Wenkai was not dead, he still immediately sent people to start clearing the ruins. The hundreds of people worked quickly to clear the debris, and soon the ruins were cleared away, where a body was found. However, after having someone identify the body, Zhong Tao's expression changed drastically. Because, after being identified by the servants of Zilin Manor, the corpse was not Shi Wenkai, but Huang Ting. There were no other bodies under the rubble. Zhong Tao sensed something was wrong and quickly went to find Yang Lin. "Boss, you guessed right. We didn't find Shi Wenkai's body. They said the body is Huang Ting's, and we found a sword wound on the body, which means Huang Ting was already dead before the house was blown up." Yang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had expected this, showing no surprise whatsoever, but instead revealing a cold smile. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He can't escape. A thorough search will surely reveal hidden compartments or tunnels below. When he built his own house, he could think of building 2 secret rooms and a secret passage leading to the outside. He didn't believe that such a luxurious manor would not have such a life-saving measure. Moreover, according to the prisoners in the manor, Shi Wenkai had returned to his house before they arrived. It must have been a premonition that something was wrong, so it entered the secret room or tunnel inside the house beforehand. Yang Lin had already considered all of this when he came, and this was one of the reasons why he decided to carpet bomb the manor. If the tunnel's exit is inside the manor, then the tunnel's exit is very likely to be destroyed, and even if Shi Wenkai enters the tunnel, he won't be able to get out. Even though it wasn't destroyed, he personally instructed that people be left throughout the manor to keep watch over any disturbances before attacking it. As for the tunnel exit, if it's located far outside the manor, then there's nothing that can be done. But Yang Lin felt that this possibility was very low, because he personally designed the escape tunnels. Not to mention that digging a tunnel is a very difficult task. The more important thing is that the longer the tunnel is dug, the harder it is to keep it a secret. Therefore, Yang Lin believes that even if there is a tunnel in the house, it wouldn't be too far away. Yes, Zhong Tao accepted the order and began the search. Soon enough, they found a secret underground room and captured a young man in his 20s dressed in fine clothes from it. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The man was dragged out and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Zhong Tao brought several servants from the manor, and they all insisted that this was the second young master. Zhong Tao finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Boss, we finally caught him. This time it's definitely him. Yang Lin carefully examined the man in front of him, but still frowned. Although the man was handsome and dressed luxuriously, he still felt something was wrong. Master, should we kill him directly, or cut off his hands and feet before killing him? Zhong Tao hurriedly asked. Yang Lin shook his head. No, he's not Shi Wenkai. Zhong Tao was stunned. But the servants all identified him as Shi Wenkai. Could it be that they were all lying together? Yang Lin shook his head. It's not that the servants are lying, but that this person is an imposter. Chapter 337. One man, one sword, pointing at Yang Lin. Although I have never met Shi Wenkai, I can judge what kind of person he is based on the things he has done. Appearance can be deceiving, but temperament cannot. In fact, some people's temperament is something that cannot be hidden even if they want to. When Li Yuyao first met his wife, although he deliberately made himself look disheveled and covered in dust, his temperament could not be concealed by his appearance. Despite the testimonies of the servants, the so-called Shi Wenkai before them did not possess the slightest air of a noble young master. There was no ruthlessness, no arrogance, no viciousness. Most importantly, he lacks confidence. Yang Lin had seen many people like Shi Wenkai. Whether in his past life or this one, these kinds of people all shared a common characteristic: arrogance and pride. Such people often act ruthlessly, are arrogant, and show great indifference to everything outside of themselves. But none of these characteristics are present in the Shi Wenkai before us. On the contrary, he displayed weakness, cowardice, and timidity. Tell me, who are you, and where is Shi Wenkai? Yang Lin stared straight at the other person. Shi Wenkai shrank back, trembling. Even Zhong Tao could see that something was definitely wrong. Tell me quickly. Zhong Tao held the sword to his neck. Thump. Shi Wenkai immediately knelt down. Spare me, spare me. I don't know where the second young master went. Zhong Tao took a deep breath, looked at Yang Lin and sighed. Boss, what should we do now? Don't rush, keep searching. Just then, a firework suddenly exploded in the sky in the distance. It's a distress signal. Hurry, send 2 squads from each brigade. Zhong Tao was greatly surprised. Before Yang Lin could speak, he immediately gave the order. Yang Lin looked over there, which wasn't far from here, and smiled faintly. Maybe there's good news. Good news? Zhong Tao was stunned. Not long after, the support team returned excitedly. They also brought someone with them. It was Shi Wenkai again. Everyone gasped. They looked at Shi Wenkai over there, and then at the Shi Wenkai who had just been brought over. The two looked exactly alike, but just as Yang Lin had said, their temperaments were completely different. His face was gloomy, and his eyes, like the forked tongue of a venomous snake, were fixed on Yang Lin. Zhong Tao excitedly said, Boss, there's a tunnel over there. This guy just crawled out of the tunnel and was caught by our brothers. Great. Remember to give the brothers their bonuses, Yang Lin said. Hee, don't worry, boss, I never forget about the bonus. As Zhong Tao spoke, he kicked Shi Wenkai in the butt. Shi Wenkai, you still want to run? Our boss is incredibly shrewd. Do you think you can escape? Shi Wenkai, however, seemed oblivious, his eyes still fixed on Yang Lin. You're Yang Lin? Very good. You've exceeded my expectations. Yang Lin sneered. So you finished your last words? Last words. Shi Wenkai sneered. Yang Lin, we're both smart men, so there's no need to beat around the bush. You should know what price you'll pay if you kill me. Therefore, I'm certain you won't dare kill me. Shi Wenkai raised his head high, his eyes filled with confidence. Yang Lin sighed softly. Even now, you still don't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem. Zhu Rui, is he one of yours? Yang Bailey, is he one of your people too? And there's this one called Huang Ting. Yang Lin glanced at Huang Ting, who was already dead on the ground not far away, and slowly shook his head. Suddenly, his speech quickened, his eyes sharpened, and he glared fiercely at Shi Wenkai. Dozens of innocent people died last night in my Kaoshan village. You still think I wouldn't dare kill you? Just because of your power? Or because your father is the Minister of Personnel? Shi Wenkai, put away your arrogance. Kill you? I'll fucking kill your whole family. Yang Lin pointed at Shi Wencai's nose and slapped him hard across the face. Don't worry, it won't be long after you die. Your father, who is the Minister of Personnel, will also go down to join you. Having said that, Yang Lin waved his hand. Bring me the knife. Zheng Tao immediately handed over a fine steel sword. Without saying a word, Yang Lin raised his precious sword and slashed down, amidst Shi Wencai's horrified and incredulous gaze. Yang Lin, how dare you? Have you considered the price you'll pay? Aren't you afraid my father will wipe out your backing village? Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Yang Lin had already brought down his sword. Shi Wenkai immediately let out a scream. Although Yang Lin's strike was powerful, it only cut his arm, causing blood to gush out, but it was not fatal. Yang Lin sneered, handed the knife back to Zheng Tao, and shouted loudly to those behind him. Brothers, he asked about Kaoshan village. Are you scared? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. In an instant, shouts shook the heavens. Did you hear that? Yang Lin stared intently into Shi Wencai's eyes and said coldly, don't struggle anymore. No one can save you. Today is your death day. Blood feuds should be avenged with blood. Men, drag him away. Brothers, each of you, strike him once. Avenge our comrades. Avenge the people of Kaoshan village. As Yang Lin shouted, Shi Wencai's face turned deathly pale. He thought Yang Lin wouldn't dare kill him. But Yang Lin is going to kill him now. He thought Yang Lin would be wary of his background and power. But Yang Lin said he would kill his whole family. No, no, Yang Lin, don't kill me. Do you want money? I can give you lots and lots of money. Is 100,000 taels of silver enough? 200,000, 300,000 taels. I'm very rich. Just tell me how much you want. Shi Wenkai roared hysterically. By the end, her voice was choked with sobs. From childhood to adulthood, he was always the one killing others. He never imagined that one day he would be killed himself. I have a secret. I can tell you all my secrets. I can make you a person of high status. However, Yang Lin acted as if he hadn't heard. In the blink of an eye, Shi Wenkai was thrown in front of the security team. Shi Wenkai trembled and struggled to crawl out. But there were feet all around, and people everywhere. He has nowhere to escape. What he saw were pairs of bloodshot eyes and raised knives of revenge. Just as Shi Wenkai was so frightened that he wet his pants. An aged voice came from the air, not far away. Stop. Humph. A bunch of barbaric bastards from the mountains dare to be so arrogant. Do they really think they are invincible? I am Li Qingyun, the leader of the Xinyun sect. I am an old friend of Minister Shi. Yang Lin, I will give you a chance. Remove your men and release the second young master. Otherwise, I will kill you. When I, Li Qingyun, decide to kill, not a single one will survive. As the voice spoke, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a Taoist robe and exuding an air of otherworldly Taoist wisdom, landed on a half-cut tree not far away. He was carrying a sword. One man, one sword, pointing the sword at Yang Lin. Arrogant and haughty, but its aura overwhelmed everyone else for a moment. Chapter 338. Put away your arrogance. Times have changed. Ha 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 ha. Sect leader Li has arrived. In despair, Shi Wenkai laughed triumphantly, saying menacingly, Yang Lin, sect leader Li is a renowned swordsman. Killing you is as easy as taking candy from a baby. If you kill me, sect leader Li will certainly not let you go. If you want to die with me, then come on. His face was sinister as he slowly got up from the ground, coldly scanning the astonished faces of the guards around him. His laughter grew increasingly ferocious. A smart person never does anything stupid. Yang Lin, I know you and I are both smart people. We smart people don't need to put on airs when we talk. What revenge? Those who died were just some lowly peasants. You just want to use the name of revenge to get more benefits from me. How about this? I'll let bygones be bygones today. You, Yang Lin, are a talented person. I can introduce you to my father. My father has always valued talent and will reward you with an official position. Then you can work with me in business. With your skills and my connections, our business will surely expand throughout the world. Profits will more than double. This is the best choice. Shi Wenkai ignored everyone else and looked directly at Yang Lin. The soldiers of the security force present seemed unworthy of his attention. He believed that intelligent people wouldn't do foolish things. He had already made the pros and cons very clear, and he was confident that Yang Lin would not make a foolish choice. At this moment, the security team was on high alert. Almost simultaneously, crossbows were aimed at Li Qingyun. Everyone's expression was very solemn, but no one showed the slightest fear. A master? They've killed more than one person. Therefore, when faced with Li Qingyun, who looked very powerful and claimed to be the head of the Xianyun sect, none of the guards thought too much. They were simply waiting for their master's orders. Another expert has arrived? Or is he the leader of the Xianyun sect? Yang Lin sneered, ignoring Shi Wencai's words, and turned to look at the Xianyun sect leader, who stood on a half-tree stump with a sword, exuding an otherworldly air and resembling a banished immortal. Zhong Tao whispered, "Boss, we are confident that we can kill him before he charges at us." Yang Lin waved his hand. "No need." As he spoke, he took something out from his lower back. "It's the double-barreled shotgun that I assembled last night. The gun's mechanical structure is also very primitive. After each shot, you have to manually reload, pull the bolt, chamber another round, and then manually eject the spent cartridge. Moreover, the few bullets available were all handcrafted by the Design Institute. Because they were too big and had a rough appearance, they were more like upgraded small hand grenades than bullets. As a result, their kinetic energy conversion rate was very low, and their shooting range and penetration were also very poor. However, at short to medium ranges, it can still hit exactly where it's pointed, and one bomb can destroy a whole area, ignoring all defenses of this era." Yang Lin held the gun in his hand, slowly raised the muzzle, and pointed it at the Xianyun sect leader on the tree stump opposite. "Sect leader Xianyun, yesterday, people from your Xianyun sect attacked our Kaoshan village and killed many of our brothers. This is a blood feud that cannot be forgiven. At that time, I made a promise to the villagers and the brothers of the guard team. I will wipe out your entire Xianyun sect to avenge our fallen brothers. Haha, I haven't even gone looking for you yet, but you've already delivered yourself to my door." As he spoke, Yang Lin had already drawn his gun and aimed it at the other man. Li Qingyun was furious and roared, "You arrogant brat! If I don't kill you today, I'll be unworthy of calling myself the sect leader." He was the head of a prestigious sect in the martial arts world, a figure of great influence and respect. No one dared to disrespect him, and who would dare to disrespect him? Since he rose to fame, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that, much less be so arrogant in front of him. He thought that with his influence, protecting Shi Wenkai would be no problem. The other party wouldn't dare to offend him, the leader of the Xianyun sect. But to his surprise, Yang Lin not only showed him no respect, but also dared to seek revenge. "Ignorant brat, today I'll show you the exquisite swordsmanship of my Xianyun sect. I'll let you know that killing you is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables for me." Yang Lin's words completely enraged him. He was confident that he could take Yang Lin's life within 3 breaths, even if the two were within 10 zhang of each other. As for the thing in Yang Lin's hand, unimportant. Even if it were some kind of hidden weapon, he was confident he could dodge it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingyun flicked his sword, lightly stepped on the tree stump, and floated up into the air. His sword was aimed directly at Yang Lin, and he shot towards him with the speed of a hunting eagle. At that moment, the expressions of everyone in the security team changed drastically. The opponent is incredibly fast. Before their eyes, like a phantom, before they could even adjust the direction of their crossbows, the man and his sword had already passed over their heads. They were about to kill Yang Lin. A hint of disdain flashed in Li Qingyun's eyes. With his agility, a few archers posed no threat to him whatsoever. Today, he's going to show these ignorant country bumpkins what true martial arts are. The sword flew several feet away, as fast as a ghost, landing gracefully, as if it were in an empty place. In the blink of an eye, the sword was already not far in front of Yang Lin. However, when he thrust his sword swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly toward Yang Lin's throat, he realized that Yang Lin's face showed no astonishment, no fear, and not even a hint of surprise. It's too peaceful. Beneath those calm eyes lay a hint of pity and disdain. Even his gaze was like that of someone looking at a dead person. No, this is wrong. Li Qingyun felt bewildered, followed by overwhelming anger. "Go to hell!" Li Qingyun shouted furiously. He was confident that at such close range, no one could stop him, and no one could save Yang Lin. And just then, bang! A loud bang suddenly rang out without any warning. It was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Li Qingyun was also startled by the loud noise. However, before he could figure out where the loud noise came from, he felt a tremendous force rushing towards him, like a tiger slamming into his chest. Dash! He screamed and fell from midair. He lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his chest. The place was a bloody mess. No, that's impossible. Li Qingyun's face was filled with despair. How could there be such a fast hidden weapon in this world? It was so fast that he didn't even see it before it hit him. At this moment, Yang Lin walked over, carrying a double-barreled shotgun that had been reloaded with bullets. No way. Li Qingyun looked at the thin boy in front of him in horror, who pointed the dark gun barrels at him and looked down at him condescendingly. Does being a master mean you can do whatever you want? Put away your arrogance. Times have changed. Boom. Who is the person Shi Wenkai wants to see in chapter 339? Li Qingyun collapsed to the ground, completely ceasing to breathe. Blowing away the lingering smoke from the muzzle, Yang Lin put away his double-barreled shotgun and turned to Zhong Tao, saying, "It's just killing a sect leader. Our security team doesn't need to get involved. This sick man of mine will be taken care of. The boss is awesome." Zhong Tao quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his demeanor tinged with fear. Just now, the moment Li Qingyun thrust his sword forward, the speed was so fast that it startled him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the hidden weapon in the master's hand was faster than the opponent's. Otherwise, it would have been too dangerous. The entire security team joined in the shouting. Our boss is mighty. 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 The guards were in high spirits. They hadn't expected this outcome. It turned out to be their own boss who had taken down the expert who had caught them completely off guard. The deafening shouts echoed through the devastated ruins, and reverence, excitement, and admiration filled everyone's hearts. Shi Wenkai was completely dumbfounded. Li Qingyun's appearance gave him hope for survival. But now, hope has turned into despair. He never imagined that Li Qingyun, the leader of the Xianyun sect and a renowned master in the martial arts world, would die like this. He died at Yang Lin's hands. At this moment, when Shi Wenkai looked at Yang Lin again, his eyes were no longer filled with arrogance, but with fear. He trembled and shook his head desperately. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. The hope that had just been there vanished in an instant, and Shi Wenkai was even more terrified than before. Yang Lin walked over and left him with only one sentence. All I want is for you to die? Let's take action and avenge our brothers. As Yang Lin's raised hand fell, the guards, their eyes red, also lowered their knives. Every stab is an act of revenge for the brothers who died tragically last night. The piercing screams lasted for a short while before falling completely silent. Immediately afterwards, the battlefield was cleaned up and the prisoners were interrogated. Shi Wenkai, this notoriously unruly young master, was now being hacked to death by the guards. This had a great impact on the servants in the manor. With their master dead, how could they dare to hide anything? In no time, they had extracted a lot of useful information from them. This includes questions about the amount of grain stored in the manor, the location of the treasury, and what valuable items might be hidden there. It also includes the numerous evil deeds Shi Wenkai has committed over the years, such as bullying men and women, forcibly seizing land, selling official positions and titles, and beating merchants to death. Among his subordinates and the servants in his household, there were quite a few who committed heinous crimes. Immediately, based on the results of the interrogation, the security team killed those who deserved to die, released those who were honest and law-abiding, and sent all those who had done bad things but did not deserve to die to dig coal in Laohishan. After finding the manor's treasury, study, and secret rooms, they quickly discovered a large amount of gold and silver treasures. A quick count revealed that the amount was as high as over 100,000 taels of silver. This was beyond Yang Lin's expectations. Yang Lin believed that Shi Wenkai was very rich. Based on his family background, his family history, and the things he had done, such as monopolizing grain and salt, he was definitely richer than himself. Let alone tens of thousands of taels. Even if he had millions of taels, it wouldn't be surprising. But this Zillion manor was just an ordinary manor where he temporarily stayed. He had more than a dozen such manors. He rarely came to Pingyuan County before, so why would he put so much silver in this manor? If it were normal expenses, let alone tens of thousands of taels of silver, even a few thousand taels would be more than enough for him to use. Even if he were rich, he wouldn't put so much money in an empty house that he doesn't live in regularly. Yang Lin was completely baffled, feeling that the silver seemed to have another purpose. Yang Lin quickly found the answer. According to the confession of the surrendered instructor Huang, Shi Wencai's purpose in coming to Pingyuan County was to meet an envoy from Japan. And this silver, a full 100,000 taels, was brought from the capital. It seems to be related to the person he was going to meet. All Coach Huang knew was that the other party would arrive in Pingyuan County today, but he knew nothing about when, where, or what they would discuss. After receiving this news, Yang Lin fell into deep thought. Seeing that Yang Lin stood there motionless for a long time, Zhong Tao whispered, "Boss, who he wants to see is not important to us, is it?" "No." Yang Lin shook his head. "This is very important." Upon hearing the words, Japanese envoy, Yang Lin knew that there was definitely more to this than met the eye. "Brother Tao, do you know about Japan?" Yang Lin asked Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao pondered for a moment, shook his head, then nodded suddenly. "Oh, I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Is this Japan an island nation located in the East China Sea?" Zhong Tao suddenly clapped his hands. Right. I remember now. That's right, it's to the east. I heard about this from a brother when I was in the army. That brother's home was by the sea, and he said that there were often bandits who would rob them. Those bandits came from a place called Wa, Japan, in the East China Sea. The locals called those sea bandits woku. I remember that brother once said that the Japanese are short in stature, but extremely ruthless and vicious. When you first meet them, they seem very polite, but in reality, they are all very evil. Wherever they plunder, they not only steal the people's money and food, but also rape innocent girls. Before leaving, they will set fire to everything. It's a terrible sight. Zhong Tao shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. Only then did he realize what was happening. Shi Wencai wants to meet with an envoy from Japan? Damn, what a bunch of scoundrels. But why would the Japanese want to meet with Shi Wencai? Master, what should we do? Maybe we should just kill that Japanese envoy too. Yang Lin seemed to be deep in thought. Based on what Zhong Tao said, he was now certain that this Japan was located in Japan. It seems that although history is the same, some things are strikingly similar. He was also curious to know what Shi Wencai and the Japanese envoy were going to do when they met. Could it be that he brought 100,000 taels of silver to Japan? Furthermore, was this really something only Shi Wencai wanted to do? Was there any influence behind it from his father, who was the Minister of Personnel? If he represents his father, then this matter is even more complicated. Yang Lin would never forget that in his previous life, history was never short of treacherous officials who colluded with enemy countries. Whatever they want to do, let's find the Japanese envoy first. Yang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. I know where the Japanese envoy is. Chapter 340, The Japanese Envoy, Yamamoto Naka. Zhong Tao was taken aback. Even Shi Wencai's subordinates didn't know where the Japanese envoy was, so how did the master know? However, he had no doubt about his employer's wisdom and asked in surprise, "Where?" "Yellow Water." Yang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Brother Tao, send someone out of the city to the Yellow River right now to inspect the boats moored there. The Japanese look a lot like us, but their language is completely different. With a little communication, they should be easy to tell each other apart. Remember, we must use Shi Wencai's name. Say that you were sent by Shi Wencai to pick him up. Take the messenger to the Rui restaurant in the city. If they discover we're imposters, then we won't hold back. We'll just arrest them. If they resist, we'll kill them all. Of course, it would be best to keep them alive to find out what Shi Wencai and the Japanese were planning to do." Zhong Tao replied, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." As for why the water was yellow, Zhong Tao didn't care. If the landlord says the other party is in Huangshui, then they must be in Huangshui. Soon, he personally selected some of his brothers who were quick-witted and resourceful, and they set off. Rui Restaurant was an ordinary restaurant in Pingyuan County. Yang Lin only met there because he remembered it from his last visit to Pingyuan County. With most of the matters at Shi Wencai's manor settled, Yang Lin immediately led a large group of people to Rui Restaurant. He was going to impersonate Shi Wencai and see what the Japanese were up to. With Yang Lin personally in charge, Zhong Tao naturally wouldn't be careless about safety. Upon arriving at Rui Restaurant, Zhong Tao found the owner and bought the restaurant outright. He gave the manager and waiters a break, leaving only 2 cooks and replacing the rest of the staff with his own men from the security team. Even the diners and the merchants and servants in front of the door were all members of the security team in disguise. The entire Rui Hotel was quickly transformed into a comprehensive and inescapable trap. Around noon, the brothers who had been sent out finally sent back news. Sure enough, they met the Japanese envoy at the Yellow River. The Japanese envoy's party consisted of 12 people, including 8 servants, 4 men and 4 women, a tall and mighty samurai, a guide who could speak both Dakian Mandarin and Japanese, a personal maid of the envoy, and the envoy himself. According to the brother who returned with the news, these Japanese people deliberately wore the same clothes as the people of Dakian and were traveling on a very large ship. There were also many of their soldiers and sailors on board. This group of 12, along with their brothers from the security team, were on their way back to the city and heading towards the Rui restaurant. To Yang Lin's surprise, the other party not only did not suspect their identities in any way, but also had no objection to Yang Lin choosing Rui restaurant as the meeting place, as if they were just visiting Pingyuan County. However, based on the brief communication between the two sides, it is still unclear whether the Japanese envoy had met Shi Wenkai. If the two parties know each other, then this meeting is pointless. In that case, all you need to do is kill the other party. The brother who returned with the news said, "Master, all we know now is that the Japanese envoy's surname is Yamamoto. His given name is 30. He is in his 30s. We can't understand what he's saying, but he seems to be quite arrogant." Yang Lin smiled. His name is Yamamoto, but it's not his surname and given name that are Yamamoto. Yamamoto is his surname. Most surnames in Japan are 2 characters long. So that's how it is. Your employer is indeed very knowledgeable. As the soldier in the guard team suddenly realized what was going on, he didn't forget to praise his employer's knowledge. Zhong Tao couldn't help but complain. There's a surname like Yamamoto? How strange. Yang Lin smiled. There are even stranger ones. For example, the reason why people like Inoue, Watanabe, Inukai, Kamida, and Matsushita have such surnames is because their Japan is not like our Great Qian Dynasty. They lack their own culture and have no tradition. They take the surname based on where they are born. For example, someone born in Qingmu village would be surnamed Qingmu. Someone born near a bridge would be surnamed Daqiao. Someone with a pine tree in front of their house would be named Songxia, and someone with a mountain in front of their house would be surnamed Yamaguchi. The people inside the room were stunned, their eyes wide with amazement. Damn, they can even be so casual about surnames? Don't they have any ancestors? Yang Lin sighed. Their ancestors were in our Great Qian Dynasty. Shortly after, someone outside relayed the message. The Japanese envoy has arrived. Proceed according to plan. Yang Lin gave the group a look, and they obeyed and immediately withdrew. When Zhong Tao went downstairs, he saw the Japanese envoys being blocked outside the Rui building. Several Japanese people were speaking gibberish in a language that no one could understand, and they were trying to force their way in. Zhong Tao immediately shouted, "Our young master sure has ordered that only the envoy is allowed to enter to meet the meeting. All other irrelevant people must wait outside." At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s, speaking fluent Dakian Mandarin, arrogantly stepped forward and coldly said, "Absolutely not. Our special envoy Yamamoto is of noble status. How can he go in alone? I am special envoy Yamamoto's guide, Nakata Ichiro. Humph, if I don't go in, do you Dakian people understand what our special envoy Yamamoto said?" The man, who called himself Nakata Ichiro, spoke with an arrogant and smug tone. Nakata Tenida? Remembering his employer's explanation of the origins of Japanese surnames, Zhong Tao suddenly realized, but asked with a hint of doubt, "Are you Japanese?" This Nakata Ichiro, whether looking at him or listening to his voice, was no different from the people of Dakian, which made Zhong Tao very curious. Hearing this question, Nakata Ichiro became even more smug. "Humph, although I used to be a citizen of the Great Qian Dynasty, I am now a citizen of Japan." He held his head high, as if showing off his new identity. Zhong Tao frowned again. Oh, to put it bluntly, he betrayed the Great Qian Dynasty and went to Japan, huh? Zhong Tao sneered. He really didn't know what was so great about this Nakata Ichiro, who didn't even care about his own ancestors. "Okay, so what kind of translator are you? I'll just take you along." Zhong Tao waved his hand impatiently. This was arranged in advance with the employer. If you don't allow anyone to bring a servant, the other party might not agree. My boss once said that those who can speak both Dakian dialect and Japanese are called translators, or you could call them traders. Although Zhong Tao didn't quite understand, he despised this so-called translator, Nakata Ichiro, even more than he despised the Japanese. Nakata Ichiro frowned, turned around, and spoke a few words in gibberish to the short-statured Yamamoto envoy, then puffed out his chest arrogantly and said to Zhong Tao, "Our envoy Yamamoto said that others can choose not to bring it, but they must bring it." Ichiro Nakadu pointed to the samurai standing on either side of Yamamoto's envoy, and a young woman with a light veil covering her face. Chapter 341, We're All Bastards. Ha. Zhong Tao nodded. Sure, please go ahead. This was also the bottom line he and Yang Lin had agreed upon. The veiled young woman nodded slightly to Zhong Tao, and then followed behind Special Envoy Yamamoto. The 4 of them entered the Rui restaurant. "Young master, the guests have arrived." Upon arriving at the door of the private room, Zhong Tao knocked. "Come in." Yang Lin's cold voice came from inside the room. Zhong Tao immediately led his men to block the warrior's path. You cannot bring a knife when you see our young master. Ichiro Nakata quickly launched into another string of gibberish, and Envoy Yamamoto frowned, subconsciously glancing at the veiled girl beside him. The girl nodded gently, and Envoy Yamamoto launched into another long string of words. The tall samurai nodded and bowed, said hi, took off his katana, snorted coldly, and handed it to Zhong Tao. Please. After taking the other party's weapon, Zhong Tao opened the door. Inside the room, besides Yang Lin, there were several experts from the security team standing behind him. In addition, elite guards were also hidden in the private rooms on both sides. Under Yang Lin's table, there was naturally a loaded double-barreled shotgun ready to be used. At close range, it's entirely possible to hit exactly where you point it. When the two sides met, Yang Lin did not get up, not only to play the role of a cold and arrogant young nobleman, but also because these Japanese people were not worthy of his greeting. Yang Lin gestured for the other person to sit down. The envoy, Yamamoto, frowned slightly and coldly surveyed the environment inside the private room. He wasn't surprised to see four burly men standing behind Yang Lin. As the Japanese envoys sized up Yang Lin was also sizing them up. The four people opposite us are all very distinctive. Envoy Yamamoto was in his 40s or 50s and short in stature. Next to him was Ichiro Nakata, the interpreter, who was meek and obsequious. Although the young woman's face was veiled, obscuring her features, her figure and demeanor revealed her to be a young girl. Moreover, Yang Lin had a vague feeling that Envoy Yamamoto seemed to have great respect for that woman. The last one was the tall, cold-faced samurai. His stern expression and unsmiling demeanor matched his usual impression of Japanese samurai. Although the purpose of this meeting was to extract information, Yang Lin didn't care at all. He casually poured himself a glass of wine, raised his glass to indicate that he was there, and then drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he say to the translator, Nakata Ichiro, ask them what they are here for. Yang Lin wasn't worried at all about being discovered to be a fake Shirwenkai. If the other party discovers this, they can simply arrest and interrogate the person. On your home turf, you can do whatever you want. After Ichiro Nakata translated, Yamamoto's envoy indeed widened his eyes and looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Hey, stop pretending to be confused. Envoy Yamamoto actually managed to squeeze out a profound statement. Yang Lin was somewhat surprised. You can speak our language? Yes, some. Yang Lin rolled his eyes. You bastard, since you can speak our Dacian language, what are you doing bringing a traitor with you? Since you can understand us, stop spouting gibberish. I'll ask you answer. Tell me, what do you want to talk about this time? Yamamoto was stunned. He stared at Yang Lin. Your words. I don't quite understand. Dacian dialect. I understand a little. I understand a little. As Yamamoto spoke, he looked at Nakata Ichiro, the interpreter, and waited for the latter to translate. Ichiro Nakata was also dumbfounded. As a native of Dacian who later betrayed the country, Yang Lin could certainly understand what he was saying, but there were some words in those words that he didn't understand. For example, the traitors. There are also some words that even if he understands them, he wouldn't dare to translate. So, Nakata Ichiro promptly translated with a smile. Young Master sure is saying that I have failed to greet you properly, that my humble abode is an honor, and that you should get straight to the point. Oh, I see. So what does Baesun mean? Yamamoto understood the pronunciation of the word, but not its meaning. Nakata Ichiro broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said, Baesun is a compliment. It means you are handsome and brave. Oh, Yoshi. Envoy Yamamoto laughed, giving Yang Lin a thumbs up. You're a bastard too. We're all bastards. Ha ha ha. Yang Lin almost spat out his drink. What exactly did that traitor translate? Cough cough. You're a coward. That's fine, but I'm not. Yang Lin waved his hand. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me what you're here for. This time, Ichiro Nakata translated it honestly. Yamamoto was somewhat surprised. Young Master sure. I have come from afar, of course, for the salt business. Salt industry? Yang Lin was taken aback, but not too surprised. Making and selling salt, monopolizing the entire Dacian salt industry, was sure Winsai's biggest business. Let's talk. Yang Lin gestured for the other person to speak first. Yamamoto had no doubts and said directly, Young Master sure, let's do as we agreed in our letter. Our Yamamoto family will monopolize the salt industry in Japan, and your Sure family will monopolize the salt industry in the Great Qian Dynasty. If we join forces, we can monopolize the salt business throughout the world. First, we'll reduce production to create a salt shortage in the market, and then we'll take the opportunity to raise prices. I've calculated that a 30 reduction in production will double the price. By the end of the year, we'll make the salt price quadruple. If our two families join forces, advance and retreat together, and reduce production together, then not only will we control the salt prices of the entire Dakian in Japan, but we will also control the salt prices of the southern Yu, northern barbarians, western Hu, as well as the Jurchen, Khitan, Xiongnu, Mongols, Xianbei, and Goryeo. At that time, we will be the masters of the whole world, huh? As Yamamoto spoke, he burst into arrogant laughter. Yang Lin was truly shocked. He knew that Shi Wenkai had monopolized the salt production industry in the entire Dakian dynasty. This Yamamoto should be the salt merchant who monopolized the salt trade in Japan. Both the Great Qian Dynasty and Japan had vast coastal territories, so in this era where sea salt was the main product, they were indeed able to monopolize the world's salt supply. Only, this tactic of resource-rich countries uniting to first cut production and then raise prices, isn't that exactly the same trick OPEC always plays? In its past life, OPEC monopolized almost all of the world's oil, and their production cuts or increases directly affected global oil prices. Yang Lin knew very well that feeling of being manipulated was extremely unpleasant. He never expected that Shi Wenkai had such great ambitions, wanting to monopolize all the salt in the world. He certainly has the potential to become a source of capital because he's ruthless, vicious, and has no bottom line. Yang Lin sighed, realizing that he was no longer up to the task. I'm not ruthless enough. Even though they had the idea of refining mineral salt and seizing the Shi family's market share in the salt industry, they never thought of raising prices. Instead, they wanted to drive down the price of salt. But, after hearing Yamamoto's words, Yang Lin had a bold idea in his mind. Chapter 342. You have as much as I want. I have as much as you need. The people of Dakian cannot be cheated. But it wouldn't be bad to take advantage of foreigners. Moreover, this incident could be a good opportunity to open up foreign trade. You can't just harvest chives from your own garden. You have to go out and harvest some from elsewhere occasionally. Okay, it's settled then. Yang Lin readily agreed. Anyway, he's not Shi Wenkai, and he's even less likely to raise prices and cheat his own people. As for whether this Qianlong version of OPEC can succeed, he doesn't care. Haha, Mr. Shi is so straightforward. Envoy Yamamoto laughed heartily. Yang Lin then continued. So, the second thing. I've already prepared the money. What about you? Are you ready? Yang Lin stared directly into Yamamoto's eyes. If monopolizing the salt industry meant no money was involved, then what was the purpose of the 100,000 taels of silver that Shi Wenkai had prepared? Yang Lin really wanted to know. Naturally, everything is ready. Upon hearing Yang Lin say that the money was ready, Yamamoto's expression turned serious. He took out a black box from his pocket, placed it carefully on the table, and slowly opened the exquisite box. In that instant, everyone's eyes fell on the box. As the box was opened, everyone was startled, and they were quite surprised to see what was inside. When Yang Lin saw what was in the box, his eyes widened in surprise. Unlike the astonishment and shock of others, when he saw what was inside the box, he was at a loss for words, both laughing and crying. That's it. Only these two words can reflect his feelings at this moment. He pointed to the contents of the box, looked at Yamamoto, and expressed his truest reaction. That's it. Inside the box was a pale green glass bead. This glass bead is about the size of a pigeon egg, very round and smooth, and crystal clear. But Yang Lin could tell at a glance that the craftsmanship of this glass bead was similar to that of the beer bottles he used to see everywhere in his previous life, with a similar light transmittance, only it was polished to be more rounded and smooth, like a gemstone. Yamamoto said smugly, "This is the most precious treasure of our Japanese imperial family, a jadeite glass bead. There are 3 in total, and this one was acquired through a powerful connection. 100,000 taels of silver. This is the cost price based on our cooperation. To be honest, if this jadeite glass bead were sold in Japan, it would fetch at least 120,000 taels of silver. 100,000 taels for this one, young Master Shi, is a very good deal." Yang Lin's eyes widened, bigger than the glass bead itself. "Cheap. You're kidding me. This broken glass marble, if it were in my past life, I could buy 2 for 5 cents. They even had patterns inside. If they were smaller, I could buy a pound for $8. You want to sell this for 100,000 taels? So it turns out that idiot Shi Wenkai brought 100,000 taels of silver just to buy this broken glass bead. What a complete sucker." However, Yang Lin suddenly realized something. There's no glass in this world yet. So this glass bead. Yang Lin then suddenly realized what was going on. Glass, simply put, is made by firing sand. The raw material is mostly quartz, with some auxiliary materials added to create all kinds of exquisite glass. Japan has many volcanoes, and most of these glass beads from Japan are naturally formed. With the movement of volcanoes, they came from underground to the surface, were picked up by people, and then processed to become so-called jade glass beads. Just like diamonds that were hyped up in the past, they don't have much value in themselves. But because they are rare, their value is driven up to be more and more expensive. Naturally formed glass is even more precious than diamonds. Therefore, it is reasonable to spend 100,000 taels to buy such a broken glass bead. Because for the people of this world, this is a rare treasure. Thinking of this, young Lin had an idea. He had already decided to make salt. And we can't let the glass go either. Envoy Yamamoto, are you really sure this bead costs 100,000 taels? Young Lin looked at the other person with great interest. Young master, sure. I, Yamamoto, swear to God. This jade and glass bead, in our lioli, its value is absolutely over 100,000 taels. Yamamoto's expression was solemn, and he didn't seem to be lying. Young Lin didn't care whether he was telling the truth or just fooling him, and immediately said, "What a coincidence. I also have a few beads like these in my household, even more beautiful than these. But my beads only cost 10,000 taels each." 10,000 taels is a complete ripoff. Young Lin would be satisfied if he could sell each one for 10,000 taels. What? Yamamoto and the veiled girl beside him both showed surprised expressions. The girl asked in surprise, "Really only 10,000 taels?" Young Lin was taken aback. This veiled girl spoke Dakian dialect even more fluently than Yamamoto. Hearing the question confirmed Young Lin's guess, and he nodded with a smile. "Of course, so I won't buy your bead for 100,000 taels. I'm not some sucker who'd spend 100,000 taels of silver on a broken glass ball. Are you crazy?" Young Lin not only wouldn't buy them, but he also wanted to get some glass beads to sell to Japan and the whole world. His luxury goods plan initially included glass products. At that time, he only planned to collect intelligence tax from wealthy and powerful families, as well as high-ranking officials, throughout the entire Dakian territory. But now, the group of Japanese envoys has changed his mind. Isn't it better to exploit people all over the world than to just collect intelligence tax within the Great Qian Dynasty? Since you have the idea of going abroad to conquer the world in the future, it's good to make some plans in advance. Moreover, this thing doesn't rip off the poor. It's much better than real estate. Yamamoto's eyes darted around. Humph. Young master, sure, don't joke around. If your precious pearl is really only worth 100,000 taels, we're willing to buy it. We'll take as many as you have. As he spoke, Yamamoto subconsciously glanced at the girl beside him. The girl seemed to have forgotten to hide her feelings, her eyes shining brightly as she nodded repeatedly. "Okay, it's settled then. 10 days from now, we'll meet here again, and I'll bring you the precious pearl from my home." Young Lin didn't give the other party a chance to back out, and said directly, "No problem. But how many of these precious beads do you have at home?" Young Lin countered, "How many do you want?" "I'll take as many as you have," Yamamoto said generously. Young Lin laughed. "How much do you want?" "I have as much as you want." That night, Young Lin and his party remained in the county town. Although Shi Wenkai is dead, his death has already caused a great uproar in Pingyuan County, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves. At first, no one knew what had happened. But soon, the people realized that the guards had arrived. Immediately, the entire county was bustling with excitement, and the people were practically ready to celebrate with gongs and drums. Meanwhile, corrupt officials and landlords were all trembling with fear, hiding at home and afraid to go out. In a room at an inn, the veiled girl from the daytime lifted her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Envoy Yamamoto knelt before the girl, not daring to raise his head. Chapter 343: The Japanese Princess, with Wolfish Ambitions. Princess, according to our intelligence, Shi Wenkai is an exceptionally cunning man. He's willing to sell us such a precious jade and glass bead for only 10,000 taels of silver. I fear there's a trap involved. Yamamoto said seriously. The girl waved her hand. What's there to be afraid of? We'll check the goods in 10 days. If there are any problems, we won't buy them. Hello, Princess, you are incredibly intelligent. I am far inferior to you. A beautiful smile curved the corners of the girl's lips as she chuckled softly. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare lie to us. He knows what the consequences would be if he did. As for the pearl, it's only worth 10,000 taels. Humph, it's just that those people from the Great Qian Dynasty don't know its value. A pearl of this quality, if brought back to our Japan, can earn at least 10 times the profit. Yamamoto-kun, this business is entrusted to you. Do a good job in the pearl business, and the imperial family will not treat your Yamamoto family unfairly. Hello? Yamamoto immediately bowed, lowering his head even further. The girl's eyes sparkled. But these are all minor matters. Don't forget our main purpose in coming to Dakian. We'll set off for Kaoshan village tomorrow. Hello? Yamamoto bowed and nodded again. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, as if talking to herself. I want to see what kind of person Yang Lin really is. The next day, Pingyuan County. The people in the county town were surprised to learn early in the morning that the guards had carried out a rectification campaign last night to kill corrupt officials and eliminate local bullies. In one night, 42 corrupt officials were arrested, 32 wealthy families were raided, and no fewer than 200 heads were chopped off. A veritable sea of heads. When the people saw the list of corrupt officials and local bullies published by the security team and the crimes they had committed, many of them burst into tears. For many years, they had nowhere to seek justice or take revenge and could only be bullied by corrupt officials, bullies, and powerful families. Once, the people of Pingyuan City heard that the guards had killed corrupt officials and punished evildoers in Jianghe County, Zhou County, and Nanyang City. They were all very envious and hoped that one day the guards would come to Pingyuan County to uphold justice for them. Today, the security team finally arrived. The security team did not disappoint them. Their revenge was finally achieved. In no time, the people were asking where the guard team was. They wanted to find the guard team, find Yang Lin, and kowtow to the guard team to express their gratitude. However, Yang Lin, who never sought recognition for his good deeds, did not give the people of Pingyuan County a chance to express their gratitude after dealing with the matter. Early in the morning, he left the city and returned to his village with the more than 1 million taels of silver that had been confiscated from their homes. The reason he was in such a hurry to go back was because he had two things to do. Firstly, I need to go back and get the glass out, so I can swindle money from the Japanese in 10 days. Secondly, there was the trip to Yongzhou. Explore the dragon veins, discover the secret realm of the Kunlun sect, and reclaim the treasure of the Yong King. Open the mysterious box of the Kunlun sect and see what's inside. Shortly after Yang Lin and his group left Pingyuan County, the Japanese envoys also learned of the news. Your Highness, I heard from the people in the city that Yang Lin was in Pingyuan County yesterday. Yamamoto bowed and said. The girl was startled, her bright eyes sparkling, and she asked urgently, What? Where is he? I need to see him. I'm sorry, Princess. I heard that he came to Pingyuan County and killed some corrupt officials, and has now returned to Kaoshan village. The girl's eyes lit up even more, and she excitedly said, Let's set off now to Kaoshan village. Hello? Yamamoto immediately bowed and nodded. The carriage was quickly prepared, and the Japanese group drove out of the city. Yamamoto held a document from Pingyuan County and drove towards Kaoshan village in Jianghe County. At first, everything was normal. However, after traveling for most of the day, the carriage, which was speeding along, suddenly stopped at dusk. What happened? Yamamoto, who was sitting in the first carriage, hurriedly called out. The servant driving the carriage cried out in alarm. Lord Yamamoto, look at this road. What? A road? Yamamoto didn't understand, so he immediately lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. The moment Yamamoto jumped off the carriage, he was stunned. Before us lay a wide road, a full 10 zhang wide. Even if carriages were to speed along this road side by side, it would be enough to accommodate 10 carriages. And this straight road stretches into the distance, with no end in sight. Oh my God! Yamamoto subconsciously swallowed. Even in Kyoto, the capital of Japan, there are no roads this wide. This road is too extravagant. The road is wide and flat, with yellow earth as the roadbed and covered with fine sand, making the whole road look so clean and beautiful. The girl in the carriage behind, supported by her maid, also got off the carriage and stepped onto the flat road, her eyes gleaming. We've come to the right place, the girl said excitedly. Yamamoto was also quite unbelievable. He knew that Kaoshan village was a magical place. But here, just as we entered Jianghe County, dozens of miles away from Kaoshan village, we were already able to see such a magnificent road. What would Kaoshan village look like? With a mix of excitement and trepidation, the young girl boarded the carriage, and the procession resumed its journey. Once on this wide road, the carriage was no longer bumpy. Not only was the speed much faster, but it was also much more comfortable than any carriage I had ridden in before. The girl opened the curtains and looked at the scenery along the way, but her heart became more and more uneasy. Her name is Kumiko, the youngest daughter of the Emperor of Japan. From a young age, she was different from other girls. While other girls liked to dress up and look pretty, she preferred to handle state affairs. She was well-versed in literature and had studied the culture of the Great Qian Dynasty. Only then did she learn that the Great Qian Dynasty had a vast territory, while Japan was just a mountainous island nation with many volcanoes and earthquakes. making it difficult for it to develop into a large country. After that, a bold idea took root in her mind. She wanted to conquer the surrounding countries, especially the Great Qian, which was closest to Japan and had the largest territory. After studying the history and court of the Great Qian Dynasty for many years, she boldly came to a startling conclusion. She believed that although the Great Qian Dynasty seemed powerful, it was actually nothing more than a piece of rotten wood. It looked splendid on the outside, but was riddled with holes on the inside. If Japan could seize this opportunity to send troops, even if they couldn't conquer Dakian, they could still take a big bite out of this sleeping old lion. However, she also understood that the situation in Dakian was very complicated, and that rashly sending troops might result in more harm than good. However, if they have an inside agent within the Great Qian Dynasty, then with the help of both inside and outside forces, they can completely conquer the Great Qian Dynasty. The inside man she contacted was Shi Wenkai, from the Shi family. But after arriving in Dakian, the name she heard most often was Yang Lin. Driven by curiosity about Yang Lin, she conducted a series of investigations, and the results she obtained surprised her greatly. The astute Kumiko realized that cooperating with Yang Lin was the best option. Chapter 344 Yang Lin, you must be my most loyal lackey. The things Yang Lin did were not only not a secret, but many of them had even become topics of conversation among the people of Dakian. Whether it was killing bandits, beheading corrupt officials, or inventing tofu and revolutionizing paper, he was a hero. All of this made Kumiko realize that this was a capable and ambitious genius. Compared to Shi Wenkai, Yang Lin, a grassroots figure with no background or foundation, is easier to control and manage. Furthermore, Kumiko believed that Yang Lin also needed a powerful ally. When the time comes, as long as I give him a portion of the Great Qian's territory and support him to become the new emperor of Great Qian, Yang Lin will not be able to resist such temptation. Therefore, she made a last-minute decision to change her partner and target Yang Lin instead. Thinking about the future, if her plan succeeds, then most of the Great Qian territory will belong to her, Japan. Kumiko's gaze became increasingly sinister. Yang Lin, you're nothing but a stepping stone for me. Just as she was conceiving that grand plan, the carriage, which was moving along, suddenly stopped again. What happened? The stopped carriage interrupted her train of thought, which made her feel very bad. Your Highness, come and see. This is incredible. Outside the carriage, the samurai's shocked voice could be heard. Kumiko frowned. She had already seen such a wide and flat road, so she really didn't know what else was surprising. She pushed open the carriage door, about to get off, but a scene out of the corner of her eye made her freeze on the spot, as if petrified, remaining in the position of getting off the carriage, staring motionless ahead. Before us was still a wide road. But this path is completely different from the one we've taken before. This is a road that is just as wide, but much flatter, even smooth. The road surface is light gray and smooth, as if it were paved with a huge stone slab. There are also fine horizontal lines on the stone slab. It is spectacular and awe-inspiring, which makes people feel awe. Kumiko rubbed her eyes in surprise, then quickly jumped off the carriage and touched the ground with her own hands. It's very hard. It is indeed a stone. Her eyes widened as she hurriedly went to the side of the road to check the thickness of the stone slab. When I looked at it, I was shocked again. The stone slab is only about 7 or 8 inches thick, but it was 10 zhang wide, and so long that you couldn't see the end. Kumiko's lips were trembling. This project truly amazed her. No, the stone slabs are polished so smooth that they're used for paving roads. This is simply a miracle. At the same time, countless questions arose in her mind. What kind of stone is this? How is it polished into slabs? How is it transported here? Why pave such a luxurious stone slab road? The envoy Yamamoto in the carriage ahead was just as shocked and terrified as she was, facing the stone-paved road, without even a crack. Your Highness, this is incredible. How did the people of Dakian manage to do this? How could they possibly have such advanced road paving technology? The unknown has always been the most terrifying thing. The reason for their fear was that they simply could not imagine how such a huge stone slab could be carved and polished so smoothly. Kumiko did not answer Yamamoto's question. Instead, the shock in her eyes turned into fervor. I know the Great Qian Dynasty. The Great Qian Dynasty does not have this ability, Kumiko said. Yamamoto was shocked again. Your Highness means that all of this was done by that Yang Lin? Kumiko remained non-committal. We've really come to the right place. Yang Lin, he will bring us unexpected surprises. Even in the palaces of the Japanese imperial family, you can't find such a large and flat stone slab. But Yang Lin did it. This made Kumiko even more convinced that Yang Lin was the best choice for her. But even so, it was merely a stepping stone for her. Young Lin, I want you to be my most loyal lackey. Kumiko's narrowed eyes revealed a hint of madness. The group from Japan set off again. Driving on the wide and flat cement road gave them a completely new experience. So smooth, so comfortable. On this road, the carriage moved much faster. But she still couldn't understand why Yang Lin would spend so much money to build such a road. Although the closer you get to Kaoshan village, the more horse-drawn carriages appear on the road, it is still too vast compared to this wide and flat road. Even if there were 10 times more carriages, they could still gallop freely on this incredibly flat road. They thought it would take another 2 hours to reach Kaoshan village, but they arrived at the village in just 1 hour before sunset. What the group of Japanese tourists saw outside the village once again filled them with awe and fear. It was a tomb taller than a house, with a stone tablet standing beside it, inscribed with the words, "Those who offend my Kaoshan village shall die." In the late autumn of the Dingyu year, 1,000 bandits were buried here. Kumiko was deeply shocked. She saw domineering and boldness in Yang Lin's abilities. In Japan, people admire the strong. At this moment, her feelings for Yang Lin went beyond mere exploitation. She had developed a sense of admiration for him. After returning to the village, Yang Lin went to the Design Institute and summoned Du Jing and other core talents of the institute to explain his ideas. I want to burn glass. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, he was met with a series of questioning gazes. What? What is glass? Firewood. For burning? Everyone looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin rubbed his head, only then realizing that glass was still a completely unfamiliar word to the people of this world. Well, glass is a very magical new material. It can be used to make jewelry, ornaments, containers, windows, and even mirrors. It has a wide range of uses, and its characteristics are that it is strong, smooth, transparent, and also very beautiful. Yang Lin originally wanted to say cheap, but he didn't want to label the glass as cheap in the short term. The people at the Design Institute were stunned. Material? Or is it a new material? Compared to ordinary people, they are more aware of what new materials mean. This will mean a change in the world. Moreover, Yang Lin's description surprised them even more. Sturdy? Smooth? Transparent? Can it be used to make containers? Windows? Mirrors? For a moment, they couldn't even imagine what this material called glass looked like. Seeing that everyone still looked confused, Yang Lin further explained. You've heard of glass, right? And crystal, and ice in winter. Glass is like ice, but it can be molded into all sorts of shapes. This time, everyone gasped in surprise. They had never seen glass or crystal before, but they knew that they were priceless gems. Is this glass a material comparable to gemstones? Alright, I'll just tell you the firing method directly. You'll understand once it's fired. Yang Lin took the paper and pen and started writing quickly. The process of making glass is not difficult. Yang Lin knew all the necessary raw materials and formulas. The only difficulty was temperature, because the minimum temperature required for boiling glass is 1,400 degrees Celsius. But nowadays, they can even smelt steel, and they already have coke, so burning glass is no problem at all. This is the benefit brought about by the development of basic industries. However, Yang Lin's own abilities are not yet sufficient to produce advanced float glass in a short period of time. Its smoothness and light transmittance are incomparable to the glass products we used in our daily lives in the past. However, making glass beads, or containers that don't require high light transmittance, such as glass bottles or glass ornaments, is child's play. Just as Yang Lin was explaining the various details of glassmaking to the people at the Design Institute, someone came from outside to report. Master, there are Japanese people waiting outside the village who want to see you. Yang Lin was taken aback. He met with the Japanese envoy in Pingyuan County yesterday, and today Japanese people have come to Kaoshan village. Could it still be Yamamoto's gang? Chapter 345 Tofu Medicine. Want to learn more? Did they say who they were? Yang Lin asked. I told them. The other party claims to be a princess of Japan. Yang Lin's eyes widened immediately. Japanese princess? Yang Lin was a little confused. Why would a Japanese princess come to his mountain village? Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, search them and take all their weapons. Take them to the reception room first, and I will come over later. He had no goodwill toward Japan, either in his past life or this one, and naturally he wouldn't treat her any differently just because she was a princess. Since they've come looking for me, I should at least meet them and find out why they're here. However, glassmaking was of paramount importance, while the Japanese were insignificant, so it was not a big deal to leave them out of the picture for a while. As for etiquette, do Japanese people even need to talk about etiquette? Japan is a country that knows small manners, but lacks righteousness. More than half an hour later, When Yang Lin arrived at the reception room under the escort of the guards personally led by Zhong Tao, he was stunned when he saw the impatient Yamamoto envoy and the traitor Nakato Ichiro. Is it you? Yang Lin was surprised. It really is these guys. Yamamoto and the others stared wide-eyed at Yang Lin in disbelief. Young master Shi? What are you doing here? While Yamamoto was still in disbelief that the young master of the Shi family was in Kaoshan village, Kumiko had already reacted. She glared at Yamamoto, stopped hiding her identity, and walked forward. She slowly removed her veil, her cunning eyes scanning the boy she had just met yesterday. It seems we need to get to know Yang Lin again, Mr. Yang. Kumiko spoke in very standard augury dialect. He emphasized Yang Lin's name, especially when he pronounced it. Yang Lin squinted and sneered. It's time to get to know the Japanese princess again. Both sides, like old foxes, kept silent about concealing their identities, while secretly being astonished. Although Kumiko already understood that the young master Shi she met yesterday was Yang Lin in disguise, she still didn't understand how Yang Lin had managed to do all this, or what his purpose was in doing so. Yang Lin was surprised that although the Japanese princess was only 18 or 19 years old, she had the face of a popular internet celebrity from the previous generation, especially her pointed chin, which was as alluring as a fox. It was the kind of face that would amaze anyone among thousands of people. But despite her beautiful face, her eyes were chilling. Although she tried her best to suppress her true nature, Yang Lin could still see endless desire, as well as plundering and greedy ambitions in those eyes. Although she shares some similarities with Li Yuyao in terms of temperament, compared to Li Yuyao's generosity and poise, this princess gives off the feeling of a beautiful poison. Yesterday, Yang Lin noticed that the veiled woman beside Yamamoto was no ordinary person, and now Yang Lin finally understands why she was wearing a veil. This is Kumiko. Yang Lin. Yang Lin gave his name, too lazy to waste time with the other party, and didn't even bother to invite them to sit down. He directly asked, "Speak, what do you want from me?" Yang Lin was certain that their identities had not been exposed yesterday. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been able to find this place. Therefore, the reason why the other party came to see me is definitely different from what happened yesterday. Seeing that Yang Lin showed no respect, Kumiko frowned slightly, and her eyes turned cold, but she quickly concealed her displeasure. "Mr. Yang, I really didn't expect that the person I met yesterday was you. I'm very curious, where is the real Master Shi?" "I killed Shi Wenkai," Yang Lin said calmly. Kumiko, Yamamoto, and the others stared wide-eyed, while the traitor Nakato Ichiro gasped in shock. Killed him?" Kumiko asked incredulously. "As far as I know, the Shi family is an extremely powerful family in your Great Qian Dynasty. You killed young Master Shi. Aren't you afraid that the Shi family will cause you trouble?" Hee. Yang Lin simply didn't bother to answer, plopped down in the main seat, crossed his legs, and leisurely sipped his tea. Seeing Yang Lin's attitude, Kumiko frowned again. This time, however, she thought of many things. If Yang Lin was able to kill Shi Wenkai and was not afraid of retaliation from the Shi family, then his power must be greater than I had discovered. The greater Yang Lin's power, the greater the chance of her plan succeeding. Thinking of this, Kumiko disregarded Yang Lin's attitude and asked with burning eyes, "Mr. Yang, were those business deals we discussed yesterday also?" "Why?" Upon hearing the meaning, Yang Lin immediately abandoned his casual attitude and said seriously, "Although my identity yesterday was fake, I guarantee that the business we discussed was genuine." "Just kidding, but this concerns harvesting profits from Japan, so we have to be serious." Kumiko was surprised again. "The Shi family's salt-making industry is also in your hands." Yang Lin shook his head and laid his cards on the table. "Although the Shi family salt production industry is not under my control, I can make sure that the Shi family salt has no place to stand within 3 months. We agreed on a salt monopoly, and I can keep my word. However, you don't need to worry about the price of salt in Dakian. How much I sell it for is none of your business. But I can guarantee that all salt exported from Dakian to other countries will be in the same price as yours." Kumiko was surprised, but then breathed a sigh of relief. "What about the jade and glass beads?" Kumiko asked eagerly. If she could really buy jadeite glass beads from Dakian at a price of 10,000 taels each, she could make a 9-fold profit when she brought them back to Japan. "You don't need too many, just buy a few, and that's hundreds of thousands of taels of silver." Yang Lin smiled when he heard the word glass ball. "Don't worry, Yang Lin, I always keep my word, and that includes the jade and glass bead business. Even if I lose money, I'll do what I say. Our village is rich in resources, like new paper and tofu-making medicine. Want to know more? The paper we make is the best in the world, and it's not expensive, only 2 coins a sheet. Since we've known each other, I'll give you a 20% discount." The tofu-making medicine will be 20 taels of silver a barrel. I'll also teach you tofu-making techniques for free, so even you Japanese can enjoy tofu. Yang Lin naturally began promoting his business. Although he disliked Japan, opening up international trade would be extremely beneficial to the entire Qian Dynasty. As Yang Lin talked about these business opportunities, Kumiko became more and more surprised, but she naturally did not forget the real purpose of her trip to Kaoshan village. Yang Jun, please have all your men leave. I have something very important to tell you. Kumiko stared intently into Yang Lin's eyes. Chapter 346. No matter how bad our Great Qian Dynasty is, it's none of your business to point fingers. To show their sincerity, Kumiko waved her hand, and Yamaguchi and the others bowed and nodded in unison before turning around and leaving. Yang Jun. Kumiko frowned and looked at Zhong Tao and Zi, who were still standing behind Yang Lin. That night, Zi only suffered some superficial injuries, and after 2 days of rest, her injuries had healed completely. It's all right, they are all people I trust. Yang Lin said nonchalantly. Kumiko frowned again, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, her expression serious, and said solemnly, "All right, Mr. Yang. I hope what I'm about to say won't surprise you too much. Mr. Yang, I've come to you on behalf of the Japanese imperial family to formally invite you to join us in forming an alliance to attack the Great Qian and divide up its territory." After Kumiko finished speaking, she looked at Yang Lin's expression with great interest. She was certain that Yang Lin would be very surprised to hear these words. Sure enough, Yang Linking stood up abruptly from his chair and glared fiercely at Kumiko. "What did you say?" Yang Lin's expression was somewhat ferocious. Zi and Zhong Tao were also stunned, frowning and glaring at Kumiko. Kumiko instinctively took a step back. Although the other party's reaction was as she had expected, Kumiko was still startled by their ferocious expression. "Yang Jun, don't get excited. This matter must be kept secret. No outsiders can know. I can assure you, as long as you agree to cooperate with Japan, no one can stand against us, and the entire Great Qian will be ours. At that time, we will divide the Great Qian's territory equally, and Japan will even support you to become the new emperor of Great Qian. Of course, in return, you only need to agree to become our most steadfast ally and obey our orders. And in the Great Qian Dynasty, you will be the supreme emperor." Kumiko's expression was excited, and her slightly seductive tone revealed madness and greed. Yang Lin, however, had already clenched his fists. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. His first thought was to kill her. Kill this treacherous Japanese bastard. They even want to join forces with me to divide up the Great Qian? To support me as a puppet? To annex the land of the Great Qian? Keep daydreaming. Even if Yang Lin dies, he will never be a traitor or a lackey of Japan. However, Yang Lin immediately concealed the murderous intent in his eyes and sneered. "You're so confident that you can defeat Qian? Then tell me your plan. Killing the woman in front of us will not affect the overall situation. Therefore, even if we kill her now, it will not change Japan's greed and covetousness towards Qian. Because the Japanese are inherently a greedy, warlike, and extremely aggressive people. Therefore, Yang Lin planned to extract as much useful information as possible before deciding how to deal with the woman. He was particularly curious about what Japan relied on and what its trump card was. Kumiko smiled when Yang Lin asked the question. "Yang Jun, I knew you'd be interested." She was very confident that no ordinary person from a small mountain village could resist the temptation of becoming an emperor, even if this emperor is firmly controlled by their Japanese nation. "Mr. Yang, the plan is actually very simple. First of all, our Japanese shipbuilding technology is far superior to that of your Great Qian. We have already built hundreds of large ships, each 10 zhang long, and thousands of smaller ships, each 3 zhang long. This allows us to send an army of 100,000 across the sea to land in Great Qian in a short time. Your Great Qian's coastal defenses, well, forgive my bluntness, but in your Great Qian terms, are like an empty field. We can easily land and occupy your coastal lands. However, according to the intelligence we have gathered in recent years, although your Great Qian has an army of 2 million, it is actually severely fragmented. Your Great Qian Emperor can only directly mobilize a mere 300,000 troops, and these troops are all stationed near the capital. The remaining millions of troops were controlled by various princes and generals. Although these princes and generals who held heavy military power were nominally subjects of the Great Qian Dynasty, they had long since become independent and ruled their own territories. In this situation, the army of Qian is nothing but a rabble. No matter which city we attack, no one else will come to our aid, because every vassal king wants to preserve his own power. As long as the incident doesn't happen to them, they will remain indifferent to what is happening around them. We don't even need to fight our way from the coastal cities. We can simply go upstream along the Yellow River and head straight for Nanyang City. Nanyang City is one of the most important strategic locations in the Great Qian Dynasty. If we capture it, we can advance north to attack the capital or retreat and use the Yellow River as a natural barrier to defend Jiangzhou. Then we can gradually erode the Great Qian's territory along the coast, slowly and surely. Yangjun, what you need to do is act as our inside man, cooperate with us, and together we will take Nanyang City. Kumiko became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had the entire Great Qian Dynasty firmly under her control. Yang Lin was dumbfounded. Heading by water, straight to the heart of the Great Qian Dynasty. They're incredibly bold. Although this plan is indeed very feasible, and the Japanese devils have a deep understanding of the outward strength but inner weakness of the Great Qian Dynasty, this scheme is similar to the corrupt and incompetent Beiyang regime that Japan faced before invading China in the previous life, which was also severely divided by warlords. But she came to him to take Nanyang City. The intelligence work of these Japanese devils is so slow. Before coming here, I didn't even ask who was in control of Nanyang City. They came to find Yang Lin to be their inside man and help them take Nanyang City. I'm hitting myself. Yang Lin gave a cold laugh and asked in a deep voice, "How are the ranches in your Japan?" "Huh, Mr. Yang, what do you mean by this?" Kumiko was stunned, not understanding why Yang Lin suddenly asked about the ranch. "Nothing." Yang Lin shook his head. He simply planned that, given the opportunity in the future, he would definitely turn Japan into a ranch. Kumiko frowned and asked with dissatisfaction, "So, Mr. Yang, what do you think of this plan? If you feel there are any problems, we can discuss them in detail. As long as you agree, then you will be the future emperor of the Great Qian Kingdom." Zheng Tao and Zi Yi were both a little anxious. They were all worried that the employer would succumb to such temptation and agree. The purple-clad figure was acting on behalf of their emperor. They couldn't allow the Great Qian Dynasty to fall into the hands of outsiders. Zheng Tao, on the other hand, was completely on the side of ordinary people. "No matter how bad our Great Qian Dynasty is, that's our Great Qian Dynasty's business. It's none of your business, you barbarians, to interfere." Chapter 347, Paying the Price for Your Disrespect. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Lin. There was worry, anticipation, and nervousness. Under the watchful eyes of three people, Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and sneered. "This so-called princess is going to disappoint you. You've come to the wrong place." A fierce glint immediately appeared in Kumiko's eyes. "Yang Lin, do you know what you're saying? The fact that our Japan is seeking cooperation with you is a sign of respect. Even without you, Japan can annex the Great Qian Dynasty on its own. Don't be ungrateful." She didn't believe Yang Lin would be uninterested in the throne, so Kumiko assumed that Yang Lin was just trying to bargain. "Don't think that our plans will be affected just because you're not here. We have many friends within your Great Qian Dynasty. For example, the Shi family. We believe they would be very willing to form an alliance with us and become the emperors of the Great Qian Dynasty." Kumiko looked at Yang Lin with a cold smile. She wanted Yang Lin to face reality. Only in this way could she make him obediently become a dog and listen to the Japanese. The murderous intent in Yang Lin's eyes surged uncontrollably once again. "Does the Great Qian Dynasty still have your lackeys?" "Very good. Your Highness, you can now tell me everything you know." With that, Yang Lin shouted, "Someone, take those Japanese outside to rest. Treat them well. As for Her Highness, I will personally entertain her. Zi, first lock her in a secret room alone." As Yang Lin spoke, he added, "Strip her naked, leave her nothing, lest she commits suicide. I don't care what methods you use. You must interrogate her to extract all the details of their Japanese invasion plan, all intelligence related to Japan, and who in our Great Qian court are their lackeys, etc. Remember, don't let her die before you've extracted all the information from her." "Yes." Purple-Clad's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly. As expected, the young master did not disappoint her. Kumiko was shocked. "Yang Lin, are you crazy? What are you doing? How dare you? Let me go? Let me go." Kumiko struggled desperately. She was completely bewildered because this was nothing like what she had expected. Wouldn't he be tempted by the opportunity to become emperor? Shouldn't Yang Lin be excited, treating her as an honored guest, flattering her, and fawning over her? How so? She looked at Yang Lin in disbelief. Yang Lin looked at the Japanese princess with pity and shook his head. "Perhaps in your Japan, there are so many people willing to be dogs that you take it for granted that everyone in the world is willing to be your dog. Poor princess, what I want to tell you is that there are many people in this world who, even if it means death, would choose to be an upright person. Betraying one's country, one's nation, and one's compatriots is inhuman. Only beasts would do such a thing. Do you think the desire for power can make a person betray their family, country, and ancestors? You underestimate me, Yang Lin, or you underestimate our Great Qian Dynasty. As human beings, there are always things greater than life itself. Only by being true to oneself can one be true to heaven and earth. And you will pay the price for your contempt. Yang Lin waved his hand, ignoring the Japanese princess, and had Zi Yi take her away. Yang Lin's words thrilled Zhong Tao, filling him with excitement and fervor. Although he couldn't say these words aloud, his employer's words were exactly what he was thinking. He quickly came over in a low voice and asked, "Master, what should we do about those Japanese outside? They're just small fry. Don't kill them yet. Just lock them up and don't let them escape or let the news leak out." Yes. After returning home, Yang Lin called the women in his household and recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail. When they learned that Yang Lin had led the guards to blow up the city walls of Pingyuan City, bombarding the area and reducing Shi Wen's manor to rubble, capturing Shi Wenkai alive, and finally, the guards, each with a knife, avenged their culprit and eliminated him, everyone was overjoyed. They were further surprised to learn that Yang Lin had led his guards to kill corrupt officials and local bullies in Pingyuan County, eliminating a scourge for the people. Not only were the local people overjoyed, but they also brought back more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Finally, when the purpose of Kumiko and her group from Japan's visit to Kawaima village was mentioned, everyone's expression changed immediately. Good heavens, the Japanese actually want to invade our Great Qian? The Japanese are so wicked. Our Great Qian has never provoked them, so why are they invading us? Just because our Great Qian has more land than theirs. What are we going to do? The people are already having a hard time, and if these Japanese invaders come in, how will they survive? The women were both angry and resentful, anxious but unsure of what to do. Li Yuyao frowned as soon as she heard the news. She knew the situation in Dakian better than anyone else. She had long known of Japan's wolfish ambitions. In the past, Japan would have been nothing, but now the Great Qian Dynasty was plagued by internal conflicts and discord. If it were to face a large-scale invasion from a foreign enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. "My husband, do you have a solution?" She racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Sigh. Yang Lin sighed and said slowly, "To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If there's a solution, the only one is to make the Great Qian Dynasty powerful enough to resist external enemies. Strength is the only true principle. This has never changed. Right now, what we lack is time. Although there's no perfect solution, we can approach it from 2 angles. First, accelerate our development plan. We can't do anything about the weakness of the Great Qian, but we can strengthen ourselves. If the Great Qian can't withstand a foreign invasion, we will." All the women's eyes lit up. That is indeed a possible solution. However, everyone has some concerns. A formidable enemy that even the Great Qian Dynasty couldn't withstand. Can they really manage on their own? Yang Lin continued. "The second method is that Japanese princess. Her arrogance led her to our hands, which is why I haven't killed her yet. Given her status, she must know a lot of useful information. We can extract a lot of useful intelligence from her. If we can find a way to completely control her, that would be even better. However, this person..." As Yang Lin spoke, he shook his head slightly. "This Japanese princess is not only arrogant, but also greedy and unruly, and she is very difficult to control. Do you have any ideas?" Yang Lin looked at the group of women. The woman in green said, "I know a way to train assassins to be completely loyal. But first, you need to destroy their spirit and wear down their will, turning them into empty, walking corpses. Only then will that method work." But Qingyi sighed and shook her head, saying, "I don't know how to destroy the spirit and wear down the will. It's just about torturing her. That's easy. I'll do it." The one speaking was Xiaojiao. Chapter 348, A century-long plan, begins with education. Everyone was stunned and looked at Xiaojiao. Yang Lin frowned. "This is serious business. Stop fooling around." Xiaojiao pouted. "Brother, I'm not kidding. I really have a way. Do you remember my bottle of aphrodisiac? If I use it on that Japanese princess, hee." Yang Lin was taken aback. Recalling what happened that night, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Her method may seem a bit ridiculous, but it might actually work wonders. "Do you have any better ideas?" Yang Lin looked at the group of women. The women fell silent for a moment. When the eldest sister, Chu Ting, heard the words, "couple's aphrodisiac," she blushed and instinctively squeezed her legs together. Yang Lin said to Xiaojiao, "All right, since there's no other way, this Japanese princess is yours to handle. Remember, This is serious business. Don't mess around. Now that Kaoshan village has grown and developed to a population of tens of thousands, with countless matters of great and small, it is impossible to do everything personally, no matter how important. Knowing people and making good use of them is the most important thing. Although Xiao Jiao is a mischievous girl, she has never made a mistake in managing the accounts. Therefore, Yang Lin believed that this girl was reliable when it came to serious matters. Hee, don't worry, bro, I'll teach her a lesson. Xiao Jiao's eyes gleamed slyly, and he chuckled. This was a minor matter, and Yang Lin didn't pay too much attention to it. Even if it failed, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. As he said, one must be strong to forge iron. Therefore, the most urgent task is to rely on the development of the mountain village. Immediately, he and Li Yuyao discussed the development plan for Kaoshan village alone, covering everything from the economy, infrastructure, and education to industrial and military development, as well as shipbuilding. The two chatted until late at night, becoming more and more energetic as they talked, and both benefited greatly from their conversation. Yang Lin possesses knowledge and insights ahead of his time, while Li Yuyao has a unique perspective on the big picture and a clear understanding of the situation. Therefore, when their views collide, they always manage to spark something special. As they talked, the two quickly discovered the biggest shortcoming of Kaoshan village. Talented. Nowadays, apart from the Design Institute, which has become a highly advanced and leading research and development base in this era, possessing a large number of technical and scientific research talents, the other workshops and industries in the village are far behind. Not to mention talent reserves, they don't even have enough management talents. It can be said that Kaoshan village has gained its foothold entirely thanks to Yang Lin's incredible inventions and creations, which have given the village a huge technological advantage. Furthermore, with the capable manager Li Yuyao, who perfected the reward and punishment system, Kaoshan village has developed to its current state. But this development was achieved through the hands-on efforts of Yang Lin and Li Yuyao. If the two of them contribute some effort, Kaoshan village can develop further. But if they stop contributing, the development of Kaoshan village will stagnate or even regress. Throughout history, there have been many such examples, where a vast empire, a company, or a family was supported by one or two strong individuals, such as Zhuge Liang of Shuhan and Wu Zetian of Wuzhou. Once the strong leader is gone, the vast empire will crumble. If Kaoshan village cannot break free from its dependence on them and effectively achieve self-sufficiency, then the faster it develops now, the more tragic its collapse will be in the future. The lack of talent is the key factor restricting the continued development of Kaoshan village. The managers of each workshop were originally ordinary villagers. Fortunately, they followed Yang Lin from scratch and were familiar with all the affairs of the workshop, which allowed them to get to where they are today. Otherwise, if we just dumped such a huge mess on them, the workshops would have been in chaos long ago. Even now, the managers of each workshop are overwhelmed with problems and under immense pressure. Alas, talent is indeed a problem. But where can we find it? Li Yuyao sighed and rubbed her head. The problem has been identified, but solving it won't be easy. Even in the Great Qian Dynasty, with its complete imperial examination system, discovering talented individuals was still a difficult task. The path to advancement is monopolized by powerful families and wealthy clans, making it extremely difficult for those from humble backgrounds to rise to prominence. They live near mountain villages, which attract mostly poor people who can eat their fill and live a good life here. But truly talented people, even those from poor families, look down on their small village. For them, even if they develop well in Kaoshan village, it's just about making more money and having enough to eat and wear. Their goal, however, was to take the imperial examinations to advance their careers, enter the court as officials, and bring glory to their ancestors. These are things that Kaoshan village cannot provide. This is really troublesome. Yang Lin also frowned. He certainly knew the importance of education, which is why he tried every means to keep Mr. Kong and educate the next generation in Kaoshan village. However, while education is a long-term plan, it can only guarantee the future development of Kaoshan village, and it is a long-term solution that cannot solve the immediate problem. If all else fails, just throw money at it. Yang Lin said. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Throw money at me? Yes. The last thing we lack right now is money. We can offer free education so that all the scholars in the world can come to our Kaoshan village to study. When students come to our Kaoshan village to study, we not only provide them with all kinds of books, paper and pens, but also food, clothing, and other necessities. In other words, they don't have to spend a penny of their own money. They can just focus on their studies. After they finish their studies, they are free to choose to take the imperial examinations or stay in Kaoshan village. We can assign them jobs based on what they have learned and their own characteristics, such as becoming technicians or workshop managers. Yang Lin's eyes grew brighter as he spoke, and his mind opened up. He immediately took out paper and pen, talking to himself as he quickly took notes. We want to abandon the traditional talent selection methods and instead build a university with the unique characteristics of our Kaohsiung village. We will offer high salaries to invite industry leaders from all walks of life to serve as teachers in our university and impart their skills and knowledge. We can also divide the university into technical and administrative tracks to cultivate talents in different fields. Graduates of the technical track can become managers in workshops or inter-design institutes, while those of the administrative track can serve as officials in our territory or even in the future Great Qian Dynasty. Most importantly, we don't just select students from among the learned. Anyone with a bright mind and ambition is welcome to enter our school. This innovative model is almost equivalent to the university of the previous generation, while the technical and domestic policy models are equivalent to the liberal arts and sciences of the previous generation. Most importantly, not only is tuition free, but room and board are also provided, and job placement is guaranteed. Chapter 349. This cup of poison wine is not right. Yang Lin refused to believe that such preferential treatment wouldn't attract talent. Li Yuyao was completely stunned. Free training? And a job included? That would be incredibly expensive. And what if they all choose to leave after completing their studies? Wouldn't we have ended up with nothing? Li Yuyao frowned and asked. Yang Lin smiled. First, I believe there will still be many people who choose to stay with us. Second, once you return to the throne, we can implement educational reforms throughout the Great Qian Dynasty and change the talent selection system. Where else can they go? All talented people should be put to use. As for expenses, Yang Lin sighed and nodded, saying, free education will always cost a lot, no matter when. But fortunately, we still have a lot of money. The money left in the treasury is dead, only the money spent is alive. Let's just consider it as paying out of our own pockets to cultivate talents for the Great Qian in advance. Li Yuyao couldn't help but marvel at Yang Lin's vision once again. How could a scholar from a small mountain village possess such a broad mind? Afterwards, the two discussed in detail the various rules for establishing the university. The final decision was that the university would be opened in a completely new model, and even the name of the university was further innovated, shortened from university to university, and named Back Mountain University. Kaohsiung University appointed Mr. Kong Chiu as its first president and Yang Lin as its honorary president. It issued a wide call for talents from all walks of life and offered high salaries to recruit outstanding talents to serve as teachers. The first semester will enroll 300 students, aged 13 to 60, regardless of gender, education level, or background. Tuition is free, all learning materials are provided, travel expenses are reimbursed, room and board are included, and job placement is guaranteed after graduation. As long as you pass the assessment, you can enroll. The two worked on the project until late into the night, filling in any gaps and drafting various school rules and reward/punishment systems before finally completing the first enrollment brochure for the Great Qian Dynasty. After calculating the costs, it turned out that the expenses were not large. The first phase cost less than 10,000 taels of silver. Of course, education is an industry that requires continuous investment, and this is only a university with 300 students. In the future, if education were to be extended to all age groups and then to the entire Great Qian Dynasty, the cost would be astronomical. Even if they emptied their coffers, they would not be able to afford it. My dear wife, it's getting late. Let's go to bed and discuss this in detail. Yang Lin pulled Li Yuyao to bed. Li Yuyao initially thought Yang Lin was genuinely going to discuss serious matters, until those large hands deftly untied her belt. Bad guy. The next morning, the warm sunshine bathed the earth, giving Kaohsiung Village a golden coat. The early risers of Kaohsiung Village begin their day's hard work, embracing their wonderful life. A new day, a new hope. Even in villages nestled in the mountains, there are places where the sun never shines. For example, this secluded and dark secret room. Princess Kumiko of Japan was naked, with an iron chain around her neck. Her hair was disheveled and unkempt. She huddled in a cold, damp corner of a dark room, her empty eyes fixed on the concrete wall. Tears streamed down her face as she curled up in a ball, shivering. There was a puddle of water next to her. That was the urine she couldn't hold in last night. There's no toilet here. Since being locked in this dark and gloomy dungeon last night, she has cried, screamed, cursed, fainted, and cursed Yang Lin countless times. But none of this could change her current situation. From confusion and helplessness to anger, and then to despair and fear, her mental state has almost collapsed, Since being imprisoned, she has not had a drop of water or a bite of food, and no one has even interrogated her. It's as if she's the only person left in the world. She had once treated her prisoners and enemies in the same way in the dungeon. Therefore, she knew very well that death was the best ending for her. Just as she was silently weeping, fantasizing about how she would tear Yang Lin to pieces if she could escape, a sound came from the door of the secret room. At that moment, Kumiko was like a drowning person who had seen a straw in the ocean, staring wide-eyed and desperately lunging towards the door of the secret room. "Let me go? Please, let me go. I'll give you anything you want. I have money, lots and lots of money, and you can have it all if you let me go." As the door to the secret room opened, Kumiko's voice abruptly stopped. Because the person who came in was neither Yang Lin nor the person who had imprisoned her last night, but a girl who looked much younger than her, whose every smile and frown exuded a mischievous charm, carrying a pot of wine in her hand and walking towards her with a grin. Kumiko glanced at the sake bottle in the girl's hand and immediately understood everything. "Are you here to send me on my way?" Kumiko stared intently at the exquisite sake bottle, tears streaming down her face. "Good." A hint of relief flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she snatched the wine jug and gulped it down in one go. Kumiko, tears welling in her eyes, gave a self-deprecating bitter laugh, then gritted her teeth and said coldly with a sinister expression, "I admit defeat. This time, I have lost. But your Great Qian will ultimately belong to our Japan, and one day, all of you will pay the price for my death." There was no interrogation, no torture, and last night's experience didn't even qualify as torture. In this situation, being able to drink a cup of poison and leave with a complete corpse would already be the best ending for her. Xiaojia was completely stunned. "Damn, you drank it all." She hadn't even coaxed the other person into drinking the wine in the pot, so why did she drink it on her own initiative? And they drank the whole pot. This time, she added a couple's aphrodisiac to the wine, twice the normal dosage. A pot of wine can be poured into 4 cups, and normally 1 cup is already very effective. But she actually drank the whole pot in one go. That's a full 8 times the normal dosage. Xiaojia subconsciously swallowed, blinked, and asked curiously, "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" "Humph." Kumiko snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Xiaojia. "Don't pretend, it's just poison. I already knew that." However, the next moment, Kumiko sensed that something was wrong. The spiciness of the wine made her blood feel like it was boiling, and her skin turned red and hot. She felt an unbearable heat throughout her body. Chapter 350, It Must Be Washed Clean, Inside and Out. At first, Kumiko simply thought the poison from the sake was about to take effect. But as the sensations on her body became increasingly strange, she realized something. "What did you give me to drink?" Kumiko stared intently at Xiaojia, her eyes burning with intensity, as if they were about to spew fire. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I gave you the drink? You clearly snatched it and drank it yourself." Xiaojia shrugged, acting as if it had nothing to do with me. Despicable. Despicable. The feeling of shame grew stronger, and Kumiko's body took on a strange posture, constantly twisting and turning. Despicable? My brother did say that you should use any means necessary to deal with enemies, and that using despicable and cruel methods on enemies is the greatest mercy you can show yourself. We are enemies, after all. Dealing with you, no matter how cruel the methods, isn't despicable. It's called wisdom. It's called strategy. Understand? You fool. Besides, I hadn't even had a chance to use my intelligence before you voluntarily drank the wine. You're the one who's stupid, aren't you? You drank the wine yourself, just like how your Japanese invaded our Great Qian, and you, thinking yourself clever, foolishly walked into our Kaoshan village to walk into their trap? What kind of person do you take my brother for? It's clearly your own stupidity that's being blamed on us. Xiaojia mocked sarcastically. Hearing Xiaojia's words, Kumiko felt both ashamed and angry. She wanted to explain, but everything Xiaojia said was the truth. Looking back, I realized that I had been tricked by Yang Lin since I arrived in Pingyuan County, and then I ended up on his territory. Wasn't that just being a fool? The strange feeling in his body grew stronger, a mixture of intense humiliation and immense regret, and tears streamed from his eyes, eventually turning into loud sobs. Kumiko cried until she was hoarse. Xiaojia laughed. Brother is right. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. Yang Lin once told her that killing someone is nothing, but destroying their spirit is truly powerful. However, as Kumiko cried, her sobs grew fainter and fainter as the drug's effects intensified, and her crying eventually turned into a strange, distorted sound. No, no. She shook her head desperately, trying to resist the bad thoughts in her mind. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiaojiu clicked his tongue and shook his head. She moved a small stool over, carrying a bag of fried beans, and sat down at the entrance of the secret room, munching on the fried beans while watching the Japanese princess who had completely lost her mind. Good. One more. Xiaojiu watched the excitement and occasionally cheered. Halfway through the show, Xiaojiu took out some food from the cloth bag next to her and threw it next to Kumiko. This is your dinner. Eat up. His eyes then lit up with a sly glint as he continued watching the show with great interest. Kumiko shuddered when she saw the food on the ground and shook her head frantically. She's a princess. How could she possibly eat something like this? But soon, her hands seemed to lose control. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiaojiu let out another cold laugh. A Japanese princess? Huh. More than half an hour later, Kumiko was lying on the ground like a lump of mud. Exhaustion brought her to a slightly more sober state, and as she recalled what she had done before, tears streamed down her face. She's a princess. The precious daughter of Japan actually did that kind of thing in front of outsiders. The immense humiliation made her feel dizzy. However, a voice like that of a demon came to my ears. It can't hold on any longer? The real show is just beginning. A cold glint appeared in Xiaojiu's eyes. The next moment, the door to the secret room opened, and 4 burly women, carrying buckets of cold water and rough brushes, walked in and bowed to Xiaojiu. Greetings, Madam Ten. Xiaojiu nodded, glanced contemptuously at the trembling Kumiko, and said indifferently, "This woman is dirty. Give her a good wash." Yes. These 4 women were brought from the Han family residence in Nanyang City and were considered her confidants. Immediately, 4 women stepped forward, poured the cold water from the bucket onto Kumiko, and then took brushes and cleaned Kumiko's body, as if scrubbing a toilet. The women brushed very carefully, making sure not to miss any spot, and cleaned it thoroughly. Kumiko, whose restlessness had just subsided somewhat, was soon thrown into a fit of screaming and shouting again. Xiaojiu squinted. Very good, that's it. Starting today, wash her every hour, day and night, for the first 3 days. Yes. No. Kumiko let out a series of miserable screams. Please let me go, please let me go. She desperately stretched out her hands, trying to grab onto something. But Xiaojiu ignored her completely and turned to leave, leaving behind 4 fierce-looking old women holding brushes and making eerie laughs at her. 3 days later, the news of Kaohsiung University's enrollment spread throughout the entire Pingyuan County. The people were in an uproar. Throughout history, has there ever been a time when schooling was free? Not only is schooling free, but room and board are also provided, and travel expenses are reimbursed. Students don't have to spend a penny, and there are no requirements for them. After graduation, they can even be assigned jobs. In no time, countless students from impoverished families flocked to the village, and after carefully reading the admission brochure, they all planned to give it a try. In addition to the admission brochure, the recruitment notice for Kaohsiung University also spread throughout Pingyuan County, Nanyang City, and the surrounding counties through the Yang Family Merchant Guild. This notice recruiting teachers is even more shocking than the job posting itself, because the promised benefits are so attractive that almost no one can refuse. There is only one requirement for hiring teachers: to have a special skill and be a leader in the relevant industry. That's all. Whether it's a teacher who can read the classics, a painter who can paint, a doctor who can treat illnesses, an official or a minor official, or even a blacksmith who can forge iron, they can all do it. Anyone who has unique insights in their field or considers themselves exceptional can apply to become a teacher at Kaohsiung University. Each teacher will receive a rating after the assessment, which is divided into bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze teachers earn 1 tael of silver per month, silver teachers earn 5 taels of silver per month, and gold teachers earn as much as 10 taels of silver per month. And these are just the basic salary. In addition to a base salary, all teachers receive bonuses, which depend on the student's grades. Students at Kaohsiung University are also divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. If a student taught by a teacher reaches the silver level, the teacher will receive a bonus of 1 or 2 taels of silver. If a teacher reaches the gold level, they will receive a bonus of 5 taels of silver. Chapter 351 Good News. Bakker University is open for classes. In addition, any teacher who has taught at Kaohsiung University for a full year will be allocated a house in Kaohsiung Village and become a Kaohsiung Village resident. If the free admission program caused a huge uproar among students, the recruitment of teachers, then, is like a tsunami, making all ambitious people, or those with certain talents, restless. An ordinary person can only earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a year, and even a lucky small merchant or peddler can only earn a few taels of silver. But if you go to Kaohsiung University and become just an ordinary bronze-level teacher and are lucky enough to teach a few silver-level students, you can earn at least a dozen taels of silver a year, plus a big house worth a dozen taels of silver. That adds up to more than 30 taels of silver a year. Talking about money is vulgar, but few people can resist this vulgar temptation. Of course, there were still some people who couldn't let go of their pride, their heirs, and their desire for academic success. Although they were very interested in the enrollment brochure and teacher recruitment of Kaohsiung Village, they considered themselves superior and didn't want to associate with a school that only talked about money. They also looked down on those who flocked to Kaohsiung Village. But this did not affect the fact that countless talented people with skills from all around Jianghe County flocked to Kaohsiung Village. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. That day, as Yang Lin was drawing blueprints in his study at home, making final preparations before leaving the village, Alan suddenly knocked on the door and came in. "My lord, the university has already recruited enough students and teachers. Master Kong asks you, when will the semester begin?" Yang Lin was immediately taken aback. "So fast?" For this first batch, he plans to recruit 300 students and 50 teachers. Although he knew that a lot of people from Kaohsiung Village had signed up in the past few days, the questions that he and Li Yuyao had personally set for admission and job application made it very difficult for anyone who wanted to become a student or a teacher at Kaohsiung University. Only 1 in 10 can pass through the rigorous selection process. It can be said that each one, even if not yet a talent, is a promising prospect with considerable potential. From the moment the recruitment announcement was released until today, only 3 or 4 days have passed, and yet, despite such rigorous selection, all places have already been filled? Yes. The students and teachers are all settled in, and the newly built university is complete. We are just waiting for you to confirm when the semester will officially begin. Alan, holding a large notebook in both hands, looked more and more like a secretary. Excellent. Tell Master Confucius to start the course as soon as possible. Yang Lin detests formalism and dislikes all sorts of messy ceremonies and rituals. The start of school is the start of school. Its greatest significance is cultivating talent. Why bother choosing a date? Naturally, the sooner the better. Whether it's myself or anyone else in this era, this is the first time we've run such a new type of university, and we're bound to encounter all sorts of problems after the semester starts. But none of that matters. When problems arise, we just need to solve them. First, we need to get the university back up and running. Problems will get better and better. Okay. Alan nodded and then left. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Now that the matter with Kaohsiung University has been settled so quickly, his departure date to Yongzhou needs to be brought forward. That evening, Yang Lin summoned the managers of each workshop, as well as all the key figures in Kaohsiung Village, to the conference hall for his final important work arrangements before leaving. I called everyone over today and brought paper and pens, because I'm sure some of you have already guessed that I'm planning to expand production again. Hiss dash. Immediately, a collective gasp filled the conference hall. Even though many people had guessed what their boss was thinking, hearing Yang Lin say it out loud still put them under immense pressure. However, most people have already gotten used to it. They all knew that their boss was someone who was going to do big things and couldn't stay still for long. Every now and then, the various workshops and projects would either expand production, innovate and reform, or come up with 1 or 2 new inventions and open some new workshops. Before they arrived today, the employer specifically asked them to bring paper and pens, indicating that the announcement today was no small matter. Despite feeling the pressure, everyone instinctively straightened their backs and looked excited. "I'm going out tomorrow and won't be back for about 2 weeks. Brother Tao, you're coming with me this time. Take 100 men. We don't need too many weapons and equipment." Zhong Tao nodded without hesitation. "I'll get ready as soon as I get back." "Okay, let's talk about education first." Yang Lin looked at Kong Qiu. "Sir, I'm entrusting Kaohsiung University to you. Please keep a close eye on things. If you discover any shortcomings or areas for improvement during this time, feel free to take decisive action. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you don't trust. I have faith in your abilities." Kong Qiu stroked his beard, his expression solemn and dignified, and said, "Please rest assured, sir. The reform of the university is a stroke of genius that is unprecedented in history. I am not talented, but I will never allow such a great achievement for thousands of generations to be ruined in my hands." Although Kong Qiu looked serious, there was a hint of excitement between his brows. As he said, this was a groundbreaking achievement for all time, a great accomplishment for generations to come. Although he was already famous throughout the world, he was still quite proud and self-satisfied to be the first president of Kaohsiung University. Yang Lin nodded. In addition to Kaohsiung University, Mr. Kong also established a middle school and a primary school in the same model, with the same scale and number of students as Kaohsiung University. They were named Kaohsiung Middle School and Kaohsiung Primary School. Mr. Kong served as the first principal of both schools and was in charge of all affairs. Kong Chiu's smile, which hadn't yet faded, froze on his face. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. Middle school? Primary school? Kong Chiu's eyes widened. The university he had a strong backing was already keeping him extremely busy. Yang Lin actually asked him to set up a middle school and a primary school. Are you having any difficulties? Yang Lin asked. Before Kong Chiu could speak, Yang Lin continued. If there are difficulties, we must overcome them. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and gave Kong Chiu a thumbs up. Before the latter could object, he smiled slightly and said, "It's settled then." Kong Chiu was truly dumbfounded. For the first time, he experienced the pressure of working for Yang Lin. The others in the conference room remained calm, some even looking on with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Lin has given them so many extra tasks that they've all gotten used to it. Below is the shipbuilding workshop. Yang Lin looked at the young Master Zhang who had come to sell blueprints but had been left behind in Kaohsiung village. How is the shipbuilding progressing? Young Master Zhang puffed out his chest, a hint of pride in his eyes, and said, "The progress is very fast. One of the 10 large ships is already completed, and the rest will be finished within half a month. 12 small ships have also been built." He arrived in Kaohsiung village and achieved such results and such speed in just over a month, which was something he never dared to imagine before. However, Yang Lin frowned. So slow. Just as young Master Zhang was about to explain, Yang Lin asked, "What about the ironclad ships?" Still under investigation. Too slow. Yang Lin shook his head in disappointment. "In that case, I'll add another 10,000 taels of silver to the shipyard, and at least double the shipbuilding speed. And then there are the ironclad ships, which are of paramount importance. We must expedite their research. I'm not afraid of you spending money. We don't have much time left. This concerns the very survival of our Great Qian Dynasty. Young Master Zhang, you must always remember the mission you bear." Yang Lin patted young Master Zhang's shoulder forcefully. Young Master Zhang gritted his teeth and nodded, immediately feeling immense pressure. Chapter 352 Building an Elite Naval Force. The invasion by Japan may be temporarily delayed due to Kumiko's failed plan, but it only delays the inevitable. Japan, with its wolfish ambitions, has long coveted the vast territory of the Great Qian Dynasty. Its invasion of the Great Qian is only a matter of time. Yang Lin was certain that a war was inevitable between the Great Qian Dynasty and Japan. The current Dakian only values its territory and not its seas. It doesn't even have a decent navy. If it encounters the Japanese fleet that it has been planning for a long time, what will it use to resist? Therefore, just as Yang Lin said a few days ago, the current Dakian is no longer a viable option. He will confront the enemy that the Great Qian cannot stop. Therefore, it was of utmost importance to build an elite navy before the Japanese invasion. After assigning tasks to young Master Zhang's shipbuilding workshop, Yang Lin looked at Du Jing again. Du Jing sat up straight, puffed out his chest, and picked up paper and pen, ready to take notes. "How's the progress on the weapons for the ironclad ships?" Yang Lin asked. Well, Du Jing was stunned. He thought Yang Lin was assigning him a task, but he didn't expect him to ask this. He immediately put down his pen, scratched his head, and said, "Although there has been some progress in the research of artillery, there is still a long way to go to reach the goal you requested." After Du Jing finished speaking, he lowered his head. Du Jing felt ashamed. The research on artillery not only involved ideas provided by Yang Lin, who also drew up blueprints for them, but also involved a long period of research. However, progress is still not ideal, and success is nowhere in sight. He was prepared for Yang Lin to criticize him. However, "It's okay, take your time." Yang Lin patted Du Jing on the shoulder. Du Jing was stunned, never expecting this outcome. Yang Lin sighed. While the principle of artillery is simple, the casting process and design precision are anything but simple. Although it's best to build it as soon as possible, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Remember to conduct as many experiments and tests as possible. Be cautious and meticulous. Carefully consider your hypotheses and boldly verify them. No technology is achieved overnight. Take it one step at a time. As an engineer who spent his previous life in the laboratory, Yang Lin knows all too well how much hardship and effort it takes to create a scientific research achievement from scratch. Even the cannons of the previous generation took hundreds of years of gradual accumulation and improvement to reach the level he required. Today, the Great Qian Dynasty has almost zero accumulation of industrial technology. Almost everything their design institute has done started from scratch, and Yang Lin is already very satisfied with the results they have achieved. Therefore, he had no demands regarding the research progress of the design institute. Upon hearing these words, Du Jing's expression brightened. He nodded firmly. Yes, we will work even harder. Everyone was completely confused. Artillery? What is that? However, no one paid much attention. The design institute often came up with some novel gadgets, and they were used to it. However, Yang Lin had not finished speaking. What about the landmines? How's the research progressing? Yang Lin continued to look at Du Jing. This was also a task he gave to the design institute some time ago. Hand grenades have already been improved to the second generation, and the third generation is being designed. How could we leave out such a deadly weapon as landmines? Now that the Design Institute has accumulated technical expertise in manufacturing hand grenades, he has also provided the Institute with ideas for manufacturing landmines. It should not be difficult to manufacture landmines. After all, this thing is not like a cannon, which needs to be able to fire far and accurately, and also avoid exploding. Landmines, like hand grenades, are single-use weapons. Once they explode, that's it. Sure enough, upon hearing the name of the landmine, Du Jing nodded confidently. It's already been built. It's just that the force sensor has a bit of an error. Sometimes it won't explode when you step on it, and sometimes it explodes with just a light touch. We're working on it, and it'll definitely be fine in 10 days at most. Very good. Yang Lin nodded, quite satisfied, and continued to ask, how many research tasks does your design institute still have to complete? Well, that's a bit much. As Du Jing flipped through his notebook, he said, the research on the railway tracks is nearing completion. We are currently conducting strength and high-friction tests. The new material, titanium, has been refined, and research on titanium alloys has also made some progress, but we are not yet fully confident of success. As for the glass, several batches have already been fired in the experimental furnace, and the quality has met your requirements. However, we are confident that we can improve it even further. Oh, and paper money too, the progress of paper money. Before Du Jing could finish speaking, Yang Lin quickly stopped him. Let's leave that aside for now. You can continue your research on paper money. Remember, the research on paper money has the highest level of secrecy. All waste generated during the research process must be destroyed. Du Jing nodded, understood. Then he mentioned several research projects that the Design Institute was conducting, and Yang Lin listened and nodded repeatedly. The Design Institute has now grown to more than 500 people and is working on more than a dozen projects. Each project is progressing well and has even yielded unexpected surprises. When Du Jinggang thought their Design Institute was all right. Your Design Institute did a great job. Let's give you some more new tasks. Du Jing's lips twitched slightly. I thought I could avoid it, but what was bound to happen still happened. He immediately picked up a pen and paper, ready to take notes. First, improve the plow. When Yang Lin said this, everyone present was stunned again. Plow. Even Du Jing was stunned. Yes. Yang Lin nodded seriously. I took a look a few days ago, and the plows everyone is using now are just too heavy. They're not flexible enough, making it hard to lift soil, and the efficiency is too low. As he spoke, Yang Lin took out 2 blueprints and handed them to Du Jing. This is my design concept, you can refer to it. Everyone was stunned. Gao Dazhuang scratched his head and asked in confusion. Boss, we don't farm anymore, so why design a plow? Yes, will we still sell plows in the future? Zhao Guang asked. The others also looked puzzled. Yang Lin frowned and looked coldly at the crowd. Have you all been eating your fill for too long and forgotten that there are still many poor people in this world who have to work in the fields every day, digging for food from the soil to provide for the daily meals of everyone in the world? These words struck like a heavy hammer blow to everyone's heart. Well, Yang Lin sighed deeply. The Industrial Revolution did indeed lead to some people getting rich first. But once people become rich, they easily forget their roots. At that moment, everyone lowered their heads in shame. They suddenly realized that just 6 months ago, they were also among the poor, but it was only by following a good employer that they were able to live a life of comfort and become high-ranking people who managed hundreds of people. How long has it been? How could I have forgotten the importance of the plow? Chapter 353 Nouveau Riche will become arrogant and complacent. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong too. I was wrong. Everyone hung their heads, feeling ashamed. All right. Yang Lin looked at everyone with satisfaction. I'm glad you all understand. I understand you all. During this period, you've all risen to higher positions, and it's inevitable that you'll develop a nouveau riche mentality, become arrogant, and even forget your roots. A wrong mindset is not terrible, as long as we can wake up early and remember that we were all farmers once, and that our ancestors were just poor farmers who toiled in the soil for generations. We will not forget the interests and situation of farmers just because we have enough to eat. Stay true to your original aspiration, and you will achieve your goal. Everyone clenched their fists, their eyes shining. Okay, let's get back to the improvement of the plow. We are all from farming backgrounds, so I don't need to explain the importance of the plow. I believe everyone is well aware of it. There is a lot of room for improvement in current plows. Based on my observations, improved plows can not only save at least 1/3 of the effort, but also increase efficiency by nearly double. Yang Lin's words surprised everyone once again. Thinking about what these two numbers represented, everyone couldn't help but feel excited, and they realized why the landlord wanted to improve the plow. Because this is so important, Li Bing. Saving effort reduces the need for oxen, or in other words, allows the same number of oxen to pull more plows. This will greatly improve efficiency. With increased efficiency, farmers can cultivate more land and even reclaim more wasteland, leading to a more prosperous life for their families. On a small scale, this involves the lives of every farmer. On a larger scale, it concerns the food security of our entire Daqian region. Yang Lin said earnestly to Du Jing. Du Jing, who was looking at the blueprints, nodded hurriedly, his eyes filled with excitement. Although the two blueprints Yang Lin gave him were just an idea and a direction, the designs on the blueprints were already exquisite enough. Even without any changes, they could be manufactured directly to achieve the goals Yang Lin required. Don't worry, our design institute will do its best. Du Jing clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming. Yang Lin nodded. What you are doing now is a great thing that will benefit the country and its people for generations to come. Keep up the good work, and history will not forget you. I, Yang Lin, will not let you down. At the end of the year, each person in the Design Institute will be allocated another house. If you don't want the house, you can also get a cash discount. While providing incentives, they certainly won't forget to make grand promises. As for the blueprints given to Du Jing, they were designed based on the curved plow from the Tang Dynasty in his previous life, and this improvement has stood the test of history. The plows used in the Great Qian Dynasty today are more similar to the long, straight-shafted plows used in the Han Dynasty of the previous era. Their simple structure does not conform to mechanics. Yang Lin then took out a second set of drawings and handed it to Du Jing. This is your second task, to build irrigation water wheels. Du Jing hurriedly and excitedly accepted it. This time, no one dared to underestimate the importance of agriculture. This is a water wheel that draws water from the river, making it easier to draw water from the river to irrigate farmland. This water wheel was designed by him based on the dragon bone water wheel from his previous life. Although it wasn't particularly advanced, it was more than a divine artifact for the Great Qian Dynasty. Even now, there are still no water wheels in Daqian. At least Jiangzhou has so much water, but their Kaoshan village doesn't even have a single water wheel. Farmers still irrigate their fields by carrying water in buckets. This kind of water wheel can lift the water in the river 1 or 2 meters high without much effort. With the construction of some irrigation canals, most of the irrigation problems can be solved. After explaining the water wheel, Yang Lin unhesitatingly took out a third set of blueprints and a thick stack of documents. The third task, salt production. Du Jing took the document and was immediately taken aback. Mineral salt? He looked at Yang Lin with surprise, then hesitated to speak. Everyone in the room looked at Yang Lin, opened their mouths as if to say something, but dared not. Seeing everyone's reactions, how could Yang Lin not guess what they were thinking? You're saying that rock salt is poisonous and can't be eaten, right? Don't worry. Do I look like the kind of person who would cheat ordinary people? Of course I know that rock salt is poisonous, but the main components of rock salt and sea salt are actually the same. The only difference is that rock salt contains a lot of toxic impurities. As long as we can remove those toxic parts, what's left is not only edible, but also better and cheaper than sea salt. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Du Jing was also taken aback. They all realized that this would be another great innovation that would change the world. Brother Jing, this document contains methods for dissolving, refining, and filtering. These methods are definitely correct. As long as you follow the steps in this document, the refined salt will be non-toxic and of good quality. Du Jing was taken aback. They've already done it? He looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Yang Lin nodded. Du Jing asked, puzzled, then what our design institute needs to do is, oh, my method isn't suitable for large-scale refining yet. I need you to develop a large-scale salt production line. We not only want to produce salt, but in the future, the salt produced in our workshops will be sold throughout the entire Daqian, even all over the world. Du Jing got excited again. Without hesitation, he nodded immediately. At the same time, the 3 consecutive tasks also put him under a lot of pressure. However, Yang Lin's instructions to them were not yet finished. The fourth item is a pencil. Compared to a brush, this pencil is more convenient to carry, easier to use, and cheaper. The fifth task is to improve the matches. The current matches are still too big and inconvenient. Let's shrink them down to a size that can fit a box of matches in the palm of your hand. The sixth task is honeycomb briquettes. As the name suggests, they are synthetic coal shaped like honeycombs. Their advantages are that they are cheap and burn for a long time. Moreover, the production method is very simple. I have written the shape, structure, and production method in the drawings. Just follow them. The seventh task, the stove. This stove is used with honeycomb briquettes and is very simple, so I won't go into details. The eighth task, a pulley boom crane. This thing looks complicated, but it's not difficult to make. You already know how to make gears and pulleys, so all you need to do is make the boom and assemble it according to the structure in my drawings. This crane can easily lift heavy objects that are impossible for humans to lift, and it will be very effective in construction projects. Before Du Jing could even speak, Gao Dazhuang immediately nodded in agreement. Great. Du, you'd better hurry. This is a real gem. Our construction team is in dire need of this kind of treasure. Du Jing's lips twitched. 8 tasks in a row. 8. He was also under immense pressure. However, Yang Lin's mission is not over yet. Ninth task. Chapter 354 Equipment Generation 1, Research and Development Generation 1, Pre-Research Generation 1. Make soap, Yang Lin said with a smile. Soap? Everyone present was stunned again. This was also a completely new term that they had never heard of before. Yes, it's a daily necessity for washing hands, face, and body, and it can also be used to wash clothes. Using it to clean will make your clothes exceptionally clean. This is the recipe and manufacturing method. Just follow these steps to make it. Yang Lin handed a new set of documents to Du Jing. Du Jing was dumbfounded. Originally, he just felt that Yang Lin was putting a lot of pressure on their design institute by assigning them so many tasks. But then he suddenly realized that all the tasks that their entire design institute could barely handle had been conceived and designed by Yang Lin, who had even prepared the formulas and drawings for them. It was as if he had accomplished something that their entire design institute had never done before. Mission accomplished. Du Jing's expression suddenly turned solemn. Yang Lin smiled. Then let's have another task. 10 in total. Perfect. The 10th task is to make white sugar. Immediately, another detailed recipe was handed to Du Jing. White sugar is similar to brown sugar, both being sugar, but compared to brown sugar, white sugar is as white as snow, sweeter, and has a purer sweetness. Du Jing swallowed hard and nodded quickly. 10 tasks. The pressure was immense, needless to say. But he dared not say anything, because he noticed that Yang Lin hadn't finished distributing the blueprints and materials he had on hand. In addition to these 10 tasks, the Design Institute will also be expanded, and you will have even more R&D tasks in the future. You must ensure your R&D capabilities and speed. Furthermore, for any research project, you must, as far as possible, go beyond my requirements and continue to delve deeper to develop newer and better products. Take hand grenades, for example. We are currently using second-generation hand grenades and are developing third-generation ones. In the entire Great Qian Dynasty, we are already far ahead, right? But if we stop researching and others also make hand grenades, then our research and development advantage will no longer exist. Therefore, for any project, especially weapons, we must ensure that we develop one generation of equipment for use, and at the same time conduct preliminary research on another generation. In other words, by the time the third-generation hand grenades were being deployed to the security forces, the Design Institute had already completed the research and development of the fourth generation, and even the fifth generation, hand grenades. And each generation of improvement required a qualitative breakthrough. Yang Lin's words shocked everyone present. Du Jing, in particular, was carefully pondering Yang Lin's words. Equip one generation, develop another, and conduct preliminary research on the third. How could I not have thought of that? In their ingrained mindset, possessing a technology means they can rest easy, never considering that one day others might possess the same technology, or even surpass it. If they do as Yang Lin asks, no matter what others do, they will still be able to stay far ahead. Moreover, Du Jing suddenly realized that as long as he continued to study it in depth, even if it was just an ordinary item, what level of technology would it eventually be elevated to? For example, the quality of new paper today is much better than that of paper from before. But is this the end? Is there still room for improvement? Of course. Du Jing's gaze became intense. He seemed to have found his faith. I understand. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. I'll continue talking about the Design Institute. Well, Du Jing's eyes widened. Not over yet. This time, I'll give your Design Institute another 50,000 taels of silver. Within a month, double the size of your design institute. Double your research capabilities. In addition to the tasks I have assigned, you may also conduct some research projects related to people's livelihoods in your spare time. Du Jing's lips twitched slightly. Leisure? How could there possibly be any free time? Furthermore, since we just established Kaohsiung University, your design institute can also establish a design academy at the same time. In the future, graduates of Kaohsiung University can enter the design academy to continue their studies, and you can also directly select promising students from Kaohsiung University to enter the design academy. Design schools are like places for further studies after graduating from prestigious universities. Graduates of design schools can stay and work in design schools and become pillars of the design industry. As for the teachers in the design school, they can be people from your own design school. After all, they're just providing talent for yourselves. Du Jing was completely stunned. Not only are there 10 research tasks, but the Design Institute needs to be expanded, a new design college needs to be established, and they need to provide their own teachers for the design college. So, are you having any difficulties? If not, that's good. Brother Jing, I'm entrusting the revival of our Great Qian Dynasty to you. Yang Lin patted Du Jing on the shoulder. He was well aware of the immense pressure that all these things would place on the Design Institute and on Du Jing. But the problem is, they don't have much time left. He needs to speed things up. The newly established design school is also particularly important. Although its impact may not be immediately apparent, it is the only way to continuously cultivate new talent and inject fresh blood into the design school. Before Du Jing could speak again, Yang Lin had already turned around and looked at Gao Dazhuang beside him. Their eyes met, and Yang Lin grinned. Gao Dazhuang, who had just been gloating over Du Jing's misfortune, couldn't help but shudder. Boss, don't look at me like that, it's creepy. Yang Lin smiled again. Uncle Dazhuang, the creepy stuff hasn't even started yet. Ahem, let's get ready to take notes. Yang Lin spoke quickly, not giving Gao Dazhuang time to react. The construction team also needs to speed things up. The second phase of the Kaohsiung New Village project is not finished yet, is it? Gao Dazhuang's eyes widened immediately. The second phase of the Kaohsiung New Village project involves 30,000 houses. How could it possibly end? Speed things up, Uncle Dazhuang. Without giving Gao Dazhuang any chance to explain, Yang Lin said directly, I've checked the progress of the third phase of the Kaohsiung New Village project, and it's acceptable, but the widening of the river channel is far too slow. I'll give you at most another month, and this 20-mile stretch of river channel must be widened. Gao Dazhuang immediately became anxious and stood up to defend himself. Boss, that's not right. However, before he could finish speaking, Yang Lin waved his hand, indicating that he should sit down first. You're probably very upset right now, thinking I'm giving you bad advice, but Uncle Dazhuang, believe me, I know your difficulties. I understand them completely, but difficulties are difficulties, and if there are difficulties, we'll overcome them. We must spare no expense in widening the river. If we lack manpower, we'll hire people. If we lack funds, we'll ask. If we lack explosives, I'll provide them. Yang Lin held up one finger. But in short, you only have 1 month. Widening the river channel must be completed. Chapter 355 The Center of Talent, the Temple of Knowledge. Gao Dazhuang opened his mouth, but in the end he gritted his teeth and nodded. He had calculated the amount of work involved. Normally it takes at least 4 months. Even with speed, it's impossible to finish in a month. But now that Yang Lin has said it must be done, even if he can't, he has no choice but to accept it. Moreover, if it is truly a task that can be accomplished at any cost, it is not impossible. The construction team's second task was to build the city wall. Immediately, Yang Lin pulled out one of his thick stacks of blueprints and handed it to Gao Dazhuang. Gao Dazhuang quickly unfolded it and was immediately shocked. Master, is this the city wall of our Kaohsiung village? He stared wide-eyed at Yang Lin. They want to build a city wall in Kaohsiung village. Everyone else in the conference room looked surprised. Yang Lin nodded. That's right. Actually, this city wall should have been built a long time ago. We were only focused on continuous development before and neglected this point. Now it's not too late to mend the fence after the sheep are lost. The importance of the city wall is self-evident. Putting aside other issues, just considering the attacks that occurred recently, if Kaohsiung village had city walls, these problems would no longer be problems. But this city wall, Gao Dazhuang swallowed hard. That's way too high-spec. His eyes were wide open. The city wall on the blueprints not only encompasses the still unfinished second and third phases of the Kaohsiung New Village project, but also reserves a large area of land for the construction of the fourth phase of the Kaohsiung New Village project. In addition, the workshop area is also included. The scale of this project is comparable to rebuilding a county town. The specifications of the city wall were even more unbelievable. It is 2 zhang wide and 10 zhang high, with the city gate tower reaching a height of 13 zhang. The city wall was wide enough for horses to run, and even wide enough for carriages to run side by side. Gao Dazhuang had never been to the capital and did not know how high the city walls were. But the city walls he had seen were only 3 or 4 zhang high. That city wall, 10 zhang high, is truly terrifying. Yang Lin remained non-committal. The specifications are a little higher, but for the safety of our Kaoshan village, a slightly higher standard is worthwhile. Gao Dazhuang swallowed hard and quickly said, Master, building a city wall is no problem, but such a high-standard city wall will definitely take a long time. He was very worried that Yang Lin would give him another month or 2 to complete the project, and he would feel like dying. Don't worry, there's no time limit for building the city wall, but naturally the sooner the better. We'll start preparing for construction immediately. The third task. Gao Dazhuang took a deep breath. He knew it wasn't over yet. Build a new school for the university that is located in Kaoshan. As he spoke, he handed another set of blueprints to Gao Dazhuang. Gao Dazhuang took it and stared wide-eyed again. This owner, are you sure this is a school? Or is it just the construction of a new city? This time, he was completely dumbfounded. Expanding the river channel in a month is something we can manage by gritting our teeth. The construction of a 10 zhang high city wall was ultimately for safety. But the scale of this new Kaoshan University is almost comparable to the current scale of their entire Kaoshan village. It covers an area of over 1,000 acres, and although there are only a few hundred houses inside, each house is exceptionally large, and almost every house can accommodate over 1,000 people. It is no exaggeration to say that if this school were built according to the blueprints, it would be able to accommodate 100,000 people. It is a prestigious university, and its scale does seem a bit large now, but everything we do must be forward-looking and long-term, and we cannot be limited by short-term appearances. Our prestigious university will be the highest institution of learning in the entire Great Qian Dynasty, and even the world. It will be the center of talent and the temple of knowledge. Therefore, the scale should naturally be larger. Look, these are teaching buildings, these are student dormitories, these are the teachers' workplaces, these are the teachers' dormitories, this is the laboratory building, and this is the library. Yang Lin's plans for the university were entirely based on the standards of the university he had attended in his previous life. As he said, it now appears that the scale of Kaoshan University is indeed too large. But several years from now, this size may be just right. That's not even enough. After all, considering the entire Great Qian Dynasty, it was only a matter of time before such a higher education institution was established there. Afterwards, Yang Lin assigned some other tasks to the construction team. For example, expanding warehouses, building post stations along the way, and continuing to build roads, extending the road to Jianghe County, one eastward to Pingyuan County, and the other westward to Nanyang City. Gao Dazhuang kept writing more and more on the paper, soon filling several pages. He was covered in sweat when Yang Lin finally stopped. Gao Dazhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling like he wouldn't need to sleep for the next month. Afterwards, new tasks of varying degrees were assigned to the tofu workshop, the paper mill, the security team, and the newly established printing workshop. By the end of the meeting, everyone was still feeling overwhelmed. Wang Gui, who was in charge of transportation and procurement, was quite relaxed. He watched Yang Lin assign tasks to the various workshops, and all he had left was a handful of melon seeds in his hand. However, just as he was leisurely watching the show, Yang Lin suddenly called out his name. Wang Gui was stunned for a moment, almost thinking he had misheard. Uncle Wang Gui, I need you to assemble an expedition team to travel to all corners of the country, even across oceans, to foreign lands, to investigate all kinds of natural resources, such as minerals, agricultural products, and some special materials, anything useful. We want it. Wang Gui stared blankly, scratching his head, still not quite understanding. Boss, the ore is one thing, but what's there to investigate about agricultural products? Don't all people in the world eat the same food? Yang Lin slowly shook his head. That's really not true. In our Great Qian, rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans are the staple foods. But in some countries outside the ocean, a kind of golden yellow, plump grain of rice is the staple food. This rice is called corn. And in some countries, a kind of root that grows underground is the staple food. This grain is high-yielding and easy to store. It is called potato. The decision to form an expedition team and conduct field investigations was not made on a whim by Yang Lin. Ever since he learned from Prince Yong that there was a plant that resembled corn, he had thought that if corn existed in the world, potatoes must also exist. Corn and potatoes are not only high-yielding, but also easy to store. If we could find their seeds and plant them on a large scale in Dakian, then people would never starve again. In addition to corn and vegetables, introducing fruits, vegetables, and spices from other regions is not only of great economic significance, but can also enrich people's food baskets. In addition, Yang Lin also wanted to know how this world differed from the world of his previous life. Wang Gui was completely dumbfounded. Corn? Potatoes? He had never heard of any of these things before. Master, is there really such a strange food in this world? Chapter 356, bringing it here. Of course, the world is vast and full of wonders. Yang Lin said with certainty. Yes, I will definitely find all these treasures. Wang Gui was visibly excited. Although he didn't understand any grand principles, he knew that the grain his employer mentioned would greatly benefit the people. The meeting to assign tasks lasted until dark. When Yang Lin returned home exhausted, Xiao Jiu came looking for him excitedly. Brother, I have a gift for you. Xiao Jiu said mysteriously. Gift? Yang Lin immediately thought of the Japanese princess Kumiko and asked, Did you find out anything from the interrogation? He handed the Japanese princess over to Xiao Jiu several days ago, and he hasn't inquired about the progress of the interrogation during this time. Brother, Xiao Jiu pouted. Talking to you is so boring. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already guessed it. As she spoke, Xiao Jiu took out 2 small notebooks from her hands behind her back. Here, these are what the princess instructed us to write. Yang Lin took a look and was greatly surprised. So much. The 2 notebooks weren't very thick, but they were almost full, with every page densely covered in writing. Hee, bro, give me a compliment. Xiao Jiu clung to Yang Lin's arm and shook it. Boast. Yang Lin gave a perfunctory reply, his gaze fixed on the notebook. He glanced at it casually and was immediately taken aback. He looked at Xiao Jiu with surprise and gave her a thumbs up. Sharp. This time, he was genuinely amazed by Xiao Jiu's abilities. Xiao Jiu very considerately pulled over a chair, helped Yang Lin sit down, and brought him a cup of tea. Yang Lin looked through it carefully, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. The first notebook contained not only the intelligence Yang Lin wanted, including Japan's true fighting strength, but also many secrets and scandals within the Japanese royal family. This intelligence provides a clearer understanding of Japan's overall strength. Japan has a total population of 8 million. Its various systems are modeled after those of the Great Qian Dynasty. However, their emperor is not called an emperor, but an emperor. Under the emperor, there are princes and nobles of various classes. The court also follows the 3 departments and 6 ministries system of the Great Qian Dynasty. However, the real power in Japan today is in the hands of their general. Their general held great power. Although he did not rebel or have any disloyal intentions, the Japanese imperial family was still very wary of him. Within the royal family, some believed that the Grand General would rebel sooner or later, and therefore wanted to eliminate him. Others, however, believed that although the Grand General's achievements overshadowed the emperor, he would not rebel, and that attacking him first would only force him to rebel. Kumiko belongs to the former category. She's a staunch hawk. Not only did she advocate for eliminating the Grand General, but she also advocated for and promoted the invasion of the Great Qian Dynasty. According to Kumiko's confession, although she previously claimed that Japan had an army of 300,000, in reality, she could only mobilize about 150,000 troops. The size of their warships was indeed much greater than that of the Great Qian Dynasty. They can mobilize more than 300 warships of various sizes. Furthermore, this confession also contained a lot of information about important Japanese ministers, including even incriminating evidence against them. Kumiko claimed that she believed her father was incompetent and foolish, while she had ideals and ambitions and should become the Empress of Japan. Therefore, many years ago she took the initiative to collect the secrets of important ministers in Japan and actively interacted with them, either by winning them over or by coercing them, so that they would be used by her. Externally, she contacted the court officials of the Great Qian Dynasty, and through means such as giving gifts, promising benefits, and coercion and enticement, she has corrupted a number of important court officials in the Great Qian Dynasty. Shi Wensai's father, the Minister of Personnel, was one of Kumiko's inside men. This was exactly what shocked Yang Lin. Kumiko is a woman who is capable and resourceful, and it's ruthless enough. If she hadn't been so arrogant, believing that Yang Lin couldn't resist the temptation of becoming king or emperor, and hadn't personally come to Kaoshan village, perhaps the Great Qian Dynasty would have really been ruined in her hands. Although Yang Lin was very confident, with the weapons he possessed and the foundation he had gradually built up, it was only a matter of time before he pacified the world. But the people of Dakian cannot withstand the ravages of war and devastation. The Great Qian Dynasty is now beset by internal and external troubles. If Japan were to stab it in the back again, this wounded lion, even if it didn't die, would be on its last legs, and it would be even more difficult to regain its former glory. When Yang Lin flipped through the second booklet, his gaze froze again. This is clearly a photo album. The picture shows Kumiko. The content depicted in the album made Yang Lin blush with embarrassment. In every drawing, Kumiko is making a series of very indecent gestures. Although they are just paintings drawn with lines, each one is drawn as if it were a real scene. Bro, not bad drawing, right? Xiao Jiao grinned mischievously, hugged Yang Lin's arm, and rubbed against him like a kitten, acting all cute. Yang Lin felt a warm, soft touch on his arm and glared at the girl. Where did you find this artist? Was this created by the artists themselves, or was it done on site? Of course it's on site, Xiao Jiao said proudly. Yang Lin gasped. He had just guessed that it might have been drawn on site, otherwise it would be difficult to make it so lifelike. I have to say, this girl is a born little devil. Bro, you'd never guess what happened to that Japanese princess. Xiao Jiao looked smug. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Considering that Kumiko must be feeling quite embarrassed to have been painted with such embarrassing images by Xiao Jiao, she must be in a very awkward situation right now. You've already taken control of her? Yang Lin asked in surprise. Certainly. Real? The original plan was to wear down Xiao Jiao's spirit, break her will, and interrogate her for some information. Yang Lin was naturally a little skeptical, as they hadn't even reached the Qingyi stage yet. Xiao Jiao raised her head proudly and said, If you don't believe me, I'll bring her here for you to see right now. After saying that, Xiao Jiao skipped and hopped away. Yang Lin only realized what had happened after Xiao Jiao had run far away. Bring it here. He stared wide-eyed at the direction Xiao Jiao had left. Before long, Xiao Jiao returned. Sure enough, she was holding an iron chain in her hand. At the other end of the chain was none other than the beautiful Japanese princess, Kumiko. She was completely naked, her eyes empty and dark, and she crawled on her hands and knees. Chapter 357. You are lucky, you met me. Yang Lin looked at Xiao Jiao in surprise. Xiao Jiao, on the other hand, looked smug. You. Yang Lin pointed at Xiao Jiao, looking utterly helpless. Xiao Jiao, however, didn't take it seriously and even handed Yang Lin a small leather whip. Bro, use this. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Jiao said mysteriously, Brother, you don't know. I only found out after interrogating her that this Japanese princess has many secrets. I'll use this whip to lash her, whip her a few more times, and she'll confess everything. Little Jiao proudly held her little head high. Xiao Jiao thought Yang Lin was frightened, so she quickly said, Brother, didn't you say before that we should be ruthless when dealing with enemies? We should be even more ruthless than these vicious bad people. She listens to me now. With that, Xiao Jiao lashed out with his whip again and shouted, Tell me, who are you? Kumiko trembled again and said in a hoarse voice, I am a slave, my master's slave. As he spoke, he kowtowed repeatedly to Yang Lin. Yang Lin let out a long breath. Just a few days ago, the Japanese princess was full of vigor and kept talking about destroying the Great Qian Dynasty. Now she has become like this, which makes him sigh. Xiao Jiao said proudly, Brother, she knows so many things. Come on, imitate a few dog barks. Woof woof woof. Kumiko didn't hesitate and immediately called out. All right. Yang Lin quickly waved his hand and looked at Kumiko, saying, There's no need to perform anymore, Your Highness. Please get up and sit down. Yang Lin gestured to the chair next to him. Kumiko, however, dared not. Her eyes filled with fear and panic. Xiao Jiao then lashed out with the whip again. My brother tells you to sit, so sit. You must obey your master's orders. Yes. Kumiko shuddered again and quickly and carefully climbed onto the chair. Even sitting there, she was still trembling all over and dared not look Yang Lin in the eye. Ahem, Your Highness, I apologize for the poor hospitality these past few days. It's been a few days of delay. Now it's time to get down to business. I represent the Great Qian Dynasty, and you represent Japan. Let's talk business. Although Yang Lin said this, he showed no intention of finding her some clothes to wear. In fact, the other end of the chain was still held by Xiao Jiao, making the address of princess seem more like an insult. All right, let's talk about the jade and glass beads business first. I have 100 beads here, and the price will be as agreed before. Kumiko nodded hastily. Xiao Jiao, prepare the documents. Yes. Xiao Jiao excitedly hurried off to prepare. Then there's the paper and tofu medicine business. The prices are as we agreed before. I will provide your country with 10 million sheets of new paper and 10,000 barrels of tofu medicine every year. Kumiko nodded hastily again. Throughout the entire process, she dared not utter a single word. Before long, Xiao Jiao had drafted the document, brought out paper, pen, and inkpad, and Kumiko signed her name and pressed her fingerprint on it. Very good. It's a pleasure working with you. Yang Lin was in a great mood and stood up, subconsciously extending his hand. Then he remembered that there was no handshake as a custom in this world. Kumiko also looked bewildered. The last thing is about your invasion of Qian. Kumiko hurriedly shook her head, trembling, and stammered. No, we won't invade Qian. Yang Lin sneered. If a wolf told you that it no longer eats meat, would you believe it? Believe it or not, I don't believe it. A wolf will never be kind. But we in the Great Qian Dynasty have an old saying. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. We don't believe your promises from Japan, but we in the Great Qian Dynasty are not afraid. Xiao Jiao, help the princess get dressed. I'll take her out for a walk. Soon, Yang Lin led Kumiko, who was dressed, to the shipyard by the river. This is the boat that our Kaoshan village is building. Over there is the completed one. Yang Lin pointed to both sides of the shipbuilding workshop. Kumiko was already dumbfounded when she arrived here. Because this place is just too big. Although it was already dark, thousands of workers were still moving timber and assembling the ship. Large ships at varying stages of construction lined up along the shore, stretching as far as the eye could see. These ships are just too big. It is estimated to be at least 50 or 60 zhang long, or even more. As for the number of ships, there's no end in sight. That's amazing. Her empty eyes revealed a deep fear. What you see here are just the workers on the night shift. We work here day and night without stopping. On average, it only takes 3 days to build a ship this big. And we already have so much. Yang Lin held out his hand, showing it to Kumiko. Kumiko's eyes widened. 500 ships? As for the fighting power of our Kaoshan army, you may not know that in the Battle of Nanyang City last month, our Kaoshan army only needed a mere 1,000 men to defeat Prince Yang's 140,000 troops. Do you really think your Japan can withstand our few thousand elite troops? Or even our powerful warships? Yang Lin's voice suddenly grew louder as he stared intently into Kumiko's eyes. The latter felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly shook his head. Of course, I'm not telling you this to brag, but simply to make you understand that although the Great Qian Dynasty may be weak, the people of the Great Qian are not. The Great Qian is not just the Great Qian of the Li imperial family, but also the Great Qian of the people of the Great Qian. Do you Japanese have the strength to fight against the people of the Great Qian? Immediately, Yang Lin's tone softened. Your Highness, you are lucky to have met me. Going against our Great Qian Dynasty will only lead to your death. If you don't want to one day have me, Yang Lin, lead a 1,000,000-strong army to raise your Japanese capital to the ground and turn your country into my playground. Then you'll know what you should and shouldn't do. Hi. Kumiko quickly nodded and bowed. I, Yang Lin, always keep my word. As long as you obediently listen to me, I can not only help you make money and fulfill your dreams, but I can even help you become the empress of your country, Japan. Kumiko was taken aback, and then her eyes welled up with tears. She cried. Chapter 358 on Mount Ziwei, a dilapidated ancient temple. Finally, Yang Lin took Kumiko to visit the paper mill and printing workshop. We produce hundreds of thousands of sheets of new paper every day, a large portion of which are printed into books. As you can see, the speed at which books are produced is several thousand per day. We can print whatever books we want and sell them wherever we want. Culture is meant to serve the people. We print what the people like to read. What we're printing now are all classic texts by sages, meant for scholars. But we can also print some less mainstream material, like picture albums. Yang Lin turned around and looked at Kumiko with a smile. The latter was deathly pale and trembling all over. Recalling the events of the past few days, Kumiko knew very well that she had already given him leverage to ruin her reputation, condemning her to eternal damnation. She had no choice but to obey the person before her. Afterwards, Yang Lin had someone take Kumiko away. Xiao Jiao excitedly came over, winking and saying, Brother, although I've trained this Japanese princess into a servant, she's still clean. Do you want to try her? Yang Lin glared at Xiao Jiao. You really need to be more careful in the future. This is the mess you made. Yang Lin shook his head and sighed. It can't be said that Xiao Jiao did a bad job. All I can say is that she's a little devil. Yang Lin cautioned. Also, don't underestimate others. This Kumiko is a viper. No matter how miserable she is now, her heart is still that of a viper. Don't think you can control her so easily. Don't you understand the principle of enduring hardship and biding your time? Xiao Jiao was taken aback and shook her head in confusion. Yang Lin then realized that the history of this world did not include the spring and autumn and warring states periods, nor did it include King Gojian of Yu, and therefore the story of Gojian's perseverance and humiliation. Even so, Yang Lin did not want to become like the arrogant King Fuchai. In any case, we can't let our guard down when it comes to Kumiko. Let's send her back today to meet her people and see how she reacts. If she commits suicide, we don't need to stop her. But if she doesn't want to die, we'll have Qingyi train her for a while longer. Only when we have complete control over her can we let her go back. Yang Lin said helplessly. This is precisely why he took Kumiko to visit those workshops today. There were threats, but also attempts to win them over. Kumiko's death is useless. Only by becoming one of your own, or your dog, can you let her go back. Yang Lin would not be able to rest easy about the threat from Japan just because Kumiko made a promise or showed her the strength of the Great Qian Dynasty. Japan is a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the presence of a lion, it will be as docile as a dog. But as soon as a lion gets old or sick, it will bare its fangs and reveal its ferocity. The way to deal with this wolf is not to turn it into a dog. Instead, kill it completely. But right now, there are still many unresolved issues within the Great Qian Dynasty. Where would they find the time to go out and hunt wolves and dogs? Therefore, he needed Kumiko to become one of his own, to fight back into Japan, and to buy some time for himself and for the Great Qian Dynasty. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. The next day, early morning. The departure time was set for noon, but the security team was already fully prepared for the trip early in the morning. At the Yang family home, Yang Lin was still explaining the village affairs to the women after his departure. No matter what, always remember that safety is the most important thing. I don't want anything to happen to any of you, understand? Yang Lin looked intently at each woman in front of him. The women all nodded in agreement. At this moment, the eldest sister, Chu Ting, hesitated before raising her little hand. What's wrong? Yang Lin looked at his eldest sister. My love, I also want to go with you. Before Chu Ting could finish speaking, she lowered her head, as if waiting to be criticized. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Is your home in Yongzhou? Chu Ting looked up, her face full of surprise, and nodded quickly. Yes, my home is in Yongzhou City. No problem. Yang Lin readily agreed. He could tell that Chu Ting's background also had a story. However, he did not ask any further questions at the moment. Chu Ting nodded excitedly, her eyes already moist. Is everyone else free? If not, I'm getting ready to leave. Yang Lin looked at everyone. Li Yuyao stood before the group of women, exuding an air of dominance, yet her eyes held a tenderness. You too, you must be careful. No matter what happens, staying alive is the most important thing. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. He then waved and turned to leave. He didn't bring many people with him on this trip to Yongzhou. Qingyi was to stay and protect Li Yuyao, and to discipline Kumiko. Therefore, Yang Lin only brought one expert, Zi, with him. In addition, Kong Qiu was unable to leave because he was in charge of Kaohsiung University and the construction of Kaohsiung Middle School and Kaohsiung Primary School. Therefore, he sent a personal page named Xiao Yi to accompany Yang Lin and lead Yang Lin to the Kunlun Sect's mountain gate and into the Kunlun secret realm. The security team consisted of only 100 men, led personally by Zhong Tao. Besides, there was only Yang Lin's assistant, Alan, and Chu Ting, who had just decided to go to Yongzhou with Yang Lin. Around noon, the main force set off. They arrived in Nanyang City halfway through the journey. In Nanyang City, half a month ago, Su Tsong, the garrison commander of Nanyang, had completely quelled the rebellion of Prince Yong, gathered a large number of rebel troops, and sealed away everything related to Prince Yong, including the Prince Yong's mansion in Yongzhou City. Therefore, when Yang Lin arrived, Su Tsong also sent one of his deputy generals, Su Tianda, to accompany Yang Lin to Yongzhou to take over the Yong King's property. The large group rested for one night in Nanyang before continuing their journey. 2 days later, in the afternoon, they arrived outside Yongzhou City. However, Yang Lin did not lead his men into the city, but instead headed east towards Yongzhou. When he arrived in Yongzhou, what he cared about most was not the legacy left by Prince Yong. It's a dragon vein. If everything Prince Yong said is true, then the existence of the dragon vein is a supernatural phenomenon. At least he didn't know that there were any tubular objects in nature that could emit red light underwater. The main force headed east and eventually arrived at the foot of Ziwei Mountain, 30 miles away. It was already late afternoon, 3 to 5 p.m. It will be dark in a little over an hour. Yang Lin also realized that he had arrived a little late. But as the old saying goes, since we're already here, bring a few reliable people and come with me up the mountain. Yang Lin whispered to Zhong Tao. Yes. Zhong Tao didn't know where he was, but he would obey Yang Lin's orders without hesitation. The 100 people I brought this time are all trustworthy. However, Zheng Tao still carefully selected 5 people, equipped them with crossbows, spears, shields, and grenades, and also brought torches. Yang Lin only took Ziyun with him, and the group of 8 went up the mountain. Ziwu Mountain was just a small mountain. It only took the 8 of them a little over half an hour to reach the summit, where they could see the dilapidated ancient temple on the mountaintop that Prince Yong had mentioned. Chapter 359. Which god is this? There really is an ancient temple. As the sun was setting, looking towards the ancient temple, the blood-red sunset bathed the dilapidated temple in a crimson glow. Without hesitation, Yang Lin strode toward the ancient temple. The mountaintop was flat, and soon we arrived at the ancient temple. The group of people couldn't help but frown, because they could smell a putrid stench from the moment they stood there. It's the smell of a corpse. It's purple, she said coldly. Zheng Tao was taken aback and quickly shielded Yang Lin with his body, while Ziyi also carefully observed the surrounding movements. However, apart from the stench, there was nothing unusual about the place. Let's go in and take a look. Yang Lin lifted his leg and started to walk inside, but Zheng Tao quickly called for someone to walk in front and clear a path for Yang Lin. 2 elite guards, one with a shield and the other with a gun, slowly entered the courtyard, scanned their surroundings, and headed toward the ancient temple that no longer had a gate and was now dark inside. Yang Lin followed him in and looked around. The courtyard of this ancient temple is not large, and most of the walls have collapsed. The courtyard is overgrown with weeds. It is unknown when this ancient temple was built or how long it has been abandoned. Only a stone path leading to the main hall of the ancient temple is faintly visible among the weeds. It wasn't until they reached the main entrance of the hall, where even the door panels were gone, that they saw the source of the stench. Those were several corpses lying haphazardly inside the ancient temple gate. These corpses were highly decomposed, emitting a foul stench, and their faces were covered with maggots crawling all over them, making them unrecognizable. Even the most elite and well-trained security guards nearly vomited at that moment. Yang Lin also forced himself to suppress the churning in his stomach, even though he had seen corpses and personally killed evil people. But the sight of a corpse so rotten still made his stomach churn. However, he was an atheist, and he didn't take the corpses seriously. He immediately ordered the guards to drag them away, bury them, and give them a proper rest. While the guards were dragging the body away, Yang Lin was also taking in the main hall of the ancient temple. This ancient temple is so dilapidated. It's less like a main hall and more like a rundown house with drafts everywhere and no doors or windows. The hall was overgrown with weeds, and the ground was covered with dust and withered leaves. It could be described as utterly destitute. That's why the tall statue is so conspicuous. The statue is about 3 or 4 meters tall and appears to be made of clay. It is also dilapidated and its surface is mottled, making it difficult to recognize the face. Yang Lin remembered that Prince Yong had said that this was a statue that no one recognized. But when Yang Lin saw the statue for the first time, he had a feeling of familiarity. Because the surface of the statue was so blurry, although it felt like I had seen it somewhere before, I couldn't recognize it at first glance. He pinched his chin and examined it carefully. The more I looked at it, the more I frowned. Where have I seen this before? He was absolutely certain that he had seen it before, but I just can't remember which god this is. Not long after, the guards returned from burying the body. Yang Lin frowned, looked away, and led the others around to the back of the statue. Hey boss, what kind of place is this? Zheng Tao finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question that had been bothering him. The woman in purple also looked very curious. Now that he had decided to take them up the mountain, Yang Lin naturally had no need to hide anything and said directly, "Do you remember when you interrogated Prince Yong? Did Prince Yong mention the dragon vein?" Zheng Tao was stunned and immediately took a big surprise. He stared wide-eyed at the dilapidated ancient temple. He slapped his thigh suddenly. "Oh dear, how could you bring us to such a secret place, boss?" Zheng Tao was extremely anxious. The woman in purple was also filled with surprise and disbelief. As Li Yuyao's personal bodyguard, Ziyi had naturally heard of the dragon vein and knew its importance. The dragon veins, whose location had been unknown to anyone in the world until now, have suddenly appeared? The 5 guards were completely stunned. What is a dragon vein? They had never heard of it, but they could imagine that it was something very important. Do you know who those corpses were? Yang Lin smiled and looked at the security team behind him. Several people shook their heads. Zheng Tao also looked completely bewildered. If I'm not mistaken, they were all Yong Wang's confidants. They followed Yong Wang to find the dragon vein, and were then killed by Yong Wang to silence them. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. I'm telling you all this so you understand that I'm different from Prince Yong. Since I brought you here, it's because I trust you. Immediately, the five of them knelt down and promised Yang Lin that they would never reveal what was going on here. Zhong Tao excitedly said, "Boss, I swear to God, if I, Zhong Tao, were to leak even half a word." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Lin waved his hand. "I already said I trust you. You've followed me for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I, Yang Lin, am? I don't need you to swear oaths. Your trust is enough." As he spoke, Yang Lin pounded his own chest, and then pounded Zhong Tao's chest. Zhong Tao felt a lump in his throat, his heart filled with gratitude. "Look, we still don't know if what Prince Yong said is true or false." Behind the statue, there was nothing but an empty space overgrown with weeds. But obviously, since it's a secret passage, the entrance must be quite hidden. The group immediately began to investigate. We found it very quickly. Right behind the statue, there was a stone slab covered with a layer of soil and dead leaves for concealment. But they had come here with a purpose and knew that there was an entrance to a tunnel here. So as long as they walked up and stomped their feet, they could hear hollow sounds coming from under the stone slab. The security team excitedly lifted the cover, revealing a tunnel entrance that was less than a meter long and wide. Inside was a dark underground passage, pitch black and dark, with no end in sight. Looking at the underground passage, they couldn't help but swallow hard. When it comes to fighting on the battlefield, they fear no one. But looking at this bottomless, dark tunnel, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. "Let's go." Yang Lin didn't care and stepped forward, intending to go inside first. He was an atheist, with no belief in ghosts or gods, so he was naturally fearless. It was just a tunnel, and besides, he had already learned from Prince Yong that at the end of the tunnel was a vast underground space, and there was even an underground river below. The way down should not be dangerous. "No, I'll go first." Although Zhong Tao swallowed hard again, he still rushed to Yang Lin's side to take the lead for him. Zi stood resolutely behind Yang Lin, determined to protect his back. Yang Lin was touched by the instinctive protection the two showed for each other. However, just as the group was about to enter the tunnel, they suddenly heard a roar like that of a ferocious beast coming from deep inside the tunnel. Chapter 360: Terrifying Subterranean Sounds. Everyone's expression immediately changed. "Be careful, boss." Zhong Tao spread his arms and stood firmly in front of Yang Lin. The woman in purple was even faster, pulling Yang Lin from in front of her to behind her in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, her soft sword was already drawn, and she used her own body to shield Yang Lin. The five guards also simultaneously went into battle mode, some raising shields, some holding bows, and some carrying guns. All of them looked wary as they gazed into the bottomless, dark tunnel. However, the eerie roar only lasted once before falling silent. "Don't be too nervous. Judging from the sound, it should be coming from down here." As Yang Lin spoke, he gestured for everyone to put away their weapons. "Master, what was that sound? I've never heard it before. Maybe we should just give up. It's too dangerous." Zhong Tao's face was grave, and he continued to stare intently at the tunnel. Yang Lin shook his head. "I can't tell. I just feel like that sound is." The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he stopped himself. Because he felt that the sound was like a dinosaur from the Jurassic Park movies, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex at that. The reason he didn't say it was because he just felt that the sound was a bit like the roar of a dinosaur. But how could there be dinosaurs underground? Besides, even if I told them, they wouldn't know what a dinosaur was. "It sounds like a cat in heat," Purple Robe suddenly added. She used to hear this sound for a period of time every year when she was in the palace. At first, the palace maid said it was haunted in the cold palace. Later, after investigation, they found out that it was the cats kept by several concubines in the cold palace that often called for love in the middle of the night. The sound echoed through the deep and empty palace, making it seem eerie and terrifying. Yang Lin and Zhong Tao both looked at Zi with surprise. "Is the cat in heat?" Yang Lin and Zhong Tao shook their heads at the same time. Before Yang Lin could speak, Zhong Tao hurriedly said, No, it doesn't sound like a cat in heat at all. That sound is more like a wolf howling. A few years ago, I encountered a hungry wolf in the mountains and almost died. The wolf's howl sounded very similar to this sound." Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that everyone hears a different sound. Wasn't that a muffled rumble of thunder? It sounded like ghosts wailing to me. So many people were crying so terribly. It was so scary. Why does it sound like a child laughing to me? The security team members also shared what they had heard. Everyone realized that the sounds they heard were completely different from what others heard. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale, and they all looked at Yang Lin. "Young master, let's leave," the man in purple said nervously. "Yes, that's really weird." Zhong Tao nodded quickly. Yang Lin immediately shook his head. We've already come all this way. Are you going to be scared back just because you heard some strange noises? If Prince Yong can come here, why can't we? Come on, follow me. Immediately, Yang Lin lifted his leg, ready to be the first to go down. If everyone hears the same eerie cries, then it suggests that there are some unknown creatures down there. But now, everyone hears a different sound, and it's clear that the sound is just triggering memories of terrifying sounds in each of them. The sound he heard was like the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was because he did not believe in ghosts or gods, and was not afraid of strange forces and supernatural beings. Therefore, the most terrifying creature in his subconscious was the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the apex predator of dinosaurs that had objectively existed in history and had been seen in movies. Zhong Tao had seen hungry wolves and nearly died in their jaws, so what he heard was the howling of hungry wolves. Since this power only targets the mind, there's nothing to fear. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Just as Yang Lin was about to be the first to enter, Zhong Tao gritted his teeth and blocked Yang Lin's way. Zhao Hu, you lead the charge. Li Biao, you provide cover. Yes. The two immediately stepped forward. Zhao Hu was a shield bearer, and Li Biao was a spearman. One provided cover while the other attacked. Even when they went into battle, the two were partners. Yang Lin did not stop him. Zhao Hu and Li Biao led the way, while Zhong Tao personally stood in front of Yang Lin. Yang Lin was in the middle, with Zi protecting his back, and the remaining 3 guards brought up the rear. The group entered the underground passage. The passage was narrow, only a little over a meter wide, barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Underfoot were stone steps, each more than 30 centimeters high. As you descended, you slowly entered a deep darkness, just as Prince Yong had said, as if you were heading to hell. They had only gone down a short distance when it became so dark that they had to light torches to illuminate their way forward. As Yang Lin walked, he estimated the depth they were going down based on the height of the stone steps. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. It wasn't until we reached a depth of about 50 meters underground that we finally reached the bend in the first section of the tunnel. After turning this corner, there's another underground passage that seems to stretch on forever. The group continued downwards. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. After descending for more than half an hour and making 12 turns, when they saw yet another underground passage, their faces grew paler and paler, and a deep fear rose in everyone's heart. Zhong Tao swallowed hard. Boss, this is way too deep. Should we go back? Behind them came the trembling voices of several people. Yes, we've been walking for so long. Could this road lead to the underworld? I'm a little scared. However, all of this was within Yang Lin's expectations. He already knew that it was very deep down there, and that there was an underground river beneath it. That means the space where the dragon vein is located is deep underground. They entered through the tunnel from the mountaintop, which is about 500 to 600 meters high. In other words, after walking for so long, they were only at about the ground level. However, they are now inside the belly of the mountain. As for the people who dug this tunnel, why did they place the entrance on the mountaintop? Yang Lin felt that, firstly, it was for the sake of secrecy. Who would have thought that the entrance to such a passage leading deep underground would be at the top of the mountain? Secondly, it was during Yang Lin's journey down that he noticed the traces of the underground passage being dug, and realized that Ziwei Mountain might very well be a volcano. The path they are walking on now may have been a fissure left by the thermal expansion and contraction of magma after a volcanic eruption, leading directly to the Earth's surface. It may have been slightly modified to become this underground passage. Yang Lin believes his guess is very likely, because in addition to the traces of excavation, the underground passage also retains many natural traces, many of which are rocks that match the characteristics of volcanic rocks. But there was one thing that Yang Lin just couldn't understand. Those are the marks left by the excavation. For example, every stone step under your feet is too smooth. It doesn't look like it was carved by hand. It looks like it was machined. Chapter 361, The Dragon Vein. Right before our eyes. However, the thought was fleeting. This underground passage has existed for hundreds, even thousands of years, or even longer. Industrial technology at that time must have been much more backward, so the fact that the processing marks are so advanced can only mean that a huge amount of manpower, resources, and time were spent building this underground passage. Just like the Egyptian pyramids in the past, if we exclude miracles, then it can only be the accumulation of skills and manpower. Therefore, Yang Lin didn't pay much attention to these traces, but was curious about who the builder of all this was. Continue downwards. After passing the 13th, 14th, and even 15th turns, everything before my eyes finally opened up. An underground space that seemed to have no end appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow dash! Several people instinctively exclaimed in surprise. Although the area illuminated by the torches was only a few dozen meters in radius, everyone could still feel the vastness and openness of the place. Just then, that strange cry reappeared, seemingly coming from the darkness not far away. Immediately, the guards, without a moment to reflect, formed a defensive formation and stood in front of Yang Lin, looking straight ahead, ready to strike. Everyone stared intently in that direction, as if something might leap out of the darkness at any moment. But nothing happened. Although Yang Lin did not believe in ghosts and gods, the strange sound was so eerie that he dared not take it lightly. Everyone remained on guard for a while, but things remained calm. Yang Lin looked around, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Before he came, he had already thought that it would be very dark underground. But he ultimately underestimated the darkness beneath the earth. The torches could only illuminate an area of about 10 meters in radius. Beyond that, everything was swallowed by darkness, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In addition, there is the potential danger of being hidden in the darkness. In this situation, even the simplest exploration will be extremely difficult. In particular, the feeling of loneliness and insignificance when you are in the dark is hard to imagine unless you experience it yourself. Furthermore, Yang Lin also realized that it was easy to lose one's way in such a vast and dark space. If you get separated from your companions and go a little further away, you may never find them again. The most important problem right now is this exit. The exit is just a stone staircase in the darkness. If they explore forward and go a bit further, it may not be so easy for them to find their way back. Yang Lin sighed deeply. Ultimately, I underestimated this dragon vein exploration and wasn't fully prepared. However, as I said before, since we're already here, he believed that when Prince Yong came, he hadn't made any special preparations and that he had discovered the dragon vein by chance. Then the river where the dragon vein is located should not be too far from here. Yang Lin directed. We need to leave a torch at the exit, and we also need to leave a torch every time we advance a certain distance. Everyone was taken aback, but then they understood what Yang Lin meant. Fortunately, they brought enough torches, but with this kind of exploration, they couldn't explore too far. Immediately, they left a torch at the exit, and the group randomly chose a direction and walked forward. The surrounding area was so vast, and the area illuminated by the torches was very limited, so it was impossible to know what the structure of this underground space was. The 8 people formed a formation to protect Yang Lin as they slowly advanced in the darkness. After walking about 20 or 30 meters, only a single red dot remained of the torches we had left behind. After walking another 10 meters or so, the red dot got smaller and smaller, but it was still very conspicuous in the darkness. After walking another 10 meters or so, Yang Lin finally allowed the second torch to be left behind. However, this time, they didn't explore far before reaching the end. Before me was a bare stone wall. The torchlight revealed that the stone wall was smooth and flat and felt cool to the touch. Looking up, the boundary of the stone wall is not visible. It must be at the same height as this underground space. Great, we found the edge of one side, Yang Lin said. Although he went in the wrong direction this time, it gave him a general idea of the location of the underground space. Based on Yongwang's description, Yang Lin could roughly deduce that this place was an underground space mainly consisting of an underground river. In other words, this underground space is long and narrow, with an underground river running through it, and the stone walls of the underground space are not far from both sides of the underground river. Therefore, their only option now is to return the way they came and walk in the opposite direction from the starting point to reach the underground river. Yang Lin explored the edge of the rock wall for a while, figuring out the general direction of this section of the rock wall. He then returned the way he came, retrieved the second torch he had left behind, and saw the red dot of the first torch in the distance. Finally, they returned to the starting point, and the 8 of them slowly explored the other side. This time, after walking only 30 or 40 meters, they heard a faint sound of flowing water. Found it. Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The underground river is actually very close to the exit of the passage. They were delayed for so long simply because they took the wrong path. But this was already considered lucky. Otherwise, if you walked along both sides of the underground river, no matter how far you went, you would only be moving parallel to the underground river and would never be able to find the underground river that was only 100 meters away. This is an underground river, and the dragon vein should be in the river. Before we came in, Yang Lin had mentioned that the dragon vein was below us, but he hadn't mentioned the underground river. At this moment, everyone became even more vigilant upon hearing the sound of water. Hearing Yang Lin's words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, although they were getting closer and closer to their goal, everyone remained vigilant. As the sound of flowing water grew clearer, in no time, a wide, quietly flowing river appeared before everyone's eyes. The sound of the flowing water was so faint that they didn't notice the enormous creature until they reached the riverbank. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief at the wide river. The river was very wide. Even with the torchlight, the opposite bank was not visible. Large swathes of the river were swallowed by darkness, so conservatively estimated, it was at least 20 meters wide. It gives people the feeling of the legendary Netherworld Weakwater. The river water was very clear, and you could clearly see the fine sand, pebbles, and cobblestones underwater. The river was shallow, only reaching about calf level. The current was slow and quiet, only making a soft gurgling sound when it touched some larger stones. Yang Lin carefully examined the riverbed, searching for the glowing dragon vein that Prince Yong had mentioned. However, although the river water was very clear, it was extremely dark here. The torchlight shone on the river's surface, creating fiery red ripples that further obscured normal vision. I saw it. The woman in purple suddenly spoke. Her eyes narrowed as she stared in surprise into the depths of the river. Chapter 362. Soft, warm, transparent. There it is. The woman in purple pointed it out to Yang Lin. Following the direction of the purple-clad man's finger, Yang Lin stared intently for a long time before finally finding a faint, almost imperceptible, crimson glimmer in the darkness. Ah, I saw it too. I see it. I see it. Is that the dragon vein? That's amazing. The rest of the security team soon spotted the red line hidden in the darkness as well. Although it only resembles a thin red thread, it is still a spectacle that no one has ever seen before. Upon seeing the so-called dragon vein, Yang Lin frowned. The faint red line was about 20 meters away from them at the edge of the darkness where the torchlight could reach, and because the red color was in the water, it was difficult to see clearly. Even so, Yang Lin still didn't believe that it could be a dragon vein. From the very beginning, he did not believe in the existence of the so-called dragon vein, but only regarded it as a supernatural phenomenon and wanted to see its true form. Seeing it with his own eyes now, he became even more certain of his guess. Yang Lin squatted down and touched the quietly flowing river water. It's so cool. Yang Lin immediately withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Everyone else tried it too, and they all immediately withdrew their hands. Yang Lin frowned, stared at the river, then rolled up his trousers and said, "I'll go down and take a look." Everyone was startled. "Hey sir, the river water is too cold." "Yes, it will make you feel cold. And it's so dark inside. What if there's danger?" Zi frowned, looking at the faint red line in the river. She immediately flicked her wrist, and with a whoosh, the soft sword was drawn. "I'll go with you." "Okay." Yang Lin nodded. Although Zhong Tao and the others were somewhat anxious, they couldn't stop them. Because that's a dragon vein. Although they were willing to stand in front of their employer, risk their lives for him, and even die for him. But that's a dragon vein. There is an old folk saying that whoever obtains the dragon vein will rule the world. It was an immense opportunity for them to witness the dragon vein with their own eyes, together with their employer. When their master rises to great heights and becomes king or emperor, they might also enjoy the blessings and be ennobled and appointed as generals. How could they dare to touch the dragon vein before their master? They were even worried that it would arouse the suspicion of their employer, so no one spoke at this moment. Yang Lin and Zi went into the water. Hiss dash. The moment Yang Lin stepped into the water, even though he was prepared, he was still so chilled by the icy cold water that he gasped for breath. He estimated that the river water was already close to 0 degrees Celsius. It was even colder than an iced drink in the middle of summer. In just a moment, my calves and feet felt so cold that I wanted to pull them out immediately. Hurry. The water is too cold. If we delay too long, it will freeze. Without saying a word, Zi grabbed Yang Lin's arm and ran inside. Yang Lin was carried along by her, running wildly, splashing up a large spray of water. Fortunately, the river was not deep. Even when they reached the bottom, it only came up to their knees. Therefore, the two of them ran along without much effort. Even so, Yang Lin's legs were losing sensation, and what started as excruciating pain had become numb. Yang Lin knew that pain was a signal from the body, and when the pain disappeared, it meant that it was already very dangerous. Fortunately, they are getting closer and closer to that red line. The red line grew larger and clearer in their vision, until the two of them were completely in front of the red line, almost touching it. It has transformed from a faint, barely discernible red line into a giant underwater python as thick as an arm, radiating a faint red glow that illuminates a small patch of the river around it. The moment Yang Lin saw what it was, he was stunned. Compared to the giant python, Yang Lin thought of something that he felt was more vivid. Fiber optic cable. However, the optical fiber cable in the previous life, although called an optical fiber cable, was also a structure in which the internal optical fiber was wrapped in an insulator. The unknown entity before us was enveloped in a layer of transparent material on the outside, while inside were streaks of bright red light. It is very long, stretching straight to the upstream and downstream of this underground river, with both ends hidden in darkness. Although we can't see its end, we can imagine how long it will be. In that instant, Yang Lin was overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts. The man in purple shouted, "Master, quickly touch the dragon vein." Yang Lin was taken aback. Dragon vein? He was now almost certain that this thing couldn't possibly be a dragon vein. Of course, it's perfectly normal for people in this world to regard such supernatural phenomena as dragon veins. But I have to touch this thing myself? Yang Lin still hesitated. What exactly is this red pipe? Does it contain radioactive material? Is it harmful to touch? Hurry, otherwise it will be too late. Purple Robe urged loudly. On the shore, Zhong Tao and the others were on tenterhooks, looking over with tension and worry. Yang Lin's heart was pounding. Reason told him that he couldn't delay any longer. Every second he stayed in the water increased the danger. Reason also told him that he shouldn't touch this thing carelessly. But at this moment, his legs had almost lost all feeling, and his thoughts were in chaos. Urged by Zi, he subconsciously squatted down and reached out his hand toward the unknown red, transparent pipe. First, he touched the icy river water. As his hand plunged into the water, he instantly grabbed the red pipe. In that instant, he felt that the transparent outer surface was actually somewhat soft. It's like some kind of gel-like substance. You can even press your finger in with a little force. Moreover, the surface temperature of that thing was not as icy cold as the river water. You could even feel its warmth. Although no supernatural accidents occurred, Yang Lin's heart still started pounding uncontrollably. He abandoned his suicidal idea of piercing the soft surface with his fingers, immediately pulled his hand away, and shouted, "I've encountered a dragon vein and obtained dragon energy. Let's go back quickly." For others, the significance of their trip today is the most important. Purple Robe was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Without saying a word, he grabbed Yang Lin and ran for his life again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them waded through the water and returned to the shore. The moment he stepped ashore, Yang Lin gasped for breath. His legs had completely lost sensation. Yang Lin himself didn't know how he managed to run back. "Quick, we need to circulate blood and qi in your legs immediately." As she spoke, Zi immediately pressed down on Yang Lin's calves with both hands. At first, Yang Lin was still unconscious, and he even wondered if he had been crippled by the cold. He only breathed a long sigh of relief when the pain and slight numbness appeared. "How are you?" Yang Lin quickly looked at the woman in purple. "I have internal energy protecting me, so I'm fine." Zi continued to massage Yang Lin attentively. "Master, you've obtained the dragon vein?" Zhong Tao asked excitedly, his eyes shining. The others also kept a close eye on Yang Lin. Chapter 363 The Strange is Coming. "Yes, I just touched the dragon vein and received its energy. The dragon energy from this dragon vein is now completely gathered on my body." Yang Lin didn't mean to deceive them. For me, coming to find this so-called dragon vein is about exploring the unknown, uncovering some of the secrets of this world, and figuring out what this so-called dragon vein really is. But for outsiders, the dragon vein itself is the greatest significance. Since both he and his wife were determined to conquer the Central Plains and vie for supremacy, there was no need to hide from those around them. They could also add a layer of mystery to their lives, killing two birds with one stone. "Ah!" Zhong Tao was overjoyed and immediately knelt down. "Congratulations, Master. You'll be emperor someday." Although the 5 members of the guard team didn't quite understand, they all grasped the significance of the dragon vein and immediately followed suit, kneeling before Yang Lin and bowing in praise. Yang Lin was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. All right, get up, all of you. I have received the dragon's aura, which is merely a blessing from heaven. But if I truly wish to rule the world, I still need you. You are all my trusted confidants, and the pillars of the future Great Qian Dynasty." Yang Lin glanced at Zhong Tao and the others, and made up some nonsense on the spot. The group immediately became excited. The master has already received the dragon's aura, yet he still values himself so much. Who doesn't want to stand out from the crowd? Who doesn't want to be remembered for eternity? But before, they were just ordinary people in the mountains, nobody in the village, nobody took them seriously, nobody cared about them. And now, their own master, the future emperor, actually values them. Based on this alone, I am willing to go through fire and water for my employer and charge into battle for him for the rest of my life. Only Zi felt a mix of emotions. Although she accepted the fact that Yang Lin might replace their emperor as the new ruler of the Great Qian Dynasty, she also felt sorrow for her emperor as that day gradually became a reality. It took Yang Lin quite a while for his legs to finally recover, but they were still very sore and swollen. Yang Lin said, "Let's rest for a bit, and then explore further later. Like I said, since we're already here. Although we have seen the dragon vein, and even touched the so-called dragon vein, the mystery in our hearts has not only not been solved, but has become even deeper. What exactly is that transparent pipe with its flowing red light? Is it a naturally formed object, or a man-made one? If it was formed naturally, how could nature possibly have created such a masterpiece? But if it's man-made, what kind of person would it be? Not to mention that the world's industry is still very primitive and backward. Even in my past life, this technology didn't exist unless it was in a laboratory. Could it be an alien?" Yang Lin shook his head. It's pointless to make wild guesses without any evidence. Therefore, he wanted to find evidence. The secret passed down in the Kongqiu sect is the end of the dragon vein. Now, I have seen the dragon vein. The more I look forward to the end of the dragon vein, the more curious and longing I become. Zhong Tao quickly said, "Master, why don't you stay here and rest? I'll take some men to look around." Yang Lin had an idea. "All right, let's all split up and explore different directions first, and figure out this small area around us first." If they explore together as a group, not only will it be too slow, but their torches, though plentiful, will also be limited. They had to leave a torch every 50 meters or so that they wouldn't be able to walk for too long. Now, you can simply follow this underground river upstream and downstream without worrying about getting lost in the dark. Zhong Tao immediately said, "Zhao Hu, Li Biao, you two come this way with me. Shunzi, Zhou Debao, Daqiang, you three come this way. If there is no danger, continue forward. If you encounter danger, continue running forward. Do not bring the danger to the boss's place. Each of our two teams will carry 3 torches, one for the outward journey, one for the return journey, and one as a spare. We will light the first torch simultaneously, and once it goes out, we will turn back." After Zhong Tao finished speaking, he looked at Yang Lin. "Boss, do you have anything to add?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "We still need to pay attention to safety. If there is any danger, run back and warn others in advance so that everyone can get out. Also, when you're exploring, pay attention to your surroundings for anything unusual and try to bring it back if possible. Go on your way and be careful. A torch can burn for about 20 minutes, and in 20 minutes you can explore about a kilometer away. If both ends of the underground river have been explored for 1 kilometer and the end is still not found, then further exploration is not advisable at this point. Who knows how big this underground space really is?" Both groups left one after the other. Only Yang Lin and Zi remained on the spot. The woman in purple was still massaging Yang Lin's legs to improve his blood circulation. But after everyone had gone some distance, Zi spoke up, her face filled with worry. "Young master, what if they secretly touched the dragon vein?" Yang Lin shook his head with a wry smile. "What dragon vein? It's all fake." "Huh?" Ziyi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yang Lin in front of her. Yang Lin then shook his head and said, "Ziyi, there is no such thing as a dragon vein in this world. Instead of believing in ghosts and gods or supernatural powers, you should believe in yourself. Although I don't know what it is yet, I believe that everything in this world has a reasonable explanation." "Then, what you just mentioned about dragon energy?" Yang Lin shrugged. "I should at least offer some comfort to everyone. Everyone is hoping that I can find the dragon vein and obtain the dragon energy. If I come back and say that I have no feeling at all, wouldn't everyone be very disappointed?" What I said was simply going along with everyone's ideas. Sometimes, the truth doesn't matter, and lies can be well-intentioned. The woman in purple seemed to understand, but not quite, gazing thoughtfully at the river. Suddenly, another eerie roar came from the darkness. The woman in purple quickly drew her sword and stood in front of Yang Lin. However, after a long while, nothing happened. Yang Lin frowned deeply. The strange noise appeared several times, but each time it was just a single cry. Although he had realized that the strange sound was acting on some kind of subconsciousness deep within his mind, Yang Lin did not believe that the sound was meaningless. Either there is real danger in the darkness, or some force is intimidating them, trying to drive them away and scare them off. Suddenly, another strange cry came from the darkness. This time we're very close to them. Zi stared intently in that direction, and Yang Lin held his breath. Then they saw a torch appear in the darkness, and a person carrying a torch. Chapter 364 Exploration and Discovery. Yang Lin and Ziyi were both on tenterhooks. Then, in the torchlight, the face that was illuminated was none other than Zhong Tao. Brother Tao, what brings you back? Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, and Ziyi also sheathed her sword. Zhong Tao, panting heavily but with a joyful expression, hurried over. Boss, I found it. I found it, he said as he walked over. What did you find? Yang Lin asked hurriedly. Treasure, Zhong Tao exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the downstream of the underground river. We found treasure over there. Lots and lots of things. Gold, silver, jewels, and even some unfamiliar items. We had everything. As he spoke, he grabbed Yang Lin and tried to pull him over there. Yang Lin frowned. Where are Zhao Hu and Li Biao? They're still waiting there. Zhong Tao's face was full of excitement, and he excitedly pulled Yang Lin along. Let's go quickly. No way. Yang Lin frowned and shook his head decisively. The brothers who went over there haven't come back yet. If we just leave like this, they won't be able to find us, and we might get separated. In this underground world, there is no effective means of communication. Once separated, neither party knows the other's whereabouts and will search for each other. And that is the most dangerous thing. Zhong Tao was extremely anxious. Boss, it's very close. Go take a look first, and then come back. At this moment, the woman in purple, who had been frowning, suddenly drew her sword, her brows furrowed in shock and confusion, the blade pointing directly at Zhong Tao. Yang Lin was startled. Before he could speak, Ziyi coldly said, Young master, something's wrong with him. Have you forgotten? Zhong Tao and the other two went upstream. Yang Lin suddenly realized what was happening. His scalp tingled, and he quickly retreated, staring nervously at Zhong Tao. Hee. Zhong Tao let out a strange laugh, then turned around and returned the way he came, retreating into the darkness. Even after the other person's figure had completely disappeared, Yang Lin remained dumbfounded, staring in disbelief in that direction. Young master, we've probably encountered a ghost, said the woman in purple, frowning. If anyone returns, we must investigate thoroughly. We can't trust anyone easily. Ghost encounter? Yang Lin frowned, deep in thought. Although the fake Zhong Tao he had just encountered was hard for him to believe, but he still didn't believe it was some kind of ghost. However, Ziyi is right. This place is too eerie. From now on, we must not trust any abnormal people or behaviors. Then, from the darkness, another monster's roar echoed. This time, the distance seemed even closer. They were practically touching. Young master, let's go quickly. We can't stay here any longer. Let's get to the exit. As she spoke, Ziyi pulled Yang Lin and ran back the way they had come. Yang Lin didn't hesitate and ran after Ziyi. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind him. Young master, where are you going? Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Because of that sound, it was none other than the voice of the woman in purple. The voice of the woman in purple was behind him, while the person in front of him was leading him into the darkness. Who is it again? In that instant, his mind was in turmoil. However, before he could figure out which was real and which was fake, the purple-clad figure in front of him had already disappeared. Young master, come back quickly. There's danger. The woman in purple behind him shouted and rushed over, grabbing him tightly. This time, Yang Lin suddenly realized something, because he could feel the warmth of the purple-clad woman's hands. Just now, although the fake purple-clad figure pulled him forward, he felt almost nothing. Having confirmed that the purple-clad figure who had just arrived was real, Yang Lin still hurriedly asked, Where did you go? Ziyi didn't answer immediately, but instead looked Yang Lin up and down carefully for a while before pinching him hard. Ouch! The woman in purple hit too hard, and Yang Lin couldn't help but cry out. However, that wasn't all. Ziyi pinched herself again, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, Great! I finally found you. As she spoke, Ziyi excitedly hugged Yang Lin tightly. Young master, you cannot be harmed. The woman in purple held her tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. Although Yang Lin was confused by what he heard, he could sense Ziyi's worry and tension, so he quickly patted her on the back. Okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Although she was a guard, a master, and always stood in front of him. But Yang Lin will never forget that she is also a woman. However, Yang Lin was still puzzled. He hadn't gone anywhere before, but after the fake Ziyi appeared, he had only been gone a short distance when Ziyi asked where she had gone. Here's what happened. After that strange noise, I saw a cat-faced monster rush out and grab you. I quickly chased after it, but as I was chasing, I bumped my hand when I drew my sword, and suddenly I realized that both the monster and you had disappeared. I rushed back and saw you running this way all by yourself, so I quickly called out to you. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He had already realized something. The source of all this is that strange noise. The strange noise is real, but it can not only bring back terrible memories, but also affect a person's mind. Whether it's the fake Zhong Tao or the fake Zi that I see, it's all just an illusion, others can't see it. Similarly, the monsters that Zi saw, and the monsters that she saw herself being taken away by, were just illusions. According to Zi's experience, pain can help people recover from hallucinations. Moreover, Yang Lin also discovered that the strange noises were having an increasingly stronger impact on them. At first, it was just strange noises, but now, their consciousness has been affected by the noises. If we stay any longer, the impact will continue to escalate. Yang Lin frowned. We can't stay here any longer. Regardless of whether the strange noise was meant to scare him away, this place was just too eerie. The longer he stayed, the more strange things might happen. But since everyone hasn't returned yet, we can only stay here and wait. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the two teams left after exploring. If they proceed with their planned exploration, it will take them at least another half hour to return. I wonder if they will also be affected by that strange noise. There's nothing I can do right now but pray that they return safely. Time passed little by little. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Just as their second torch was about to go out, torchlight and shouts from both upstream and downstream of the underground river appeared simultaneously. Boss, we're back. We're back. There was a hint of surprise in the voices of both teams. However, at this moment, Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized something important. Chapter 365: The Truth Behind the Strange Sounds. Seeing the two groups return, Zi was still very worried. She quickly pinched herself, then pinched Yang Lin. Yang Lin said with a wry smile, "Don't worry, it's real. If it were a hallucination, only one of us could see it, or we would see different things." Zi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two teams returned, their faces beaming with excitement. "How is everyone doing?" Yang Lin looked at everyone. Both teams nodded simultaneously. Zhong Tao said, Yes. Apart from being scared the whole way, nothing really happened." Zhou Debao quickly replied, "We're the same here. We haven't encountered any danger, but we haven't discovered anything either." Zhao Hu nodded in agreement and sighed. Yes, we haven't found anything here either, just caves, rocks, and this river." Zhong Tao nodded in agreement and added, "Although we didn't find anything, this place is just too vast. We walked a long way, but we still hadn't reached the end. When the first torch went out, we turned back the way we had agreed, and we don't know how much further ahead we have to go." The three people on Zhou Debao's side also nodded in unison. After hearing the three recount their experiences, it was exactly what Yang Lin had expected. It was indeed much bigger than they had imagined. They walked at least a kilometer each in both directions, upstream and downstream, but they still hadn't reached the end. Just how big is this underground space? Terrifying. However, Yang Lin immediately asked the question that was on his mind. "Have you heard any strange noises along the way?" Yang Lin looked at the group of people. The group of people were all taken aback and shook their heads in unison. "No, there's nothing there," Zhong Tao said. Zhou Debao nodded. "We didn't hear it either." Yang Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "That's it." The crowd did not understand his meaning. The woman in purple quickly asked, "Young master, have you thought of something?" Yang Lin nodded. "I know where that strange noise came from." Everyone was taken aback. From the moment they entered the underground passage, the strange noises that kept appearing cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Although no one had encountered any danger yet, everyone was curious about what was causing the strange noise. "Where?" Zhong Tao asked impatiently. Yang Lin pointed to the underground river, but his gaze went through the river's surface and into the darkness. "The source is right across the river." Yang Lin's gaze was deep, and his tone was certain. They had been there for almost an hour, but apart from the strange noises and hallucinations, there was no real danger. Therefore, Yang Lin was certain that if there was indeed danger here, then the source of the danger would not have allowed them to live so long. The strange noises just lingered around them, sounding from different directions and appearing to be near or far. But this isn't actually a matter of distance. It's merely a sensory sensation. Furthermore, since neither Zhong Tao nor Zhou Debao heard any strange noises, it means that the source of the strange noises was only near the exit. This area on this side of the riverbank has already been explored. The only blind spot is across the river. Moreover, Yang Lin always felt that whether it was strange noises or hallucinations, they were just meant to scare them and make them leave. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. "On the other side of the river? Purple robe, is there any way to get there?" Yang Lin asked. "This." The woman in purple frowned. "Young master, perhaps we should just give up. This place is too eerie. There might be danger on the other side. Sigh. Yang Lin waved his hand and shook his head. Now that things have come to this, I actually think there's no real danger here. Having come this far, his intense thirst for knowledge made him really want to know what the source of the strange noise was. What's on the other side of the river? Zi thought for a moment. I can carry you across, but I don't know how wide the river is. If it's too wide, I won't be able to help, and I'll have to go back the way I came. Yang Lin nodded. Okay, but your leg? It's all right. With my inner energy protecting me, I'll be fine for the time being, said the woman in purple. Yang Lin also instructed Zhong Tao and the others that if they heard strange noises, they should immediately pinch themselves, and reminded them not to be affected by hallucinations. Then, she lay down on the back of the woman in purple. Thank you for your hard work, Yang Lin whispered in Ziyi's ear. He felt really embarrassed that a woman had to carry him across the river. But since I don't have any internal energy to protect me, I might end up crippled. The woman in purple blushed slightly. This is what I should do. Immediately, the woman in purple went into the water to cross the river. Although her lightness skill was not bad, it was not like the martial arts movies where she could fly around in the sky. Moreover, she was carrying Yang Lin on her back at the moment, so she could not even walk on water. However, even so, her speed surprised Yang Lin. It was even faster than when she first pulled him across the river. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the location of the so-called dragon vein. However, Zi did not stop at all. Illuminated by the torch in Yang Lin's hand, she quickly crossed the river and continued to rush into the unknown darkness. The dragon vein was located about 20 meters from the riverbank, and after passing the dragon vein and advancing another 10 meters, the opposite bank of the river was finally visible. Purple-Clad's eyes lit up, and she sped off. The last 10 meters or so were completed in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, the two had reached the other side of the river. Once ashore, both of them let out a deep breath. Looking across to the other side, you can't see anything at all. Although they were only 50 meters apart, the darkness and the underground river completely separated them. Yang Lin glanced back once before immediately surveying the situation on this side of the riverbank. At first glance, it looks almost identical to the opposite bank. Shallow waters, gravel, hard ground, and darkness that stretches as far as the eye can see. Noticing there was no danger, Yang Lin then touched the purple-clad woman's calf. Ah, it's so cold. Yang Lin was startled the moment he touched it. The feeling was like touching a block of ice. How can I improve your blood circulation? I'll help you. Yang Lin's face was tense. He didn't know what to do, so he could only use the warmth of his palms to rub against the purple-clad woman's legs. Ziyun's face flushed slightly. It's nothing. With my true energy protecting me, it's just some external injuries at most. I'll be fine after a rest. But Yang Lin was still worried, so he massaged her legs for a while until they were completely warm before he felt at ease. Their gazes both turned to the unknown darkness. Young master, I'll go take a look first, said the woman in purple. Yang Lin shook his head and took Ziyi's hand. Let's do it together. Immediately, the two men, holding torches, walked towards the darkness on the opposite bank. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. After walking about 50 meters, the scene before them stunned them both. Chapter 366, Two Stone Tablets Unravel the Truth. They had reached the end of this side of the underground river. Before us stood a towering stone wall. But most importantly, there is a huge metal door on this stone wall. This metal door, made of some unknown metal, was entirely black, gleaming with a glossy sheen, and exuded a chilling aura. But it's just too big. It is 5 or 6 meters high and even more than 7 or 8 meters wide. The gate and the stone wall fit together perfectly. If the two materials were not completely different and the surface of the gate were not smooth and flat, it would be difficult to find the edge between the gate and the stone wall. The reason Yang Lin recognized this enormous object as a door at a glance was because on either side of the metal door hung 2 golden bronze rings with animal heads, which were the door's signature features. However, the 2 bronze rings were positioned too high, more than 3 meters above the ground, so Yang Lin and Ziyi could only look up at them from below. What the hell is this place? Purple Robe was completely dumbfounded. Standing in front of such a colossal object, it's easy to feel a sense of insignificance. Yang Lin also frowned. He had only ever seen such a tall and wide gate in movies and TV shows in his previous life. It was like a hangar. In this world, it is clearly impossible for such a colossal creature to exist. Such a gate would be very unsuitable for human use. Unless it's a giant. Yang Lin did not rashly let Zi try to open the door, because he knew very well that the problem wasn't whether the door could be opened at all, but what lies behind this door. In his past life, Many of the crises in the novels and movies he wrote were caused by his own reckless actions. In situations where everything is unknown, it is better to remain still than to act. Suddenly, Yang Lin's gaze swept across the darkness to the left of the gate, and it seemed there was something there. He immediately lit a torch and, under the protection of the guards in purple, slowly walked over. Upon closer inspection, Yang Lin was immediately stunned. It was a stone tablet, standing silently in the quiet darkness. Compared to ordinary stone tablets, this stone tablet is also particularly tall. It has a steel body that is more than 2 meters high and a base that is more than 1 meter high. It is also more than 1 meter wide. The whole body is made of bluish-gray stone material, and the surface is covered with text. However, whether it was because of the passage of time or some other reason, much of the text has become blurred and illegible, and only a small portion can be identified. The woman in purple held a torch for Yang Lin, who concentrated intently, trying to decipher the characters on it, and read them aloud. The glacier's extinction and the revival of a new era have given people hope that the flame of history will be rekindled. After reading it from beginning to end, Yang Lin's brows furrowed even more. The entire inscription on the stone tablet contains nearly 200 characters, but only about 20 of them are legible. But even these words contain a huge amount of information. Yang Lin frowned as he read it once, then quickly read it carefully from beginning to end again. This time, he discerned 4 new characters from them. Mun Kanung Lai, meaning door may come. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. An incredibly bold idea popped into his head. At the same time, he incorporated every character he identified on the stone tablet into his own conjecture. That's actually perfectly reasonable. Yang Lin kept replaying the image in his mind, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Yang Lin's increasingly unusual expression, Zi asked in surprise, "Young master, most of the words on this are illegible, and many of the ones that are legible don't seem to be written in our Great Qian script. Can you figure out what they mean?" Yang Lin opened his mouth. He then shook his head. He dared not voice his bold guess. As for some of the characters, Zi didn't recognize them. That's perfectly normal, because all the characters in this are simplified Chinese characters that he used in his previous life. Yang Lin swallowed hard, feeling as if he might have lifted the veil of mystery from this world. However, he couldn't tell anyone about this bold guess, because no one can understand it. Even he himself merely regarded those speculations as his own wild imagination and dared not seriously consider them. He was afraid. He was afraid that his suspicions were true. "Young master, look." At this moment, the woman in purple suddenly pointed at something and spoke up. Yang Lin looked in the direction the woman in purple was pointing and then paused in surprise. Not far from here, there is a stone tablet. This stone tablet, however, is much smaller than the one in front of us, about 1 meter tall, and it seems to have some characters engraved on it as well. Yang Lin's eyes lit up immediately, and he ran over quickly. He desperately needed more information to validate his bold idea. Arriving at this small stone tablet, Yang Lin was filled with emotion at first glance. The stone tablet was also covered with densely packed text. Although it is relatively small, the characters carved on it are also smaller, so there are probably about 100 or 200 characters carved on it. Most importantly, all the text on this stone tablet is intact, and every single character is legible. Yang Lin's heart pounded, and he excitedly began to read. However, after reading just the first 2 sentences, he was taken aback, and his gaze turned strange. However, he did not stop reading and continued reading. Soon, his gaze shifted from strange to surprised, then to shocked, and finally to burning with excitement, mixed with a sense of sudden realization. I get it. Yang Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter and let out a long breath. Although the contents of this stone tablet have no relation to the contents of that tall stone tablet. But at this moment, the question that had troubled him for so long was answered. "Purple robe, quickly check if there are any Ganoderma lucidum mushrooms on this stone wall." The woman in purple was stunned. Lingji? He had just been looking at the inscription on the stone tablet, but he couldn't understand it at all. But that doesn't matter. Since Yang Lin asked her to find Ganoderma lucidum, she believed it was related to the inscription on the stone tablet, and Yang Lin must have understood it. Immediately, Zi began searching the stone wall. She knew, of course, that Ganoderma lucidum grows on trees in the mountains and forests, and what was in front of them was just a stone wall. No one had ever heard of Ganoderma lucidum growing on a rock. But Zi still trusted Yang Lin and focused her mind, scanning every part of the cliff face. Soon, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted something special on the stone wall. She immediately ran over. Upon approaching, the woman in purple stared in disbelief. It really is Ganoderma lucidum. The woman in purple turned around and looked at Yang Lin in disbelief. Young master, what exactly is engraved on that? Chapter 367 Super Harvest, Black Lingji. Even though she trusted her young master, Zi was still quite surprised to actually find the Ganoderma lucidum on the stone wall. The Lingji mushroom was about the size of a basin, with a light purple color and a faint dark sheen. It was stuck to the stone wall, as if it had become one with the stone wall, like a protruding rock. If you didn't look for it specifically, you probably wouldn't notice its existence if you passed by. Yang Lin rushed over immediately, and after carefully examining the Ganoderma lucidum on the stone wall, he quickly said, "Quickly pick it down. This is what we're looking for." Zi was stunned and asked incredulously, "The strange noise we heard earlier was because of it?" Yang Lin shook his head. "The strange noise didn't come from it. There's another reason for it. However, the hallucinations we're experiencing are all because of this thing." Before the surprised woman in purple could ask further questions, Yang Lin continued to explain. This kind of Ganoderma is called Black Ganoderma. It is different from ordinary Ganoderma. It is a hybrid of purple Ganoderma and flesh Ganoderma, and has magical effects. It can cure diseases, heal wounds, and improve immunity. Immunity is like your vital energy, which can resist diseases, make the body stronger, and even if you are injured, you can recover faster. This stuff can even save lives in critical situations. It replenishes vitality. Its only drawback is that it can easily cause hallucinations after ingestion. At this point, Yang Lin's lips curled up slightly. What he said was all recorded on that stone tablet. The stone tablet didn't actually contain much information. It simply stated that there was a black Lingji mushroom on the stone wall, described its effects and disadvantages, and told whoever found it that they could take it, but not all of it, as the black Lingji could reproduce on its own, and new black Lingji would grow there in the future as long as it wasn't completely taken. Upon seeing the description of the black Lingji, Yang Lin immediately thought of the life-saving pills that Kong Qiu and Bai Fei had given him when he was seriously injured last time. Yang Lin was almost certain that the pill was made from Ganoderma lucidum, because the effects and side effects are exactly the same. While he was in a coma, he dreamed that he had returned to his previous life, lying in a hospital bed, and saw his real-life fiancée. Everything was incredibly real. It felt so real that he almost doubted whether he had actually traveled back to his past life for a moment. But now, he understands everything. That was all just a hallucination caused by taking the elixir. Hallucinations originate from imagination or subconscious obsessions. For example, after he and Zi heard strange noises, they both had hallucinations. He saw Zhong Tao returning and Zi taking him away. The illusion that Zi saw was that he had been captured by a monster. These all stem from the things they subconsciously hope or fear will happen. Although he never said it, his greatest obsession was to go back to the past and return to his previous life. In the countless nights and dreams that followed his arrival in this world, he dreamt of events from his past life. Therefore, it is not surprising that he experienced hallucinations of returning to his past life while in a coma due to severe injuries. There are actually many benefits to Ganoderma lucidum, such as antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, rapid wound healing, pain relief, and enhanced cell activity. He didn't explain everything to Zi, simply because explaining these concepts to her would be too troublesome, so he decided not to mention them and just let her know that they were good things. But one thing is certain. This kind of Ganoderma lucidum is practically a bug in this world. Its effects are almost a combination of antibiotics, painkillers, adrenaline, and special immune components. Most importantly, as long as it's not a fatal injury or illness, a dose of just a dozen grams can save a person's life. This is something that even the technologically advanced world of my past life never had. Yang Lin's biggest worry upon coming into this world was getting sick. In the Great Qian Dynasty, let alone infectious diseases like plagues, once you contract one, no matter how wealthy you are, you can only accept your fate whether you survive. Even diseases like pneumonia, which could have been cured with a dose of azithromycin or in 4 drip of antibiotics in my past life, are deadly here. Therefore, Yang Lin was particularly careful about hygiene, always drinking boiled water and heating food to kill bacteria as much as possible. He even considered making his own penicillin. Although he knew the traditional methods of extracting penicillin, he was even more aware of how difficult it would be to produce usable penicillin in the Great Qian Dynasty. Even setting aside the sterile environment, the glassware used in experiments was just a pipe dream until the glass was fired. But now, the anxiety that had been weighing on my heart has finally subsided. Let's look again and bring back as many as possible, Yang Lin said. Even without Yang Lin's prompting, Zi had already begun searching everywhere after hearing about the benefits. As a result of their careful search, The two were soon taken aback, because there were far more Ganoderma lucidum mushrooms on this rock face than they had imagined. It's just that the light here is too dim, and the shape of the black lingji is similar in color to the stone wall. As each black lingji mushroom was picked, the two became more accurate in identifying the black lingji mushrooms on the cliff face. In no time, the two of them found more than a dozen flowers. That's about enough. One shouldn't be too greedy, Yang Lin said with a smile. Each piece of Ganoderma lucidum weighs more than a pound, and according to the dosage, it is enough to save 40 or 50 people. The Ganoderma lucidum they harvested is enough to save 700 or 800 people. It would be very difficult for such a rare item to become widespread. Yang Lin would be content to have some that could save his life in a critical moment. The black lingji and Kong Chiu and by phase 2 kinds of pills may very well have come from here. Perhaps their sect or ancestors came here and took away the black lingji, which was then refined into pills for easy preservation. Purple Robe nodded. Yes, it would be difficult for us to bring back even if we brought more. But sir, you said our hallucinations came from this thing, but we're so close to it. How come we're not hallucinating anymore? Yang Lin said. Normally, you need to ingest Ganoderma lucidum to experience hallucinations. But there's so much Ganoderma lucidum here that its smell or spores are affecting the surrounding area. But hallucinations don't arise out of thin air, they require a trigger. And the trigger that causes us to hallucinate is that particular sound. But what exactly was that sound? Yang Lin shook his head. He doesn't know either. Just then, a strange noise suddenly appeared again. Both of them were instantly energized. They had already made preparations beforehand. Therefore, the moment the sound appeared, both of them pinched themselves hard without any hesitation. This time, the sound didn't turn into a terrifying, eerie noise. And they finally found the source of the noise. It's not far away. Chapter 368. The moon of today is not the moon of old, yet the moon of today once shone on the ancients. The two rushed over immediately. This time, the sound lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, but it was completely different from what they had heard before. It sounded like wind blowing into some special holes, somewhat like a whistle. Although the sound wasn't very loud, it echoed particularly loudly in this hollow underground world. Found it. Young master, look. The woman in purple pointed to a spot on the raised stone wall in front of her. Following the direction the woman in purple was pointing, Yang Lin immediately saw it too. It was a hole the size of a basin, about 5 or 6 meters high. Even if they looked up, it was difficult to see what was inside the hole. Yang Lin frowned and subconsciously looked at the 2 enormous metal doors not far away. The sound is coming from inside. Yang Lin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Purple Robe hurriedly asked, could there be some kind of monster locked up inside? Yang Lin shook his head. He didn't believe there was a monster inside the gate. Rather, he was more inclined to think that the strange noise was a natural phenomenon. Because when recalling the frequency of each occurrence of this strange sound, there was absolutely no pattern to it. Sometimes the interval between 2 strange noises is very short, and sometimes it is very long. It was as if the sound was made because a gust of wind happened to blow into the hole. Yang Lin looked at the gate, shook his head, and said, let's not worry about it for now, let's go. Although he was almost certain that the greatest truth in the world lay within that giant door. But he dared not touch it. Yang Lin was already satisfied with the harvest of these special black Ganoderma lucidum on this trip. Yang Lin took off his robe, wrapped up more than a dozen black lingji mushrooms, carried the mushrooms on his back, and then Zi carried him on her back. The 2 of them returned the way they came. Back on the other side, Zhong Tao and the others, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Ziyi's legs, which had been numb from the cold water, recovered a little, the group did not hesitate any longer and immediately returned. When they climbed the stone steps back to the dilapidated ancient temple, it was already late at night. Through the broken roof of the temple, they could even see a small patch of starry sky and a half-moon hanging high in the sky. They've seen the light of day again. Even though it was just returning to this dilapidated ancient temple, everyone couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. This whole ordeal felt like a brush with death. Just as the group was about to leave the ancient temple and descend the mountain, Yang Lin turned back and glanced again at the dilapidated statue inside the temple. Just then, a faint moonlight shone on the statue, making it even clearer under the moonlight. At that moment, Yang Lin had a sudden inspiration and suddenly remembered who this statue was. His eyes widened, and his clenched fists trembled involuntarily. This statue is of Guan Gong, the martial saint. Lord Guan Air. Guan Yu. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Lin's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. What's wrong, boss? Zhong Tao and the others looked over in surprise. Yang Lin, however, was completely unaware. At this moment, his heart was completely enveloped by an unprecedented and intense shock. Ever since he saw simplified Chinese characters on the map passed down from Kong Chiu's school, a bold guess had formed in his mind. This conjecture was further confirmed after the discovery of fragmentary inscriptions on a broken stone tablet in the underground world. But he still dared not think too much about it. But now that he has confirmed that the unknown statue before him is actually Guan Yu, the god of war, Wenheng emperor of Confucianism, Garan Bodhisattva, the Dharma protector of Buddhism, and Xietian emperor, the great emperor of Taoism, he can no longer deceive himself. The boss. Zhong Tao hurriedly helped him up, asking with concern, "Are you all right, boss? Did you catch a cold?" Yang Lin stared intently at the Guan Yu statue before him, which clearly had a long beard but no green dragon crescent blade in its hand. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said, "I'm fine. It's just that I recognize who this statue is." "What?" Zhong Tao and the others in purple robes all looked over in surprise. Yang Lin looked self-deprecating. "Do you know why you don't recognize this statue?" Several people instinctively shook their heads. "Because the god on this statue is an ancient god." "Yes, ancient times." Yang Lin repeated those two words again, his face bitter. Before the others could ask further questions, Yang Lin continued. "His name is Guan Yu, also known as Lord Guan or Lord Guan II, and he is revered as the god of war, a symbol of loyalty and righteousness. It's normal that you don't recognize the ancient times, as they are too far removed from the present. As for the ancient period," Yang Lin looked up at the crescent moon in the sky and inexplicably thought of Li Bai's poem, drinking wine and asking the moon. People today do not see the moon of old, yet the moon of today once shone on people of old. He even suspected that Li Bai might be a reincarnated person like himself. Otherwise, why would he have so many insights into the moon? The moon is still the same moon, but the people and things have changed. Zhong Tao scratched his head and subconsciously asked, "Master, how do you know about these ancient things? You don't need to take what you read in books seriously. What has been passed down from ancient times is just legend. Let's go down the mountain, and I'll tell you some ancient legends." Yang Lin let out a long breath, turned back to look at the dilapidated statue one last time, and then strode away. In ancient times, it was a good time. People had plenty to eat and sleep in, and they didn't have to worry about hunger. In fact, countless people tried to become thinner. People back then had many magical treasures. Some treasures could make people travel 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles a day. Some treasures could make people transmit their voices over 10,000 miles. Some treasures could help people wash clothes. Some treasures could make ice in the summer, and some treasures could change the temperature of the weather. Some magical artifacts can even take people flying into the sky, to the moon. Yang Lin suddenly pointed to the moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, his eyes appeared exceptionally bright and moist. I raised my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to think of my hometown. The most famous poem from a past life. But how many people have truly understood it? Yang Lin slowly exhaled again. Everyone was shocked by the ancient legends that Yang Lin told them. And then what happened? Zhong Tao couldn't help but press for an answer. The ancient times that the master described were practically a world of gods and immortals. He couldn't even imagine it. Later, Yang Lin shook his head with a wry smile. Then, a great catastrophe occurred. Well, it must have been the Ice Age, when the whole world became frozen and cold all year round. Ice ages may have lasted for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even longer. People at that time tried to save themselves and preserve the human race, but in the end, they probably failed. Before the laws of nature, even if humans possess the most powerful magical treasures, they are nothing more than a group of ants under the sway of nature. Chapter 369: Rebuilding Civilization with One's Own Strength. However, although ancient humans are no longer here, their civilization has not completely disappeared. Part of the civilization has been passed down, but in the process of transmission, too many things have been lost, and some things have undergone subtle changes. For example, the Yellow River was called the Yellow River in ancient times, and the Yangtze River was called the Yangtze River in ancient times. Yang Lin let out another long breath, then said, "Most importantly, humanity's ability to create magical artifacts was not passed down, and the ability to travel 10,000 miles a day, whether in the sky or the sea, is gone forever." In the end, Yang Lin clenched his fist again and shook his head. These are the truths he deduced by combining the fragments of words on that broken stone tablet. Although there is no other evidence yet, he believes his guess is not too far off from the truth. The underground space they had just entered must have been a refuge built by humans before the disaster struck, preserving the spark of human civilization. The glacier he saw on the stone tablet should refer to the Ice Age. Destruction means annihilation. The optical fiber cable is the so-called dragon vein in the underground river. It is still unclear what its function is. As for words like revival, new, history, and certainly, he roughly understands them to mean that once the Ice Age ends, human civilization will revive, a new era will begin, and future generations must learn from history and must not repeat the mistakes of the past. Of course, these interpretations are bound to differ from the truth, since there are too few surviving handwriting samples, and we can only rely on guesswork to make inferences. In addition, Yang Lin believes that the Spark project was successful to some extent. Some of these people survived the long Ice Age and became the ancestors of the civilization we know today. The Fire Seed project did indeed pass on human civilization, but in the process of transmission, science and technology failed to be preserved. Human civilization returned to the primitive era, experienced another cycle, and arrived at the feudal era of this civilization. Kong Qiu's sect is very likely one of the survivors of the Fire Seed project. People from that civilized era likely possessed certain advanced technologies, but due to technological gaps, the more advanced the technology, the harder it was to pass it down. They created the Kunlun sect, raised those 3 questions, and left behind a map and a wooden box, perhaps waiting for someone to pass on something to them. Yang Lin, on the other hand, was not reborn into a strange world. This place has always been Earth. The sky is still the same sky, the moon is still the same moon, and the sun is still the same sun. However, millions of years have passed. The past has all become fleeting memories. Time is the most ruthless poison in the world, and his deepest longing, which had always been hidden in his heart, could never be fulfilled. Yang Lin's words left everyone stunned. Zhao Hu was the first to react. The burly man scratched his head and chuckled. Hee, the boss is really something. Even his storytelling sounds so real. Yes. Zhong Tao smiled suddenly. I almost thought what the boss was talking about the ancient era was real. I knew it. How could there be such a good time? Everyone has their own secret weapon. Purple Robe frowned, pondered for a long time, and then suddenly said, I think that even if the people of ancient times were really that powerful, it's not a big deal. What they could do, we can do too. Yang Lin was taken aback, and his heavy heart skipped a beat. Honestly, although we can't make magical artifacts, you are very capable, young master. The gunpowder you made is incredibly powerful. It's comparable to the legendary heavenly thunder. Yang Lin's heart was beating faster and faster, and his eyes regained their sparkle. Yes, Purple Robe, you're right. Yang Lin grabbed the hand of the woman in purple. Civilizations may perish, but the flame of civilization endures. If others can do it, why can't we? Let us rebuild civilization once more. Let us change this world. At that moment, a raging fire ignited in his heart. Previously, all he wanted was to help his wife reclaim the throne and regain power. If it can benefit the people and resolve the internal and external troubles of the Great Qian Dynasty, then it is a good thing. To crush the barbarians, unify the world, and treat life as a game, leaving something behind for this world. But now, he has a more noble and ambitious goal. That is to reignite the flame of civilization. He can do what people could do in the past. From the Industrial Revolution to the Electric Age, and then to humanity's mastery of computers, atomic energy, and aerospace, and finally to the information age that it has been reborn from. It has only been a mere 200 years. The technological development over the past 200 years has overturned human civilization that has lasted for thousands of years. Now, I am fully committed to this goal and giving it my all. Is it possible to compress these 200 years into an even shorter period? Yes, it's definitely possible. This world may not have Einstein, Galileo, or von Neumann, but perhaps it does have Zhang Stan and Zhao Lyle. The world has never lacked geniuses. What's lacking is a discerning eye. We were born in the right era. There are too many things I can't even imagine, but at least in my lifetime, it's not impossible to develop this world into the electric age. With a goal in mind, Yang Lin felt a fire burning in his heart, and he couldn't wait to return to Kaoshan village to carry out a series of scientific explorations and experiments. Petroleum, chemical industry, new materials. He even wants to build a steam engine right now. A steam engine is not complicated. To put it simply, it's for boiling water. Even if it's made a little crudely, it still works. Although the Design Institute has been expanding, it is still far from enough to drive global development on its own. The efforts to attract talent are also insufficient. We arrived at the foot of the mountain. The security team that remained at the foot of the mountain has already set up camp on the spot. As soon as Yang Lin returned, he immediately ordered that they enter the city that very night. With a goal in mind, there is hope. Eager to make a big splash, Yang Lin is now eager to return home. I plan to enter Yongzhou City tonight, find the property left by Prince Yong, accompany my eldest sister home tomorrow, and then go to the Kunlun sect's secret realm. If that's the case, I can return home as early as tomorrow night. Since Su Tsong captured Yongzhou, the garrison and generals here have all been troops from Nanyang. Therefore, with Deputy General Su Tianda accompanying them, even entering Yongzhou City in the middle of the night would not be a problem. Immediately, the large group of people went straight to the sealed-off Prince Yong's mansion and found a large amount of gold and silver treasures in the location given by Prince Yong. Everything went smoothly. When Yang Lin opened Prince Yong's secret chamber and saw what was inside, he was greatly surprised. Chapter 370 Big Surprise, Corn. In that instant, Yang Lin, whether out of excitement or shock, couldn't help but swear. He stared wide-eyed at the not-so-large secret room, where a huge pile of corn filled one corner. Yes, a huge pile of corn on the cob, golden yellow. He swallowed unconsciously, and his breathing became rapid. Prince Yong only said that there was a kind of golden grain he had never seen before in his secret chamber. But he didn't say that there was only one corn cob. Yang Lin only deduced from the other party's description that Yongwang was talking about corn and subconsciously assumed that there was only one corn. Unexpected. There was a huge pile. This huge pile of corn must have at least several hundred years. Yang Lin quickly stepped forward to inspect the corn, carefully pry off a grain. Very dry. However, the kernels were plump, clearly indicating that the corn had been harvested in the current season, dried, and was perfect for use as seed. Very good. He had previously expressed some regret that although corn is good, there is only one ear of corn, and it would take at least several years to cultivate enough corn seeds. If it were to be widely promoted, it would take decades. Now, these corn seeds are enough for the entire Kaoshan village to grow if planted successfully for just one season. In 3 to 5 years at most, it can be promoted throughout Jiangzhou, and even the entire Daqian. Compared to Yang Lin's excitement, Zi and Zhong Tao, who followed Yang Lin in, were both stunned as they looked at the grains they had never seen before. Master, what's this? Zhong Tao stepped forward, picked one up, looked at it from left to right, but couldn't figure it out. The woman in purple picked one up as well, frowning and asking in confusion, is it grain? That's right. Food. Food that can feed everyone. Receiving so much corn at once would make Yang Lin even happier than harvesting hundreds of thousands of taels of silver tonight. Everyone's full. Purple-clad's eyes lit up. Zhong Tao's gaze also turned to surprise as he re-examined the corn in his hand. Yang Lin nodded. This grain is called corn. It can be grown in the south and the north. Most importantly, this grain has an extremely high yield. Look, this tiny seed can produce 2 ears of corn. 1 ear can yield at least half a pound of kernels, so 2 ears make a pound. The two were stunned once again by Yang Lin's calculations. 1 seed can yield a pound. In the past, no grain, whether rice, wheat, or soybeans, had ever yielded such high yields. Conservatively estimated, the yield per mu can reach 1,000 jin. Just think, if we had 1/10 of the arable land in our Great Qian Dynasty to grow corn, the grain produced would be enough to feed everyone. With a mature planting system, yielding over 1,000 jin of corn is not a problem at all. Even under extreme conditions, it can exceed 2,000 jin. Looking at the size of these corn cobs and the plumpness of the kernels, a yield of 1,000 jin per mu is definitely not a problem. Zi, who grew up in the imperial palace, didn't realize much yet. She was only surprised by the high yield of this grain. But Zhong Tao, who was born and raised in a farming family, trembled slightly as he held the corn in his hands after hearing the figure of 1,000 jin per mu. Coming from a peasant background, he knew all too well what this meant. Whether it's rice, wheat, soybeans, or sorghum, these staple grains that they've grown from childhood, the yield per mu is mostly only around 200 jin, and at most no more than 300 jin. This type of corn yields a full 4 times more. Boss, we must protect these seeds, Zhong Tao said excitedly. Yang Lin nodded. He certainly knew the importance of these corn kernels. He immediately instructed Zhong Tao to collect the corn and keep it under strict guard. Only then did he continue searching for Yongwang's other assets. Inside the secret room, besides the corn, there were many antiques, calligraphy and paintings, as well as exquisite jade and jade artifacts, and some ancient books that seemed to be very precious. Yang Lin didn't bother to check these things and just had them all packed up and taken away. He then took the purple-clad woman and went to Prince Yong's study. As instructed by Prince Yong, a hidden compartment was found on the third and fourth row of the bookshelf against the north wall in the study. The hidden compartment wasn't very large. It contained only a small wooden box. But Yang Lin knew that what was inside this small box was the greatest treasure left by Prince Yong. Upon opening the box, it indeed contained a thick stack of silver notes and a small notebook the size of a palm. After counting the silver notes, Prince Yong was indeed not lying. The total amount of these silver notes was as high as 8.49 million taels of silver. As for the notebook, it records evidence of some ministers in the current court accepting bribes or engaging in corruption and illegal activities. Every transaction has a date, quantity, and the person who handled it. Clearly, Prince Yong intended to use this ledger as leverage to control his ministers. At this moment, opening the ledger and glancing at it, one is struck by the numerous names that corroborate Kumiko's testimony. These guys, on one hand, take money from Prince Yong and collude with him, and on the other hand, they also receive benefits from Kumiko. They have become treacherous officials and traitors, colluding with foreign countries. These people have no bottom line. They will work for whoever promises them benefits. They have no emperor in their hearts, no regard for the fate of the nation, and naturally, they do things without considering the common people. It is truly ironic that such scoundrels who bring disaster to the country and the people, and such parasites who steal the nation's power, can be high above, sucking the people's blood and sweat, while they are expected to govern the country. Yang Lin put away the ledger. He has to process each of these names one by one. Finally, they found the simple secret room that Prince Yong had instructed them to enter under the tallest artificial hill in the back garden of the prince's mansion, where 200,000 taels of silver were indeed stored. Thus, my trip to Yongzhou came to an end. During this trip to Prince Yong's residence, more than 300,000 taels of silver were seized previously, and more than 200,000 taels of silver were found this time. With the addition of 8.49 million taels of silver notes, the total silver earned reached an astonishing 9 million taels. Although he had a lot of money, Yang Lin knew that it was far from enough to realize his dream. The biggest gain from this trip was the corn. These corn seeds are enough to plant about 20 acres. After next year's harvest, there will be enough to plant 2,000 mu the year after. In 3 years, it can be planted throughout the entire Jiangzhou. That evening, everyone rested at Prince Yong's residence. The next morning, Yang Lin took his elder sister Chu Ting home to visit relatives. He only learned last night after asking his older sister that Chu Ting's family consisted of her parents, an older brother, and 2 younger sisters. A few years ago, the Chu family offended powerful figures, and their fortunes declined overnight. His father was convicted and exiled, and in the blink of an eye, the family went from being a wealthy family to a poor family that couldn't even afford to eat. If there isn't enough food, some people will have to leave their homes and reduce their food rations. Chu Ting's older brother is already married and is the pillar of the family, so naturally he won't leave. The second sister is already married and doesn't live at home usually. The youngest sister is too young, so Chu Ting's eldest brother wants to marry Chu Ting off to a wealthy man's son as a concubine in exchange for a dowry and other benefits. Knowing the young man's character, Chu Ting would rather leave home than marry him. And so, she left home, nearly starved to death outside, and became a vagrant. Chapter 371 Yang Lin's Gift. I have too many enemies right now, so it's not appropriate for me to go there with a large security team. I prepared an old ginseng root that I found in Prince Yong's house, a piece of Ganoderma lucidum that can prolong life, and 100 taels of silver as a gift for my visit. Sister, although the amount of silver is small, you know I don't like money. Even if it were thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver, I wouldn't care. But given your family's current situation, too much silver wouldn't be good either. On the way, Yang Lin carefully explained to Chu Ting. Chu Ting nestled beside Yang Lin, nodding repeatedly like a bird pecking at rice. I know that my husband is doing all this for my own good. On this trip, the security team secretly protected him from a short distance away, and he only had Zi by his side. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Chu family's gate. Although the Chu family has fallen on hard times, the old house still stands, though it is dilapidated and desolate. Chu Ting looked excited and quickly went forward to knock on the courtyard gate. Mother, Yenner, I'm back. Bang bang bang. Chu Ting's eyes were glistening with tears. After a while, the tightly closed courtyard gate slowly opened, and a small head peeked out. It turned out to be a little girl of 13 or 14 years old. Big sister. Upon seeing Chu Ting, the little girl excitedly pushed open the door and rushed out, throwing herself into Chu Ting's arms. Swallow. Chu Ting hugged the little girl tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. He was excited to see his family, But he didn't forget to introduce Yang Lin, who was standing next to him. Yinner, this is your brother-in-law. The little girl quickly looked at Yang Lin, her eyes showing a mixture of fear and curiosity, but she still obediently called him brother-in-law. You must be Chu Yan. Your sister told me about you. This is the first time we've met. This is a gift from your brother-in-law. Yang Lin took out a jade hairpin from his sleeve and handed it to the little maid. Chu Yan took the jade hairpin, both surprised and delighted, and immediately became enamored with it. She wanted to say something to Yang Lin, but didn't know how to start. In her anxiety, she ran inside, shouting as she ran, "Mother, eldest sister is back." Chu Ting looked at her sister with tenderness, and seeing her sister happy made her happy too. Let's go. With a blush, Chu Ting took Yang Lin's arm and led him inside. Yang Lin also looked around at the dilapidated mansion. From the outside, all you can see is the dilapidated state of the house. Entering the house now, one can better appreciate the poverty of the Chu family. The courtyard was empty, and even inside the main room, there wasn't a single decent piece of furniture. Before long, a woman in her 40s came running over in a hurry. When she saw Chu Ting, she burst into tears. It was Chu Ting's mother, Wang Shuxiang. Shouting, "You're finally back. Mother!" The mother and daughter embraced and wept bitterly. Despite her tears, Wang Shuxiang did not forget the man her daughter had brought home. Wiping away her tears, Wang Shuxiang carefully examined the handsome man in front of her. He was around 20 years old, looked rather young, dressed appropriately, and resembled a refined scholar. "My name is Yang Lin. I have met my mother-in-law." Yang Lin cupped his hands in a respectful bow, showing he wouldn't forget the proper etiquette. Okay. Wang Shuxiang was a little nervous. Although the Chu family used to be a wealthy family, their fortunes have declined, and they are not what they used to be. It is considered good that their daughter can marry a scholar. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go cook." With little food left in the house and no decent dishes to offer her refined and easygoing son-in-law, she decided to go out and shamelessly borrow some copper coins to buy some good food and wine to entertain him. Even if their whole family has to eat bran and drink porridge after today and suffer from hunger, they cannot let their daughter lose face in front of her husband. "Mom, we've already eaten. You don't need to go to work. Let's sit down and have a chat." Chu Ting pulled her mother down to sit. "Okay." Wang Shuxiang glanced at Yang Lin's face discreetly, and, seeing that Yang Lin did not show any displeasure, she sat down. Shouting, "You!" Thinking of the hardships her daughter must have endured while away from home, Wang Shuxiang stroked her daughter's face, about to say that she had lost weight. What I touched was a round, smooth, chubby little face. "Well, are you doing well out there?" Wang Shuxiang quickly asked. Chu Ting nodded excitedly. "Mother, I'm so lucky. I only suffered a little hardship outside before I met my husband. My husband is the best person in the world. He treats me very well, and I am very happy now." As Chu Ting spoke, she subconsciously grabbed Yang Lin's hand. Seeing her daughter and her young son-in-law so loving, Wang Shuxiang felt very gratified. She had some concerns before, because her son-in-law looked too young. Being young means being immature and unreliable. However, it seems that this son-in-law is not bad now. At this moment, Wang Shuxiang suddenly noticed a jade hairpin that Chu Yan was fiddling with in her hand. She was immediately shocked and stared at the hairpin in disbelief, asking hurriedly, "Yinner, where did this come from?" The Chu family had once been glorious, so she could tell at a glance that this jade hairpin was of first-class quality in terms of jade quality, color, and carving. It was definitely worth a fortune. The Chu family has fallen so low. Where would they get such a precious jade hairpin? The little girl was startled, and quickly and cautiously pointed to Yang Lin, saying timidly, "My brother-in-law gave it to me." Wang Shuxiang was startled again and looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Yang Lin quickly cupped his hands and said, "It is only right that I prepare a gift for you, my little sister, on my first visit." Wang Shuxiang looked surprised. "Oh, this gift is really too precious. May I ask which family my son-in-law is?" Wang Shuxiang asked Yang Lin, but her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at her daughter. Such an expensive gift, given casually to a young girl, must mean she comes from a wealthy family. Marrying into a wealthy family may guarantee a life of comfort and security, but such families are often cruel, especially for daughters from poor families. If the families are not of equal social standing, the daughters will inevitably suffer a great deal. The daughter has always been gentle and never schemes or plots. If she were born into a wealthy family, she would definitely suffer. Yang Lin immediately understood his mother-in-law's thoughts and explained, "I come from Kaoshan village. I am not from a prestigious family. I am just a scholar from a poor family. I was fortunate enough to marry my elder sister and Tinger. Our family worked hard together and earned some money. Mother-in-law, please rest assured, I am an honest man, and our family's wealth is clean." As he spoke, Yang Lin took out his bag, untied it, took out a slice of black lingji mushroom, and handed it to Wang Shuxiang. "This is a small gift that I, your son-in-law, brought for my mother-in-law." Wang Shuxiang was taken aback and couldn't help but frown slightly. She was stunned as she took the piece of wood from the other person. It was just a small, thin, and completely black piece of wood. What kind of gift is this? Chapter 372 is definitely someone who's easy to bully. Wang Shuxiang stared incredulously at the small, dark piece of wood, her expression grim. She wouldn't mind if there were no gifts. But to present her with such a piece of black wood as a gift is to deliberately mock her. Seeing his mother-in-law's displeasure, Yang Lin explained, "Mother-in-law, this thing is called black lingji. It can cure all diseases, and even prolong life as long as there is still a breath left." "All right, then thank you, son-in-law." Wang Shuxiang casually picked up the piece of black lingji. Clearly, she didn't believe Yang Lin's words at all. Yang Lin didn't care. "My intentions are sincere. Whether others believe them or not is none of my concern." Just then, someone burst in from outside. Before the person arrived, the voice preceded them. A loud, gruff voice immediately reached everyone's ears. "I heard we have some relatives visiting. Are they here to buy the house?" "Mom, you can't just sell this house like that." "That's right. This is all the wealth your Chu family has left, and it's all for our eldest son." Accompanied by the sound, a man and a woman barged in. "Brother? Sister-in-law?" Chu Ting looked at the two people who came in with surprise. They were her brother Chu Jie and her sister-in-law Zhao Xiu'er. Upon hearing that voice, Wang Shuxiang's face immediately fell. Yang Lin realized that there was probably some conflict between the mother and son. Chu Jie and Zhao Xiu'er then saw Chu Ting. Chu Jie was surprised. "Xiao Ting? Why are you back?" Then, he caught a glimpse of Yang Lin beside him. "This is..." "Oh, brother, this is my husband, Yang Lin." "Husband, this is my elder brother and sister-in-law," Chu Ting introduced. "I am Yang Lin, and I greet you, elder brother and sister-in-law." Yang Lin cupped his hands in greeting. Chu Jie frowned and muttered to himself, "I feel like I've heard the name Yang Lin somewhere before." However, after only a moment's thought, he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. This brother-in-law looked like a scholar, dressed plainly, and he didn't bother with him, saying directly, "Since shouting is back, then there's nothing to worry about." At this moment, Zhao Xiu'er, who was beside him, pinched his waist and whispered a reminder, "House." As she spoke, Zhao Xiu'er glanced at Chu Ting, her eyes filled with resentment. The two made almost no attempt to conceal their actions, and not only Yang Lin saw it clearly, but even Chu Ting realized that something was wrong at home. "Oh." Chu Jie was taken aback, then suddenly realized, and quickly said, "Mom, Xiao Ting just came back today." In front of Xiao Ting, have her say that Dad is gone, and I am now the only man in our family. This house should be mine, so don't be stubborn, just give me the deed. Wang Shuxiang's face darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table, revealing the authority of a former matriarch. "You spendthrift. Do you think I know nothing? If I give you the deed, you'll sell the house right away. It won't be long before you gamble away all the money from the sale. Your father may be gone, but he's not dead. He'll be back sooner or later. This house is the last of our Chu family's assets. Are you trying to take it and leave your sister and me starving? Even though your father is gone, the Chu family must not be ruined in your hands." Wang Shuxiang slammed her hand on the table in anger, panting heavily. Yang Lin and Chu Ting both understood now. However, neither of them spoke. As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it hard to settle family disputes. Yang Lin didn't care who the house belonged to, nor did he want to. Even though Chu Ting, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, has a certain right to inherit, neither Yang Lin nor Chu Ting has any intention of fighting for the family property. Chu Jie lowered his head, speechless, after being reprimanded. His wife, Zhao Xiu'er, glanced at him sideways and said irritably, "Mother-in-law, you're wrong about that. Father-in-law is in exile, his fate is uncertain, he might be coughing now. Anyway, no matter what, this house will eventually belong to Chu Jie. You might as well give the house to us now. Although we Chu Jie gamble, we might not necessarily lose. If we win money, we'll bring glory to our ancestors and honor to your Chu family." Zhao Xiu'er stood with her hands on her hips, head held high, arguing and making a scene. Just as she was raising her head and glancing sideways at people, she caught sight of Chu Yan's jade hairpin, and her eyes lit up. "Mother-in-law, you did something wrong. We have such beautiful jewelry at home, and you didn't give it to me, but instead gave it to a little girl?" As she spoke, Zhao Xiu'er snatched the exquisite jade hairpin from Chu Yan's hand, looked at it with great surprise, and liked it more and more as she looked at it. She then happily inserted it into her hair. While feeling smug, Zhao Xiu'er didn't forget to scold Wang Shuxiang. Hey, I told you long ago, your Chu family used to be a wealthy family. How could you not have treasures? You're just being biased. What's with this little girl wearing a hairpin? Mother-in-law, you can't be biased anymore. Yes, mother, you were definitely wrong in this matter. Chu Jie echoed familiarly. Wang Shuxiang glared and said, don't talk nonsense. That was a gift from your brother-in-law to Yener. What? Chu Jie and Zhao Xiu'er were taken aback and looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Although they didn't have Wang Shuxiang's keen eye, they could still tell that this jade hairpin was definitely not cheap. They never expected that their seemingly ordinary brother-in-law would be so generous. Did you send it to me? Zhao Xiu'er frowned, feeling quite disdainful. This brother-in-law is so tactless. He has something good but doesn't give it to his sister-in-law, instead giving it to a little girl? Immediately, Zhao Xiu said coldly, brother-in-law, Yener is still young. It's a real pity to leave such a good thing on her. I will keep it for her for now. Hee hee. Chu Jie grinned and said in a carefree manner, brother-in-law is really thoughtful. Even little Yener has such a valuable gift. I, as the older brother, am so proud. He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. In his view, this brother-in-law was honest and quiet, and must be easy to bully. Yes, yes, have you prepared any gifts for your sister-in-law? Zhao Xiu'er's eyes were also shining. Both of them were completely focused on Yang Lin, who was as still as a deep well and as if he were in deep meditation. They did not notice that Wang Shuxiang's eyes were wide open, and she was furious. Chu Yin lowered her head and tears of grievance flowed down her face. Chu Ting, who knows Yang Lin best, knows all too well what kind of person he is. Before coming, she repeatedly explained to Yang Lin that she left home because it was her own choice. She was either forced to leave by her brother and sister-in-law, or she was worried that Yang Lin would stand up for her, and that her brother and sister-in-law would definitely suffer a lot in the end. But now, right in front of Yang Lin, they actually stole the gift that Yang Lin had carefully selected last night for Yener. Chapter 373 Sister-in-Law. What if I just refuse to pay it back? Chu Ting hurriedly came to Yang Lin, shook her head vigorously, and looked at Yang Lin pleadingly. Yang Lin smiled slightly and took Chu Ting's hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Yang Lin looked directly at Zhao Xiu'er and said, word by word, sister-in-law, that was a gift I gave to my sister. Please return it to her. Zhao Xiu'er was taken aback. Chu Jie was also taken aback. Then the couple burst into laughter. Zhao Xiu'er suddenly sneered, took off the jade hairpin from her hair, played with it, and glanced at Yang Lin provocatively. Sister-in-law, what if I don't return it? Chu Ting's heart skipped a beat, and she said anxiously, sister-in-law, how can you be so unreasonable? Yang Lin waved his hand, reassuring Chu Ting, and then said to Zhao Xiu'er, if you don't return it, sister-in-law, there's nothing I can do. I'm just a weak scholar. But I can guarantee that if you don't return this jade hairpin to your sister, you'll regret it soon. And by then, it will be too late to regret it. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xiu'er burst into laughter, as if she had heard a funny joke. Zhao Xiu'er teased, your brother-in-law is quite something. He doesn't even know how to say anything harsh when he's trying to scare people. Zhao Xiu'er's tone suddenly turned cold as she said, humph. This is a matter for the Chu family. You are just a newlywed son-in-law. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yang Lin wasn't angry. He then opened the package, took out a cloth bag, and casually tossed it to Chu Yin. Chu Yin hurriedly took it and immediately felt its weight. She looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Since your brother-in-law's gift was stolen, he'll give you a bigger one this time. Just make sure it's not stolen again. Chu Yin opened the cloth bag in surprise, and what she saw shocked her. These. She looked at Yang Lin in disbelief, then subconsciously pointed to herself. Yes, they're all for you, Yang Lin said casually. Chu Yin was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do for a moment. Wang Shuxiang was taken aback and quickly looked curiously into the cloth bag. When she saw it, she was shocked. Inside this heavy cloth bag was a huge pile of gold and silver jewelry. All of them were sparkling, and the quality of each piece was no less than that of the jade hairpin. Yang Lin said calmly, the gifts were originally prepared for everyone, but since my sister-in-law likes to take other people's things, then I don't need to deliver them. The rest of these gifts can all be given to my little sister. After a moment of surprise, Zhao Xiu'er also looked into the bag. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she instinctively reached out to grab it. This time, Chu Yin was smarter. She quickly hugged the cloth bag tightly to her chest and glared at Zhao Xiu'er. This is a gift from my brother-in-law. Which girl doesn't love beauty? How could she not like so many beautiful pieces of jewelry? This time, she will absolutely not let anyone take her away again. You. Zhao Xiu'er gritted her teeth. thinking of the beautiful jewelry in the bag, and immediately turned to Yang Lin and said, "You brother-in-law, you are too biased." Chu Jie quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right. We only have one jade hairpin, but Xiao Yin'er, a little maid, has so many gifts. That's not fair. Yang Lin was so angry at the bizarre couple that he laughed. Are they used to everyone having to give way to them? Yang Lin stopped pretending, and his face immediately darkened. I, Yang Lin, can give this gift to whomever I want. What business is it of yours? Immediately, he took out the 100 taels of silver he had prepared for his mother-in-law from his cloth bag and respectfully presented it to Wang Shuxiang. Mother-in-law, your son-in-law has prepared 100 or 200 taels of silver as a supplement to the betrothal gifts for my marriage to Chu Ting. Please accept it. Wang Shuxiang was taken aback. As she received the heavy silver, she was filled with shock. Not to mention the Chu family. Their family fortunes have declined, and they are now destitute. Even in its heyday, 100 taels of silver was by no means a small sum. The other party first presented a jade hairpin, then a large bag of gold and silver jewelry, and now they even produced another 100 taels of silver. She had realized that Yang Lin's background was definitely extraordinary. If they weren't from extremely wealthy and noble families, how could they be so extravagant? However, at that moment, Chu Jie suddenly jumped up and headed straight for the silver. Mother, I'll keep this money safe for you. Chu Jie's eyes lit up. Wang Shuxiang had a bad feeling and quickly clutched the silver tightly. Chu Jie, however, was like a hungry wolf that had spotted meat. He pounced on Wang Shuxiang, pried open her hands, and snatched the silver away. Whoosh! The bag was scattered, and 10 tin-tael silver ingots were strewn all over the ground. You unfilial son. Wang Shuxiang was furious and chased after Chu Jie, ready to hit him. However, Chu Jie only had the silver in his eyes at that moment. He pounced on the ground like a vicious dog, picked up the silver, put it in his bag, and ran away. Seeing that Chu Jie had snatched the silver, Zhao Xiu'er seized the opportunity to grab the bag of gold and silver jewelry from Chu Yan's arms and ran out as well. Treason, treason! Wang Shuxiang, panting heavily, chased after the door a few steps. Suddenly, her body stiffened, as if she had run out of breath, and she fell straight to the ground. Mother! Mother! Chu Ting and Chu Yan stared wide-eyed and rushed over. Chu Ting shook her mother's body vigorously, but Wang Shuxiang, who was lying on the ground, did not move. Mother, you can't be hurt. The two sisters burst into tears. Yang Lin was also extremely troubled by this scene. He had long heard people say that it is easy to share hardship, but difficult to share wealth. Wealth can be very tempting. Being poor is something one can endure. But once they have money, they'll turn their backs on you for it. Oh, right. Here's the Ganoderma lucidum I brought. Quickly prepare some hot water for my mother-in-law to take. Yang Lin suddenly remembered. Whether she suffers from a sudden attack of anger, faints, or has some other problem, Ganoderma lucidum is the best medicine. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Ting panicked and hurriedly went to prepare hot water. At this moment, Chu Yan also remembered something. I'm going to find a doctor. After saying that, the little girl took off running outside. Yang Lin was the only one left in the large hall. Before long, Chu Yan returned before Chu Ting, followed by an old man with a white beard in his 60s. The old man, carrying a medicine box, hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing Wang Shuxiang's condition, he immediately took her pulse and began to treat her. As soon as he felt her pulse, the white-bearded old man was taken aback. He then pried open Wang Shuxiang's eyelids, checked her breathing, and shook his head. Well, the old man shook his head and said, Your mother has already. Chu Yan was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and immediately burst into tears. At this moment, Chu Ting walked in carrying the cooked Ganoderma lucidum. Yang Lin shouted, Quick! There might still be hope. Chapter 374 You mean Yang Lin from Kaoshan village. Upon hearing the old man with the white beard's words, Chu Ting nearly spilled the medicine in her hand on the ground. Yang Lin's reminder snapped him out of his daze, and he quickly rushed over with the medicine. What's this? The white-bearded old man frowned, looked at the medicine in the bowl, shook his head and sighed. The dead cannot be brought back to life. No matter what medicine you use, it's too late. But Chu Ting seemed not to hear the old man with the white beard's words, and with trembling hands, she continued to feed her mother the medicine. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, 3 spoonfuls. The dark medicine slowly flowed into Wang Shuxiang's mouth, and soon half a bowl of medicine was swallowed, but Wang Shuxiang still did not react. Chu Yan cried even harder beside her. The white-bearded old man sighed deeply and shook his head repeatedly. I've already said, she's gone. Although she still has a faint breath, there's no way to save her. Unless there truly is a miraculous elixir in this world, There's no way to bring her back. However, before the white-bearded old man could finish speaking, Wang Shuxiang slowly opened her eyes and looked at what was in front of her in confusion. Shouting, "Yener Dr. Bai, what are you doing here?" Wang Shuxiang opened her eyes and sat up from the ground, looking at the people in front of her with surprise. The two sisters, Chu Ting and Chu Yan, were stunned for a moment. Then their crying grew louder as they rushed over and hugged their mother. "Mother, you're finally awake. That's great. That's great." The white-bearded old man looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Madam Chu, how are you alive?" Wang Shuxiang was still confused. "What happened to me just now?" The white-bearded old man hurriedly said, "Madam Chu, just now your breath was barely there, and your pulse was extremely weak. These are signs of impending death. With such a pulse, death is certain. Yet you actually..." At this point, the white-bearded old man seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the bowl of medicine that Chu Ting hadn't finished feeding her. "What kind of medicine is this?" the old man asked anxiously as he rushed over. He wouldn't make a mistake in taking a pulse, so the problem must lie with this bowl of medicine. "Medicine?" Wang Shuxiang was also taken aback and looked at Chu Ting. Chu Ting subconsciously looked at Yang Lin. At this moment, Yang Lin also breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "Mother-in-law, this medicine is the black lingji I just gave you. It can save your life in a critical moment." "What?" The old man looked at Yang Lin in surprise and asked in astonishment, "Black lingji? What is that?" "I have been practicing medicine for decades and I know about purple lingji, wood lingji, and even the rare fleshy lingji, but I have never heard of any black lingji." Yang Lin said, "It's a kind of elixir, and I only obtained a little bit of it by chance." Wang Shuxiang was completely shocked. Thinking back to when I first saw that small piece of black wood, I didn't think much of it. I never imagined that it was actually a miracle drug. She trusted Dr. Bai's medical skills. If it weren't for the black lingji mushroom her son-in-law had given her, she probably would have already. "Thank you, son-in-law." Wang Shuxiang quickly bowed slightly, then sighed deeply. "I've only made my son-in-law laugh at that unfilial son. I'll go find him right now and get back what he stole." That was a bag of gold and silver jewelry, and a full 100 taels of silver. Yang Lin waved his hand. "Mother-in-law, money is just an external thing. It's not important. Those are all minor matters. You should rest for a while." Chu Ting quickly pulled her mother back. "Yes, mother, don't worry about the money. My husband is very rich. He was just worried that giving you too much money would bring disaster to our family, so he only took 100 taels of silver. If my elder brother took the silver, so be it. We'll send some more silver later." Wang Shuxiang was completely shocked. "Will you send some more later?" "That's 100 taels." But judging from the daughter's tone, it seemed that 100 taels of silver was not worth mentioning. Just then, the white-bearded old man grabbed Yang Lin tightly. "Young brother, could you tell me about that black lingji?" A glint of light shone in the old man's eyes. Yang Lin casually made up a story. "The black lingji grows in the extremely cold Tianshan Mountains, on the top of a snow-capped mountain 30,000 feet high, 108,000 miles away from here. I only had a small patch of it, and now it's all gone. I don't know anything else about it." Yang Lin shrugged. But the old man still didn't want to give up and kept asking questions until he got to the bottom of things. Seeing her son-in-law's somewhat impatient expression, Wang Shuxiang quickly explained, "This Dr. Bai is a very good person. He has superb medical skills and never charges money for treating the poor." Yang Lin looked puzzled. Seeing that Yang Lin seemed a little skeptical, Wang Shuxiang continued, "It's true, Dr. Bai's medical skills are amazing. In the 2 years since he came to our area, none of our neighbors have died from illness. Highly skilled in medicine." Yang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately cupped his hands in greeting to Dr. Bai. "Old sir, you treat the poor without charging money. Your noble character is admirable. However, although you can treat some poor people around here, the world is vast. There are too many poor people, and countless poor people are not fortunate enough to receive your treatment." "Well," the old man shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow, and sighed. "How could I not know? I can save 1 person, 10 people, or 100 people, but I cannot save the world." His eyes betrayed his disappointment as he shook his head. Yang Lin immediately replied, "If you truly wish to help the world, sir, I know a good place. There, you might be able to help even more people." Although he had only met Dr. Bai once, both his mother-in-law's evaluation and his own judgment of people showed that Dr. Bai was a person who was devoted to medicine, had transcended vulgar interests, and pursued only what he longed for in his heart. Such a person is not driven by fame or fortune. They simply want to do what they want to do. There are people like this in every industry. They may not be great, but they have dedicated their lives to the cause they love. "Oh," the old man's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked, "Where?" "Kaoshan village." Yang Lin blurted out, finally revealing his true intentions. Kaoshan village. The old man was taken aback. Wang Shuxiang, who was standing to the side, was also taken aback. She felt the name was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. The old man was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise, "You mean Yanglin's Kaoshan village?" His eyes suddenly gleamed, and he nodded without hesitation, but then shook his head with a wry smile. Alas, Kaoshan village has now established Kaoshan University, aiming to provide support for underprivileged students from all over the world. I've heard it has become a paradise, truly a wonderful place for study and research. Yang Lin is indeed someone willing to benefit all people. But young friend, you may not know this, but there are far too many people who want to go to Kaoshan village. It's not a place you can just decide to go for. It was only then that Wang Shuxiang finally realized what was happening. Kaoshan village, isn't that the Kaoshan village that people have been talking about all along? Yang Lin from Kaoshan village. Wang Shuxiang stared wide-eyed at her son-in-law, unable to hide her shock. Chapter 375 Arrest all these people and investigate. Yang Lin had already mentioned Kaoshan village when he introduced himself earlier. At the time, she didn't think much of it. Now, Wang Shuxiang was completely shocked. She had heard far too many rumors about Kaoshan village and Mr. Yang Lin from Kaoshan village. Especially recently, after the fall of Prince Yang, rumors about Yang Lin and his guards have been circulating in the streets and alleys of Yongzhou City. Rumor has it that Yang Lin is a divine being who can control heavenly lightning. He single-handedly defeated the Yongwang rebel army with just one horse. In addition, the recent establishment of Kaoshan University in Kaoshan Village to provide education for students from impoverished families has moved all these students to tears of gratitude, and they all praise Mr. Yang of Kaoshan Village for his kindness. As for Kaoshan Village, it is seen by countless people as a paradise, a place that all poor people yearn for. And now, Yang Lin from Kaoshan Village has unexpectedly appeared at his home. He even became her son-in-law. Wang Shuxiang felt dizzy and lightheaded. "Mother-in-law, are you all right?" Yang Lin quickly helped the shocked Wang Shuxiang to her side. Wang Shuxiang hurriedly waved her hand, looking at Yang Lin in astonishment. You're really that Yang Lin?" Yang Lin smiled slightly. "If mother-in-law is referring to Yang Lin from Kaoshan Village in Jianghe County, then he is your son-in-law." Okay. Wang Shuxiang was extremely excited. She was already quite satisfied with this son-in-law. Now, upon learning that her son-in-law was none other than the legendary Yang Lin, she was overjoyed. Shouting, "Your mother is so happy for you. You found such a wonderful husband. My dear son-in-law, you probably don't know, but you are a great hero in the hearts of our people." Wang Shuxiang was so excited that she was incoherent. The old man in white standing to the side was also dumbfounded, his face full of shock. "Are you really Yang Lin? The Yang Lin who wiped out bandits and killed corrupt officials?" He stared intently at Yang Lin, his eyes filled with excitement. Yang Lin nodded and cupped his hands, saying, "It is indeed I, Yang Lin. That delicious and cheap tofu, and that new paper, were also created by you," the old man continued excitedly. Yang Lin nodded again. "That's right, but these achievements are inseparable from the efforts of everyone in Kaoshan Village, and I dare not take credit for them all." Great, Old Bai said excitedly. "I've long wanted to go to Kaoshan Village to learn, but I've heard that outsiders can't just enter Kaoshan Village anymore. Brother Yang, I'd like to go to Kaoshan Village. Is that all right?" The old man's eyes were filled with sincerity as he clasped his hands in a pleading manner. Yang Lin cupped his hands again. "I have the same idea. I would like to invite you to come to my Kaoshan Village to study medicine and establish a Kaoshan Medical College to train more doctors and help the world." Okay. Old Man Bai readily agreed, his face beaming with excitement. For Yang Lin, establishing a medical school and inviting Old Man Bai to Kaoshan Village were just casual moves in the midst of his busy schedule. He figured he might as well get things done first. If Old Man Bai has real skills, then I've gotten a good deal. If his abilities are limited, then at the very least, it will give Kaoshan Village one more doctor. The two discussed the time to go to Kaoshan Village, and Old Man Bai, being sensible, decided not to disturb the Chu family's reunion and took his leave. After Old Man Bai left, Wang Shuxiang felt even more lost and confused. Having a revered hero as her son-in-law left her somewhat at a loss. "Mother, don't be nervous. My husband is a very good person. Only bad people are afraid of him." Seeing her mother's trembling fear, Chu Ting comforted her. Yang Lin nodded quickly. "Yes, mother-in-law, although I have killed some bandits, bullies, and corrupt officials, I am ultimately just an honest man." Wang Shuxiang suddenly knelt down in front of Yang Lin. Yang Lin was startled and quickly stepped forward to help him up. "Mother-in-law, what is the reason for this? Please get up." Chu Ting was also startled and quickly helped Yang Lin to help her mother up. Mom, what are you doing? At this moment, Wang Shuxiang's eyes were filled with tears. Yang Lin, I want to ask you for a favor. She held Yang Lin's hands tightly, her face filled with emotion. Yang Lin's heart stirred, and he asked, Does mother-in-law want me to rescue father-in-law? Wang Shuxiang was startled and excitedly nodded. That's right. Tears streamed down her face. Although our Chu family's business was huge back then, my husband was too straightforward and inflexible, which offended powerful figures. Overnight, our Chu family became what we are today. My husband was even wronged, sentenced to exile, and has been away from home for many years without any news. Wang Shuxiang became more and more agitated as she spoke, and her sobs grew louder and louder. Xiaolin, can you save her father? She held Yang Lin's hand tightly and looked at him expectantly. Yang Lin nodded. Mother-in-law, please don't worry. As for saving father-in-law, my elder sister, Chu Ting has already told me about it. However, she doesn't know much about what happened back then. So, we came back this time to ask you about what happened back then. Only by understanding the whole story can we find a way to save father-in-law. Hearing Yang Lin say this, Wang Shuxiang finally felt relieved. She immediately recounted the events of that year in their entirety. This matter is actually not complicated. The Chu family was in the weaving business, and their business was very large back then. Most of the cloth in Yongzhou was woven in the Chu family's workshop. That year, Yongzhou needed to present a large quantity of cloth to the imperial court, and the best option was naturally to talk to the Chu family. However, the official in charge of this matter wanted to use this incident to extort a bribe from Chu Ting's father. When he failed to extort the bribe, he harbored resentment and found some corrupt officials who were in cahoots with him to frame the Chu family's cloth shop. Because the Chu family dyed a piece of cloth in a blue color, they were falsely accused of planning to make official robes privately and plotting a rebellion. With such a ridiculous pretext, the entire Chu family was raided and their assets were confiscated. Chu Ting's father was convicted of attempted treason and exiled. After recounting all this, Wang Shuxiang clenched her fists, her lips trembling. The matter is that simple, but there are too many officials involved. As far as we know, there are Prefect Huang Yao, Clerk Dong Daqian, Registrar Zhou Shi, and even Prefect Zhao Quan of Yongzhou, all of whom accepted bribes from them. Yang Lin nodded silently, then called out to the outside, Purple robe. Wang Shuxiang was taken aback, not understanding what Yang Lin meant. The next instant, a girl dressed in a purple dress suddenly descended from the rooftop. You heard that, right? Have Zhong Tao take some men and arrest all these people. Investigate them. Yes. The woman in purple nodded and disappeared through the doorway in the blink of an eye. Wang Shuxiang was dumbfounded. Chapter 376 Yongzhou City is now under my control. They investigated that quickly? In her excitement, she did not lose her composure and quickly reminded him. Yang Lin, those people are all high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Yongzhou City. This is not a good situation, is it? Yang Lin waved his hand. It's all right, mother-in-law, please rest assured, Yongzhou City is now under my control. Wang Shuxiang was utterly shocked. Is Yongzhou City under the control of her son-in-law? For a moment, she couldn't understand the meaning of those words, but it didn't affect her opinion of her son-in-law even more. Chu Ting also held Yang Lin's hand tightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Yang Lin said, many people were involved in what happened back then, and so much time has passed, so it might not be easy to investigate. Instead of sitting here waiting, let's eat something. Before his mother-in-law could get up to make arrangements, Yang Lin took out a silver ingot and handed it to Chu Yin. Yinner, go buy some wine and dishes for your brother-in-law. Let's eat and wait. Chu Yin took the silver, but was startled. Coco, that's too much. Although Chu Yin was still young, she already knew the purchasing power of silver. The silver that Yang Lin handed her was a 10-tael silver ingot. A family of 5 might not be able to spend this much money in 2 or 3 years. Now, all she's asking is to buy some wine and food, and she's already spending so much money? Yang Lin smiled slightly. It's a rare occasion for us to get together today, so let's buy some good wine and food and chat while we eat. Wang Shuxiang had seen a lot in life and knew that this amount of money was nothing to her famous son-in-law. She nodded to her daughter. Listen to your brother-in-law. Go ahead. Oh. Chu Yin then ran out of the house. Chu Yin returned shortly afterward. She bought 6 dishes and a jar of wine. These 6 dishes include pork, mutton, and large fish, as well as some appetizers to accompany drinks. It cost a little over 100 coins in total, which was only 1% of the 10 taels of silver. And these are already quite abundant for the people of Daqian today. The Chu family hadn't seen meat in a long time, and the little girl's mouth was practically watering as she walked back from buying groceries. The group sat in the main room, eating and waiting. Chu Ting then told her mother about what happened after she met Yang Lin. Listening to Yang Lin and the women recount how they went from being penniless to accumulating some wealth by making tofu, and how they were later harassed by a wealthy family, Wang Shuxiang felt increasingly nervous. Outsiders can only see Yang Lin's success and the glory of Kaoshan village, but they can't imagine the hardships and dangers during the entrepreneurial stage. Wang Shuxiang's expression changed constantly as her daughter narrated, sometimes showing surprise, sometimes worry, sometimes excitement, and sometimes melancholy. Just as we were talking about Yang Lin's papermaking, a scout from the security team came to report. Reporting to the master, Prefect Huang, Yao has been captured. Wang Shuxiang, still reeling from that past experience, was once again terrified. That's a county magistrate. How did you manage to take him down so quickly? However, this is just the beginning. After the first scout entered, every few moments thereafter someone else would come in to report. Registrar Zhou Shi, Chief Clerk Dong Daqian, and Constable Chen Lin. Even Zhao Quan, who had already stepped down as the prefect of Yongzhou, has been arrested. Wang Shuxiang was thrilled. What would have been an insurmountable challenge for their family was easily resolved by their son-in-law in the midst of laughter and conversation. She gained a new understanding of the power Yang Lin wielded. Tell Brother Tao that we should take this opportunity to clean up the bureaucracy in Yongzhou. Yang Lin gave instructions to the scouts of the security team. Yes, if it weren't for his mother-in-law's family's affairs, he wouldn't have planned to take action against the corrupt officials in Yongzhou right now. After all, Yongzhou is still too far from Kaoshan village. The forces he directly controls are far from covering this area. The reason he can run rampant in Yongzhou and do whatever he wants is because of the troops in Nanyang, that is, Su Tsung's men. Although Su Tsung was nominally one of his men, in reality, he was like the feudal lords in theft by the Great Qian Dynasty. He could control him only because his own power was still relatively strong. Ultimately, his actual control over Yongzhou was still too weak. Although he could execute a large number of corrupt officials, all he could take with him was the silver confiscated from their homes. As time passed, more and more messages kept coming in. Report: the residence of former prefect Zhao Quan has been searched, and approximately 800,000 taels of silver have been seized. Hiss dash. Upon hearing this number, Wang Shuxiang gasped. 800,000 taels of silver. Even for musicians at their peak, that was an astronomical figure. She noticed that upon hearing the number, not only was her son-in-law unmoved, but he also simply nodded slightly. Even his usually honest and well-behaved daughter remained completely unmoved. Wang Shuxiang realized that no matter how highly she regarded her son-in-law, it might not be enough. Reports indicate that, after interrogation, 8 more corrupt officials were implicated. Report: 3 corrupt officials' households have been raided, and approximately 60,000 taels of silver have been seized. Report: the squad encountered resistance from a local tyrant, but the tyrant has been killed. Report: after interrogation, the 3 men are found guilty of crimes punishable by death. Please approve, employer. Yang Lin glanced at the statement handed to him by the scout, then immediately picked up a pen, circled the 3 names, and wrote the character kill on them. As more and more corrupt officials and powerful tyrants are arrested, they also implicate more and more people. Yang Lin and his group ate from morning until afternoon. As news came in one after another, listening to the details of what had been confiscated and watching Yang Lin write the word kill on piece of paper, Wang Shuxiang, who was standing to the side, had gone from being shocked to being numb. She roughly estimated that in just half a day, more than 200 corrupt officials and bullies from powerful families had been arrested. Among them, 30 or 40 people were beheaded. The total amount of silver confiscated reached an astonishing 2 million taels. Wang Shuxiang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder her honest daughter wasn't surprised at all when she heard those numbers. Even for himself, having heard so many stories of tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, he had become accustomed to it. Finally, by evening, the security team's investigation into what happened back then yielded results. When everyone involved in the whole affair confessed and signed their statements, and presented them to Yang Lin, even though Yang Lin was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. It turns out that the incident that framed the Chu family back then was not caused by an official's failed attempt to solicit a bribe. Soliciting bribes is just a reason, an excuse. The real reason was simply that they coveted the Chu family's business and wanted to seize it. Chu Ting's father was straightforward. Although he made a lot of money in Yongzhou, he never gave gifts to important figures. Therefore, those big shots had long been disgusted with the Chu family. No matter how much the Chu family earned, they didn't get any benefit from it. So what use was it to them? So, those big shots tacitly connected and framed the entire Chu family, dividing them up. In fact, there were far more people involved in this matter back then than Wang Shuxiang knew. Even some officials who outwardly appeared to be upholding justice for the Chu family were actually stabbing them in the back. When the long list was placed before Wang Shuxiang, the haggard matriarch of the Chu family burst into tears. The whereabouts of my father-in-law have been found, and the document of his acquittal has been obtained. Now, all we need to do is send someone with the document to welcome my father-in-law back. As for those who participated in this matter back then, Yang Lin's gaze turned cold, and he uttered a single word indifferently. Kill. Chapter 377. You are Yang Lin. Those people, although many of them were guilty of crimes that did not warrant execution. But in Yang Lin's case, the law no longer applies to many things. When those people harmed the innocent and framed the loyal, they didn't care about the people or the law at all. The law is merely a tool for them. The people are like leeks to them, harvested one crop after another. When they oppress the people, they never talk to them about the law. Now that Yang Lin wants to kill them, there's no need to talk to them about the law. All 23 people involved in the incident were beheaded and their heads displayed to the public. At the same time, a notice was posted stating that anyone who oppresses the people in the future will be executed. In times of chaos, harsh measures must be taken. As for his influence in Kaoshan village, it's not important that he can't control Yongzhou city for the time being. For now, it's enough to deter those petty thieves. Yongzhou will eventually fall under the jurisdiction of Kaoshan village. Mother-in-law, after all the commotion in Yongzhou today, my identity can no longer be hidden. I have too many enemies, which will inevitably implicate you. If you are willing, you can come back to Kaoshan village with us. The environment in the village is quite good, and you can often see Sister Ting there. What do you think, mother-in-law? Just as Yang Lin proposed to take his mother-in-law and sister-in-law back to Kaoshan village. In Yongzhou city, Chu Jie and Zhao Xiuer, a married couple who had just lost 20 taels of silver at a gambling den and were planning to try their luck at another casino, were cornered in an alley by a group of burly men. Sir, what are you doing? Chu Jie looked at the other person in horror, clutching the remaining silver and jewelry tightly. Why? The burly man at the head of the group stepped forward and sneered. Tell me honestly, where did you steal all this money from? This burly man had triangular eyes and a scarred face. The moment he stood there, his ferocity was immediately apparent. Chu Jie hurriedly shook his head. I earned the money myself. Make money. Scarface's eyes flashed with malice as he said viciously. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Yesterday you were a penniless wretch who couldn't even come up with a single tael of silver. And today you've brought so much silver to gamble, and you're telling me you've made money? I couldn't even make this much silver in a day running a casino. Ever since Chu Jie entered the casino has been eyeing the money he brought with him. It would be one thing if all the money was lost at the casino. But now Chu Jie wants to leave with the remaining silver. For casinos, it's not so easy to let go of a piece of fat meat that's right in their mouths. Scarface waved the wooden stick in his hand and said coldly, Kid, you won't talk, huh? I'll make you talk. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a group of burly men rushed forward, punching and kicking Chu Jie and Zhao Xiuer, and stealing their silver. Moments later, the two men were bruised and battered, crying and begging for mercy. I'll tell you. It's my brother-in-law. He's very rich, and all this money came from him. Chu Jie covered his head and decisively betrayed his new brother-in-law. Upon learning that Chu Jie's brother-in-law was very wealthy, the scarred-faced man laughed. Let's go make some money. In the evening, Chu Jie and Zhao Xiuer returned home crying, followed by Scarface and his gang, who barged into the Chu family home. Yang Lin and his mother-in-law's family were still eating when they were all stunned to see that it was Chu Jie who had returned. Brother-in-law, please save me. Chu Jie rushed over, crying, and knelt down in front of Yang Lin. They want 200 taels of silver. If you don't give it to them, they will beat me to death. Zhao Xiuer also cried and said, You are so rich, you can't just abandon your older brother. Scarface glanced at Yang Lin and sneered. Kid, your brother-in-law said you're rich? We're not greedy. We're just here to ask for 200 taels of silver to spend. If you don't give it to us, humph, we won't be so polite to your brother-in-law. Scarface then revealed a fierce expression. However, Yang Lin continued to eat his food slowly and deliberately, without even glancing at him. The women inside were looking at him with strange expressions. Scarface flew into a rage. Hey kid, don't push your luck. You're from out of town, aren't you? Don't you know the name of Brother Scarface from Yongzhou? Today I'll show you. Scarface waved his hand and said, Brothers, teach him a lesson. Let him know who's in charge in Yongzhou city. However, no sooner had Scarface finished speaking than the thug standing behind him tugged at his clothes with a look of fear and whispered, Brother Scarface, It seems we've messed with someone we can't afford to offend. Scarface was stunned. He turned his head and looked over, and what he saw made him break out in a cold sweat. In the courtyard that was originally empty, dozens of soldiers dressed in black suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These soldiers, armed with bows and shields and wielding long spears, exuded a murderous aura the moment they stood there. At this moment, countless strangely shaped bows and arrows were already aimed at them. Scarface was a ruthless man. In an instant, he realized that he had encountered a big shot. Without hesitation, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and rushed towards Yang Lin. To catch the thief, first catch the king. He planned to capture this important figure first, and then the soldiers would not dare to make a move. However, before he could even take a single step forward, the instant he drew his dagger, a flash of cold light, swift as lightning, pierced through his throat. One sword, and it's over. Scarface stared in disbelief at the expressionless woman in purple before him. He never expected that this woman, whom he had previously overlooked, would strike so quickly and ruthlessly. In the moment before he died, he suddenly realized who those men in black really were. Security team. The security team of Kaoshan village. So, this refined young man in front of me. Yang Lin, you are Yang Lin. After struggling to utter those last words, Scarface's eyes were filled with terror. He swayed and collapsed. In an instant, the security team stepped forward and subdued all the remaining thugs. Scarface's body was also dragged away, and even the bloodstains on the ground were cleaned up. The key was their skill. The squad leader bowed and asked, "Master, what should be done with these people?" "Kill." Yang Lin waved his hand. He didn't have time to interrogate these thugs carefully. Since they had run into him, he might as well do what society would do and deal with these scumbags. Yes. Immediately, amidst a chorus of wailing and pleas for mercy, all the thugs were dragged away. Chu Jie and Zhao Xiuer were completely dumbfounded. One moment, they were the butchers, and the fish were the meat. And then, in the next instant, how did it happen? Where did this seemingly easy-to-bully brother-in-law get all these henchmen? And how could his henchmen dare to kill so many people at once? Suddenly, Chu Jie had a flash of inspiration and remembered the words Scarface had said before he died. At the same time, he recalled Yang Lin mentioning Kaoshan village when they met. At this moment, Chu Jie's eyes were filled with terror. He stared wide-eyed, his whole body trembling, looking at Yang Lin in disbelief, and said the exact same words that Scarface had said before he died. "Are you Yang Lin?" Chapter 378 Kunlun Sect, Peach Blossom Spring. Yang Lin put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and without answering Chu Jie, said to the squad leader of the security team behind him, "Take 2 teams of brothers and investigate the forces behind these people as well." Yes. The squad leader left immediately. Yang Lin then looked at Wang Shuxiang. "Mother-in-law, what should we do with your son?" Wang Shuxiang was greatly alarmed. Wang Shuxiang stammered. After spending most of the day, she already knew that her son-in-law was not a refined, easygoing, honest scholar at all. In that single day, he ordered nearly 100 people to be beheaded. Yet, while he was decisive and efficient, he could also be witty and humorous while eating and drinking at the dinner table. She was really worried that this murderous son-in-law would even chop off her son's head if they disagreed. In her panic, Wang Shuxiang hurriedly pleaded, "Yang Lin, he may have made a mistake, but it doesn't warrant the death penalty. Could you please give him a lighter sentence?" Chu Jie and his wife were also stunned. "What? Is he going to die?" Immediately, the two kowtowed repeatedly, crying and begging Yang Lin for mercy. Yang Lin rubbed her head, both amused and exasperated, and said, "What are you all doing?" "Mother-in-law, what I mean is, now that we're going to Kaoshan village, what are your plans for them?" Wang Shuxiang was taken aback, then immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Yang Lin, your Kaoshan village is a good place, and they are Chu Ting's older brothers after all. Do you think you could bring them along too?" Wang Shuxiang looked at her son-in-law pleadingly. He immediately added, "When we get to Kaoshan village, just find them any job they want, let them support themselves with their own hands, no need to treat them specially." "All right." Yang Lin nodded. "It's just 2 job positions, no big problem." However, Yang Lin changed the subject, saying, "Every workshop in Kaoshan village has its own rules and regulations. Brother and sister-in-law, your mother can forgive you for being domineering and robbing people at home, but if you do anything outrageous in Kaoshan village, then you'll be dealt with according to the rules and regulations. Don't blame me, your brother-in-law, for being ruthless then." He had absolutely no liking for the couple, but as the mother-in-law said, they are Chu Ting's brother and sister-in-law after all. Giving them a job is not a big deal, but don't even think about giving them face. Yes. Chu Jia and Zhao Xiuer were so terrified that they dared not utter a single word of dissent. The next morning, the main force set off from Yongzhou and returned to Kaoshan village. However, on his way back, Yang Lin still had to go to the Kunlun sect to get the key to open the box. However, to Yang Lin's surprise, as they left the city, people from Yongzhou spontaneously gathered around them, standing on both sides of the road to see them off. The number of people grew to tens of thousands, but there was no chaos or pushing forward. They all stood consciously on both sides of the road, looking gratefully at the black-clad procession passing by. I don't know who shouted first. Mr. Xieyang, you are speaking out for us common people, kneeling down and kowtowing. Immediately afterward, like ripples spreading across the road, more and more people on both sides of the road knelt down. Amidst sobs and reluctant gazes, the people shouted in unison, their cries shaking the heavens. Mr. Xieyang has spoken out for us. Inside the car, Yang Lin looked out at the endless crowd of people and felt a pang of sadness. Is it because I did something really good? No. I simply did what I was supposed to do. This world is just too murky. The soldiers of the guard team straightened their backs instinctively. Although they had seen many people admire and support them like this, they still couldn't help but feel their blood boiling at this moment. I was just an ordinary person among these people. It was the guard team that made them stand tall, and it was the landlord who led them to become great heroes in the hearts of the people. Wang Shuxiang and Chu Yan'er, who were also watching this scene, were deeply shocked. Before this, they had all heard of the guard team and Yang Lin's story. They knew that the guard team punished evil and eliminated harm for the people, and was deeply loved by the people. People from all over were looking forward to the day when the guard team would come to their area. Now, the security team has arrived in Yongzhou. They have witnessed firsthand the people's respect for the security team. In particular, they were now among the guards, and even sharing a carriage with Mr. Yang, whom everyone was shouting about, which made them incredibly proud. After the large group left the city, led by Master Kong's pageboy Xiao Yi, it took them half a day to finally arrive at the foot of the small mountain where the Kunlun sect was located. Looking at the low hill in front of him, Yang Lin was quite surprised. No one would have guessed that the renowned Kunlun sect's headquarters was located on such an inconspicuous little mountain. The mountain is very small, only about 100 or 200 meters high. Moreover, this mountain is quite different from the surrounding mountains. It is a bare, rocky mountain. There is almost no greenery on the mountain, and it appears as a gray expanse as far as the eye can see. However, this also ensured the Kunlun sect's secrecy. Such a mountain is meaningless to both woodcutters and hunters. Passers-by will avoid it, and no one would bother to climb it for a visit. Yang Lin left the main force waiting at the foot of the mountain, while he led the group that had gone to Ziwei Mountain, guided by Xiao Yi, directly up the mountain. The rocky mountain was very desolate, and there was only one narrow path leading up to it. It took them quite a while to finally reach the top of the mountain. When Yang Lin reached the top of the mountain, he was stunned. Because the mountaintop is bare, there's nothing there. He was very strange on the way up the mountain. Why can't we see the buildings on the mountaintop? Now we've reached the summit, but it's still completely bare. Sir, please come with me. Xiao Yi gestured for him to proceed and continued leading the way. As Xiao Yi walked forward, he soon found a very secluded cave. The group entered the cave. The cave was small, only wide enough for 3 people to pass side by side, and once inside, the terrain descended downwards. Just when Yang Lin and his group thought that the Kunlun sect's headquarters was actually in the cave, the light in the cave, which had already dimmed, suddenly came back on. Then, they were shocked to find that they had unknowingly walked out of the cave and found themselves in a canyon. At this moment, Yang Lin and the others were all stunned. The canyon is filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs, with a large cluster of houses in front and steep cliffs on both sides. At first glance, it seems as if you have entered the Peach Blossom Spring from the story of Peach Blossom Spring. Chapter 379, the Great Qian Dynasty version of Tiangong Kaiwu. Sir, the Kunlun sect has arrived. Xiao Yi points forward. The group entered the canyon and headed towards the row of houses ahead. The houses in front of us are built against the mountain, arranged on both sides like welcoming guests. There are at least dozens of houses. Yang Lin asked in surprise, are there still many people here? Xiao Yi shook his head. I heard that the sect used to have many outer disciples, but now. He shook his head again. There are only 8 outer disciples like me left. Only I stayed by the master's side. All the other disciples have left. As you approach the houses, you'll find them deserted and desolate. Many doors are covered in dust, indicating that no one has lived there for a long time. Xiao Yi led the group through the houses and walked straight ahead. Ahead, a slightly larger building appeared at the end of the road. It was an old house that looked quite dilapidated. Apart from being slightly larger and older than the surrounding buildings, it had nothing particularly special about it. Yang Lin noticed that the blue bricks of the house had faded, indicating that it was quite old. This is the main hall of our Kunlun sect. In the past, our teacher would lead us in our studies here. We outer disciples could only go this far. The place where our teacher and the 3 senior brothers lived was in the back hall. After leading Yang Lin and the others into the main hall, Xiao Yi stopped going forward. The rest of the journey is yours to walk alone. I will wait for you here. Xiao Yi gestured for him to proceed. Although Yang Lin didn't understand the rule that outer disciples couldn't enter the inner hall, he also understood that this era placed great importance on rules and hierarchy. Yang Lin looked at Zi and the others and asked, "May I bring them in?" Xiao Yi nodded. "Before I came here, my teacher specifically told me that the Kunlun sect would belong to you from now on, and you could do whatever you wanted." "Okay," Yang Lin nodded. "Then I'll have you continue leading the way." This. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. "Didn't your teacher say to listen to me? So if I let you in, you can naturally go in." Without further hesitation, Xiao Yi immediately bowed to Yang Lin and said, "Thank you, sir." The Kunlun sect is renowned throughout the world. To become Kong Qiu's disciple is already a great honor. Xiao Yi never dared to hope to enter the inner sect. Now, he finally has the opportunity to enter the true core area of the Kunlun sect. Continue forward, passing through the front hall, and arrive at the rear hall. Although it's called the rear hall, it's actually just 3 rooms that resemble a courtyard house. Upon arriving here, Xiao Yi had lost his role as a guide, and he had no idea what the 3 houses were for. Let's start from this side. Yang Lin pointed to the house on his left. The door was closed, but not locked. It opened with a gentle push. The security team immediately stepped forward to clear a path for Yang Lin. After confirming that there was no danger inside the house, they stood on both sides and waited for the owner to enter. Yang Lin stepped into the room, only to be immediately taken aback. This is a real study. You could even say it's a veritable library. Inside the room, rows and rows of bookshelves were filled to the brim, with all sorts of books piled up on the mahogany bookshelves. Most of them are bamboo slips. Only 1/3 are paper books, and there are also a small number of scrolls and even leather books. "Ah," Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. "This must be the Kunlun library that the teacher always talks about." "Kunlun library?" Yang Lin stepped forward, casually took out a bundle of bamboo slips, and slowly unfolded them to read them. This thing is too heavy, and he is not used to it for a while. Paper has existed in the Great Qian Dynasty for hundreds of years, and even today, few scholars in the Great Qian Dynasty have read bamboo slips. However, Yang Lin knew that for books, appearance was not important. What mattered was the content. The bamboo scroll he picked up. After taking a few glances, Yang Lin was taken aback. This is actually a book that teaches people how to stir-fry tea. In just a few thousand words, it describes the types, grades, when to pick, and methods of drying, roasting, and storing tea. This is great stuff. Yang Lin couldn't help but say. Although Qian has developed mature tea-making techniques, Yang Lin is not impressed with the current tea-frying techniques. In his past life, he spent all his time in the laboratory during the day and went out to do business at night. He relied on tea to keep himself awake every day and drank a lot of tea. Therefore, after coming to this world and drinking the tea of this world, he was greatly disappointed. Qian's tea can only be described as drinkable. It's far from being delicious. The quality of Qian's tea is not bad, so the problem lies in the tea-making process. Although Yang Lin dislikes tea as it is nowadays, firstly, he doesn't know much about tea processing, and secondly, he's always been too busy to bother with tea. But now, the tea frying and tea-making techniques recorded in this book are not only complete, but also look very scientific. They can enhance the shape, color, and aroma of tea to the greatest extent after frying, making it more fragrant and mellow. We'll take this book with us when we get back. Yang Lin handed the bamboo scroll to Zhao Hu. With these mature techniques, I can definitely start a tea business. In this era, tobacco, alcohol, sugar, and tea are the most important foods besides staple foods. Yang Lin doesn't mind opening several more workshops. Making money is secondary. What's more important is providing more job opportunities for ordinary people. Yang Lin then picked up a second book. This is a completely yellowed paper book. Yang Lin opened the book, read 2 pages, and was once again greatly surprised. This book is actually about military strategy, including marching, fighting, and troop deployment. He had already realized what a treasure all these books in the room were. "Brother Tao, here, take a look at this." Yang Lin casually handed the book to Zhong Tao and then opened a new book. He read through the books one by one, becoming more and more astonished. These books cover everything from brewing wine, sugar making, silkworm breeding, house building, weaving, and even to making tofu, and how to extract brine. It involves many fields and covers a wide range of industries. Yang Lin recalled a widely circulated divine book from his previous life, The Creation of Nature. However, the contents recorded in these books are more detailed and scientific than those in Tiangong Kaiwu. Ah! At this moment, the woman in purple suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Yang Lin looked over in surprise. There's actually an internal cultivation technique here. Young master, may I borrow this book to take a look? He looked at Yang Lin expectantly. Yang Lin couldn't help but gasp. They even have martial arts techniques? And the fact that Zi chose them is enough to show that the techniques are of good quality. He now finally understood why Kong Qiu's disciples were all so outstanding. Chapter 380 Kunlun Library. Take it all. Yang Lin nodded and said, We'll take all these books back with us. Good things should see the light of day again. It would be such a waste to leave it deep in the mountains. Moreover, Yang Lin had realized that the books he had just looked through were only a small part of the vast collection. There must be even greater surprises waiting for me in these books. Although the techniques described in the book are not considered advanced. For example, the method of pressing oil recorded in the book uses the principle of leverage. The pressing method is not much better than the current method of pressing oil by smashing wooden wedges to generate pressure. But it's perfect for improving various industrial technologies today. Xiaoyi was shocked when he heard that Yang Lin was going to take all the books from the Kunlun library. But then I thought, the teacher has already said that the entire Kunlun school will belong to Mr. Yang from now on. So what is a mere Kunlun library? There were so many books here that even though Yang Lin wanted to read them all, he couldn't finish them all in one go. They immediately left the house and continued exploring the second one. The second room was probably the bedroom of Kong Qiu's disciple. There wasn't much to see there. Then, everyone opened the door to the third house. As soon as the door opened, everyone was stunned. A stone tablet stands prominently in front of the gate. The words Kunlun Secret Realm are engraved on it. This, Yang Lin was both amused and exasperated. Is the so-called Kunlun Secret Realm just inside a house? Zhong Tao, Zi, and the others did not know what Yang Lin's purpose was in coming to Kunlun. But Xiaoyi was immediately unsettled after seeing the words Kunlun Secret Realm. He cried out in shock, The Kunlun Secret Realm. It's actually the Kunlun Secret Realm. Clearly, he hadn't expected that the legendary Kunlun Secret Realm was actually located in this very house. Sir, our teacher once said that the Kunlun Secret Realm is a forbidden area of our Kunlun sect, and no one except the sect leader is allowed to enter. Yang Lin chuckled. Now that I'm the sect leader, if I say you can come in, you can come in. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he immediately went inside. Zhong Tao and the others quickly cleared a path for them. Seeing this, Xiaoyi hesitated for only a moment before quickly following him inside. This is a place that even the three inner disciples have never been to. Now I've actually gotten myself in. However, after passing the tall stone tablet in front of the gate, the group was stunned again. Behind the stone tablet, the room was empty. There was nothing there. Yang Lin looked around and frowned. It looked like an ordinary empty room, bare of furniture and decorations. Xiaoyi stood there, stunned. This isn't right. Is this the Kunlun Secret Realm? Yang Lin scanned his surroundings. That's definitely not right. He remembered the map on the stone slab in another wooden box. Although the stone map is only the size of a palm, the patterns carved on it are very delicate, with numerous roads, and many places are even marked as unexplored. You can feel the vastness of the Kunlun Secret Realm just by looking at the map. But now, it's just a house with nothing in it, which is definitely not right. Yang Lin said, Let's look for any secret passages or mechanisms. Immediately, the security team members began to search around. However, after a while, the guards all shook their heads. No, not found. I don't have that either. In the end, Zhong Tao concluded, There are no secret passages or mechanisms here, boss. Yang Lin nodded. He had faith in the security team's capabilities. Moreover, the entire room was too spacious. If there is a secret passage large enough for a person to pass through, it is easy for someone to find it. Yang Lin took out the stone map, examined it carefully, and couldn't help but shake his head. The stone map was very clearly marked, showing where the entrance was, where the restricted areas were, and even where the key to open the box was located. But this place doesn't match the map at all, because they haven't entered the real Kunlun Secret Realm yet. Didn't your teacher tell you anything before you came? Yang Lin looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi shook his head decisively. The teacher only said that I should lead the way for Master, and once we arrive at the Kunlun sect, I should listen to Master in everything. All right. Yang Lin stroked his chin, lost in thought. There is a stone tablet at the entrance that reads, Kunlun's Secret Realm, but there is nothing inside. Kong Xiu didn't tell Xiao Yi the location of the Kunlun Secret Realm, and it seemed that none of the previous leaders of Kunlun had ever wanted to open the so-called artifact box. So where does the problem lie? Could it be? Even Kong Xiu and the previous sect leaders didn't know where the true Kunlun Secret Realm was. Yang Lin considered this possibility. However, he then shook his head. Even if this speculation is true, it is meaningless. Brother Tao, take some men outside and take a look, Yang Lin said. Yes. Immediately, Zhong Tao led his men outside to search, while Xiao Yi continued to examine the walls and floor of the room. With Zi by Yang Lin's side, she didn't need to think about anything else. All she had to do was protect the young master's safety. As she casually observed the rustling of the wind around her, she noticed out of the corner of her eye a barely perceptible gap between the base of the tall stone tablet and the ground. Could this stone tablet be a trap? Zi didn't think much of it, and subconsciously spoke to Yang Lin. Stone tablet? Yang Lin was taken aback, but then his eyes lit up. Yes. Previously, everyone had inspected the room, touched every inch of the walls, tapped every brick, and checked the area around the stone tablet, but they had not examined the stone tablet itself. Immediately, Yang Lin went to the stone tablet, hugged the large stone tablet with both hands, and tried to turn it. The stone tablet is very large. Even with both arms wrapped around it, you can only barely wrap your arms around half of it. As for turning it, Yang Lin tried it with all his might. The stone tablet remained completely unmoved. He immediately sighed and shook his head, his face showing disappointment. The stone tablet is probably not a mechanism. Although he wasn't a superhuman, he still had the strength of a normal person, but he still couldn't move an inch. Moreover, he also noticed that there were no signs of wear and tear on the ground around the stone tablet. If the stone tablet is a rotating mechanism, then after it is rotated, a circular mark will inevitably be left on the ground. However, after circling the stone tablet twice, the woman in purple shook her head. Wrong. The woman in purple pointed to the base of the stone tablet, the part that touched the ground. Young master, look. There are gaps all around. Although they are small, I feel that this stone tablet can be moved. Yang Lin looked at the gaps and circled the stone tablet. Just as Zi had said, there were gaps all around the base. Suddenly, Yang Lin realized something and quickly said, Zi, go upstairs and take a look. Yang Lin pointed to the top of the stone tablet. Chapter 381 Kunlun's Secret Realm, No Return. Zi nodded, then immediately leaped up and landed lightly on top of the stone tablet. Yang Lin simply wanted Zi to stand on it, to get a different perspective, and see if she could make any new discoveries. However, before he could even speak, the moment the purple-clad figure landed on the stone tablet, a series of cracking sounds were heard, and the stone tablet suddenly sank down. In just a moment, the stone tablet fell to the same height as the ground. Young master. Purple Robe was also startled. However, before she could get off the stone tablet, the falling stone tablet stopped at the same height as the ground. I see. Yang Lin looked excited and immediately grabbed Zi and stepped onto the stone tablet as well. The clicking sound continued as the stone tablet continued to sink. Although the stone tablet fell much slower this time, the two of them still quickly sank below the ground along with it. Darkness instantly enveloped the two of them. Gentlemen. From afar, Xiao Yi's terrified voice could be heard, but it quickly faded away. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that he had acted impulsively after all. The moment he cracked the mechanism on the stone tablet, he was only thinking about how to open it, but he overlooked the fact that he was not adequately prepared after opening the mechanism. For example, neither he nor Zi had any torches on them, only a box of matches. Fortunately, the fall only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before stopping with a soft click. In that instant, Yang Lin was surprised to find that it wasn't as dark as he had imagined. It looked like a circular hall, with an area of about 100 square meters. On the surrounding stone walls, there were 8 light sources that emitted a faint light, like withered oil lamps. Although they were faint, they were enough for them to see their surroundings in the deep underground. They were still standing on the top of the stone tablet. Don't move, Yang Lin quickly replied. He realized that the stone tablet was likely a pressure mechanism that would spring back up to its original position as soon as they got off it. But if the stone tablet is returned to its original position, how will they get out? That's why he didn't dare to step down from the stone tablet rashly. But soon, Yang Lin realized another problem. They didn't move, and neither did the stone tablet. If they don't get off the stone tablet, it won't be able to bounce back up. At that moment, Xiao Yi's voice rang out from the gap above. Sir, are you all right? Xiao Yi peeked out and looked down. Fine, Yang Lin responded, saying he had already come up with a solution. Xiao Yi, the way to open the mechanism is to stand on top of it. The stone tablet might return to its original position later. When that happens, as long as someone stands on top of the stone tablet, it will fall down. Tell Brother Tao not to let everyone come down. Prepare ropes, and make sure someone stays up there. Yes, sir, I understand. Yang Lin was relieved to hear Xiao Yi's agreement. The cave entrance is only 4 or 5 meters above the top, so as long as someone on top activates the mechanism, the stone tablet will descend, and then people and ropes left on top will be pulled up. Without hesitation, Yang Lin pulled Zi Yi down from the stone tablet. Just as he expected, after the two of them got off the stone tablet slowly rose up and revealed its true appearance to them, a towering square stone pillar. The stone tablet above looks only a little over 2 meters high, but the bottom is surprisingly deep. Moreover, Yang Lin realized that what they were seeing now was only the tip of the iceberg of this stone pillar, and no one knew how much further it stretched. This mechanism greatly impressed Yang Lin. Its ingenious opening mechanism and power source are nothing special. They can be accomplished with just some simple mechanical structures. To Yang Lin's surprise, the Kunlun secret realm had existed for countless years, yet this mechanical structure was still functioning perfectly. This is what he finds most unbelievable. He could make such a mechanism himself. However, Yang Lin believed that even with the scientific and technological advancements of his previous life, it would be difficult to maintain such a mechanism for hundreds of years or even longer. However, none of that matters anymore. Now that they have entered the Kunlun secret realm, the most important thing is not to delve into how the underground mechanisms work, but to find the key to open that mysterious box. Suddenly, the woman in purple looked at the wall in surprise and said, "A luminous pearl." Yang Lin came to the wall and saw that there was indeed a bead the size of an egg in the groove of the wall. However, unlike the legendary luminous pearl that emits a ghostly green glow, this pearl emits a dark red light. Like the dragon vein beneath Ziwei Mountain. Don't touch it. Seeing that Zi was about to take the bead, Yang Lin quickly reminded her. It might be poisonous. Yang Lin explained. Traditional luminous pearls are sometimes actually fluorite and sometimes meteorites. These luminous pearls mostly emit light by absorbing external light sources. But Yang Lin knew that some luminous pearls glow on their own because they contain a large amount of radioactive isotopes and emit extremely high levels of radiation. He couldn't explain to Zi what radiation was, so he could only describe it as toxic. Without hesitation, Zi decisively withdrew her hand. By the dim light, Yang Lin looked at the bead beside him. There is a stone gate here, with a large Shin, Sun, character carved on it. Sun is one of the 8 trigrams. Upon seeing this character, Yang Lin quickly took out the stone map and compared it with the trigram. He remembered that the entrance on the stone map was in the Bagua, 8 trigrams, direction corresponding to different routes. The path to finding the key requires following the Jin trigram. He immediately began searching along the circular room. They quickly found the door that corresponded to the Jin trigram. Only, Yang Lin frowned and looked towards the exit where the mechanism was located, but there was still no movement. Logically, once Xiao Yi explained the mechanism of the stone tablet to Zhong Tao and the others outside, they should have been able to open it again very soon. But now, quite some time has passed, and the stone tablet mechanism still hasn't made a sound. Yang Lin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Time passed little by little. The two waited for about 5 more minutes, but there was still no movement from above. Yang Lin realized that there must be a problem with the organization. Alternatively, the stone tablet may have some kind of special mechanism that prevents it from being opened a second time after it has been opened once. Or, the facility has been in disrepair for years and is broken. Neither of these is good news for them. "What do we do now?" asked the woman in purple. "Let's not wait any longer. Let's go in and take a look." Yang Lin pointed to the Jin gate in front of him. They were only about 4 or 5 meters underground. If Zhong Tao couldn't open the mechanism after waiting a long time, he would definitely find a way. Now that they have arrived at the Kunlun secret realm, finding the key is the most crucial thing. Immediately, Yang Lin and Zi Yi pushed open the Jin gate. The stone gate creaked open slowly. But when the stone door was pushed open and the two saw the stone chamber, they were both dumbfounded. "No way." The woman in purple stared in disbelief. Yang Lin's eyes widened as well. Chapter 382, Is this a key? And what's that box? Behind the stone gate, in the stone chamber, lay an underground passage. And this tunnel is very, very deep. Looking out, you can't see the bottom. This reminded both of the underground passage in the ancient temple on Ziwei Mountain. The two exchanged a glance instinctively. "Shall we go down?" asked the woman in purple. Yang Lin gritted his teeth. "Down. Good. The woman in purple simply took off her outer garment and wrapped the luminous pearl in the groove of the stone wall. Aren't you cold? It was early winter, and Zi was not wearing many clothes to begin with. She only had 2 layers of clothing over her undergarments. Now, after taking off one of them, she was left with only a thin layer of clothing. In addition, the ground was cold and damp, and even Yang Lin, who was wearing a thick coat, felt cold. No problem, I have my inner energy protecting me. The woman in purple, carrying a luminous pearl, immediately descended into the tunnel to clear a path for Yang Lin. Yang Lin's lips twitched. What exactly is true qi? He was very curious. The two entered the deep tunnel one after the other. The light from the luminous pearl was faint, only enough to illuminate a radius of a few meters around it. We went downhill, deeper and deeper. Yang Lin looked at the traces of the tunnels dug around him and was secretly alarmed. These traces made him feel that the way this tunnel was dug was exactly the same as the tunnel in Ziwei Mountain. The cut of the stone was equally neat, giving him the feeling that he had once again entered that underground passage in Ziwei Mountain. We continued downwards for about 50 meters until the road came to an end. Yang Lin and Ziyi's hearts both jumped at the same time. The next moment, after turning the corner, they saw that almost the same underground passage appeared before them again, and both of them couldn't help but gasp. Yang Lin remembered very clearly that the tunnel in Ziwei Mountain had a bend every 50 meters or so. The same is true for the tunnels here. Coincide. What a coincidence. Yang Lin and Ziyi both realized that the depth of this underground passage was probably the same as that of the underground passage in Ziwei Mountain. Young master, do you think there might be a connection between this place and that place? Asked the woman in purple. Yang Lin shook his head. I don't know. That's what he was thinking too. This place seems quite far from Ziwei Mountain, but it's actually in the same direction outside Yongzhou City. Because there are many mountains in the surrounding area. If you were to draw a straight line between it and Ziwei Mountain, the actual distance would probably only be a few dozen miles. At the foot of Ziwei Mountain, they explored more than 2 miles upstream and downstream of the underground river into the enormous underground space, but they still couldn't find the end. No one knew exactly how big this underground space was. Therefore, it is not impossible for that underground river to extend to the bottom of this mountain. As they pondered these thoughts, the two ventured deeper underground. Second turn, third turn, fourth turn. Having experienced the journey through the Dragon Vein, the two felt much less psychologically pressured walking through this seemingly bottomless underground passage. Finally, after more than half an hour and several turns downhill, they emerged from the underground passage and arrived at an underground space. However, contrary to their previous guesses, this underground space was not the same as the one under Ziwei Mountain. The space here is not large, and there are 3 openings directly in front of you. This way. Yang Lin made a decisive choice and pulled Ziyi to the rightmost cave entrance. Once we got here, the route matched the map on the stone slab perfectly. According to the stone map, there will be danger ahead if you take the leftmost path. The path in the middle is marked as unexplored on the stone map. Only the path on the right leads to the direction marked with the key. Immediately, the two entered the cave and slowly walked forward. The road here no longer leads downwards. It's like an ordinary corridor. However, after turning a few corners, we came to another fork in the road, where 3 roads led in different directions. With the stone map, Yang Lin easily chose his route. Although he was also curious about other directions, especially those marked as unexplored, he knew better than anyone that now was not the time for curiosity, as there were bound to be many dangers down there. Having your own map will make the journey smoother. However, even with a map, the two did not let their guard down and proceeded cautiously, getting closer and closer to their goal. Finally, following the route on the map, the two arrived at the location marked with the key, and their journey had come to an end. Directly in front of you is a stone door. With excitement in his heart, Yang Lin pushed the stone gate with all his might. The stone gate opened with a sound. The two did not go in immediately, but instead used the light from the luminous pearl to look around at the environment inside. This is a small stone chamber, quite spacious inside, with only a round stone platform in the center. The stone platform has a simple design. A stone pillar more than 1 meter high at the bottom, and a large round stone plate more than 1 meter in diameter at the top. On the stone platform, there was a black box. Purple-clad walked ahead, slowly probing the surroundings for any traps, gradually entering the stone chamber and approaching the stone platform. The whole process went smoothly without any unexpected events. When they arrived at the stone platform and slowly opened the black box, everything was still normal. Only then did they wave to Yang Lin. Young master, there is no danger. Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. In movies, at the very last moment after finding the treasure, when everyone is overjoyed, something unexpected often happens. But reality wasn't so dramatic. With a map in hand and following the correct route, aside from feeling nervous on the way down, we didn't encounter any real danger. Now, the key to open the box is right in front of you. However, just as Yang Lin eagerly entered the stone chamber and arrived at the stone table, he was shocked to find that the woman in purple, who had just opened the box, had a very strange expression. Yang Lin also quickly looked into the box. He was immediately stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. What's this? Zi looked at Yang Lin with surprise, took out a black rope from the box, and looked at him curiously. The black rope was about a foot long and only as thick as a chopstick. One end was connected to a silvery, chopstick-sized metal rod, while the other end was connected to the bottom of the box, seemingly as part of the box. The metal rod at this end was exquisitely crafted, something that Zi had never seen before. Although it was very small, only at one end of the rope, its rounded shape made Zi feel that this thing was extraordinary. Yang Lin was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He snatched the small metal rod from the woman in purple, his fingers trembling as he held it. How is this possible? Is this a key? And what is that box? Chapter 383 Charging Cable? Data Cable? His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The shock at this moment was no less than when he discovered that the statue in the ancient temple was of Guan Yu. The woman in purple looked puzzled. So, young master, what exactly is this? This object was strangely shaped and exquisitely crafted. He had never seen it before, but judging from the young master's reaction, he must recognize it. Yang Lin took a deep breath, calming his astonishment. He gripped the metal rod-like object, his eyes narrowed, and said with a strange expression, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a charging cable." Yang Lin excitedly uttered those three words. That's what shocked him. That black rope is actually a data cable. The so-called metal rod-shaped object connecting this end is actually a metal plug similar to a 3.5 millimeters headphone jack. However, the plug is about 7 or 8 millimeters in diameter. The other end is attached to the bottom of the box. Yang Lin tugged at it, but it didn't budge. Charging cable? Zi tilted her head, still unable to understand. Yang Lin didn't intend to explain. The words, charging cable, are something that people from the previous generation are very familiar with. But it's too difficult to get the people of Qian to understand what a charging cable is. At this moment, Yang Lin's feelings were incredibly complicated. He never expected that the so-called key in the Kunlun secret realm was actually a charging cable. So what exactly is that so-called box? Is it an encrypted box that requires electricity to open? Or is it? The box itself is an electronic device that needs to be charged to function. Filled with excitement, Yang Lin hurriedly took out the box that supposedly contained a divine artifact capable of communicating with yin and yang and commanding the world. Comparing the black charging cable plug on the stone platform, it is indeed the same size as the lock hole on the box. Seeing that Yang Lin was about to open the box, Zi excitedly held her breath, watching as the young master inserted the metal rod-like object into the lock of the box. At that moment, Yang Lin's heart raced. He's about to witness a miracle. The moment the plug was inserted, a bright light flashed across the surface of the box. However, before Yang Lin could feel excited, the light flashed and disappeared, as if everything before had been an illusion, and the box remained unchanged. The woman in purple was still staring intently with wide eyes. Yang Lin frowned. That's it. He tried opening the box. The box remained untouched, showing no sign of being able to be opened. Thinking back to the gloss on the box's surface, it's like the flickering of a phone screen. Could it be that the so-called magical device inside the box is actually the box itself, and it needs to be charged to be used? And this box is an electronic product similar to a mobile phone or computer. Is it charging now? Yang Lin waited excitedly. Time passed second by second, and after waiting for a long time, the box still did not react. Yang Lin unplugged the charging adapter, but the box did not respond. The charging adapter was plugged in again, but the box still didn't respond. It's as if that previous screen flicker was just an illusion. After several attempts and various other methods, I still came up empty-handed. So, the key is broken? Zi asked curiously. Yang Lin shook his head. It doesn't seem broken. It looks like the power is out. Although we don't know what the other end of this line is connected to, such a technological civilization must have been left over from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. It's a miracle that this charging cable has lasted this long. However, the electricity, or rather the power supply system behind this line, was not so lucky and may have already been paralyzed. But Yang Lin was still very conflicted. Should we keep plugging it in and keep trying to charge it? Or just give up? They came down after a long time. And most importantly, it's unknown whether the mechanism of that stone tablet has been restored. Opening the box, or rather, unlocking its secrets, is important. But being able to leave this underground world alive is even more important. I can't wait any longer. Yang Lin hesitated for only a moment before making his choice. Purple Robe, smash this box open and see what's underneath. Yang Lin pointed to the box on the stone platform. Without hesitation, the woman in purple drew a short knife from behind her back and slashed down. However, with a crisp clang, the indestructible steel dagger struck the box, sending sparks flying, but the box remained completely intact. It's so hard. The woman in purple sheathed her sword and looked at the box, which was completely free of scratches. Yang Lin also gasped. He only now realized that the box, which appeared to be made of wood, was actually made of metal. Even he couldn't identify this metal. Unable to open the box, they tried pulling out the string that appeared to be a charging cable. However, it still failed. The black charging cable was unusually sturdy, as if it were attached to the box. Yang Lin and Ze tried several times, but it remained firmly in place. Cut it off, Yang Lin said directly. If this black rope is indeed a data cable or charging cable, then the power supply system behind it is most likely already disabled, and leaving it here will not serve any purpose. It would be better to just take the charging plug with you. Relying on my own abilities, I have a good chance of developing electricity in my lifetime. Then I can charge it myself and find out what secrets are hidden in this box. Without hesitation, the woman in purple used her short knife to cut the black rope. This time, the black rope was finally cut. Yang Lin immediately went to check the broken part. Sure enough, inside the black insulating material were two thin wires, one white and one red, and inside those wires were golden yellow metal wires that looked like copper wires. It really is a charging cable. Yang Lin let out another long breath. Immediately, he carefully put away the charging cable end, which was more than a foot long. This is the biggest gain from this trip to the Kunlun secret realm. Let's go. Looking at the long charging cable that Yang Lin had put away, Ze muttered to herself. This key is really strange. The two returned the way they came, and everything went very smoothly. Following the path they had taken, they first returned to the second fork in the road, then came to the first fork in the road, and finally entered the underground passage. They went uphill, and it took them about an hour to finally return to the circular hall where the Gen Gate was located. However, the moment they stepped out of the Gen Gate, the two, who were already uneasy, were utterly disappointed. The stone tablet did not fall. The square stone pillar remained in the center of the circular hall, which was still empty except for the two of them. Purple-clad frowned. They can't open the mechanism? Have no idea. Yang Lin shook his head, looked up, and listened carefully, but couldn't hear anything. More than 2 hours have passed since they came down, but the people upstairs are still unable to come down. Then the mechanism of the stone tablet is very likely broken. Chapter 384 8 Gates. Open the coffin. So, young master, what should we do? The woman in purple frowned. Being trapped here made her feel extremely frustrated. Despite his martial arts skills, he was powerless. Yang Lin rubbed his temples and frowned in thought. In reality, for the two of them, there were only two choices. One option is to continue waiting here, hoping that the people outside will open the mechanism or create an opening above them to rescue them. Another option is to find other solutions. For example, the two of them speculated that the underground world here might be connected to the underground world of Ziwei Mountain. Then you can go underground to the foot of Ziwei Mountain and leave from there through the exit. The former needs to rely on external forces and can't do anything on its own. The latter, however, is full of variables. Not to mention whether the two places are connected. Even if they are, there are just too many forks in the Kunlun secret realm. Like a maze, different paths lead in different directions, which requires them to explore unknown areas. Even if you find the right path, you still have to walk dozens of miles through the dark underground world to reach the foot of Ziwei Mountain. And if anything goes wrong in any part of this process, they will be trapped here forever. Let's take a look at the situation here first, Yang Lin said. He walked towards the King Gate next to the Gen Gate. This is an unexplored area on the stone map. It took the two of them a great deal of effort to finally push open the stone door. The two quickly took a step back, and by the faint light of the luminous pearl, they saw that the stone chamber in Kanmin was also the entrance to an underground passage. Both of them frowned simultaneously, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over them. Should we go down? The woman in purple looked towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin shook his head decisively. They just came up from underground not long ago, and their legs are still weak. Are they going to have to go through this again? He's too tired to keep going. Going up and down is a distance of several hundred meters, equivalent to climbing the stairs of a 2 or 300-story building. Let's take a look at the other rooms. The two pushed their way out of the first door and came to the second door. When they opened the door, the two were stunned again. There was no underground passage in this stone chamber. But in the middle of the stone chamber, there was a huge stone coffin. Instantly, Yang Lin felt a chill run straight to the top of his head. He didn't believe in ghosts or gods, but finding a stone coffin in the underground chamber still made him uneasy. The two quickly withdrew. They then arrived at Qianmen. Inside the stone chamber where Qianmen is located, there is another underground passage. Then come the Sun Gate, Kuan Gate, and Zhen Gate. The 8 gates corresponding to the Bagua were quickly opened by the two of them. There are 8 stone chambers, 4 of which are underground passages. The other 4 stone chambers contain some very strange things. For example, the stone coffin inside the door. The other 3 stone chambers contain 7 strange statues, each with a human body and an animal's head. On the floor of another stone chamber was an ancient well. The well was deep and dark, and no one knew how deep it was. In the last stone chamber, there was a pile of withered, yellow bones. The bones were piled up in the corner of the stone chamber, a very tall pile. Based on the purple-clad man's visual estimation, this large pile of bones represents at least 20 or 30 corpses. As for who these bodies are, and why they are piled up here, no one knows. At this point, all 8 stone chambers had been inspected, but no significant findings were made. At that moment, a loud bang came from above their heads. Yang Lin and Ziyi's eyes lit up immediately. It seems that after Zhong Tao and his group discovered the mechanism that prevented them from opening the stone tablet, they used explosives to blast open the ground. Yang Lin and Ziyi quickly hid in a nearby stone chamber to wait. However, time passed by, minute by minute. But after the first loud bang, there was no further movement from above. The two waited quietly. Yang Lin's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Logically speaking, the ground shouldn't be too thick, and the security team has explosives, so it shouldn't be difficult to make a hole in it. But the two waited for another half hour, and there was still no movement. No, we can't wait any longer. Something's definitely wrong here. There must be a problem up there, otherwise it would have been opened long ago. Yang Lin said. Purple-clad woman frowned and asked, then what do we do? They've been down for over 3 hours. Find the way. Yang Lin has never been one to sit idly by and wait for death. The reason he waited before was because he still hoped for rescue from above. But now, after waiting for so long, there's still no word from above. Continuing to wait is just a waste of time. As time went on, their energy and physical strength were gradually being depleted. If we wait any longer, we might not even have a chance to find our way. Seeing that Zi had her arms crossed and looked very cold, Yang Lin took off his own coat and draped it over her shoulders. Young master, I'm not cold. Zi quickly shook her head, about to return the clothes to Yang Lin. Yang Lin pressed down on her hand. This is an order. I'm fine. The woman in purple nodded slightly. Although she was cold, her heart was warm. Come on, let's get closer so we can both be a little warmer. Yang Lin pulled Zi with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her slender waist, pulling her close to him. Sure enough, when their bodies touched, they immediately felt much warmer. So which road should we take? The one in purple asked. Yang Lin shook his head. Let's not go down any road. Let's look around here. Yang Lin raised his hand and pointed to the room away from the door. Huh, here? The woman in purple was taken aback. There is no underground passage in this room, only a huge stone coffin. Yes. Yang Lin nodded, his expression unchanged, and said, let's open the coffin. Exploring those 4 underground passages was incredibly physically demanding. The idea of walking down to the foot of Ziwei Mountain through the underground passage was good, but Yang Lin knew very well how difficult that path would be. Therefore, let's explore the top layer first. In contrast to the strange statues, bottomless ancient wells, and skeletons scattered throughout the other stone chambers, perhaps we can find some clues inside this stone coffin. The two walked side by side through the door and came to the stone coffin. Upon closer inspection, the stone coffin is about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, made entirely of dark stone, with some mysterious patterns carved on it, giving it an ancient and solemn feel. I'll go, said the woman in purple. She immediately gathered her inner energy and forcefully pushed the lid of the stone coffin. To her surprise, the seemingly heavy stone coffin lid was easily pushed open by her. The moment the lid was opened, the two of them took a half step back in unison, making sure nothing unexpected had happened, before slowly approaching and peering into the coffin. When they saw what was inside the coffin, The two of them were slightly taken aback and both showed strange looks. Chapter 385 The End of the Dragon Vein. Is this it? There were no remains in the coffin. Inside, there was a huge pile of gold and silver jewelry. It mainly consists of gold and silver, but also includes some agate, crystal, jade, and jewelry. After a moment of surprise, Ze took out a silver ingot from the bag, quickly flipped it over to look at the back, and then frowned. How could this be? These silver ingots should all be official government silver, with their own affiliated silver shops. But this? Yang Lin looked down and saw that there was nothing under the silver ingot. If a bank can be found under the silver, then at least the dynasty and approximate time when the silver was placed can be deduced. But now, even that tiny clue has been extinguished. After frowning, Yang Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Come on, let's bring all of these out, Yang Lin said. Purple Clad was stunned, not understanding Yang Lin's meaning. In the current situation, people can't even get out, so what's the use of having all this gold and silver? Although she didn't understand, seeing that Yang Lin had already thrown out those gold and silver, Ze immediately helped. Moreover, she quickly realized that the young master didn't want to take the gold and silver away, but was just eager to take these treasures out. As Yang Lin tossed the gold and silver out like stones, he muttered to himself, I was just wondering why this money was put in a coffin? Were it burial goods? But who is the owner of this coffin? And you discovered that this silver has no bank name, so its origin can't be traced. Then, we can figure out the purpose of whoever placed this silver. He didn't want to leave us any information. Or rather, he wasn't afraid we would take the gold and silver, but he was worried we would discover something. What is it? You'll see when you look below. As they spoke, heaps of silver were thrown out like scrap metal. The stone coffin was soon emptied. There was nothing at the bottom of the stone coffin. Yang Lin, however, stuck half his body into the stone coffin and tapped the bottom of it. Immediately, a dull, hollow sound was emitted. Empty. Purple Clad's eyes lit up. Quick, look around. There might be a trap down there. Sure enough, the two soon found a groove at the bottom of the stone coffin. By pressing against the groove, the entire bottom of the stone coffin slowly opened. As the bottom of the stone coffin was pushed open wider and wider, a huge black hole appeared before the two of them. It's another underground passage. The two exchanged a glance instinctively. Yang Lin nodded without hesitation. Let's go down and take a look. The woman in purple nodded without hesitation. Both of them realized that the entrance to this passage was hidden so secretly and unusually, even concealed by a large amount of gold and silver treasures, that something important was likely hidden below. Immediately, the two jumped into the stone coffin one after the other and slowly descended through the underground passage. The two were already quite familiar with the underground passage, but as I walked, a sense of familiarity began to wash over me. Both of them felt that this underground passage seemed no different from the one they had gone down before. They are equally deep and mysterious, seemingly bottomless. However, since they had gone to great lengths to discover this passage, neither of them felt willing to give up if they didn't explore it further. And so, Yang Lin and Ze supported each other as they slowly made their way down the slope. After another half hour, they finally arrived at a large underground space. Because the illumination effect of the luminous pearl was very limited, the two of them were still unable to determine how big it was below. But then, a surprised voice came from the woman in purple. Young master, there's the sound of water. Although Yang Lin hadn't heard it yet, he knew what it meant. Underground river. If it really is an underground river, then it is very likely connected to Ziwei Mountain. In this way, although the journey to Ziwu Mountain is long, at least there is hope of getting out. Immediately, Ze grabbed Yang Lin and eagerly headed towards the sound of water. Soon, Yang Lin also heard the faint sound of flowing water. After walking a few more steps, we indeed saw the underground river. It looks exactly like the underground river they saw in Ziwu Mountain. As for whether they are the same river or not, you can tell by looking in the river to see if there's a dragon vein. Young master, you wait by the river. I'll go take a look. Ze also thought of this method. Be careful. Yang Lin nodded. He had no intention of going along. If he did, he would only be a burden. Immediately, Ze picked up the luminous pearl, leaped into the water, and disappeared. Soon, Ze returned, her face full of surprise. Young master, you possess a dragon vein. It's exactly the same. Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the two places below are indeed connected. But the next moment, a new problem arose. Which way should we go? Although they knew which direction Ziwei Mountain faced opposite Kunlun's secret realm. But after coming down from there, they had wandered around in all sorts of ways and had long forgotten their direction, so it was difficult for them to determine whether Ziwei Mountain was upstream or downstream from here. No one knows how big the underground space where this underground river is located is. If they take the wrong path, they will not only waste a lot of time and energy, but they may also miss their last chance to survive. Yang Lin looked upstream and then downstream, and immediately made his choice, pointing downstream and saying, "This way." "Young master, do you know the direction?" asked the woman in purple, surprised. Yang Lin shook his head. "I don't know that." Yang Lin, supporting Zi, said with a wry smile, "Since there's no other way, we can only take this 50% chance as a gamble." Immediately, the two followed the underground river downstream. However, the two had not gone far when they stopped in surprise, because a towering stone wall appeared before them, blocking their way. "Is this the end? So, we've gone in the wrong direction?" The woman in purple looked surprised. After a moment of surprise, Yang Lin thought of an even more important question. The end of the dragon vein. If this is truly the end of this underground space, then wouldn't that also mean the end of the dragon vein? Find the end of the dragon vein, and you will have the power to control the world. This is a secret passed down from the Kunlun school. After Kong Xiu told him this secret, he only told Li Yuyao about it, so Zi didn't know what it meant. Yang Lin immediately began to carefully examine the stone wall in front of him. They quickly confirmed that this was indeed the end of this underground space. Even the underground river abruptly ends here. The water seems to have flowed underground and disappeared completely. They also found a heavy metal door on the stone wall. Chapter 386 Darkness Turns to Light. Is this a celestial technique? Upon seeing the gate, both of their eyes lit up. Any discovery they make now is a ray of hope. The metal gate wasn't as huge as the one found at the foot of Ziwei Mountain. It was about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, and it was embedded in the stone wall. Even through the edge of the stone wall, you could feel the weight of the gate. There was a metal handle on the door. Zi tried it, pulled hard, and the door opened. As the door opened, the two instinctively took 2 steps back. After confirming that there was no movement inside, they continued to open the door. With the help of the dim light, Yang Lin immediately saw the layout inside the gate. "What's this?" The woman in purple was stunned. Before them was a cylindrical corridor, resembling a pipe, only 3 or 4 meters long. Directly in front of them was a large circular door. There is a disc mechanism on the gate that appears to be able to rotate. Yang Lin's eyes widened. An airlock. This thing is like the airlock that connects the inside and outside of a spacecraft. Yang Lin's heart began to race. He had previously wondered if this was indeed the end of the dragon vein. Now he is certain. This is it. Because all of this could not possibly have been built by humankind in the last 1,000 years. This is definitely an ancient relic. Ironically, generations of Kunlun sect leaders have been searching for the end of the dragon vein. Little did they know, the end of the dragon vein was right beneath the feet of their Kunlun sect. Now, Yang Lin can confirm that almost none of the successive leaders of the Kunlun sect have actually found the Kunlun secret realm, which is why they don't look for the key themselves and open the box. Because they can't even get into the Kunlun secret realm. The Kunlun sect was founded on the Kunlun secret realm, so the earliest leaders of the Kunlun sect were likely aware of this secret. However, due to the passage of time, the information was lost. Of course, this is just speculation. There are other possibilities. After all, the time between the previous civilization and the current one is far too long, and many things that could not have been expected may have happened in between. So much so that even the later Kunlun sect members needed to explore this underground ruins bit by bit. That stone map must have been preserved by the ancestors of the Kunlun school thousands of years ago through exploration, organization, and recording. Even they didn't know what was inside the Kunlun secret realm. And now, the answer to everything is right before our eyes. Immediately, Yang Lin walked into the pipe, reached the end, and tried to turn the round valve in front of him that looked like an open door. With a strong twist, it actually moved. And the large, round door that seemed to be made of fine steel actually opened slowly. Yang Lin held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the inside. He was eager to know what the previous civilization had left for them, the people of the future, when it preserved the flame. As for why there is an airlock here, since this place is neither outer space nor the seabed. Yang Lin guessed that this airlock was likely designed to completely isolate the inside from the outside of the door. Therefore, everything here is likely to be preserved quite well. They might even find some useful supplies. As the circular gate opened, a hissing sound followed, and a faint hissing sound came from inside. Yang Lin realized that the inside was likely originally in a vacuum state. However, Yang Lin and Zi were still cautious and waited a while before entering the circular gate. Before me was yet another empty space. The light from the luminous pearl is too weak, so we don't yet know how big this space is. But Yang Lin and Zi immediately noticed the flatness of the ground. Looking down, the entire ground was made of bright silver metal. It exuded a chilling aura. Oh my god! Purple Robe couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The ground itself was beyond her comprehension. Even the steel smelted in the mountain village doesn't have such a silvery sheen, especially on the metal surface. It has a brushed texture, presenting a unique industrial beauty. The woman in purple was shocked by the ground. After walking a short distance inside, Yang Lin was shocked by a sealed container in front of him. It was a huge cylindrical glass vessel, 2 or 3 meters tall, filled with what appeared to be a green liquid, just like the kind of container used to hold mutated creatures in a biohazard lab in a movie. However, the container was filled with liquid, and there were no strange creatures inside. And there are many more of these transparent containers here. Directly in front of them, on both sides, were rows of identical transparent containers, each containing only green liquid and nothing else. 2, 4, 6. Yang Lin counted them one by one. There are 10 in total. Zi was completely dumbfounded. Although she didn't know what these things were, she knew very well that they didn't belong to this world. Young master, what are these? Yang Lin did not speak. He was thinking about this very question at that moment. Oh right. He suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, "Let's look along the wall and see if there's a switch." A switch? A mechanism? Asked the woman in purple, puzzled. Pretty much. Yang Lin spoke casually. Although it was pitch black here, with no light source, it looked like it had been abandoned. But who knows, there might be some backup energy source here that can be activated. For people from the previous life, the instinct to find the light switch and turn on the light when entering a dark room is an action ingrained in their DNA. He had simply been in Qian for so long that he had overlooked the switch when he first arrived. The two retreated back to the doorway and, using the light from the luminous pearl, looked at the wall. Yang Lin was overjoyed. Sure enough, there was a switch on the wall that could be pressed. Without thinking, he pressed it. The next instant, blinding light arrived as expected, instantly filling the space. Purple Robe was startled. The light came too suddenly, and he instinctively drew his soft sword. Yang Lin was also startled. He originally just intended to give it a try. Surprisingly, there was actually electricity. Although the light shining down from the ceiling was a soft white light, it was still so bright that the two people, who were used to the darkness, dared not open their eyes. The two squinted, then slowly opened their eyes, gradually adjusting to the light. But Zi was completely dumbfounded. Can darkness be turned into light in an instant? That's amazing. And this light is so bright. As bright as day? Is this some kind of magical magic? Chapter 387. 3 boxes. Black knife. Purple Robe looked around in surprise. The surrounding environment, as well as the layout and furnishings of the room, shocked her once again. This is a large room, and in addition to the previously discovered silver brushed metal floor, even the walls and ceiling are made of the same material. In the large room, the most eye-catching feature was the 10 enormous transparent containers. At that moment, the lights came on, and Yang Lin was finally able to see the color of the liquid in the transparent container. It was a pale greenish-yellowish liquid, like the slime left after some substance rotted. It looked rather disgusting. At the bottom of the transparent container are connected tubes. Perhaps because the switch was turned on, the room was finally electrified, and bubbles were bubbling in those transparent containers. Directly in front of them was a closed metal door. Yang Lin's intuition told him that the liquid in these transparent containers was strange. It was best not to touch it. There was nothing else in the large room, so Yang Lin decisively walked towards the metal door. The door wasn't locked, and it was easily pushed open. Pushing open the door, the first thing that catches the eye is a silver metal table with 3 identical silver boxes on it. The room was small, with the same silver floor, walls, and ceiling, and contained nothing but a table and boxes. Yang Lin's gaze immediately focused on the 3 boxes. The secret of the Kunlun sect is to find the end of the dragon vein. And this is the end of the dragon vein. So what good stuff is inside the box? Young master, everything here is so strange. Zi looked at the box in front of her, but dared not move. Humans are prone to fear of anything beyond their comprehension. Everything here was something she had never seen before. Even the craftsmanship of these 3 silver boxes in front of me is astonishing. It has a silver metallic texture, a rugged appearance, and sharp edges. Yang Lin ignored all of that. The box was indeed beautiful, but he was more concerned about what was inside. The first box in front of me is rectangular and unlocked, with only 1 latch. Yang Lin pried open the buckle and slowly opened the box. As the box was opened, Yang Lin was taken aback. Inside the box was a knife. Knife? Purple Robe was also taken aback. This is a knife that is nearly 2 feet long. The blade is entirely black and about 2 inches wide. The blade is slightly curved and has a thick back, somewhat resembling a watermelon knife or a machete. The handle is integrally formed with the blade and has a groove for gripping. Its all-black design gives it a cold and icy feel. Yang Lin was a little confused. The box contained a knife, which was completely unexpected. After all, it was a relic left over from the previous civilization. He wouldn't be so surprised if he found a submachine gun or a laser cannon in the box. Why a knife? It's just a knife. No matter how advanced the forging process is, it's not exactly high-tech. Yang Lin was slightly disappointed. However, he immediately took the knife out of the box. As soon as Yang Lin touched the hilt of the knife, he was startled. It's so cool. It's like touching a block of ice. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. It's normal for metal to cool down a bit. But the next moment, Yang Lin lost his composure. Because this knife is just too heavy. As soon as he applied force, he felt the weight of the knife. He had to use force again to finally take the knife out of the box. It's so heavy. Holding it in my hand, I felt that its weight was completely disproportionate to the size of the knife. A rough estimate suggests that this black knife weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. A steel knife of the same volume weighs only about 1 or 2 kilograms. They are the same size, but the black knife is heavier. This shows. This material has an extremely high density. Yang Lin immediately realized what was going on. Immediately, he forcefully raised the knife and slashed his clothes. Without feeling any resistance at all, the clothes were ripped open with a large tear. So sharp, Zi exclaimed sincerely. This is a fine knife. Although it was just fabric that was torn, she could tell that the young master had hardly used any force when he tore the fabric, and the speed was not fast either. Yang Lin said nothing, but looked around. It's so spacious here that there's nothing to test the knives on. The only thing I can use is the metal box on the table that holds the knives. Yang Lin gripped the knife with both hands and chopped down forcefully at the box. He was already prepared to be thrown back by the recoil. However, the slash was as easy as cutting tofu. The blade offered almost no resistance, slicing through the corner of the box and instantly severing a corner of the metal box. Even the metal tabletop on which the box was placed had a cut. Yang Lin was dumbfounded. The woman in purple beside her stared wide-eyed. My God, how could there be such a sharp knife in the world? It's still unclear how sturdy the box is. But even if it's just a wooden box, no knife in the world can cut it so easily. Yang Lin swallowed hard. This attempt basically confirmed his guess. I definitely underestimated the significance of this black knife. The facts told him that even a simple knife could demonstrate its craftsmanship. Purple Robe, use your sword to test how sturdy this box is, Yang Lin said quickly. Every experiment needs a reference point. Otherwise, how could one test the sharpness of this black knife if they didn't even know how sturdy the box was? The woman in purple immediately drew her soft sword and slashed down at the box. With her strength, she can unleash extraordinary power even with ordinary weapons. Her soft sword is a rare divine weapon in the world, and when combined with her martial arts skills, it can unleash tremendous power. But the next moment, with a clang, the purple-clad man felt a numbness in his hand as he gripped the sword, and the soft sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Look at that box again. Intact and undamaged. Even where it was slashed, there wasn't a scratch to be seen. On the contrary, her soft sword had a small nick on its blade. At this moment, Yang Lin and Zi were even more unsettled. Both of them stared in surprise at the box, then at the black knife. The woman in purple's eyes was filled with shock. Her soft sword struck with all its might, but it didn't even leave a mark. But that black knife could easily slice the box in half, like cutting tofu. The difference is unimaginable. Young master, this knife is simply a magical artifact. Yang Lin nodded. When technology reaches a certain level, isn't it just like the magical artifacts in myths and legends? Just how powerful this black blade is requires further testing. Now, Yang Lin has turned his attention to the second box. Chapter 388, A Letter Left Behind by the Previous Civilization. Putting down the black knife, Yang Lin couldn't wait to open the second box. He wanted to see what other treasures were in the second box. The woman in purple also followed her gaze closely. Then, their gazes turned strange again. Clothing? The woman in purple looked surprised. Inside the box was a very thin-looking black garment. Yang Lin took out the clothes from the box, shook them open, and found that it was a bodysuit that could cover his whole body. They even have headgear. Wearing this thing would make you look like a bandit with a stocking over your head. However, with the black knife in front of him, Yang Lin naturally wouldn't underestimate this outfit. But what's so special about this piece of clothing? The black blade is incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through iron like mud. So this garment, could it be a piece of protective gear similar to a bulletproof vest? But this material is way too thin. The clothes were entirely black, but the fabric was very thin, only about 2 or 3 millimeters thick. With such a thin layer, can it really provide any protection? Purple robe, try your sword. Yang Lin laid the clothes flat on the table and said to Ziyi. Ziyi was clearly taken aback, not expecting Yang Lin to make such a request, and quickly said, "This will break." Although her soft sword couldn't cut through the metal box, it easily sliced through such a thin piece of clothing. Let's give it a try. Whether this clothing provides any protection or not, you'll find out once you try it on. If it can't protect against swords and knives, then even if it's a bulletproof vest, it's useless to you. All right. The young master gave the order, and Ziyi had no choice but to comply. Immediately, she lightly slashed a corner of her clothes with her soft sword. Then she was stunned. The area where the sword slashed remained completely undamaged. Yang Lin also quickly picked up the clothes and examined them carefully. Sure enough, there was no damage whatsoever. It didn't even look like it had been cut by a sword. How is this possible? The woman in purple widened her eyes. It's one thing that the black knife can cut through iron like mud. After all, it was a knife. Although its sharpness exceeded everyone's imagination, the legendary treasured knife was supposed to be able to cut through iron like mud, wasn't it? But this black garment in front of me is so thin that it looks only softer and smoother than ordinary clothes, with a faint sheen on its surface. Otherwise, it is no different from other garments. However, her sword didn't even leave a mark. Yang Lin was overjoyed and quickly said, "Put a little more effort in." This time, Ziyi truly unleashed her power, slashing down with her sword. Then, the black clothes were still intact. Yang Lin was overjoyed. "Try a thrust again," Yang Lin said quickly. The purple-clad woman's sword strike just now has proven just how strong the garment's resistance is against slashes. However, it's unknown whether it will provide the same protection if you are stabbed by a sharp object. Yang Lin held onto his clothes with both hands, while Ziyi drew her short sword and, without holding back, thrust it fiercely into the stretched-out clothes. Then, Yang Lin was knocked back 2 steps by the force. The clothes, however, remained completely intact. Great, that's wonderful. This thing is practically a lifesaver." Ziyi was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. It was just a thin layer of cloth. If it could be slashed, that would be one thing. But Ziyi knew that the royal family had a type of soft armor that could be worn close to the body, and ordinary swords and knives could not hurt it. But that refers to ordinary swords and ordinary forces that cannot destroy them. However, as long as one possesses her power, it would not be difficult to cut through soft armor. This black garment was impenetrable not only to her soft sword, but even a powerful straight thrust couldn't pierce it. This was far beyond her imagination. Yang Lin's gaze then fell on the third box. At this moment, he had no intention of using the black knife to test the defensive capabilities of the black-clad figure. After all, the black knife is too sharp to be of any use, and if it damages the man in black, it would be a greater loss than gain. The 2 boxes in front of him, with their black knives and black clothes, gave him many surprises. What awaits him in this third box? Yang Lin couldn't wait to open the box. He was stunned again. When he opened the first box, he didn't expect it to contain a knife. When he opened the second box, he didn't expect it to contain a piece of clothing. He also didn't expect that the third box contained a small glass bottle. 2 words were written crookedly on the bottle with a marker, "Strengthen." In addition, there was a piece of paper under the bottle. Yang Lin noticed writing on the paper and quickly picked up the bottle. Then I saw a sentence written on the paper in marker. "What you bear is far heavier than you imagine." Yang Lin stood there, stunned. Is this a letter left by people of a previous civilization for those who come after? But for some reason, Yang Lin always felt that the tone of those words didn't seem to be directed at a stranger. It's more like a note left between acquaintances. He felt a strong sense of familiarity with the crooked handwriting on the paper, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yang Lin picked up the note. However, the originally intact note instantly turned into a pile of powder, as if it had never existed. "Young master, this bottle seems to contain some kind of elixir. Perhaps even a magic pill." "I'm so excited," Ziyi said. But Yang Lin's entire focus was still on the sentence on the note. "The burden you bear is far heavier than you can imagine." What does that mean? What responsibilities do I bear? Reviving the Great Qian Dynasty? To unify the world? Or perhaps it's that new goal he recently conceived, rebuilding civilization. But these are just my own ideals and goals. How could others possibly know? Not to mention that this phrase may very well have been left behind by people from a previous civilization. How does the other party know what their goal is? Moreover, his current ambition to rebuild civilization and make human civilization shine brightly once again is already grand enough. Is it even heavier than this? Yang Lin really couldn't think of anything. Young master, young master? Seeing Yang Lin lost in thought, Zi quickly waved her hand in front of him. Yang Lin then came to his senses. Young master, what's so magical about this elixir? Asked the woman in purple, unable to wait any longer. Yang Lin then turned his attention back to the small glass bottle. He opened the lid and poured out a handful of small red pills. Each pill is only the size of a bean, and there are 10 pills in total. That's all. Yang Lin was also a little confused. This is medicine. After all, they didn't even provide an instruction manual. Although the bottle says enhancement, he guessed it was a drug similar to a stimulant, capable of temporarily or even permanently enhancing a certain aspect. But how much to take at once? How often to take it? They didn't even tell us. That's incredibly irresponsible. Chapter 389. The pill is very powerful. This. Yang Lin shook his head, stared at the glass bottle, hesitated for a long time, and then sighed and said, "It's best not to use this thing unless it's absolutely necessary." Unlike Black Knife and Black Clothes, he dared not take this pill casually. However, Zi blinked and asked in confusion, "Isn't this the crucial moment?" Well, Yang Lin was taken aback. It seems that's really true. In fact, once he learned how sharp the Black Knife was, he had already thought of a way to leave this place. But if this enhancement pill really can make people stronger, then it is indeed very useful right now. "Young master, why don't I try this elixir?" As if sensing Yang Lin's worry, the woman in purple continued, "Young master, rest assured, I have true qi protecting me. Even if the pill is poisonous, I can slowly refine the poison." "All right." After much hesitation, Yang Lin nodded. "After all, once you've obtained this, you'll have to use it eventually, otherwise you'll never know what the pill does." However, Yang Lin was still quite cautious about taking it for the first time. Yang Lin took out a pill, broke it in half, and handed one half to Zi. Without hesitation, Zi took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Yang Lin stared nervously at the woman in purple. "So how does it feel?" Purple Robe shook her head. However, before she could even speak, her expression suddenly changed. This. She looked terrified. "How about it?" Yang Lin also became nervous. The woman in purple exclaimed in shock, "My dantian is so hot. True qi. So much true qi." Immediately, she didn't bother to say anything and sat cross-legged on the ground, folding her hands over her lower abdomen, closing her eyes, as if she were sensing something. Is this someone practicing martial arts? Yang Lin didn't know whether the current situation was good or bad. He didn't understand martial arts, but he had heard that one should not be disturbed when practicing martial arts at a critical moment, otherwise it would be easy to damage one's vital energy. Therefore, he could only wait anxiously on the side. Time passed little by little. About 15 minutes later, Zi finally opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, they seemed to brighten even more, gleaming with excitement. She exclaimed, "Young master, this pill is truly a miraculous elixir. Just half a pill has greatly increased my power, nearly doubling my true energy. I've only just regulated this turbulent true energy. To fully refine the effects of this half pill, it will take at least another half month." At this point, the woman in purple became even more agitated. "What will happen then?" Yang Lin asked hurriedly. Zi excitedly said, "At that time, my strength may be able to rank among the top experts of this era." Yang Lin blinked. In his eyes, Zi was already very powerful. And this isn't considered top-notch? So just how strong are top-tier experts? However, Yang Lin didn't care about these things now and quickly asked, "So the pill has no harm?" "Yes, it won't do any harm." "Then you should eat this half pill as well." Yang Lin hurriedly tried to give the remaining half of the pill to Zi. Purple Robe shook her head. "Young master, cultivation relies on accumulation over time. Forcing an increase like this, half a pill is just right. If you take more, not only will you not be able to refine the violent effects of the medicine in a short time, but you also won't improve any further in the near future." "Okay, then I'll give you the remaining half pill in 2 weeks, Yang Lin said. The woman in purple nodded quickly, her face beaming with joy. "Thank you, young master." "Hey, we're all family, no need to thank me. Also, don't keep calling me young master anymore, it sounds too formal. Just call me Yang Lin." Purple Robe immediately shook her head. "How can that be? There is a distinction between superiors and inferiors. The young master is the master, and I am the servant." Upon seeing this, Yang Lin felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped Zi from continuing. He understood that for Zi, loyalty to Liu Yao was ingrained in her deepest consciousness since childhood, and changing this mindset was extremely difficult. Now is not the time to argue about these things. The two checked the boxes again, but found no hidden compartments or secret pockets. The two then checked the 2 rooms again, but found nothing else. This trip was incredibly fruitful. The black knife, the black clothes, and the enhancement pills were all things that money couldn't buy in this world. As for the huge transparent containers in the large room, and the yellowish-green, viscous liquid inside them, what exactly are they? It remains unknown. Moreover, Yang Lin also understood that what they could see now was only the surface. Behind these transparent containers, there must be a more complex energy supply system. And these are things they can't figure out right now. The most urgent thing is to leave here. Finding nothing further, the two left without hesitation. Before leaving, Yang Lin turned off the lights. He had a feeling that the switch was more than just turning on the light. The moment the lights were turned off, darkness enveloped everything again. The two left the room, closed the circular hatch, and finally shut the outer metal door. Aside from taking the contents of the 3 boxes, it was as if nothing had happened. But what Yang Lin didn't notice was that after he pressed the switch, the yellow-green liquid in those transparent containers was no longer as pure as it used to be. Some tiny particles had condensed in the liquid. But as soon as they left, the moment the switch was turned off, those tiny particles stopped changing. Everything came to an abrupt end. Darkness seemed to imprison time. Everything inside stagnated once more, and everything was isolated from the world again. After more than an hour, the two finally returned to the circular hall above and emerged from the coffin near the door. Closed the hidden compartment at the bottom of the coffin, put the coffin lid on, and closed the stone door. Yang Lin did not intend to let others know about what was below. His intuition told him that those things were important. Now we should go out. Yang Lin looked up. Young master, are you planning to use the black knife to make a hole in it? Zi guessed Yang Lin's plan. The black knife could easily cut through even such a sturdy box, so ordinary stones would naturally be no problem for it. Yang Lin looked at Zi and asked, is it difficult? The top of the circular hall is about 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Even after accounting for the height of a person and the length of a knife, it is still at least 2 meters above the ground. At this height, only Zi can reach it. Even if she jumps, she can't reach it. I'll give it a try. The woman in purple looked up, then took the black knife and leaped up. She first stepped on the stone wall next to her, and using the force of the wall, she jumped up. With that one strike, the black blade sliced through a large patch of rocks above. The woman in purple was stunned once again, because that feeling is like cutting tofu. Chapter 390. Yang Lin is appointed as the great general who punishes traitors. Late at night, the Kunlun sect. Inside the room marked with the Kunlun secret realm steel, torches blazed, and dozens of guards, armed with various tools, were diligently digging into the ground. Unfortunately, the entire ground was solid stone. Even though everyone tried their best to chop and hack, and worked for most of the day, they could only leave a small pit more than half a meter deep in the hard ground. Dig, dig, faster. Zhong Tao, his eyes red, shouted and urged them on. The owner, and they have lost contact for more than 3 hours. What lies below remains unknown to them. In other words, even a little bit of delay could put the owner in danger down below. But the ground here is just too hard. They originally planned to blow the ground open with explosives. Unfortunately, after the explosive charge was detonated, only some traces were left on the ground. Therefore, they decisively abandoned the use of explosives and instead used the knives and axes they carried with them to start smashing the ground. Even if it's just a little bit, they'll grind it down until they create a hole in the ground. However, just as everyone was pounding the ground with their eyes red and their hands pounding desperately, suddenly a loud boom. Suddenly, a large section of the ground beneath their feet caved in, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Everyone was startled and stared in astonishment at the hole. The next moment, a figure in purple robes, covered in dirt and dust, emerged from the hole with a heroic air, like an eagle soaring into the sky, carrying a black knife, and landed on the ground. A girl in purple? Upon seeing the purple-clad figure, Zhong Tao was overjoyed. Where's the boss? Where's the boss? Zhong Tao rushed over excitedly. At this moment, Zi also breathed a long sigh of relief, and then pointed to the big hole in the ground. The young master is still down there. As she spoke, she glanced around to make sure there was no danger before continuing. Lower a rope down, and the young master can come up. In Zi's eyes, no one else can be trusted. She didn't even trust the security team. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tao immediately laid down beside the hole and shouted down, Boss, boss, are you all right? Quick, a rope. I'm fine. Yang Lin's voice came from below. Zheng Tao was overjoyed and tears streamed down his face. Very good. The employer is fine. I was so scared. The members of the security team also breathed a sigh of relief. They threw the prepared rope down the hole, and soon, pulled by the guards, Yang Lin slowly rose from the ground, getting closer and closer to the surface. Boss, boss. As Yang Lin, covered in dust and dirt, appeared before the crowd, hands immediately reached out to grab him. Yang Lin was pulled up by the crowd with almost no effort. Although it was already dark outside, the house was brightly lit. Looking at the familiar faces illuminated by the torchlight and breathing in the fresh air, Yang Lin felt a deep sense of relief at seeing the light of day again. He has decided that he will go back and learn martial arts from Zi. The next day, in the capital, early in the morning, in the imperial study of the imperial palace, Emperor Yongsheng, formerly known as Prince Yin Li Jingsheng, put down the memorial in his hand and listened to the report from the eunuch with a frown. You mean, Yang Lin killed Shijun's son? Li Jingsheng frowned, his sharp eyes glancing at the little eunuch. The young eunuch trembled with fear and immediately knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, it is indeed so. The Shi family manor in Pingyuan County has been razed to the ground. I heard that Minister Shi is furious and has issued a bounty of 10,000 taels of silver for Yang Lin's head. Hee. Li Jingsheng sneered. That idiot Shijun. If Yang Lin were so easy to kill, he would have been dead long ago. However, even I can't persuade Yang Lin to come. It seems he's deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. The cold glint in Li Jingsheng's eyes grew even colder. The little eunuch kneeling on the ground didn't dare to raise his head, let alone say a word. Go down. The young eunuch hurriedly retreated and left. Just after the young eunuch left, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out from behind the screen in the imperial study. The middle-aged man wore a purple python robe, had a square face, and exuded an air of authority, but his eyes were unusually effeminate. This man is Chao Shuang, the newly powerful imperial relative, the current crown prince's uncle, and the minister most trusted by Li Jingsheng, who now wields the most power in the court. Imperial brother-in-law, you heard what happened just now. That Yang Lin has become increasingly lawless lately. Humph. As Li Jingsheng spoke, he suddenly slapped the two memorials in his hand. He not only killed Minister Shi's son, but also many officials in Pingyuan County. He was incredibly audacious. I originally admired his talent and wanted to cultivate him, but now it seems that no matter how great his talent is, if he cannot be used by me, he must die. Chao Shuang bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have heard of Yang Lin, but in my opinion, he is just a wild man from the mountains. Even if he has some power and makes some noise, he is not worth worrying about. Our biggest concern is still those few people. Chao Shuang made an 8-shaped hand gesture. He was referring to the 8th prince. As expected, upon hearing these words, Li Jingsheng immediately suppressed his anger, gestured for Chao Shuang to sit down, and sighed. I was born at the wrong time. The court is already unstable, and there are a bunch of treacherous officials outside. Alas, what a misfortune for the country. These 8 princes, not counting Li Zhe of Suizhou, were just princes of different surnames, and their rebellion was suppressed as soon as it began. So far, they have only destroyed the Prince of Yongzhou. The other 7 princes each held sway over their own territories, and the power they controlled was not much weaker than that of the emperor. If the world changes, it will be difficult for him to maintain his newly acquired throne. Chao Shuang said, Your Majesty, I just heard you mention Yang Lin, and I suddenly thought of a brilliant plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, tell me about it, imperial brother-in-law. Li Jingsheng immediately became interested. Chao's eyes were deep. Your Majesty, the king of Chu and Chuzhou is a powerful and influential military force. He was already stirring up trouble when the Prince of Yong rebelled. I believe it's only a matter of time before the king of Chu rebels. We should strike first. We should eliminate him before he rebels. Li Jingsheng sighed and said with a wry smile, Of course I know that, but you know, my brother-in-law, that I can only mobilize no more than 300,000 troops. If we want to launch a large-scale attack on Chu, even if we win, we will be severely weakened, and others will take advantage of the situation. Chao Shuang chuckled. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Isn't there a rumor circulating that Yang Lin defeated Prince Yang's rebel army? In that case, let's just appoint him as the Grand General who suppresses bandits and announce it to the world, letting him go and annihilate Prince Chu. In this way, regardless of who wins or loses, we will have one less major threat. Li Jingsheng's eyes lit up. Yes. Chapter 391, Using One Tiger to Devour Another. killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Drive away the tiger to devour the wolf. Absolutely brilliant. However, my brother-in-law, that scoundrel Yang Lin, may not be willing to obey my decree. After his initial joy, Li Jingxing sighed. Before becoming emperor, he always longed to sit on the dragon throne and achieve lasting accomplishments. But after becoming emperor, he finally realized that even an emperor is not omnipotent. Putting aside everything else, there are still 7 princes in the world eyeing him covetously, and many powerful families outwardly pledge allegiance to him, but secretly they are also doing things against his will. Yang Lin, when he was summoned to the capital last time, refused to obey the imperial edict. Even if he were appointed as a general to suppress bandits now, he probably wouldn't accept it. Qiao Shuang chuckled. Your Majesty need not worry. Whether Yang Lin obeys or not is not important. What is important is whether the king of Chu believes him. Li Jingxing's eyes lit up again, and he immediately understood. As long as His Majesty bestows many rewards and favors upon Yang Lin, even if the king of Chu knows that we are using one tiger to devour another and killing someone with a borrowed knife, he will have no choice but to regard Yang Lin as a major threat and get rid of him as soon as possible. The same applies to Yang Lin. Even if he refuses to obey our orders to deal with the king of Chu, he will still worry that the king of Chu will see him as a thorn in his side. To put it bluntly, this is a calculated strategy. We can weaken them both without shedding a drop of blood. After Qiao Shuang finished speaking, Li Jingxing burst into laughter. Brilliant. Brilliant. The imperial uncle's plan is absolutely brilliant. I will entrust this matter to the imperial uncle. The title of Grand General who punishes traitors is quite good. I will also bestow a title upon Yang Lin. I don't believe he won't be tempted. Li Jingxing looked smug. His ambition far outweighs his abilities. It was precisely because of this that after he became emperor as he wished, he felt powerless and had to entrust many things to his maternal relatives. Of all these people, Qiao Shuang was the one he trusted the most. Qiao Shuang is the crown prince's maternal uncle and the current empress Qiao's elder brother. He was originally just a minor official of the 5th rank in the capital. He never expected that one day he would become the emperor's brother-in-law and now wield great power, second only to the emperor. After leaving the imperial study, a cold glint flashed in Qiao Shuang's eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? No. He killed 3 birds with 1 stone. He wanted the king of Chu dead. It wasn't for the sake of the Great Qian Dynasty court, but for his personal grudge. Many years ago, he was arrested and punished by the king of Chu simply because he embezzled some grain when he was ordered to distribute it in Chuzhou. Although he was protected by the former prince of Yan, who is now the emperor Yongsheng, he was still demoted. He held a grudge about this matter. Now, I finally have the chance to get my revenge. Those who had offended him, they all have to die? 3 days later, after a long and arduous journey, Yang Lin and his group finally returned to Kaoshan village. Before even entering the village, Wang Shuxiang, the mother-in-law who had accompanied them, and Chu Yin, the sister-in-law, were amazed by the luxurious stone-paved road beneath the carriage. It was so smooth and comfortable that the carriage didn't feel any bumps at all when it was traveling on it. That's amazing. They couldn't fathom how much manpower and resources it would take to build such a road. Before entering the village, when they passed the construction site of the 2nd phase of Kaoshan New Village, the scene in front of them once again shocked them. The road is clean and tidy, with the same stone slab surface and tall, straight trees planted on both sides, with exquisite fences under the trees. If it weren't for winter, those fences planted with flowers and plants would be incredibly beautiful. On both sides of the trees were drainage ditches of uniform depth and width, and even these drainage ditches were paved with stone slabs. Further to both sides, there were rows of identical, brand-new houses. These houses, with their red bricks and blue tiles and gray-white stripes in the grout lines, look clean, tidy, and elegant. And these houses, one after another, stretch as far as the eye can see. Sitting between the two, Chu Ting introduced them to her mother and sister with a hint of pride. Mother, this is the 2nd phase of the Kaoshan New Village project. What we see now is only a small part of it. The entire 2nd phase project will build 30,000 houses. What? The two were even more stunned. 30,000 houses? What kind of concept is that? They can't even imagine it. It's nothing. My husband has many more large-scale projects underway. This is just the 2nd phase of the Kaoshan New Village project, and there's a 3rd phase over there. In addition to these, there's also a river widening project. We're going to dig the small river outside our village deeper and wider, and bring in water from other rivers to connect it to the Qingxi River. In addition, there are other roads like this, not just this one. My husband plans to build 2 more of these cement roads, one to Pingyuan County and the other to Nanyang City. Chu Ting spoke with pride about the great projects currently underway in Kaohsiung Village. Wang Shuxiang and Chu Yin were completely shocked by the power of Kaohsiung Village. Upon entering the village, Yang Lin instructed Alan to arrange accommodations for his mother-in-law's family and to prepare a rather lavish welcome feast, which greatly impressed his mother-in-law, who was quite worldly. In addition to chicken, duck, fish, and meat, the welcome feast also included various tofu products produced in Kaohsiung Village. Soy sauce brewed by the tofu workshop was also used, which greatly enhanced the flavor of the food and made these already delicious dishes even more delicious. That evening, Yang Lin returned to his room. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Yang Lin had hoped to enjoy himself with his wife. However, he was surprised to find that Li Yuyao, who had gone to the workshop area to handle some business after dinner, had not yet returned. However, Yang Lin was not worried. With bodyguards in blue uniforms and at least several squads of guards protecting them both openly and covertly, and since they were on their own turf, nothing would happen. Sure enough, after Yang Lin finished his bath, Li Yuyao returned shortly afterward, looking travel-worn. Seeing that Yang Lin had finished showering and was waiting on the bed, the quick-witted girl immediately understood what was going to happen tonight, and her face turned bright red. "Why aren't you resting yet?" Li Yuyao asked the question knowingly, casually took off her coat, hung it on the hanger, and walked towards the bed. Yang Lin stepped forward. "I'm just waiting for my wife to come back." As he spoke, he had already wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Don't be silly. The workshop has been developing too fast lately, and there are many things I haven't told you yet." Although Li Yuyao was leaning against Yang Lin's chest, her eyes were fixed straight ahead as she pondered the matters in the workshop. Chapter 392, Gently undressing her, setting salt prices. Li Yuyao leaned against her husband's chest, her face slightly flushed, and began to talk about serious matters. "During your absence, the village has developed rapidly, and the goals you set for them have been largely achieved. The old workshops have significantly expanded their production capacity, and the new workshops are already in operation. The glassmaking is very successful. We can produce several thousand glass beads a day. We've already received payment for the first batch of glass beads sold to Japan. Under Kumiko's influence, the business of selling tofu medicine and new paper has also completed its first transaction." Yang Lin was quick and efficient. While listening attentively to his wife's account of the village's development, he didn't neglect his business at all. He gently loosened his clothes and helped his wife in his arms undress. "Blow out the lamp." Li Yuyao stared wide-eyed as she spoke. "Good." The room went dark. "My wife, don't stop." Yang Lin wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Huh." Li Yuyao was taken aback. "She's already been very proactive." "Go on, don't stop," Yang Lin repeated. "What are we talking about? What happened while I was away?" Now, saying all this, Li Yuyao was very surprised. Originally, a lot had indeed happened in the village recently, and she really wanted to talk to her husband about serious matters first, but now she just wanted to hold her husband in his arms, so she couldn't care less about those important matters. Let me continue. The salt-making workshops are already in operation, producing over 1,000 jin of refined salt daily. The 2 new salt-making workshops are also nearing completion, at which point the daily output will reach 4,000 jin. We already have over 10,000 jin in stock. The glass workshop has already produced some glassware according to your request before you left, but like the salt, they're all still stored away, waiting for you to return and set a price. Li Yuyao recounted the events that had occurred in the village. Time passed slowly, and when she finally finished saying everything she needed to say, she breathed a long sigh of relief. "My wife. From now on, in bed you can call yourself I, the Emperor," Yang Lin said with a grin. "Bastard." Li Yuyao gritted her teeth. Yang Lin chuckled. "I really want to see the day you wear the dragon robe." Li Yuyao's face immediately turned even redder. "Will I wear a dragon robe and have sex with you in bed?" Just thinking about it made Li Yuyao feel incredibly ashamed. But if this bastard insists, then we'll have to grant him some of his requests, even if they're not too unreasonable. Who told him to be her husband? Li Yuyao's thoughts wandered aimlessly. At this moment, Yang Lin said, "Let me also tell you about our experiences during this period. Let's start with the dragon vein. Z and I both saw the so-called dragon vein with our own eyes. It was indeed a mysterious thing, but I don't think it's the same as the dragon vein in the legends. However, our exploration of the dragon veins wasn't entirely fruitless. We brought back some valuable items." When Li Yuyao heard about the miraculous effects of Ganoderma lucidum, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When she heard that the trip to Yongzhou City had yielded a lot of grain, supplies, and iron ore from Prince Yong, and especially that they had brought back more than 2 million taels of silver. She hummed incoherently a few times. Then, upon hearing about the corn yield and Yang Lin's long-term plans for the corn, she couldn't contain her screams and let out a series of exclamations. Finally, upon learning that this trip had led them to the end of the dragon vein and yielded 3 treasures, Liu Yao was utterly astonished. Chapter 393, Becoming an Agent Requires Paying Money First? The next day, Yang Lin, who had just returned to the village, couldn't wait to get busy. Upon arriving at the conference room in the workshop area, he immediately summoned Xu Yong, the manager of the salt-making workshop, and Zhao Eru, the manager of the glass workshop. The employer, boss. Xu Yong and Zhao Eru were both very excited to see Yang Lin. I called you here to set the prices for glass and refined salt. The two nodded quickly and took out their notebooks to take notes. Yang Lin asked, how much does coarse salt cost per pound on the market now? Xu Yong quickly replied, Master, the price of coarse salt used to be 30 coins per caddy, but it has risen quite a bit recently. In Pingyuan County, it's already selling for 40 coins per caddy. Xu Yong continued, Boss, our refined salt is of much higher quality than the coarse salt on the market. The salt we produce is called snow salt by the nobles in the capital, and it costs more than 100 wen per jin. I suggest we don't sell it too expensively, since ordinary people don't have much money. As a former impoverished man, Xu Yong has not forgotten his roots. Although he is of low status and his voice is weak, he still wants to say a few words to prevent his employer from selling at too high a price. Yang Lin smiled and said, Tell me, what do you think is a suitable price? 45 or 50 coins, shall we? Xu Yong said nervously. 50 coins a pound, though expensive for ordinary people, was still worth the price. Yang Lin smiled and shook his head, then said a number that was hard for him to imagine. Yang Lin shook his head. The common people have it tough, so let's not add to their burdens. Let's set the price of this refined salt at 5 copper coins per pound. What? Xu Yong and Zhao Eru looked at Yang Lin in disbelief. Sir, you said 5 coins? The two of them stared intently at Yang Lin. Yes, 5 coins. Yang Lin held out a hand. The two were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say for a moment. Boss, this price is way too low. Coarse salt has always cost 30 coins per pound, and the people have gotten used to it. Now, they're selling even better salt for only 5 coins? That's way too low. Yang Lin nodded. 5 copper coins is our ex-factory price. We also need to leave some room for the merchant's profits, so let's set the market price at 7 copper coins per caddy. Yang Lin set the price so low after careful consideration. Making salt cheaper for ordinary people is just one of the reasons. Another reason is to seize control of the entire salt industry in Qian as quickly as possible and squeeze the Sher family out of the salt industry. Even if I only sell them for 5 coins, I can still make a profit. The cost of mineral salt is ridiculously low. The mining process is similar to digging for stones. Once the refining technology is mastered, only some labor costs are required. Therefore, the cost of refined salt is only 1 penny. He can make several times the profit even if it's only 5 coins. The price is set, but the sales method needs to be changed. I've come up with a new sales method called agency. Yang Lin stated directly. The agents are similar to the Ma family, with whom we cooperate, but the difference is that the agents are divided into 3 levels. Yang Lin held up 3 fingers. State-level agents, county-level agents, and county-level agents. County-level distributors can only sell our products in the counties they represent and cannot exceed the boundaries of their designated areas. A county-level distributor can sell our products within a county, while a state-level distributor's sales area is limited to a state. Different levels of agents are required to pay us different levels of agency fees and deposits. For county-level agents, the agency fee is 5 taels of silver per month, the deposit is 5 taels of silver, and the amount of refined salt they can take from our warehouse each month cannot exceed 5,000 caddies. As a county-level agent, the agency fee is 50 taels of silver per month, the deposit is 100 taels of silver, and you can purchase 50,000 caddies of goods from us every month. As for state-level agents, the monthly agency fee will be 500 taels of silver, with a deposit of 1,000 taels, and there is no upper limit on the amount of goods they can purchase. Xu Yong was completely dumbfounded. To become an agent, you first need to spend a sum of money to buy the right to do business. Have the businessmen gone mad? Chapter 394, Increased Salt Production, Decreased Glass Production. However, Zhao Eru's eyes lit up as he figured out the key to it. Although businessmen need to spend money first to obtain the qualification to act as agents. However, such high-quality salt has no trouble finding a market. Whoever does it, it's a surefire way to make money. Even after deducting agency fees, the profit is still considerable. All you need to do is spread the word about us recruiting agents, and I guarantee there will be plenty of businessmen willing to come. Xu Yong nodded quickly. There are a few more things that agents must do. First, 7 copper coins per pound is our guide price. The price at which agents sell salt can only be lower than the guide price, not higher than the guide price. Secondly, we can also develop some overseas agents. We sell it for 40 coins per pound, and we don't impose any restrictions on the price they sell it at. Third, any level of distributor can only sell our salt at retail prices, and the sales volume must be limited according to our requirements. If an agent violates the regulations, they may face fines, forfeiture of their deposit, or even termination of their agency rights and being blacklisted. And most importantly, increase the production of refined salt. Xu Yong quickly replied, Madam has already instructed us to build 2 new salt-making workshops. Yang Lin shook his head. Far from enough. Production capacity needs to be increased even further. Xu Yong was surprised. With the new workshop built, it can produce more than 4,000 caddies of salt a day. Isn't that enough? Build 10 new salt-making workshops, Yang Lin said decisively. Su Yong's eyes widened. 10 rooms? Yes, 10. Yang Lin nodded firmly and said, Go find Du Jing again and have their design institute improve your salt production line. The output of each individual salt workshop also needs to be increased. Xu Yong was dumbfounded. He roughly calculated that if he built 10 more new salt-making workshops as his employer suggested, the daily output would exceed 10,000 jin. After talking about the salt workshop, Yang Lin then began discussing the glass workshop with Zhao Eru. Hey boss, we can make several thousand of those glass beads a day in our workshop. There's a huge pile of them in the warehouse now. Zhao Eru became very excited when the topic of glass came up. Ordinary sand, white stones, and some powder, when combined, can be fired to produce crystal-clear glass. That's amazing. He was originally from a design institute, but after successfully producing glass, he was transferred here to become the manager of the glass workshop. Therefore, he cherishes this responsibility and works diligently, focusing all his energy on how to produce better glass and improve its quality. Yang Lin nodded. I heard that some glassware has already been fired? Yes. Zhao Eru nodded quickly and said excitedly. Yes, boss. Following the method you taught us, we have now made more than 100 glass cups and bowls. Those glass cups are so beautiful. By the way, Madam said that the pricing of these glasses and bowls will be decided when you return. Zhao Eru looked at Yang Lin expectantly. The salt price set by the employer is already shockingly low. So I imagine the price of glass must be very cheap, right? Yang Lin nodded. Let's sell each glass cup and glass bowl for 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. Zhao Eru was stunned and stared at Yang Lin in shock. Chapter 395 Paper Money. The era of printing money has begun. Zhao Eru swallowed hard. He never imagined that the glassware they produced would cost only a few coins. The owner actually set the price at 100 taels? Okay, fine. Zhao Eru nodded in surprise, then quickly asked, Boss, should our glass workshop also increase its production capacity? Yang Lin waved his hand. No, the glass workshop's production capacity needs to be reduced. You don't need to produce more glass. You just need to make the quality of the glass better. Zhao Eru was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why. Since glass products were so expensive, they didn't produce more. As for the sale of glass products, we don't need the agent model. We can give some to the Ma family, and the rest can be sold by our Yang's trading company. 100 taels of silver is our selling price. Whether it's our own business or the Ma family's, the market price cannot be lower than 100 taels of silver. Zhao Eru stared in disbelief as he took notes. He really doesn't understand. Such high-quality refined salt, sold at such a low price. Glass made simply by firing sand is selling for such a high price. However, he had no objection to the decision made by his employer, and he believed that the employer's decision was correct. In the afternoon, after Xu Yong returned home, he released the conditions and details of their salt workshop's recruitment of agents. Before long, a large group of merchants who came to Kaoshan village to do business excitedly ran to the salt workshop to find him, vying for money to buy the agency rights for refined salt. Xu Yong was a little confused. He genuinely didn't expect so many people to be willing to become agents. In just a short while, the agency rights for dozens of surrounding counties and prefectures were sold out, and even the agency rights for the entire Jiangzhou prefecture were bought for 500 taels of silver. By the time Mayu learned of this news and rushed over to buy the state-level agency rights, it was already too late. What? That's it? They only sold the Jiangzhou agency rights now? I can buy the agency rights for the entire Jiangnan region. Mayu was so anxious that she slammed her hand on the table. Xu Yong knew that this young lady had a close relationship with his boss, so he naturally dared not offend her and could only patiently explain. Ms. Ma, I'm really sorry, but the company said that our salt production capacity is currently limited, and we need to protect the rights and interests of our distributors. So, we are only selling distributorship rights for Jiangzhou right now. Distributorship rights for other states haven't been sold yet. If Ms. Ma wants to buy the agency rights for Jiangnan, she will have to wait until our salt workshop's production capacity can meet the demand. Ma Yu gritted her teeth and glared. Where is that bastard Yanglin? Where is he? I'm going to find him right now. It seems the boss went to the research institute. Good. Ma Yu, who had rushed over, immediately left in a flurry. Design Institute. As soon as Yanglin arrived, a large group of researchers came looking for him. Boss, you're finally back. This is my research on the new type of water-powered mill. There are still 2 problems I haven't been able to solve. Could you please take a look? Boss, could you please take a look at this drawing for me? We're going to do an experiment tomorrow. Me. Boss, this is an upgraded design of the Keel water wheel, but I'm not entirely confident about it myself. Please help me check it out. The crowd jostled and pushed forward, effectively blocking Yang Lin from entering the room. All of you step back. Du Jing rushed over, glaring at the crowd. Get out of here. Go and solve your own problems. Your cousin is too busy to deal with your little affairs. After dismissing everyone, Du Jing pulled Yang Lin to the Design Institute's reception room, looking him up and down and saying, Brother Lin, you've gotten even darker. You must have suffered a lot on this trip. As Du Jing spoke, he busied himself preparing tea. Yang Lin smiled and said, Brother Jing, you don't need to bother. I know you haven't finished some of the tasks I assigned you before I left. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Last night, during my conversation with Liu Yao, I learned about the progress of various projects and research in the village. Before leaving, Yang Lin assigned the Design Institute quite a lot of tasks. Although the institute has only completed about 70 to 80% of them, Yang Lin is already very satisfied. Du Jing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Yang Lin hadn't come to hold him accountable. How is the progress of paper currency? Yang Lin asked. The research on paper money was originally entrusted to the paper mills. However, to maintain secrecy, the paper mill handed over the entire research project to the Design Institute after producing the watermarked paper. On the Design Institute side, Du Jing personally led the team, but only Du Jing knew what they had created. Upon hearing Yang Lin mention paper money, Du Jing immediately became confident. Paper money is already perfect. We've already researched up to the 6th generation. If it weren't for you asking us to strive for perfection, the 3rd generation would have already been perfect. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. I'll get you a sample. Soon, Du Jing returned, carrying a colorful piece of paper, which he proudly handed to Yang Lin. This is the 6th generation of banknotes. Weren't you surprised? Hee. Du Jing was very confident about this banknote. Yang Lin took a look and was indeed shocked. Touching it in my hand, the delicate texture and the vibrant colors and patterns visible to the naked eye are almost indistinguishable from the banknotes of my past life. At least for this moment, he couldn't sense it. The results exceeded his expectations. Yang Lin looked closely and was shocked again. The anti-counterfeiting technologies he requested, such as watermarks, serial numbers, and embedded silk instead of metal wire, are all present on this banknote. In addition, this banknote is clearly printed, and the colors are even in full color. The paper has a textured surface, neat edges, and feels very thick and textured to the touch. Excellent, very good. Yang Lin nodded repeatedly. In fact, as Du Jing said, their 3rd generation design is already perfect enough. Putting aside everything else, their printing technology alone is unparalleled in the entire Daqian region, not to mention watermarking technology and color printing technology. Therefore, the problem of anti-counterfeiting has actually been solved long ago. At that time, Yang Lin had no plans to issue banknotes, so he asked the Design Institute to refine the design and continue to strengthen the details and anti-counterfeiting capabilities. I never expected they could even reproduce the texture on the banknotes. Seeing that Yang Lin was satisfied, Du Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his apparent confidence, if Yang Lin said no, they had no choice but to continue designing. Even though no one was in the room, Du Jing still looked around twice before lowering his voice and excitedly asking, Brother Lin, is your big plan about to begin? Yes. Yang Lin nodded, his eyes shining brightly. The Mint Workshop can be established. Chapter 396, let's print 10 million copies first. Du Jing became even more excited. Brother Jing, you know how important minting coins is, so this matter must be entrusted to someone we can trust. As Yang Lin spoke, he patted Du Jing on the shoulder. Du Jing pointed to himself in surprise. Yang Lin nodded and said seriously, I have already found the person in charge of the future minting. But now, this heavy responsibility can only be shared by you, Brother Jing. Okay, no problem. Du Jing nodded immediately. Although the Design Institute also has a lot of work to do, the task of printing money was originally his responsibility. It's just that the experiment has now been transformed into formal production. The banknotes we printed were in the same unit as copper coins, called 1. The face value was divided into 7 denominations: 1 1, 2 1, 5 1, 10 1, 21, 51, and 101. In terms of banknote denominations, he doesn't need to make any innovations. He can simply borrow from the previous generation's monetary system, which is the most mature and reliable approach. Of course, this is only true for now. Considering the current purchasing power of copper coins, 100 coins is sufficient as the upper limit. However, even larger denomination banknotes will definitely be issued in the future. For example, 500 coins and 1,000 coins. The overall design of the banknotes will remain the same, but different denominations will be distinguished by different colors. This will make them more easily recognizable and allow users to differentiate the denominations by color. Du Jing took notes, but then a more important question came to mind, and he quickly asked, how much money do we need to print? He knew that Yang Lin's plan was to replace copper coins with paper money, and that it might even replace silver in the future. It can be said that what their mints are doing is creating wealth. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, let's print 10 million coins for the first batch of banknotes. What? Du Jing's eyes widened. Even considering that turning paper into money was already incredibly impressive, they were still shocked when they heard the number 10 million coins. Yang Lin smiled and said, Brother Jing, don't get so excited. It's only 10 million coins. It sounds like a lot, but it's only 10,000 taels of silver. Du Jing was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. 10,000 taels of silver does not seem like a lot. Although just 6 months ago, he didn't have a single tael of silver in his entire fortune. However, after arriving at the Design Institute, the amount of silver he spent ranged from tens of taels to hundreds of taels, then to thousands of taels, and even tens of thousands of taels. Research is extremely expensive, so much so that by now, he wouldn't be too surprised by 10,000 taels of silver. But would anyone really be willing to use our paper money? Du Jing raised his doubts. Yang Lin smiled and said, of course. Paper money is easier to carry than copper coins, and its face value is clear and convenient to use compared to silver. However, people need an adaptation period for any new thing, which is why only 10 million coins are printed now. Only print 10 million documents. Du Jing's lips twitched. Although this amount of money is indeed not much, but this is like creating 10,000 taels of silver out of thin air. Other workshops, though also raking in money daily, require hundreds or even thousands of people working tirelessly day and night to earn 10,000 taels of silver. And what about them? Printing technology is already very mature, and the production of special paper is something we've long been adept at. According to Du Jing's estimate, they could print 10 million banknotes in 3 or 4 days at most. This is still taking into account the need to print different denominations. If we only print the largest denomination, the speed will be even faster. Oh, by the way, as the first manager of the mint, you'll also be serving as the first president of the bank, Yang Lin said. Bank? Bank manager? Du Jing blinked. These were 2 more words that he couldn't understand at all. Yes. Yang Lin nodded. Coinage is like a product manufactured in a workshop, while banks are like merchants responsible for selling the product. Du Jing stared wide-eyed and asked in surprise, are you going to sell our banknotes? Yang Lin shook his head. I was just using an analogy. Of course, you don't need to sell paper money. Right now, your only task is to exchange it for cash. 3 days later, I will require all workshops in Kaoshan village to use only paper money for purchasing supplies. At the same time, all workers will be paid in paper money as well. Where did the workshops get their paper money? They needed to bring copper coins or silver to the bank to exchange for paper money. In addition to exchanging silver for paper money, banks also conducted the business of exchanging paper money for copper coins and silver. Because the people will certainly not trust this paper money at first, once they receive their paper money wages, many people will be eager to exchange it for copper coins. This is one of your tasks in the short term. Du Jing was dumbfounded. After thinking for a moment, he tilted his head and asked in confusion, this is not right. Look, Brother Lan, the workshop first exchanges copper coins for paper money and gives it to the workers, but the workers then exchange the paper money for copper coins. So in the end, the workers still get copper coins, and the paper money comes back to us. Isn't this all for nothing? Yang Lin smiled and shook his head, saying, of course it wasn't a waste of time. Brother Jing, have you ever thought about this question? Why are gold and silver so valuable? Silver is just a white metal that is almost useless except for making jewelry. You can't eat it or drink it. So why is one tael of silver worth 1,000 coins? Du Jing was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about that. But after thinking about it for a moment, he said with a puzzled look, "Is it because everyone is used to it? After all, everyone knows that gold and silver are very valuable." Yang Lin nodded. Yes, it's because everyone knows the value of gold and silver that they have value. The intrinsic value of any currency isn't actually important. What's important is making people believe it has value. So how do we make people believe in its value? That's through trust. Only when everyone believes in the value of this currency does it gain meaning. For example, if a country thousands of miles away used seashells as currency, and their people wanted to buy our goods with seashells, would you agree? Of course not, because there is a lack of trust between us. But as long as we can freely exchange seashells for our copper coins, then this transaction can be completed. So what we need to do now is to make everyone believe that our paper money and copper coins are of equal value and can be exchanged freely. Only when everyone is truly used to and familiar with it will they believe in our paper money and gradually replace the bulky and inconvenient copper coins. Chapter 397, The Grand Plan, The Road to Paper Money Hegemony. Du Jing was stunned for a long time before he suddenly realized what was going on. He finally understands now. But this will take a long time, won't it? Yang Lin nodded. Under normal circumstances, this process does indeed take a long time. It may take years, or even decades, for people to get used to and accept it. But in our Kaoshan village, it won't take that long. I estimate that everyone will accept it in a few months at most. Huh? Du Jing asked, puzzled. Why? Yang Lin smiled again. Because we are inherently very trustworthy. Integrity is the foundation of our existence. And in terms of integrity, our Kaoshan village is already very solid. I believe everyone trusts us. As long as everyone trusts us, they will naturally trust the banknotes we issue. In the short term, the paper money will only be used for settlements between workshops and for workers' wages, and will only circulate within the village. This period can be called trial operation. If any loopholes or problems are found during the trial operation, we can correct and make up for them in a timely manner. Once the paper currency system is running smoothly in our village, we will be able to use it to settle accounts with our partners or purchase goods. For example, if you want to buy our goods, you must use paper money, and we only pay for the goods we buy with paper money. Du Jing stared in disbelief once again and asked in confusion. But the merchants might not be willing, right? Yang Lin said calmly. Willing? Brother Jing, you still don't understand businessmen. Businessmen are profit-driven. In the face of profit, many people will abandon not only conditions, but even their bottom line. Whether they are willing or not depends solely on whether they can gain profit. In this respect, Yang Lin learned from the settlement agreement between a certain oil export organization and a certain hegemonic power in his previous life. When a scarce commodity with monopolistic characteristics requires settlement in a specific currency, that currency embarks on the path to global hegemony. Nowadays, the businesses in Kaoshan village, whether it's tofu and medicine or cheap new paper, all fit these characteristics. Especially in the salt business, when the salt from Kaoshan village is enough to monopolize the entire Daqian, then all that is needed is to add a rule that any transaction of refined salt can only be settled with paper money, and then open Yang's trading company and Yang's money shop throughout the entire Daqian. If paper money can be easily exchanged anywhere, then it won't be long before the whole world actively accepts this new type of currency. If you want to do business with Kaoshan village, you have to accept Kaoshan village's rules. These are just the first steps in the internationalization of currency. What's really important isn't printing money. It's lending. However, this is quite complicated and can only be implemented after the minting and banking systems are fully operational. There's no rush to fully promote paper money. The most important thing right now is to get it into place in our Kaoshan village. There are two things you must pay attention to during this process. Yang Lin's tone became serious. He held up one finger. First, credibility. Now is a crucial stage for our paper money to build credibility, so we absolutely cannot make any mistakes. We must ensure that those who use the paper money feel our credibility. Whether people exchange copper coins for paper money or paper money for copper coins, we cannot make it inconvenient for them. Du Jingdian nodded. Second, it's about keeping it a secret. Yang Lin said in a serious tone. I don't need to say anything about this. Paper money is our most confidential industry right now. Every step of the process is crucial and cannot be leaked in the slightest. Du Jing nodded quickly. Brother Lin, don't worry. Everyone involved in minting has signed a 3-year contract with us. They can only stay in the compound for 3 years. Even if it's just for wages and bonuses, no one will break the contract. The raw materials used for minting are only accepted. Any waste or damaged materials will be destroyed. Yang Lin nodded. He doesn't need to elaborate on this point. The entire Design Institute has far too many confidential research projects. Researchers, receiving high salaries and bonuses, naturally have to ensure that they do not leak confidential information within the contract period. As for when the contract ends, will the researchers secretly sell the core secrets to others? There's nothing to worry about. Firstly, the benefits offered by Kaoshan Village are very high, which is hard to find elsewhere. Secondly, most of the core confidential technologies were broken down into several parts. Leaking one or two parts individually will not cause the entire technology to be leaked. Most importantly, the Research Institute has always followed the rhythm of equipping one generation, developing another, and conducting preliminary research on yet another. Take paper money as an example. Even after the official printing of money, the research and development of paper money will not stop. This is the 6th generation now, and it won't be long before we reach the 7th and 8th generations. Even if old technologies are leaked, it doesn't really matter. Yang Lin even planned that once some technologies were particularly mature and he had firmly controlled the market and gained dominance, he could deliberately release some outdated and obsolete technologies to others. This will not only allow the world to develop faster and better, but also give them a sense of urgency. Yang Lin, come out here. Just then, a rough female voice came from outside. Yang Lin gave a wry smile. He had long suspected that Ma Yu would come looking for him if she couldn't get the salt distribution rights. Brother Jing, let's leave the money printing business at that for now. You go ahead and get busy. Yang Lin cupped his hands in greeting, got up, and went outside. Sure enough, he immediately saw Ma Yu being stopped by the security team. In early winter, the temperature in the Central Plains was already cold. Although it hadn't snowed yet, the eldest daughter of the Ma family had already wrapped herself up tightly. Wearing a pure white fur coat, she looked fluffy all over, but it still couldn't hide her stunning figure. She wore matching white leather boots, exuding a graceful and heroic air. Coupled with her exquisite and captivating beauty, comparable to Li Yuyao's, she looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Just as soon as he opened his mouth, Yang Lin, you finally showed up. Tell me, don't you consider me a friend? Her rough voice, shouting loudly, completely abandoned any semblance of ladylike demeanor. Ma Yu, with her already full chest puffed out, glared angrily at Yang Lin. Oh dear, young lady. Yang Lin stepped forward, waving for the security team to retreat, and grabbed Ma Yu's arm. How much money does the refined salt business make? Even if you become a state-level agent, you'll only make a few tens of thousands of taels of silver in profit a year. Tens of thousands of taels of silver might be a large sum for others, but what does it mean to your Ma family, right? Miss, we need to take a longer-term view. The current production capacity of refined salt is still too small. Letting others make such a small profit is not an option. I have a much bigger business to offer, which I have already prepared for our young lady. Yang Lin blinked at Ma Yu. Chapter 398. This move was a win-win situation. Real? Ma Yu looked at Yang Lin with suspicion, not at all bothered that this man, whom she had just called a bastard, was pulling her arm and making contact that went beyond the boundaries of male-female relationships in this era. In fact, ever since that night at Yang Lin's house, when that bastard saw that shameful scene, she had been too afraid to see Yang Lin. If she hadn't immediately calculated the enormous profits involved after hearing about the requirements for becoming a distributor of refined salt, she wouldn't have had the nerve to come and see Yang Lin. Of course. Come on, I'll take you to a great place, Yang Lin said with a smile. Before long, the two arrived at the glass workshop. Upon seeing the large door before him, Ma Yu's eyes lit up. She knew this place. It was a newly established workshop. However, the security here was too tight, and she tried to find out anything after several attempts. To this day, she still doesn't know what this new workshop is for. Boss. Upon learning that Yang Lin had arrived, Zhao Eru immediately came out to greet him personally. Yang Lin nodded. Brother Hu, go and get a few pieces of glassware. Okay. Upon seeing Ma Yu, Zhao Eru knew that this young lady was discussing business with her employer. Glass. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Ma Yu was taken aback. Yang Lin didn't explain and pulled her into the room. A short while later, Zhao Eru hurriedly returned. He brought a glass bowl, and 2 glass beads. After placing the glass items on the table, he immediately and tactfully left the room. At this moment, Ma Yu's eyes were wide open. Crystal. No, this isn't crystal. Glass. This is glass. The well-informed young lady picked up a glass, examined it carefully, and her face was full of shock. Yes, it's glass, Yang Lin said. To be honest, When he saw these glasswares, he just thought they were ugly. The glass is shaped like a wine glass. The glass bowl looks even stranger. However, although Yang Lin did not like these simple glass products that had almost no aesthetic design, it did not diminish Ma Yu's shock and fondness for them. You created all of these? How did you do that? While looking at the glass, Ma Yu asked subconsciously. So beautiful. At first glance, she mistook it for lioli. However, the color of the glass is greenish. This glass is pure and transparent, just like crystal. Although it is just a small cup, it is so crystal clear and smooth, and holding it in your hand is like holding a piece of beautiful jade. Yang Lin ignored her question and nodded. Yes, this was meticulously crafted by our artisans. Yang Lin stopped immediately after saying just that one sentence. He believed that the intelligent Miss Ma would naturally understand the value of such glassware. Sure enough, after looking at the glass cup, Ma Yu carefully picked up the glass bowl and glass beads, and reluctantly put them down before nodding. Tell me, how much do you sell them for? Although she didn't quite understand how this glass was made, its crystal clear transparency alone determined its value. It's comparable to crystal. As the eldest daughter of the richest family in Jiangnan, Ma Yu naturally knew very well how willing those wealthy people were to pay for such good things. The world is so poor in resources that they have so much money that they can't spend it all. Therefore, those who possess wealth will spare no expense to buy anything that is novel, rare, or precious. She stared intently at Yang Lin, eager to hear the value of these glasswares. However, Yang Lin smiled and asked in return, Ms. Ma, how much do you think they are worth? Hee. Ma Yu sneered. She knew that Yang Lin wouldn't reveal his hand so easily. When negotiating business, especially one of great value and profit, the party that reveals their hand first will be at a disadvantage during the negotiation process. She was helpless because only the other party had this scarce resource, and she had no initiative from the beginning. After thinking for a moment, Ma Yu took a deep breath and offered a price that was slightly lower than he had expected. Crystal artifacts of the same size are worth between 200 and 500 taels. Although your glassware is not bad, it is a novelty. I can only offer a maximum of 150 taels. In fact, her target price was between 200 and 300 taels of silver, while the same crystal artifacts, if of high quality, could be worth over 1,000 taels of silver. She also needs to leave room for negotiation. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Wow, is it really that valuable? Although he had already agreed on a price of 100 taels after discussing it with Li Yuyao last night. But he himself didn't think that such broken glass cups and bowls could be worth so much money. Now, hearing Ma Yu quote a price of 150 taels, Yang Lin's heart beat faster. Stay calm, stay calm. He really wanted to just call it a deal. However, considering that Ma Yu should not feel cheated, Yang Lin suppressed his joy, shook his head with a straight face, and said, No, it's too low. He gritted his teeth, making a face that showed he was gritting his teeth. He had no choice but to do it this way. He was really worried that he wouldn't be able to hold back and would burst out laughing. Seeing Yang Lin's expression, Ma Yu didn't think much of it. After all, the price she offered was indeed a bit low. Ahem, all right, I'll add another 20 taels at most. Ma Yu held up 2 fingers. 170 taels, that's my bottom line. In fact, her bottom line was 300 taels of silver. Young lady, these glasswares are very difficult to manufacture, and I guarantee that in the entire world, only our Kaoshan village can buy them. I'm sure you understand the principle of scarcity driving up prices. How about this? 200 taels of silver, no bargaining. Make a deal. Ma Yu nodded without hesitation, as if afraid that Yang Lin would change his mind. I made a profit. Although she failed to deceive Yang Lin, 200 taels of silver per piece was much lower than her expected price, so she made a profit by easily getting it at that price. She was confident that these glasswares would sell for 400 or 500 taels of silver in their Ma family business, without any problem. Ma Yu was overjoyed. Yang Lin was taken aback. She actually agreed? I thought he would ask for an exorbitant price, but I didn't expect Ma Yu to agree so readily. I made a profit. Yang Lin was also very pleased. The 2 little foxes remained expressionless on the outside, but were secretly overjoyed. They themselves didn't realize that this move was a win-win situation. Ahem, how many of these glass cups and bowls can you make in a month? Ma Yu asked. Several? Yang Lin smiled. Chapter 399 The Correct Way to Open Glass. Although he had already agreed on a price of 100 taels after discussing it with Li Yuyao last night. But he himself didn't think that such broken glass cups and bowls could be worth so much money. Now, hearing Ma Yu quote a price of 150 taels, Yang Lin's heart beat faster. Stay calm, stay calm. He really wanted to just call it a deal. However, considering that Ma Yu should not feel cheated, Yang Lin suppressed his joy, shook his head with a straight face, and said, No, it's too low. He gritted his teeth, making a face that showed he was gritting his teeth. He had no choice but to do it this way. He was really worried that he wouldn't be able to hold back and would burst out laughing. Seeing Yang Lin's expression, Mayu didn't think much of it. After all, the price she offered was indeed a bit low. Ahem, all right, I'll add another 20 taels at most. Mayu held up 2 fingers. 170 taels, that's my bottom line. In fact, her bottom line was 300 taels of silver. Young lady, these glasswares are very difficult to manufacture, and I guarantee that in the entire world, only our Kaoshan village can buy them. I'm sure you understand the principle of scarcity driving up prices. How about this? 200 taels of silver, no bargaining. Make a deal. Mayu nodded without hesitation, as if afraid that Yang Lin would change his mind. I made a profit. Although she failed to deceive Yang Lin, 200 taels of silver per piece was much lower than her expected price, so she made a profit by easily getting it at that price. She was confident that these glasswares would sell for 400 or 500 taels of silver in their Ma family business without any problem. Mayu was overjoyed. Yang Lin was taken aback. She actually agreed? I thought he would ask for an exorbitant price, but I didn't expect Mayu to agree so readily. I made a profit. Yang Lin was also very pleased. The 2 little foxes remained expressionless on the outside, but were secretly overjoyed. They themselves didn't realize that this move was a win-win situation. Ahem, how many of these glass cups and bowls can you make in a month? Mayu asked. Several. Even without expanding production capacity, with the current output, producing several thousand glasses a month is not a problem. Yang Lin naturally understood the principle that scarcity increases value. Therefore, although they could produce that much, they couldn't actually produce that much. Or rather, we can't sell that many. If there are too many, they become worthless. This thing is all about scarcity marketing. Well, Yang Lin sighed, feigning a troubled expression. Production is too low. Countless artisans, at great expense, working day and night, can only produce a maximum of amount missing per month. More than 100 items. Upon hearing this number, Mayu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the profit margin for these glasswares is considerable, if the production volume is too low, they are merely a burden for the Ma family. But if a production of more than 100 pieces can be achieved in a month, then the profit will be at least 20 or 30,000 taels of silver. Over the course of a year, that's 200,000 or 300,000 taels. For the Ma family, this was a big deal. Very good. Mayu nodded in satisfaction. The glass deal is settled. And the refined salt. Once your production increases, don't forget to reserve a state-level agency for me. Yang Lin smiled and said, Miss Ma, please don't be in such a hurry. We haven't even discussed the glass bead business yet. This. Mayu picked up a glass bead, examined it closely, and found it increasingly beautiful. He immediately said generously, All right, tell me, how much is the glass bead worth? 100 taels. Yang Lin smiled and held up one finger. Mayu frowned slightly. It's a bit expensive. Mayu didn't know how much this thing was worth. If it were a natural gemstone, and it were so perfectly round and transparent, it would be priceless. But she knew very well that everything Yang Lin sold was made, so it was difficult to set a price for it. Yang Lin smiled calmly. Miss Ma, you probably don't know this, but we sell these beads to Japan for 10,000 taels of silver each. In Japan, these beads are called jadeite glass beads, and a single bead can be worth up to 100,000 taels of silver. Just a few days ago, it was sold to a Japanese princess. That princess is still in the village. You can ask her anytime if you don't believe me. What? Chapter 400 Whose money is easiest to earn? Mayu's eyes widened immediately. Looking at the beads again, his eyes were filled with doubt and shock. She was a discerning person, so although she was surprised to hear the price, she believed that what Yang Lin said was true. The value of this thing depends on its rarity. However, she was certain that it wouldn't be long before these beads were no longer as valuable in Japan. Okay, 100 taels it is. Mayu agreed without hesitation. It was a pleasure working with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Oh, right, Yang Lin said. The name glass cup isn't high class enough. We can change it, like to crystal glass cup. If glass beads can be called jade beads, then calling a glass cup a crystal glass cup isn't an exaggeration, is it? Mayu's eyes lit up. That's a nice name. Let's call it crystal glass cup. However, Mayu touched the glass and asked doubtfully, Is this really crystal? Yang Lin didn't answer, but instead smiled and asked in return, Does that matter? Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed heartily. Although glass is inexpensive, Yang Lin originally intended to target the high-end market as a delicate and beautiful novelty item. Some were sold by Yang's trading company, which expanded its own luxury goods market. The other part, if given to the Ma family, would allow them to more quickly expand the sales channels for glass products throughout Dakian. They first collect money from the wealthy for a period of time, and then they drive down the price of glass themselves to benefit the people. However, just when Yang Lin thought the glass deal was over, Ma Yu's casual remark made his heart skip a beat. Such beautiful glass, it would be wonderful to make it into jewelry. Ma Yu fiddled with the glass and said regretfully. She didn't notice that Yang Lin, who was standing to the side, suddenly perked up and his eyes shone brightly. At that moment, Yang Lin really wanted to slap himself. How could I not have thought of that? Jewelry. In my past life, when it came to the question of whose money was easiest to earn, the top three were women, children, and dogs. The 100th one is a man. When it comes to making money off women, jewelry and cosmetics are equally important. Although I had the idea of taking the glass industry to the high-end market, I only thought of making glass cups and bowls. I never even considered jewelry. I almost missed out on a really big deal. Sure enough, men's thinking is ultimately too straightforward. Making glass into jewelry, that's the right way to do it. With his mind opened up, Yang Lin thought of countless possibilities in that instant. Would a crystal or glass hairpin work? Are jadeite and glass bracelets any good? Not to mention bracelets and necklaces. They even go so far as to create low-end versions of diamonds from glass and make glass rings. Both are definitely worth pursuing. Then, they can easily come up with gimmicks like requiring a glass ring for marriage proposals or create an advertising slogan that promises eternal life. Hello? Ma Yu raised her hand and waved it vigorously in front of Yang Lin's eyes. What are you thinking about? Yang Lin snapped out of his daze and laughed. It's nothing. I'll give you a surprise in a few days. Making jewelry from glass is certainly not feasible with current technology, but it's only a matter of time. That evening, before returning home, Yang Lin made a special trip to Kumiko's residence to meet the Japanese princess, who had become completely obedient. When they first met, Kumiko acted aloof and arrogant because Yamamoto, Nakata, and other servants were present. But as soon as the people were dismissed, this pure and aloof princess immediately knelt down on the ground, crawled to Yang Lin's front, raised her head, and obediently called out like a puppy, "Master,